Chapter 1. Past Lives and Present Journeys. In the region of Bashu, a land imbued with ethereal charm, it has long been revered as an exceptional sanctuary for the cultivation of both body and spirit, giving rise to countless martial arts sects throughout history. In contemporary times, the Tang sect boasts the most ancient lineage and formidable strength, having remained unassailable for centuries, shielded by the sheer cliffs of its mountainous abode amidst the blood-soaked chaos of the martial world. Yet the Tang sect's lineage is stringent, with few disciples admitted to the inner sanctum. The once-proud Buddha's Rathtang lotus has not blossomed for decades. In contrast, the rapidly growing Xiang Hao has focused on the mastery of body refining and divine weaponry, attracting numerous followers and flourishing in prominence. Particularly in recent years, it has emerged with a force that rivals the Tang sect. At this moment, atop the treacherous precipice known as Wujiang, Xiang Hao's icy gaze fixates on a man before him, clad in gray robes with a large character Tang emblazoned on his chest, unmistakably a disciple of the Tang sect's outer circle. Damn it, is he truly an outer disciple? Xiang Hao mused, his eyes drawn to the fallen companions behind the Mansam frothing at the mouth, others pierced by hidden weapons, each one met with a swift demise. As a prodigy of Xiang Hao, Xiang had been tasked with rescuing several disciples abducted by the Tang sect. To his dismay, within the sect's gates, his disguise was uncovered by an outer disciple, leading to an ambush that left his group ensnared by a lethal toxin. One by one, his comrades fell around him. Though he fought valiantly to break free, he found himself cornered at Wujiang. You have no path left to retreat. Those who intrude upon the Tang sect shall face death without mercy. Xiang Hao's stare bore into the man before him, the architect of his downfall, the one who had unleashed poison upon his brothers, a formidable adversary. Just the sight of this foe stirred a tempest within Xiang Hao, compelling him to channel his inner energy. Having fallen victim to the same poison, he desperately fortified his heart's meridian with his remaining energy, yet even that was on the verge of collapse. A once mighty prodigy of Xiang Hao reduced to such a state by an outer disciple of the Tang sect, this was a fate Xiang Hao could scarcely bear. He had dedicated his life to martial arts, never having succumbed to a worthy opponent, only to be vanquished by this cunning scoundrel wielding poison. Ha! Heavens above, how can I accept this? Ha ha ha! Xiang Hao gazed skyward, a bitter laugh escaping his lips as a warm rush signaled the eruption of toxic blood. Do not struggle. This poison is a meticulously crafted blend of toxins. The more agitated you become, the deeper it seeps, the man declared with an air of smugness. Indeed, you must have put in considerable effort, Xiang Hao retorted. Flattery aside, I never anticipated you could endure for so long. Most succumb to this toxin within a minute, Tang San said, gradually approaching Xiang Hao, an unusual admiration forming for his opponent. I shall grant you a dignified death. As he drew nearer, Xiang Hao discerned the sinister smile upon his adversary's face. Scoundrel, today, I shall invite you to accompany me to the netherworld. With Tang San's words ringing in his ears, Xiang Hao could no longer afford to heed the poison coursing through him. If death were imminent, he would drag someone along with him. In an instant, Xiang Hao activated the Shunsher art, reaching the 8th realm Shunsher Dharma. In a flash, a radiance of golden light erupted around him, transforming his form into a luminous golden arhat, expanding to a towering height. A colossal figure of shimmering gold tore through the night sky, emerging at Wujiang. As the saying goes, the divine martial path reaches the heavens, and the golden Buddha serves as the lord of the underworld. Channeling his remaining inner strength into his right palm, he dispelled the protective barrier around his heart, allowing the toxin to spread through his meridians. He only needed to unleash his most potent strike to obliterate the Tang disciple who coldly regarded him. Then they would face their demise together. Divine Martial Qian Kuan Palm. With a thunderous roar, the giant golden figure unleashed a colossal palm imprint, illuminating the heavens and casting a vast shadow. Tang San's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated that his opponent could still wield such power despite being poisoned. Faced with the impending doom of the massive palm, he realized he could not evade it. The distance was too close to escape. In a fleeting moment of hesitation, Tang San produced a slender metallic object from his sleeve. As the golden palm descended, the winds whipped the leaves atop the cliff, blinding him with golden light. Without a moment's delay, he hurled the object toward the colossal palm. In the next heartbeat, the silver metal collided violently with the golden palm, producing a cacophony of mechanical grinding. The front of the silver object erupted into a stunning yet deadly lotus, blooming in the night sky. Buddha's Rathtang lotus. A deafening explosion resounded as the exquisite petals pierced through the arhat's form, causing the golden palm to dissipate into nothingness. The golden light vanished, and Xiang Hao plummeted helplessly downward, the toxin having tainted his veins, foul blood seeping from his body. I still lost, Xiang Hao murmured bitterly, devoid of strength. The pain had become a distant sensation. His body felt like a withered branch, cascading toward the abyss. Reflecting on the past 26 years, he found little to mourn in this world. His parents had long since departed, and his wandering master had discovered his martial talent, guiding him to Xiang Hao. Thus, the pinnacle of martial arts became his sole pursuit, only for that pride and obsession to be shattered by this adversary. Despair and anguish shattered Xiang Hao's spirit. He could not accept such a conclusion. I am still too weak, but I refuse to concede. He roared within, a sudden flash of white light igniting like lightning in his mind, accompanied by the echoes of an ancient laughter. At long last, my years of searching bear fruit. I have found a worthy contender. Ha ha ha. As he absorbed the jubilant laughter, Xiang Hao's consciousness faded into darkness, while the intertwining of time and space approached silently. Atop the cliff, the victor, Tang San, gazed pensively at his fallen opponent, reflecting on the formidable challenge he had faced, lamenting the lack of caution exhibited. Just then, an elder from the Tang sect arrived with a retinue, prompting Tang San to kneel in respect. Reporting to the second elder, the rogue leader has fled in a panic and plunged into Wujiang. The elder strolled past Tang San, surveying the unfathomable depths of Wujiang, scoffing derisively. Spread the word the disciples of Xiang Hao should remain subdued for a few days. The following day, the Tang sect publicly declared that the prodigy Xiang Hao of Xiang Hao had led a nighttime raid on the Tang sect, only to be besieged by outer disciples, gravely wounded, and subsequently plunged to his demise, leading to a resurgence of the Tang sect's prestige. 3 years later, on the same day, at Wujiang, Tang San, you have pilfered our sect's secrets. What punishment do you deserve? Tang San acknowledges his grave transgressions. The Tang sect's nurturing is not forgotten, and today, Tang San shall return his life to the Tang sect. With that, a figure leaped from Wujiang. The same fate had befallen that individual years prior. Perhaps it was simply destiny. And at this moment, a new tale was just beginning. Chapter 2. Rebirth. On a radiant afternoon, within the Soto City branch of the Spirit Hall, a child no more than 6 or 7 years old, heedless of the astonished gazes of the adults around him, boldly entered the library. Xiang Hao, back for more reading? Aunt Qin. The middle-aged woman spoke with affectionate indulgence as she gazed upon the 6-year-old boy. Having grown up within the Spirit Hall, he was already as tall as children of 8 or 9. Despite his stature, he had always been remarkably quiet, seldom engaging in play with other children. Instead, he found solace in reading and exercising, never exhibiting the typical cries and tantrums of his peers, endearing him to the adults around him. Very well, thank you, Aunt Qin. With that, Xiang Hao casually selected a book and settled into a corner to read. This quiet child was none other than the Xiang Hao who had plummeted from a cliff. After losing consciousness, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself gazing at a rugged man with a scruffy beard and a beautiful woman beside him. Astonishingly, he had been reborn as an infant. Indeed, he had traversed into another world. Over the years, Xiang Hao came to understand that he now resided in a realm known as Douluo continent. In this world, individuals were born with a unique power called a martial soul, which they cultivated. The continent was home to 2 nations, Xingluo and Tiando, alongside a powerful entity known as the Spirit Hall, which spanned the entire continent. The 3 major forces maintained a balance, resulting in decades of peace. In this life, his parents were officials within the Spirit Hall in Soto City. His father, Xiang Xian, was a rank 56 battle soul king with the martial soul of a mountain axe, while his mother, Song Wan, was a rank 51 healing soul king with a martial soul of a jade flute. Xiang Hao had gained a preliminary understanding of this world and era, where strength reigned supreme and the powerful held unparalleled status. Legends of ascension to divinity circulated throughout the continent. Now that he had been granted a second chance, he had but one goal: to become a deity. Upon arriving in this world, Xiang Hao reflected upon his previous failures, recognizing that his carelessness had led him to fall victim to the poison and hidden weapons of his opponent, succumbing to those he had long regarded with disdain. However, my own failures stemmed from a lack of understanding of my adversaries and a deficiency in self-confidence. Thus, after my rebirth, I have been fervently absorbing information about this world, particularly in the realm of phytotherapy. In my previous life, the Divine Martial Hall possessed the profound knowledge of pharmacology encapsulated in the Bai Chao Dan Jing, yet I was so engrossed in martial arts that I hardly studied it. Had I done so, I would not have suffered such a complete defeat. In this life, I dare not be negligent. Since I learned to read, I have compelled myself to delve into the pharmacological knowledge that once held no interest for me, alongside the records of soul beasts in this world. After all, soul masters in this realm acquire soul rings through hunting soul beasts, and only by thoroughly understanding various soul beasts can one effectively formulate hunting strategies. I have studied the Bai Chao Dan Jing and have attempted to concoct antidotes and healing potions. Having amassed a wealth of knowledge about this world, I quickly perused the collection of books at home. Thanks to my parents' status, I later stealthily made my way to the library of the Martial Soul Hall to study materials regarding soul beasts. Just like reading books, I have also been diligently retraining in the divine martial arts. My trump card in this world is the martial arts mastery from my previous life. The Divine Martial Hall is famed for its focus on strengthening the body, boasting 5 renowned techniques. The Divine Martial Technique for physical training, the Inner Strength Method, known as the Diamond Heart Sutra, the weapon crafting skill called Divine Armament Forging, the footwork technique, Thunderstep Mirage, and the Bai Chao Dan Jing. In this life, I practice these disciplines daily. While the latter 4 have already been set on the right path, I have been stuck at the first level of the Divine Martial Technique for half a year in my previous life. I had broken through 2 levels in just a month, otherwise I would not have been hailed as a martial arts prodigy. Reflecting on this, I cannot help but feel a twinge of frustration. Unlike before, I left the library earlier today. The divine martial arts are my foundation, my reliance. In this unknown world, only the familiar flow of energy through my meridians can bring me peace of mind. I must head to the training ground. Only by continuously reinforcing my physical strength can I solidify the foundation of the divine martial technique. This technique is fundamental, revolving around the relentless honing of one's physical power. Only with sufficient strength can one unleash the full might of other techniques. Upon entering the training ground, I found my father, Xiang Qian, already waiting. A power-type soul master, he is a rare opponent among soul kings of the same level in terms of sheer brute strength. It is through my battles against him that my physique has been rigorously trained. "Xiang Hao, come on," he called. Dressed in my training attire, I stepped onto the field, gazing at my rugged father, his beard bristling. I could hardly fathom how he had won over my gentle and charming mother. As soon as I took my position, Xiang Qian launched a punch at me. I dared not underestimate him, activating the divine martial technique to block with a curved arm, swiftly counterattacking. My father quickly parried and retaliated with a palm strike. I did not evade, meeting his attack heat. Surprised, he noted the solid force in my strike. It seemed my strength had indeed increased. With that thought, he unleashed a palm that sent me flying several dozen steps back. "Ha! Good lad, your strength has grown again. Come at me," he exclaimed. Regaining my footing, I retaliated with a punch, silently channeling the divine martial technique to let energy flow throughout my body. My father braced himself, positioning his fist before his chest to absorb the blow, propelling me back once more. Thus, I was sent flying time and again, only to launch counterattacks, while my father remained merciless. Within half an hour, I was utterly exhausted, struggling to rise and gasping for breath. "Xiao Hao, let's call it a day," he said. "No, father, I still have strength left for one final punch," I insisted. With that, I stood again, quietly running the divine martial technique, feeling the energy circulate through my body, concentrating in my right fist, while my feet glimmered with faint lightning. Suddenly, I shot forward, delivering a heavy punch. My father hurried to block, but unlike before, I did not fly back. Instead, he felt a tingling sensation in his arms, forcing him to take a few steps back. He burst into laughter, and I chuckled before succumbing to sleep. "Xiao Hao. Oh, Xiao Hao, what's wrong? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, father, just tired. He'll rest for a bit." With that, I drifted off. Xiang Qian looked at his sleeping son, feeling the lingering numbness in his arms, and couldn't help but smile. His child resembled him in physique robust. Yet his looks were a striking resemblance to his mother, far too handsome. If only he could inherit my rugged charm, he would undoubtedly grow into a dashing young man. Alas, the world can be quite unfair. In the evening, Xiang Qian carried his son back home, where his wife, Song Wan, had been waiting for some time. "You practice so late every day. The child is exhausted and has fallen asleep, and dinner is still not ready," she reproached her husband. This duo trained together daily, while the child was still young, oblivious to the need for tenderness. Little did she know that her precious son had been dragging his father into training sessions, keeping it a secret from her, while Xiang Qian sheepishly bore the blame with a smile. After laying Xiao Hao down in his room, the couple gazed fondly at their child. From a young age, he had been exceptionally understanding, never crying or causing trouble, diligently training. Yet this obedient child made them a tad uneasy, for in this era, Prodigies often found themselves at the center of turmoil, much like the infamous killer from 3 years ago, who had sent shockwaves through the martial soul hall. Xiang Hao will soon awaken his martial soul. I wonder what news this good boy will bring us next. He has already given us so many surprises, Song Wan mused. Regardless of what Xiang Hao's martial soul is, he will undoubtedly become a formidable soul master. He is a determined and competitive child, Xiang Qian affirmed, crossing his arms resolutely. The couple watched over Xiang Hao in silence for a while before slowly retreating. Unbeknownst to them, the moment they closed the door, Xiang Hao opened his eyes, rising to sit cross-legged and cultivate. This had become the norm over the years. He silently activated the divine martial technique, for the pursuit of cultivation could not be neglected, regardless of the time. Chapter 3. The True Martial Soul. Xiang Hao, don't be nervous. Just do as the chief instructs. Song Wan continued to chatter outside the hall. All right, Mom, you said that several times already. With that, I strode confidently into the hall. Indeed, Soto City is a grand metropolis. The martial soul hall here is resplendent. Its main hall spanning dozens of meters and rising 5 stories high, offering a panoramic view of the entire city. Upon entering, I saw a line of children standing at the far end. These were the children of the martial soul hall. Before the main seat stood a tall, pale elder, his elongated, cold visage rarely betraying a smile. This was Bishop Fran of Soto City, a soul emperor of the 63rd rank, with the martial soul of a bat. Having arrived late, Xiang Hao hastily took his place at the far right of the line. Children, he began, I shall be your guide along the path of soul masters. I will channel soul power into your bodies, awakening your martial souls. Do not be anxious. My dear children, each of you possesses the potential to become a pillar of our spirit hall. With that, Fran summoned his martial soul. His already pale face grew even more ghostly, elongated fangs protruded from his mouth, and brown bat wings erupted from his back, while his blood-red pupils dilated ominously. Do not fear. Feel the power within you, Fran encouraged, approaching the smallest child on the far left. A scarlet wave of soul power flowed into the child. And soon a beam of white light emanated from his hand, revealing a silver dagger. Xiang Hao recalled that the child's father also bore this martial soul. Known as the silver dagger, an agile weapon-type martial soul. Fran sighed softly, producing a crystal ball to assess the child's soul power. The child placed his hand upon it, and a faint glow flickered. Soul power at level 2, a dismal talent. Fran shook his head and moved on to the next child. As beams of light flickered one after another, Fran's disappointment grew deeper. The 10 awakened martial souls were all commonplace, even featuring the likes of blue silvergrass. A rather worthless martial soul. None exceeded level 5 in soul power. Upon reaching the last child, Fran had nearly given up. With unremarkable martial souls bequeathed to the child by their parents, it seemed unlikely there would be any exception. This thought only heightened Fran's agitation. Soto City had not provided talent to the Spirit City for years, and each return to the Spirit City filled him with dread at the Pope's impending reproach. Grandfather, there is still me. Xiang Hao's voice broke through Fran's contemplation. Fran began to guide the soul power into Xiang Hao's body. As he watched the gentle flow of soul power enter, a warm current coursed through Xiang Hao, awakening every vein within him. He felt the heated blood rush through his entire being. Externally, the transformation was evident. Crimson veins spread across his body, his skin appeared to darken to a deep red, and his eyes took on a blood-like hue. The visage was fearsome, akin to that of a contemporary Yama. The surrounding children were utterly terrified. A few timid ones had even begun to weep. However, Xiang Hao found himself enveloped in a wondrous state, one he had never experienced before. Every muscle in his body seemed to respond to his command, as if an inexhaustible source of strength surged forth from within him. Moreover, the divine martial decision appeared to be guided by some unseen force, directly transcending to the pinnacle of the second realm. Within a sea of consciousness, a peculiar light flashed. Startling Xiang Hao. Could it be that the old man had awakened? Yet, he heard no voice from the elder. Soon after, a shadow of a deep crimson hue emerged in his mind. Xiang Hao could not discern the figure's features, but he noted its imposing stature. With a massive halberd in its left hand and a sword pressed in its right, as it turned to glance back, a flicker of bloodlight shone in its eyes. And Xiang Hao was subsequently expelled from his sea of consciousness. Franz was equally astonished by the current situation. Yet he remained unaware of the child's martial spirit and had not seen the soul mark. Soon, unease began to overshadow his previous astonishment, as this martial spirit subtly emanated a disquieting aura of bloodlust. Grandfather, we have yet to test for soul power, he thought. This martial spirit, unlike any he had encountered before, left him uncertain of the innate soul power. If one's innate soul power was low, Even the finest martial spirit would struggle to flourish. Just then, Xiang Hao placed his hand upon the crystal ball, which immediately radiated a dazzling brilliance. Full innate soul power. Franz could not help but exclaim. This indicated that the child possessed extraordinary talent for cultivation, coupled with that peculiar martial spirit. Suddenly, Franz found himself intensely intrigued by this child. Each year, the current pope sought out gifted children to bring to the martial spirit city, aiming to cultivate the next generation of formidable warriors for the martial spirit hall. Here stood a child of remarkable talent, though the nature of his martial spirit remained uncertain. Contemplating this, Franz closed his eyes, and a purple soul ring shimmered beneath his feet, activating his third soul skill, bat wave detection. This skill enabled Franz to perceive the magnitude of his opponent's soul power fluctuations. When he opened his eyes once more, despite having formed a hypothesis, Franz was still taken aback by the child. In his gaze, Xiang Hao radiated a blood-red glow, and the intensity of his soul power fluctuations surpassed even that of the blue lightning tyrant dragon he had witnessed before. Regardless of the nature of this child's martial spirit, it was undoubtedly a top-tier martial spirit. Xiang Hao gradually retracted his martial soul, gazing at the dazed grandpa Frang before him. My martial soul is my own body. When the martial soul manifests, all my abilities are enhanced. As he spoke, a crimson soul mark materialized on his chest. What a splendid martial soul! What a remarkable child! Frang exclaimed, his pale, elongated face breaking into a smile that was both alarming and heartwarming. Taking Xiang Hao's hand, Frang led him out of the grand hall, where they encountered his anxious parents waiting outside. Xiang Hao rushed towards them. How is it, Xiao Hao? Even if your martial soul isn't exceptional, it can be improved through diligent cultivation. Do not be disheartened, Song Wan quickly reassured him. Frang approached slowly, saying, Dear parents, please do not panic. Hao possesses innate full soul power and a rare martial soul. He is endowed with unparalleled talent for cultivation. Prepare yourselves. For tomorrow Xiang Hao shall accompany me to Martial Soul City to meet His Holiness the Pope. With that, Frang departed. However, the fiery gaze he cast upon Xiang Hao sent a shiver down the boy's spine. Xiang Qian and his wife had yet to recover from the shock of realizing their son was a prodigy destined to meet the Pope. A flicker of melancholy passed through their eyes. They had anticipated this day, yet its arrival still filled their hearts with sorrow. That evening, as the couple packed Xiang Hao's belongings, a heartfelt conversation transpired between the men. Xiao Hao, having awakened your martial soul at the age of 6, you are now a soul master, a man. Henceforth, face every challenge with courage. There are many geniuses in Martial Soul City. Do not neglect your cultivation. You have always been independent and obedient. Take good care of yourself. Meanwhile, Song Nuan, hidden behind the door, was already in tears. Xiang Hao felt a lump in his throat. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, never experiencing parental love, and the mentor who saved him had departed early. The absence of love in his past made the affection from his parents in this life feel overwhelmingly precious. The following morning, adhering to the customs of his previous life, Xiang Hao performed a deep, respectful bow before his parents, evoking tears in their eyes once more. He then boarded the carriage and departed. In the carriage, Fran wore a beaming expression, constantly beckoning to Xiang Hao, who, in contrast, had settled into a cross-legged meditation. At this moment, Xiang Hao's greatest delight did not stem from his innate martial soul, but rather from the instant of awakening his martial spirit the previous day, when his divine martial art experienced a significant breakthrough. The divine martial art appeared to be guided by soul power, akin to a floodgate that had suddenly been opened. In an instant, the divine martial art achieved a breakthrough, advancing to the pinnacle of the second realm, the 9th transformation. Xiang Hao began to comprehend that in this world, the cultivation of the divine martial art seemed intrinsically linked to his soul power, utilizing soul energy to refine the art. Consequently, he continuously refined the soul power within him. In this lifetime, he aimed to proceed steadily, and thus the divine martial art also progressed to the 5th transformation of the second realm. Yet, this was not the entirety of his experience. The elder who had entered his consciousness during his previous life's fall had not manifested in the 6 years since his reincarnation. However, yesterday, something within his consciousness was awakened, and it felt as though something was about to emerge from his right hand, though he managed to suppress it. Whether it was the great halberd or that elder, both remained his deepest secrets. Chapter 4. Seeking an audience with Bibi Dong after 2 days and nights of arduous travel, Xiang Hao finally arrived at Spirit City. Growing up within the Spirit Hall, he was nonetheless astonished by the grandeur of Spirit City, which dwarfed the city of Soto by tenfold. Ah, If only the library were 10 times larger, how marvelous that would be. Frank guided Xiang Hao from the city gate to the far end, where they finally beheld the main hall where the Pope resided. The 6 emblems hanging prominently at the hall's entrance signified that this was the highest echelon of the Spirit Hall. With utmost respect, Fran approached the guards at the entrance, requesting, "Please announce, Fran, the Bishop of Soto, has urgent matters to discuss with Her Holiness the Pope." After this, the guard entered to relay the message, ascending through layers of announcements while the two waited outside. Half an hour later, the grand doors swung open, and Fran ushered Xiang Hao inside. The woman seated upon the throne at the end of the hall left Xiang Hao utterly mesmerized. In 2 lifetimes, he had encountered numerous beauties, yet none could rival the cold elegance and commanding presence of this woman, clad in a fitted top that accentuated her graceful figure. With a delicate visage and slightly curled long hair cascading down either side, she held a scepter tightly with her left hand, legs crossed as she sat upon the throne, her piercing gaze surveying those beneath her. This was the current Pope, Bibi Dong. Beside her, Fran trembled and knelt reverently, and Xiang Hao followed suit. "Your Holiness," Fran addressed, "this is the exceptionally gifted youth I have trained, possessing an innate martial soul and a complete soul power from birth. He is a child of our Spirit Hall, and I believe he may serve your grand ambitions well, hence my visit to report." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong seemed intrigued. She leaned slightly forward and, in a voice both cold and melodious, commanded, "Child, rise and unleash your martial soul." Xiang Hao unleashed his martial soul, and in an instant, a figure covered in blood-red markings, resembling a Shura, manifested as his soul power and the divine martial art began to operate in harmony. Bibi Dong, seated upon her throne, gazed in astonishment. This martial soul was unprecedented. The moment Xiang Hao was infused with the martial soul, his strength surged tremendously in her eyes. This talent was remarkable, and she sensed that the young man harbored secrets, which intrigued her. Bibi Dong rose gracefully and approached Xiang Hao. "Child, summon your full strength and strike me with a punch." Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao understood that she intended to assess his capabilities. He was acutely aware that mere strength was insufficient on the path to success. One must also seize opportunities, and he had always excelled in that regard. The journey to divinity required formidable support, and this woman was undeniably powerful. She was worthy of being his mentor. However, he needed to demonstrate his own worthiness to be her student. Without further ado, Xiang Hao embraced the surge of power granted by his martial soul while executing the divine martial art. The thunder mirage beneath his feet materialized quietly, and suddenly, the storm intensified. A crimson figure shot forth and arrived before Bibi Dong in an instant, unleashing a forceful punch. Yet, his fist met an immovable barrier before her, as though it had struck an impenetrable wall. Xiang Hao's crimson eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly unleashed a flurry of punches. Nevertheless, he could not advance an inch. With a mere flick of her staff, Bibi Dong sent him flying. Taking a meticulous glance at the young man, she could not help but marvel at his martial soul. His speed and strength were sublime, rivaling even those of a divine-grade martial soul. Was this the innate power of the human body? Meanwhile, Xiang Hao felt an increasing, intangible pressure emanating from her. Gritting his teeth, he stood firm, locking eyes with Bibi Dong. He could not falter now. If she sought to test him, he would prove her judgment to be astute. Bibi Dong smiled as she observed the boy withstanding her formidable presence. His talent was exceptional. This corporeal martial soul was even more domineering than the angelic one. Perhaps this child was her opportunity. With this thought, she retracted her overwhelming pressure and spoke gently, "Child, do you wish to become my disciple?" As the pressure lifted, Xiang Hao felt a sudden lightness and realized that the Pope was offering him mentorship. His aspirations were realized. Without hesitation, he knelt and proclaimed, "Teacher, I bow to you." Bibi Dong smiled at this display and declared, "From this moment forth, Xiang Hao shall be my direct disciple. The Spirit Hall shall treat him as the saint child. There shall be no error. Frank, commendations for your recommendations shall earn you 10,000 gold soul coins. I expect greater diligence in unearthing talents for the Spirit Hall henceforth," Bibi Dong stated. "Thank you, Your Holiness. We shall strive even harder for the Spirit Hall," Frank fervently replied. "All of you may leave. From now on, Xiang Hao will train here with me," she concluded, prompting Frank and the guards to withdraw. In the vast palace, only Bibi Dong and Xiang Hao remained. "However, now it is just you and your teacher, so there is no need for concealment." Observing the gaze of Bibi Dong, Xiang Hao realized that he could no longer hide the truth. She had just cast a glance at his right hand, which prompted him to reveal it. In an instant, a magnificent golden halberd materialized, one that Xiang Hao could barely lift. Bai Dong, however, was even more astonished, as the weapon exuded a presence rivaling that of the renowned Haotian hammer, indicating it was an even more formidable martial soul. Upon this realization, Bai Dong mused that it was a twin martial soul, wondering if anyone else was aware of it. Aside from my teacher, no one else knows. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong began to channel her soul power to conceal the soul mark on Xiang Hao's right hand, instructing him that this martial soul should not be used recklessly, nor should any soul rings be applied to it. Focus on cultivating your primary martial soul. Do you understand? Hao will heed the teacher's words. The training of a twin martial soul diverges from that of a typical soul master, for one must not affix soul rings to the second martial soul before attaining the rank of title Douluo, lest it adversely affect your cultivation. Twin martial souls are exceedingly rare, and fortunate for you, your teacher possesses one as well. Xiang Hao comprehended this and agreed to follow his teacher's guidance. Excellent. I shall now introduce you to your new surroundings. For the next few years, you will train alongside me. With that, Bai Dong led Xiang Hao to a side chamber of her quarters, where she found an empty room and arranged for him to settle there, familiarizing him with the training area and the various facilities. Among these, the expansive library delighted Xiang Hao the most. By the way, Hao, you have yet to acquire your first soul ring. In a week, I will personally accompany you to hunt for it, so prepare well. Yes, teacher. This will be your place of training and living. You are my second disciple, and you have an elder sister named Hulaina, who is currently on another mission. She possesses exceptional talent, being 3 years your senior, and is already a 2-ring soul master. You must practice diligently and not fall behind. Should you encounter any difficulties in your training, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will periodically assess your soul power, and you must keep pace. With that, Bai Dong presented Xiang Hao with a splendid gem ring. This is a storage ring, with approximately 100 cubic meters of space, and it serves as your initiation gift. As he tightened his grip around the ring, Bai Dong departed, leaving Xiang Hao to commence his daily training. Truly, the martial soul hall was the most powerful force on the continent. Within just 2 days of training, he felt the abundance of resources available to him. Each day after training, a dedicated individual would prepare medicinal baths for him. Xiang Hao gazed at the tub filled with invaluable herbs, exclaiming at his teacher's wealth. Simultaneously, utilizing these herbs, Xiang Hao began concocting some basic elixirs, the first volume of the 100-herb elixir, a detoxifying spirit medicine, the cleansing spirit powder, the healing spirit medicine, and the Jade Harmony pill. This marked the first time in 2 lifetimes that Xiang Hao attempted alchemy, and the results were remarkably satisfactory. 2 days later, Bai Dong arrived as promised to escort Xiang Hao to the Douluo forest. Are you prepared? This time, we shall venture to the outskirts of the Douluo forest to select a century-old spirit beast that suits you. Understood, master. With that, the two departed in a carriage, accompanied only by 2 control system soul saints. By the time they reached the outskirts of the Douluo forest, night had fallen, and they set up camp outside the forest. However, during this hunt, I shall refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. You must engage and hunt the spirit beast on your own. Do not disappoint me. Understood, master. At dawn the following day, the group set off, with the 2 soul saints covertly guarding their surroundings while Bai Dong observed from a distance. Thus, Xiang Hao ventured deeper into the forest. With a clear objective for his first spirit ring, he aimed to enhance his defensive capabilities, ideally achieving immunity to certain special attacks. In that moment, a specific target emerged in his mind. Chapter 5, The Light Spirit Rhinoceros. Years ago, when he first encountered the introduction of this spirit beast, he was deeply captivated by its unique characteristics. The Light Spirit Rhinoceros, a power-type spirit beast, it may not have been the most formidable in terms of raw strength, yet it possessed the rare divine attribute, endowing it with an exceptionally uncommon special skill, holy body armor, which grants complete immunity to abnormal states for a short duration. Moreover, this spirit beast exhibited remarkable resistance to toxins, which allowed it to thrive in toxic marshlands, evading predators while foraging for precious medicinal herbs that flourish in such environments. However, despite these advantages, the population of light spirit rhinoceroses remained exceedingly scarce, primarily due to human interference. While they could evade natural enemies thanks to their special abilities, they also attracted numerous soul masters, and it had been a long time since any sighting of a light spirit rhinoceros was reported. Yet, just last week, a team of soul masters from the Spirit Hall discovered several light spirit rhinoceroses in the toxic marshes at the northwestern corner of the Douluo forest. including a young beast approximately 500 years old. This was undoubtedly excellent news for Xiang Hao. There was another individual equally elated, Bibi Dong. Clearly, she regarded this as an exceptional opportunity for Xiang Hao's first spirit ring. Thus, their destination was set for the toxic marsh in the northwestern corner, a domain where the two soul saints excelled in search and reconnaissance. The light spirit rhinoceros must be secured. Xiang Hao skillfully evaded the Millennium Soul Beast, navigating cautiously under the perilous foresight of the two soul saints. By evening, he arrived near the toxic marsh. Your Excellency, the target lies just ahead in the poisonous swamp. Yet my companion and I have thoroughly surveyed a 3-kilometer radius and found no trace of the soul beast. Xiang Hao nodded slightly, recognizing that the Soul Hall's compilation of information regarding these soul beasts is exceptionally meticulous. Soul masters who falsify or misrepresent such information face severe penalties. Thus, the news about the light spirit rhinoceros must be genuine. However, within a mere week, and considering the strong territorial instincts of such soul beasts, it is improbable that it would vacate its territory under normal circumstances. This leaves only one possibility: the young master has been intercepted. Xiang Hao felt utterly despondent, lamenting the loss of what seemed to be a delectable roasted goose slipping through his fingers. His frustration was beyond words, having lived 2 lives. His guiding principle had always been to seize every opportunity. On the path of cultivation, he firmly believed that while genius may not solely arise from innate talent, such talent can indeed be cultivated into brilliance. If he aspired to be the strongest, he would never allow others to snatch opportunities from him. Now, before he had even begun, someone else had already reaped the rewards. Despairing, he gazed upon the toxic marsh, yet he resolved to investigate further. Your Holiness, the light spirit rhinoceros has vanished. It would be unwise to venture recklessly into the toxic marsh. Our martial souls specialize in reconnaissance, and we have strayed far from the forest periphery. Should a ferocious 10,000-year soul beast emerge, we may struggle to protect you. Cautioned a soul sage with an owl-martial spirit. Since I have come this far, I must take a look, Xiang Hao asserted with determination. Rest assured, I have prepared ample antidotes. You shall wait for me at the perimeter. If my search yields no results, I will signal you. Xiang Hao was undoubtedly indignant. Throughout history, he had only ever seized the opportunities of others. Never had he experienced the misfortune of having his own prospects usurped. Ignoring the objections of those around him, he consumed a Qingling Dan and plunged headlong into the toxic marsh. The area of the swamp was not extensive, yet the accumulated noxious gases lingered ominously. Even a warrior of exceptional caliber would find it difficult to endure for long. The effects of the Qingling Dan he had prepared would not last indefinitely. Upon entering the marsh, Xiang Hao realized he had greatly underestimated the toxicity of the miasma. The elixir's potency would only endure for a mere 10 minutes. After a thorough search, his disappointment deepened. There was indeed ample evidence of the presence of light spirit rhinoceri. However, the footprints indicated that the information provided by the Soul Master was erroneous. It appeared that 2 of these magnificent creatures resided here, one estimated to be between 6,000 and 8,000 years old, while the other seemed to possess a cultivation level exceeding 10,000 years. Even if he were to locate them, such encounters were ill-suited for him. Should he cross paths with these soul beasts, the line between hunter and prey would become perilously blurred. Yet, the feeling of being outmaneuvered remained exceedingly vexing. After signaling with the flare, Xiang Hao prepared to make his way back. However, he suddenly noticed a footprint by the roadside, followed by several droplets of fresh blood. It was evident that this individual was still nearby. Excellent. I've caught him now. I am eager to discern which rogue dared to act so swiftly, possibly attempting to pilfer my belongings. Following the trail of blood, Xiang Hao arrived at the entrance of a concealed cave, where the toxic miasma from the poisonous swamp seemed to be warded off by some unseen force. Indeed, that person must be lurking here. Yet the 2 soul saints had failed to detect him, indicating that this individual possessed some artifact that could obscure his presence. It appeared he intended to forcibly absorb a soul ring in this very spot. Xiang Hao entered slowly and beheld a resplendent Chihuahua flower elegantly displayed in a jade vase at the entrance. The delicate fragrance of the Chihuahua was enchanting, and he was genuinely astonished by the opulence of this setting. He had not anticipated that someone could possess such a rare bloom, although it was merely a mortal specimen. This type of celestial herb was indeed a treasure of the heavens, elusive and hard to come by. All existing records describe this flower with a singular epithet, the nemesis of all poisons. Xiang Hao picked up the jade vial and was immediately enveloped by the fragrant aroma emanating from the flowers, causing the surrounding toxic miasma to dissipate. in his previous life. Although he had not diligently studied the 100 Herbs elixir scripture, he had come to understand that the fragrant silk herb was a unique entity recorded in the compendium of celestial herbs. Ranking fourth among the elixirs in the art of alchemy, it was an indispensable ingredient for the coveted seeking fragrance elixir. This particular fragrant silk herb was but a seedling yet held immense value. It was rumored that within the fragrant silk herb, there existed a rare variant. The celestial fragrant silk herb, whose medicinal potency surpassed that of ordinary fragrant silk herbs by 100-fold. However, such a rare ingredient was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. A treasure unattainable. Xiang Hao grew increasingly curious about the person within. Their lavish display of wealth suggested they might be a scion of a prominent sect or noble family. However, I am eager to discover who possesses true strength beyond mere connections. Venturing deeper into the cave, Xiang Hao noticed that the descent became steeper. After traversing a stretch of path, he finally rounded the last bend and beheld the individual he had been contemplating. Before the massive corpse of the light spirit rhinoceros, the figure sat cross-legged, their back turned to Xiang Hao. Golden locks cascaded down to the ground, concealing the majority of their form. The 6 wings behind them appeared somewhat dimmed, with faint traces of blood staining their shoulder. Clearly, this person had sustained injuries during the battle with the light spirit rhinoceros. Their breath unstable. Above their head, a violet soul ring flickered incessantly, revealing 6 faint lines, indicative of the 6,000-year-old soul ring of the light spirit rhinoceros. Ah! You have unwittingly fallen into my grasp. Although this light spirit rhinoceros is no longer suitable for me, your audacious actions have stirred my displeasure. I am determined to uncover the true identity of this remarkable individual. Xiang Hao stealthily approached the individual, eager to discern the truth. However, upon this fleeting glance, Xiang Hao found himself irrevocably ensnared. Upon beholding the young woman for the first time, Xiang Hao found himself momentarily speechless, unable to conjure a single word that could adequately describe her. She appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years of age, yet her beauty was captivating. Her figure exquisitely delicate. The ethereal light of her wings and her flowing golden hair imbued her with an air of sanctity that rendered her almost unattainable. Beneath her feet, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, flashed with an enchanting luminescence. Astonishingly, at such a tender age, she was on the verge of becoming a 4-ringed soul master. Chapter 6. The first encounter with Qianrenxue, the girl's extraordinary talent truly astounded Xiang Hao. She seemed no more than 5 or 6 years his senior. Yet she had already attained the formidable rank of 4 rings, a testament to her prodigious aptitude for cultivation. However, her fair visage bore a troubled expression. Her brows knitted tightly and her complexion pale. It appeared that she was currently suffering from the backlash of the soul rings. As absorbing the 4th soul ring in such a toxic haze was an arduous endeavor, especially under the duress of injury. If she continued down this path, it would likely lead to dire consequences. Observing the audacity of the golden-haired maiden, it was evident that she hailed from a prestigious sect, a scion of nobility. It was perplexing how she would attempt to absorb a soul ring alone in such a perilous environment. With a sudden gasp, she expelled a mouthful of congealed blood, revealing that her condition was indeed grave. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Hao retrieved a jade elixir and, channeling his soul power, gently infused its healing essence into her body. Xiang Hao is not a virtuous individual. Rather, upon examining his conduct across 2 lifetimes, one could assert that he is, without a doubt, a scoundrel. His heart is narrow. For every wound you inflict upon him, he shall repay thee thrice over. Yet, should you save him even a fraction, he will likewise return the favor 3-fold. Since he has borrowed your fragrant and exquisite herb, he shall grant you a reprieve from death. Placing his hand upon the young maiden's back, a gentle medicinal force flowed through his soul energy into the golden-haired girl, and her complexion began to improve gradually, her external injuries healing steadily. As one of the most commonly utilized elixirs in the Baiqiao Danjing, the efficacy of the Yuhe Dan is beyond question, possessing remarkable healing properties for external wounds. This was also the first type of elixir he attempted to concoct after studying the Baiqiao Danjing in this life. After a brief cough, the maiden's breath steadied. Observing her restored state, Xiang Hao began to toy with the fragrant herb in his hand. Though still in its infancy, the herb exuded a remarkably pure medicinal potency. He recalled that in his previous life, an elder from the Shenwu Hall had possessed a similar herb, wearing it perpetually upon his chest to ward off all poisons. This elder had ventured deep into a toxic marsh forest, emerging unscathed. Now, it was evident that such claims were not mere fanciful tales. With the fragrant herb in his possession, toxins would struggle to breach his body, allowing him to handle various poisons and significantly broadening the range of elixirs he could concoct. Turning to gaze at the girl still absorbing the soul ring, Xiang Hao unconsciously drew closer. What a delicate creature she was. Though merely 11 or 12 years of age, even the unopened bud of her beauty was already breathtaking, leaving one to wonder how radiant the full bloom would be. Moreover, her visage bore an uncanny familiarity. As he leaned in for a closer look, he could hear her steady breathing. Alas, he could not glimpse her enchanting eyes, which must surely be captivating. Suddenly, the purple soul ring atop the girl's head descended gently to the ground. This was troubling. She was about to awaken. And Xiang Hao had little confidence in seizing the fragrant herb from a four-ringed soul master. It would be prudent to withdraw. With a deft maneuver of his feet, he traversed 100 paces in an instant. What folly! He should have departed immediately. Should the girl pursue him, he might find himself in grave danger. Fortunately, he had refrained from engaging in any peculiar behavior. Yet, as the adage goes, one fears that which they dread most. Just as he neared the cave's exit, a sharp sword energy assailed him from behind. The golden-haired maiden unfurled 6 luminous wings, brandishing a long sword, her bright purple eyes brimming with indignation. This was disastrous. She had misconstrued his intentions. Xiang Hao thought swiftly and accelerated his thunder phantom steps, transforming into a multitude of flickering shadows in an instant. Thief! You have tarnished my honor today. You shall not escape. Qianrenxue's heart was in turmoil. Her attempt to forcibly absorb the soul ring today was born of desperation, and she never anticipated the backlash from the soul ring. Fortunately, a benefactor appeared to assist her, as a gentle flow of warmth gradually coursed through her body, alleviating all her wounds, allowing her to successfully absorb the soul ring. However, just as she intended to rise and express her gratitude to her savior, she felt a warm breath upon her lips, drawing ever closer. In a moment of panic, she opened her eyes to find that the fleeing scoundrel was merely a child of 7 or 8 years. Qianrenxue was immediately unsettled, summoning her 6-winged angel martial spirit. She pursued him. The debt of gratitude and the offense of impertinence are 2 distinct matters. While one may escape capital punishment, lesser sins are inescapable. Such youthful folly was regrettable. Yet, this child possessed some skill. Despite emanating a mere 10th-level soul power, his speed was astonishing. However, attempting to escape from the soul sect was a naive endeavor. In the next moment, the figure before her suddenly multiplied into dozens of illusory shadows, all darting out simultaneously. Qianrenxue couldn't suppress a cold smile. She had underestimated him. With a flick of her foot, a yellow soul ring glimmered, and she unleashed her second soul skill, Angel's Wings. Countless beams of light erupted from all directions, shattering each of the illusory figures of Xiang Hao, though she bore 2 new wounds herself. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Sister, I have saved your life. I seek no repayment, but surely vengeance is unnecessary, Xiang Hao called out. Oh, have you not already claimed your reward for saving me within your own ring? Now, let us simply settle the account of your impertinence. Behold my blade. Qianrenxue offered him no chance, determined to teach this little thief a lesson. With several swift strikes, she caught Xiang Hao off guard, inflicting a significant wound on his shoulder. This girl was serious. It seemed he could not easily escape. Reflecting on this, Xiang Hao activated his soul power, blood patterns appearing across his body, and his once black eyes subtly tinted crimson, enhancing his strength. Qianrenxue, hovering in the air, witnessed this transformation. Was this truly his martial spirit? It was neither a tool nor a beast martial spirit. It was indeed peculiar. Yet, it bore no significance. Before absolute power, all was rendered meaningless. She unleashed a flurry of sword energy, but this time, the ghostly figure on the ground adeptly evaded each blade. Just as Qianrenxue prepared to strike again, she was astounded to see him spring up from the ground, a blood-red fist soaring towards her. She hastily swung her sword to block, yet the force of the punch left her stunned. Such power would likely be difficult for even a non-strength type soul master to withstand. Alas, she was not among them. Qianrenxue channeled her soul power, sending Xiang Hao crashing to the ground, and was about to activate her 3rd soul skill when a sudden upheaval occurred. A colossal figure burst into the fray, its immense impact catching Qianrenxue off guard. Damn it, how did you return? Several soul saints cannot even contain a millennium-old soul beast. Qianrenxue lamented, finding herself in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao, now on the ground, beheld the scene as an 8,000-year-old light spirit rhinoceros unexpectedly charged forth. Indeed, The sight of the battle-scarred luminescent rhinoceros suggested has just emerged from a fierce confrontation, and its current disposition is exceedingly irritable, an unfortunate predicament. Chapter 7. The Colossal Behemoth. As the colossal creature charged towards him, a sense of impending trouble surged within Xiang Hao. How could this beast appear at such an inopportune moment? His mind raced with apprehension. The luminescent rhinoceros let out a thunderous roar, causing Xiang Hao's entire being to tremble slightly. The overwhelming disparity in power instilled a deep sense of dread. Should this creature strike him, he would undoubtedly succumb instantly. In the next fleeting moment, the horns of the luminescent rhinoceros began to emit a radiant glow, and waves of light cascaded outward. This was its innate ability, the sacred body radiance. In an instant, wherever the light waves reached, the ground was rendered into scorched earth. Xiang Hao hesitated not for a moment as he summoned his martial spirit. The flickering shadows of thunder danced beneath his feet, and he evaded with all his might. His nerves taut with tension. This was the closest he had come to death since his reincarnation. A wave of light had just whizzed past his ear. Having tasted death once, Xiang Hao cherished his life dearly and did not wish to meet his end here. In stark contrast to Xiang Hao's precarious state, Qianren in the air found herself in a dire predicament. Her garments were tattered, her 6 wings marred with 2 broken feathers, and her once vibrant face now paled. A trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Most of the recent light wave attacks had been directed at her, and with no shelter in sight. She had barely managed to withstand one assault, only to be struck head-on by another wave. The wounds on her body reopened, droplets of blood oozing from her soft armor and falling to the ground, forcing her to muster her strength to avoid plummeting from the sky. What a bunch of useless fools. None of you could slay this luminous spirit beast. Qianren exclaimed in frustration. Sister, it was you who attracted this soul beast. Now Xiang Hao understood. It was the people around the girl who had lured this 10,000-year-old luminous spirit beast away, giving her enough time to hunt a slightly weaker soul beast. In retrospect, he realized he had been thoroughly ensnared by this girl. The situation was indeed dire. The massive form of the luminous spirit beast obstructed the cave's entrance, sealing their escape. A wounded soul master at the 4th ring and a soul warrior with innate full soul power now had to confront this formidable foe. Miss, will you trust me? We have but one chance, Xiang Hao declared earnestly. The only weakness of the luminous spirit beast lies in its eyes. When I give the command, unleash your strongest attack on its right eye, while I will target its left. We have but one opportunity. With no room for error, the luminous spirit beast, panting heavily, fixed its gaze on the two, carefully assessing its adversaries. At that moment, Xiang Hao's hand glimmered as a fragrant flower appeared within it, the alluring scent immediately captivating the luminous spirit beast. Indeed, such a heavenly treasure held immense allure even for spirit beasts. Seizing the moment, Xiang Hao cast the fragrant bloom high into the air, diverting the creature's attention. Now, Xiang Hao swiftly channeled the divine martial arts within him, the thunderous shadows beneath his feet erupting as he soared like a shooting star towards the luminous spirit beast. Almost simultaneously, Qianren activated her soul power, wielding her sword with precision. In an instant, they arrived at either side of the beast's head. A flash of golden light illuminated Xiang Hao's right hand as a golden halberd materialized. In the next heartbeat, Xiang Hao twisted his arms and thrust the halberd with all his strength into the beast's left eye, while simultaneously, Qianren pierced the right eye with her sword. Xiang Hao immediately leapt back as the luminous spirit beast entered a frenzied state. Though this soul beast possessed remarkable vision, its sense of smell was comparatively dull, and therein lay their opportunity. Indeed, upon losing its sight, the luminous spirit beast began to rampage wildly. The colossal figure gradually shifted away from the entrance of the cave. This was the moment. An opportunity had presented itself. Without a shred of hesitation, the phantom beneath his feet flickered, propelling him swiftly toward the cave's opening. Just as he approached the threshold, Xiang Hao inadvertently glanced back to see the radiant spirit beast, the light spirit rhinoceros, charging towards Qianren, who was engulfed in a suffocating stench of blood. At that moment, Qianren's soul power had been utterly depleted, and she collapsed to the ground, her gaze devoid of warmth. Suddenly, the light spirit rhinoceros emitted a tormented roar, swiftly pivoting towards Xiang Hao at the cave's entrance. Xiang Hao found himself inexplicably halted, as if the calculations of gain and loss had evaporated from his mind. Summoning his golden halberd, he hurled it with all his might at the beast's hind legs. Striking true, he then fled rapidly toward the cave's exit. The rapid sequence of events left Qianren, barely in her teens, profoundly shaken. Just moments ago, she had been pursuing him, and now this impetuous youth had saved her life once more. Raised amidst the treachery of the spirit hall, she was bewildered. Accustomed as she was to insincerity and deceit, she could not fathom why someone would risk their life for her. Throughout her life, the only protector she had known was her grandfather. The second individual to shield her so fiercely was a boy 5 or 6 years her junior. She struggled to even recall his visage. Truly, she owed him a monumental debt of gratitude. With a bitter smile, Qianren attempted to rise and pursue him. But the very next moment, she succumbed to fatigue and fainted. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao's predicament grew increasingly dire. He consumed the remaining healing elixirs and exerted every ounce of strength to flee the poisonous swamp. Yet the light spirit rhinoceros relentlessly pursued him. What folly it was to play the hero, rescuing the unrelated and leading himself into peril. At this juncture, Xiang Hao's soul power was nearly exhausted, and the enhancement effects of his martial spirit were waning. He had reached his limit. Suddenly, the light spirit rhinoceros unleashed a brilliant surge of light. Waves of energy surging forth once more. Although the creature had lost its sight, the indiscriminate barrage of attacks left Xiang Hao little room to evade. 2 of the energy waves struck his right shoulder and waist, the immense force toppling him into the poisonous mire. He rolled several times before coming to a halt. The skin on those 2 areas charred and torn, blood seeping profusely from the wounds. Overwhelmed by pain, Xiang Hao lay in the swamp, unable to distinguish whether the warmth coursing over him was blood or murky water. This was truly a reckless gamble. With a wry smile, he mustered his strength to rise, squinting one eye to behold the advancing light spirit rhinoceros. It seemed escape was no longer an option. Yet, unexpectedly, the creature appeared to charge out of the swamp in a fit of fury, heading in the direction it had previously come from. Xiang Hao was taken aback and glanced at his mud-caked body. It dawned on him that the swamp had concealed his presence, and he felt a mix of disbelief and relief. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Xiang Hao no longer dared to hesitate. He strained his body and slowly crawled toward the edge of the toxic marsh. Why, he pondered. Had it been 2 full hours since he signaled for help without a trace of the 2 soul saints? Moreover, why had that luminous spirit rhinoceros suddenly dashed back into the poisonous mire? The golden-haired maiden could hardly have attempted to hunt another luminous spirit rhinoceros with this one nearby. The most plausible explanation was that her companion had diverted its attention. Suddenly, a multitude of questions flooded Xiang Hao's mind. In the next moment, he recalled a crucial detail, the enchanting fragrance of the silk that the golden-haired girl had placed at the cave entrance while absorbing the soul ring. A troubling hypothesis began to form in Xiang Hao's heart. Chapter 8. The Savage Crocodile Dragon Turtle. A disconcerting thought suddenly emerged in Xiang Hao's mind. The ethereal treasure. The fragrant silk, placed among the soul beasts, would undoubtedly incite a frenzied competition among them. If the young girl had left the fragrant silk in the toxic swamp for even a moment, countless soul beasts would be drawn to its enchanting scent. And this light spirit rhinoceros must have been lured away only to return upon catching a whiff of it. If even a creature as less sensitive to smell as the light spirit rhinoceros could detect the aroma, it was reasonable to surmise that soul beasts within a radius of several miles had sensed it too. However, they remained trapped outside the toxic barrier, unable to enter. Given this scenario, a tumultuous uprising of soul beasts awaited him beyond the barrier. The prospect filled Xiang Hao's expression with dread. He could only hope that his assumptions were unfounded. Should a beast tide occur, his chances of survival today would be utterly nullified. In this toxic swamp, the toxic gas incessantly eroded his body, and the efficacy of the cleansing spirit pill could only sustain him for another half-hour. After gritting his teeth and crawling for a distance, Xiang Hao finally reached the boundary of the toxic barrier. To his relief, the scene he had envisioned, filled with the cacophony of roaring soul beasts, had not materialized. It seemed he had feared too much. He hastened to the edge of the barrier and seated himself to regulate his breath. It appeared the immediate danger had passed, yet the surroundings remained perilous. After a few moments of meditation, he gradually stood, limping toward the forest's periphery. However, as he ventured farther along the path, an unsettling atmosphere intensified around him. The ground was littered with broken trees, disordered footprints, and signs of fierce struggle. Shattered wood fragments were scattered everywhere. Gradually, he began to encounter the corpses of younger soul beasts, some 10 years old, others a century, and even a millennium. Yet, all the carcasses bore a strikingly similar wound, almost uniformly severed by another soul beast. It appeared that a beast tide had indeed transpired. However, the creatures he encountered near the forest's edge were merely lower-tier soul beasts, all annihilated by a more formidable predator, the very beast that deepened Xiang Hao's unease. In Xiang Hao's mind, a particular soul beast emerged, a creature that thrived near toxic marshes. Reveling in carrion, it delighted in burying its prey in the mire, waiting for decay before exhuming it for consumption. This beast possessed a fierce territorial instinct and a proclivity for bloodshed. The barbaric crocodile dragon turtle, a soul beast even rarer than the light spirit rhinoceros, boasted an exceptionally powerful lineage, formidable defensive capabilities, and a shell adorned with sharp spines. Its speed and strength were commendable, yet what astonished most was its massive maw. A century-old barbaric crocodile dragon turtle could overpower an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast, often cleaving its foes in two with a single bite, rendering it nearly unmatched among soul beasts. Within the records of the Spirit Hall, its rarity and ferocity placed it among the top 10 elite soul beasts. As a soul ring, it was undoubtedly a prime choice. However, as it now stood as Xiang Hao's adversary, the situation had become considerably more precarious. Xiang Hao cautiously advanced until he reached the edge of a pond, where a moderately sized turtle-shaped soul beast came into view. Indeed, it was the fierce dragon turtle, its shell floating upon the water's surface, spines glinting ominously, and a pair of blood-red beastly eyes emerging just above the surface, fixated on him. Both parties recognized each other simultaneously, and a sense of foreboding washed over Xiang Hao. He swiftly raised his halberd, the air thick with the scent of blood, and the water in the pond took on a faint crimson hue. The dragon turtle bore serious wounds from its recent skirmish with a pack of beasts, and neither dared to act rashly. However, if Xiang Hao were to turn and flee, the creature would undoubtedly charge forth and rend him to pieces. Thus, both the man and the beast remained locked in a tense standoff. Knowing that the first defaulter would become the prey, Xiang Hao was already at the end of his strength, his right hand gripping the halberd tightly to prevent himself from collapsing. He hoped that his teachers were not ensnared by the beast's tide and were searching for him. He needed to hold on. The dragon turtle, too, was in dire straits. The small pond had turned a vivid red, and its once vibrant eyes were gradually losing their luster. The outcome seemed imminent. Suddenly, the barbaric crocodile dragon turtle emitted a low growl, laboriously rising from the water. Xiang Hao immediately steadied his halberd in response. He could clearly see the wounds on the dragon turtle's body, a gaping laceration across its abdomen, a portion of its intestines spilling forth, and one of its hind limbs bitten off by other soul beasts, leaving it unsteady on its feet. Its once impenetrable shell was now nearly shattered, yet its sharp spines remained as lethal as ever. With deliberate slowness, the barbaric crocodile dragon turtle advanced towards Xiang Hao, its movements growing increasingly labored. Xiang Hao maintained his focus on the beast, gripping his halberd tightly before him. With a thunderous crash, the dragon turtle collapsed to the ground, its breathing slow and heavy. Gradually, that breath faded into silence, as if the creature had finally succumbed. As Xiang Hao was about to retract his spear, in a flash of lightning, the ferocious crocodile turtle opened its massive maw and charged directly at him, as if intent on perishing together. Without hesitation, Xiang Hao thrust his spear forward, piercing through the gaping mouth in an instant. However, he collapsed to the ground, cold sweat erupting from his back. Gazing at the slowly forming yellow soul ring on the turtle's corpse, a smile crept across Xiang Hao's face, a delightful surprise. The soul ring of a 600-year-old crocodile turtle. He felt his eyelids growing heavier. The experiences of just a few hours had surpassed all the time he had spent in his previous 2 lifetimes. Countless brushes with death had left him utterly exhausted in body and spirit. He knew he had to persist. There was no time for rest. He needed to absorb the soul ring swiftly, for once other soul beasts realized that the crocodile turtle was dead, this place would become increasingly perilous. With that thought, Xiang Hao slowly guided the soul ring above his head, feeling the soul power circulate, and began to absorb his first soul ring. Yet, he felt a tearing pressure throughout his body. Indeed, even with his training in the divine martial art, he could barely withstand the pressure of the 600-year soul ring. The soul master community generally believed the upper limit for a first soul ring was around 400 years. Xiang Hao, however, believed that his practice of the divine martial art had significantly strengthened his body, so he had not paid this notion much heed. "No, I refuse to accept this," Xiang Hao declared, channeling the divine martial art, as true energy surged through his meridians. The energy began to flow continuously into his body, hammering away at the tearing pressure, which gradually diminished. At that moment, a tumult began to stir in his sea of consciousness as the vengeful spirit of the crocodile turtle emerged, instantly conjuring a tempest in Xiang Hao's mental ocean. Overwhelmed by this assault, his blood surged. He steadied his breath and began reciting the Diamond Sutra. having lived 2 lifetimes. Xiang Hao's mental power far exceeded that of ordinary people, and with the practice of the divine martial art and the Diamond Sutra, his mental ocean received further enhancement. Suddenly, a golden figure resembling an Arhut appeared in his mental sea, striking out against the vengeful spirit. To his surprise, the turtle spirit charged directly at the golden Arhut, shattering it to pieces, before turning away with a triumphant roar. Xiang Hao felt a surge of blood rush to his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The vengeful spirit was far too formidable. Concern weighed heavily on his heart. He silently recited the Diamond Sutra, striving to calm his mental sea. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated within his consciousness. Little turtle, shouting so loudly has awakened this old man. Chapter 9. Elder Yin. Upon hearing the elder's voice, the turtle spirit immediately withdrew its violent aura. Subsequently, a figure of an elderly man appeared in Xiang Hao's mental sea, his immense spiritual power instantly forcing the dragon turtle to the edge of the mental sea, where it cowered in a corner, trembling. Little turtle, you should keep quiet. Disturbing my interest could lead to your soul's instant annihilation. The turtle spirit, stripped of its prior ferocity, obediently shrank into a corner. With the assistance of the venerable elder, Xiang Hao's absorption of the soul ring gradually found its proper course. Externally, he appeared quite disheveled. The immense power of the soul ring seemed on the verge of bursting his body apart. Deep fissures marred his skin, while the vital energy from the divine martial art tightly adhered to the surface, striving to prevent his form from shattering at any moment. The agony was indescribable, as the overwhelming soul force incessantly tore at his body, while the divine martial art constantly tightened the wounds. Xiang Hao could only perceive the relentless tearing and healing of his injuries. The pain had rendered him numb. All that occupied his mind was the continuous operation of the divine martial art, for otherwise, he would face imminent obliteration. Hold on, young one. This is a critical juncture in your body refinement. You must endure, the elder urged. Upon finishing his words, countless strands of spiritual energy converged from all directions, slowly enveloping Xiang Hao's form. Gradually, the sensation of tearing began to subside under the elder's guidance. Much of the pressure exerted by the soul ring was countered by the surrounding spiritual energy. The operation of the divine martial art seemed to flow more smoothly. And in his sea of consciousness, Xiang Hao hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the elder. I thank you, esteemed senior. No need for thanks. Our meeting is a fated opportunity. As a descendant of the Overlord's will, I shall protect you throughout your journey, came the ethereal voice in his mind. Initially, your accidental temporal distortion when you fell from the cliff brought you to this world, and my fragmented soul was also harmed in the temporal turbulence. Had you not forcibly activated the breaking heaven halberd today, I fear I would have remained in slumber, the elder explained slowly. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Esteemed senior, yet I still harbor many uncertainties in my heart regarding your teachings. I humbly request your guidance, Xiang Hao implored earnestly. Listen closely, young one. The golden halberd in your right hand is named Breaking Heaven. It is the unparalleled divine weapon of the sole overlord of myriad worlds. You are indeed his descendant, the elder declared. At this revelation, a spark of fervor ignited in Xiang Hao's eyes, as visions of the legendary overlord, who wielded a massive halberd and single-handedly confronted thousands, flooded his mind. Might I be so bold as to inquire your esteemed name? Xiang Hao ventured. Ah, my name. It has been so long that I scarcely recall. Perhaps I am but a lingering thought, adrift in this world for a millennium in search of the overlord's successor. My spirit has nearly dissipated, yet when you fought desperately at the cliff's edge, the overlords will awaken once more. Young one, you have summoned me, the bearer of the overlord's will. To become the overlord, you must endure countless trials, facing death itself. Are you prepared? The elder replied with solemnity, without the slightest hesitation. Xiang Hao's spiritual entity knelt in the sea of consciousness. The young man expressed his willingness, ever ready for the journey ahead. Ha ha ha, good lad. Wang of Yin has not chosen unwisely. In the future, you may call me Yin Lao, and I shall guide you step by step in inheriting the legacy of the overlord. Xiang Hao's eyes brimmed with fervor. He aspired to become the overlord himself. Ha ha ha, you have successfully navigated the crisis of absorption. Your teacher will soon arrive. Her prowess is formidable. I shall take my leave for now. But should you have any uncertainties in the future, simply summon me. Yin Lao's voice dissipated from Xiang Hao's consciousness as if he had never been there. The absorption of the soul ring was nearing its conclusion. Thanks to Yin Lao's assistance, Xiang Hao's divine martial art had broken through to the second level. His skin, akin to a shedding exoskeleton, began to crack and flake away, revealing robust and tender new skin beneath. The divine martial art focuses on body refinement, and those who attain its pinnacle possess skin as resilient as bronze and iron, impervious to blades and toxins. Upon breaking through to the second level, one sheds the old self to acquire a new form, becoming as hard as bronze. Fortuitously, Xiang Hao also smoothly broke through to the third level, mastering the expulsion of vital energy. Meanwhile, Bibidong arrived quietly, observing her disciple who was engaged in the absorption of the soul ring. She felt a twinge of surprise. This soul-hunting expedition had taken an unexpected turn. She had anticipated minimal danger near the forest's edge. But the age of the luminescent spirit rhino and the sudden beast tide had thrown the entire operation into disarray. Upon her arrival, she found her disciple had lost contact. And in her urgent search through the poisonous marsh, a long trail of blood provided her with a lead. Following the blood trail, Bibidong's anxiety intensified as she encountered disordered signs of battle and scattered bloodstains. She braced herself for the worst outcome. However, a small figure by the pond eased the weight upon her heart. Observing her disciple slowly absorbing the soul ring, all her heavy emotions vanished. With a flick of her hand, she unfolded a protective domain. Bibidong approached Xiang Hao, but upon seeing the corpses around him, her panic returned. The barbaric crocodile dragon turtle had nearly 700 years of cultivation. How could this child be so reckless? Yet, seeing that Xiang Hao was on the verge of completing the absorption, the deep yellow soul ring steadily revolving around him reassured her. This child's talent was truly extraordinary. With such potential, in 20 years, a peerless Douluo would emerge in the Douluo continent, ensuring her plans would be flawlessly executed. Thus, Bibidong sat beside Xiang Hao, personally guarding him throughout the night. As dawn broke, the soul ring swirling around Xiang Hao gradually shrank and re-entered his body, signifying the completion of the absorption. Slowly, Xiang Hao opened his eyes to behold a radiant and captivating face before him. His teacher had remained by his side to protect him. When Bibidong had arrived the previous night, he had sensed her presence, realizing that she had safeguarded him throughout the night. In his heart, Xiang Hao was filled with warmth. In his previous life, the teacher who adopted him had also guided him with such care. Unfortunately, the teacher passed away before witnessing the brilliance of his disciple, leaving Xiang Hao with a profound sense of regret. In this life, he vowed to achieve greatness across the continent. With a firm resolve, he felt the abundant power within his body and, with a swift motion, struck a nearby massive tree with his fist, causing it to crash to the ground as if it were a mere sapling, his strength having grown nearly threefold. "Xiao Hao, is your body still unwell?" The languid voice of Bibidong echoed, prompting Xiang Hao to immediately kneel on the ground. "As a student, I ventured into danger, causing my teacher distress. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Upon hearing his words, the complex emotions swirling in Bibidong's mind began to dissipate. Reflecting on the situation, she realized that had she intervened sooner, the subsequent events could have been avoided, which quelled her irritation. Observing the fallen tree, she noted how much stronger her pupil had become. Chapter 10. The First Soul Skill, Barbarian Armor. Xiao Hao, what is the soul skill granted by your first soul ring? Bibidong inquired, intrigued by what abilities the barbarian crocodile dragon tortoise's soul ring would bestow upon Xiang Hao. "Teacher, the 600-year-old barbarian crocodile dragon tortoise has granted me the first soul skill named Barbarian Armor. Upon activation, this skill summons a protective armor that envelopes my entire body, enhancing my defense by 100. Simultaneously, my strength and speed increase by 30. Furthermore, the armor absorbs half of my opponent's attacks, storing the energy to release it instantaneously." Xiang Hao elaborated, delighted by this first soul skill, which had significantly amplified his already formidable power. With that, he summoned his martial soul. And as the first soul ring shimmered, a scarlet, spiked armor materialized. Bibidong scrutinized it closely, her eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. This soul skill further augmented Xiang Hao's strength. Contemplating this, Bibidong raised her hand slightly, sending a subtle flash of light towards Xiang Hao. Upon contact with the spiked armor, the light vanished instantly, followed by a weaker wave of light that ricocheted back along its trajectory. Bibidong deftly sidestepped. Yet her heart churned with excitement. A flawless soul skill, embodying both offense and defense. It appeared that her disciple had indeed encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Despite the unexpected events during the soul hunting, the outcome was favorable. After a brief rest, they departed the Star-Do forest. On the return carriage, Xiang Hao recounted the events that transpired in the toxic swamp to Bibidong, omitting the incident with the golden-haired girl. "Teacher, while evading the light spirit, I inadvertently discarded the ring you gifted me as a token of apprenticeship. I humbly request your punishment. During the journey back, he realized that his ring was missing. Although it contained only a few moderately valuable pills, its sentimental worth as a gift from Bibi Dong weighed heavily on him. It is of no consequence. It is not a rare item. It was merely for your convenience in storing items during your future cultivation. I shall provide you with another. Having spoken, Bibi Dong removed a ring from her right hand and handed it to Xiang Hao. Upon your return, it is imperative that you dedicate yourself to rigorous training. As my esteemed disciple, if you wish to earn the respect of others, you must demonstrate your prowess and innate talent. I trust that you will not disappoint your teacher. Thus, they fell into a profound silence. Little did Xiang Hao anticipate that his ring now adorned the finger of Qian Rinxue. After merely a quarter of an hour since Xiang Hao diverted the attention of the light spirit, several soul saints arrived to rescue Qian Rinxue. Young master, we have arrived late to your aid, they lamented. They had not anticipated that the already distant light spirit would suddenly rush back with fervor. Despite their utmost efforts to pursue, they encountered two unidentified soul saints along the way and narrowly evaded them, yet they still arrived too late. Under the care of the group, the unconscious Qian Rinxue gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, her first command was an urgent request for her subordinates to search for Xiang Hao. However, as they scoured the vicinity, they could only find a ring and a few tattered pieces of clothing. Qian Rinxue, who considered herself a cold-hearted individual, felt a tightening in her chest upon witnessing this scene, nearly gasping for breath. She was determined to continue searching for Xiang Hao, but at that moment, her companions sensed a powerful soul master approaching. Realizing they could not afford any further losses for their young master, they forcibly took Qian Rinxue away. Thus, Xiang Hao's ring fell into Qian Rinxue's possession. At that moment, she found herself kneeling beneath the elder's seat in the elder hall, where an elderly man with white hair, clad in a white robe, coldly gazed down at his granddaughter, his white beard flowing gently. This was Qian Douluo, the ultimate Douluo who commanded respect across the continent. You have greatly disappointed me with your performance in this operation. You recklessly used the medicinal properties of Yoxiang Qilao without fully understanding them, nearly placing yourself in peril. Despite possessing such an array of treasures, your attempt to ambush a 1,000-year soul beast ended in such disarray. It seems your cultivation has waned recently. I hereby impose a 6-month confinement upon you to diligently refine your skills. Qian Douluo, somewhat incensed, dismissed Qian Rinxue from the hall. Yet his heart remained unsettled for a long time. According to his subordinates, this mission had been extraordinarily perilous. However, it seemed that she had indeed acquired a promising disciple. Qian Douluo snorted coldly, the sound echoing throughout the vast elder hall. Feeling dejected, Qian Rinxue entered the confinement chamber, though she was entirely alone in the spacious room. The image of that young man continually flickered before her eyes. As she caressed the gemstone ring on her finger, she murmured, "You must not die. I, Qian Rinxue, have never liked being indebted to anyone." From that moment, a small figure quietly took residence in her heart. Meanwhile, our protagonist remained blissfully unaware of these events. Upon returning to the spirit hall, he immersed himself in ceaseless training day and night. This soul-hunting expedition had imparted much knowledge to Xiang Hao. He recognized himself as fortunate this time, though he understood that luck might not favor him in the future. Simultaneously, he began studying the Bai Chao Danjing. Through this experience, Xiang Hao realized that certain medicinal pills could significantly impact his practical endeavors. Thus, he endeavored to concoct various pills, including the chi-boosting pills for short-term power enhancement and the illusion pills that produced vast amounts of anesthetic smoke. Although his mental prowess had reached the Lingyuan realm, the success rate of his initial attempts at new medicinal pills was rather low. It was largely thanks to the abundant supply of medicinal materials within the spirit hall that he could conduct repeated experiments. Consequently, each day was spent in the morning refining pills in his chamber, in the afternoon training in the practice room, and in the evening honing his mental strength. In the monotonous yet unwavering cycle of each day, Xiang Hao found himself invigorated by the diverse discoveries that awaited him. A month later, Bai Dong unexpectedly arrived at the training chamber and addressed Xiang Hao, saying, "Tomorrow morning, your elder sister will return. You shall join me in meeting her. For you are to spend your days together from now on. It would be wise to engage in meaningful conversation." With that, Bai Dong departed, leaving Xiang Hao to ponder the identity of his sister, whom he had yet to meet. During his time at the spirit hall, he had heard numerous tales about her. She appeared to be an extraordinary prodigy endowed with remarkable talent, which piqued his anticipation. At the break of dawn the following day, Xiang Hao followed Bai Dong to the main hall, where he stood beside her seat, awaiting the arrival of guests. Before long, a group entered, led by two figures, one adorned with an eerie mask exuding an otherworldly charm, and the other, a man whose demeanor was strikingly effeminate. Both were clad in the resplendent crimson attire designated for titled Douluos. As expected, these two were rumored to be Bai Dong's trusted aides, the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Trailing behind them were three children, approximately 10 years of age. At the forefront stood a young girl with lustrous black hair, enveloped in a silvery robe that accentuated her exquisite figure. Though still youthful, her long, slender legs were beginning to take shape, and her captivating visage was further enhanced by a pair of enchanting pink eyes that seemed to possess a soul-stirring quality. This must be his elder sister, Hulaina. Flanking her were two boys, one on each side. The boy on the left exuded an air of mischief, yet upon closer inspection, he bore a resemblance to his sister. The boy on the right exhibited a rugged demeanor, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Both boys were similarly attired in silver robes as they approached with grace. Chapter 11. Hulaina Teacher, we have concluded our training at the camp. The group reverently knelt in greeting, with Hulaina taking the lead. You have performed admirably, Laina. Your spirit power has notably advanced, Bai Dong responded with a gentle smile. Laina, being her first disciple, filled Bai Dong with pride, as she had already reached the remarkable level of 21 in spirit power at the tender age of 9. The other two children also exhibited commendable talent, achieving level 22 at the age of 11, making them the most gifted trio of this generation at the Spirit Hall. However, the landscape was shifting. As Bai Dong sensed the spirit power fluctuations emanating from Xiang Hao beside her, she marveled at how, within just a month of obtaining his first spirit ring, his spirit power had already reached level 13, a truly astonishing testament to his innate potential. This child beside me is my newly recruited disciple, Hauer. These two are the esteemed elders of the Spirit Hall, Elder Chrysanthemum and Elder Ghost, both of whom have attained the rank of level 95 titled Douluo. You should greet them and feel free to consult them regarding your future training. Upon entering, the group had already taken notice of the silver-robed youth. But little did they anticipate that he was the new disciple of the Pope. Upon hearing the words, Xiang Hao promptly approached the two titled Douluo, Gui and Ju, and respectfully offered his greetings. I pay my respects to the esteemed Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo. The two titled Douluo began to scrutinize Xiang Hao carefully. They had already met one of the disciples recruited by the Pope, a remarkably gifted young lady who had left a profound impression on them. This child, appearing to be no more than 6 years of age, had already attained a cultivation level of 13th rank, a talent that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of her senior sister. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gui Douluo, much like his martial spirit, nodded silently and remained taciturn, while Ju Douluo engaged in more conversation and developed a favorable impression of Xiang Hao, albeit this admiration felt somewhat peculiar to him. Aside from his senior sister, the two young boys behind him also greeted him. The one named Xiang Yu, who was the eldest among the trio and had a refined appearance, was the brother of his senior sister. The other child, however, seemed to harbor significant animosity towards Xiang Hao and remained silent. It was Xiang Yu who broke the ice, introducing the boy as Yan. After reporting certain matters to Bai Dong, the two titled Douluo took their leave with the two boys. Yet, Xiang Hao found himself perplexed when the stern-faced youth cast him a piercing glare as they departed. This individual harbored considerable hostility towards him. Was it his appearance that provoked such disdain? Xiang Hao considered himself rather charming. While he may not be strikingly handsome, he believed he was not repugnant either. Lost in thought, Xiang Hao lifted his gaze and found Hulaina scrutinizing him intently. He could not help but acknowledge that his senior sister possessed a captivating beauty. However, he was puzzled as to why her complexion had turned so rosy. The atmosphere seemed to take on a pink hue, and her eyes sparkled enchantingly. No, this is not right. Xiang Hao quickly recited the Diamond Sutra. Do not panic. All are mere rosy skeletons, and the malevolent shall disperse. Laina, cease your mischief. Bai Dong admonished, while Hulaina, her eyes shimmering, hastily withdrew her allure, sheepishly sticking out her tongue. Master, I apologize. I simply couldn't resist testing my junior brother's resolve. He broke through my enchantment effortlessly. How impressive. Hulaina playfully pouted towards Bai Dong. Her junior brother indeed possessed remarkable prowess. Her allure, nearly unmatched among peers, was shattered by a mere first-ring soul master, which left her feeling somewhat defeated. Hauer, this is your senior sister, Hulaina, whose martial spirit is the celestial fox, adept at employing allure skills. She is 3 years your senior, currently a 21st rank Great Soul Master. Liena, your junior brother, Xiang Hao, possesses the body martial spirit with innate full soul power and is currently a 13th rank Soul Master. This marks your first meeting. I hope you both support one another and advance together in the future. Upon hearing their master's introduction, both were astounded by each other's talents. With this realization, Liena's sense of defeat diminished considerably. Her junior brother was indeed a remarkable prodigy. Throughout her life, the most gifted male she had encountered was her brother, Xiang Yu, who at 11 years of age had already reached the 22nd rank. His newly arrived junior brother seems to be even more formidable than his own elder brother. After the three of them enjoyed their lunch together, Bibi Dong reminded the two of them about a few matters before taking her leave. Xiang Hao also bid farewell to Liena and departed. Upon returning to his residence, Xiang Hao sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, commencing his afternoon practice. Suddenly, the door swung open. Xiang Hao was somewhat perplexed. He had previously instructed that no servants were to come up here. What could be the reason? Upon opening his eyes, Xiang Hao beheld the radiant smile of Liena. "Oh, Junior, why are you running so swiftly? It seems you are unaware that we reside together." Xiang Hao felt somewhat dazed. When Bibi Dong had brought him here, she had not provided clear instructions. No wonder one of the rooms in this suite had remained perpetually closed. Gazing at Liena's cheerful countenance, Xiang Hao suddenly felt a surge of nervousness. Why did the thought of sharing living quarters with his enchanting senior sister evoke such excitement? How absurd. He chastised himself, striving to maintain a clear mind. Yet, he couldn't help but notice her fair legs. Liena, however, appeared quite pleased with this unexpected development. Previously, she had inhabited the spacious side hall alone, and the solitude of her training had been rather lonely. Now, with a delightful junior to keep her company, her spirits were lifted. Moreover, she recalled how her junior had managed to break through her allure earlier that day. She wondered if she might succeed again that evening. A charming smile graced her lips at the thought. Meanwhile, as Xiang Hao watched his senior sister retreat to her room, an unsettling chill swept through the air behind him. He contemplated the challenges that lay ahead and hastily made his way to the training room to commence his afternoon regimen. It was only during his practice that he found true fulfillment for both body and mind. Women merely hindered the swiftness of his blade. Old Yen. Am I now capable of wielding the breaking sky halberd? Since returning from the Stardow Forest, Old Yen had provided Xiang Hao with a thorough introduction to the legendary weapon. This divine armament could increase in weight in accordance with the wielder's strength. Yet its minimum weight was still a formidable 100 pounds. Initially, Xiang Hao had managed to lift it only while under the influence of his martial soul. However, after acquiring his soul ring, he found it increasingly arduous to lift the halberd even with the enhancement of his first soul skill. Old Yen had explained that as his strength grew, the halberd would also gain weight. Thus, if the host's strength increased at a lesser rate than that of the halberd, such a situation would arise. Xiang Hao felt a profound sense of frustration, yet found himself powerless to change his circumstances. Upon his return, he commissioned the forging of a hefty iron rod weighing 100 pounds, which he wielded daily. Unbeknownst to him, his strength was gradually increasing. Indeed, your strength is developing swiftly, yet it remains insufficient. The breaking sky halberd is an exceedingly domineering weapon, though its edge is not particularly sharp. Its sheer force is capable of overwhelming mountains and seas. The legendary Overlord wielded the breaking sky halberd, toppling countless armies with a single strike. It is said that the halberd in his grasp weighed a staggering 10,000 pounds, Yen Lao remarked. With a single blow, he could overturn myriad troops. With 10,000 pounds of the breaking sky halberd, sheer strength alone could rend everything asunder. In the face of absolute power, all techniques are rendered futile. I can barely lift 100 pounds, and I am still far from my goal. With this thought, he raised the iron rod and began to swing it. Yen Lao, gently stroking his white beard, looked on with satisfaction, thinking to himself that this young man holds great promise for the future. After yet another afternoon of rigorous training, it was only at dusk that Xiang Hao returned to his dwelling, dragging his weary body behind him. As he stepped through the door, a pair of mournful eyes swept over him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Chapter 12. The slightly proud Liena gazed at Xiang Hao with a hint of melancholy, reproaching him. Did you think I would devour you? I turned my back for a moment, and you vanished. What, do you not wish to train alongside your senior sister? Her soft, melodic voice seemed to grind against Xiang Hao's heart, sending chills through him. It was indeed inappropriate to have left his beautiful senior sister alone in the room for an entire afternoon on his first day. Senior sister, it's not what you think. My training consists of rigorous physical exercises, and I sweat profusely during practice, which is rather unbecoming. I feared it would be unseemly for you to witness it, Xiang Hao quickly replied. Very well, since you are afraid I might see, I shall insist on observing. As today marks our first meeting, allow me to present you with a token of our encounter. I, Hulayina, a level 21 control system soul master, seek your guidance. She declared. Hulayina was indeed somewhat irked. She had been quite pleased to have company, yet this young man had evaded her for an entire afternoon. Today, she resolved to teach her enthusiastic junior brother a lesson. Xiang Hao found himself somewhat overwhelmed upon witnessing the furious expression of his senior sister. It was evident that she was genuinely incensed. The two yellow soul rings surrounding Hulayina oscillated with a captivating rhythm, signifying her utmost seriousness. With no alternative, Xiang Hao summoned his martial spirit, a soul ring materializing silently beneath his feet. He was a formidable 13th level attack type soul master. This was the first time Hulayina encountered such a martial spirit, and in an instant, Xiang Hao seemed to metamorphose into a different being. His stature expanded noticeably. His entire form adorned with crimson markings, and his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, exuding an ineffable eeriness. Most astonishing to Hulayina was the deep yellow soul ring, embellished with 6 shallow patterns, signifying 600 years of cultivation. However, her astonishment was fleeting, for she understood that her junior's innate talent far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. With a swift motion, she transformed into a wraith, darting towards Xiang Hao with remarkable speed. Her jade-like palms flew towards him, a smirk forming on her lips as she thought, "Ah, little imp, let me impart a lesson this time." Yet, unexpectedly, her anticipated strikes did not connect. Xiang Hao's massive form exhibited an uncanny agility as he leaned back, his palms touching the ground, successfully evading Hulayina's onslaught. Taken aback, Hulayina swiftly maneuvered out of harm's way. Wasn't her junior a power-type soul master? How could he display such dexterity akin to an agile soul master? The fact that he had just evaded her attack with such finesse was utterly baffling. Nevertheless, she cast aside her bewilderment, and like a fox, her form darted towards Xiang Hao once more with eerie speed. At that moment, Xiang Hao too sprang into action, displaying an illogical grace. His form closely mirrored Hulayina's movements, each time evading her strikes with exquisitely calculated angles. After several unsuccessful attempts, Hulayina felt a growing frustration within her, and her attacks became increasingly chaotic. As Xiang Hao seized the opportune moment, he swiftly clasped Hulayina's wrists. With his strength now reaching a formidable 100 pounds, he rendered her incapable of escape, leaving her with no chance to resist. "Sister, cease your efforts. I wield no restraint and fear I may injure you. Enough of your chatter. Proceed." Hulayina appeared spurred by this challenge, her first soul ring illuminating as a delicate pink tail emerged from behind her. In the next instant, a luminous blade shot forth from the tail, hurtling directly towards Xiang Hao's face. Xiang Hao immediately released his grip, his body flipping backward just in time to evade the impending strike. As another sweeping slash bore down upon him, he deftly employed the Thunder Phantom Step, skillfully sidestepping all assaults. Meanwhile, Hulayina, observing from a distance, grew increasingly infuriated, unleashing a barrage of slashing blades from all directions. In a hurry, Xiang Hao activated the divine martial decision, and an imposing aura enveloped him, forming a protective barrier. Not far away, Hulayina, initially elated at having struck Xiang Hao, was soon dismayed to see her attacks repelled by an invisible wall of energy. Although Xiang Hao successfully deflected the onslaught, he found himself utterly exhausted. A full afternoon of training had already drained his energy, and the relentless evasion had further sapped his stamina, leaving him with no choice but to concede to his senior sister. With a sudden thought, Xiang Hao propelled himself forward, unleashing a swift punch with astonishing speed. Hulayina, caught off guard by Xiang Hao's sudden assault, found that he had seemingly appeared before her in the blink of an eye. In a moment of urgency, her second spirit ring flickered, activating her second spirit skill, Fox Charm. Suddenly, Xiang Hao noticed a transformation in his surroundings, as his senior sister's pink eyes locked onto his. This had occurred once before during the day, a manifestation of her enchantment. However, this time it lasted only for a brief moment. As he chanted the Diamond Sutra in his heart, the illusion shattered. Hulayina felt a fierce gust of wind from a punch whistling past her ear, and her junior brother's face was now close before her, his clear gaze quietly observing her. Upon scrutinizing her junior brother, Hulayina unexpectedly found him rather charming. "What am I thinking?" She quickly turned away, muttering, all right, I concede. You can go out every day from now on. Just don't let me see you. With that, Hulaina stomped down hard on Xiang Hao's foot and angrily retreated to her room, leaving Xiang Hao bewildered by the fact that he had been both struck and scorned. The heart of a woman is indeed difficult to decipher. Alas, it seems that cultivation is the only pursuit worth pursuing. Meanwhile, Hulaina, hiding behind her room door, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. What was happening? Why did that kid lean in so close? After all, I am his senior sister. He showed no restraint toward me. I am his senior sister. It seems I initiated the attack, and I am a sole master of the second ring, unable to even defeat a mere first-ring brat. I have lost my authority as a senior sister. On the other side, Xiang Hao had only come to understand the complexities of a young girl's heart many years later. At that moment, he was diligently practicing the Diamond Sutra. Indeed, it was imperative to refine one's mental strength. This was the singular thought in Xiang Hao's mind. The next morning, Xiang Hao saw his senior sister, who appeared with dark circles under her eyes. As he approached to express concern, he was met immediately with Hulaina's disdainful glance, causing him to stand awkwardly to the side. Reflecting on his own actions, he sighed. The heart of a woman is truly hard to fathom. From that day forth, he was to attend the Wujiang Temple Academy. After receiving the academy's exclusive black robe, Xiang Hao followed Hulaina to the Wujiang Temple Academy. Being a first-year student, his robe bore only a single white stripe, while Hulaina's displayed 3 stripes. Upon arriving at the academy's entrance, they encountered Xiang Yu and Yan, who had been waiting for some time. "Why do you look so drained, Nana?" Xiang Yu asked, concerned for his sister's lackluster demeanor. Yan, standing nearby, rushed over with eagerness to offer his support. "Nana, if you didn't rest well last night, you should take it easy today." "I'm fine. I simply stayed up too late," Hulaina replied nonchalantly. Xiang Hao, who trailed behind Hulaina, silently observed the 3 before him. It seemed he began to understand the source of Yan's hostility. "Kid, can't you even take care of your own senior sister?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yan's reprimand seemed to reinforce Xiang Hao's conviction. "Yan, don't speak out of turn. This is my junior brother, and you have no right to criticize him." After Hulaina finished speaking, she seized Xiang Hao and left, igniting a flame of jealousy in Yan's eyes even more fervently. Despite knowing Nana for many years, he had never held her hand, yet this boy dared to do so in front of him. This enmity was irreconcilable. Once Hulaina escorted Xiang Hao to report in, she returned to her classroom, while Xiang Hao quietly surveyed his new class. Chapter 13. Provocation. After attending a morning of classes at the academy, Xiang Hao found himself rather bored. The knowledge imparted by the teacher concerning soul beasts seemed quite rudimentary to him. However, a pleasant surprise awaited him as he attended the course on the history of the continent for the first time. Through the teacher's narrative, Xiang Hao gained a clearer understanding of the world he inhabited. This was his initial systematic exploration of the continent's development and the distribution of power among its forces, the mutual constraints between the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall, along with the rise and evolution of the 7 major sects, provided a profound enlightenment to his mind. Amidst the bishop's eloquent discourse, Xiang Hao sensed an unusual undertone. The bishop also spoke of the recent developments of the Spirit Hall, and his words possessed an undeniable fervor, igniting a fervent gleam in the eyes of the youths present, akin to zealous acolytes. In Xiang Hao's perspective, the rule of the Spirit Hall appeared more justifiable compared to the other 2 royal empires. The Spirit Hall annually dispatched stewards to every corner of the continent, awakening soul powers in those from the lower social strata and offering them opportunities to become soul masters. Despite its bloody competition, the Spirit Hall operated with greater transparency, reflecting on his and his senior sister's humble origins from the Spirit Hall. Having become disciples of the contemporary pope solely through their innate talents, he recognized the opportunities afforded by the Spirit Hall. Perhaps, the unification of the continent under the Spirit Hall was the optimal resolution for all. In that moment, Xiang Hao silently intertwined his fate with that of the Spirit Hall. This thought, once conceived, grew increasingly steadfast, devoid of regret. Following the theoretical lessons in the morning, the afternoon was reserved for physical training. While the morning was manageable, the cacophony of noise around Xiang Hao became incessant once everyone gathered in the afternoon. All the children present hailed from various strata of the Spirit Hall. Having been immersed in the complexities of human interactions from a young age, influenced by their parents' experiences, it is no secret that Xiang Hao is a disciple of the Pope. Consequently, a multitude of individuals soon began to introduce themselves in various manners, striving to establish a rapport with him. "Your Holiness, I am Jiang Tian. You hail from Soto City, correct? I visited there during my childhood. Perhaps we crossed paths back then." "Your Holiness, I am Gue Wei. I presume you do not possess a soul guide yet? My father specializes in crafting exquisite soul guides and would be delighted to present you with one. Your Holiness. I am Wang Gui. This card contains 10,000 gold soul coins. I implore you to accept it. Such expressions echoed incessantly, leaving Xiang Hao somewhat helpless. He could not feign aloofness and disregard everyone's feelings. Thus, he endeavored to respond positively while graciously declining the various offerings presented to him. However, amidst this, there were a few exceptions. In a secluded corner, away from the throng, a frail child remained quietly hidden. Compared to the other children, his physique was notably smaller, and his countenance appeared exceedingly gaunt, seemingly a result of prolonged malnutrition. Xiang Hao could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. So he gradually stepped away from the crowd and approached the child. With a generous introduction, he said, I am Xiang Hao, a soul master specializing in assault. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Upon finishing, he extended his hand, and the child, surprised, lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with an unusual light. He grasped Xiang Hao's hand and, after a moment's hesitation, stammered, My name is Zhong Liemo, a soul master specializing in agility. Your Highness, do not shake hands with him. His martial spirit is quite peculiar, often unleashing icy winds. Last time, he caused injuries to his dormitory mates during the night, shouted Wang Gui, who had just witnessed the scene. At this, Zhong Liemo immediately withdrew his hand and lowered his head even further. However, Xiang Hao's interest was piqued. My friend, what is your martial spirit? It sounds rather impressive, he inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhong Liemo excitedly replied, My martial spirit is the Ice Phoenix. But I struggle to control it and often inadvertently release cold winds. As he spoke, his voice grew quieter. The other students feared him. He had been an orphan since childhood, with no one to converse with. After awakening his martial spirit, he found himself unable to manage it, causing a chill to envelop him and affecting those around him. Gradually, everyone distanced themselves from him. Yet today, someone had finally initiated a conversation, and this person even deemed his martial spirit cool. A ray of light seemed to pierce through Zhong Limeau's gloomy heart at that moment, and the sunny smile of this boy became the beautiful pursuit of his life. Cheer up. Every martial spirit is a gift from heaven. Your martial spirit is truly remarkable. With that, Xiang Hao turned to leave, unaware of the profound impact his simple words had on others. The Ice Phoenix was a rare soul beast. Known for its incredible speed, immature Ice Phoenixes could wield various wind and ice elemental skills. Xiang Hao was not merely comforting the boy, indeed, his martial spirit was impressive. The afternoon's physical training posed little challenge for Xiang Hao. While all the other children were burdened with 20-pound shackles as they ran, he effortlessly outpaced them. This additional weight felt inconsequential to him, whereas for the others, it was a considerable burden. The essence of the divine martial art lies in the continuous enhancement of the practitioner's physical strength. At merely 6 years old, Xiang Hao had already cultivated the third level of the divine martial art. Even with a 100-pound load, he could complete 20 laps. The physical training instructor, witnessing this, could not help but express admiration. This child's physical condition surpasses that of the 3 third graders. However, apart from Xiang Hao, the other children were already gasping for breath. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, many could not persevere and fell to the ground. By the time Xiang Hao finished, the others had barely completed 11 laps. Only a few children from the class continued to endure, and to Xiang Hao's surprise, the seemingly frail child was still pushing through, albeit at a slow pace. He's quite resilient, he thought. Before he could ponder further, an unexpected visitor interrupted Xiang Hao's contemplation. The Holy Sun is also training here. Seeing him idly passing the time, perhaps I could join him in a few sparring sessions. As Xiang Hao turned, he beheld Yin approaching him. This unexpected visitor had crossed Xiang Hao's mind as a potential source of trouble, yet he never anticipated such a swift arrival. The teacher nearby, witnessing this unfolding scene, discreetly withdrew. The instructors behind these 2 youths were formidable, and all he needed to do was ensure Xiang Hao remained unscathed. Why? The disparity in their spiritual powers was a staggering 10 levels. Yin, on the other hand, had lost all semblance of patience. Throughout the day, Nana had seemed rather unwell, and he initially attributed it to a lack of rest. It was only during lunch that he overheard Nana confiding in Xiang Yu that she had lost to Xiang Hao in a soul battle the previous night, and that he had even broken through her bewitchment. In an instant, Yan's composure shattered. How could Nana have possibly lost? That boy must have resorted to underhanded tactics to bully her. Nana's enchantment was not something one could easily evade. He had never managed to do so himself. He was determined to restore Nana's dignity. Please enlighten me, O holy son. Rest assured, I shall temper my approach, merely enough to ensure you learn your lesson. Nana is under my protection. Chapter 14. Swift as the wind, the abrupt onset of battle left Xiang Hao in a state of disarray. Yet Yin wasted no time with idle chatter, launching a punch directly at him. Xiang Hao quickly braced for defense. Recognizing that this opponent embodied the very essence of his name, both tumultuous and violent. As Xiang Hao's thoughts stirred, he immediately summoned his martial soul. Placing his hands firmly across his chest to brace against the impending blow. With a resounding thud, he found himself involuntarily retreating 5 or 6 steps. While Yin remained steadfast in his position, the sheer force of the impact evident. This marked the first occasion where Xiang Hao experienced a disadvantage in terms of strength. Even that golden-haired maiden had never exerted such pressure upon him, especially considering that Yin had yet to unleash his martial soul. Is this the essence of a power-type soul master? Such a long-forgotten sensation of oppression surged within Xiang Hao, igniting a fervor in his veins. Haha, lad. Weren't you said to possess innate strength? How fortunate, for I share that trait as well. Today, I shall teach you the art of respecting your elders. Yin declared with an air of triumph. Witnessing Xiang Hao's retreat only intensified Yin's sense of superiority, and once more, a fist imbued with intense flames came hurtling towards him. As Xiang Hao prepared to retreat, the Thunder Phantom Step activated, and at that moment, the tide of battle shifted. The first-ring soul master Zhong Limu also wished to seek guidance from his senior. The diminutive figure waved its icy wings. And a gust of frigid wind mitigated Yan's fierce assault. It is unjust for a second ring to combat a mere first ring. Allow me to join the fray. Zhong Limu boldly proclaimed, summoning the courage to utter these words. The onlookers, both teachers and students, were astounded. The typically reticent child dared to directly challenge the Academy's prodigy, the Flame Lord Yin. Xiang Hao, observing the small figure shielding him, couldn't he help but chuckle softly at the irony of being protected, yet a warm sentiment blossomed within him. This friend was worth having. Ah, you call for assistance. Then I shall not hold back, Yin replied with a cold snort. At that moment, Zhong Limu moved once more, launching a series of astonishingly swift assaults from the air against Yin, though the damage inflicted was negligible. Nevertheless, the extraordinary speed left Xiang Hao profoundly impressed. Are you merely tickling me, boy? Second soul skill, Granite Rock. Yin's feet shifted slightly, and a yellow soul ring shimmered to life. The immense figure of the Flame Lord materialized behind him, and his arms instantaneously donned a layer of resilient granite armor, rendering Zhong Limu's strikes even less significant. In contrast, the bulky Yin found it impossible to grasp Zhong Limu's elusive form. Zhong Limu was creating opportunities for himself, prompting Xiang Hao to act without hesitation. With a flicker of soul rings, the barbaric armor enveloped him, the formidable inner force of the divine martial technique coursing through his being. With full acceleration, he unleashed a powerful punch, while Yin remained unperturbed, raising his rocky arm to block. In a flash, shards of stone erupted as Xiang Hao's fist shattered the unyielding granite. I concede your strength, but if you believe this will subdue me, you shall be sorely disappointed. Enraged by these words, Yin swung his fist towards Xiang Hao's face. Without flinching, Xiang Hao concentrated his inner force and met the strike head-on. The clash of fists released a tremendous force, reverberating through the air, sending Zhong Limu, suspended above, hurtling away and crashing to the ground. The combatants themselves fared little better. Xiang Hao felt a jarring pain in his hand, as though he had struck solid steel. While Yan's expression was equally complex. As a tingling sensation coursed through his fists, Yan swiftly withdrew his punches. Acknowledging that this young lad's strength was indeed comparable to his own. Recognizing that fists alone would not suffice, he decided to employ his legs, advancing rapidly to deliver a sweeping kick aimed at Xiang Hao's calf. Yet, Xiang Hao appeared equally determined to match his efforts, countering with a strike of his own. With a resounding thud, the two collided once more, engaging in a spirited exchange of blows and kicks that lasted for a considerable duration. Gradually, both combatants became engrossed in the intensity of the duel. Unlike conventional training, this visceral confrontation ignited a fervor within Xiang Hao, who realized he had not encountered an adversary of such equal might in quite some time. Yin, too, felt the adrenaline surge within him, momentarily forgetting the purpose of their encounter. Unbeknownst to him, he had come to regard Xiang Hao as a worthy opponent. The two engaged in a primal struggle, exchanging strikes with fervor and resilience. As the fight progressed, the initial tension between them began to dissipate. However, the disparity in their soul power ultimately took its toll on Xiang Hao, who, despite his reluctance to concede, stepped back to evade a punch and acknowledged his defeat. Brother Yin, it appears I have lost. I am willing to heed your lessons, Xiang Hao said slowly, a smile gracing his face despite his loss. Relishing the thrill of such an exhilarating battle. No, you have not lost. The disparity in our soul power is 8 levels. It is I who should feel unworthy of victory. Moreover, I utilized my second soul skill, Yin replied. His usual arrogance tempered by a newfound admiration for the young fighter before him. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the atmosphere. Yin, what are you doing? Are you bullying my junior apprentice? Huliena approached, her expression stormy, causing both fighters to involuntarily shiver. Yin, how could you take advantage of little Hao behind my back? You are a second-ring soul master. She chastised. Nana, it is not what you think. We merely encountered each other in the training grounds for some friendly sparring. Yin hastily clarified. Indeed, senior sister, I was only exchanging techniques with brother Yin. The Academy's physical training is rather simplistic, Xiang Hao added, attempting to explain. Oh, is that so? It seems the Academy has underestimated your training. I shall ensure they intensify it, Huliena remarked, surprised to hear her junior defend Yin. Frustrated, she stormed off, unable to contain her irritation. Yin, feeling flustered, hurried to offer reassurances, casting a grateful glance at Xiang Hao as he departed. This interaction left Zhong Liemo, observing from a distance, utterly perplexed. Had this individual not recently boasted of teaching Xiang Hao a lesson? How had their relationship transformed so swiftly? Xiang Hao approached Zhong Liemo, gently patting his shoulder, pulling him from his reverie. Brother, you were a tremendous help just now, Xiang Hao said, giving him an approving nod. As Zhong Liemo gradually unveiled a smile, an unexpected surge of passion coursed through him today. At that moment, he felt an urge to step forward, believing he could assist Xiang Hao in deflecting a few blows. His performance today began to shift the perceptions others held of him. Not long ago, several individuals had approached him quietly to engage in conversation. Gazing up at the sunset, Zhong Liemo had never perceived the sky as so breathtakingly beautiful. At this juncture, Xiang Hao placed his hand on Zhong Liemo's shoulder, casually leading him away. Under the setting sun, their silhouettes elongated gracefully. Your martial soul possesses astonishing speed. It's the swiftest I've ever witnessed. Does that technique have a name? When I see you, the phrase swift as the wind comes to mind. Although its power is somewhat lacking, perhaps I should gift you a weapon. Would you care to say a few words? Thus, one spoke animatedly while the other merely nodded in a daze. Chapter 15. The silver dragon spear. That lad's speed today was truly remarkable, even at full throttle. You couldn't catch a glimpse of his figure, Elder Yin remarked slowly on their return journey. Regrettably, the power is insufficient. In this world, what you refer to as martial souls predominantly influences your cultivation methods, and the advantages and disadvantages stemming from such innate traits are profoundly impactful, Elder Yin pondered. Reflecting on how vastly different this world's cultivation system was compared to the past, the afternoon's battle had stirred something within him. However, the fortunate aspect is that your martial soul is your very own body, which minimizes conflicts in your cultivation, Elder Yin continued thoughtfully. Elder Yin, how can I enhance my strength? I felt exceedingly weak during today's battle, Xiang Hao expressed, a hint of confusion in his voice. Ever since the last breakthrough of the divine martial art, no matter how diligently he trained, his progress had become painfully slow. Your divine martial art is a formidable technique focused on continuous body refinement, aimed at cultivating robust physical strength. You must consistently push your limits. Only when your body nears its breaking point can you achieve breakthroughs. The last time you advanced in the divine martial art was when your physical strength was on the verge of collapse. Starting tomorrow, I will gradually increase the weight of the breaking heaven halberd, but your training intensity will remain unchanged. With that, Elder Yan's voice faded from Xiang Hao's consciousness. Looking up at the bright moon overhead, Xiang Hao clenched his fist slightly. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly. Today's encounter with Yin had imparted a crucial lesson. This world was not solely inhabited by Xiang Hao. Early the next morning, he stealthily exited the Martial Soul Hall. Seeking a blacksmith shop within Martial Soul City, Xiang Hao was not merely speaking. He intended to gift Zhong Liemo a weapon. Within the recesses of his previous life's memories lay a particular weapon that was both lightweight and easy to wield, perfectly suited for Zhong Liemo, the Silver Dragon Spear. An elongated weapon with a three-pronged tip and a hollowed midsection was exceptionally designed for thrusting, capable of inflicting severe, life-threatening wounds upon adversaries. More importantly, the reduction in the weight of the spearhead has rendered this weapon exceedingly lightweight, enabling it to strike with remarkable speed, capable of delivering multiple thrusts in an instant. Last night, Xiang Hao sketched the design of the silver dragon spear's head from memory, strolling through the streets of Soul Master City. He surveyed the neighboring blacksmiths and eventually discovered one that was rather sparsely populated. The burly blacksmith, engrossed in his work, looked up with delight upon hearing the door creak open, only to be met with the sight of a mere child, which caused his expression to fall. "We don't make toys here," he grumbled, somewhat irked. "No, uncle, I wish to forge a spear," Xiang Hao replied, casting a pouch of gold soul coins from his ring. His allowance from the teacher had been quite generous. "This is half the deposit." The blacksmith, upon glancing at the shimmering pouch of coins, beamed with a smile. "What kind of spear would the young master like to forge? Might I inquire if you possess a design?" Xiang Hao handed over the blueprints, and the burly man glanced at them, involuntarily inhaling sharply. The design of the gun's head was exceedingly intricate. It appeared that this task would not be easily profitable. "It can be done. You may collect it in 3 days. But the price will double to account for material costs." The man's earlier politeness had vanished. This money was hard-earned. Xiang Hao appeared to have anticipated the outcome. The transaction was completed. At this moment, Xiang Hao felt a sense of anticipation, for in his previous life, the silver dragon spear had gained renown throughout the martial world. Crafted from precious materials and forged through arduous labor. In this life, he wondered if it could once again emerge in the Douluo continent, a thought that filled him with eager expectation. 3 days later, Xiang Hao arrived as scheduled, only to discover that the brawny man before him was a soul master of the fourth ring, wielding a hammer that was, in fact, his martial soul. The soul rings beneath the man's feet shimmered, and with each strike of the colossal hammer, intricate patterns emerged, leaving onlookers in awe. "Good sir, I have come for my spear," Xiang Hao proclaimed. The burly man grumbled, "I fear I have charged you too little for this endeavor. Crafting this spear has nearly depleted my precious mineral reserves, and the forging process is exceedingly intricate. Nevertheless, I have succeeded in my task. The design of this spear is exceptionally ingenious, and there shall never be another like it on the entire continent," the man declared with pride. With that, he retrieved a finely crafted box from his shop. As he opened it, a radiant light flashed, revealing a gleaming long spear that captured Xiang Hao's attention. "Ha ha ha! Young master, do you not admire my craftsmanship? The spear's handle is fashioned from the branches of a millennium-old wind demon willow, and it now possesses a whisper of wind elemental power." The burly man elaborated on his masterpiece, akin to a proud collector showcasing his prized possession. Taking hold of the spear, Xiang Hao gently swung it, and silvery glimmers danced through the air, accompanied by the whispering sound of wind rushing past his ears. It was a flawless weapon, perfectly suited for the current Xiang Hao. Xiang Hao extracted a pouch of golden soul coins and set it aside before taking up the silver dragon spear, heading towards the academy. "Xiaomo, this is for you. Take it," he said as he presented the spear to Zhong Liemo outside the academy. Cradling the exquisite wooden box, Zhong Liemo felt a surge of apprehension. Although he was unaware of its contents, he was certain it was an invaluable treasure. Yet, seeing the fervent gaze in Xiang Hao's eyes, he felt reluctant to dismiss his good intentions. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly opened the box, revealing a finely crafted long spear before him. "No, Hao Ge, I cannot accept this. It is far too precious," Zhong Liemo protested, yet he could not conceal the fervor in his eyes. The spear was magnificent. As soon as he grasped the hilt, the subtle elemental force of wind resonated with the soul power within him, an exhilarating sensation. "Try it out, do not refuse me. If you do not want it, I shall discard it," Xiang Hao asserted with an undeniable tone. Observing this, Zhong Liemo ceased his hesitation, took hold of the spear, and soared into the air, brandishing the silver dragon spear, which emitted a series of piercing sounds. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiang Hao felt a swell of joy. The spear had found its rightful owner. Just as he began to applaud, Zhong Liemo descended gracefully from the sky, landing steadily before him. Kneeling on one knee while holding the spear, he declared earnestly, "Your Holiness, I, Zhong Liemo, a first-ring soul master, vow to follow you for life. Though I may lack talent, I wish to serve you faithfully and hope for your benevolence." His eyes sparkled with fervor from that day forth. He longed to accompany this esteemed individual, regardless of the challenges ahead. "Do not call me your holiness, refer to me as Hao Ge. Did I not promise to look after you?" "I stand by my word," Xiang Hao replied. "No, my lord, one must repay kindness, otherwise my heart shall be restless," Zhong Liemo insisted resolutely. Seeing this, Xiang Hao understood his sentiments. "I comprehend your resolve, Zhong Liemo. From this day forth, you shall be my wind chaser, assisting me in scouting and assessing enemy movements." At this command, The fervor in Zhong Li Mo's eyes intensified. I shall faithfully fulfill my duty. In that moment, the fierce and notorious wind chaser among the four great generals of the formidable Xiang Wang was born, Zhong Li Mo. Two figures gazed at the expansive horizon, marking the commencement of Xiang Wang's journey from that very moment. Chapter 16. The enigmatic Grand Canyon. Throughout 3 years of study at the primary academy of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Hao diligently adhered to his training regimen, fortifying his physique and honing his mental prowess. Over these 3 years, his spirit power ascended to the remarkable level of 23. Half a year prior, Xiang Hao acquired his second spirit ring, bestowed upon him by a dark golden terror claw bear, an entity of 1100 years. With the experience gained from his previous endeavor, Bibi Dong personally oversaw the soul-hunting mission. After Xiang Hao selected the appropriate spirit beast, she swiftly subdued it and presented it to him, an efficiency that left Xiang Hao astounded. Bibi Dong was equally aware of her disciple's exceptional physical capabilities and continuously sought to explore the limits of his potential. Thus, she initially set the age of the second spirit ring at 1,000 years, yet to her surprise, Xiang Hao successfully absorbed it. In that moment, a bold plan began to take shape in Bibi Dong's mind. The second spirit ability granted by the dark golden terror claw bear was quite formidable, the dominance body. For 1 minute, it rendered him immune to all forms of control and adverse effects, simultaneously enhancing the strength of any part of his body by 50%. During the process of absorbing a spirit ring that transcended his physical limits, the long-forgotten sensation of bodily strain resurfaced. Under the guidance of Elder Yin, the excess power from the spirit ring continuously refined Xiang Hao's body. The long-standing bottleneck of his divine martial decision shattered at that moment, allowing Xiang Hao to emit a substantial aura, creating a dense protective barrier around himself. Soul masters of the same rank could not breach this barrier without exerting their utmost strength. Additionally, during these 3 years, the breakthrough spear in Xiang Hao's possession reached a formidable weight of 500 pounds. Aside from his studies at the Spirit Hall, Xiang Hao frequently visited the medicinal herb repository, seeking materials for concocting various elixirs. It was here that he encountered the titled Douluo, Yueguan, almost daily, fostering a budding camaraderie between them. Yueguan's spirit was the 9-soft heavenly chrysanthemum, a rare celestial herb. Due to the exceptional nature of this spirit, Douluo exhibited an acute sensitivity to rare and extraordinary herbs. Throughout their exchanges over the years, Yueguan developed a keen interest in Xiang Hao's alchemical methods. Upon witnessing countless herbs meld into a singular, wondrous pill, a fervent light ignited in Yueguan's eyes. Having been enamored by pharmacology since childhood, he was profoundly captivated by this remarkable art. Xiang Hao merely deflected the inquiry, claiming that the Baichao Danjing was a gift from an elderly man he encountered in his youth. He subsequently presented this ancient text to Douluo, which significantly deepened their bond. It must be said, Yueguan is indeed a master in pharmacology. Within just a few months, he comprehended the principles of the Danjing almost entirely, and the medicinal effects of the pills he concocted became even more refined. Throughout the ongoing exchange of alchemical experiences with himself, Yueguan discreetly reported this matter to Bibi Dong. As what truly astonished him was the realization that many ingredients required for pills like the Qingling Dan and Yuhuan Dan were remarkably inexpensive. Yet, upon the integration of alchemical techniques that could unleash formidable potency, Bibi Dong was equally astounded upon hearing this. Consequently, the Spirit Hall quietly gathered a group of plant-type soul masters to commence a series of experiments. During this process, Xiang Hao continued to absorb Yueguan's teachings. To be fair, Xiang Hao's innate talent for alchemy was not particularly remarkable. In his previous life, he had never practiced the Baichao Danjing at all. In this life, despite his earnest efforts to learn, he had only managed to concoct a few basic pills, and his success rate for more advanced elixirs could be described as rather disappointing. In retrospect, gifting the Danjing to Yueguan appears to have been a prudent decision. After all, the text could not truly manifest its potential in his hands, and fostering a connection with the title Douluo was indeed a worthy investment. Similarly, Xiang Hao imparted the Thunder Phantom Step to Zhong Li Mo, as he was his first follower in this world. He also presented this as a token of their meeting. Moreover, such techniques could only be effectively harnessed by those with the requisite talent. Influenced by the Divine Martial Hall, which in his previous life boasted several unique skills, he was never one to be stingy. It welcomed disciples widely. As long as they could demonstrate their innate talent, they were permitted to practice the hall's esoteric arts. For it was evident that true mastery could only flourish in capable hands. Zhong Li Mo had not pondered the origins of the skills. His mind and heart were wholly devoted to Xiang Hao, fervently striving to match his every step. Now, his soul power had reached the 19th level. As for his senior sister, Huliena, she had ventured to the Mizing Grand Canyon with Xiang Yu and Yin shortly after his enrollment. A customary rite of passage for students at the Spirit Hall Academy. Each student chose their trial location based on their innate gifts and cultivation status. With a duration of 3 years. The most perilous site was the Mizing Grand Canyon, where all students had to endure 3 years amidst the dense forest and ravines, evading attacks from soul beasts while remaining vigilant against ill-intentioned individuals. Huliena had been there for 3 years, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, she was due to return in a month. However, Xiang Hao could not wait for her return, for he was to join the next cohort heading to the Mizing Grand Canyon the following week. Be cautious in that canyon, young man. Others will not show you mercy merely because you are the Holy Son. After all, the terrain of the canyon is intricate, and even a titled Douluo would find it challenging to locate someone within its depths. Today in the Dan room, Yuguan began to express his concern. Take the soul ring with you. Should you encounter peril, infuse a trace of your soul power into the gem, and I shall ascertain your location. He advised with a charming smile, be cautious with it. I am providing you with an advantage, so do not let your instructor discover it. Though Yuguan's smile sent shivers down Xiang Hao's spine, he received the ring with utmost reverence. It was a promise from a titled Douluo. Far more valuable than all the riches and elixirs in the world, his growth required the support of such formidable allies. In the ensuing days, Xiang Hao prepared additional elixirs. Although the Grand Canyon had designated supply points, it was prudent to remain vigilant. Regrettably, his senior sister would likely be disappointed upon discovering his absence. Their time together, though brief, had been quite pleasant. During that period, she had persistently challenged him with her alluring prowess. Upon her return, having enhanced her strength, she would undoubtedly seek him for practice first, but alas, he would disappoint her. After a brief visit with his parents to explain the assessment, he assured them that during his time in Spirit City, he would return home monthly. He was about to embark on 3 years of training and needed to inform his parents that with his ascension as the Holy Son, their family's status would rise as well, leading to more significant responsibilities for them, and consequently, less time spent together. Bibi Dong had seen him infrequently, but amidst her busy schedule, she managed to meet him once. After offering a few simple reminders, she solemnly declared, Hao, you are the most gifted individual I have ever encountered. In my eyes, you embody the hope for the future of the Spirit Hall. Go forth and do not disappoint your teacher's expectations. The student vowed to fulfill the teacher's hopes. A week later, Xiang Hao set off towards the Grand Canyon. Chapter 17. Tang San as Xiang Hao journeyed towards the mysterious Mist Grand Canyon. The wheels of history began to turn. On the outskirts of the Fastnuo province, at the junction of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, in a small village named Holy Soul Village, a boy was tirelessly swinging a hammer that was disproportionately large for his small frame. Should anyone from the Tang sect be present, they would recognize the boy's slightly chilled hands as the hallmark of the Tang sect's ultimate skill, the Xiang Yu hand. This boy was none other than Tang San, who had once vowed to rise after his fall. At the tender age of 6, today marked the day of his martial soul awakening ceremony. The villagers cultivated their powers through these martial souls, which had given rise to the most esteemed profession on the continent, the Soul Master. Holy Soul Village earned its name due to the presence of a once powerful Soul Master. Naturally, Tang San aspired to become a formidable Soul Master, yet it seemed his father, Tang Hao, did not share the same vision. Little San, Grandpa is here to take you for your martial soul awakening. The village elder, Jack, entered Tang San's home. Casting a disdainful glance at the still slumbering Tang Hao, and gently addressed Tang San. Okay, Grandpa Village Chief. Father, I've prepared the meal and placed it on the table. Tang Hao, seemingly in response, let out an even louder snore. Subsequently, Tang San followed old Jack to the village's ancestral hall. Inside, the children stood in a row, eagerly awaiting the ceremonial proceedings conducted by the esteemed officials of the Spirit Hall. However, Su Yutao observed the hopeful expressions on the children's faces with a sense of despair. He had already visited 2 villages that day, finding not a single child with soul power. He did not expect this village to yield any potential talents either. Years ago, after being recommended by the Bishop of Soto City, Franks, the children he had endorsed became disciples of the Pope, elevating Frank's status significantly. In the following years, children from various regions were sent to the Spirit City for recommendations, yet no further news ever emerged. Regrettably, working in this remote area, Su Yutao felt devoid of such opportunities for advancement, which left him feeling increasingly disheartened. One by one, the children stepped into the testing circle, each revealing a worthless martial spirit, while the crystal ball remained dim and lifeless. The last child entered, showcasing the blue-silver grass martial spirit. Another useless martial spirit. Su Yuntao muttered irritably, preparing to put away the crystal ball and leave. "Uncle, I haven't tested my soul power yet," Tang San called out, which only heightened Su Yuntao's irritation. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the testing device, and a bright light emerged. The momentary annoyance Su Yutao felt evaporated, only to be replaced by deeper frustration upon witnessing Tang San's innate full soul power. This child exhibited exceptional talent for cultivation, yet his martial spirit was a worthless one. The disparity in Su Yuntao's emotions felt like a dizzying ascent to the heavens followed by a swift plummet back to earth. Overwhelmed by disappointment, his vexation and sorrow were evident on his face. Tang San, perplexed, inquired, "Uncle, is my soul power level not high enough?" Yet, Su Yunhao remained silent. Striding outside to directly inform the anxious old Jack, there's a child named Tang San who may become a soul master. Without a backward glance, he departed from that sorrowful place. After all, discovering a flawed gem is far more disheartening than finding a mere stone. As Su Yuntao made his way home, he perceived countless treasures slipping away from him. A worthless martial spirit remains just that, even if gilded. Meanwhile, in the blacksmith shop of Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao embraced Tang San tightly. Tang San appeared somewhat bewildered. Besides the strand of grass in his right hand, a small hammer materialized in his left. Upon seeing the hammer, his father could not help but break into tears, urging him to keep the hammer concealed. The following day, his father, who had always been opposed, surprisingly supported Tang San's aspirations to become a soul master. Soon after, a remarkably gifted young boy with the blue-silver grass martial spirit emerged from the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. The wheels of history began to turn slowly, unaware of the events that lay ahead, yet destined to weave these tales together. Meanwhile, in Spirit City, Xiang Hao's sister is back. This fellow isn't training again, is he? Huliena entered her residence with measured steps, only to discover that the expansive room had been meticulously tidied. It was evident that Xiang Hao, who had an aversion to servants, was the one responsible for the cleaning. As she ventured further, her gaze fell upon a letter left on the table. "To my esteemed senior sister," it began. "By the time you read this letter, Xiao Hao will have embarked on a 3-year journey of training in the mysterious canyon." Xiang Hao and Huliena could not help but smile wryly. This succinct message truly reflected his character. During their earlier meeting with the teacher, it had not been mentioned. Who could have anticipated that her departure 3 years ago would lead to a reunion 6 years later? She had heard that he had already reached the rank of Soul Master. After 6 years apart, one could only wonder to what extent that little fellow had matured. What a delightful anticipation it stirred within Huliena. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao had been residing in the canyon for 2 weeks. The entire canyon was under the stringent control of the Spirit Hall, with the soul beasts predominantly raised by them. Due to the geographical location of the canyon, large soul beasts from the outside could not intrude. Consequently, Xiang Hao had scarcely encountered any soul beast attacks. Upon his arrival, he had subdued a soul beast that had cultivated for nearly 3,000 years, and since then, the presence of soul beasts in his vicinity had dwindled significantly. In recent days, he had not spotted a single one. It seemed that these creatures were acutely aware of the formidable presence that had emerged in their territory. Xiang Hao thus found himself enjoying a leisurely existence amidst the pristine environment, while Elder Yin vigilantly oversaw his rigorous physical training. In this untamed forested landscape, even the most mundane exercises proved to be significantly more taxing than usual. With each grueling session, he felt himself approaching the limits of his physical capabilities, while the internal energy cultivated through the divine martial technique grew increasingly robust. Presently, even in the absence of any enhancement from a martial soul, Xiang Hao was capable of confronting low-age 1,000-year soul beasts solely through his own physical prowess and the formidable energy of the divine martial technique. After all, he had always adhered to the philosophy of raw, unadulterated strength. Over the past fortnight of observation, Xiang Hao had established his dwelling atop a cliff, which afforded him an advantageous vantage point. In this vicinity, the most formidable soul beast he had encountered was a 2,800-year-old mandala snake. Utilizing his second soul skill, which granted him immunity to toxins, he boldly closed the distance and shattered its eye sockets. Aside from this formidable adversary, he had mostly encountered soul beasts of merely a few hundred years, with those exceeding a millennium being exceedingly rare. Traditionally, Students at the academy hunted their own soul rings during their 3 years of study, and considering the strength of the students, the soul beasts in this area were relatively weak, making the one he defeated nearly the reigning monarch of the region. However, it presented a rather awkward dilemma. Over the course of these 3 years, Xiang Hao would inevitably need to hunt for a third soul ring, yet the soul beasts here were not to his liking. Chapter 18. Unable to emerge? Then let us grind it out. As Xiang Hao pondered deeply, he remained unaware that Bibi Dong had meticulously devised a plan for him. Bibi Dong, possessing a twin martial soul, had harnessed her formidable abilities to absorb potent soul rings, thus becoming the youngest title Douluo in the annals of Douluo continent. Now, her student's innate talents surpassed her own. It appeared that Bibi Dong had already determined the lifespan of each of Xiang Hao's soul rings and the corresponding optimal soul beasts. After Xiang Hao ventured to the mysterious canyon, Bibi Dong had made several trips to the Stardow forest, systematically hunting a particular type of soul beast. She was in pursuit of a rare treasure. Unfortunately, just as she was about to annihilate all the surrounding soul beasts, the coveted item had yet to materialize. Nonetheless, Bibi Dong's resolve remained unshaken. She understood profoundly the immense enhancement that such a treasure could provide to a soul master, despite its exceedingly low probability of appearance. She convinced herself that with sufficient slaughters, it would eventually reveal itself. Xiang Hao, immersed in his training for a year, remains oblivious to the profound intentions of his mentor. He has adapted to the harsh life within the canyon, yet Master Yin, in a bid to further challenge Xiang Hao's physical limits, has mandated that he ascend a steep peak daily without the aid of soul power. The relentless trials have been arduous, yet within this struggle, Xiang Hao has perceived a holistic development in his training. During the ascent, he dares not to be complacent, maintaining unwavering focus as the abyss looms perilously below. The Diamond Heart Sutra continuously circulates within him, leading him to cultivate the second stage, the Diamond Eye. This sacred scripture encompasses 4 stages: Diamond Thought, Diamond Eye, Diamond Fury, and Diamond Heart. Upon reaching the Diamond Eye stage, Xiang Hao's immense mental energy converges in his gaze, significantly enhancing his concentration and enabling him to scrutinize his surroundings with remarkable clarity. It is with the aid of the Diamond Eye that he consistently discovers his next foothold on the rocky walls. Simultaneously, his physical strength becomes increasingly balanced through the climbing. Master Yin, a strict instructor, promptly increases the weight of the spear whenever he senses Xiang Hao has a surplus of energy while wielding the Breaking Dawn spear. Currently, this formidable weapon weighs 1,500 pounds in his hands. Furthermore, Master Yin has imparted to Xiang Hao the profound techniques of spear mastery, which, combined with the method of divine weapon refinement, has transformed the spear into a veritable force in Xiang Hao's grasp. The divine weapon refinement is a secret text chronicling the legendary weapons of the world and detailing the process of weapon refinement. While weapons are inherently devoid of spirit, through the cultivation of techniques, they can be imbued with the soul. Refined branches can slice through iron as if it were mud. And it is said that weapons refined 100 times possess divine qualities, capable of defeating legions with a mere flick of the wrist. During this period, Xiang Hao has also attempted to refine the Breaking Dawn spear, albeit with only one successful instance. Nevertheless, even this solitary refinement has allowed him to feel a deeper connection with the spear. Xiang Hao's life was exceedingly monotonous each day, reminiscent of his previous existence. In his eyes, cultivation and the pursuit of strength were lifelong endeavors, and he was perpetually immersed in this pursuit. Thus, Xiang Hao continued to grow, while simultaneously, a young boy in Nodding City was also undergoing his own transformation. As another year passed, Xiang Hao's soul power reached the remarkable level of 30 by the age of 11. Through 2 years of rigorous training, his physical strength became increasingly well-proportioned. Beneath the robe of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Hao's physique might not have seemed particularly striking. However, the terrifying reality was that every muscle in his body was exceptionally firm. Yet, at this moment, Xiang Hao was beset by distress as he contemplated the need to hunt for his third soul ring. Regrettably, the soul beasts in this vicinity were all under 1,000 years old, which was utterly unacceptable for him. Fortunately, his worries were alleviated that night when Bibi Dong silently appeared by his side, unceremoniously seizing him and whisking him away to a peculiar forest. "Teacher, have you come to assist me in capturing my third soul ring?" Xiang Hao could not help but feel a surge of excitement, realizing that his soul ring was finally within reach. However, he was puzzled as to how his teacher knew he had broken through to level 30. "We're almost at the lair of the beast. You will engage it in battle first, and I shall observe the fruits of your training over the past 2 years." Bibi Dong remarked slowly. The student understood, and with that, Xiang Hao ventured forth, gradually approaching the source of a potent and repugnant odor. He began to discern what sort of soul beast lay ahead. It was the diamond demon ape, an exceedingly formidable soul beast with impenetrable fur capable of withstanding all bites. Its saliva could dissolve any web, and it possessed a robust physique, complemented by 4 elongated arms. Xiang Hao considered himself sufficiently cautious in his actions, however. He was still detected by the diamond demon ape. A thick stream of corrosive liquid surged towards his face, and he barely managed to evade it, only to be met with a barrage of fierce punches. Raising his gaze, he beheld a colossal figure rising with a roar, its green eyes fixated intently upon him. Oddly enough, he recalled that the territorial instinct of this soul beast was not particularly strong. Having failed to dodge, Xiang Hao quickly summoned his protective aura, bracing himself against several punches. It was only at the moment the fist struck that he realized this might be a demon ape with a cultivation exceeding 5,000 years. He could not continue to absorb such blows. If this persisted, he would be reduced to mere pulp. Feeling a warmth in his mouth and a surge of blood within, Xiang Hao decisively channeled his internal energy, manifesting his martial soul. The first soul ring at his feet flickered, and after encasing himself in armor, he confronted the oncoming fist of the demon ape, believing that offense was the best form of defense. Amidst the relentless exchanges, Xiang Hao discerned that his state while possessing the martial soul seemed to fluctuate with his physical strength. Although his physique did not differ significantly from when he was without the martial soul, a closer inspection revealed that the blood markings on his body had vanished, replaced by a metallic sheen enveloping every inch of his skin, muscles taut and bulging, glimmering under the moonlight. As their fists collided, Xiang Hao felt as though his arm might shatter, yet the frenzied demon ape appeared no better off, its arm trembling in the air. Fingers splayed as if it could no longer form a fist. Come on, beast. With a powerful punch, Xiang Hao's entire being surged with vitality. In a flash, the breaking heaven halberd manifested in his right hand. Although he could not fully master its weight of 1,500 pounds, the force generated by merely swinging it was sufficient to contend with the demon ape. The creature howled wildly, pounding its chest with both hands, exuding an air of ferocity. In an instant, another torrent of corrosive liquid spewed from its mouth. Xiang Hao dodged while maneuvering closer, his footfalls quick, dragging the halberd behind him, leaving a deep indentation in the ground due to the immense pressure. With a few quick strides, he found himself before the demon ape, which had lowered its body with both hands pressed to the ground, preparing to strike with its other 2 arms. Xiang Hao felt the beast's face looming before him. In an instant, he swung the breaking heaven halberd with all his might, pivoting to evade the massive hands. Twisting his waist, he gripped the halberd tightly, his purple soul ring shimmering behind him, and struck down with all his strength just as the giant hands descended. Chapter 19. External soul bone. The giant ape roared in agony, rising with its arms bleeding profusely, crimson streams spraying through the air. In its suffering, the diamond demon ape's violent aura intensified, its blue eyes gradually turning red beneath the moonlight, the echoes of its roars resounding incessantly. Yet, Xiang Hao remained undaunted. After 2 years of encounters with soul beasts, he understood that one must embody the ferocity of a beast when battling such formidable foes. In terms of momentum, defeat would only embolden them further. After Xiang Hao severed the arms of the demon ape, as it let out a pained roar to the heavens, he swiftly rotated the breaking heaven halberd and struck fiercely at its leg. However, the hair on the demon ape's leg was remarkably tough, and despite Xiang Hao's full-force strike, it merely left a shallow wound. With the surprise attack thwarted, Xiang Hao immediately retreated, and the demon ape swiftly pursued him. Along the way, it shattered massive trees with each powerful blow of its hands, while its severed arms, like iron whips, lashed out continuously at Xiang Hao. The soul beast had descended into utter madness, wreaking havoc with its 4 flailing limbs. Yet, Xiang Hao was exhilarated. This beast had completely lost control. A creature that could only attack blindly was nothing more than a bag of vulnerabilities. Just as the demon ape was about to catch up with Xiang Hao, its palm poised to strike down, Xiang Hao suddenly halted. Gathering all his strength, he leaped into the air. The demon ape, unable to stop in time, looked up just in time to see Xiang Hao soaring above its head, his hand shimmering with golden light, a weight of 10,000 pounds. Xiang Hao shouted. And with that, the weight of the weapon breaking heaven surged dramatically in his hands. Gripping it tightly, he plunged it downward from the sky. The beast, glancing upward at this scene, appeared to raise its hands in an attempt to block the impending strike. However, as its palms ascended, an overwhelming force crushed them to oblivion. With a ferocious aura and an unstoppable edge, the weapon, weighing 10,000 pounds, mercilessly pierced the creature's skull. The tremendous impact shattered the bones of the demon ape, and blood gushed forth like a column. The creature barely had time to emit a mournful howl before it collapsed with a thunderous crash, its foul blood splattering all over Xiang Hao. Standing atop the massive head of the ape, he found himself drenched in crimson, his blood-red eyes appearing particularly enchanting under the moonlight. "Ha ha! Those who stand against me shall perish." Xiang Hao's voice reverberated through the forest, a terrifying and arrogant laughter that lingered on, while in the depths of his consciousness, Elder Yin was exceedingly excited. It was so familiar, so reminiscent. My king is returning. At this moment, Xiang Hao felt an unprecedented sense of well-being, or rather, in his 2 lifetimes, he had never felt this way before. As the blood of that beast splattered across his body, a profound joy surged within his soul, compelling him to roar uncontrollably, a happiness that was indescribable. Is this the sensation of slaughter? A joy that felt oddly familiar. Gazing at the prey beneath his feet, an indescribable sense of pride welled up within him. At that moment, a purple soul ring emerged from the diamond demon ape, a creature that had existed for 6 millennia. Just then, Bibi Dong approached slowly, her stunning visage betraying her astonishment. She had witnessed the entire battle from a distance, amazed by Xiang Hao's combat talent and the audacity of this 11-year-old child. However, what shocked her the most was the overwhelming aura emanating from the child, reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, a domineering presence that commanded respect, stirring even the being in her consciousness. That being was a legendary deity. Bibi Dong scrutinized Xiang Hao closely, pondering that she had never anticipated her once accidental disciple would grow to such extraordinary heights. "However, this is your 3rd soul ring. Absorb it swiftly. I shall protect you," Bibi Dong said, her expression complex. "Understood, teacher," Xiang Hao replied, promptly drawing the ring into his body. The deep purple soul ring flickered a few times before stabilizing. This absorption lacked the physical strain of the previous 2, and even the vengeful spirits within offered no resistance, making it an exceedingly smooth process. Yet, Xiang Hao felt a tinge of disappointment, as the absence of physical pressure meant he could not further strengthen his body. However, he would soon realize that the soul skill granted by the ring would alter his perspective. Moments later, the absorption of the 3rd soul ring reached its conclusion, bestowing upon him the 3rd soul skill, Diamond Destruction Cannon. He unleashed a barrage of rapid punches, each wave possessing incredible power. But what thrilled him even more was that these shockwaves had corrosive properties. Upon opening his eyes to find Bibi Dong eagerly watching him, Xiang Hao hastened to explain the effects of his 3rd soul skill. Bibi Dong appeared unfazed. Instead, she slowly retrieved an object from her soul guide. In a flash of light, a bone-like artifact resembling 4 arms materialized before Xiang Hao. This was a soul bone. "However, this is your reward for reaching level 30. An external soul bone particularly suited for you. Absorb it quickly," she urged, prompting him to channel his soul power. Xiang Hao felt a sense of familiarity with the soul bone, for arms, reminiscent of the demon ape. Without further thought, he accelerated the absorption process, yet simultaneously sensed an increasing pressure of soul energy within him. "Do not lose focus. I will expedite the fusion of the soul bone with your being. Endure it," she instructed. Bibi Dong called out, and Xiang Hao silently channeled the soul power coursing through his body, feeling the mounting pressure that seemed to threaten to burst forth from his back. As the pressure intensified, with a sudden explosion, 4 robust arms emerged. Bibi Dong observed the strong appendages extending from him with great satisfaction. Her efforts had borne fruit at this moment. "My disciple shall surpass me in future achievements," she mused. The soul pressure she had exerted had reached the formidable level of 40, yet this young man showed no inclination towards fully merging with the soul bone. The levels ascended: 41, 43, 45, 47, 59. Finally, Xiang Hao could no longer withstand the force and collapsed to the ground, a golden mark erupting upon his forehead. At last, success. Bibi Dong exhaled in relief, while Xiang Hao contemplated the 4 arms behind him, struggling to control them as they flailed chaotically. What perplexed him was the origin of this external soul bone, hailed as a peerless treasure, one that the spirit hall itself did not possess. Just as Bibi Dong seemed to deny him the opportunity to voice his inquiries, she turned and led him away. On their return journey, all of Xiang Hao's questions were soon answered as he caught sight of a nearby hill, where the magic ape he had slain illuminated the night with a dazzling display of various hues of yellow and purple. Xiang Hao comprehended the reasons behind his teacher's knowledge of his need for a soul ring or acquisition of the external soul bone, and the frenzy displayed by the magical ape. His mentor had eradicated the soul beast horde, procured his soul bone, and selected his soul ring. At that moment, an inexplicable warmth enveloped Xiang Hao's heart. Despite their infrequent encounters, his teacher had genuinely invested in his growth, regardless of her motives. This kindness would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Xiang Hao had never been concerned with notions of righteousness or justice. What he acknowledged as true was simply right. Chapter 20. Infiltration. Having resolved his soul ring dilemma, Bibi Dong intended to depart as she had before. Xiang Hao understood that his teacher would not elaborate. She presented everything directly before him. However, he found himself entangled in a significant predicament, as the four outstretched arms were exceedingly challenging to control. With his current mental fortitude, managing them proved to be quite troublesome. Thus, from that day forth, Xiang Hao's training expanded to include this new challenge. Within the halls of the Spirit Hall, a stunning golden-haired maiden approached the main seat, her ring glimmering on her ring finger, revealing her identity as Qianrenxue, while Bibi Dong sat above her. Qianrenxue spoke softly, "Your Holiness, the operation is prepared. Tomorrow, I shall depart for Heavendo City." Bibi Dong, seemingly not lifting her gaze, replied coolly, "Understood. Be aware of how crucial your actions are to the grand design of the Spirit Hall. Do not falter." With that, silence enveloped the chamber. Though Qianrenxue appeared ready to speak further, she ultimately sealed her lips, rising slowly to exit. Bibi Dong did not open her eyes to observe her. And only after a considerable time had passed, a profound sigh echoed from the depths of the hall. Another year had elapsed, and Xiang Hao's sojourn in the canyon was nearing its conclusion. At present, he stood with arms crossed, the four limbs aiding him in scaling the steep cliffside. His mastery over the soul bone had become quite proficient, and his soul power had reached the 34th level. Seated by the campfire at night, Xiang Hao felt a surge of excitement. At last, this rigorous training was coming to an end. He pondered the level of that brat Zhong Liamo, wondering how far he had progressed. Just as he was about to indulge in a restful slumber, anticipating his return to the Spirit Hall the following day, a familiar presence emerged from the shadows, much like before. Bibi Dong appeared silently behind Xiang Hao and spoke. "Hao, the 3-year term has expired. Your training has concluded." Xiang Hao was taken aback by the voice, quickly turning over to comply with the teacher's arrangements. "How did you know I intended to send you elsewhere?" Bibi Dong chuckled softly. "The disciple is set to return tomorrow. If there were other reasons, the teacher would not have come tonight." Bibi Dong couldn't help but smile, finding the child rather astute. "Very well, let me ask you this. Can your weapon spirit transform its shape according to your will?" Xiang Hao could not help but ponder. Could Elder Yin manipulate not only the weight of the breaking heaven but also its appearance? At that moment, a voice resonated within his consciousness. "Youngster, inform her that it can be altered, and no one will be able to discern the change." Xiang Hao immediately responded, and upon hearing these words, Bibi Dong's smile grew even broader. "Excellent. The final piece of the plan is now in place." "Very well, Hao. I now assign you a task. You are to masquerade as the child of a minor noble from the Heavendo Empire and attend the Royal Academy of Heavendo for your studies. This operation will be under a unified command, and when the time comes, he will certainly seek you out." After listening attentively, Xiang Hao discerned that this was likely a meticulously orchestrated plan by the Spirit Hall, in which he was to play a pivotal role. An inexplicable sense of mission ignited within him, and he solemnly accepted the task. "Very well. I shall employ secret techniques to confine your soul power to the 23rd rank, and transform the quality of your soul rings into 200-year rings of 300 years each. Remember, do not utilize your third soul skill or any external soul bones." With that, a surge of energy coursed through Xiang Hao's body, and gradually, he felt a portion of his soul power being sealed away, while the 2 soul rings transformed into a vibrant yellow. Meanwhile, the spear known as breaking the heavens in his right hand morphed into a mere iron-tipped spear. Seeing this, Bibi Dong smiled with satisfaction. Everything was unfolding perfectly. She envisioned her carefully placed pawns, and soon, the Heavendo Empire would fall under the dominion of the Spirit Hall. Once accomplished, they would concentrate their forces to conquer the Douluo Empire, bringing the unification of the Douluo continent within reach. That evening, Xiang Hao was escorted by Bibi Dong to the city of Heavendo, where his nominal parents, both subordinates of the Spirit Hall, had been awaiting his arrival. That night, he assumed his new identity, adopting the name Xiang Yu. Having grown up within the Spirit Hall, he had acquired a modicum of understanding regarding noble etiquette, thus facilitating his swift assimilation into this identity. With the new academic term commencing the following week, he was determined to embody Xiang Yu completely. Meanwhile, in the royal palace of Heavendo, Within the prince's chamber, a shadow silently appeared behind Xian, kneeling before her. "Young master, the Pope has sent word. She has placed a new undercover agent in the Heaven Do Royal Academy named Xiang Yu." Xian could not help but frown slightly. She pondered the intentions of this woman, questioning why she would insert another spy. "I understand. You may leave now." With a faint sigh, Xian reflected on her prolonged struggles in this treacherous environment, from the spirit hall to the Heaven Do royal family. She believed herself to be sufficiently ruthless and composed. Yet inexplicably, every time she gazed at the ring adorning her finger, her thoughts would involuntarily drift back to the toxic gas-laden forest and the young man who had once teased her. If he were still alive, he would likely be preparing to enter a prestigious academy soon, she mused. The infiltration was originally proceeding according to plan, yet an unexpected visitor disrupted everything. Just 5 days before the start of the academic term, the Douluo named Yu unexpectedly sought an audience with Xiang Hao, bringing with him news that left Xiang Hao astounded. Since acquiring the Baichao Danjing, Yu had become utterly captivated and, with Bibi Dong's permission, had gathered a group of soul masters well-versed in botanical pharmacology, dispatching them to search for the herbs listed in the formula. With the assistance of the Qingling Dan, many previously insurmountable toxic barriers have become virtually ineffective, revealing a wealth of precious medicinal herbs within some of them. However, not long ago, a soul master reported discovering a toxic barrier at the heart of the Sunset Forest, where the efficacy of the Qingling Dan was utterly insufficient to withstand the onslaught of toxic fumes. Moon Guan, perplexed by this anomaly, decided to investigate personally. Upon forcefully entering the toxic barrier, he stumbled upon a realm of divine elegance. Moon Guan had never envisioned such a place. Countless exquisite celestial herbs thrived in abundance. At the intersection of ice and fire, a spring of mingling elements surrounded by the top 9 spiritual herbs from the Dan scriptures flourished. Even Moon Guan found it difficult to contain his excitement. Just then, the master of this domain returned, Poison Douluo, Douluo. It was no wonder that the Qingling Dan had proven ineffective. The venom of this ancient poison master was unparalleled. Yet this time, Moon Guan had discovered a method to counteract snake venom within the Dan scriptures, Xianhuang. Using this knowledge, he concocted the 14th-ranked elixir, Xianhuang Dan, a nemesis to snake venom. This unexpected skirmish concluded with Douluo's defeat, leading Moon Guan to engage in negotiations with him. Chapter 21. Enrollment. Old Poison Master, shall we strike a bargain? Moon Guan inquired. You may do with me as you wish. Since when did you become so timid? No, Old Poison Master. You are a titled Douluo. It would be a tremendous loss to eliminate someone of your caliber, Moon Guan replied with a smile. The Tiando royal family has long been corrupt. The unification of the continent by my Wujiang temple is an inevitable tide. You are a wise man and understand my intentions. Enough with the flattery, today. Douluo has conceded. Spare me the idle chatter, Douluo retorted. Oh, is that so? You, Douluo, have made many enemies on the Douluo continent with your poisonous prowess, have you not? If I were to disclose that your poison techniques have been neutralized, your adversaries would certainly come knocking, Moon Guan continued. And what of it? Whether I perish at your hands or those of others matters little, Douluo replied defiantly. Oh. But what of your granddaughter, so beautiful and delicate? I recall you have an enemy who favors such young maidens, Moon Guan teased, leaving Douluo momentarily speechless. Following that day, the Wujiang temple gained a new acolyte. Moon Guan was conversing with Xiang Hao when he casually produced a storage ring and remarked, such fruitful gains are owed to you. The ice and fire yin yang is now under strict surveillance, and I have relocated the Dan chamber there. I have gathered some spiritual herbs. They will be useful to you, and you may seek me there in the future. With a clap of his hands, he called, Come in. A pale, green-haired elder entered, his red robe clearly indicating his status as an elder of the Wujiang temple. Elder Douluo pays his respects to the Holy Sun, he said, bowing slowly. His Holiness the Pope has decreed that henceforth, Elder Douluo shall ensure your safety in Tiando City. In due time, I shall exchange insights on the Dan scriptures with you, Moon Guan concluded. As the moonlight spoke, a charming smile graced her lips before she vanished quietly. This news was indeed astonishing. Now, I had acquired a title as a Douluo enforcer. It was only when Douluo began to address me that I gradually regained my composure. I could not help but scrutinize my enforcer, green hair and green eyes. An appearance most peculiar. May I inquire, Your Excellency Douluo, has your hair always been this way? Do not jest, Holy Sun. It is a result of my own cultivation of poison techniques. My lack of mastery has allowed this toxin to permeate my being. Ah, I see. Your Excellency has been poisoned. I stepped closer to examine him more closely. After a lengthy pause of contemplation, I finally spoke. This poison can indeed be resolved. Do not tease me, holy son. This toxin has accumulated over many years, Douluo chuckled. Perhaps you find it hard to believe. But the antidote to your poison was crafted from the alchemical formulas I provided to the esteemed Ju Douluo. Though my talent in alchemy pales in comparison to that of Ju Douluo, I have diligently studied these formulas for many years. As I spoke, Douluo's expression began to shift, growing increasingly grave. This poison can indeed be resolved. I can provide you with the antidote's formula as a token of our acquaintance. Upon hearing this, the calm demeanor of Douluo shattered. His breaths grew labored. A mere hour ago, he might have doubted my words, but he had clearly overheard Moonlight's conversation with me, and it became evident that this holy son might genuinely possess a method to detoxify him. This is the formula for the 9-yang pill, provided no unforeseen circumstances arise. The necessary herbs should be available in your apothecary, Your Excellency. I shall also furnish you with the method of preparation. With that, a radiant scroll appeared in my hand, revealing the antidote's formula before Douluo. At this moment, Douluo could no longer contain his emotions. His breaths quickened significantly. Trembling, he reached out to accept the formula, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. This toxin had plagued him throughout his life, leading to the ruin of his family and the dissolution of his marriage. Now, there was a genuine possibility for salvation. Your act of kindness is a matter of life and death for me, holy son. If I can free myself from this poison, I shall repay you with my utmost gratitude, Douluo declared solemnly. Excellent. This poison Douluo shall serve my purposes henceforth, I mused inwardly. A wave of indescribable joy washing over me. I had never engaged in such a prosperous endeavor before. Having a top-tier expert by my side made all the difference. A few days later, the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the Tiando royal family officially commenced its academic year. True to its reputation as the finest soul master institution in the Tiando Empire, the school exuded opulence. Nestled on a picturesque mountain outside of Tiando City, the decor of the academy was extravagantly lavish, and every student attending bore distinguished lineage and exceptional talent. Today marked the day of new student enrollment. Each year at this time, Emperor Xiang would personally attend to preside over the opening ceremony for the new students. However, in recent years, due to the emperor's declining health, this duty had been passed on to the imperial heir, Prince Xiang Hao. Xiang Hao gazed at the gilded characters meticulously crafted on the pristine stone, a gentle smile gracing his lips. After all, it was merely the sun setting in the west. Although he possessed the resolve of an undercover agent, he found himself uncertain of his purpose. At that moment, a striking green-haired maiden approached him with grace. Xiang Hao scrutinized the advancing girl, undoubtedly the granddaughter of Douluo, Douluo. Upon closer inspection, he noted that Douluo was merely 2 years his senior. Yet her physique had developed remarkably, her academy uniform barely containing her form. Her enchanting visage, accentuated by emerald eyes, exuded an alluring charm. Among the women Xiang Hao had encountered, she was second only to his senior, his teacher, and the golden-haired girl. Douluo was also observing Xiang Hao intently. He was not particularly handsome, but his features were well-defined, and his countenance displayed a resolute strength, complemented by a healthy sun-kissed complexion. Just yesterday, her grandfather had unexpectedly mentioned that she should look after this younger brother, claiming him to be the son of an old friend. Though she could not recall her grandfather having such a companion. You must be Shueyu's younger brother, right? Just call me Yinjie. I'm here to assist you with your enrollment. Thank you, Yinjie, Xiang Hao replied with a smile, and together they entered the campus. Accompanying Douluo certainly alleviated many of his troubles. The Heavenly Royal Academy was vast, significantly larger than the Spirit Hall Academy. As he wandered through the living quarters, he quickly found himself lost, but fortunately he had someone to guide him. The living conditions were exceptional. Every student was afforded their own private room, facilitating their training. For Xiang Hao, this arrangement was advantageous for pursuing various endeavors. Once all formalities were completed, Douluo escorted Xiang Hao to the academy's auditorium, where the crown prince himself was to preside over the welcoming ceremony for new students. Tardiness was not an option. Upon entering the auditorium, Xiang Hao felt a multitude of gazes upon him. The upperclassmen erupted into a clamor the moment Douluo entered, completely disregarding the decorum expected of nobility. It seemed this companion of his wielded considerable popularity, while Douluo appeared unfazed by the attention, leading Xiang Hao to a circle of acquaintances. Yinjie, are you no longer interested in Tianhingu? Inquired a refined young man from behind, with several others around him evidently intrigued by the question. "What are you talking about?" "He is just the child of my grandfather's old friend. I'm merely keeping an eye on him." Before the group could press further, a strikingly handsome young man approached and seated himself beside De Guyen, instantly silencing the previously boisterous crowd. Chapter 22. Xiang Hao. During these recent days of clandestine study, Xiang Hao has come to know many of the prominent youths from various esteemed families within the school, among whom the most remarkable is the young master of the blue Tyrannosaurus family, Wujiang. His soul power has likely reached the 38th level, a testament to his extraordinary cultivation talent that far surpasses his peers. Just as De Guyen was about to speak, an unexpected silence enveloped the room as Xiang Hao made his entrance. Clad in an elegant blue-green attire, his long black hair was tied back with a green ribbon, cascading neatly down his back. His visage exuded a striking charisma as he gracefully approached the main seat, his gaze sweeping slowly and meticulously across the hall before he quietly settled into his chair. No one noticed that upon fixing his gaze on a particular spot, Xiang Hao's body involuntarily quivered slightly. Seated in her chair, Qian Rinxue also found herself trembling. He was here, he was alive. For a fleeting moment, she felt a warmth gathering in her eyes, as if tears were on the verge of spilling forth. She had often contemplated how she would react upon encountering that person again, yet when the day finally arrived, the intensity of her emotions was far more profound than she had anticipated, leaving her bewildered as to why her heart was racing so. Beside her, Prince Xuexing noticed the crown prince's unusual demeanor and quickly inquired, "Your Highness, are you unwell? Perhaps you should rest. I can preside in your stead." "There's no need. I am merely stirred by the sight of such radiant young talents from our empire," Qian Rinxue replied, taking a moment to compose herself. Thus, Xiang Hao rose slowly from his seat and strode to the front of the stage, addressing the gathered assembly. "Each of you represents the elite of the Tiando Empire. Having come from various provinces to the cradle of our empire, many among you will, upon graduation, become vital ministers of our nation. Will you join me in rekindling the glory of Tiando?" His words were met with thunderous applause from the audience. Xiang Hao couldn't help but acknowledge the commanding presence exuded by Xiang Hao, who spoke with an elegance that was both gentle and powerful. He mused that the ancient saying of a gentleman being like jade must indeed refer to someone like him. Though it is often said that the Tiando Empire is rife with corruption and that those in power neglect their duties, it seems there may be some truth to these claims, for Xiang Hao appears to embody the qualities of a benevolent ruler. Xiang Hao, however, remained somewhat oblivious to the intricacies of the Spirit Hall's infiltration plan, aware only that he and Poison Douluo were the sole operatives in this endeavor. Moreover, he felt as if he were unable to stir any significant upheaval. What, then, was the purpose of his teacher's arrangements? Xiang Hao could never have imagined that his identity would render him incapable of becoming a pivotal figure. Could it be that the teacher merely intended for him to bask in some minor glory? The chaotic information swirled in his mind like a tangled mess. Yet he had no time for idle speculation. For reasons unknown, he sensed that Xiang Hao's gaze was repeatedly drifting in this direction. In other words, he felt as though Xiang Hao was observing him directly. Had he been exposed? Surely not. For the number of individuals aware of his identity could be counted on one hand, and all of them were steadfast members of the Spirit Hall. What could be the cause of this? His appearance was hardly remarkable. Clutching his perplexity, when he felt Xiang Hao's gaze sweep over him once more, he boldly met his eyes. Those captivating orbs were indeed enchanting. What was happening? To his surprise, after a brief moment of eye contact, Xiang Hao averted his gaze. Was that a hint of shyness? What's the matter, little brother? Is Prince Xiang Hao not exceedingly handsome? Despite being the royal heir, he carries no airs and often mingles with the students, Du Guyen remarked as she approached. Ah, indeed, he seems destined to be a wise ruler, Xiang Hao replied. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt a chilling gaze directed at him from behind as he turned away. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? Suddenly, the pocket watch nestled in his arms flickered slightly, revealing a time and coordinates, midnight tonight, by the pond in the forest outside the academy. It dawned on Xiang Hao that his superior wished to meet him. This pocket watch was a special soul guide device, consisting of a master and a subordinate watch. The subordinate would change in accordance with the master, albeit with distance limitations. Thus, his superior was undoubtedly present in this very hall. Unconsciously, Xiang Hao scanned the surroundings for what he deemed suspicious targets. Could it be the advisor at the prince's side or perhaps that attendant? Yes. He found himself affirming this notion. Meanwhile, the true instigator was grappling with his own emotions upon the stage. Rinxue had never anticipated that she would find herself in such a predicament. Just moments ago, she had witnessed a green-haired beauty conversing with Xiang Hao, and an overwhelming impulse surged within her to intervene and pull the two apart. This was quickly followed by a wave of sorrow, for she recognized that he might very well have a girlfriend, leaving her with no justification to intrude. The tumultuous emotional turmoil left Rinxue feeling bewildered, almost causing her to forget the task for which she had come. She hastily activated her pocket watch. Yet, at this moment, she lacked the disposition to ponder such matters. After a brief farewell to Prince Xuexing, she returned to her quarters to compose herself, for it would be entirely inappropriate to meet her subordinates in her current state. As for Xiang Hao, he was already aware of the location. He had no reason to fear that the monk would abandon the temple. As the group exited the hall, the crowd erupted into a cacophony once more. The elegant young man in blue behind them exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, boss." Just now, the prince was gazing in our direction. Does he know we are from the Academy's battle team? Will he meet with us privately soon? Aha. In this line, several individuals were visibly excited. And although Yu Tianhing remained silent, the subtle tremor of his hands indicated his exhilaration. They were among the most exceptional talents of the Academy, the heirs upon whom the institution had placed its highest hopes. Now, including Dugu Yin, several of them exuded an aura of pride. At this moment, Xiang Hao comprehended that the 7 individuals seated before him constituted the prestigious royal team of the Tiando Royal Academy, known as the Imperial Combat Team. Among them, aside from Yu Tianhing and Doug Weiyuan, there were 5 others, a loquacious man clad in blue, and 3 nearly silent companions, one of whom was slender and partially obscured his face, accompanied by a pair of robust twins whose expressions appeared somewhat vacant. Additionally, there was a woman seated at the far end, enveloped in black attire, her face concealed by a black veil, rendering her expression indiscernible. Xiang Hao could not help but feel intrigued. He relished engaging with these prodigies, as they might very well become his rivals in the future. The presence of adversaries would undoubtedly ignite a greater fervor within him for cultivation, to seek out these so-called geniuses and ultimately vanquish them. Shattering the halo of pride that adorned their heads was a prospect that filled him with immense joy. In his previous life, Xiang Hao had acted in this very manner. Yet he had not anticipated being ultimately vanquished by others in a similar fashion. He resolutely vowed that such an occurrence would never transpire again. He would no longer grant his adversaries even the slightest opportunity. Chapter 23. The encounter. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Tianhing rose to his feet and departed, followed by the few individuals behind him. Xiang Hao, wishing to establish a connection, stood up and extended his hand, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Xue." However, Yu Tianhing walked past Xiang Hao without acknowledging him, as if oblivious to the outstretched hand suspended in midair. The group sauntered away leisurely, leaving only Dugu Yin to softly remark, "That's just his nature, don't take it to heart." She then hurried after them. Xiang Hao, having not uttered a single pleasantry, vanished along with his companions, a display of unbridled arrogance that stirred within him thoughts of how to shatter their dragon-like talents. A fervent wave of unwarranted brutality surged through his heart. It had been long since he had faced provocation. He admonished himself to maintain control, lest this ferocious spirit disrupt his mental clarity. This was the remnants of the tyrannical soul bound to the legendary Wujiang spear. If he could not master it, he would become not a conqueror, but a mere beast. The voice of Elder Yin resonated within his consciousness, and the faint crimson hue in Xiang Hao's eyes gradually dulled. Yan's wisdom struck deep. The young man understood. Though the king of the past had taken countless lives, he was no bloodthirsty fiend. He relished in destruction. For destruction governed slaughter, yet slaughter could not achieve true obliteration. Yan's words flowed like a serene river, calming the tempest of Xiang Hao's turbulent spirit. Indeed, destruction. He was no lover of bloodshed, yet the beauty of exquisite things shattering in his grasp was undeniably alluring. The fierce energy within him seemed to respond, coalescing into a small, crimson soul core that quietly pulsed with life. Upon returning to his dwelling, a wave of trepidation washed over Xiang Hao. Since vanquishing the diamond demon ape, he had sporadically succumbed to frenzied states, and recently it had become increasingly difficult to suppress. As Elder Yin had warned, although the Wujiang spear was a weapon of unparalleled might, it bore the weight of countless souls and curses, rendering it a double-edged sword. The last time blood touched the spear, it awakened that brutal essence once more. This energy now ceaselessly influenced his body and mind. If left unchecked, it could yield dire consequences. At that moment, a thought crossed Xiang Hao's mind. The herbs bestowed upon him by Douluo contained the essence to temper emotions and clarify the mind. He scrutinized the herbs and, indeed, found the purple jade orchid, a legendary herb ranked 17th in the Danjing Herbal Compendium, known for its ability to soothe the spirit and enhance mental strength. After consuming the purple jade orchid, he felt the tumult within him settle, the herb's potency gradually coalescing with a golden light, forming a small platinum sphere that stood in stark contrast to the crimson one. The two entities entwined, each seemingly vying to consume the other, yet neither could prevail. As they reached a stalemate, Xiang Hao's body entered a state of harmony, with the crimson soul power and golden radiance intertwining around him. When he awoke, he realized night had fallen. After dispelling that ferocious aura, his soul power had ascended to the 37th level. Alarm surged through him. He was to meet his superior at midnight and had nearly squandered the time. Wasting no further moments, he hastily adjusted his attire and slipped out of his dwelling, vanishing into the night like a specter. Xiang Hao hurriedly arrived at the appointed lakeside just past midnight. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees behind him, creating a soft, whispering sound. The moonlight poured unabashedly onto the lake, shimmering in a myriad of reflections. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such a scene, prompting him to draw closer to the water's edge and gaze into the surface, pondering many thoughts as he beheld his own reflection. At that moment, he felt a hand land on his shoulder. Reacting instinctively, Xiang Hao seized the hand and spun around, thrusting the individual into the water. The person, seemingly unprepared for such an encounter, was unexpectedly pulled into the depths. As Xiang Hao scrutinized the newcomer, astonishment washed over him. The clothing and hairstyle were eerily familiar. Recalling the attire of the crown prince he had seen earlier that day, Xiang Hao's heart sank. Could this be Xiang Hao? Equally shocked was Rinxue. Her presence at tonight's meeting was not intended, as it was advisable for her to remain unaware of Xiang Hao's identity. However, her subordinate insisted that the informant held a high rank, and only she had the right to be informed. Therefore, it seemed prudent for her to attend personally. What was that woman thinking, constantly altering plans? Upon arrival, she spotted the youth crouched by the lake, completely unaware and defenseless. She aimed to teach him a lesson, but was taken aback by his strength, causing her to tumble into the frigid water. The icy lake pierced her skin, and as she rose, ready to unleash her fury, she was met with the equally astonished gaze of Xiang Hao. Regaining his composure, Xiang Hao's expression shifted from shock to a more serious demeanor. How could the crown prince be here? His superior had not yet arrived. If discovered, the implications were dire. As thoughts of potential failure flooded his mind, he instinctively stepped back, preparing to retreat, fearing disappointment from his mentor. Yet, the next words spoken by Rinxue left him frozen in place. Upon recognizing Xiang Hao, she was at a loss for how to express her ire, exclaiming, "Is this how you greet your superior upon our first meeting?" For Xiang Hao, the revelation that the crown prince was an ally was far more impactful than the potential exposure of his mission. In that instant, he realized he had underestimated his mentor. Reacting quickly, he pulled Rinxue from the water, hastily offering apologies. The sight of this unfolding drama left Rinxue both amused and exasperated. Who had sent such a fool to be a lookout? Raising her head, she pondered who possessed such audacity. At her words, Xiang Hao couldn't help but chuckle as he slowly lifted his gaze to meet hers. With her back to the moonlight, Rinxue's hair cascaded in disarray, shimmering under the silvery glow. Her striking features, typically assertive in the daylight, appeared softer in this light. Remarkably, her skin, as white as snow, seemed to reflect the moon's radiance, her bright eyes deep and luminous. It was the second time Xiang Hao found himself mesmerized by another's beauty, the first being a golden-haired maiden. Rinxue, however, seemed unable to bear such intense scrutiny, thinking to herself that after all these years, he had not changed at all. After all these years, this audacious fellow still dares to gaze at himself in such a manner. Chapter 24. Qin Ming. This individual remains oblivious to the need for restraint. Has no one informed him that such direct stares at others are exceedingly impolite? Rinxue could not help but ponder. Xiang Hao was uncertain as to why he found himself so captivated. Perhaps it was an inexplicable sense of familiarity with that visage. No more lingering looks. Identify yourself. I am the supreme commander of this covert operation, Rinxue stated with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao quickly regained his composure and began to silently report his code name and mission. He held a degree of reservation towards this commander. It seemed as though she was aware of his thoughts, for she discreetly produced a token from her bosom. It was an exquisitely crafted emblem, adorned with 6 intricate patterns representing the highest echelon of the spirit hall. Xiang Hao recognized this token. It was possessed by the formidable Douluo, a supreme token bestowed upon trusted confidants by Bibi Dong. As far as Xiang Hao was aware, no more than 5 individuals possessed such a token. To behold it was akin to encountering the Pope himself. Realizing this, Xiang Hao dared not conceal anything further. This individual undoubtedly knew his true identity. I am the Pope's disciple, Xiang Hao, currently a level 37 assault spirit master with my original martial spirit. He promptly knelt, uttering these words that stirred a myriad of emotions within Xianren. Indeed, this was the very youth she recognized, possessing an exceedingly rare martial spirit and an astonishingly rapid cultivation pace. However, he was a disciple of that woman. At this moment, Xianren's heart became tumultuous. Her emotions had oscillated too greatly this evening: joy, anger, happiness, and sorrow. She gazed silently at the youth kneeling before her, and to be honest, she was utterly perplexed by her feelings towards him. The mission seemed to have reached its conclusion. She had encountered Xiang Hao, and he had learned of Xueqing's identity. It was time for her to gather her thoughts. In the past several years, she had never experienced such intense emotional fluctuations due to a single individual. What was happening to her? Now that you are aware of my identity, you should comprehend the significance of this mission. My identity is of the utmost secrecy. Do you understand? Xianren said, feigning composure. Rest assured, I fully understand. No matter what occurs, it shall not implicate His Highness in the slightest, Xiang Hao replied earnestly. That is sufficient. I shall meet with you again for future tasks requiring your cooperation. For now, you may return, but do not reveal your whereabouts, she instructed. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao prepared to bow and turn back, when suddenly Xianren's voice echoed behind him once more. As an undercover agent, you must avoid excessive interaction with others. Although the venerable Douluo has pledged allegiance, his granddaughter remains unaware. It is advisable to limit your engagements. Xiang Hao felt perplexed. Had he truly appeared overly familiar with Douluo today? I have no particular dealings with Douluo. She merely assisted me in familiarizing myself with the school today. It was likely arranged by the venerable Douluo, he responded. Xiang Hao returned, and it seemed that Xueqing had displayed a look of sudden realization. Subsequently, he waved his hand, signaling Xiang Hao to take his leave. Xiang Hao, puzzled, found his superior rather peculiar. One moment joyous, the next contemplative. It was inscrutable. Was this the demeanor of someone with depth? Indeed, a quality he felt he could never acquire. In his heart, he silently commended the crown prince. With great caution, Xiang Hao made his way back as dawn broke. Today marked the inaugural day of classes, and he arrived at the classroom early. Though he had not rested long, he felt surprisingly alert. The number of students in his class was significantly less than during his time at the Spirit Hall. In the expansive classroom, there were merely a handful of students, each clad in elegant and refined uniforms, their manners exuding an air of nobility that reflected their esteemed lineage. However, amidst this, there was an unexpected presence, a tall student who quietly sat in the corner from the morning, dressed in simple attire that starkly contrasted with the opulent garments of his peers. The surrounding students made a concerted effort to avoid him, their eyes brimming with disdain. Xiang Hao had witnessed such expressions countless times in his previous life. Having been an orphan himself, though gifted, his upbringing in the divine martial hall had been far from affluent. Many among the sect hailed from illustrious families. And while they feigned respect towards him, the insincerity in their smiles and the contempt hidden within their gazes were all too evident. It seemed that, regardless of the setting, human nature remained unchanged. As the first class commenced, a youthful and imposing teacher entered the room. With his back to the students, he confidently inscribed his name on the blackboard, Qin Ming. From this day forth, I shall be your homeroom teacher, responsible for your learning and living here. My name is Qin Ming, and I am currently a rank 61 Battle Soul Emperor of the Offensive Department. Upon uttering these words, the students erupted in murmurs. He is Qin Ming, reputed to be the youngest Soul Emperor in the Empire's history. Teacher Qin Ming, the leader of the Imperial Battle Team, is our homeroom teacher? How fortunate we are. Xiang Hao gradually comprehended that his instructor was indeed an extraordinary individual. Qin Ming gestured for everyone to settle down, stating, "This is our first class. Let us introduce ourselves." He then pointed to a robust young lad who stood up to present himself. The boy, clearly exhilarated by being called upon, declared, "I am Yin Kuei, a soul master of the assault system, class 17. My martial spirit is the Diamond Bear. I have possessed great strength since childhood, and I invite you all to spar with me in the future." With that, he showcased his muscles. Qin Ming smiled and nodded, beckoning the next student to introduce themselves. One by one, They presented themselves, and soon it was Xiang Hao's turn. However, none of the preceding individuals had left a profound impression. They were mostly of mediocre talent, lacking any extraordinary abilities yet brimming with the arrogance of perceived genius. Their self-important declaration struck Xiang Hao as remarkably immature. At that moment, a dapper boy seated to Xiang Hao's right stood gracefully, saying, "I am Ning Tian, a Grand Soul Master of the Support System, Class 21. My martial spirit is the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda." His seemingly casual proclamation detonated like a bomb in the classroom, igniting a wave of excitement among the peers. Hailing from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, and having achieved Class 21 by the age of 12, even the previously haughty noble scions couldn't help but exhibit a hint of admiration. Qin Ming observed this student quietly. Indeed, his talent was exceptional, marking him as a standout among his generation in the sect. Ning Tian gazed down upon his classmates with a sense of superiority, reveling in the satisfaction of being recognized as a genius from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, while dismissing the others as insignificant. After the hubbub subsided, it was finally Xiang Hao's turn to introduce himself. He rose slowly, articulating clearly and powerfully, "Xiang Yu, a Grand Soul Master of the Assault System, Class 23. My martial spirit is the Iron Spear." The classroom erupted into a cacophony of murmurs at this announcement. My goodness. He is already at Class 23 at just 12 years old. His soul power surpasses mine by 2 levels. Ning Tian's expression darkened upon hearing Xiang Hao's words. How could anyone surpass him? He had always been regarded as one of the elite within the sect. How could a seemingly inferior martial spirit possess greater soul power than his? Ning Tian glared at Xiang Hao with palpable resentment, as if wishing to devour him whole. In an instant, the classroom was filled with a myriad of voices, astonishment, envy, admiration, and even resentment. Ning Tian, showing no restraint in his displeasure, exclaimed, "So what? It's still a worthless martial spirit. An iron spear would be more fitting as a guard at the imperial palace." The classroom fell into a sudden silence, leaving only a few murmurs of agreement lingering in the air. Xiang Hao exhibited no emotional fluctuations. In this present moment, mastering his emotions had become an essential discipline. He refused to allow his tempestuous feelings to dictate his actions. The power within him had now bifurcated into 2 irreconcilable halves, and he diligently maintained this precarious balance. With a subtle smile, he quietly resumed his seat. Qin Ming scrutinized Xiang Hao from the shadows, recognizing the boy's commendable talents. Alas, his martial soul was woefully inadequate. Otherwise, he might have found a place as a substitute in the battle team. At that moment, the final student in the class stood up, and Xiang Hao realized that he towered over his expectations. Rising to his feet, he nearly matched Qin Ming's height. His prominent features, thick brows and large eyes, were striking. Yet his visage bore the marks of hardship, his skin a darkened hue indicative of prolonged malnutrition. He appeared considerably mature. One might easily mistake him for a man in his 20s. "I am Ji Bu, a level 20 Assault System Soul Master, with the martial soul of the Earth Dragon." Upon hearing these words, the classroom erupted in excitement once more. This was not due to Ji Bu's exceptional talent, but rather because his Earth Dragon martial soul was a lineage of the now extinct Earth Overlord sect, which had been eradicated by imperial decree 30 years prior, leaving only a scant few members of its lineage. A decade ago, the transgressions of these remnants had only recently been absolved. Ji Bu stared blankly at the disdainful and resentful gazes cast upon him by his classmates. He had long since become accustomed to such treatment. Qin Ming nodded subtly, recognizing Ji Bu as the student who had been specially recruited. His potential was indeed promising, though his lineage was a misfortune. At that juncture, Ning Tian suddenly slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming that such a person was unworthy of being his classmate. The uproar within the class escalated, prompting Qin Ming to raise his hand, causing the 6 soul rings behind him to shimmer in succession. "In this class, I hold authority. Since Ji Bu has been admitted to the academy, he is your classmate, and you shall treat him with respect." Upon uttering these words, Ning Tian appeared utterly unconvinced, shouting, "Then I shall leave. I refuse to associate with the criminal." Just as Ning Tian was about to rise, he felt a firm hand grip his shoulder, pinning him to his seat. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free, and upon turning, he encountered Xiang Hao's radiant smile. "Why aren't you leaving, classmate?" Xiang Hao inquired with a slow smile. "Release me." Ning Tian bellowed in fury. "Very well," Xiang Hao replied with a playful grin. As Ning Tian, fuming, attempted to stand, a powerful hand descended once more, forcefully returning him to his seat. "Why not stay? We are all classmates. Do not be shy," Xiang Hao said. lightly patting Ning Tian a few times. Do you dare to touch me? Do you know who I am? You are finished, Ning Tian retorted, his eyes welling with tears of indignation. Enough. Cease this at once. Qin Ming's authoritative presence surged forth, compelling Xiang Hao to retract his hand. You all are quite something. Unheard of for new students to engage in conflict on their very first day. If you have energy to spare, take it to the Soul Arena. And do not disgrace yourselves here. Ning Tian, with his head bowed slowly, was filled with a seething anger, while Xiang Hao displayed no semblance of remorse, laughing lightly as he offered his apologies. Qin Ming, witnessing this scene, was infuriated beyond measure and bellowed, with not an ounce of contrition. You shall run 20 laps on the playground with a burden. I shall temper your arrogance. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao strode out of the classroom. This incident arose due to me. I shall accompany him in this endeavor, Ji Bu declared loudly. Very well, if you wish to run. Then you shall run. Both of you shall complete an additional 10 laps, Qin Ming stated, prompting Ji Bu to immediately exit the classroom. Remarkable. This big fellow has quite the sense of loyalty, Xiang Hao mused to himself. The two then commenced their punishment, with Xiang Hao circling Ji Bu, relentlessly bombarding him with words. You need not participate. I am simply prone to impulsiveness. I merely cannot stand that pretty boy. By the way, your martial spirit must be quite formidable, given its impressive name. Oh, I heard you were connected to some underworld sect. At this juncture, Ji Bu, who had been running, abruptly halted and spoke solemnly. I appreciate your assistance, but please refrain from discussing this matter. His words bore a hint of emotion, and he resumed his run, prompting Xiang Hao to quickly catch up. Big guy, do not be upset. I did not mean to offend. Thus, under Xiang Hao's incessant chatter, the two completed 30 laps. Although their stamina was commendable, they finished just as class ended, and they leisurely made their way back to their residence, where another awaited them. After class today, Ning Tian went directly to seek out a member of the Academy's sect, a 33rd level battle spirit master. He had never before encountered such humiliation. His father was an elder of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, and even the great nobles of Heaven Do City paid him due respect. Yet today, he had been assaulted by the offspring of a decrepit minor noble, a slight he could not tolerate. My brother, just take action when the time comes. I will bear the consequences, Ning Tian instructed Feng Tianlai, who stood beside him. Understood. I will assist you this time, but there must not be a next. Feng Tianlai replied coldly. Rest assured, my brother, I will speak to my father and ensure he casts a vote for you in this year's sect assessment. Ning Tian responded with a smile. That is good to hear. I will ensure that those who offend my Seven Treasures glazed tile school pay the price. Feng Tianlai declared, closing his eyes in contemplation. He was merely a side disciple within the sect, subjected to annual assessments for his continued status. This young man's father was the elder overseeing the evaluations this year. Otherwise, he would not be so easily manipulated. Ning Tian, as a direct descendant, held a distinct advantage. Feng Tianlai could not help but feel a sense of frustration, despite his remarkable talent, as opportunities for advancement remained elusive. At that moment, Ning Tian suddenly exclaimed, Lai brother, they are approaching. Feng Tianlai observed the two youths striding toward them, each more robust than the last. No wonder one could halt Ning Tian with a single hand. Their strength seemed commendable. Alas, with his spirit power exceeding theirs by 10 levels. He thought to teach them a lesson, merely to appease the situation. As Feng Tianlai stepped forward, Ning Tian surged ahead, positioning himself before the two with an imposing presence, declaring fiercely, Do you truly believe I would let you off so easily? Chapter 26. The unyielding shield. Xiang Hao gazed at the arrogant fool before him, feeling a bittersweet amusement. He had never anticipated that there existed so many self-important imbeciles in this world. During his time at the Spirit Hall, he had never encountered anyone quite as foolish. Observing the henchman standing behind Ning Tian, he recognized this scenario all too well from his past experiences. Some he could defeat, while others proved too formidable. Yet, they all arrived at a singular conclusion. This individual was a madman. Xiang Hao, even in death, was determined to take a piece of his opponent with him. With practiced ease, he raised his hand to grip the iron-tipped spear, shielding those beside him. However, he noticed a flash from the yellow soul ring behind Ji Bu, who had stepped to the forefront. Xiang Hao had momentarily forgotten that this towering figure beside him possessed an equal level of soul power. Feng Tianlai observed that his opponent had assumed a combat stance and no longer concealed his intentions. With a swift motion of his left hand, he pushed aside Ning Tian, revealing 3 yellow soul rings materializing behind him. Feng Tianlai, a 33rd level battle soul master, wielded the spirit of the wind falcon. As he spoke, magnificent wings unfurled slowly from his back, their feathers brushing against his face. Jibu, without hesitation, adorned his hands with thick, rocky gauntlets, enhancing his already imposing stature. Although Xiang Hao was not well versed in such martial spirits, it was evident that soul beasts with dragon lineage were typically formidable. Undoubtedly, this was a powerful beast martial spirit. Listen well, this is not an act of bullying. You two shall face me alone. Today, you will learn a lesson. Do not offend the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, declared Feng Tianlai with pride. Brother Lai, give them a thorough lesson, Ning Tian exclaimed fiercely from the side. Yet, Feng Tianlai seemed unperturbed, merely gesturing dismissively, indicating that it was time to cease the theatrics. Stop the charade and hurry up. I have pressing matters to attend to, Xiang Hao called out, uninterested in their idle chatter. Feng Tianlai, upon hearing this, felt his anger ignite. It was clear that this young man was unaware of proper decorum. Today, I shall teach you what respect means, he proclaimed, and with that, he sprang into action. In an instant, Feng Tianlai dashed forward, covering several steps in the blink of an eye, preparing to deliver a kick at Xiang Hao. He was fast, but someone was even faster. At the very moment Feng Tianlai appeared before them, the first soul ring behind Jibu flickered to life. With a resounding crash, Jibu clasped his hands together, summoning countless stones that coalesced into a formidable rock shield before the two. First soul skill, Earth Shield. Feng Tianlai's foot struck the shield with tremendous force, sending shards of stone scattering. However, the shield remained intact, and Feng Tianlai felt a twinge of pain in his foot. Why is the shield so resilient? He pondered. Yet, the assault was not over. The first soul ring behind Jibu flickered again, and the massive rock shield fractured, sending a barrage of stones hurtling towards Feng Tianlai. The tide of battle shifted with alarming speed. In midair, Feng Tianlai hastily activated his second soul skill, Feather Armor. Instantly, his wings released a flurry of feathers that encased him like armor, deflecting the oncoming stones. But now, he was utterly enraged. While airborne, his first soul ring glowed, and he unleashed a series of wind blades with a powerful flap of his wings, aimed directly at Jibu. Once more, Jibu raised his rock shield. But the sheer number of wind blades was overwhelming. One final strike cleaved through the shield, shattering it into pieces. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Hao swiftly drew his weapon, stepping forward with purpose. The iron-tipped spear in his grasp twirled like a serpent, deflecting all the slicing winds that confronted him. The spear, even in its transformed state, felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in Xiang Hao's hands. The onslaught of wind blades barely registered against his weapon. With his agile spear technique and thunderous footwork, Xiang Hao parried his opponent's strikes, simultaneously launching counterattacks as the spear moved fluidly. Feng Tianlai, caught off guard, had not anticipated that the youth could sever his attacks with a mere spear while simultaneously retaliating. The boy's strange movements were utterly perplexing. At this moment, Feng Tianlai's thoughts grew heavy. This individual was far from simple. Such sophisticated techniques were rare even among the esteemed lineages of great families. What? You say he learned this on his own? Impossible. How could such a person exist in this world? If that were the case, could this lad be a scion of a reclusive family? If I were to injure him, pursuing the matter later would be problematic, as I am merely a collateral descendant. The sect would undoubtedly not come to my aid. Damn it, why did I agree to that fool Ning Tian's request? Feng Tianlai's thoughts became increasingly convoluted. Few who attended this academy came from unremarkable backgrounds. It was not worth provoking powerful individuals over this fool. With this in mind, Feng Tianlai spoke slowly. A gentleman possesses magnanimity. If you can withstand 10 of my strikes, we shall consider this matter resolved. Upon hearing this, Ning Tian exploded with indignation. Brother Lai, what are you saying? These two have embarrassed me today. We must retaliate fiercely. Just then, a figure dashed towards Ning Tian, a massive fist aimed directly at him. Unprepared, Ning Tian was struck squarely in the face, sending him flying. Now, you may remain quiet, Xiang Hao scoffed, clenching his fist in disdain. Feng Tianlai was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. This lad possessed an extraordinary audacity. The opponent had made the first move, relieving him of any concerns. Struggling to rise from the ground, Ning Tian appeared quite disheveled. Half of his once smooth face was now swollen, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his eyes reddened. He bellowed, I will kill you. How dare you strike me? Even the sect leader would not have the audacity to do so. What are you to me? I will end you. With that, he charged at Xiang Hao, a short dagger inexplicably appearing in his hand. Ah, quite the tenacious one, aren't you? I have encountered my share of fools, but you are the most unique among them. I'm rather curious about how your father raised you, Xiang Hao remarked, delivering another punch to the other side of Ning Tian's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Speechless and struggling for breath. That's more like it. If you had encountered me a few years earlier, I assure you, I would have instilled some decorum in you. Xiang Hao said, satisfied as he dusted off his hands. As Feng Tianlai stood frozen, gazing at the unfolding scene, a surge of wrath ignited within him. Here I am, witnessing Ning Tian's injury, unable to extricate myself from the aftermath. Thus, you shall not escape unscathed either. Chapter 27, The Arrival of the Crown Prince in an Instant. Feng Tianlai unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades directed at Xiang Hao, their potency markedly intensified. Xiang Hao deftly twisted his body, narrowly evading several assaults, before spinning around to hurl the gun in his grasp. The piercing sound of the projectile sliced through the air, narrowly missing Feng Tianlai's ear. He felt a sudden warmth on his face and, upon a quick touch, discovered a trace of blood. The spear, seemingly imbued with a consciousness of its own, veered away only to make a swift return midair. The weapon, known as the Broken Sky, had undergone countless refinements and had reached a level of synergy between man and weapon. In this fleeting moment, Xiang Hao could exert control over the spear from such proximity. Yet the exertion drained his mental fortitude significantly. Time and again, under Xiang Hao's guidance, the Broken Sky lunged toward the adversary, while Jibu silently summoned his fists, sending massive boulders soaring into the air. Feng Tianlai was left with no option but to evade, his movements increasingly frantic. At last, he took flight, unleashing a formidable surge of soul power that shattered the stones and deflected the spear. Looking down at the two, his eyes blazed with fury. Well done. You have exhausted my last reserves of patience. Boy, you remain unaware of the consequences of your actions. From this day forth, you shall surely taste the wrath of the 7 treasures glazed sect. Is that so? Then do bring it on. I fear your fury may lack flavor. Xiang Hao retorted with a smile. Feng Tianlai sneered, dismissing any notion of their power as futile. Having attacked the son of the Grand Elder of the 7 treasures glazed sect, Xiang Hao would not see the dawn of tomorrow. I can overlook your recklessness, but your foolishness is unforgivable. Prepare to pay the price for your folly. High above, Feng Tianlai commanded the purple soul rings swirling behind him, his feathered wings fanning out in a majestic display. With a swift motion, his third soul skill, the heavenly demon feathers, was unleashed. Feathers, as if responding to an unspoken command, shot forth from his wings like arrows, hurtling toward the two. Xiang Hao hurriedly summoned the Broken Sky back to his side, spinning it rapidly to shield against the onslaught, while Jibu raised his shield before him. His soul power was waning, and the defense had drained much of his energy. Soon, the shield before Jibu dissipated, leaving him to fend off the attacks with only his hands. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Hao promptly raised his weapon in defense. The onslaught was relentless, yet beneath his agile movements, numerous feathers still managed to slip past, leaving multiple wounds upon his body. One by one, the feathers penetrated the defenses of both combatants, deeply embedding themselves into the ground behind them, creating a dense tapestry of destruction. Gradually, the feathers launched by Feng Tianlai diminished in number, the attacks growing sparse. Just as Xiang Hao and Jibu prepared to counterattack, Feng Tianlai revealed a scornful smile, taunting. Pay for your foolishness, little brat. Upon hearing these words, Xiang Hao sensed an unsettling shift. It was as if the feathers on the ground had come to life, trembling as they extracted themselves and swiftly ascended back into the air. Be careful behind you, Xiang Hao shouted, channeling his protective energy outward. He intercepted the hidden arrows aimed at him, but Jibu was not quick enough. What unfolded before Xiang Hao's eyes was a haunting tableau. Dozens of feathers pierced through Jibu's back, erupting in crimson geysers. In the next instant, the towering figure collapsed into a pool of blood. Without hesitation, Xiang Hao infused his internal energy into Jibu, attempting to staunch the flow of blood, then hurriedly retrieved a jade healing pill from his ring for Jibu. However, the latter had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Observing Jibu, lifeless on the ground, Xiang Hao's eyes slowly filled with tears. The echoes of mocking laughter still reverberated in the air, leaving Xiang Hao momentarily paralyzed. Feng Tianlai, taken aback, noted. This kid has evaded my lethal strike. Ha ha ha, quite fortunate indeed to have escaped my deadly assault. Xiang Hao lowered his head, yet asked in a deep voice. May I pose a question to you? Oh, young one, do you dare to seek mercy? Ha ha ha, it is far too late for that. Do you comprehend the heinous crime your wretched hands have committed? Feng Tianlai slowly descended to the ground, sneering. Does this place you have chosen witness frequent visitors? Xiang Hao seemed oblivious to the taunting remarks and inquired directly. Ha 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 ha, are you truly frightened? That is indeed unfortunate. This path is quite secluded. Feng Tianlai roared with laughter, reveling in the thrill of tormenting his prey. Oh, how splendid that is, he continued. Yes, you may cease your struggles. I shall attend to you with great care. Upon hearing the words, Xiang Hao discarded the broken sky in his hand and slowly approached Feng Tianlai. The latter, observing this, could not help but scoff. Had he truly relinquished his struggle? What a foolish waste of existence. Yet, in the next moment, Feng Tianlai's mirth vanished entirely. Xiang Hao abruptly lifted his gaze, and his formerly dark eyes erupted with a fierce crimson glow. A bizarre smile adorned his face, revealing rows of silver teeth tightly clenched. I initially believed you to be different from that boy, but it appears you are not only akin to him but also inferior. Xiang Hao advanced deliberately towards his opponent, who, to his dismay, discovered that he could not move an inch. Before him materialized the most terrifying spectacle imaginable. In Feng Tianlai's eyes, with each step Xiang Hao took, the ground beneath him seemed to transform into scorched earth, every footfall resting upon a lifeless corpse. Xiang Hao's blood-red gaze, coupled with his imposing stature, made each muscle appear as though it were on the verge of bursting. Strange crimson veins adorned his body, as though streams of blood flowed incessantly from him. To Feng Tianlai, it felt as if the Grim Reaper was advancing towards him, each step deliberate yet inexorably echoing like the countdown of his own mortality. The more he observed, the more paralyzed he felt, helplessly watching the distance between them close. His eyes widened in horror, and fear coursed through his being, causing him to tremble violently. He could only scream in desperation, "What trickery is this? Your illusions cannot deceive me. You cannot harm me. I am a member of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. That boy you incapacitated is the only son of the Grand Elder. You cannot withstand the wrath of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Spare me, and I can plead for your mercy. I have ties with that elder. Please, I beg you. Let me go? I was merely brought here by Ning Tian. It was all his doing." As Xiang Hao drew ever closer, the transformation of Feng Tianlai's expression became increasingly dramatic. His once defiant words dwindled into feeble pleas, culminating in a near-hysterical display of desperation. Xiang Hao approached with a smile, and as he drew near, he slowly uttered, "Thanks to you, my curiosity about the Seven Treasures Glazed sect has only deepened. However, since your intellect seems rather lacking, perhaps it would be wise to find a replacement." Xiang Hao, with an almost expressionless demeanor, unleashed a punch aimed directly at Feng Tianlai's face. The latter, engulfed in sheer terror, struggled desperately but found himself utterly immobilized. In that moment, however, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. A pair of slender hands firmly grasped the iron fist that had approached Feng. Xiang Hao glanced up slightly to see Shui Qinghe, her face etched with anger. Chapter 28. Gradual familiarity. Qian Renxue felt a sense of relief for having left someone by Xiang Hao's side. Otherwise, a grave incident might have transpired today. Meanwhile, the rescued Feng Tianlai's eyes had rolled back, and he knelt helplessly on the ground. A puddle of pungent liquid gradually forming beneath him. He had succumbed to unconsciousness from sheer fright. "Release me," Xiang Hao spoke in a deep tone. "If he erupts again, that giant will truly meet his demise," Qian Renxue remarked coolly. Xiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. His fist slowly relaxed, and the crimson aura of slaughter that enveloped him gradually dissipated. "Bring that giant along with me. If we delay any longer, he may not survive." Qian Renxue shook off Xiang Hao's hand and gestured to the surroundings, where several figures swiftly emerged. "Dispose of those two and leave them outside the academy's woods." Subsequently, several individuals initiated a formation directed at Ning Tian and his companion. Moments later, agonized cries erupted from the two, and the formation vanished, with the skilled individuals effortlessly hoisting the pair away. This was a mental assault formation. When they regained consciousness, they would become mere babbling fools. There are myriad ways to exact revenge on an individual, and often, killing them is the least effective method. You should be grateful for my timely arrival, otherwise, it would have been you lying here. With that, she produced two corpses from the shadows, both of which bore the cultivation level of Soul Kings. "Clean this up. We must leave no traces of the struggle." After issuing her command, she signaled for someone to take Jibu away. Xiang Hao followed, feeling somewhat awkward. Along the way, he observed the operations of the Spirit Hall, discovering a secret passage excavated by the Spirit Hall within the Tiando Royal Academy. Before long, the group exited the passage. Arriving at the outer chamber of the Crown Prince's side hall, they entered a secret room within the side hall, where Jibu was laid down. and several healing soul masters approached to set up a formation. A pale green soul power enveloped the giant, and the gaping wounds on Jibu's body healed almost instantaneously, his breath gradually stabilizing. Seeing this, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but reflect on how this individual had not changed at all, as memories surged back to her. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao, reassured by Jibu's recovery, began to calm down. At that moment, Qian Rinxue walked towards him, her tone turning icy. "Come with me." They entered the study, where her demeanor immediately chilled. "On your very first day, you create such a monumental blunder. Are you here to be an undercover agent?" Upon hearing the words, Xiang Hao could only silently express his apologies, acknowledging that the fault lay within himself. His inability to manage his emotions had intensified, leading to another eruption of the dark sphere within him, which had grown larger and was gradually consuming the golden sphere. However, when Xue Qinghe intervened moments ago, a thread of golden soul power surged into his body, instantaneously incinerating much of his malevolence, preventing him from losing control. This peculiar golden soul power was reminiscent of what he had encountered in the golden-haired girl. The searing sensation it imparted still vivid in his memory. Regrettably, despite extensive inquiries, he had been unable to locate a similar martial soul. Now, as he absorbed Xue Qinghe's reprimand, his curiosity was piqued by other matters. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue remained oblivious to Xiang Hao's thoughts. She merely observed his bowed head in silence, her heart aching. Ever since their first meeting, Qian Rinxue's emotions had been in turmoil. She found herself desperately wanting to know everything about Xiang Hao, placing people around him. And when she learned that he had been cornered by Ning Tian, she hastily declined Ning Fengji's invitation to rush to his side, only to find him utterly uncommunicative. Though Qian Rinxue was known for her cold demeanor, she could not fathom why she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in front of this younger boy. It seemed that before him, she forgot everything, her usually composed self transforming into a flustered mess. Unbeknownst to her, the suppressed seedlings of her emotions began to flourish uncontrollably, branching out with abundant leaves. At this moment, Xiang Hao was entirely unaware of the emotional turbulence across from him, more intrigued by another matter. He waited for Qian Rinxue's emotions to stabilize before gradually speaking. "You are correct, my lord. This time, I acknowledge my mistake, and I am willing to accept any punishment that follows." Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's mood appeared to improve slightly, and she raised her hand to signal Xiang Hao to rise, preparing to impart further instructions. Yet, Xiang Hao's next question caught her off guard. "May I trouble you with a question, my lord? What is your martial soul?" "I do not intend to pry. It is merely that this soul power feels remarkably familiar to me, and it could potentially alleviate an ailment within me." Xiang Hao inquired earnestly. This time, Qian Rinxue felt a wave of panic wash over her. Indeed, she was alarmed. Had she been recognized? How could she explain this? No, he mentioned alleviating an ailment within him. Did that imply he was suffering from some discomfort? His words sent ripples through Qian Rinxue's mind. If she were to reveal her true identity as a woman now, the expression of bashful distress would undoubtedly be breathtaking. Alas, no one in this world was there to appreciate it. This pertains to the secrets of the spirit hall. "But if I can indeed alleviate your ailment, I am willing to give it a try," Qian Rinxue replied slowly, striving to calm her own agitated heart. Upon hearing her response, Xiang Hao's eyes brightened. "Thank you for your assistance, my lord. What must I do?" Qian Rinxue asked, puzzled. Xiang Hao grasped Qian Rinxue's hand firmly, channeling his soul power effortlessly. As he held her delicate hand, he couldn't help but marvel at its softness. How could a man's hand possess such beauty? Perhaps it was the result of royal pampering. Lost in thought, Xiang Hao unconsciously gave it a gentle squeeze. At that moment, Qian Rinxue was utterly unable to think. From the instant Xiang Hao took her hand, her mind had ceased to function. His hand felt so warm. Wait, why was he still squeezing? She felt her thoughts clouded, completely incapacitated, allowing this person before her to hold her hand without resistance. "Sir, simply channel your soul power into me. I can handle the rest," Xiang Hao suggested. Dazed, Qian Rinxue could only respond with a soft "Oh." "Sir, why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" she inquired with concern. "Focus," Qian Rinxue admonished lightly, hastily channeling her own soul power, though the blush on her cheeks deepened. "Sir, do you need to rest? If you're not feeling well, we can postpone." Xiang Hao insisted, his gaze fixed on her face. "Be quiet," Qian Rinxue snapped, turning her face away sharply. Upon hearing her reprimand, Xiang Hao fell silent, questioning if he had spoken out of turn. As he felt the golden soul power gradually flowing into his body, the violent energy within him began to subside significantly. Chapter 29. Rising tension. Xiang Hao profoundly sensed the soul energy coursing through his hands and entering his body, akin to chains tightly binding that small black sphere. The tumultuous inner strength within him gradually subsided, and he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. This was extraordinary. Xiang Hao entered a deep meditative state, savoring this healing sensation. A feeling of ease he had never experienced before. It was only when Qian Rinxue's hand slipped free that he slowly regained his composure. The giant has awakened. Perhaps you should go check on him, Qian Rinxue remarked nonchalantly. Xiang Hao hurriedly approached and discovered that Jibu had long since awakened, gazing vacantly at his surroundings. A look of bewilderment etched upon his face. How wonderful! It is truly splendid that you are unharmed, Xiang Hao exclaimed with palpable excitement. Shortly thereafter, Qian Rinxue followed closely behind and, observing the dazed giant, coldly remarked, "Young man, you must understand that your life was spared by our intervention. Now that you are privy to our secret, I must ensure the safety of our future endeavors. Your talent is commendable. Join us, and in due course, I shall guarantee the absolution of your family's transgressions." To Qian Rinxue's surprise, the giant nodded without hesitation, but then added, "I am willing to join you. But prior to that, I must attend to a personal matter. If I survive, I will dedicate my life to your cause." Qian Rinxue, taken aback, replied, "No matter what it is, I can assist you." However, upon hearing this, Jibu shook his head, insisting, "It is a private affair. Outsiders need not interfere." He then solemnly bowed to the gathered individuals, prompting Xiang Hao to reflect on the burdens this seemingly taciturn giant bore. The two subsequently retraced their steps through the secret passage back to their abode at the academy. The next day unfolded as usual. Yet there was an empty seat beside Xiang Hao, as the two individuals from the previous day appeared to have been casually discarded outside the academy's woods. Their fates left to chance. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the usually imposing and stern elder Ningzhan was now cradling his beloved son. Weeping profusely, the protective jade talisman he had entrusted to his son had inexplicably shattered, and none of the guards could be reached, causing Ningzhan, who was accustomed to indulging his only child, great distress. Consumed with worry and unable to eat or drink, he personally ventured to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy to inquire about his son's whereabouts. Upon arrival, he was met with a shocking revelation. His son was not within the academy. According to others, his son had left early after classes and had since vanished, sending Ningzhan into a panic. He scoured the academy's perimeter in search of his child, ultimately discovering him bound and gagged outside the woods. Upon witnessing his son alongside another disciple of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the latter already lifeless, Ningzhan's heart sank. His son still clung to life, and in a frantic rush, he transported him back to their sect for urgent treatment. After a night of anxious waiting, his son awakened. But what was even more unbearable for Ningzhan was that his son was now rambling incoherently, reduced to a state of madness. The following morning, he contacted the academy. Yet their investigations revealed no signs of struggle, and the two guards had vanished without a trace. Who is targeting my Seven Treasures glazed tile school? Who has harmed my child and left him in such a state? Ningzhan's furious roar echoed through the halls of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Meanwhile, the true perpetrator remained oblivious to the turmoil, attending classes at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy with complete tranquility. Ning Tian's madness and disappearance did not affect Xiang Hao, as no one was aware that Ning Tian had sought out Xiang Hao that fateful afternoon. At this moment, Xiang Hao was far more preoccupied with the peculiar golden soul energy residing within Xue Qinghe. Xiang Hao's understanding of his martial soul attachment was rather limited. However, under the guidance of Elder Yin, he learned that the scarlet aura of slaughter that enveloped him was an extraordinarily domineering force. In contrast, the golden light emanating from Xue Qinghe had the remarkable ability to incinerate this fierce crimson aura in an instant. This peculiar phenomenon evoked memories of the golden-haired maiden he had once encountered, whose soul power was strikingly different from his own, so sacred and pure. He felt the small black orb within him, now ensnared by chains of golden holy light. Xiang Hao had never felt his physical condition so invigorating. Ever since he vanquished the golden ape, that ferocious aura of slaughter would occasionally surge forth, demanding considerable effort to suppress this formidable power. Now, he could finally devote himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation. The ensuing days, however, proved rather dull. During his time at the Tiando Royal Academy, Xiang Hao found little of true value in the knowledge imparted. The academy taught merely some basic knowledge for soul masters. While the majority of lessons revolved around the intricate etiquette of the nobility, something Xiang Hao held in utter disdain. Since their conversation, Jibu had been following Xiang Hao closely. Given their respective soul power levels, the ordinary noble students in their class dared not provoke them. Yet, another troublesome matter arose. Xiang Hao noticed that as his soul power increased, the small black orb within him seemed to expand incessantly. Gradually, he found it increasingly difficult to control the murderous energy surging within him. To manage this power, he reluctantly sought help from Xiang Hao once more. Interestingly, every time he requested assistance, Xiang Hao responded with unwavering resolve. Yet when it came to channeling soul power, he appeared hesitant, often requiring Xiang Hao to take his hand first. Once Xiang Hao grasped his hand, Xiang Hao exhibited notable resistance. Through this interaction, they gradually deepened their understanding of one another. Xiang Hao revealed that his family was a highly esteemed lineage within the Spirit Hall, and he had been groomed as a successor from a young age, living amidst deceit and treachery. However, the arrival of one person, who selflessly saved him without regard for personal gain or peril, instilled in Xiang Hao a belief that genuine emotions still existed in the world. In turn, Xiang Hao began to share his own background. From his humble beginnings in a modest soul master family to becoming a closed-door disciple of Bibi Dong through a fortuitous twist of fate. Xiang Hao listened intently to Xiang Hao's stories, displaying remarkable seriousness, and his demeanor was notably humble and eloquent. As their conversations continued, they evolved into confidants. Yet, Xiang Hao found it perplexing that his teacher had assigned him to infiltrate, yet he had never received any tasks from Xiang Hao or others. Perhaps his teacher was aware that Xiang Hao's temperament was ill-suited for such covert operations. His daily routine consisted of concealing his cultivation at the Tiando Royal Academy, secretly practicing at night, maintaining his previous physical training, and occasionally using a hidden passage to converse with Xiang Hao in the Prince's Palace. Chapter 30. Farewell, however. Xiang Hao felt quite frustrated as his divine martial art was stuck at the pinnacle of the 4th level for an extended period, with no signs of breakthrough. The divine martial art, when externalizing its energy, had a critical flaw before breaking through the 4th level: insufficient strength, making it vulnerable to weapons with strong piercing capabilities, such as the dragon whisker needle from his past life, specifically designed to counteract such internal energy. In addition, Xiang Hao did not neglect his strength training. The weapon, Pation, became increasingly weighty in his hands. Under the relentless and rigorous training imparted by Elder Yin, Pation finally surpassed the weight of 2,000 pounds. Elder Yin also bestowed upon him a set of spear techniques known as the Overlord's Breaking Formation Spear. This entire technique comprises merely 4 fundamental movements: a thrust, a lift, a sweep, and a slash. Elder Yan's spear techniques lack any ostentatious maneuvers. However, it is said that the legendary Xiang Wang once carved a path through a sea of adversaries solely through his formidable presence. Though the techniques may seem deceptively simple, after 2 years of diligent practice, Xiang Hao could barely master the first movement, the piercing thrust. The sheer destructive force embedded within this singular action left him utterly astounded. Once, while experimenting with this technique in the woods beyond the academy, he unleashed a full-powered thrust. The resultant piercing strike was so fierce that it cut through everything in its path, leaving a trail of devastation. Grass lay flattened, and trees were severed at the waist. This remarkable thrust forged a pathway through the dense thicket, and it was aptly named Piercing the Stars. Unconsciously, Xiang Hao had spent 2 years at the Tiando Royal Academy. Except for the altercation that transpired on the first day of enrollment, his subsequent behavior could be characterized as remarkably earnest. After all, his unremarkable martial soul did not denote exceptional cultivation talent. The impression he left was akin to that of a student with mediocre martial soul aptitude yet diligent in his training, an archetype abundantly present within the academy. Moreover, during these 2 years, Douluo had successfully concocted detoxification pills, eradicating the lingering toxins that had plagued him for years. This venerable title Douluo, despite his advanced age, was so overwhelmed with emotion that he prostrated himself at Xiang Hao's feet, pledging his loyalty. From that moment, this title Douluo became entirely subservient to the Spirit Hall. Gradually, Xiang Hao's soul power ascended to level 40, heralding the approach of his 4th soul ring. According to past experience, his teacher would calculate the precise moment of his soul power breakthrough and would arrive to assist him in hunting for his next soul ring. His unique physique seemed to pique his teacher's interest as a special experiment. Bibi Dong consistently sought to elevate the age limit of the soul rings he could endure. If all went as anticipated, his 4th soul ring would be a 10,000-year-old one. As Xiang Hao had anticipated, shortly after reaching level 40, the command from his teacher arrived, instructing him to convene at a designated meeting point on the periphery of the Douluo forest in 1 week. Bibi Dong would await him there. Upon receiving the order, Xiang Hao immediately began to pack his belongings in preparation for the soul hunt. During this process, he reflected on his life over the past 2 years, realizing that what lingered most vividly in his memory was not the academy itself, but rather the enigmatic Prince Xiang. Parting from a friend should indeed evoke a profound sense of melancholy. The two had grown to become confidants. This departure warranted a heartfelt farewell. Both were devoted to the grand ambitions of the Spirit Hall, and a brief separation could serve to enhance their future reunion, provided it did not become overly sorrowful. Additionally, there was the taciturn giant, Jibu, who had consistently accompanied him, though few words were exchanged. His unwavering diligence in all endeavors had led to Jibu's soul power nearing level 30 after 2 years. Although Xiang Hao could not fathom the reasons behind it, he discerned a heavy sense of responsibility reflected in Jibu's gaze, driving him forward. Xiang Hao was unaware of the precise events that had transpired in his life. Yet he felt the weight of painful memories pressing heavily upon this Navi giant. Contemplating this, he chose not to elaborate further. Before departing, he entrusted the teachings of the divine martial arts to Jibu, who accepted them with a solemn nod, silently resolving to embrace his newfound knowledge. That afternoon, as was his custom, Xiang Hao traversed the secret passage to reach the chambers of Wujiang, who awaited his arrival with anticipation. Their meeting bore the familiar semblance of an old friendship. Wujiang had prepared fragrant tea, offering a cup to Xiang Hao as he settled beside him. "You haven't visited often lately. Have you encountered any troubles at the academy? I hope you haven't become infatuated with any young and beautiful maidens at your tender age. I must remind you that you are the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Seeking love at this juncture would be rather reckless." "Brother Qinghe, you jest. You know me to be merely a martial artist, devoid of such idle distractions," Xiang Hao replied, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor. "Oh, is that so? How delightful," Wujiang remarked, though his tone suggested a blend of joy and melancholy, leaving Xiang Hao uncertain of his true feelings, a sentiment he had grown accustomed to. "Brother Qinghe, I have come to bid you farewell," Xiang Hao said, setting down his teacup to meet Wujiang's gaze. At this, Xianren, who had been preparing to sip her tea, paused, her eyes widening in surprise. After a moment of stunned silence, she slowly inquired, "Is it news from your teacher?" "My spirit power has reached level 40, Xiang Hao replied. "My teacher informed me that in a week, he will take me to hunt for souls in the Douluo forest, where I will seek my titled spirit ring. If all goes well, I shall not return after this soul-hunting expedition." His words carried the weight of impending separation, a sorrowful ambience enveloping them. Over the past 2 years, Wujiang and Xiang Hao had forged an unbreakable bond, sharing thoughts and dreams as true friends. Though Wujiang was a few years older, their perspectives often aligned astonishingly well. He was the first person to listen to Xiang Hao with such earnestness, and Xiang Hao had not confided in anyone for quite some time. Like Wujiang, he cherished this friendship deeply, yet he understood that his journey could not pause. "Oh, you truly possess remarkable talent. If I recall correctly, you are merely 14 years old, and yet you have achieved the rank of Spirit Master. This undoubtedly sets a new record for the Douluo continent. A person of your caliber should not squander time in such a manner," Xianren said softly, placing her teacup down gently. Upon uttering these words, a sudden emptiness filled Xianren's heart. It was as if there remained unspoken sentiments lingering on her lips. She opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. What was it that she truly wished to convey? Xianren found herself at a loss. After 2 years of companionship, she was uncertain of her own feelings. This farewell may stretch for many years to come. "Brother Qinghe, I once heard a saying. The current farewell is but a prelude to a more splendid reunion in the future. Although I remain unaware of your true identity, I am certain that you, too, bear the weight of the Spirit Hall's mission. When we meet again, I believe we shall both have evolved into better versions of ourselves." Xiang Hao gazed earnestly into Wujiang's eyes as he spoke these words, which pierced the softest core of her heart. This parting serves as a precursor to a more meaningful encounter ahead. "Wait for me, Xiang Hao. When we next meet, I am confident I shall express those unspoken words in the persona of Xianren. I must also strive to improve, lest this little man surpass me by the time we reunite." The melancholy of their parting lingered in the air. After exchanging farewells multiple times, Xiang Hao returned to his dwelling, for he would soon embark on a journey beyond the borders of the Tiando Empire. Chapter 31. An unexpected encounter with Shrek at dawn the next day, Xiang Hao set forth, bidding adieu to everything within the Tiando Empire. With his belongings in hand, he departed quietly. The vast empire has never lacked for a seemingly mediocre student like him. Little did anyone realize that when this young man returned to the territory of the Tiando Empire, it would herald a tempest of blood and chaos. Xiang Hao gradually made his way toward the starry forest, and along the journey, he was filled with deep reflections. Having been born in the Spirit Hall, he had never ventured to other regions of the continent. Yet, along this path, he encountered numerous impoverished villages within the vast and prosperous empires. Beneath the grandeur of these empires lay many destitute hamlets, where the inhabitants struggled to find sustenance and warmth, all while nurturing the dream of becoming soul masters. Little did they know, reality was exceedingly harsh. The overwhelming majority of them lived their lives in mediocrity and poverty. Furthermore, they were burdened with exorbitant taxes levied by the local lords. Throughout this journey, Xiang Hao bore witness to many scenes of ruin and despair that were almost too painful to behold. Xiang Hao had been raised within the halls of the Spirit Hall since his childhood, his unwavering devotion to it rendering him oblivious to the concepts of right and wrong during the execution of its missions. To him, the Spirit Hall was akin to family. It had nurtured him, and even if it were in the wrong, he would accompany it down that erroneous path. However, as he reflected, if the Spirit Hall were indeed flawed, then the Tiando Empire was in a state of utter decay. With such contemplations in mind, a few days later, Xiang Hao arrived at the designated meeting place in the Douluo forest, only to find that his mentor was absent. Left with no other option, he sought refuge in a nearby modest inn. This was the first time Xiang Hao had encountered such a situation, having hunted souls alongside his teacher since childhood. The inn, situated close to the Douluo forest, boasted relatively decent accommodations and appeared quite bustling with activity. Upon entering, Xiang Hao requested a standard suite numbered on the ground floor. Pondering his next steps, at that moment, a group of individuals approached, drawing attention with their presence. At the forefront was a middle-aged man, unremarkable in appearance and of modest height, yet his robust physique, with muscles rippling beneath his skin, marked him as a formidable figure. Following him were three youths, roughly Xiang Hao's age. One was a golden-haired boy with heterochromatic eyes, clad in opulent attire, exuding an air of arrogance. The second was a portly lad, swaying as he ambled, curiously surveying his surroundings. The last appeared to be a young man whose face was adorned with a scruffy beard. His broad grin gave him a particularly unsavory demeanor. The group strode past Xiang Hao, with the golden-haired youth requesting a set of imperial sweets from the innkeeper. Mubai. This outing is not for soul hunting. We've booked a celestial suite on the public dime. Be cautious upon returning, or Flinder will have your head. The middle-aged man remarked nonchalantly. No worries, Teacher Zhao. This time, I'll cover the expenses. Last time, we all crammed into one room. The fatty and I had to share a bed, and his snoring could have felled a 1,000-year-old soul beast, the golden-haired youth replied, his tone laced with trepidation. Upon hearing this, the portly lad immediately bristled, exclaiming, Boss, do not tarnish my reputation with your words. Oh, is that so? It was just me who was disturbed that night, was it, Oscar? The scruffy-faced young man chimed in, nodding vigorously. You all are ganging up on me. The portly lad protested. Do not fret, my chubby friend. With this celestial suite, you shall have a bed all to yourself, the golden-haired youth reassured him, draping an arm around his shoulder as he spoke soothingly. Xiang Hao had been eavesdropping on the conversation of the few individuals nearby, finding it rather intriguing, and could not help but emit a soft chuckle. His attention was particularly captured by a sensitive term, Flander. If this name had been mentioned 2 years prior, it would have sounded somewhat unfamiliar to him. However, in the past 2 years, his homeroom teacher, Qin Ming, had referenced a certain individual and an academy that lingered in Xiang Hao's memory. His teacher, renowned as an extraordinary talent in the Heavendo Empire, had spoken of his alma mater, Shrek Academy, an institution exclusively for exceptional individuals. Notably, he was among the first graduates of this esteemed academy, while the academy's principal, Flander, was once one of the legendary figures that dominated the world of soul masters. Hearing the remark that this academy only admits monsters and not ordinary individuals piqued Xiang Hao's interest in the institution. The term genius signifies competition, and Xiang Hao is perpetually eager to challenge these prodigies, for he himself is unaware of the gap that separates him from the exceptional talents of this world. Upon hearing this statement, he realized that the three individuals before him were current students of Shrek Academy. Kid, do you have something to say to me? The stout boy, upon hearing Xiang Hao's laughter, felt his ire rise, confronting him with his imposing figure. "No, brother, I actually find their words quite reasonable." Xiang Hao replied with a slow smile. Being mocked by the others was one thing, but this brash young lad dared to ridicule him, the illustrious Jun. The stout boy, akin to a powder keg, was ready to explode. Before he could finish his sentence, he swung his fist towards Xiang Hao. "Stop right there." The others rushed forward to intervene, but it was too late. The stout boy's punch had already been launched. Daimubai sensed impending trouble. Although the stout boy was not particularly handsome, his soul power was nearing level 30, making him significantly formidable among his peers. The opponent appeared to be merely a teenager himself. The consequences of such a blow would be dire. As they hurried to block the attack, an unexpected scene unfolded. Xiang Hao slowly extended a hand, firmly grasping the stout boy's fist, halting it in its tracks. The stout boy's punch could advance no further. Yet Xiang Hao appeared to do this with effortless grace, as if he possessed no strength at all. Daimubai was utterly astonished. He understood the true might of that stout boy's punch and knew he would have to exert all his effort to defend against it. "Your temper seems quite fiery. Shall I help you cool it down?" Xiang Hao remarked, swiftly sweeping his left leg to topple the stout boy, then twisting his right hand to pin the stout boy's arm behind his back. Xiang Hao restrained him, rendering him immobile. "Well then, how do you feel now?" Xiang Hao inquired calmly while seated atop the stout boy. This turn of events took everyone by surprise. In an instant, Xiang Hao transformed from the victim into the aggressor. Daimubai, who had intended to intervene, was now wide-eyed, realizing the remarkable combat skills displayed by this individual. The stout boy beneath him still seemed reluctant to concede. His frustration, evident as sparks, seemed to ignite from his mouth. Witnessing this, Daimubai hastily approached and delivered a gentle thump to the stout boy's head. "What do you think you're doing? This is a shop. If you break anything here, I won't compensate for it." Upon hearing this, the stout boy's anger gradually subsided. Yet his massive frame continued to struggle beneath Xiang Hao's restraint. Chapter 32. Companions. Daimubai could not help but chuckle, quickly stepping forward to apologize. "Brother, I apologize for the fright. This fellow's martial soul has some flaws, and his temper is quite volatile. He meant no offense just now, and I hope you can forgive him." This scenario diverges significantly from the script envisioned by Xiang Hao. In his original conception, this seemingly arrogant nobleman would possess the common flaws typical of nobles. However, the nobleman's forthrightness and clarity of thought were qualities Xiang Hao had never encountered before. It was nothing more than a friendly exchange. Xiang Hao hastily dismounted from the corpulent individual. The words spoken by Daimubai led Xiang Hao to feel rather at fault instead. The stout fellow also sprang to his feet, casting a fierce glare at Xiang Hao before quickly retreating to stand behind the blond man. "Allow me to introduce myself, brother. I am Daimubai, age 14. With that, Daimubai extended his right hand in a gesture of friendship. Observing this, Xiang Hao, not one to be shy, reached out his left hand in return. "Xiang Hao, also 14. This stout fellow is Ma Hongjun, and the scruffy man with a full beard is named Oscar." Xiang Hao introduced the two. In the end, the stout individual reluctantly shook Xiang Hao's hand, clearly displeased. Oscar, on the other hand, wore a grin that, while cheerful, appeared rather jarring. "My friend, you have ventured alone into the Star-Dough Forest, I see," Daimubai remarked, initiating a conversation with Xiang Hao. "Not quite. I am awaiting my teacher." "Oh, brother Xiang Hao, you two have come to hunt for spirit rings, I presume? May I inquire as to your current spirit power level?" "I have just surpassed level 30. Upon hearing this, the group exhibited signs of surprise. Aside from Daimubai, it was the first time they had encountered someone with a spirit power level of 30 at such a young age. This individual's talent was indeed remarkable. Upon hearing these words, Xiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. The blond gentleman with whom he was conversing appeared to be of a similar age to himself, seemingly already a soul master of the third ring. The other two individuals appeared somewhat younger, likely around 13 or 14 years of age. Yet their aura hinted at a burgeoning prowess, subtly approaching the 30th level. Such remarkable talent and cultivation is exceedingly rare, in Xiang Hao's recollection. Only a handful of individuals possess such aptitude, all of whom are undoubtedly prodigies. Remarkably, he had encountered 3 of them in one sitting. Especially striking was the blond gentleman with whom he was currently engaged in dialogue, though they seemed to be of comparable age. Xiang Hao could discern that this individual's strength was not significantly inferior to his own, based on his estimation. The blond gentleman's soul power must already be at the 35th level. Xiang Hao couldn't help but marvel at this revelation. It appeared that the Shrek Academy as rumored by Qin Ming, was indeed not merely a name devoid of substance. Yet, he pondered why such an institution had never crossed his path within the Spirit Hall. Brother Mu Bai, may I inquire if you all are students of the same academy? Indeed, we are from Shrek Academy, Mu Bai confirmed, eliciting a surprised reaction from Xiang Hao. His initial assumptions were vindicated. However, Xiang Hao lamented that he was now beyond the age limit for enrollment. The academy had an unwritten rule that applicants must not exceed 13 years of age and their soul power must surpass the 21st level. While Xiang Hao's talent might have met the criteria, he was regrettably already 14. If all goes as expected, you must be attending another esteemed institution for soul masters, correct? Yes, I am currently enrolled at the Tiando Royal Academy. Upon hearing this affirmative response, Dai Mu Bai displayed a look of disappointment. Otherwise, such a remarkable talent would surely be recruited into Shrek. How many students does your academy have? Haha, do not mock me, brother. Currently, in the entire academy, there are only the 3 students you see before you. We may very well be the only institution on the continent where the number of teachers surpasses that of the students, Dai Mu Bai remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao's curiosity dissipated. An academy of such scale would undoubtedly escape the notice of the Spirit Hall, given that its nearly non-existent enrollment was simply too inconspicuous to draw attention. After a delightful exchange between Xiang Hao and Dai Mu Bai, the latter reminded Xiang Hao of Xueqinghe. Despite his seemingly arrogant demeanor, Dai Mu Bai's eloquence was both refined and compelling, devoid of the haughtiness typically associated with nobility. Such poise is not merely a fade, but rather the result of prolonged cultivation. It is evident that he hails from a distinguished lineage. Yet he lacks the aggressive disposition often seen in the aristocracy, which is indeed rare. Mu Bai, I will head upstairs to prepare, he said. But their engaging conversation was interrupted by the voice of a middle-aged man nearby. Very well, we are in room 1, Tianzi. Should any issues arise during these days, feel free to seek our assistance. Teacher Zhao's strength is indeed commendable. After speaking, Dai Mu Bai led his companions upstairs. Watching him depart, Xiang Hao mused that he was indeed an intriguing individual. However, he was curious about Dai Mu Bai's true strength and resolved to spar with him another day. Another day passed, yet Bai Dong had still not arrived. With no choice but to wait at the designated spot, Xiang Hao found himself lingering there for 2 days past the agreed time, while 2 8-ring soul Douluo attendants arrived. By the decree of the Pope, we are to protect the Holy Sun in the hunt for soul rings. The Pope has marked the route for this mission. Please review it. Receiving the map, Xiang Hao understood that he was to make a selection, as it indicated the locations of 3 distinct soul beasts. At that moment, a group of individuals happened to pass by. You 2, retreat and conceal yourselves, instructed one, and the 2 vanished like phantoms. It was then that Xiang Hao recognized the group as the same one he had encountered the previous day, led by Dai Mu Bai. What brings you here? You are here to hunt for soul rings, I presume? Dai Mu Bai greeted warmly, though the heavy-set man behind him turned his head in displeasure. I am waiting for a family elder, but it seems he is late, Xiang Hao replied with a hint of frustration. Coincidentally, we are heading deep into the forest to gather some medicinal herbs. Join us. We can assist you, Dai Mu Bai invited enthusiastically, while the heavy-set man remained sullen. Oscar chuckled, and the middle-aged man nodded in silent agreement. Then it appears I am in your debt. My elder has been overdue for 3 days, and I cannot wait any longer. Xiang Hao expressed his gratitude. Excellent, my brother, Dai Mu Bai exclaimed, pulling Xiang Hao's shoulder in a friendly embrace. Boss, you only met him yesterday. Don't act so familiar, the heavy-set man retorted. Seeing this scene, Ma Hongjun indignantly remarked, Youngster, my defeat yesterday was merely due to my carelessness. I am not satisfied. Let us compete again shortly. All right. A loss is a loss. There is no need for so much talk. Dai Mu Bai waved his hand in dismissal. Thus, this boisterous group ventured deeper into the Star Doe forest. Chapter 33. Battling Dai Mu Bai. Shortly after entering the forest, Xiang Hao observed the remarkable synergy among the trio. The teacher surnamed Zhao remained relatively inactive, while the trio of Dai Mu Bai exhibited a clear division of labor. The corpulent Ma Hongjun wielded a bird-type martial soul, tasked with reconnaissance from a distance, while Dai Mu Bai, possessing a powerful beast martial soul, forged ahead to clear the path. Meanwhile, the somewhat lascivious Oscar employed a food-type auxiliary martial soul to bolster the 2 with enhanced states. It appeared that the 3 had participated in numerous such operations, resulting in a seamless collaboration. Xiang Hao also showcased his martial spirit, the iron-tipped spear, taking on the responsibility of reconnaissance behind the group. As the four of them traversed the forest, cooperating seamlessly, they encountered no formidable threats. After a day of searching, they found little of note. Brother Mubai, since your expedition to the Stardow Forest is not for soul hunting, what is its purpose? Brother, you may be unaware, but recently in Soto City, there has been a high demand for a medicinal herb known as dragon's breath grass. While it may not be exceptionally precious, it grows deep within the forest. Our journey is, in fact, to gather this herb, Dai Mubai replied with a sigh of resignation. Hearing this, Xiang Hao became intrigued. Brother Mubai, may I see the destination? Of course, replied Dai Mubai as he handed over the map. Upon glancing at it, Xiang Hao couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. It was quite a coincidence that the place they were heading to was indeed one of the targets marked by Bibi Dong. The world is truly small. As the day wore on and they had covered a significant distance, the group gathered around the campfire in the evening, engaging in lively conversation. With the newcomer Xiang Hao naturally becoming the center of attention, especially Ma Hongjun, who was bursting with pent-up frustration. Kid, if you have the guts, let's do this again. I'm still not satisfied with that loss. Ma Hongjun glared at him. Come on, fatty, take my advice. You will lose terribly, Dai Mubai interjected. Restraining the eager Ma Hongjun. Let us have a contest. Dai Mubai turned to Xiang Hao. That aligns with what I had in mind. Xiang Hao replied with a smile. Really? Then I am truly honored. Dai Mubai stepped onto a clear patch of ground and slowly turned to face him. Dai Mubai, a level 35 assault spirit master, I humbly ask for your guidance. Xiang Hao also stood up, moving in front of Dai Mubai. I am a level 30 assault weapon spirit master. Please go easy on me, Brother Mubai. The two positioned themselves for the contest. At that moment, Dai Mubai's usual cheerful demeanor faded, replaced by a serious expression. Although he possessed greater soul power, he recognized from yesterday's battle that his opponent's strength was not to be underestimated. Lacking confidence that he could defeat the hefty opponent with a single blow, Dai Mubai's demeanor turned grave, his blood surging with anticipation. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a formidable adversary. Clenching his fists, he heard the bones crackle as he braced himself. Come at me, he thought, eager to gauge the extent of this extraordinary power. However, Xiang Hao remained motionless for an extended period. Growing impatient, Dai Mubai charged forward without hesitation. In a calm manner, Xiang Hao raised his left hand to deflect the incoming punch, sending it flying, while simultaneously launching a right hook aimed directly at Dai Mubai's face. Dai Mubai quickly sidestepped and retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike. Yet, the force of the wind from the punch still left his face stinging. Is this guy naturally strong? That was quite the punch, he thought. Good punch, bring it on, Dai Mubai declared, no longer holding back. In the next moment, his spirit manifested. Fine fur sprouted from his body, his fingers hardened into sharp claws, and his visage took on a wild, fierce appearance, accompanied by a subtle growl. His heterochromatic eyes radiated a malevolent energy. It was then that Xiang Hao realized Dai Mubai's spirit was the evil white tiger, and he immediately recognized Dai Mubai's royal lineage from the Star Luo Empire. With the spirit's manifestation, Dai Mubai's strength and speed significantly increased. Resembling a beast as he charged towards Xiang Hao with relentless ferocity, his attacks unyielding. Xiang Hao, not daring to hesitate any longer, summoned his protective spirit, the Breaking Dawn. Beside him, with a resounding clash, the two tiger claws struck heavily against the spear's shaft. In an instant, a burst of flames erupted. And Dai Mubai was astonished by the unassuming appearance of this martial soul, which appeared to be far more resilient than he had anticipated. After a powerful exchange, both combatants developed a newfound respect for one another, and in the blink of an eye, they were entangled in fierce combat. Each strike, a back-and-forth duel where neither could gain the upper hand. This left Ma Hongjun in a state of shock. He was acutely aware of his leader's prowess. The young man before him, with a soul power barely at level 30, was managing to hold his ground against the formidable Dai Mubai, who possessed a soul power of 35. Had it been him in the arena, victory would have been impossible. Ironically, he had foolishly believed that his martial soul's advantages could compensate for the disparity in soul power. He had been overly naive. At that moment, Xiang Hao found himself in a difficult predicament. He wished to conceal the full extent of his abilities, yet faced with Dai Mubai's ferocious onslaught, he could only adopt a defensive stance. This could not continue. It was time to end the bout with a decisive move. With this thought, Xiang Hao silently activated the divine martial technique, allowing an overwhelming force of inner strength to surge forth enveloping him and coiling around the spear he wielded. Steadily accumulating power, a single opportunity to shatter his opponent. Xiang Hao stood firm, the tip of his spear gradually lowering to the ground. The might of the divine martial technique surged and ebbed along the spear-esque shaft. Yet, it was still insufficient. He needed more. He needed to gather even greater strength. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai seized the moment, intensifying his assault. Xiang Hao executed the Thunder Phantom Step, employing an elusive maneuver to evade his opponent's strikes. As Dai Mubai's patience waned with each failed attack, he grew increasingly agitated. Observing this, the ever-watchful Zhao Wujiang commented, "Mubai is on the verge of losing. That young man is holding back a powerful move. Really, Teacher Zhao? It seems to me that the lad is merely on the defensive against our leader," Ma Hongjun inquired. "Watch closely and learn," Zhao Wujiang instructed. At that moment, with a fierce roar, Dai Mubai's second soul ring suddenly flared to life. White Tiger's radiant wave. A blinding wave of light erupted from his mouth, hurtling directly towards Xiang Hao. Yet, this time, Xiang Hao did not evade. He lifted his spear, swiftly pivoting to launch a piercing strike, a swift and forceful assault cutting through the air. One strike, piercing the stars. The fierce thrust collided with the oncoming light wave, and gradually, the piercing force cleaved through the radiant attack, surging towards Dai Mubai with an unexpected ferocity that took everyone by surprise. Zhao Wujiang, who had been observing intently, widened his eyes in astonishment, ready to intervene. The powerful thrust crashed into Dai Mubai, its tremendous momentum stirring a cloud of dust and smoke, carving a deep trench into the ground beneath them. Chapter 34. The Ambush Boss, Are You Alright? Ma Hongjun could no longer remain seated, anxiously rising to rush forward. "I'm not done for yet." As the smoke dissipated, a fractured light barrier illuminated the scene, revealing Dai Mubai in a state of utter disarray. Behind him, a purple soul ring and a yellow soul ring glimmered simultaneously, and blood oozed faintly from the corners of his mouth. The once formidable golden shield lay in ruins before him. "I concede," Xiang Hao interjected before Dai Mubai could finish his thought. "Brother Mubai, you've emerged victorious. That was my strongest attack. I believed you would be unable to withstand it, yet you did. Thus, I see no possibility of victory left for me." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai, despite the blood trickling from his lips, managed a weary smile. "You let me take advantage of you, so let us consider it a draw." Though he spoke lightly, his heart was profoundly shaken. The impact of the previous strike was staggering. He could scarcely believe that such a forceful attack originated from a mere rank 30 soul master. In a moment of panic, he had employed both his third and first soul skills just to barely block the ferocious assault. The strength of his opponent was truly monstrous, leaving all witnesses in awe. They were well aware of Dai Mubai's prowess, and now here was someone with a soul power 5 levels beneath his own and 1 less soul ring, managing to achieve a stalemate with him. "Quick, bring me a clove of garlic to recover," Dai Mubai directed Oscar, feeling the sting from Xiang Hao's previous blow. Boss, isn't it a bit inappropriate to ask for that in front of others?" Oscar replied, his face adorned with embarrassment. "Stop with the nonsense. Xiang Hao is hardly a stranger. Hurry and recite the soul incantation," Dai Mubai retorted, irritation lacing his tone. "All right, I have a large sausage," Oscar proclaimed flamboyantly as he invoked the soul incantation, which made it impossible for Xiang Hao to suppress a laugh. It was the most humiliating phrase he had ever heard in both his lifetimes. As night fell and they settled in for rest, Xiang Hao voluntarily took the night watch. After Zhao Wuji's slumber had deepened, he quietly withdrew, making his way a short distance away to beckon into the shadows. 2 souled Douluos emerged silently before him. This time, Bibi Dong had learned from past experiences and, to err on the side of caution, sent her 2 most capable subordinates. They were the renowned pair who had long dominated the realm of soul masters, Xiongming and Ying Xiao. "Saint Sun, why must we travel alongside them?" complained Ying Xiao, with a nose that was both narrow and hooked. "It matters not. We are headed to the same destination. Their presence may also serve to deplete that beast's strength." Xiang Hao replied, waving his hand dismissively. "I wish to inquire about something. Recently, there has been a significant influx of merchants purchasing medicinal herbs in Soto City. What is the reason behind this? Saint Sun, you may not be aware, but this is all orchestrated by the illustrious Ju Douluo. It's not limited to Soto City, but spans across various peripheral cities on the continent. Ever since Ju Douluo began researching a remarkable elixir formula, he has become increasingly engrossed in it. The Elder Hall has not seen him for quite some time now. A year ago, He sought the counsel of His Holiness the Pope regarding the clandestine acquisition of these herbs across the continent. The formidable bear responded, which indeed took Xiang Hao by surprise. He had not anticipated that this matter was orchestrated by Yuguan. The Holy Son remains unaware that Duke Judo has seldom attended missions at the Spirit Hall of late. It has been quite some time since the two of us have encountered him. The last time we met, his transformation was already quite pronounced. Upon Duke Judo's return to meet with His Holiness, he appeared disheveled, his attire in disarray, hair unkempt, and in a hurried state. He exchanged only a few words before hastily departing. In all my years, I have never witnessed Duke Judo in such a disheveled condition, added Xiang Hao. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao was utterly astonished. The alchemical text he had entrusted to Yueguan seemed to be subtly altering the entire continent's dynamics. He was aware of Yueguan's profound fascination with these botanical pharmacologies, yet he had never anticipated that it had captivated him to such an extent. This fervor surpassed even that of the esteemed elder from the Dan Hall of the Divine Martial Hall in his previous life. I understand. Upon our arrival at Qilong Valley tomorrow, you two must remain out of sight unless I signal otherwise. I have my own plans, while you should heed the Sun's directives. I trust you will forgive us if we must disobey in the face of extreme danger. His Holiness has already informed us that safeguarding the Sun's safety is of utmost importance, even at the cost of our lives. The two elders returned. Xiang Hao waved his hand to signal that he understood and then beckoned them to proceed. The following day, the group slowly set off towards their destination. By evening, they finally arrived at Qilong Valley. As they gazed around, they were met with a breathtaking sight of dragon breath grass flourishing throughout the valley. The blue-purple herbs spread across the landscape like wild grass, a spectacle that even Xiang Hao had never witnessed before. This was surely a lucrative opportunity. The rotund man beside him, upon seeing the abundant dragon breath grass, could not help but beam with excitement. Don't be hasty. If these herbs were so easily obtained, there wouldn't be so many, Zhao Wujiang interjected coldly, though his voice quivered slightly. According to the information from the Dean, it was highly likely that the valley was home to dragon-like soul beasts, some of which could be over 10,000 years old. If that beast emerges, I will do my utmost to hold it off. You all should quickly gather the herbs and return along the same path. Understood, Teacher Zhao. Oscar and Ma Hongjun replied, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. It was known that recently in Soto City, dragon breath grass had been selling for 2 gold soul coins per stalk. Without further ado, they shouldered their baskets and dashed downwards. Let us hope the information is false. Zhao Wujiang thought to himself, glancing at Xiang Hao, who remained unfazed. Go ahead and collect some. These herbs have been fetching quite a price lately. My old bones should be able to protect you well enough, Zhao Wujiang said with a smile, his eyes reflecting the vision of gold soul coins flourishing within the valley. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Zhao, Xiang Hao replied with a slow smile, observing the vast expanse of dragon beard grass. He understood well that this was the primary ingredient for concocting the qi-enhancing pill, as a type of elixir that significantly boosts combat power for a short duration. Its effects are remarkable, with minimal side effects on the body, making it one of the most representative mid-tier pills in the alchemical repertoire. I wonder what Yueguan is up to this time. The group merrily collected herbs, and soon their baskets were brimming. Xiang Hao, come join us, Daimu Bai called out enthusiastically. Hearing this, Xiang Hao prepared to descend. Suddenly, an unforeseen event occurred. The beast had indeed arrived. The valley, which had appeared tranquil moments ago, was now swept by a fierce wind, accompanied by a distinct, pungent odor reminiscent of dragons. The group looked up, and their worst fears materialized. Above them loomed a pair of colossal wings, with golden beastly eyes glaring menacingly at the group below. Its body was adorned with bright blue, tough, and broad scales, interspersed with sharp spines. Muscular limbs stretched powerfully, and its razor-sharp teeth glimmered with golden light in the twilight. This is the Thunder Dragon Lizard. Chapter 35, Immovable King Zhao Wujiang. The Thunder Dragon Lizard is a branch of the Thunder Dragon lineage, possessing a dragon bloodline that is far less pure than that of the Thunder Dragon itself. Yet it also inherits the brutal nature and formidable physique of the dragon lineage, along with the thunderous powers of the Thunder Dragon. The mastery over lightning possessed by the Thunder Dragon lineage is extraordinary. It is said they can summon storm clouds and unleash bolts of lightning. A Thunder Dragon of a millennium in age would be beyond the capacity of even 2-souled Douluos to contend with. In contrast, the Thunder Lizard exhibits a significantly diminished command over lightning. Nevertheless, This alone would suffice for Zhao Wujia's arduous battle. Confronting such a potent soul beast would prove exceedingly challenging for any ordinary soul saint. All of you, flee at once and return the way you came without looking back. Zhao Wujia immediately summoned the true form of his martial spirit, embodying the mighty Vajra bear. Instantly, the essence of his martial spirit enveloped him, transforming Zhao Wujia's demeanor from that of a languid teacher into a fierce soul saint. The spectral image of the mighty Vajra bear roaring menacingly at the thunder lizard. Beast, come forth. Zhao Wujia was filled with regret, inwardly cursing Flender. It was all this old miser's fault. Did he think that money falling from the sky was so easily acquired? To his astonishment, the intelligence was indeed accurate. Within this valley resided a thunder lizard of 1,000 years in cultivation. Such a soul beast would ordinarily be quite troublesome to handle, let alone when accompanied by several young ones. His only option was to hold it off as best he could, granting the little ones sufficient time to escape. Seeing Xiang Hao standing still, Dai Mubai rushed over anxiously, pulling him to flee. You fool, hurry up. Grasping Xiang Hao, Dai Mubai, along with Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others, sprinted back along the path they had come. Meanwhile, the thunder lizard, entirely indifferent to Zhao Wujia's provocation, charged directly towards the four. Damn beast, come at me. Zhao Wujia felt a surge of panic and quickly turned to pursue, a purple soul ring illuminating behind him as he activated his third soul skill. Gravity enhancement. A gravitational field was unleashed, yet the thunder lizard's speed remained unaffected. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the group, and a fierce breath of energy surged forth. Get out of the way. Seeing the breath of energy aimed directly at Dai Mubai, Xiang Hao swiftly shoved him aside, and an intense dragon breath violently separated the two. In midair, Xiang Hao was affected and rolled into a nearby haystack, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing this, Dai Mubai immediately rushed to rescue him, but the relentless onslaught of the dragon lizard continued to sweep towards the three of them. Xiang Hao, are you all right? Dai Mubai shouted, yet received no response. He repeatedly attempted to rush forward in search of Xiang Hao, but a series of fierce breaths barred his way. Throw away all the dragon breath grass on you. Zhao Wuji shouted from behind. This beast is formidable. Under its gravitational field, it remains completely unaffected, Zhao Wuji lamented. Feeling a headache coming on, the three quickly discarded all the dragon breath grass, tossing it into the air. Run quickly, and do not look back. Zhao Wuji yelled at them. But Teacher Zhao, Xiang Hao, Dai Mubai called out. I will cover the rear. I will bring him back. However, before Dai Mubai could finish, Ma Hongjun and Oscar forcibly dragged him away. Boss, you must trust Teacher Zhao. If he says he will bring Xiang Hao back, he will surely do so. The two supported Dai Mubai as they hastily retraced their steps. The dragon lizard, observing the discarded dragon breath grass, flew up and swallowed the herbs whole, emitting a satisfied roar. All right, beast, now it's just you and me. Let you taste the wrath of the unmovable king. A yellow soul ring suddenly appeared behind him. Second soul skill, Mighty Diamond Palm. Zhao Wuji channeled his soul power and unleashed a powerful palm strike, while the thunder dragon lizard retaliated with a bolt of lightning. The two energies collided in the air, yet ultimately, Zhao Wuji's strength prevailed. The palm struck solidly against the thunder dragon lizard, causing blood to splatter and scales to shatter. You've encountered misfortune today, beast, Zhao Wuji exclaimed, feeling a sense of pride as the thunder dragon lizard, wounded, became even more frenzied. Suddenly, it flapped its wings, stirring up a fierce gale. The horns atop its head secretly accumulated energy, and dark clouds rolled ominously overhead as if thunder was about to descend. With a thunderous roar, blue lightning streaked down from the sky, turning everything it touched into scorched earth. Zhao Wuji could not evade in time, and two bolts of lightning struck him. In that moment, he appeared quite disheveled. Despite his utmost efforts to defend himself, the high-pressure strikes shattered his protective armor. Although the power of the mighty diamond bear provided formidable defense, its speed was lacking, and he bore the brunt of the lightning strike. You beasts do possess some skill, Zhao Wuji remarked, wiping the blood from his mouth. The black soul ring behind him glowed, and a massive gravitational field enveloped the area around them. Under the combined effects of the immense pressure and his injuries, the dragon lizard struggled to maintain its flight, its wings flapping slower and slower, ultimately descending helplessly. Zhao Wuji smirked inwardly. Under the suppression of his gravitational field, he doubted the beast could maintain its speed on the ground. Indeed, under the oppressive weight of gravity, The movements of the Thunder Dragon lizard appeared considerably sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Wujiang relentlessly struck the creature with powerful punches, inflicting several wounds upon its scaled body. The Thunder Dragon lizard emitted agonized roars, while Zhao Wujiang poured every ounce of his strength into each blow. Despite its formidable physique, the dragon managed to endure, albeit with great difficulty. In its frenzy, the creature could only lash out clumsily, swinging its massive claws and sweeping its colossal tail, yet to Zhao Wujiang, every action seemed painfully slow under the gravitational constraints. Beast, behold my fists. With each passing exchange, the wounds on the Thunder Dragon lizard multiplied, while Zhao Wujiang's soul power dwindled, leaving him panting heavily. At last, the creature let out a mournful cry before collapsing, unable to rise again. Its head turned toward the sky as it emitted deep, resonant roars. Zhao Wujiang couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. He had finally brought it down. However, the creature's hide was remarkably tough, requiring at least 100 punches before it succumbed. Exhausted, Zhao Wujiang slumped to the ground. After a brief respite, he rose once more, determined to locate the child. He was uncertain if the child had been struck during the fray, and lingering here posed considerable danger. As for the beast, to eliminate any potential threat, Zhao Wujiang drew his dagger and cautiously approached the Thunder Dragon lizard to finish it off. The dragon's scales could serve as excellent armor, but regrettably, he could not take them with him this time. Just as Zhao Wujiang was about to strike, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Acting on instinct, he leapt backward, narrowly avoiding a vicious slash that landed where he had stood moments before. Chapter 36. Loss of control. Who are you lurking in the shadows? Ambushing like a coward? Zhao Wujiang bellowed. After a chilling laugh, Xiang Hao emerged from the darkness. The unmoving king's agility has not diminished with the years. I nearly had you. Upon recognizing Xiang Hao, a wave of dread surged through Zhao Wujiang's heart. This man was none other than the infamous Iron-Winged Eagle. Xiang Hao, known throughout the Soul Master realm. The Steel Claw Bear was never far behind when the Eagle and the Bear, the notorious duo, were involved. With both Soul Masters potentially present, Zhao Wujiang realized that his chances of escape were virtually non-existent. Seizing the fleeting opportunity to flee from Xiang Hao's clutches, Zhao Wujiang clenched his teeth in frustration, lamenting his misfortune on this outing. He resolved that if he managed to return, he would demand a raise from Flander. Just then, a voice from behind shattered Zhao Wujiang's last shred of hope. Unmoving king, it seems you are well. Xiongming quietly appeared behind Zhao Wujiang, causing Zhao to clench his fists even tighter as cold sweat trickled down his back. Surrendering to the inevitable, he prepared to fight against the odds. Yet, the two elders, Ing and Xiong, remained motionless for an extended period. Apologies, immovable king, but our target this time is not you, Xiang Hao remarked coldly, gesturing with a finger towards the Thunder Dragon lizard behind Zhao Wujiang. Leave it, and you may depart. Realization dawned upon Zhao Wujiang. The elders were here to hunt the Thunder Dragon lizard. With no room for hesitation, he cautiously retreated backward, slowly distancing himself from the two figures. This time, it was Wujiang's oversight that nearly cost him the chance to claim the soul beast of these esteemed elders. I humbly apologize. I shall take my leave now, Zhao Wujiang uttered as he gradually backed away until he was 100 paces distant, at which point he swiftly turned and fled. Once Zhao Wujiang had retreated to a safe distance, Ing and Xiong finally inclined their heads towards the figure shrouded in shadows. Holy Son, your soul beast is secured. Xiang Hao slowly emerged, observing the languishing dragon lizard on the ground with a satisfied smile. Zhao Wujiang, this enforcer, has proven quite effective. Xiang Hao gradually approached the dragon lizard, unsheathing his dagger and swiftly ending its life. In an instant, a soul ring emanating a terrifying black aura materialized before the onlookers. Beside him, Xiang Hao couldn't help but express concern. My lord, is it wise to absorb a soul ring beyond your years? Might there be peril? Fear not, for my physique is unlike that of ordinary men. Moreover, this was chosen by my master. I trust in his judgment. You two simply focus on safeguarding me, Xiang Hao replied. With that, he began to absorb the soul ring. Contrary to his expectations, this absorption proved to be markedly different. It was not the ease he had anticipated. Instead, he felt an unprecedented pressure from the soul ring, far greater than any he had experienced before. The overwhelming force surged forth with alarming swiftness, threatening to shatter every fiber of his being. In that moment, Xiang Hao hastily activated his divine martial arts technique. Yet the internal energy he could muster was meager, crumbling instantly beneath the immense soul power's onslaught. Old Yin, please save me. Xiang Hao cried out in desperation within his consciousness, but received no answer. At that moment, he felt utterly defeated. The robust physique he had relied upon seemed insignificant. Each muscle, under the relentless strain, tore apart, blood cascading down his body like a torrent. My lord, the two bystanders rushed forward, channeling their soul energy to aid Xiang Hao in regaining his composure. Yet, at that moment, Xiang Hao was already engulfed in turmoil. Within him, not a single meridian remained intact. His body appeared to have been ravaged by the soul pressure. To make matters worse, the dark orb sealed within him began to stir restlessly. Xiang Hao found himself utterly powerless against the encroaching force. The small black orb gradually broke free from its chains, swelling and consuming everything in its vicinity, gnawing away at the last remnants of rationality within Xiang Hao's heart as it began to unfurl its rampant brutality without restraint. Ha! I have finally returned. A thunderous laughter resonated as Xiang Hao beheld a colossal crimson figure steadily approaching him within his sea of consciousness. The two elders, Ying and Xiong, observed the gradually calming soul ring and let out a sigh of relief. However, upon glancing back at Xiang Hao, they were struck with horror as vivid blood patterns emerged upon his body. Saint Sun, the elders, sensing the dire situation, rushed forward to intervene. Yet, a crimson shockwave emanated from Xiang Hao, instantly propelling the two aside. Ha! Indeed, this youthful body is splendid. Xiang Hao slowly rose, the black soul ring pulsing rhythmically around him. This lad has trained this body quite commendably. Xiang Yu gradually lifted his hand, surveying the pristine surroundings he had returned. Ha! Old Yin, you have found quite a suitable host this time, barely adequate. In accordance with the command of King Xiang, the previously vanished Yin Lao silently reappeared, respectfully bowing at Xiang Hao's feet before gradually dissipating into an ethereal shadow. As the conversation unfolded, the blood patterns on Xiang Hao's body shimmered brilliantly, his muscles becoming increasingly taut, and the very air around him surged with intensity with every movement. Throwing his head back in laughter, Xiang Yu reveled in this long-awaited power. You are not the saint's son. Who are you? Xiong and Ying exclaimed in alarm, quickly summoning their martial spirits. They were oblivious to the identity of this being before them, but they were certain he could not be the saint's son, for the energy radiating from him far surpassed their own, sending chills down their spines. Ha! Today, upon awakening, I shall use your blood to honor my breakthrough. Xiang Yu raised his hand, and the breakthrough weapon materialized within it. With a mighty step, he planted the spear firmly before him, and the turbulent energy surged toward the two elders. Ying soared into the air, his iron wings unfurling as the black soul ring glimmered, activating his sixth soul skill, Eagle Strike. Waves of purple light surged forth in an instant. Simultaneously, Xiong unleashed his seventh soul skill, Earth's Breath, summoning columns of stone to erupt from the ground. Yet, Xiang Yu remained unperturbed, his foot moving gracefully as he shattered the air, weaving through the dense waves of light unharmed, like a streak of red lightning. Suddenly, he leapt atop a rising stone pillar, utilizing its momentum to propel himself into the air, arriving before Ying in the blink of an eye. Since you are so eager, allow me to be the one to draw the blade. Xiang Yu unleashed a wild, unrestrained laugh, and with a simple yet powerful strike, cleaved his opponent in twain. In an instant, droplets of blood danced through the air, and the fearsome iron-winged eagle met its demise. Xiang Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not discern whether the warmth on his face was the blood of his fallen comrade or his own tears. The level 88 soul Douluo had been obliterated in a single blow. This was not merely a title Douluo, but a super Douluo. Xiang Yu descended gracefully from the sky, landing firmly before Xiong Meng. I meant no offense. I shall take my leave. Xiong Meng stammered, struggling to find his voice as he stepped back, preparing to retreat. Did I permit you to move? Xiang Yu's gaze shot upwards, his crimson eyes instilling a terror so profound that it shattered Xiong Meng's composure. In an instant, the soul rings behind Xiong Meng flickered to life. The second soul skill, Iron Bear Armor, the fourth, Earth Stone Roll, and the eighth, Earth Roar. A flurry of attacks surged forth towards Xiang Yu, while Xiong Meng seized the opportunity to hastily withdraw. A resounding explosion erupted, and amid the billowing smoke, a silver streak pierced through the air, striking Xiong Meng from behind, causing him to collapse in response. Why scurry about? Do you not realize that such actions will only provoke the hunter's instincts? Chapter 37. The overlord Xiang Yu now felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. He clenched his fists, sensing the invigorating power gradually returning to his body, waves of formidable internal energy radiating outward, causing all creatures within a kilometer radius to scatter in alarm. This new physique still required some acclimatization. His current strength was only at 70%. Yet it sufficed for the time being. During the decades of slumber within Xiang Hao's body, he had inherited Xiang Hao's memories, gaining a deeper understanding of this world. His current prowess was likely comparable to that of the formidable Douluo, ensuring his temporary safety was not in jeopardy. The powerhouses of this realm were indeed formidable, thus. His foremost priority was to swiftly enhance his abilities, beginning with the refinement of this body. Although this young lad had trained for many years, his efforts were still grossly insufficient. Recalling Xiang Hao's memories from the past decade, a striking term surfaced in Xiang Yu's mind: the ice and fire duality eyes. The convergence of the ice and fire springs offered immense benefits to body refinement practitioners, yet this young boy seemed oblivious to such an opportunity, rendering his potential limited. It was decided, the first step towards claiming dominion would lead him to the Sunset Forest. But before that, it was time to dispose of these trifles. With a casual flick of his wrist, Xiang Yu discarded the ring he held and strode purposefully in the direction he had resolved upon. Days later, having just returned to the Spirit City, Bibi Dong was in a state of agitation. The elder duo, the eagle and the bear, whom she had dispatched to assist Xiang Hao in soul hunting, had yet to return, and Xiang Hao's soul guide ring also remained unresponsive. That reckless lad was bound to get into trouble without her supervision. Resolute, she decided to pay him a visit, and in an instant, Bibi Dong vanished from the vast expanse of the Pope's Hall. Xiang Yu strolled through the vast starry forest, filled with an overwhelming sense of regret. Was this forest truly so immense? Had he realized sooner, he would have captured a prisoner yesterday. After wandering for an entire day, Xiang Yu found the paths increasingly unfamiliar. Could it be that he, a legendary conqueror of his time, was destined to be ensnared within this dense thicket? Having just awakened and stretched his limbs, hunger struck him suddenly. As he ambled along, he happened upon several robust rabbits, which instantly piqued his interest. He dashed after them, though the rabbits proved quite nimble, leading him on a chase. At last, when he finally captured one, he looked around and discovered he no longer recognized his surroundings. However, one must concede that the flavor of the soul beasts in this world was truly remarkable. Nothing he had ever tasted could compare. Despite not having many passions, he certainly relished good food, and in this regard, he was quite content with this world. Afterward, Xiang Yu endeavored to venture outward for another 10 days. Yet the environment only grew more alien. He lamented internally, pondering how he would ever reach the Sunset Forest when he could barely find his way out of this place. It was absurd. He had neither map nor guide. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao remained sound asleep in a corner of his consciousness, blissfully unaware of the complaints being voiced. Resigned, Xiang Yu decided to halt his journey and found a relatively concealed cave to take refuge. Since all soul masters were likely to hunt soul beasts in this forest, he merely needed to find someone to lead him out. Yes, this would suffice. He settled in comfortably, still reflecting on the delectable taste of the meat available here. At the same time, Bibi Dong was in a fury, tracing the path of the soul guide device to find Xiang Hao's ring, only to stumble upon the corpses of the eagle-bear duo. A troubling thought flickered through her mind. She quickly scanned the area, relieved not to find Xiang Hao's body. Yet, her anxiety deepened. The wounds of the two-souled Douluos were clean and precise, indicating the assailant's prowess far surpassed theirs, likely a title Douluo wielding a lethal weapon. In a flash, the figure of a person emerged in her mind. The sword Douluo, Tang San. If Xiang Hao had indeed fallen into his hands, the situation would be dire. The 7 treasures glazed tile school. Her plans would need to be adjusted. Bibi Dong's gaze darkened as she resolved within herself. Thus, unbeknownst to him, Xiang Yu unwittingly brought calamity to the 7 treasures glazed tile school, while he, the instigator, reveled in the cave, feasting on roasted meat and singing merrily. Life in the forest had gradually become quite pleasant. Xiang Yu occupied himself with hunting and occasionally searching for signs of other people, and so an entire year slipped by. Xiang Yu found it utterly unacceptable that he had not encountered a single soul in this forest over the entire year. The once pleasant days spent among the trees had gradually become monotonous, and although he had been unable to leave, his strength had indeed been restored to 80% of its former glory. Resolute, he decided that the following day he would venture forth, regardless of the outcome. Remaining idle was not a feasible solution. He believed that now, even in the presence of the continent's most formidable beings, he could manage to escape unscathed. That night, upon returning to his cave, Xiang Yu meticulously packed provisions in preparation for his departure the next day. He recalled that in this world, individuals cultivated their power through a unique soul ring, and the identity of that little ghost was rather sensitive. Hence, it was prudent to exercise caution. Although the specifics of his appearance had begun to fade from memory, Xiang Yu distinctly remembered that the boy's master was an unparalleled powerhouse, and he was not yet prepared to confront her directly. With these thoughts in mind, he summoned his spirit, breaking the heavens, acknowledging that the soul ring was indeed a manifestation of one's strength. Therefore, it would be wise to restrain his internal energy somewhat. With a flicker of thought, Xiang Yu summoned 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, that quietly materialized upon his spear. This would suffice, as it would not draw undue attention. The appearance of these soul rings was inspired by Xiang Hao's initial 3, and though they lacked refinement, they would likely go unnoticed by all but the most formidable of opponents. Everything was in readiness. He would set forth on the morrow. After a restful slumber, Xiang Yu rose early the next day, embarking towards the direction of the rising sun. With determination, he strode forth, believing he would eventually find his way. With his belongings secured, our conqueror marched resolutely towards the dawn. However, as he traversed this path into the evening, disappointment settled within him. The surroundings remained as unfamiliar as ever, confirming his identity as a rather ordinary navigator. Indeed, at this moment, Xiang Yu found himself engulfed in despair. Never having anticipated that the formidable overlord of Western Chu would be confined within this forest for an eternity. As night fell and he gazed into the flickering flames of the campfire, a profound sense of melancholy enveloped his heart. Nevertheless, he resolved to continue his journey the following day. With a gentle leap, Xiang Yu ascended to a lofty branch to endure the night. In the morning, he instructed Xiao Ao to scout for any suitable soul beasts, while Zhu Qing was tasked with reconnaissance, and Dai Laodao was to clear any obstacles ahead. Understood. In an instant, Xiang Yu, who had been peacefully slumbering on the branch, opened his eyes wide. He had heard the unmistakable sound of human voices. He was not mistaken. They were indeed living beings. Who would have imagined that the mighty overlord Xiang Yu would be so stirred by the presence of others? Xiang Yu remarked, I never wished for such a predicament. Yet the aloof persona cannot suppress the identity of a directionally challenged individual. Chapter 38. A chance encounter with Shrek at last. I have come across a living soul. Xiang Yu exclaimed with excitement as he gracefully leaped down from the tree, landing softly on the ground. Finally, someone had passed by. Judging by the sound, they were not far from him. He hurried towards the direction of the voice, elated at the prospect of escaping this wretched place. Meanwhile, the Shrek group grew tense. Zhu Qing, who had just been perched on a tree, spotted a figure darting swiftly towards them. Instinctively, they entered a state of alert. Yet the footsteps vanished as they approached, an ominous unknown lurking in the air. In an instant, the atmosphere turned palpable with tension. Suddenly, from the grass ahead, emerged a youth clad in animal skin shorts, his upper body bare. The reason for his state of undress? He had discarded all his spare clothing long ago. Greetings, dear brothers and sisters. Xiang Yu beamed a sunlit smile, striving to make a favorable impression on his newfound acquaintances. When asked why he did not resort to coercive force, he replied, Our overlord is a civilized man. We typically extend courtesy before resorting to violence. It's you, Xiang Hao. You're alive. As soon as Xiang Yu revealed himself, Dai Mubai, the leader, rushed forward, embracing him with uncontainable excitement. Xiang Yu was momentarily taken aback by this fortuitous encounter. You are that golden-haired lad. No, wait, Mubai. It has been far too long. Once Xiang Yu regained his composure, he eagerly embraced Dai Mubai. Shedding a few genuine tears of joy, he was truly overwhelmed. For he was finally on the verge of leaving this forsaken place. Xiang Hao, I thought you were lost forever, especially after teacher Zhao returned so grievously injured. Dai Mubai spoke, his body trembling involuntarily, his eyes growing misty. Witnessing the golden-haired youth's fervor, Xiang Yu stepped forward to embrace Dai Mubai, his own emotions stirred, reflecting on the hardships he had endured over the past year. In a moment of profound camaraderie, the two men embraced, freely expressing their feelings. This display astonished those around them. Hey, fatty, does Dai Mubai have feelings for men? The girl with the braided hair, Scorpion, gently inquired of the equally emotional Ma Hongjun. No, that's our companion, Xiang Hao, whom we encountered a year ago in the Stardow Forest. It was during that incident that teacher Zhao sustained grave injuries, and Xiang Hao vanished in the ensuing chaos, Ma Hongjun explained slowly. Upon hearing these words, Xiang Yu regained his composure and glanced around at the others. Oh, the bear-like figure has returned. Zhao Wuji approached slowly and patted Xiang Yu's shoulder with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "You truly have a charmed life." Next came the portly fellow, his distinctive features unmistakable. Ma Hongjun flashed a mischievous grin at Xiang Yu. As he continued to observe, Xiang Yu couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. To his astonishment, 3 strikingly beautiful young maidens, each radiating a different charm, were shyly casting glances his way, one exuding regal elegance, another possessing a voluptuous figure, and the last one brimming with whimsical mischief, truly a trio of exquisite gems. Xiang Yu believed he had encountered many beauties in his lifetime, and among them, these 3 undoubtedly ranked among the most exquisite. Even the typically composed Xiang Yu found himself momentarily flustered. However, his irritation was piqued by the young man accompanying the 3 ladies. The depth of his gaze stirred memories of certain acquaintances, individuals marked by cunning and guile, qualities that Xiang Yu abhorred. As for the last handsome fellow, he wondered who he might be, for his recollection was dominated by the image of a scruffy uncle. This individual left a profound impression on him, largely due to the haunting spell that lingered in his mind. Blonde lad. Oh no, brother Mubai, where's Oscar? I find myself rather nostalgic for his sausages, Xiang Yu quipped, prompting hearty laughter from the assembly. Only the handsome man appeared somewhat awkward, scratching his head as he replied, "Brother Hao, it has been a long time. I am Oscar." "Ah, Oscar, you're not just my sausage uncle, are you?" He jested again, inciting further uncontrollable laughter from the group. After a joyful reunion filled with pleasantries, Dai Mu Bai introduced the remaining 4, stating, "This is Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, and his sister Xiao Wu, all new students at Shrek Academy this year. This is my brother, Xiang Hao," he added, and they all exchanged greetings with Xiang Yu. Yet, at the moment Tang San extended his hand, Xiang Yu felt a fleeting disorientation. Gazing at Tang San's smiling face, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him, leaving him puzzled. Before he could ponder this further, Dai Mu Bai draped an arm around Xiang Yu's shoulders and led him away. One could not help but note the audacity of the young man. Where had his own regal presence gone? It was somewhat disheartening to find himself overshadowed by this golden-haired youth. Once they grew acquainted, Xiang Yu joined the Shrek group, and upon learning about his misadventure in the forest, they could only chuckle at the irony. They had ventured into the woods primarily to assist Oscar in acquiring his 3rd spirit ring, but unforeseen events had unfolded. Moreover, Tang San had recently surpassed the 30th level, thus adding to their mission. Otherwise, they would not have had the chance to encounter the lost Xiang Yu. The group meandered along the forest's edge. Yet after a day of searching, they yielded no results. Nevertheless, Xiang Yu found himself increasingly intrigued by Tang San. Though merely 12 years of age, he emanated the maturity of a 42-year-old, not only serving as the strategic mind of the team, but also exhibiting decisiveness and ruthlessness that astonished Xiang Yu. It was a remarkable display of skill that defied his youth. With Tang San, Xiang Yu felt no inclination to regard him as just a child. Was this what it meant to be a genius? Observing Tang San engaged in lively conversation, a subtle smile of excitement crept across Xiang Yu's lips. "By the way, you may not be aware, but Xiang Hao is quite formidable." Dai Mu Bai smiled at the crowd. Beside him, the stout fellow nodded vigorously with excitement. A year ago, Hao, possessing a soul power of level 30, had already matched Dai Lauda, even while the latter had employed all his soul skills. Upon hearing this, Oscar also nodded in agreement, and the group turned their astonished gazes towards Xiang Yu. They were well aware of Dai Mu Bai's formidable strength, yet this statement sparked their curiosity. Indeed, Xiang Hao, our newly recruited students are all extraordinary, particularly Tang San, whose mastery of the blue-silver grass is nothing short of sublime. Dai Mu Bai exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. During the freshman examination, he single-handedly withstood teacher Zhao for the duration of an incense stick. This introduction ignited mutual curiosity between the two parties, while Xiang Yu remained perplexed about the cultivation of the blue-silver grass. Chapter 39, The Titan Great Ape. Xiang Yu's curiosity towards Tang San intensified, and Tang San felt the same intrigue. He considered his strength to be evenly matched with Dai Mu Bai. But upon hearing the stout fellow mention that Xiang Hao had fought to a stalemate with Dai Mu Bai, he noticed a trace of wry amusement at the corner of Dai Mu Bai's mouth. This suggested that Xiang Hao might indeed possess a strength surpassing that of Dai Mubai, a prowess that Tang San could not afford to underestimate. Well, Xiang Hao, do you wish to exchange a few moves with Tang San? I must inform you that Tang San has an extraordinary skill, Dai Mubai remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yu ceased to be ambiguous, displaying an eager expression as he faced Tang San directly. His genuine curiosity about what a soul master wielding blue-silver grass would be like was evident. Observing this, Tang San slowly rose to his feet, mirroring the stance they had taken a year prior on that night by the campfire. Let the sparring commence. But let it be within limits, Dai Mubai called out excitedly from the sidelines, his enthusiasm palpable as he anticipated the duel between the two. Xiang Yu's lips curled into a smile, intrigued by the little rascal before him. At that moment, Tang San was also probing, and a yellow soul ring flared to life behind him. Suddenly, numerous blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground beneath Xiang Yu, ensnaring him completely. Surprised by the resilience and strength of the blue-silver grass, Xiang Yu noted that this was no ordinary variety. It seemed to possess barbs, which piqued his interest. With a mere thought, he shattered the blue-silver grass. This unexpected turn left Tang San momentarily taken aback, but soon, an increasing number of blue-silver grasses assailed him from all directions. Such wild growth will certainly be a headache, Xiang Yu remarked, raising his hand to summon Pation. With precise control of his strength, he executed a slashing strike, cleaving through the waves of blue grass and inflicting an unhealable wound, aimed directly at Tang San. However, Tang San, like a wraith, evaded the attack by swiftly sidestepping, causing the strike to collide with the rocky wall behind him, shattering the stones with a thunderous crack. Witnessing this, Xiang Yu's consciousness seemed to plunge once more into chaos. He could not help but rub his forehead in contemplation, pondering the peculiar circumstances that had arisen twice today. Could it be that his soul power had been compromised? Meanwhile, Tang San, spotting Xiang Yu's hesitation, seized the opportunity to advance, launching a relentless barrage of blue-silver grasses towards him. Just as Xiang Yu prepared to retaliate, the world suddenly dimmed, engulfed in an oppressive darkness. A foul stench permeated the air, and the frantic clamor of soul beasts fleeing echoed around them. The ground trembled incessantly, the vibrations intensifying, compelling the group to crouch down for balance. At that moment, Wujiang felt particularly vexed. This commotion surely heralded the arrival of some formidable creature. He fervently hoped it was not the legendary forest king, the Titan Great Ape. Everyone, retreat at once, Wujiang bellowed. But as the trembling ground made movement arduous, they could hear the approaching footsteps of the beast growing ever closer. Suddenly, the footsteps halted, and a colossal figure rose. In the darkness of the night, the creature's form was obscured, but its massive silhouette blotted out the moonlight, with two crimson eyes glowing like lanterns against the night sky. Xiang Yu could not help but exclaim, "I have resided here for a year and have yet to encounter such a magnificent creature. The flesh of this beast should surely be delectable." With both hands resting on his long spear, Xiang Yu gazed at the monster, a smile of excitement gracing his lips. "O great king of the forest, it is unbeknownst to us how we may have offended you. We shall depart at once," Zhao Wuji interjected, though beads of sweat already adorned his brow. However, the colossal beast in the sky seemed oblivious to their words, extending a massive paw towards the group. The sudden onslaught caught everyone off guard, and as the gigantic paw descended, all scattered in a frantic bid for escape. Xiang Yu, exhilarated, licked his lips as he gazed at the massive hand, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Yet, in the very next moment, he was swiftly hoisted away by an individual. "Rest assured, Xiang Hao, this time I shall not abandon you," said Dai Mubai. Xiang Yu continuously twisted upon Dai Mubai, exclaiming, "Ah, you golden-haired lad, I crave meat. How could a formidable overlord like myself flee?" Yet, the individual beneath him appeared oblivious to Xiang Yu's fervor. As a cloud of smoke dissipated, a colossal hand withdrew from the ground, simultaneously seizing a person. From a distance, Xiang Yu beheld the girl with scorpion braids being captured by that monstrous creature. Zhao Wujiang seemed to immediately launch an assault against the beast. However, it appeared satisfied after grasping the girl and departed without hesitation. By the time the others rushed back from all directions, Tang San had vanished. Indeed, the girl who had been abducted was his sister, prompting him to pursue her. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, collectively deciding to search for both of them. The path of destruction wrought by the Titan Great Ape was unmistakable, and thus, They ventured deeper into the forest, following its trail. Xiang Yu felt a thrill. He had never encountered such a being during his year in the woods. The creature's formidable strength invigorated him, reminiscent of the exhilaration he once felt while hunting leopards and tigers in the mountains. It must be noted that Oscar's third spirit skill was exceptionally useful, allowing them to soar through the air at remarkable speed for a minute. However, Tang San had taken several mushroom sausages prior to his departure, and with Oscar's limited daily production, they had no choice but to descend and continue on foot after a minute of flight. After approximately half an hour of trekking, they discovered numerous signs of battle nearby. The trees were embedded with an array of metallic hidden weapons, and with a mere glance, Xiang Yu's consciousness plunged into chaos once more. Damn it, it's happening again. These are all Sanji's hidden weapons. He must be nearby, exclaimed Ma Hongjun excitedly. Once again, this Tang San had caused him to drift into oblivion thrice today. What on earth was happening? Xiang Hao, are you alright? Is your spirit energy depleted? Dai Mubai inquired as he observed Xiang Hao repeatedly rubbing his forehead and shaking his head. I'm fine, but are these hidden weapons all from Tang San? Yes. Typically these are his lethal techniques, which he wouldn't readily unleash. Clearly, the situation must be dire, Dai Mubai replied solemnly. The group meticulously searched the vicinity, and gradually, the signs of conflict became increasingly apparent. Come quickly, a voice echoed, prompting everyone to behold Tang San seated beneath a tree, wounded, with his purple spirit ring flickering above him, surrounded by the corpse of a spirit beast. The group gathered around to tend to Tang San, while Xiang Yu, intrigued, approached the spirit beast's carcass. There, he observed numerous penetrating wounds on the demonic spider, as if pierced by some sharp weapon. Following the wounds upward, he noticed an array of peculiar steel spikes embedded in the tree trunk. Xiang Yu stood frozen, his mind engulfed in emptiness, from which two words eventually surfaced: Tang Min. Chapter 40. Awakening Tang Min. A distant voice resonated within his consciousness. Senior, you have inhabited this body for quite some time. It is now time to return. At this moment, Xiang Yu was profoundly astonished. What was happening? Shouldn't that boy's soul have been devoured by him? There is no need for surprise, Senior. My soul has traversed 2 lifetimes, and in terms of sheer soul power, it seems you may not hold the upper hand. Xiang Hao's voice emerged, calm yet resolute. Ha. It appears I have underestimated you, young one. However, I have already claimed this body. There is no reason to relinquish meat that is already within reach. Xiang Yu laughed arrogantly. Yet, Xiang Hao's voice gradually faded into silence, and Xiang Yu felt the connection to his body weakening incessantly. Hey kid. Launching a surprise attack without a word is quite despicable, Xiang Yu remarked, displaying his helplessness as he realized this young man had greater control over the body than he did. My apologies, Senior. Certain truths allow for no hesitation, came the response. With that declaration, Xiang Yu completely lost his grip on the body, and Xiang Hao was filled with urgency. After a few seconds in the outside world, Xiang Hao's eyes regained their brilliance. He had returned without hesitation and immediately began to scrutinize the steel nails embedded in the tree trunk. These nails were unlike any other. Upon closer inspection, they were hollow in the middle and bore barbed tips. It cannot be mistaken. These must be the Zhuge nails from the Tang sect. The barbed tips are designed for use in the Tang sect's concealed weapon, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow could release dozens of steel nails in a single shot, and the hollow center of the nails was intended to create open wounds, causing the victim to bleed profusely. The crafting of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow was a closely guarded secret of the Tang sect. That Tang San. In an instant, a surge of blood surged within Xiang Hao as he quietly turned towards Tang San. When Xiang Yu had shaken hands with Tang San earlier that day, Xiang Hao had sensed a familiar inner force. It was precisely this that had awakened him from his slumber. That inner strength must have belonged to the Tang sect's internal cultivation, the Xiantian skill. As he walked step by step, Xiang Hao continuously recalled the events of the day, the ghostly shadow technique during his evasion, and the fleeting glimpse of those violet eyes. As Xiang Hao observed Tang San, who was still absorbing the soul ring, an unexpected calmness washed over him. Initially, he had anticipated that his year-long absence from the spirit hall would incite considerable anxiety. Yet now he discerned something far more significant. When the gears of fate began to turn, Xiang Hao had contemplated that he might not be the sole fortunate one. It now appeared he had encountered a former adversary, which piqued his interest. The members of Shrek Academy continued to encircle Tang San protectively, while Xiang Hao roamed about, retrieving a concealed weapon from the surrounding trees. His suspicions grew stronger. The craftsmanship and techniques were unmistakably characteristic of the Tang sect from his previous life. As he delicately handled the dart in his grasp, a wave of nostalgia enveloped him, reminiscent of another realm. In that moment, Xiang Hao found himself harboring a sense of kinship with this fellow disciple of the Tang sect, also traversing through time. Such an intriguing individual surely warranted a proper introduction. Xiang Hao couldn't help but chuckle, reflecting on how much assistance he had received. After all, it was the Tang sect's hidden weapons that had awakened his memories. He had always held the Tang sect's secret arts in disdain, considering them treacherous techniques unworthy of the highest echelons of martial arts. Yet, in his past life, he had been defeated by the very practices he scorned. Young man, are you so exhilarated by these hidden weapons that your palms are bleeding? Xiang Yu's voice suddenly broke through the moment. It was only then that Xiang Hao recalled the presence of another being residing within his sea of consciousness. Old grievances from the past lingered as the two engaged in a gradual exchange. No wonder I inadvertently roused you. It seems I must exercise greater caution next time. Xiang Yu laughed heartily, his tone brimming with arrogance. You may be disappointed, for next time there will be no one to mediate for you, he retorted with mirth. Ha ha. Are you still holding a grudge for my deception? It was merely a key, one that is no longer needed. That is a relief. For it is indeed painful when a long-time mentor and friend suddenly betrays one from behind. After all, the king of Xiang is not that kind of person. Xiang Hao replied slowly. Ha ha ha, you are quite cunning, young one, Xiang Yu chuckled. But alas, there is no time for me to demonstrate my prowess, otherwise the world would be but scorched earth beneath my feet. Live well, young one. Should you grow weaker, I shall gladly accept your body. With their initial negotiations concluded, Xiang Hao felt a sense of calm, at least ensuring that this demon lord would not wreak havoc within him. Yet, this experience served as a stark reminder of how he had nearly perished in the forest a year prior. The old man Yan's secret technique had instantaneously blocked his meridians, allowing the demon lord to emerge from the corners of his sea of consciousness. For all those years, the being had remained unnoticed by Xiang Hao. Reflecting on Xiang Yu's actions over the past year, Xiang Hao could not help but feel fortunate. Had Xiang Yu ventured beyond the forest, the continent would likely be engulfed in chaos by now. Xiang Hao gradually calmed his body. Over the past year, his cultivation had indeed regressed, remaining stagnant at the 42nd level since absorbing the soul ring a year prior. Fortunately, he had broken through to the 4th level of the divine martial decision, allowing his protective aura to reach perfection. A year had passed, and he wondered how the outside world had fared. Just as Xiang Hao murmured to himself, the girl with scorpion braids returned. Xiang Hao recalled that she was the girl who had just been captured. Her name was Xiaowu, if memory served. The group was filled with joy upon her return. Xiaowu, you're safe. How wonderful, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. The girl, however, disregarded the group surrounding Xiang Hao and rushed directly to Tang San, who was still in the throes of absorbing his soul ring. What is wrong with Sangu? He looks so pained, Xiaowu said, her heart heavy with sorrow as she gazed at Tang San's anguished expression. Sangu risked everything to absorb the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider to save you, Ma Hongjun and the others consoled her, while Xiaowu steadfastly remained by her brother's side. Observing the tear-streaked face of Xiaowu, Xiang Hao was curious about how she had managed to return. The soul beast she encountered was unfamiliar to him, but he had heard tales of it. The ruler of the Star Doe Forest, the Titan giant ape. It was rumored that this soul beast had reached a cultivation age of 100,000 years. This girl had remarkably escaped from such a formidable beast. She was indeed fortunate. Now, all that remained was for Tang San to absorb the soul ring. The group kept vigil over him throughout the night, and by morning, the purple soul ring above Tang San's head began to stabilize. Shortly thereafter, he awakened. Sangu, Xiaowu exclaimed, immediately leaping into Tang San's embrace. Take it easy. Xiaowu, Sangu is still quite weak, Dai Mubai teased. Well, it's good that you're all right, Zhao Wujia said as he slowly rose to his feet. Despite the various tribulations they had faced, they were fortunate to have emerged relatively unscathed. Chapter 41. Shrek. At this moment, Xiang Hao approached Tang San, scrutinizing him closely. This soul guide at your waist is quite impressive. It allows the user to employ hidden weapons from various angles. It's truly befitting for a disciple of the Tang sect. Tang San, just awakened, reassured the others and noticed Xiang Hao staring intently at him. He found it peculiar. The intensity of Xiang Hao's gaze seemed too fervent for their level of acquaintance. Xiang Hao, disregarding the gazes of those around him, cast a fervent glance at Tang San, who harbored a multitude of secrets. As the others observed Tang San in a state of repose, they began their journey back. After a year, Xiang Hao was finally ready to depart from the Star Doe Forest. Brother Mubai, do you think my current state qualifies me to join your Shrek Academy? On their way back, Xiang Hao inquired of Dai Mubai. This was the result of much contemplation, compared to other matters. The present Tang San captivated all of Xiang Hao's interest. What? Xiang Hao, did I hear you correctly? You wish to join Shrek? Dai Mubai exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Indeed, I actually left the Tiando Royal Academy a year ago. My soul power should now be at the 34th level. I wonder if that meets your standards. Of course it meets the standards. Are we not well aware of your capabilities? Zhao Wuji chimed in. Your strength surely passes muster, but the enrollment period has already lapsed. He added, appearing somewhat troubled. What does that matter? The academy struggles to recruit students for years. Does that really concern us? Dai Mubai retorted in frustration. Very well. I shall consult with the dean, but you must prepare yourself. The dean may impose a hefty tuition fee, Zhao Wuji replied, shaking his head in resignation. That is merely a trivial matter, Xiang Hao dismissed with a laugh. Ha ha ha, Shrek Academy is about to welcome its 8th student. Dai Mubai cheered, while the others smiled in warm welcome to their new member. Thus, the group arrived safely at Shrek Academy. Upon reaching the academy, although Xiang Hao had mentally prepared himself, the rudimentary state of the facilities exceeded his expectations. The entire academy was situated in a remote locale, and the only students Xiang Hao encountered were a handful of individuals. To make matters more awkward, although Dean Flinder had consented to his admission, he had indeed asked for an exorbitant fee. Xiang Hao, who had never worried about finances, instinctively reached for the ring on his hand, only to find it empty. Ultimately, it was Dai Mubai who covered his tuition. And even the spare clothes he possessed were lent to him by Dai Mubai. How embarrassing! Xiang Hao chastised Xiang Yu in his mind countless times. Did this fellow truly not know to procure at least some emergency supplies from the Soul Guide? Otherwise, it felt as if he were akin to a bandit, ready to seize what he needed. After a long day, night finally fell. The only aspect of the accommodation that pleased Xiang Hao was the fact that, possibly due to his additional payment, Flinder had arranged for him a private room, which brought him immense satisfaction. The rest was secondary. At least he would not be fixing the nearly half-person-sized hole in the ceiling tonight. This evening, he intended to have a serious discussion with Xiang Yu, for there were many matters ahead of him, and he certainly did not wish for his physical counterpart to be a ticking time bomb. Entering his spiritual realm, Xiang Hao found Xiang Yu idly resting his head on his arm, eyes half closed. The disparity between this moment and the imposing aura of the conqueror I presented to myself today is indeed striking. What is the matter, young one? Are you already fatigued? Shall I take your place? With a single thrust, I could vanquish that lad. Xiang Yu turned over, propping himself up, his hand mimicking the motion of a piercing strike. How do you know? Xiang Hao replied with a hint of seriousness, for his previous existence was his greatest secret, one he had deliberately concealed from all memories of it. Hey, young one, do you harbor some misconceptions? Did you believe that I only resided within you in this lifetime? I am well aware of everything about you. You possess no secrets in my eyes. Conversely, I too have laid bare my truths to you. Have you not glimpsed the memories I held before my demise? Xiang Yu laughed heartily. If that is the case, then, esteemed senior, there seems to be no need for us to remain wary of one another. Let us sit down and engage in a sincere conversation. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao realized that all the arguments he had rehearsed in his mind were rendered futile. The two of them had become one. Xiang Yu, upon hearing this, gradually approached and took a seat beside Xiang Hao. My young friend, do you understand why I have chosen to coexist peacefully with you? Xiang Hao let out a chilling smile as he gazed at Xiang Yu, pondering that even for the formidable conqueror Xiang Yu, the likelihood of successfully seizing control by such forceful means must be exceedingly slim. Xiang Yu, upon hearing these words, couldn't he help but smile faintly. No, this is not the primary reason. At the time of my decisive battle at Douluo, I never wavered. How could I falter in matters of life and death? For me, as long as there exists the slightest chance of success, it is worth the endeavor. This statement left Xiang Hao in a state of confusion. Xiang Yu's prowess far exceeded his own. What could he possibly be hesitating about? At that moment, Xiang Yu continued. Young man, I am fully aware of all your memories, your failures, your enemies. Everything about you is crystal clear to me. To be frank, you are not a strong individual. This revelation indeed humbled the king of Xiang. Xiang Hao, upon hearing this, felt quite irked. The mention of his past failures was a sore spot he had carried, and yet this man insisted on bringing it up. However, Xiang Yu's next words struck Xiang Hao like a bolt from the blue. But I see your ambition. Your ambition astounds even me. He then fixed his crimson gaze firmly upon Xiang Hao. Young man, I must admit, your ambition is unprecedented among the heirs of the Overlord. There are indeed many with extraordinary talents, but none possess ambition as grand as yours. Tell me, do you aspire to become a deity? A single utterance from Xiang Yu laid bare the most authentic desires of Xiang Hao before both of them. In that moment, as Xiang Hao gazed upon the menacing visage mere inches away, a wave of apprehension washed over him. Yet, in the very next instant, a broad smile of exhilaration spread across his face. Yes, I aspire to become a deity. The pinnacle of this realm, reaching the 100th level of divinity, though ethereal, is undeniably tangible. It transcends the former supremacy of the martial world. It is divinity, a power that surpasses the laws of heaven and earth. Xiang Hao articulated each word with fervor, unable to contain his excitement any longer. Observing this scene, Xiang Yu abruptly softened his fierce expression and burst into hearty laughter. Very well, remember your words from today. With that, Xiang Yu extended his right hand, and momentarily bewildered, Xiang Hao offered his left. In an instant, their hands clasped tightly together. Since you possess ambition, I shall aid you in your ascent to divinity. Xiang Hao was momentarily perplexed. Shouldn't the other party always be coveting his body? Moreover, given the strength of the Overlord, shouldn't it be easier for him to attain divinity? Why then would he choose to assist him? Xiang Hao pulled back the left hand held by Xiang Yu and coldly remarked, if you do not speak the truth, there is no necessity for collaboration. After all, I have already been deceived by you once. Chapter 42. The Agreement. Haha. Have you figured it out, kid? Xiang Yu laughed heartily. Then his expression shifted to one of resignation. Indeed, if it were possible, I would prefer to avoid such complications. I am aware of your memories and understand that the power in this world is referred to as soul force. During the year in which I governed your body, I categorized my strength according to the soul force levels of this realm, Xiang Yu stated slowly, word by word. However, after 6 months, my power stagnated at level 99. Unable to advance further. It seems as if this world envelopes me in a barrier, and I have reached its zenith. Thus, my voice is unheard in this realm. I am not embraced by it. Yet you are different. You are the prodigy of this world. If I cannot become a deity, then I shall create one. Boy, do you dare? Xiang Hao smiled faintly, taking the initiative to grasp Xiang Yu's hand. What is there to fear? He exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Ah, that is a relief. Upon hearing these words, Xiang Yu appeared as though he had suddenly deflated, weary of maintaining a serious facade. What a farce. Was that demeanor merely an act? Observing Xiang Yu slump to one side, the disparity from his previous grandeur was striking. Gazing at the content, almost zen-like expression on Xiang Yu's face, Xiang Hao found himself utterly bemused. Could this truly be the formidable warlord, Xiang Yu? Surely, he resembled a mere 10-year-old. Xiang Hao lamented, it is exhausting to perpetually maintain such a solemn appearance. Those historians are eager to depict me as a chaotic demon, yet here I am. Finally able to take a breather. Young man, you must strive diligently, for you embody my profound hopes. With that, Xiang Yu even made a gesture of encouragement. Understood. By the way, can I still utilize the Breaking Heaven Spear? Wait a moment, I shall grant you access. In the next instant, a torrent of information regarding the Breaking Heaven Spear surged into Xiang Hao's mind. Good heavens! Aside from its inability to change size, it resembled the Rui Jingu Bang. The Breaking Heaven Spear could weigh as much as 108,000 pounds, and Xiang Yu effortlessly wielded it with a carefree demeanor. Xiang Hao was profoundly shaken. This individual was extraordinarily formidable. After a period of exchange between the two, Xiang Hao prepared to take his leave. As the words of Xiang Yu had left him with much to contemplate, as his consciousness returned, Xiang Hao noticed the sky had begun to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Time had grown late, and gazing at the rising sun, his thoughts drifted far away. Having been missing for a year, he could not help but wonder about the well-being of his mentor and parents. The soul mark that Bibi Dong had inscribed upon him still lingered, suggesting that his teacher would understand he was unharmed. Once he unraveled the mysteries surrounding Tang San, he would return. That was of utmost importance. With this thought, Xiang Hao clenched his fists in determination as the haunting image of Gue Jian Chou resurfaced in his mind. Over the years, that scene had solidified into an imposing mountain within his heart, all due to the Tang sect. Tang San, forgive me. Meanwhile, within the papal palace, Bibi Dong appeared exceedingly restless. A year had passed since Xiang Hao's disappearance, such a gifted child. She had once believed he would lead the next generation of the Spirit Hall to unparalleled glory. Yet now he was lost, although she still sensed his vitality. The trail had grown cold. Once, she had suspected the sword Douluo and had disguised herself to ambush Tang San, but unfortunately, that individual had severed his own arm to escape. The clues had vanished again, and due to Xiang Hao's unique identity, few within the Spirit Hall had ever seen his face. A large-scale search would only place him in a more precarious position. At present, Bibi Dong found herself powerless, left only to wait. Gazing skyward, she whispered, "Hao, where on earth are you?" The following morning, Flinders summoned everyone. "From today onwards, a new instructor will guide your training. He is a theoretical master in the realm of martial spirits and is also my close friend." With that, Flinders stepped aside, revealing a scruffy middle-aged man before the group. Tang San, standing beside Xiang Hao, visibly displayed his excitement upon seeing this person. "My name is Wujiang. Apart from the newly joined student, Xiang Hao, I have reviewed the information on each of you. The academy currently has 8 students, and in my view, you are a cohesive entity. Beginning today, I will devise specific teaching strategies tailored to your backgrounds. From now on, I will treat each of you equally. You may disperse for now. Starting tomorrow, I will commence specialized training, and I expect no one to be late." The master's gaze swept across the group before finally resting on Xiang Hao. "Xiang Hao, please stay back. I need to understand your background better. Tang San, you should remain as well." "Understood, master," replied Tang San, and the two proceeded to the training grounds. The master continued, "Xiang Hao, I am unfamiliar with your martial spirit and abilities. Since Tang San is my disciple, you two shall engage in a soul duel. This will allow me to gauge your true strength." Xiang Hao finally comprehended that this individual was indeed Tang San's mentor. Without hesitation, upon hearing the master's words, he swiftly distanced himself, raising his hand to reveal the breaking sky spear in his grasp. Xiang Hao wielded the martial spirit of the iron spike lance, while Tang San possessed the martial spirit of blue silver grass. The master's voice echoed once more, instructing Tang San not to employ his third soul skill or those peculiar weapons. Others might be oblivious, but Xiang Hao realized this was a reference to the hidden weapons of the Tang sect, and he felt somewhat underestimated by the restriction on his opponent's third soul skill. "Xiang Hao, you must proceed with caution," he thought. In an instant, azure light surged from Tang San, as countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground beneath him. Tang San regarded his adversary with calm determination, for he had engaged in such battles numerous times before, and he anticipated that this encounter would yield no unexpected outcomes. Xiang Hao gazed at Tang San across from him, his broken heaven weapon subtly shifting in his grasp, weighing 2,000 pounds. As the gun barrel swung, the immense mass stirred up a formidable gale, imposing an overwhelming pressure. The master beside him observed with astonishment. This martial soul was rather peculiar. Though it lacked aesthetic appeal, its formidable presence was unmistakable. In response, Tang San slowly extended his left hand towards Xiang Hao, and, as if summoned by an unseen command, countless strands of blue-silver grass surged forth from all directions. In an instant, a plethora of tendrils darkened the sky, launching an assault from both the ground and the air. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Hao could not help but smile faintly. With both hands firmly gripping the broken sky, the gun in his grasp instantly erupted into a myriad of dazzling blossoms, casting a cold radiance that severed countless strands of blue-silver grass in half. Fragments of broken branches and leaves cascaded through the air, leaving only astonishment for the master and disciple. Under the meticulous planning of the master, Tang San's blue-silver grass had attained an extraordinarily formidable resilience, one that even Dai Mubai could not easily escape from. Yet, under Xiang Hao's gunfire, the blue-silver grass was effortlessly cleaved apart as if it were mere tofu. Chapter 43. Battle with Tang San. Though taken aback, Tang San swiftly launched a counterattack with the blue-silver grass. At that moment, countless tendrils sprang forth from the ground beneath Xiang Hao, each bearing sharp barbs that ensnared his feet tightly. In the next instant, an unprecedented numbness coursed through Xiang Hao's body. The Tang sect was indeed the Tang sect. Even upon arriving in the Douluo continent, it still relied heavily on poison. How dull that would be. 3 soul rings, 1 yellow and 2 purple, shimmered into existence. The first soul skill, barbaric armor, manifested in an instant, conjured by the thorny shell bestowed by the dragon turtle. The surrounding vines recoiled, unwilling to approach even an inch closer. The barbaric crocodile dragon turtle was naturally adept at consuming such toxins, endowing Xiang Hao's first soul skill with remarkable poison immunity. In this life, each of Xiang Hao's soul rings was chosen to rectify the shortcomings of his previous existence. The second soul skill, enhanced agility, followed. This time, Xiang Hao did not bother with pretense, for his original martial soul was unprecedented on the continent. Even the master would never have anticipated that his soul skills emanated from his true form. Suddenly, a purple glow erupted from behind Xiang Hao, amplifying his strength immensely in a brief moment. With his enhanced legs, he merely trembled, sending the blue-silver grass flying away. 2,000 years soul rings. The master and disciple gasped in unison. In his theoretical framework, such a phenomenon was impossible. No one could endure the pressure of a 1,000-year soul ring at the second soul ring stage. Countless predecessors had conducted experiments, learning through blood and experience that this could not be. Yet, here stood Xiang Hao before him, alive and breathing, causing the master to momentarily doubt some of his own theories. Tang San, this time it is my turn. You must be cautious. As he spoke, Xiang Hao surged forward, propelled by the enhancement of his second soul skill. His speed was akin to gliding just above the ground, the gun's tip sparking against the earth, leaving a trail of flickering embers. With no intricate tricks, Xiang Hao charged straight ahead, adhering to his steadfast battle principle of obliterating the opponent with an overwhelmingly powerful force. As Tang San beheld Xiang Hao closing in on him in mere moments, he hastily summoned his soul power. The blue light radiating brilliantly from his hands as countless tendrils launched at him from every direction. At this moment, Tang San found himself utterly unsettled. His blue-silver grass, honed through rigorous training under his teacher's guidance, was not only remarkably resilient but also highly toxic. Yet, these two admirable traits appeared to be utterly ineffective against his opponent. As Xiang Hao drew nearer, the countless tendrils hesitated, unwilling to approach his formidable presence. One after another, the blue-silver grass surrendered in the face of Xiang Hao's relentless advance. This was perilous. He was too close. Tang San, realizing the gravity of the situation, activated his ghost shadow perplexing track to create distance, only to discover that his opponent's footwork was akin to that of a specter, closely shadowing him. As Tang San stood before him, Xiang Hao, with a gun held firmly in his right hand, pivoted and launched a seemingly mundane thrust. Yet, this strike was lethal. His second soul skill, parasitism, ignited the second soul ring behind Tang San, causing numerous strands of blue-silver grass to emerge from Xiang Hao, binding him in place with their roots. Ha ha ha, fascinating. These plants even disperse seeds, Xiang Hao remarked, though he dismissed their significance with a mere tremor. The rugged armor he wore shook off the encumbering weeds. Without hesitation, the tip of his gun, akin to a venomous serpent, fixed its gaze upon Tang San. And the serpent's tongue flicked out in anticipation. Stop. The master, observing the perilous turn of events, shouted in alarm, prompting a flurry of anxiety from Tang San. In desperation, he summoned his third soul ring, activating his third soul skill, web binding. A powerful web shot forth, countering the sharp assault of the gun. However, Xiang Hao effortlessly cleaved it in two with a simple shake. Concerned for Tang San's safety, the master immediately called for the cessation of the duel. The outcome was unequivocal. Tang San had lost. The shocking revelations from this contest sequentially overwhelmed both teacher and student. Xiang Hao's presence seemed to overshadow Tang San entirely, causing all his once proud abilities to pale in comparison. The master recalled Zhao Wujiang's words from the previous day. He had initially thought that Xiang Hao's claim of defeating Dai Mubai with a single move at level 30 was exaggerated. But now it was evident that such assertions were indeed true. Due to Tang San's violation in employing his third soul skill, the rules dictated that Xiang Hao emerged victorious. Tang San, do you have any objections? Even with your use of the third soul skill, you have been defeated, the master addressed the two. The disciple accepted his defeat with humility. Reluctantly, Tang San clasped his fist in resignation. Although he felt a swell of discontent, he recognized that he had been thoroughly overwhelmed. As a control-type soul master, he had been unable to break free within 10 exchanges, allowing his adversary to close in with ease. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao slightly cupped his fists, narrowly escaping a perilous fate. Xiang Hao, from whence did your first soul ring originate? The master, unable to suppress his curiosity, reflected upon numerous soul beasts he had encountered, yet none had ever displayed such formidable armor. Xiang Hao did not conceal this fact. He is a formidable crocodile turtle. As soon as Xiang Hao uttered these words, the master appeared to have an epiphany. No wonder, no wonder. This soul beast, inherently fond of consuming toxic substances and carrion, possesses a fierce nature, accompanied by a shell bristling with sharp spikes. It is rumored that this soul beast is exceedingly rare, with a robust lineage, and is a formidable entity among soul beasts. To discover that your first soul ring is indeed one of them is truly astonishing. As he spoke, the master fell into contemplation. From this perspective, Xiang Hao's background must be extraordinary, for an ordinary person could not possibly hunt a savage crocodile tortoise. This soul beast is bloodthirsty and combative, and even a typical soul king would find it challenging to subdue. Moreover, this creature is exceedingly scarce, residing solely in toxin-laden marshes. And over the years, news regarding it has dwindled. This child is indeed remarkable, and if the master is not mistaken, his first soul ring should be between 500 to 700 years old. The master's mind was rife with questions, yet he found himself unable to voice them. He perceived that all of Xiang Hao's soul rings exceeded the expected age for absorption, indicating perilous circumstances. What kind of training had this child undergone? He could not ascertain, but it was clear that some secrets surrounding this child were beyond his inquiry. Some individuals are destined to be in the spotlight from birth, and now there are two within this school. One can only hope that Xiang Hao proves easier to train than that Ning Rong. Subsequently, the master imparted a few more instructions to the two before departing, as he needed to reconsider Xiang Hao's developmental path. This child was entirely different from his initial assumptions. Chapter 44. Special Training Afterward. Xiang Hao departed directly, leaving only the teacher and student in a state of disarray. Tang San raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his back. When Xiang Hao approached him with a spear, the sense of pressure was unprecedented. Tang San felt uncertain about dodging Xiang Hao's attack. Master, is my blue silvergrass, even after evolving through the man-faced demon spider, still so inadequate? Upon hearing Tang San's words, the master hesitated. Tang San, you must not allow turmoil in your heart. This path is sound. The toxicity and resilience of your blue silvergrass are lethal to ordinary soul masters. His words remained unspoken as he gazed at Xiang Hao's retreating figure, reflecting. Xiang Hao is not an ordinary person. Every one of his soul rings exceeds the theoretical age I comprehend. His soul power may not be as astounding as Dai Mubai's, but his physical aptitude is remarkably formidable. Furthermore, the ability of his first soul ring to hunt a savage crocodile tortoise indicates that his background is far deeper than we could have anticipated. Hearing the master's remarks, Tang San looked at his sweating palms, feeling an unusual sense of helplessness. For the first time since arriving in this world, he faced a rival with such overwhelming pressure, as if that person's soul skills were inherently designed to counter his own. However, after a moment, Tang San clenched his fists again, urging himself on for a full-scale effort. Augmented by hidden weapons and external spirit bones, victory was not beyond his reach. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao continued to bicker with the voice of Xiang Yu in his mind. Why didn't you just stab that kid to death with a single thrust? That kid's teacher is quite weak, after all. In Shrek's hometown, a murder occurred. The dean and other instructors were vegetarians, were they not? Xiang Hao remarked with a hint of irritation. Let me step in to assist you. That Flander and Zhao Wuji would not withstand even a single move against me, Xiang Yu proclaimed, his words dripping with arrogance. Humph, you would not succeed. If you truly possessed such prowess, you would have acted against Tang San the moment you encountered him in the forest. You often portray yourself as a reckless brute. Yet I am well aware of the meticulous disguise you employed back then. Haha, have you uncovered my secret? That indeed complicates matters. How shall I provoke you further in the future? With a look of disinterest, Xiang Yu sauntered away. Xiang Hao felt a twinge of headache. The temperament of this tyrant was indeed difficult to decipher. However, he himself could not clarify his emotions upon seeing Tang San. He harbored no affection for the Tang sect and bore a deep-seated enmity towards its disciples. Yet, when confronted with Tang San, he found himself unable to act with malice. Curiosity enveloped him regarding this reincarnated disciple of the Tang sect. After personally sparring with his opponent that day, Tang San's identity had been firmly established. Xiang Hao was certain he had not misjudged the ghostly agility of his movements, and the faint blue luminescence surrounding Tang San was unmistakably indicative of the Xiantian skill. Coupled with the earlier hidden weapons and those violet eyes, this individual had essentially revealed the essence of the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record. Unlike the divine martial hall, the Tang sect maintained a rigorous tradition with respect to the transmission of these techniques. The inner disciples were only partially versed in the Xiantian treasure record. Yet this Tang San had, over the past few days, nearly showcased the entirety of the Tang sect's supreme arts. This was precisely why Xiang Hao's intrigue towards Tang San had intensified. In his previous life, Xiang Hao had limited knowledge of the Tang sect. The only indelible impression left was that of the outer disciple who had ultimately battled him on the cliff. It was only upon arriving in this world that he comprehended that the hidden weapon that individual had cast was likely the Tang sect's greatest secret, the Buddha's fury Tonglin. Such a weapon had not been forged by the Tang sect for many years, and that outer disciple harbored numerous secrets of his own. As for this Tang San, he ought to flee a little faster. As a hunter, Xiang Hao preferred his prey to be swifter. On the following day, everyone gathered early at the cafeteria entrance, with not a single individual arriving late. After all, the master held a significant reputation in the spirit master realm. However, soon, a line of 8 individuals formed, and Xiang Hao was singled out to stand aside. The master then assigned training tasks to each person, the intensity of which left everyone astounded. Xiang Hao, you are responsible for supervising the other 7 while also attending to your own training, the master concluded, leaving the others momentarily at a loss. Why is that? Master, you cannot show favoritism. If you must be partial, it should be towards third brother. He is your disciple. Xiao Wu was the first to step forward, shouting in protest, while Zhu Zhuqing beside her wore a grim expression, clearly displeased with the decision. Meanwhile, Tang San silently proceeded to train, unperturbed by the commotion. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, the boys, were not particularly surprised, as they were well aware of Xiang Hao's prowess, and thus each went their separate ways. Even the typically haughty Dai Mubai shifted his stance at this moment. Witnessing this scene, the girls grew increasingly unsettled. What was wrong with these boys? They were usually the instigators of trouble, yet now, they were all silent. Hey, third brother, Dai Lauda, what are you doing? Are you letting the newcomer give orders? Xiao Wu exclaimed angrily, but her words fell on deaf ears. Xiang Hao chuckled softly upon observing the situation. Ladies, you may not be well acquainted with me yet. Should you have any doubts, feel free to challenge me. The 3 of you may join forces. If you can withstand 10 moves, I shall consider it your victory, and I will double your training regimen, he proclaimed with a smile. His words instantly provoked the trio into a flurry of agitation. Well then, you should know that Sister Xiao Wu is no pushover. With such a provocation, boy, you are destined to lose. I alone can teach you a lesson. Xiao Wu retorted confidently. With that, the rings of her soul shimmered brightly, and in an instant, she teleported behind Xiang Hao, activating her third soul skill, instantaneous movement, followed by her first soul skill, bow of the waist. A rapid series of maneuvers ensued, culminating in a powerful kick delivered straight to Xiang Hao. Haha, got you. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Xiao Wu exclaimed triumphantly, relishing the impact of her formidable strike. However, in the next moment, she realized that her foot had been firmly grasped by Xiang Hao's hand, immobilizing her with astonishing strength. Panic surged through Xiao Wu as her second soul ring flickered. Activating her second soul skill, enchantment, a pink glow danced in her eyes, fixated on Xiang Hao, who appeared momentarily entranced. Seizing the opportunity, she attempted to withdraw her leg. But to her dismay, she found herself still unable to move. With a gentle push, Xiang Hao sent her tumbling to the ground. Your enchanting skills are utterly unrefined, he remarked with a light chuckle, noting that her powers paled in comparison to those of his senior sister. Reflecting on this, he realized it had been quite some time since he had last seen her. On the ground, Xiao Wu glared at Xiang Hao's amused expression, her frustration mounting. She raised her hand to re-engage, only to find Zhu Zhuqing had already charged forward, her body enveloped in a resonant aura. With the enhancement of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, Ning Rongrong's voice rang out. Xiao Wu, his soul power exceeds ours. We must attack together. Xiao Wu nodded emphatically. Her determination to teach this rogue a lesson solidified. Chapter 45. A combined assault. 2 figures swiftly advanced towards Xiang Hao. To onlookers, the power of this assault, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, was nothing short of formidable. With narrowed eyes, Xiang Hao was taken aback to discover that Ning Rongrong belonged to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, a sect he held in exceedingly low regard, primarily due to his prior encounters with its members, who seemed rather dim-witted. However, the amplification effects of the 7 treasure glazed tower were undeniably palpable, as this little rabbit's speed had indeed increased significantly. Take that, Xiao Wu exclaimed, executing a swift kick that materialized before Xiang Hao, while simultaneously, another graceful figure emerged from behind him, launching a flurry of rapid claw strikes. In the blink of an eye, it appeared as though they would succeed. Yet at that moment, they noticed Xiang Hao standing utterly still, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Surrounded by a swirling aura of energy in an instant, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu felt as though they had collided forcefully with a wall, the impact leaving them reeling in pain, while Xiang Hao remained unscathed. The onlookers were taken aback, and Master, observing from the side, inadvertently recognized that within that fleeting moment, a barrier of soul power had formed within Xiang Hao, successfully deflecting their assault. Has this child mastered such control over his soul power to this extent? Even Tang San could not achieve such a feat, Master Yu Xiaojing mused. Having dedicated many years to the study of martial souls and having been thoroughly impressed by his disciple Tang San's command over soul power. However, it now seemed that Xiang Hao's control was far superior, shrouded in mysteries, and possessing an almost monstrous talent, rendering all of Master S research futile in comparison. In that instant, a profound sense of defeat washed over him. 3 girls, I advise you to concede. Even if you strike me 10 more times, the outcome will remain unchanged, Xiang Hao remarked, waving his hands dismissively, his interest in such adversaries waning. What are you saying? My sister Xiao Wu has never feared anyone. Come on, give it another go, Xiao Wu retorted, lunging forward once more, while Zhu Zhuqing, though still attacking with full force, exhibited a noticeable hesitation. After several exchanges, the 3 girls found themselves panting heavily, their soul power nearly depleted, while Xiang Hao stood steadfastly in place, his gaze brimming with mockery. Since you are weary, allow me to take over. I shall endeavor for a swift resolution, so as not to hinder your training today, he declared, gradually channeling his soul power. A sudden, fierce wave of energy surged forth, as Xiang Hao crossed his arms and rotated his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. Seeing this, the 3 girls instinctively braced themselves, and Xiao Wu thought, I refuse to believe he is as formidable as he seems. Xiao Wu recalled that after Tang San returned yesterday, he remained utterly silent throughout the day, as if enchanted by his training, completely disregarding his adorable sister. It was only after persistently questioning the master that she learned her brother had lost in a duel against Xiang Hao. Never before had she witnessed Tang San in such a state. She was determined to restore his honor today, with her as his sister. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing's hesitance stemmed initially from her own disposition. However, after several encounters, she found herself unable to approach Xiang Hao, leading to increasing uncertainty. Regrettably, it was too late for her. As for Ning Rongrong, she was merely there to join the fray. The 3 of them observed Xiang Hao, who stood still before them, while Ning Rongrong prepared to retreat at the slightest advance from that ruffian, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing would have to fend for themselves, she thought, her gaze fixed on the figure before her. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he vanished. What transpired? Where had that fellow gone? Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing had collapsed. In a panic, Ning Rongrong turned around only to find a familiar face looming before her. Perhaps it was Xiang Hao's unsettling smile that unnerved her, and she could hardly be blamed. The influence of that old rogue had tainted her. With a startled shriek, Ning Rongrong fainted, and within mere seconds, Xiang Hao had concluded the battle. Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing each received a swift strike that left them incapacitated on the ground, prompting 3 figures to rush to their aid. Xiang Hao, be gentle. We are all classmates, Daimu Bai urged as he helped Zhu Qing. However, she seemed ungrateful, slowly rising and walking towards Xiang Hao, stating, I apologize. From now on, I shall heed your supervision, before walking away. Meanwhile, Tang San, who had just witnessed Xiao Wu's injury, charged in with a fierce demeanor. Yet upon seeing her unharmed and standing, he realized that Xiang Hao had merely struck her shoulder lightly, prompting him to calm down and reduce his grievances towards Xiang Hao significantly. Xiao Wu, reluctant and fidgeting, approached Xiang Hao to offer a half-hearted apology. What perplexed Xiang Hao most was Ning Rongrong, who had fainted despite his lack of aggression. This incident had even prompted Oscar to start picking his nose, much to Xiang Hao's dismay. After this comical episode, the members of Shrek acknowledged Xiang Hao's prowess. This newcomer had outshone them all, becoming the one who appeared most at ease. Each of the Shrek 7 had unique training regimens tailored to their distinct characteristics, except for Xiang Hao, who remained beyond the Master S reach. However, Xiang Hao himself had little interest in such supervision, as he had his own training to attend to. Even when he wished to slack off, the figure in his mind would not allow him such leisure. Kid, at your age, you should have already carved a path through legions. You are still far too inexperienced. The incessant voice of Xiang Yu echoed once more in Xiang Hao's mind. Xiang Hao had grown accustomed to it. This old fellow had taken to mocking him for reasons unknown. Initially, Xiang Hao would engage in a few retorts, but these exchanges invariably devolved into childish squabbles. Eventually, he simply chose to ignore him, knowing that this boor would quiet down eventually. Daily strength training remained essential. Gritting his teeth, Xiang Hao shouldered the formidable weapon, breaking heaven. Since acquiring the authority to wield it, he marveled at this divine artifact, which allowed him to adjust its weight at will, eliminating the need to scour the wilderness for boulders. Bearing the 3,000 pounds of breaking heaven under the moonlight, he practiced frog leaps along a secluded path, convinced that this method provided the best full-body workout. Just then, that bothersome voice returned. Boy, do you wish to learn the latter 3 forms of the Overlord spear? Xiang Yu chuckled inwardly. Had you mentioned this sooner, I wouldn't have been so irked. Xiang Hao sprang to his feet, enchanted by the allure of those words. Of course, this is my unique skill, not to be shared lightly. I had intended to keep it secret, but seeing as we are now in the same boat, I shall reluctantly impart it to you. In an instant, Xiang Hao felt invigorated. A martial enthusiast at heart, the allure of this spear technique was akin to an addiction. Quickly, I am prepared. I could practice this all night. Haha, I will demonstrate once. Pay close attention, said Xiang Yu, his demeanor transforming into one of formidable authority. In the depths of Xiang Hao's consciousness, he beheld a different Xiang Yu, the true overlord. Chapter 46, Intensive Training. Suddenly, the scene before Xiang Hao's eyes shifted. Countless soldiers charged towards Xiang Yu with deafening roars, the cacophony of battle reverberating through the air. Xiang Yu, wielding his halberd with a single hand, observed it all with calm composure. He stood tall and proud, a titan amidst a sea of warriors. Xiang Hao found himself momentarily disoriented, struggling to reconcile this figure with the playful Xiang Yu he knew. Boy, pay close attention. Xiang Yu commanded, and his form shifted into action. The halberd danced through the air with grace, its tip aimed forward, while he crouched low, preparing to strike. Breaking the formation, piercing the stars. With a mighty roar, Xiang Yu thrust the halberd forward, his muscles coiling in unison. In that instant, the force generated by the spear tip erupted forth like a roaring dragon, crashing into the formation of thousands, tearing a massive rift through their ranks. Blood, armor, and severed limbs erupted into the air. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Xiang Yu withdrew his halberd, driving its tip fiercely into the ground, gripping the base tightly. Shattering the formation, turning tides. Under the immense force, the celestial breaker spear, imbued with a terrifying aura of destruction, erupted from the ground, unleashing a strike that threatened to shatter the earth itself. The earth cracked beneath its assault, and with a sweeping blow, it obliterated the enemy forces that had just rallied. Throughout this tumultuous sequence, Xiang Yu wielded his spear with fluidity, springing from the ground, pivoting, and channeling his strength in a harmonious display of martial prowess. Releasing an explosive force in an instant, the formation was unwavering, spanning the 8 directions. The spear, deftly lifted by Xiang Yu, descended almost instantaneously. And with both hands firmly grasping the weapon, he harnessed the momentum of its descent. As he turned his waist and unleashed a horizontal strike, a devastating blow surged forth, sweeping through the opposing formation and leaving behind a cascade of blossoming crimson flowers. Xiang Hao was utterly captivated, his eyes filled only with boundless fervor. After 3 moves, the once mighty army of tens of thousands had dwindled to less than 30%, while Xiang Yu was preparing for his final technique. With a resounding clash, the king of Xiang struck the cauldron. Accompanied by his last utterance, Xiang Hao beheld Xiang Yu leap high into the air, wielding the shattered heaven-piercing halberd as he descended upon the enemy ranks. In an instant, the ground shattered, and the shockwave unleashed by his landing ensured that none of the surrounding foes would survive. Thus, within mere moments, Xiang Yu alone had decimated a multitude. Gazing upon the grim figure amidst a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, Xiang Hao found himself momentarily entranced. This was indeed the Overlord, the butcher of thousands. At that moment, only an insatiable zeal resonated within Xiang Hao. This was the pinnacle of martial arts, the ultimate expression of human strength. Everything he had ever sought now lay before him. Suddenly, the vivid scene faded, and the blood-soaked Overlord vanished, leaving only the somewhat unremarkable Xiang Yu before him. Curiosity swelled within Xiang Hao. Was that bloodthirsty warrior truly you? Why do you exude no hint of dominance? A sense of helplessness washed over him. What are you saying? I am indeed quite formidable, Xiang Yu replied, exuding an imposing presence as he approached. However, before you, my junior, I wish to display a semblance of the benevolence and grace of my seniority. As he spoke, he asserted his aura, emphasizing, you must understand that these 4 techniques encapsulate my lifelong dedication to martial arts, each brimming with immeasurable power. As Xiang Yu spoke, Xiang Hao suddenly knelt down, expressing his profound gratitude for the teachings bestowed upon him by his esteemed predecessor. Although he considered himself rather dull-witted, he vowed never to forget the invaluable instruction of these 4 techniques. Those who pursue the martial arts would undoubtedly recognize the immense wealth this knowledge represented. Xiang Hao had always been an ardent devotee of martial arts. How could he possibly fail to comprehend the significance of Xiang Yu's gesture? This impartation truly bound the two of them together. Observing Xiang Hao's devout kneeling, Xiang Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, eventually managing a subtle smile. Young one, practice diligently. Your journey is still long ahead. With that, he waved his sleeve and departed. That old rascal. As Xiang Hao lifted his gaze to Xiang Yu's retreating figure, a smile gradually spread across his face. What followed was a sleepless night. Xiang Hao, feeling invigorated, repeatedly practiced with the breaking heavens spear under the cover of darkness until the sky began to lighten. He was brimming with excitement. A week later, the members of Shrek Academy gathered on the training grounds, their rigorous training nearing its conclusion. Today, the master was to assess their progress. Third brother, have you seen that fellow Xiang Hao these past few days? He has been strangely absent. The master had him supervising us. Yet he seems to have taken the opportunity to slack off, Xiao Wu exclaimed angrily to Tang San and the others. Although she couldn't defeat Xiang Hao, she was unwilling to swallow her pride. If he was indeed slacking, she would promptly report him to the master. Not at all. Just a few days ago, he was watching me train every day, but he hasn't shown up lately, Tang San recalled. The master had instructed him to master the 8 spider lances. And while Xiang Hao would observe his training, Tang San often felt an intense sense of unease and irritation under Xiang Hao's fiery gaze. The discomfort stemmed from the flames in Xiang Hao's eyes and the disdain that lurked beneath, yet Tang San found himself powerless to counter it. There's nothing to be done. The master said Xiang Hao need not participate in training. He must have his own plans, Tang San replied. But after a month of training, I've become quite strong. Little San, let us have a spar later, Dai Mubai enthused, raising his fist in excitement. The others shared similar sentiments. They had all made considerable progress during the training. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing stood aside, lost in thought, seemingly contemplating something else entirely. Before long, the master arrived, prompting the group to immediately fall into formation. Xiang Hao is late. How dare he? Xiao Wu chuckled softly. The master slowly scanned the assembled students, remaining silent for a considerable time, which only heightened their anxiety. He was known for his strict teaching methods, and the students of Shrek had never dared to slack off under his watchful eye. Yet, Xiang Hao's tardiness went unaddressed, and the others did not dare to speak. They waited quietly for what felt like an eternity until they finally spotted a figure approaching in the distance. Seeing this, Damubai could not help but shout, Xiang Hao, you are already late by a considerable margin. Hurry up. Thus, Xiang Hao leisurely took a few steps and positioned himself at the end of the line. Finally, everyone had assembled. You have trained for a month, and you truly embody the spirit of Shrek. In this brief period, each of you has made remarkable progress. And today is the moment to assess your achievements. The evaluation today consists of a single task. Xiang Hao, step forward. Upon hearing his name, Xiang Hao emerged, while the rest of you are tasked with collectively overcoming him, employing any means necessary. As this declaration resonated, everyone stood in astonishment, though Zhu Qing appeared unsurprised. Master, are you not mistaken? Are we 7 to confront Xiang Hao alone? Dai Mubai questioned, bewildered, suspecting that the master might be imposing a penalty for Xiang Hao's tardiness. The master disregarded the inquiries and directly addressed Xiang Hao, asking, as a consequence for your lateness, do you have any objections? None whatsoever, Xiang Hao responded emphatically, causing an unexpected silence to envelop the others. Tang San fixed his gaze on Xiang Hao, harboring an inexplicable disdain for this arrogant individual. He was the first to step forward, adopting a stance of readiness for battle, having exerted considerable effort to defeat this haughty foe. Seeing Tang San take action, Xiao Wu followed suit, and the siblings were soon prepared. The remaining members gradually joined, but Zhu Qing was the last to move, her steps notably hesitant. All right, everyone must give their all. Except for you, Tang San. You are prohibited from using your hidden weapons, but you may employ the 8 spider lances. The master's words ignited a fervor among the group. Master, the 8 spider lances are highly toxic. Is such a punishment excessive? Ma Hongjun was the first to voice his concern, fully aware of the danger posed by Tang San's formidable weaponry. Tang San, upon hearing this, was also taken aback. The master had previously advised him to refrain from using them lightly, and now they were permitted? Master, if this is merely a punishment, must it be so severe? Dai Mubai's voice expressed profound dissatisfaction, unable to comprehend the rationale behind such measures against Xiang Hao. If any mishap occurs, I will assume full responsibility. Moreover, your dean is not far away. If there are no objections, let us commence, came the calm voice of Flinder as he stepped forward from behind the group. At the master's command, everyone unleashed their martial spirits, illuminating the playground with resplendent light. Until now, no one had entertained an alternative notion regarding the outcome of this battle. In Flinder's eyes, these were the most exceptional 7 students he had seen in recent years, capable of uniting to challenge even a Soul King. He could not fathom why Yu Shaojiang insisted on witnessing today's contest. Xiang Hao gazed at the individuals before him, who had already completed their martial soul manifestation, and summoned his spear, breaking the heavens, ready to engage in swift resolution. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, he dashed forward with astonishing speed, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. The first to react was Blue Silvergrass, which surged forth from the surroundings to encircle the space between both parties, forming a formidable barrier. By the time Tang San realized the urgency, Xiang Hao was a mere 20 paces away from the 7. Spread out, Tang San bellowed, rousing his companions into a state of readiness for battle. With a gentle sweep of the spear in Xiang Hao's hand, the grass barrier before him was effortlessly cleaved in 2. Oscar, quickly conjure the mushroom sausages. Tang San bellowed, urgency leaving no room for hesitation. The priority was to safeguard the support soul master. Envisioning the delectable mushroom sausages, Oscar chanted his soul incantation, and soon, the mushroom sausages scattered into the hands of his comrades. In the blink of an eye, everyone except Dai Mubai and Tang San soared into the air, while Tang San's blue-silver grass entwined itself around the waists of his companions, instantly establishing the offensive formation of Shrek. Observing this, Tang San could not help but smile. No matter how immense Xiang Hao's strength, it would bear no significance if he could not land a hit. At that moment, Xiang Hao stood as a target upon the ground. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiang Hao could not help but chuckle. Did this fellow truly believe he could evade the onslaught with such naivety? It appeared you had yet to witness my 3rd soul skill. A slight smile graced Xiang Hao's lips as the purple soul ring behind him flickered with energy. As his words echoed, Tang San felt a wave of unease wash over him. This individual still had a trump card. Suddenly, numerous golden orbs materialized behind Xiang Hao, heralding the activation of his 3rd soul skill, the Diamond Destruction Cannon. One by one, the orbs launched forth, transforming into a barrage of piercing light, rendering the airborne individuals mere targets. Though their speed of movement was commendable, the relentless onslaught was overwhelming, and to make matters worse, Tang San discerned that these light waves bore corrosive properties, leaving desolation in their wake. Gradually, the vines around their waists severed, disrupting their connection. Observing his companions scattering through the air, Xiang Hao smiled in satisfaction and withdrew his assault. Beside him, Flinder was already beside himself with excitement. Such a domineering 3rd soul skill was a rarity indeed. This was the innate ability of the Diamond Magic Ape, a soul beast naturally adept at countering spider-type soul beasts. Even the man-faced demon spider would find itself merely a meal in its presence. The master elucidated, his astonishment palpable. This soul beast was indeed a paragon among its kind, both scarce and formidable. If what you say is true, then Xiang Hao completely counters Xiao San's 3rd soul ring, Flinder inquired. What is restrained extends beyond merely the 3rd soul ring, the master replied slowly. As the two conversed, Tang San sensed a shift, the blue-silver grass, having evolved after the encounter with the man-faced demon spider, was now limited in coverage due to the earlier devastation wrought by Xiang Hao, rendering it ineffective in restraining his movements. True to form, Xiang Hao did not disappoint. The moment his 3rd soul skill concluded, he dashed towards Dai Mubai, simultaneously activating his 1st and 2nd soul rings, delivering an extraordinarily forceful punch that collided solidly with Dai Mubai. Taken by surprise, Dai Mubai was sent hurtling backward, nearly 100 steps before he finally came to a halt. I'm sorry, Mubai. It seems you must exit the fray first. This single blow not only propelled Dai Mubai away, but also left the others momentarily dazed. Boss Dai, the airborne group shouted, momentarily losing their composure. With their strongest member, Dai Mubai, sent flying by a single strike, the remaining comrades dared not linger. The seven treasures' glazed tower radiated brilliance, and a fiery line shot forth from the fatty's mouth, while Xiao Wu unleashed her kicking techniques without hesitation. While the attacks appeared fierce, this was precisely the scenario Tang San dreaded. Chaotic assaults signified endless vulnerabilities. However, it was too late to intervene, and Tang San unleashed his third soul skill, hoping to gain control over the situation. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, just as their attacks were about to connect, Xiang Hao leaped vertically, evading the nearly flawless barrage, and instantaneously found himself level with Ma Hongjun, who stared wide-eyed at the sudden appearance of Xiang Hao before him. Is this still a person? Shortly thereafter, he was struck by a powerful punch, falling to the ground in an instant. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu fared even worse, just as she unleashed her charged attack. Xiang Hao dashed past her. At that moment, the blue-silver binding from Sangu arrived on cue, swiftly restraining Xiao Wu. In that brief moment, 2 more individuals were eliminated. Chapter 48. Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts at this juncture. No one dared to let their guard down. Xiang Hao's prowess, displayed in such a short span, had thoroughly astonished everyone. In that instant, Flinder was left in shock. He had never anticipated the remarkable strength of the students summoned by Dai Mubai and the others. Furthermore, he felt a rising sense of unease akin to that of the master. This child possesses extraordinary talent, yet the strength cultivated over time must also be formidable. His martial soul is of the highest caliber. Such grand undertakings could only be supported by the prominent sects and noble families. With this thought, Flinder's frown deepened. His small academy could hardly sustain the presence of so many powerful entities. Tang San surveyed the battlefield before him, his usually composed heart now unable to find tranquility. The battlefield, ravaged by Xiang Hao, left no room for the blue-silver grass to thrive. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. The technique he practiced relied on the principle of yielding to overcome force, achieving the effect of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. However, how could one counter a force of 10,000 pounds? No matter how resilient the blue-silver grass may be, it could never shatter an unyielding stone. Now, only Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Tang San, and Zhu Zhuqing remained on the field. Unfortunately, the time for the mushroom sausage's flight had expired, and the 3 suspended in the air had no choice but to descend. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing took an astonishing action. She stepped back a few paces and raised her hand in a gesture of surrender. During her time in the air, she had not launched a single attack, and now she hastily conceded. Influenced by Zhu Zhuqing's decision, the 2 support soul masters also withdrew from the battle, leaving only Tang San on the field. At this moment, a heavy weight settled in Tang San's heart. The figure before him grew increasingly indistinct, leaving only a flickering crimson shadow in his vision. Gradually, 8 spider spears emerged from behind him, and in that instant, Tang San transformed into a monstrous spider-like entity, the 8 spears advancing rapidly across the ground, moving like a spider in motion. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Hao swiftly shifted his form, summoning a golden orb of light, the diamond destruction cannon. The concentrated beams of light rained down upon Tang San, who darted through the barrage, narrowly evading. Though a few of the 8 spider spears behind him shattered under the relentless assault, stumbling yet resolute, he pressed onward, while countless strands of blue-silver grass erupted around Xiang Hao. Regrettably, Tang San's prideful blue-silver vines could not even approach Xiang Hao's vicinity. As the onslaught of light attacks intensified, Tang San's speed began to wane. Even with the enhancement of Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, he was struck multiple times, and only 3 of his 8 spider spears remained intact. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained coldly fixed on Xiang Hao. Xiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. This fellow was rather tenacious, seemingly prepared to engage in close combat. However, was this not a tad naive? Understanding Tang San's intentions, Xiang Hao seized his 3rd soul skill, retracted his weapon, and readied himself for a direct punch. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to engage him in melee. Undeterred, Tang San, with a faint azure glow emanating from his hands, charged towards Xiang Hao's fist. With a resounding crash, their fists failed to strike a valid target as Flanders intervened, positioning himself between the 2 and tightly encircling their fists. "All right, that's enough," Flanders said coldly, though his right hand quivered slightly, for the power behind Xiang Hao's punch was astonishing. The master, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, instructed Flanders to intervene. Otherwise, Tang San's arm might require half a year of recuperation. As the Shrek members lay scattered around, the master declared the contest concluded, with Xiang Hao emerging victorious in a mere fraction of time. The impact of this match was profoundly disheartening for everyone, leaving them in stunned silence for an extended period. Particularly for Dai Mubai, the highest-ranked soul master among them, who was eliminated first as a powerful assault-type soul master. To be knocked out by a single punch from Xiang Hao was a moment that shattered his world. The others fared little better. The rotund member was struck down from the sky by Xiang Hao's fiery phoenix, while Xiao Wu found herself ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver bind at the edge of the arena. Tang San now sat in contemplation, as such defeats were rare for him, and Zhu Zhuqing seemed to ponder something as well. Zhu Zhuqing, why did you not intervene? Is this the caliber of your teammates? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, recalling that Zhu Zhuqing had not attacked at all and had even chosen to forfeit. What significance would it hold, even if I had attacked? Zhu Zhuqing replied coldly. This retort ignited Ma Hongjuan's ire, prompting him to argue with her, while Dai Mubai shot her a disapproving glance. Do you not understand? This is an absolute display of overpowering strength. You are utterly oblivious to the futility of your struggle. Zhu Zhuqing's words remained icy, yet they bore a hint of fervor. Your recent laxity may very well be the reason for our failure. Please reflect upon it carefully, Dai Mubai stated with a somber demeanor. Indeed, Zhuqing. How could we possibly be outmatched when we unite? Xiao Wu echoed, her confusion mirrored by the others, yet their voices were silenced by the master's reprimand. I am unaware of the nature of your debate, but I must inform you that you have lost, utterly and decisively. None among you managed to inflict a significant blow upon Xiang Hao. Why is that? Though Xiang Hao possesses formidable martial spirit and soul rings, he is not invincible. Among you, possess soul rings comparable to his. Each word felt like a dagger piercing the hearts of the group. They had been thoroughly defeated. First, Dai Mubai's blind confidence led him to neglect defense, allowing Xiang Hao to seize the opportunity and knock him out with a single punch. Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu failed to capitalize on their strengths, their attacks riddled with flaws. The support soul masters neglected their fundamental roles, perpetually suppressed by the enemy's onslaught, while Zhu Zhuqing adopted a passive approach to combat. The gravest issue lay with the commander, Tang San. The master fixed his gaze intently upon Tang San, who remained stooped, unable to meet his eyes. As the battle commander, your mindset determines the outcome, yet you have been anxious from the very beginning. This statement sent a chill through Tang San. Yes, he had been anxious. He yearned for victory, but felt powerless. Loathing the arrogant expression on Xiang Hao's face upon his triumph, he had faltered, his own attacks riddled with openings, and when Xiang Hao unleashed his third soul skill, the radiant light overwhelmed him. Tang San recognized his anxiety stemmed from an acute awareness of his inferiority. Before encountering Xiang Hao, he had never envisioned being so thoroughly defeated by a peer of the same rank. The master, too, had not anticipated such an outcome. Though he expected Xiang Hao to prevail, the depth of the defeat surprised him. Yet, one person remained unsurprised, Zhu Zhuqing, who now cast a sidelong glance at Xiang Hao, her bright eyes alight with fervent brilliance. Chapter 49. Physical limits. I am deeply disappointed by all of your performances. Each of you will now run the burdened course from the academy to Sotoa City 12 times, with Xiang Hao supervising your efforts. The master pronounced the harshest of penalties, a training load twice that of their daily regimen. The group fell silent, each departing to shoulder their burdens as they began their punishment. As the overseer, Xiang Hao accepted his share as well, deliberately adding extra stones to his own pack. After all, 20 laps were merely routine for him. Simultaneously, he placed a sizable stone into Zhu Zhuqing's pack, stating, at the very least, I want to see your determination. Without turning, he addressed her, and she paused, momentarily taken aback, before resolutely shouldering her burden. I will prove myself. Subsequently, the two individuals took off, followed by their companions, as they all dashed together. Among them, Xiang Hao, endowed with the finest stamina, led the charge from the very beginning, while Zhu Zhuqing, gritting her teeth, closely trailed behind him. The remaining 6 had already fallen significantly behind. Despite having traversed only a few kilometers, Xiang Hao remained unperturbed, his breathing steady, while Zhu Zhuqing, straining to keep pace, was driven solely by sheer willpower. Her complexion flushed, her breath became erratic, and each step appeared precarious, as though she might collapse at any moment. Her physical strength had long since been depleted, yet an unwavering belief propelled her forward. For the first time, she felt she could seize her own destiny. Surrender was not an option, even at the cost of everything she possessed. She could not falter. She must not yield. I am not weak. I can endure. From a young age, Zhu Zuqing had diligently trained within her family, aspiring to become a source of pride for her lineage and a jewel in her parents' eyes. She continually sought to grow stronger, hoping to navigate her future with greater ease. However, she was later informed of her betrothed and her destined purpose. The Zhu family had long intertwined their fates with the Star Luo imperial family, and her own future seemed preordained. In that moment, Zhu Zuqing grasped the weight of her significance. It felt as though her entire world had collapsed. The future husband she sought turned out to be a notorious playboy, leaving her disheartened and powerless. Had she not encountered Xiang Hao, she might have resigned herself to her fate. Yet that fateful night transformed Zhu Zuqing's conviction. In her previously manipulated existence, she discovered the blade that could sever her bonds. It was an ordinary evening when she, accustomed to late nights, closed her eyes only to be tormented by thoughts of her family and Dai Mubai. Agitated, she yearned for a stroll and thus wandered the periphery of the academy. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a concealed path within the woods outside the academy. Curiosity piqued, she ventured inside and witnessed an unforgettable scene. There stood Xiang Hao, illuminated by the moonlight, wielding a massive tree trunk as though it were but a twig. His formidable presence stirred the leaves, conjuring a tempestuous wind. The moonlight cast a radiant glow upon his torso, where muscles strained against the skin, glistening with beads of sweat. More astonishingly, the unwieldy trunk, under his commanding grip, sliced through the air with a powerful arc, leaving deep scars upon the forest as a testament to its might. That strike was akin to a full-force blow from a soul king. Zhu Zuqing was momentarily frozen, her mind racing as she recalled her previous desire to challenge him. How absurd it seemed now. The combined efforts of the Shrek Seven were futile against such strength. How could someone with a comparable soul power be so formidable? If only she could attain such power, could she not also master her own fate? In an instant, a surge of determination ignited within her, and she stepped forward. Xiang Hao, I wish to grow stronger. Thus commenced their inaugural dialogue beneath the moonlight. You are far too weak. Thoughts of that night incessantly resurfaced in Zhu Zuqing's mind as she persevered through 10 arduous kilometers. Yet, Xiang Hao displayed no semblance of compassion, showing not the slightest inclination to reduce his pace. Have you reached your limit after merely 3 laps? He taunted. I can, were the only 3 words she managed before her body succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Observing her plight, Xiang Hao approached her slowly. She had run 10 kilometers more than I had anticipated, but this was where her journey would end. In this world, weakness is indeed a transgression. These words reverberated painfully within Zhu Zuqing's heart. She felt a fierce unwillingness to accept her own frailty. Determined, she struggled repeatedly to rise. At that moment, Xiang Hao grasped her hand, and a surge of overwhelming, fervent energy coursed through her body, instantly alleviating her fatigue. I perceive your resolve. Thus I am willing to grant you this opportunity, he remarked softly. With those words, Zhu Zuqing, momentarily rejuvenated, fell to her knees, bowing in reverence. She was overwhelmed with emotion, for at that instant, she comprehended that her destiny was now firmly in her own grasp. The energy from Xiang Hao restored her vitality in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Continue running, do not slow down. This is your first trial, he instructed before resuming his accelerated pace, with Zhu Zuqing diligently trailing behind. Zhu Zuqing, do you understand why I am far more powerful than you? Xiang Hao inquired. Before she could respond, he answered himself. People in this world excessively rely on their martial souls while neglecting the inherent strength of the human body. The martial soul serves merely as an enhancement to one's physical capabilities. The greater the innate strength, the more formidable the amplification. Ultimately, the body's inherent power is the foundational essence. Adhere to your teacher's guidance. Xiang Hao articulated his understanding, expressing that over the years, the more he comprehended this world, the more he felt it was fundamentally inverted. Without a solid foundation, everything else is but an illusion. He recalled that night when Zhu Zuqing, seemingly overwhelmed with emotion, confided in him about her family and fate. In that moment, he grasped her fervent desire to grow stronger. He cherished such a pure soul. Her aspirations were simple, and he found himself unwilling to turn her away. Thus, their subsequent conversations unfolded, and indeed, Zhu Zuqing transformed her life. She seized her destiny, fulfilling Xiang Hao's initial expectations of her, and subsequent events would affirm the sincerity of her desires. Xiang Hao and Zhu Zuqing continued to lead the way, repeatedly passing by the academy's entrance. However, the Master's expression was far from pleasant. he seemed taken aback by the outcome. As the 6 individuals trailing behind were struggling significantly, it baffled him how Zhu Zhuqing, who was not among the strongest in terms of stamina, managed to remain behind Xiang Hao. He had underestimated the resilience of this young woman. As dusk approached, the two concluded their punishment first, while the other 6, supporting one another, gradually made their way back. Seeing this, the master finally allowed a smile to grace his face. This could be deemed a success, after all. Chapter 50, Soto Great Spirit Arena. From tonight onward, meet me at that place every midnight, Xiang Hao instructed before departing. He had no desire to endure the ramblings of this so-called master any longer. His theories bore no relevance to Xiang Hao. As for Tang San, the quarry had lost its allure. It was time to move on. The tormenting of prey had reached its limit. Nevertheless, the impending destruction that Xiang Hao would unleash would be merciless, simply because he was a disciple of the Tang sect, having suffered defeat at their hands previously. It was time to confront him head-on this time. All that remained was to await an opportunity. Unbeknownst to Xiang Hao, that opportunity would present itself a week later. As night fell, Zhu Zhuqing arrived punctually at their rendezvous, where she encountered the unique training method that Xiang Hao had devised for her. Numerous strands of the locking fairy vine lay before her. Although this plant held no extraordinary properties, its remarkable flexibility made it a common choice for crafting ropes. Master, what purpose do these vines serve? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, perplexed, as such weeds could easily be found in abundance by the roadside. Simply break them, Xiang Hao replied coldly. Master, I desire genuine training. I wish to grow stronger, truly stronger, Zhu Zhuqing asserted with seriousness, feeling as though Xiang Hao was merely jesting at her expense. These weeds were no challenge. She could easily shred them apart in an instant. Xiang Hao uttered little more, securing 2 vines to separate trunks, while the other ends were fastened to Zhu Zhuqing's waist. With no further explanation, he cautioned her against using her soul power, implying that she must break free solely by her own means. Momentarily taken aback, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the vines encircling her waist. However, she remained unfazed, confident in her ability to break free effortlessly. With a sudden burst of speed, she dashed forward. But hardly had she moved before the formidable elasticity of the vines firmly restrained her body. Despite her prolonged struggle, she could not advance a single step, and the vines remained unscathed. All right, you are to break all these vines on the ground tonight, he instructed, gesturing toward a small pile of vines. At this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression soured significantly. To grow stronger, one must rely on both opportunity and relentless training. Xiang Hao commenced his training nearby, shouldering the formidable weight of 3,000 pounds as he embarked on his daily regimen of deep squats and jumps. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing, who had struggled repeatedly to no avail, felt an invigorated resolve. Failure was not an option for her. With renewed vigor, she launched another full-force attempt. Finally hearing the faint sound of stems and leaves snapping, a smile of understanding graced her lips as she persevered in her training. Hey, lad. I didn't realize you possess such tenacity. Training a young girl like this, don't you have any sense of tenderness? Came the voice of Xiang Yu. That path is one she has chosen for herself. She must walk it alone, and I have never claimed to be benevolent, replied Xiang Hao coldly. Haha, if you were, you wouldn't have made it this far. And you, lad, do refrain from appearing so reluctant whenever you converse with me. It greatly vexes me, Xiang Yu retorted. Then do not interrupt my training, and I won't be vexed, Xiang Hao countered, their argument escalating. Enough, I shan't dwell on it. What is your current soul power level? I've reached level 46. What of it? Good lad, when you attain level 50, I shall present you with a grand gift. Xiang Yu said mysteriously before slipping away. Xiang Hao shook his head in exasperation. This fellow was ever the same. An hour later, as Xiang Hao was about to conclude his training for the day, Zhu Zhuqing approached him. Teacher, I have completed the task. Xiang Hao was taken aback. He had anticipated the preparation of numerous vines would require at least 2 hours. Before him stood Zhu Zhuqing, her face flushed and her body glistening with sweat. As he walked slowly between the trees, amidst the scattered remnants of vines, Xiang Hao finally grasped the determination burning in the girl's eyes. Very well. I shall teach you a set of techniques. Ensure you practice this after your daily training, he instructed, and with a flick of his fingertip, a beam of light entered Zhu Zhuqing's consciousness. Within her mind appeared a technique, its cover emblazoned with 3 bold characters, divine martial art. The formidable inner strength contained within bore a striking resemblance to the energy Xiang Hao had imparted to her previously. This technique focused on harnessing the power of the human body, repeatedly pushing its limits to achieve transformation. It was an exceptionally domineering skill. After imparting the knowledge, Xiang Hao waved goodbye, leaving the rest to the girl's own fate. Zhu Zhuqing remained entranced by the revelations in her mind for some time, before bowing deeply in the direction Xiang Hao had departed. From that moment forth, he had become her lifelong master, despite the brevity of his guidance. In the following days, the master summoned the members of Shrek to the Soto Great Soul Arena. Soto City, a place so familiar to Xiang Hao, is home to the bustling Soul Arena, the liveliest spot in the entire city. From a tender age, Xiang Hao has witnessed numerous soul battles, many of which have left an indelible mark on his memory. The master had registered everyone for soul combat under their respective code names, except for Xiang Hao. The reason was straightforward. He was no longer a member of Shrek. His objectives had been fulfilled, and he could no longer tolerate the master's hypocrisy. Following the incident where the master had pitted him against 7 opponents, Xiang Hao discerned the master's ulterior motives. It was only later that he learned the master had deliberately informed him an hour late. In his 2 lifetimes, Xiang Hao harbored a profound disdain for hypocrites. To him, this term epitomized deceit and ambush. His visit to the Soul Arena had pushed him to the brink of endurance. He could no longer represent Shrek in battle. The pervasive insincerity of this place had begun to irk him, and he found himself starting to despise the hypocrite within. On the eve of the soul battles, a fierce quarrel erupted between Xiang Hao and the master, leading to his expulsion from Shrek by Flanders. Fortunately, this turmoil remained unknown to the 7 Shrek monsters. Xiang Hao felt a twinge of regret towards Daimubai, as this spared him from any awkwardness. Stepping out of the hotel, Xiang Hao suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. All his burdens, hatred, and facades vanished in an instant. Gazing upon the familiar city and streets, he felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his veins, raising his hands high above his head, relishing the euphoria that enveloped him. It was time. The son of the Spirit Hall should be returning soon. Xiang Hao strolled along the familiar street. Although his parents had since moved to Spirit City, their previous residence remained intact. As he walked down this path, a warmth enveloped his heart. The last time he had returned was 5 years ago during the move, yet the scenery remained unchanged. Gazing at the inviting courtyard, Xiang Hao stepped inside slowly. This place harbored his most cherished memories, from initial confusion and uncertainty to the exhilaration before meeting Bibi Dong, all the past vividly resurfacing in his mind. Just then, a familiar voice called from behind, "Holy Son, you have finally returned." Xiang Hao turned around and saw 2 deacons from the Spirit Hall respectfully bowing in the courtyard. Chapter 51. Soul Combat. Xiang Hao slowly turned around, addressing the 2 esteemed individuals who had likely been waiting for quite some time. A year had already passed since they had been here together. These 2 were none other than the soul saints who had hunted souls alongside him when he was merely 6 years old. Now that the Holy Son had no pressing matters, they urged him to return swiftly to Spirit City, for the pontiff had been searching for news of him throughout the year. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao felt a sense of urgency. He had indeed been missing for far too long. However, the circumstances had arisen unexpectedly, leaving him unable to manage the situation. "I shall set forth at once," he declared. "But before I do, there is one more matter I must attend to. Accompany me to the Spirit Hall." The 2, perplexed yet obliged, followed him. By the time the trio arrived at the Spirit Hall, night had fallen, and the grand doors were firmly shut. However, the resplendent robes adorning the 2 soul saints indicated their noble status, prompting the guards to greet them with utmost reverence and usher them inside. Shortly thereafter, in the VIP room, Xiang Hao encountered an old acquaintance, Frank. Frank was equally puzzled by the unexpected arrival of 2 soul saints in Soto City. Having been completely unaware of their presence and feeling somewhat remiss, hurriedly he approached, only to find an even more distinguished presence before him, a child he had personally recommended. "Lord Frank of Soto City pays his respects to the Holy Son," he said with deep respect, his heart brimming with joy. Unbeknownst to him, the Holy Son's disappearance had been a matter of concern, but now, seeing Xiang Hao's return, he was under the impression that the Holy Son was poised to bestow some favor upon him in gratitude. Xiang Hao, however, had no such thoughts. He came here with a singular purpose. "Your Excellency, it would not be a challenge for the Spirit Hall to arrange a one-on-one match at the Soul Arena in Soto City. Saint, the pairing issue is not significant. Yet I am uncertain about the participation status of both sides, as there may be absentees," Fran expressed with a furrowed brow. "This is of no concern. One side will be me, while the other will be the Qinsho Azura from Shrek Academy, who will be competing tomorrow," Xiang Hao replied. Before leaving, He inquired about Tang San's time of appearance and the format of the match, as he only required that his opponent be Tang San. I shall use a pseudonym for my participation, Overlord. With the saint's assurance, there is no issue. I shall make the arrangements immediately, Fern responded before hurriedly departing. The two individuals behind him could not help but wonder why the saint did not return promptly but instead chose to partake in another soul duel. Xiang Hao spoke in a low voice, "Kill him." Indeed, he had not anticipated such an opportunity to arise so swiftly. Since the master had chosen to hone Shrek in the arena of combat, he would not hold back, although Tang San was still quite weak. Xiang Hao had already harbored murderous intent upon discovering that he was a reincarnated disciple of the Tang sect. An adept hunter never grants their prey a moment's respite. Moreover, allowing such a character to grow unchecked would not bode well. What solidified Xiang Hao's resolve was the unintentional revelation that Tang San's family bore a grudge against the Spirit Hall. Thus, this Tang San could not be spared. The myriad hidden weapons of the Tang sect were notoriously difficult to defend against, and even Xiang Hao lacked confidence in confronting all the unpredictable challenges that lay ahead. The most prudent course of action to mitigate risk was to eliminate it in its infancy. Franco's efficiency was commendable. Within half an hour, everything was arranged. And now it was merely a matter of waiting. The prey had entered the arena. Holy Sun, we fail to comprehend why it necessitates such elaborate efforts to eliminate one person. Could we not simply do it for you? No. This individual I must deal with personally, as a means of reconciling my past. Xiang Hao's gaze drifted, his thoughts returning to that precipice. This dream had lingered in his heart for many years, and he knew he must shatter his own emotional shackles. As dusk approached the following day, the combat arena in Soto City remained as vibrant as ever, filled to capacity. The roar of the crowd, a cacophony of cheers and shouts, resonated through the air as the attendees reveled in the visceral thrill of battle. Under Franco's guidance, Xiang Hao arrived at the exclusive waiting lounge, seated at the highest vantage point, where everything unfolded before him, including the arrival of the Shrek team. A subtle smile graced his lips. He was exhilarated. Xiang Hao was assigned a relatively later order, and before that, he could observe several other matches. The members of Shrek were also engaged in various contests that evening, yet they all aligned closely with Xiang Hao's expectations. These individuals possessed extraordinary talent, yet each harbored a fatal flaw, with the exception of Zhu Zhuqing. The young lady's performance truly astonished Xiang Hao. Her speed had nearly doubled compared to her previous displays. Although her opponent's soul power surpassed that of Zhu Zhuqing significantly, she nonetheless dispatched her adversary in an instant. Has she truly reached such heights in merely a week? Xiang Hao could not help but marvel. The members of Shrek present were equally taken aback, as none had anticipated that the usually reticent Zhu Zhuqing had grown so formidable. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was consumed by fury, for today she learned that Xiang Hao had departed from Shrek, and that it was the director himself who had forced him out. In an instant, she found herself disinclined to remain at Shrek, for her aspirations had shifted. However, she realized that she was still too weak, insufficiently powerful to resist her family or confront the circumstances before her. Upon reflection, Zhu Zhuqing understood that she needed to continually strengthen herself. Yet, Xiang Hao had not revealed this to her before his departure, leaving her with a profound sense of abandonment that greatly unsettled her. "Saint child, you are prepared," spoke Fran. Xiang Hao rose to make final preparations, donning the mask he had ready beforehand, and set off. The next match would be a duel between the Soul Venerable, Thousand-Hand Azura, and the Overlord. Xiang Hao and Tang San ascended to the Soul Arena from two distinct directions. This marked Xiang Hao's inaugural participation in the Soul Arena, and the air was thick with an overwhelming chorus of cheers, roars, and shouts that reverberated around him. Such a cacophonous atmosphere ignited a fervor within Xiang Hao, stirring his very soul. This time, he would no longer feign restraint. Xiang Hao brought his palms together, gradually pulling them apart, and a golden radiance blossomed between his hands. As he slowly opened his palms, a magnificent golden halberd emerged before the crowd, the true form of the Break Heaven halberd. At that moment, Tang San fixed his gaze upon his opponent, feeling a tightening in his chest. This was his second soul battle. The initial tension had dissipated, yet his adversary wore a mask, much like himself, and the oppressive force of this martial spirit was formidable. Tang San could faintly sense the Haotian hammer within him quivering slightly. It seemed this would be a challenging fight. Secretly, Tang San clenched his fists, for he had developed a peculiar apprehension towards these long-handled weapons. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao, grasping the Break Heaven halberd, felt an inexhaustible power surging within him. He cast a cold glance at Tang San, contemplating the prospect of using his blood to baptize the break heaven. As he wielded the halberd, golden light traced ethereal shadows in the night, and the sharp tip of the weapon resembled the claws of a golden dragon, which circled around Xiang Hao, poised to strike and deliver a lethal blow to his opponent at any moment. Observing this, Tang San summoned forth a brilliant blue light, unleashing an array of blue-silver vines that spread from all directions, each resembling a probing serpent. Chapter 52. The Decisive Victory. Vines surged from every corner, seemingly on the verge of ensnaring Xiang Hao. In response, Xiang Hao deftly tapped the break heaven halberd to the ground, and the radiance that erupted shattered the incoming vines into countless fragments under the golden light. Tang San was taken aback. This was the second occasion his martial spirit had proven ineffective against another. A sense of urgency gripped him, and with no time for hesitation, he propelled himself forward, unleashing 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, from beneath his feet. The first soul skill, Entanglement. The blue light in Tang San's hands burst forth, and an ever-increasing number of blue-silver grasses grew wildly, transforming half of the soul battle arena into a vast ocean of blue. Under Xiang Hao's feet, chains quietly emerged, each resembling the other. It truly is an identical pattern of techniques. This time, Xiang Hao exhibited little patience, determined to impart a clear understanding of the disparity in their strengths. He slowly bent his body, wielding the Wujiang halberd, which stood resolutely before him. The half-mask he wore revealed only his piercing crimson eyes. His back leg stiffened, and the azure-silver grass entwined around his feet shattered in an instant as he surged forward. In that fleeting moment, the Wujiang resembled a golden dragon, ripping apart the opponent's blue ocean with a precise incision. A terrifying aura of destruction surged forth, and a golden light flashed almost directly before Tang San. Just as the halberd was a mere step away from Tang San's face, he swiftly activated the control crane and capture dragon technique to disrupt the trajectory of the Wujiang, simultaneously vanishing from sight and reappearing at Xiang Hao's flank. The thrust of the halberd was thwarted, and Xiang Hao immediately steadied himself, drawing back to sweep his weapon in retaliation, resulting in a muffled grunt. Tang San, poised to launch a side attack on Xiang Hao, was utterly unprepared for the rapid counterattack. When the golden halberd struck him, it felt as though he had collided with a colossal tree. A warm sensation flooded his mouth as he coughed up blood, his body soaring through the air as if it had disassembled. Tang San, the master, witnessing this scene, could no longer remain seated. He clearly observed that the opponent was employing lethal techniques. Where had this tyrant emerged from? A cold sweat broke out on Yu Xiaojiang's forehead. Flander, quickly inquire about this tyrant's origins. Xiaosin may not be his match. Flander's expression grew serious as he hastened to find the referee. Meanwhile, Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears, having just witnessed her brother cough up blood. Xiao, do not fret. Sangu is immensely powerful. He will be fine. Ning Rongrong, beside her, did her best to console Xiao, holding her tightly. Dai Mubai and the others clenched their fists, while Zhu Juqing's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light. Lost in thought. At that moment, Tang San staggered to his feet, blood streaming down his face, one eye tightly shut, appearing significantly more disheveled. Why? Despite the purple extreme magic eye, could he still not discern his opponent's movements? For the first time, a sense of panic arose within him. Throughout his life, every battle had been within his control, but this time, all his actions seemed futile, and he could not gauge the strength of his adversary. This was the most terrifying realization, as it indicated that his opponent's prowess might far surpass his own. Now, he was left with no choice but to fight with all his might, daring not to hold back any longer. Tang San retrieved a series of hidden weapons from the soul guide at his waist, activating the purple extreme magic eye, his feet dancing with fluidity as he unleashed the shadowy phantom technique. The hidden weapons surged forth like venomous serpents, baring their fangs at Xiang Hao. The angles of the projectiles were exceptionally cunning, and Xiang Hao once again felt the might of the Tang sect's hidden weapons, a power he had not encountered in 15 years. Divine martial decision unleashed the aura. As the diamond eyes were activated, the thunder step beneath Tang San also commenced its movement. The aspect of Tang San that instilled the most apprehension in Xiang Hao was undoubtedly the hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Confronted with Tang San's full might, Xiang Hao dared not underestimate his opponent, for he was uncertain of the variety of Tang sect's concealed armaments and whether he could successfully defend against them all. The formidable strength of the Tang sect lies in its secret weapons. Even when launched in plain sight, opponents often find themselves incapable of countering them. Under the amplification of the diamond eyes, countless trajectories of hidden weapons became discernible to Xiang Hao, and he found himself adept at blocking them. Nonetheless, the sheer multitude of these weapons overwhelmed him, and he remained cautious, for according to the Tang sect's customary practice, these concealed armaments were likely laced with poison. In that moment, Xiang Hao felt a certain degree of suppression. Meanwhile, in the audience, Flander had returned. After inquiring, he found no information regarding the identity of this individual. At this juncture, both of them wore expressions of concern. Such a predicament was most troublesome, as they were entirely unaware of their adversary's capabilities. Observing Tang San, who appeared to have gained the upper hand against his opponent, Master's countenance grew increasingly grave. Xiang Hao continued to evade, and it must be said, this young man indeed possesses remarkable skills. The angles and techniques employed in his hidden weaponry were executed with precision, and it seemed he was quite familiar with this method. Such a concentrated and fierce assault felt eerily reminiscent of encounters from his past. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. For a familiar hidden weapon came into view, the dragon whisker needle. Tang San's heart was heavy, for the agility of his opponent was beyond his expectations. Despite having launched nearly half of his hidden weapons, not a single trace of harm had been inflicted upon the adversary. Moreover, he noticed certain projectiles being deflected before his opponent, prompting memories of previous encounters with familiar foes. It appeared to be the essence of internal energy. As this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. It was a terrifying yet palpable realization. With a mindset of experimentation, Tang San unleashed his ultimate dragon whisker needles. What unfolded before him was precisely as anticipated. One needle, unblocked by his opponent, gradually morphed into a spherical form. While ripples of energy manifested before the individual, the essence of internal power, Xiang Hao also noticed this scene. It was not merely carelessness on his part, for indeed, the dragon whisker needle could not be thwarted. He could only harness his vital energy to resist with all his might, yet ripples of energy began to manifest. Tang San should have surmised this, but it mattered little, for today, without fail, he was destined to perish here. With this realization, Xiang Hao became even more fearless. Unleashing the full force of his vital energy as he charged forward with his spear, swiftly transitioning from defense to offense in a matter of moments, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. By the time the spectators on the stands comprehended the situation, Xiang Hao had already thrust his spear into Tang San's left arm. Indeed, he had evaded a fatal blow. Xiang Hao regarded Tang San with a grim expression, his tone dripping with mockery. In that fleeting moment, Tang San had reacted with remarkable speed, narrowly escaping a lethal strike. Otherwise, his heart would now be pierced. Nevertheless, he was engulfed in turmoil, for his assumptions had materialized. This tyrant was indeed someone like him, hailing from another world. Chapter 53. A stroke of luck at this moment. The astonishment within him far outweighed the sting in his arm. There was no mistaking it. That was the unique protective energy shield of an inner strength practitioner. Yet why could the dragon whisker needle not penetrate? Tang San had no time to ponder this, for he now fully grasped his opponent's intent. He sought to take his life. With this thought, Tang San's entire being tensed, and he swiftly extended his right hand, dispersing a cloud of poisonous powder from his palm. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Xiang Hao swiftly evaded, allowing his opponent to make a hasty escape. Ignoring the wound on his shoulder, Tang San moved with remarkable agility, launching an array of poisonous projectiles in an effort to break free from the arena. This was the only chance he had. Xiang Hao, sensing the urgency of the situation, realized that Tang San had likely deduced some critical information. The current Tang San was entirely disinterested in prolonging the battle. His sole focus was on fleeing the scene. It was a careless oversight, for he was indeed a member of the Tang sect, and he still possessed his lethal skills. Furious, Xiang Hao was determined not to let his adversary escape this time. With a mere thought, crimson patterns erupted across his body, his exposed skin turning a deep red, his physique becoming more robust and imposing as his martial soul manifested. The second soul skill, leg strength enhancement, activated. A violet soul ring flared behind him, amplifying the power in his legs by more than double. With explosive force, the granite tiles beneath him shattered as he surged forward like a bolt of lightning, almost instantaneously arriving behind Tang San. In a sudden motion, he unleashed a powerful kick that struck Tang San squarely in the back. The entire sequence unfolded in a heartbeat. Just as Tang San was about to escape the arena, he turned to glimpse a pair of crimson eyes, reminiscent of death itself, adorned with an eerie mask. In that fleeting moment, the ominous threat of mortality enveloped Tang San's heart. In 2 lifetimes, Tang San had never experienced such a close brush with death. Instinctively, he felt an overwhelming desire to survive. The 8 spider lances erupted from his back, wrapping tightly around him. Tang San quickly pivoted to confront the impending strike head-on. However, the force of the kick felt as if he had been struck by a massive boulder, crushing him under its immense weight. The 8 spider lances shattered upon impact. And after a muffled groan, a powerful kick landed on Tang San's chest, sending him soaring like a severed kite, leaving a trail of blood as he crashed against the wall outside the arena. Their brother, Xiao San. The members of Shrek could no longer remain still and rushed towards him. Yet, despite being embedded in the wall, Tang San managed a faint smile. He had survived. Though his bones were shattered in numerous places, he still lived. However, before he could revel in his survival, he noticed Xiang Hao on the platform, raising his spear, the golden halberd hurtling towards him. "What are you trying to do?" Flanders shouted in anger, racing towards the scene with utmost speed, but it was not fast enough. Xiang Hao was intent on seeing Tang San nailed to the ground, and with each passing moment, he became more convinced that this opponent could not be spared. Yet, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not materialize. To his astonishment, a hammer appeared out of thin air, striking the halberd and diverting it, the weapon narrowly missing Tang San's head. As he gazed upon the battered Tang San, whose severed arm held a quivering small hammer, he recognized it. Haoyan hammer. At this moment, Xiang Hao found himself on the brink of madness. Yet, in the next instant, Flanders' assistance arrived. He beheld Tang San, bloodied and barely managing to open one eye, gazing at him with a faint smile gracing his lips. Xiang Hao had never anticipated that Tang San possessed such a multitude of hidden cards. However, with Flanders and Zhao Wujia's approach, there was no time to linger. Retreating swiftly, Xiang Hao hastened to vacate the arena. At that moment, 2 soul saints also arrived. And without further ado, they promptly escorted Xiang Hao away. Both were adept in reconnaissance, and facing Flanders and Zhao Wujia left little hope for victory. Being on the territory of the Heaven Do Empire made it exceedingly difficult to eliminate Tang San this time. Once they exited the Soul Arena, the group made a hasty departure. Having botched the endeavor, an unsettling feeling gnawed at Xiang Hao during the return journey. He had not foreseen the extent of Tang San's concealed strength, not to mention the Haoyan hammer. This was pivotal. Did it pertain to the elusive Haoyan clan? Such thoughts swirled chaotically in Xiang Hao's mind. Meanwhile, the Soul Arena was in disarray. The simultaneous rampage of the 2 soul saints sent waves of terror through the crowd. Yet, when Flanders and Zhao Wujia reached the arena's edge, Xiang Hao had already vanished. The master and his companions rushed to assess Tang San's condition, only to find him unconscious, blood trickling down the wall, leaving streaks of crimson in its wake. Xiao Wu was inconsolable, wailing uncontrollably, while the master urgently took Tang San outside for treatment. The rest of Shrek's members watched, their eyes dimmed with sorrow, each lost in their own thoughts. The shadow cast by this battle would linger heavily, embedding itself into their dreams as a profound abyss for years to come. Outside a modest clinic adjacent to the Soul Arena, the group exerted every effort to save Tang San, only to discover the severity of his injuries surpassed their worst fears. Nearly all of Tang San's bones had been shattered, and the depletion of his soul power and physical strength was dire. The most grievous injury was to his left arm, which had been nearly severed, exposing the pale bone beneath, and a malevolent force seemed to be corroding the wound. Xiao Wu, witnessing Tang San's ravaged form, was on the verge of tears. Just then, Flanders and Zhao Wujia returned, their earlier intentions to confront the aggressors forgotten as they hurried back to the academy to gather all available medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, nothing seemed to help. Tang San's condition continued to deteriorate, and his breath grew increasingly faint. "This is the Jade Harmony pill I acquired not long ago at great expense. It works wonders on external wounds. Let us give it a try," Flanders said, retrieving a round, pale pill from an exquisite jade box and administering it to Tang San, treating it as a last resort. Remarkably, some of Tang San's injuries visibly healed, and his breathing began to strengthen slightly. "The elixir is working," Flanders exclaimed in astonishment. "There is hope." Zhao Wujia, take all the Academy's funds and purchase more medicine from the Spirit Hall. "All the funds, boss?" Zhao Wujia asked, bewildered. "Do you not understand?" "Go now." Flanders bellowed, and without hesitation, Zhao Wujia sprinted out. Thank heavens for divine intervention. Flanders seemed to exhale a sigh of relief before collapsing onto the ground. "Dean." A few individuals rushed forward to assist him, only to witness Flanders sitting on the ground, bursting into laughter, having utilized his lifetime of toil for a worthy cause. The master, with reddened eyes, bowed his head and solemnly expressed gratitude to his former companion for salvaging his aspirations. Unbeknownst to Xiang Hao, he had unwittingly rescued his adversary. He had no time to dwell on this, as he appeared to have entangled himself in a grave predicament. Observing the two deceased soul saints, Xiang Hao's mood grew exceedingly somber. If his existence thus far had been akin to treading upon the edge of a blade, now that blade was firmly embedded in his forehead. The man in the black robe raised the bloodied Haotian hammer, his voice quivering yet imbued with ferocity and rage, declaring, "Let your life serve as solace for Xiao San." This must be the Haotian Douluo, Xiang Hao mused ruefully. Chapter 54. Haotian Douluo. Xiang Hao could scarcely believe that the once feared god of slaughter, the Haotian Douluo, was none other than Tang San's father. Shortly after departing the city, the group found themselves besieged, overwhelmed by a terrifying force of slaughter. The Haotian hammer descended from the heavens, shattering the two soul saints who stood in Xiang Hao's path with a single strike. This was truly dire. Perhaps due to his childhood familiarity with these titled Douluo, Xiang Hao felt a diminished awe towards such formidable beings. However, as he faced this adversary directly, the crushing pressure rendered him breathless, revealing to him the stark reality of the world's strongest. It was indeed a tragic turn of fate. To eliminate Tang San, he risked his own life. With a wry smile, Xiang Hao noted that Tang Hao had lost all patience. His eyes blazed with fiery wrath as the Haotian hammer in his grasp grew colossal, unleashing a barrage of scarlet killing strikes without hesitation. Suspended in midair, Tang Hao wielded the Haotian hammer like merciless artillery bombarding the earth, which, at that moment, appeared as a freshly forged slab of iron. Tang Hao was the blacksmith of this realm, while Xiang Hao was but a small insect weaving through the chaos. Xiang Hao's nerves were taut to their limits. He could not afford another misstep, as a single failure would lead to his obliteration. This was the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered in this lifetime. Yet, Xiang Hao gradually found himself faltering. The thunder step beneath his feet demanded immense stamina, and slowly his movements began to wane. Just as he hesitated for a fleeting moment, the hammer descended upon him, resulting in a colossal explosion and a sensation of being torn apart. Xiang Hao was flung through the air, leaving a long trail of blood in his wake. With just one blow, he lost all ability to act, collapsing to the ground, a crimson line marking his path. Overcome with helplessness, blood gushed uncontrollably from his wounds. This was the power of a titled Douluo. He had been far too naive. A wry smile crept upon Xiang Hao's face as he realized there was no escaping this fate. "Old man, if you don't come out now, we're all done for." "Ah, giving up so soon? This is the first time you've called me out," a voice laced with mockery responded, revealing the presence of Xiang Yu, who had finally relented after enduring the boy's constant provocations. "I understand," he said gravely, preparing to emerge. "By the way, there's one more thing." "What? Is it that you're on the brink of collapse?" "No, kill him," Xiang Hao exclaimed, suddenly invigorated, his eyes ablaze with a murderous intent. "Understood." A faint response followed as Xiang Yu took action. In that moment, the world itself shifted in hue as Tang Hao gathered his final strike. "Little San, Daddy will avenge you," he thought, tears welling in his eyes. It was his own fault for arriving too late. Little San had suffered such grave injuries. Yet, as he gazed at the bloodied Tang San on the master's back, Tang Hao felt as though his entire world had crumbled. Yet at this moment, the winds of battle shifted, the heavens and earth abruptly changed their hue. Dark clouds billowed ominously, and the perpetrator upon the ground staggered to his feet. Xiang Yu slowly rose, feeling the connection of his body. Barely standing, dark thunderclouds had already begun to accumulate in the sky. "Heavens, do you truly find me so displeasing? I have only just emerged," he lamented, exasperated. In mere moments, divine retribution had arrived. Raising his hand to the heavens, he glared and bellowed, "This is no concern of yours. Do not disturb me. Otherwise, I shall bring about your destruction as well. This realm requires a more astute master." Upon hearing this, the thunderclouds began to churn violently, and even Tang Hao, overwhelmed by the oppressive force of nature, found himself kneeling, trembling. Xiang Yu glared defiantly at the tempest above, and after a few breaths, the roiling clouds gradually dissipated. "Is this how you choose to obey?" A slow smile spread across his face as he turned to face Tang Hao. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura descended upon them. The realm of the Overlord awakened. Within this domain, all attributes of his foes would diminish by 50%, and those attributes would be absorbed by Xiang Yu himself. The sky transformed into a crimson hue. revealing countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood before Tang Hao, who felt his strength waning significantly. At this moment, Xiang Yu raised his hands, drawing forth the golden heaven-splitting halberd, its sharpness radiating a formidable presence. Observing this, Tang Hao immediately countered with his hammer, the clash of their powers erupting in a cacophony of explosions. Gripping the Haotian hammer more tightly, Tang Hao realized that his adversary had suddenly ascended from the strength of a soul king to the rank of a title Douluo. The force of that last strike surpassing his own. He was aware of the title Douluos above him in power on this continent, yet this individual was not among them. Whoever you are, I implore you not to interfere. This is a matter of personal vengeance, Tang Hao stated coldly. Coincidentally, I too am entangled in matters of personal revenge. Xiang Yu replied, his tone equally icy, yet his movements remained relentless. The halberd in his grasp seemed to shimmer differently, tinged with a deep violet light. With a swift motion, he unleashed a slicing strike. Tang Hao's expression grew grave as he sensed his own domain of slaughter being gradually consumed by his opponent's realm, his power depleting at an alarming rate. With no time to hesitate, he activated the soul rings behind him, revealing the true form of his Haotian hammer. A colossal hammer materialized in the heavens, crashing down to collide with the incoming strike. After a cloud of smoke cleared, Tang Hao's figure emerged, blood streaming from his arm, nearly severed in half, exposing white bone beneath. Yet, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts, as a terrifying scene unfolded before him. According to the power classifications of your realm, it should be thus, Xiang Yu's voice echoed as he positioned the heaven-splitting halberd before him. 9 crimson soul rings dancing around its shaft, saturating the sky with a dreadful aura. Tang Hao stood in a daze, finally comprehending that what lay before him was no mere human, but a demon of the present world. With no path of retreat remaining, he clenched his jaw, and the Haotian hammer in his grasp expanded once more, transforming into the great samurai hammer. The soul rings behind him erupted one after another, causing his strength to surge dramatically. After shattering 6 rings, the power contained within the Haotian hammer became astonishing. Yet, across from him, Xiang Yu merely regarded the spectacle with a cold smirk, like a caged beast ready to fight. Without time for preparation, Xiang Yu launched himself forward without warning, soaring directly towards the colossal hammer. At the moment the breaking heaven halberd met the Haotian hammer, a thunderous explosion resonated as the hammer's body shattered. Tang Hao coughed up blood and was sent flying. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu approached him with an emotionless demeanor, each step echoing like the ticking of a doomsday clock in Tang Hao's ears. Chapter 55, Dialogue of the Divine Realm. I must admit, your strength is commendable, but alas, it is still insufficient. Xiang Yu, with the breaking heaven halberd resting on his back, regarded Tang Hao with a mocking expression, leaning down to scrutinize him. Tang Hao appeared to struggle still, his legs thrashing about, but Xiang Yu's foot came down forcefully on his waist, rendering him unconscious. With his right hand raised, he prepared to stab down with the halberd, just as dark clouds began to gather overhead once more. What? Are we truly going to engage in battle? Without turning his head, Xiang Yu raised his right hand, ready to strike, when suddenly, a voice interjected, desperate and insistent. You dare. You are not accepted by this world. That individual bears its fortune. You cannot kill him. Oh, is that so? I have always despised being hindered by others, even if he carries the fortune of this world. What of it? With that, the breaking heaven halberd pierced through Tang Hao's chest, aimed to penetrate his heart. The voice observing the scene became flustered. If you are unaffected, then what about that young man? He is one of this world's own. Should you continue your reckless actions, while I may not be able to subdue you, I will still attempt to fight back with all my might. This declaration was laced with considerable fury, and the thunderous clouds above responded, rumbling ominously. From the thick black clouds emerged a swirling vortex, crackling with lightning, poised to strike at any moment. This statement indeed halted Xiang Yu's actions, for he understood that he was not yet powerful enough to traverse this world unchallenged, especially with the young spirit at stake. He lowered the halberd, and the raging storm clouds began to dissipate. Yet, in the next moment, Xiang Yu swiftly raised his hand, a shadow of blood shooting forth, severing one of Tang Hao's hands and feet. You! A furious roar echoed. Be grateful. He is the first opponent to survive a battle against me. How could I not leave him with some lingering thoughts? Xiang Yu spoke slowly, his words dripping with arrogance. The voice bellowed in rage, unleashing a bolt of lightning from the sky to proclaim its ire, yet it remained powerless to intervene. With a cold snort, the voice seemed ready to depart. But Xiang Yu called out to halt it. Not yet. Do not be in such a hurry to leave. Upon hearing such words, the voice fell momentarily silent. While Xiang Yu, inquired. You just mentioned the world's fate, did you not? What is your intention? Nothing much, merely that fate is an ethereal concept, equally bestowed upon all. The fate that follows you could very well be transferred to this young man. Xiang Yu gestured toward himself, his words leaving no room for dissent. You. Impossible. The voice seemed deeply insulted, its tone brimming with indignation. Shouldn't my very existence be one that seeks to gain more? Xiang Yu replied with a devilish smile. Do not linger. I possess little patience. If you are unwilling, I shall have no choice but to compel you. Though uttered lightly. These words instilled a palpable fear in the voice's owner, who recalled their encounter from a year prior. The formidable strength of Xiang Yu was unmistakable. Indeed. During their clash in the Starry Forest, Xiang Yu had proven overwhelmingly powerful, causing the lord of that realm to retreat in dismay. This unexpected intruder, though not of their world, possessed an alarming strength that rendered even the lord vulnerable. TCH, came a cold retort, yet it was laden with resignation. Oh, I shall take that as your consent, Xiang Yu smirked, having achieved his aim. Simultaneously, at the apex of countless realms, in a mysterious and potent domain, this dialogue unfolded. Xiaolu, what troubles you? The god of destruction swiftly turned to the god of life, who had been uncharacteristically uneasy over the past few days. Clutching her chest and appearing fearful. Logically, as the pinnacle of existence, they should not experience such physical discomfort. It's nothing. Merely a persistent sense of unease in my heart, though I cannot discern the reason. It is a most distressing feeling. The god of life's expression grew serious. Her essence had sensed a tremendous threat recently, albeit fleeting, yet the weight of that moment surpassed even the dread of the dragon god. I perceive that the divine realm is facing a formidable threat, one that exceeds the might of the dragon god, she confided to destruction. The latter was taken aback. Having fought in the war against the dragon god, he understood the immense power it wielded. Could it be a misperception? Life shook her head solemnly. There is no mistake. A vision flashed in my mind recently. A man wielding a golden spear, confronting the supreme 5 divine kings. The tree of life, embodying the forces of life and reincarnation, emanated a power with which she felt inexplicably familiar. It cannot be erroneous. Life's resolute assertion prompted destruction to adopt a more serious demeanor. What sort of challenge awaited the divine realm this time? It was worth noting that of the original 5 divine kings, only 2 remained. An entity surpassing the dragon god, such a being could only be the creator god amidst the myriad worlds. Uncertain, I shall venture to observe the ancient tree of life. For this occasion is of utmost significance. Life hastily departed, her heart racing, hoping that all of this was merely a figment of her imagination. Otherwise, reflecting upon the tragic aftermath of the dragon god war, the consequences would be dire. Moments later, before the ancient tree of life, the goddess of life found herself trembling uncontrollably. The leaves of the venerable tree had transformed into a deep crimson hue, exuding an eerie and captivating allure, while a chilling aura enveloped the entire forest of life. The goddess gazed in disbelief at this scene. This impending calamity was far more ferocious than the previous war. Could the divine realm endure this time? She could no longer hesitate and swiftly made her way to the heart of the divine realm, for urgent action was imperative. Meanwhile, Xiang Yu, arms bearing the broken sky, gazed contemplatively at the distant horizon, a sly smile subtly gracing his lips. The end is but a beginning. How intriguing indeed. Xiang Yu turned slowly, raising his hand and gesturing towards the horizon. Old ghost, remember to deliver on your promise, or I shall seek you out myself. He then ambled leisurely in the direction of the spirit hall. Little ghost, I am about to log off. How proactive of you. Why did I not witness your performance just now? Xiang Hao felt as though his mental realm had been shrouded in darkness, oblivious to the occurrences outside. There are certain matters you need not concern yourself with. Moreover, that man has fled. I have broken one of his arms and a leg. So he should pose no further threat. Is that so? Xiang Hao replied, puzzled. His recollection of this individual did not align with the notion of a merciful soul. He was far from believing the tale of his adversary's escape. Xiang Yu did not respond to Xiang Hao's inquiry. He simply returned to the Sea of Spirit. Casting Xiang Hao aside. You need to train more. A single blow has rendered you incapacitated. You are far too weak, he remarked with a hint of derision before vanishing. This fellow remains unchanged, Xiang Hao sighed wryly. Chapter 56. Return to the spirit hall feeling the agonizing sensation of tearing throughout his body. Xiang Hao continued to force a smile. Was that individual truly engaging in combat with this body? It was indeed a considerable challenge. Presently, this location was still some distance from the main city. Leaning against a tree, Xiang Hao began to circulate his divine martial decision to recuperate. Best to regain his strength before continuing on his journey. However, just as he settled into a meditative position, a powerful and familiar figure approached him. Upon opening his eyes, he found none other than his teacher, Bibi Dong, standing before him. Before Xiang Hao could utter a word, Bai Dong swiftly struck with a powerful palm, exclaiming, "Traitor!" The force behind this blow was unmistakable, and as a result, one side of Xiang Hao's face swelled significantly. Xiang Hao, disregarding everything else, managed to sit up with a trembling effort. It was then that Bibi Dong noticed the wounds adorning his body. Some of the injuries appeared to have reopened due to the force she had exerted moments earlier, crimson blood seeping through his dark robe. Just as Xiang Hao was about to bow in respect, Bibi Dong halted him with a swift gesture and immediately infused her soul power into his body. The seal that had bound him for over a year was finally lifted, and a surge of powerful soul energy coursed through him, bringing him considerable relief. Bibi Dong then presented him with a round elixir. After he consumed it, and as his wounds began to gradually heal, she slowly inquired, "Who is it?" The question consisted of merely 2 words, yet Xiang Hao could discern that Bibi Dong was straining to suppress her fury. He recounted everything in detail. At that moment, Bibi Dong's heart was nearly consumed by wrath. Through her disciple's account, she learned how the past year had unfolded for him, and she was appalled to discover that the treacherous Tang Hao had resurfaced. "Ah, Tang Hao, the spirit hall spared you, and yet you have fostered such a calamity," she declared, her anger unrestrained. This time, she found it truly impossible to maintain her composure. "Master, let it go this time. I was fortunate to escape from that man. But Tang Hao should be long gone by now," Xiang Hao replied slowly as he rose, having just regained his strength. "Sit down and focus on your recovery." "This is not a matter for you to ponder," Bibi Dong retorted coldly. Xiang Hao sighed, realizing he needed to provide a thorough explanation to her. However, Bibi Dong did not elaborate further, concerned for his injuries, and refrained from venturing elsewhere. Yet, she remained unsettled, opting instead to sit across from Xiang Hao. Since receiving news of him that morning, she had hurried over, only to find herself meeting her disciple under such dire circumstances. Her heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions, joy, sorrow, and anger intertwined. "Tell me everything that has transpired since your disappearance," Bibi Dong commanded sharply. Xiang Hao recounted the series of events from his encounters with the 2 elders, Ying and Xiong, to being rescued by Shrek and subsequently expelled from the academy. He divulged everything except for his own secrets. He could not conceal them, for even if he attempted to, Bibi Dong would be able to uncover the truth. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow in contemplation. The information Xiang Hao provided was overwhelmingly substantial, and she required a moment to process it. The unknown title Douluo who had assaulted Xiang Hao, along with Lei Yun, who had ultimately aided him in escaping from Tang Hao's clutches, were beyond her comprehension. More critically, she had not anticipated that her disciple had wandered lost in the great forest for an entire year, news of which would surely invite ridicule from others. Moreover, another name struck Bibi Dong like a bolt from the blue, Wujiang. The theoretical master of the spirit master world resided within Shrek Academy. Yet her disciple's subsequent description had shattered the image of Wujiang she held in her heart. Her disciple could not possibly deceive her. There could be no other Wujiang worthy of the title of master on this continent. Thus, this Wujiang must indeed be the one she knew, or rather, not quite. A multitude of intricate thoughts converged in an instant, leaving Bibi Dong momentarily dazed and lost in reflection. In other words, she felt a tinge of sorrow. For reasons unknown, it seemed as if a person she had idealized in her heart had suddenly been exposed to a gaping wound, allowing a torrent of negative emotions to flood in, shattering that person into fragments. An indescribable anguish permeated Bibi Dong's heart, rendering her unable to regain her composure for an extended period. Meanwhile, across from her, Xiang Hao observed the bitter expression on his teacher's face, and apart from a flicker of confusion, he felt a pang of sadness. This sorrow was inexplicable, unexpressed, and lodged within his heart, constricting him to the point of breathlessness. Xiang Hao knelt slowly before Bibi Dong, gently expressing his remorse. "I apologize for causing you concern. It is my fault." With that, he bowed to her repeatedly. It was only then that Bibi Dong composed herself, hastily pulling Xiang Hao up, seemingly unwilling to reveal her current vulnerable emotions. Turning away, she uttered, "Let this be the last time, and led Xiang Hao back." Their journey was filled with silence, and they arrived at Wujiang City just as dawn broke. In front of the palace, Bibi Dong gave a brief instruction before allowing Xiang Hao to rest, then retreated to her chamber alone. In the emptiness of her room, a mournful cry soon echoed, revealing that the seemingly powerful Pope was, in truth, a woman steeped in suffering, left to nurse her wounds in solitude within the shadows. At that moment, Xiang Hao suddenly felt an inexplicable sorrow, one that intensified. Clutching his chest, he gradually sank to the ground. Bewildered by the pain that resembled the loss of something profoundly significant, yet he could not recall what that was. After a considerable time, the sensation gradually faded, and he rose slowly, weariness enveloping him. What on earth is happening? He pondered. Old man, are you behind this? Silence answered his query, rendering it futile to inquire further. As he stood at the entrance of his chamber, Xiang Hao reminisced about the last time he had been there, at the tender age of 9, when he had meticulously cleaned the room before departing. Now, 6 years had passed. Gently pushing the door open, he stepped inside, tiptoeing through the living room cluttered with clothes and chuckling softly. It seemed his senior sister had not changed her habits, gathering the garments into the laundry area. He then entered his own room, fatigue from the long night-ash journey weighing heavily upon him. However, he was taken aback by the sight of the pink bedding spread across his bed. What on earth? He thought, his heart sinking at the realization of his sister's mischievous taste. Nevertheless, overwhelmed by drowsiness, he had no time to ponder further. He simply lifted a corner of the quilt and lay down, soon drifting into slumber. Indeed, his bed was comfortable, the mattress delightfully soft. At that moment, in the shadows of the other side of the bed, a figure stirred slightly. Unbeknownst to Xiang Hao, in the corner by the window, a charming silhouette turned over, revealing the enchanting visage of none other than Huliana. Chapter 57. The golden generation. Xiang Hao could only recall being jolted awake by a piercing scream, followed by an abrupt kick that sent him tumbling off the bed. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself staring at the disheveled Huliana, whose complexion was flushed with embarrassment as she clutched a pillow, unable to meet his gaze. Good morning, senior sister. What brings you to my room? Xiang Hao rubbed his head, his mind a tangled mess. What good morning? This is my room. Why were you sleeping in my bed? Huliana retorted, her face burning. Startled by the realization of an unexpected presence upon awakening, her composure shattered, especially upon recognizing that the intruder was her junior brother. Her words jolted Xiang Hao awake, and in a flurry, he dashed outside, only to discover he had mistakenly entered the wrong room. He mused about the strange layout changes, but the mix-up had caused quite a humorous blunder. Suddenly alert, he rushed back into Huliana's room, bowing respectfully as he offered his apologies. Just as Huliana had set down the pillow she was holding, Xiang Hao entered, inadvertently revealing her modesty. Get out quickly, she exclaimed, her embarrassment turning to indignation as she glared at the hapless Xiang Hao, who was still awkwardly apologizing. With a forceful slam, she shut the door, leaving him standing outside. Who would have thought you were quite the expert? Came the teasing voice of Xiang Yu. Enough of your nonsense. I hold my senior sister in the highest regard. Xiang Hao replied earnestly, for he truly did. In the afternoon, he finally had a formal reunion with his senior sister. It had been 6 years since he had left, and 9 years since they had last parted. Now, Huliana had blossomed into an 18-year-old lady, a stark contrast to the impression he had of her. Her short hair was neatly styled, her figure gracefully developed, and her long legs and enchanting features only enhanced by the influence of her martial spirit, which lent her an alluring charm that captivated with every glance and movement. Seated across from Xiang Hao, Huliana appeared somewhat uneasy, her thoughts racing back to the morning's incident where they had shared the same bed, causing her cheeks to flush anew. Xiang Hao, equally embarrassed by the earlier blunder, sensed the awkwardness hanging heavily in the air as they sat in silence for what felt like an eternity. Finally, unable to bear the tension any longer, he broke the silence. It's been a long time, senior sister. I sincerely apologize once more for this morning. I swear I saw nothing. The moment those words left his lips, Huliana's face turned crimson, reminiscent of a ripe fruit. Be quiet, she thought, feeling vexed. She had always been the one to manage the affairs of men, yet here she found herself in such a compromising position. Her gaze towards Xiang Hao was filled with unspoken resentment, which he, oblivious to her feelings, could not comprehend. Nearly a decade had slipped away since their last meeting. Her soul power must have grown significantly. What level of soul power do you possess now, senior sister? He inquired, genuinely curious. Xiang Hao was lost in his own inquiries, while beside him, Huliana felt a wave of frustration. After 9 years of separation, he immediately inquired about her cultivation, neglecting to express any astonishment at her transformation. Huliana was momentarily speechless. She had recently acquired her 5th spirit ring, Xiang Hao was not particularly surprised. Given his senior sister's innate talent and the resources afforded by the Spirit Hall, reaching level 50 was entirely reasonable. He intended to offer her a few flattering remarks when he noticed a smile curling at the corners of Hulaina's lips as she gradually approached him. "How is my senior sister's cultivation progressing?" Xiang Hao mused, curious to find out. "I recall that when we were younger, your allure had no effect on me. Let us see if you have been slacking off over these years." As she spoke, a peculiar pink hue sparkled in Hulaina's eyes. It might have been Xiang Hao's imagination, but he truly believed he saw a tail sprouting from his senior sister. In an instant, he was engulfed in the pink ambience. Despite having recited the Diamond Sutra multiple times, Hulaina's enchantment surpassed his expectations, drawing him into a mesmerizing illusion. In his hazy state, Xiang Hao beheld a golden-haired beauty with violet eyes approaching him. She was strikingly reminiscent of the girl he had encountered at the age of 6. Now transformed into an even more captivating woman. She resembled a celestial fairy, and he found himself entranced, his thoughts spiraling deeper into reverie. Meanwhile, Hulaina reveled in her success, observing the ensnared Xiang Hao with great satisfaction. Within her illusion, Xiang Hao was truly spellbound. And it seemed at that moment he comprehended how the fleeting glimpse he had of her at 6 had forever occupied his heart. For the first time, he longed to see that girl again, pondering whether she resembled his memories. However, the reverie was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected figure, Xiang. He materialized within the illusion, brazenly embracing the golden-haired maiden, and Xiang Hao was jolted back to reality. "Awake so soon? How disappointing," Hulaina remarked, her momentary triumph evaporating as she recognized Xiang Hao's return to consciousness. Instantly losing interest, she rose and donned her robe. "Our teacher visited while you were resting this morning. Now, put on your robe and let us go meet him." Xiang Hao, still somewhat flustered, nodded absent-mindedly and hurriedly changed into his attire to follow Hulaina. Though his mind remained troubled. Why did he think of Brother Qinghe? He hoped that he did not want. Xiang Hao dared not contemplate further. What was this all about? After this brief interlude, the exchange between the two became considerably smoother, shedding the initial unfamiliarity and awkwardness. It seemed as if they had reverted to their childhood selves. As they strolled along, they encountered two others outside the academy, Xiang Yu and Yan. The changes in the two were not particularly significant in Xiang Hao's memory. Their tones and inflections remained unchanged. Yan continued to inquire warmly about his senior, engaging in small talk, while Xiang Yu remained aloof, observing with his arms crossed. At this sight, Xiang Hao chuckled softly, feeling that despite their transformations, the essence of their interactions remained the same. "Kid, you're back. Have you been training well out there?" Yan jovially draped an arm over Xiang Hao's shoulder, playfully thumping his chest. "Nice muscles," he remarked. Xiang Hao smiled in return, and their camaraderie had improved significantly since their earlier encounter. "Now that everyone is here, let us head inside. Today, we have assessments in the martial arts hall," Xiang Yu announced. With that, they adjusted their attire and pushed open the door, finding Bibi Dong waiting on the main seat for their arrival. It was then that Xiang Hao noticed the expansive training ground was already populated with numerous individuals. Goe and Zhu Douluo were present, along with Douluo and several other revered figures whose names Xiang Hao could not recall. Moreover, numerous students from the Spirit Hall Academy were gathered in formation on either side of the arena, with Xiang Yu leading the quartet to the front of the student assembly. Upon seeing that everyone had arrived, Bibi Dong slowly rose to her feet. "Ladies and gentlemen, today we will select candidates from among the golden generation of the Spirit Hall." Chapter 58, The Wheel of Combat. Before the assembled crowd, Bibi Dong proclaimed the rules of the competition. It was a straightforward affair. As the 4 individuals with the highest spirit power levels, they could be challenged by any of the remaining participants for their positions. Should any of the 4 falter, they would relinquish their seats, allowing for a continuous cycle until no objections arose regarding the outcomes. "The competition begins now," Bibi Dong declared. With her command, Xiang Yu led the trio onto the elevated platform at the center of the arena. "I will count to 3. Release your spirit rings together," Xiang Yu whispered. The 4 covertly acknowledged each other and stood back to back in the very center of the arena. 1, 2, 3. At Xiang Yu's signal, 19 spirit rings ignited around them. Particularly, the emergence of the 4 black rings unleashed a terrifying aura that swept over the surrounding students. Though they were already elite members of the Spirit Hall, at that moment, some could not help but tremble at the sight of the 4. In the center of the arena, the 4 basked in the multitude of gazes directed at them, their faces adorned with expressions of pride. Xiang Hao felt similarly. To be candid, he relished this sensation. Among them, although Xiang Hao possessed the lowest spirit power level, he shone the brightest. The sight of his second spirit ring, a millennium old, and his fourth, a 10,000-year ring, left the onlookers in disbelief. Was this truly real? From the stands, Genie Douluo reclined slightly, observing with keen interest. This disciple of His Holiness, the Pope, has been cultivated quite well. After so many years, has he finally decided to reveal his prowess? The golden crocodile elder wore a smile on his face, yet his heart brimmed with derision. How fortunate for this woman to have found such a promising talent. He could not help but glance at the stage, where the young man still attempted to conceal his prowess. Alas, his physique was simply too conspicuous. What utter nonsense! Elder Golden Crocodile, my disciple is undoubtedly the holy son of the Spirit Hall, and the glory he shall bring in the future will undoubtedly belong to our esteemed institution. Bibi Dong replied with a smile. The old fox from the Thousand Ways sect was indeed proving to be a formidable adversary. Let us hope your thoughts align with your words, the Golden Crocodile retorted coldly. As the competition commenced, the first challenger, Shi stepped forward to challenge Xiang Hao. At the command of the officiating steward, a robust student ascended the challenge platform, and Xiang Hao responded in kind. The rules of the contest dictated that any contestant who crossed the boundary line would be disqualified. Shi cast a fierce glare at Xiang Hao, uttering, "You boy, I know not from whence you've emerged, but today you shall be vanquished. Only I am worthy to stand alongside the Saintess." With a tremor of his body, Shi summoned 4 soul rings behind him, 2 yellow and 2 purple, a golden ratio. I am Shi, with the martial soul Ironback Bear, a formidable rank 45 assault system soul master. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiang Hao could not help but chuckle, realizing that his absence had rendered him somewhat obscure. He replied softly as crimson energy coursed through him, rekindling a long-lost sensation. Excitement surged within him, and as the blood essence flowed, grotesque crimson patterns emerged upon his body, gradually creeping up to his face, until his eyes turned a fierce scarlet. The transformation was akin to unraveling silk, once the blood essence dissipated. A formidable beast adorned with blood markings materialized Xiang Hao at level 47. His brief response left Shi momentarily stunned by Xiang Hao's martial soul. Hey, why don't you introduce your martial soul? There is no need. Is that so? Indeed, there is no need. You shall soon find yourself defeated. Shi, incensed, summoned his iron-backed bear martial soul, activating his third soul skill, Bear King Roar. Instantly, a powerful roar surged towards Xiang Hao, who merely shifted his feet, evading the strike with a few swift steps. Among the assault-type soul masters he had encountered, even the formidable title Douluo had failed to present him with agile techniques. Back when he faced Tang Hao, he had managed to evade numerous lethal moves, and Shi attack appeared particularly sluggish in comparison, alongside the clumsiness of the man himself. After evading the onslaught, Xiang Hao was taken aback to find that Shi's third soul skill was indeed persistent. Adjusting his aim, Shi's assault relentlessly pursued Xiang Hao. Without a second thought, Xiang Hao began to circle around the edge of the arena towards Shi, the roaring sound trailing closely behind him. This fellow possessed an impressive lung capacity. Xiang Hao began to suspect that his martial soul was perhaps a melodious frog. Yet, despite the continuous barrage, not a single attack had managed to strike him. As the distance between Xiang Hao and Shi diminished, he prepared to unleash a punch, but Shi suddenly smirked, his fourth soul ring flashing ominously. Fourth soul skill, Iron Spike Charge. In an instant, numerous sharp spikes erupted from behind Shi, who curled up and launched himself directly at Xiang Hao. Kid, farewell. No one in this academy has been able to withstand this attack head-on. Oh, your words seem to offend many. The fierce impact abruptly halted before Xiang Hao, who firmly countered Shi's assault. To Shi's dismay, many of the spikes, which he had taken pride in, shattered upon contact with Xiang Hao's protective aura. I am greatly disappointed in you. As he spoke, Xiang Hao lifted Shi effortlessly, hurling him high into the air, and then delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing out of the arena. Xiang Hao had controlled his strength well, yet he had not anticipated that a level 45 soul master would be so feeble. He hadn't even employed a single soul skill. Xiang Hao wins. The referee declared the match concluded as Xiang Hao descended from the platform, feeling as though he had only just begun to warm up. The spectators were left in stunned silence, their earlier hopes dashed. The trio of Xiang Yu, Sen Xiao, and others had long been renowned among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, leaving many reluctant to challenge them. Yet, this newcomer appeared to lack the formidable prowess they had anticipated. However, after the contest, Everyone's spirits were extinguished. Even Brother Xiong had been defeated. What hope did I have? Brother Xiong's massive frame seemed as light as cotton in his hands. The whispers among the crowd revealed their retreat. On the spectator's stand, the golden crocodile Douluo could not help but marvel. This little fellow exceeded his expectations. This 47th level was more than a match for a 57th level opponent. An endless silence enveloped the arena as everyone acknowledged the formidable strength of the adversary. It seemed that this battle was devoid of suspense. Just when the spectators thought the contest had reached its conclusion, a figure leaped high from the audience. Zhong Liemo had come forth to challenge Senior Yin. Gasps of astonishment erupted, and the students below were filled with excitement. MOG was challenging Senior Yin. Go, MOD. He can't touch you. As the figure emerged, Xiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. It had been a long time since he had seen this lad. He glanced at Zhong Liemo, who was smiling back at him. This fellow had grown remarkably handsome over the 6 years. What was the reason? He had been quite ordinary in his youth. Beside him, Yin chuckled heartily and patted Xiang Hao on the shoulder. Your little tale has come to avenge you. Xiang Hao blinked at Yin, unaware of the circumstances. Chapter 59. The cold wind shatters the blazing flame. This statement truly astonished Xiang Hao. Among the students of the Spirit Hall, he was indeed one of the elite. And over the years, many had challenged him. Yin chuckled lightly, then stepped onto the arena. While Zhong Liemo had been gazing intently at Xiang Hao for quite some time, his heart set on making a good impression as the one he had longed for had returned. As Yin ascended the stage, he crossed his arms and laughed lightly. Kid, you've challenged me over a dozen times. You cannot win. I know, but I still want to give it a try, Zhong Liemo replied coolly. Then created some distance and prepared himself. He had been readying for this day for a long time. He intended to showcase his growth and prove that he could keep pace with Xiang Hao. With Zhong Li's challenge, the contest officially commenced. At the referee's command, Zhong Liemo immediately unleashed his martial spirit. Zhong Liemo, Martial Spirit Ice Phoenix, level 45 agility type battle spirit. Yen. His opponent replied succinctly, and in an instant, the Flame Lord enveloped him, unleashing a wave of scorching heat across the arena. Xiang Hao gazed in awe at Yen. The Flame Lord was a beast martial spirit of the utmost caliber, wielding far superior control over fire than the Ice Phoenix had over ice. This seemed to be a contest devoid of suspense. First soul skill, Extreme Cold Ice Blade. The soul rings behind Zhong Liemo shimmered as he took to the skies. And simultaneously, countless ice blades shot forth from behind him. This densely packed barrage of attacks met with Yen's response. Second soul skill, Granite Rock. Thick rock armor formed around his arms, and the ice blades shattered like glass upon impact. Kid, your strength is still insufficient. Yin laughed wildly, confident that such an assault could not harm him in the slightest. With his attributes overpowering his opponent and his soul power significantly higher, the outcome of the battle was devoid of suspense. However, in the midst of the swirling chaos, Zhong Liemo remained undeterred. With a flourish of his wings, he unleashed his second soul skill, Ice Wind Howl, summoning a colossal icy whirlwind that howled as it surged towards Yin. Your ice pales in comparison to my fire. How many times must I remind you? Yin declared, engulfing his hands in flames. A fierce explosion ensued as fire clashed with ice, instantly shattering the icy gale. The arena was soon enveloped in an endless white mist, obscuring visibility as the swirling winds carried the vapor throughout the space. Such a clever trick, Yin mused, as Zhong Liemo vanished within the dense fog. When he next spotted his opponent, Zhong Liemo was already upon him. Yin hastily raised his hand, barely managing to deflect the strike. However, Zhong Liemo swiftly ascended, disappearing once more into the spectral whiteness. Moments later, Zhong Liemo reappeared behind Yin, launching another attack that connected this time. Yin attempted to counter, but his adversary had already evaded, repeating this pattern multiple times. Nevertheless, the impact of these strikes on Yin was negligible. Yet, the constant barrage was becoming increasingly intolerable for him. Do not grow too complacent, young one, he warned, invoking his third soul skill, Hellfire. With a fierce roar, an overwhelming blaze erupted, incinerating the moisture in the air, revealing Zhong Liemo's form. To the astonishment of the onlookers, two Zhong Liemos hovered in the air. Third soul skill, Illusory Shadow. The two figures launched simultaneous assaults from different directions. Yet, Yin remained unfazed, positioning his fists to counter each attack. As the figures neared him, they suddenly multiplied into 4, leaving Yin momentarily flustered. He had been aware of this skill, but had anticipated only 2 phantoms. Now faced with 4, he found himself at a loss. With a surge of determination, Yin intensified the flames enveloping his body, forming a fiery shield. Zhang Limu's forms were now perilously close, seemingly unable to halt their advance. In the next instant, all four phantoms collided with the flames. Yet Yin was taken aback to discover they were mere illusions. Where's the real body? He pondered, realizing the battle was not unfolding as he had imagined. It seemed he had underestimated his opponent. At that moment, a sudden thought struck him as he glanced upward, recognizing the vulnerability above him. With a thunderous roar, Zhang Limu invoked his fourth soul skill, Piercing Ice Spear. Like a phantom, his figure appeared directly above Yin, his right foot poised above Yan's head, releasing a chilling aura as if a frosty spear were about to descend with ferocity. Simultaneously, countless phantoms of Zhang Limu emerged, each poised to strike down upon Yin. From the stands, Xiang Hao finally understood. This young man is employing the Thunder Phantom. Upon reaching the fourth tier of Thunder Phantom step, high-speed movement will leave behind one's own phantoms along the trajectory, akin to clones yet distinct from them. This lad Zhongliemo has skillfully combined this technique with his third soul skill, instantaneously creating countless duplicates and afterimages. Xiang Hao smiled, recognizing the remarkable combat talent of Zhongliemo. The latter's strike was something that Yin could not defend against, and it was enough to leave him in a precarious situation. Over the years, Zhongliemo had honed his skills, particularly his Thunder Mirage step, which had reached the fourth level, showcasing an extraordinary aptitude. Meanwhile, on the stands, the ghost Douluo was captivated by the scene, as Zhongliemo's attack had astonished many. Yin was evidently flustered, with countless clones and phantoms overwhelming him, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the illusory. All he knew in that moment was that a plethora of assaults were converging upon him. With a furious roar, he unleashed his fourth soul skill, Lava Surge. Scalding magma erupted from all directions, forming pillars of fire that decimated a significant portion of Zhongliemo's onslaught. Yet, a considerable number of clones still advanced, seemingly on the verge of success. As the hellish lava surged forth, the pillars of magma incinerated the final clones. Just as Yin was about to revel in his victory, he realized that Zhongliemo's true form had vanished. Suddenly, he felt an intense pain in his right shoulder as Zhongliemo reappeared, whispering, "I forgot to mention that my third soul skill creates mere illusions, while my true form can temporarily enter a state of invisibility." Upon uttering these words, icy crystals began to spread from Yan's right shoulder, rapidly extending to his waist. Yan found himself unable to break free. And just as Zhongliemo was about to deliver a finishing blow, the sound of cracking ice echoed. Flames erupted from the fissures, instantly reducing the ice to nothingness. "Kid, I must admit, your performance has been commendable, but do you really think you can win this easily? You underestimate me." The black soul rings behind Yin gleamed brightly. Fifth soul skill, Whirling Sand and Fiery Blaze. Zhongliemo's expression turned grave. He had initially believed that the control offered by his fourth soul skill was sufficient, but it became clear that the disparity in strength could not be bridged by mere tactics. The colossal sandstorm, infused with searing flames, posed a nearly annihilating threat to the airborne target. Zhongliemo had no choice but to land, and the moment he touched the ground, countless pillars of flame erupted around him, ensnaring him tightly. "Kid, everyone is watching your performance now. If I don't show some color, it would be quite embarrassing," Yin declared, as a massive fiery fist hurtled toward him. In that instant, Zhongliemo could only flap his wings vigorously to shield his body. However, the moment the gigantic fiery fist struck him, the crystalline wings shattered instantly, scattering fragments that transformed into a flurry of icy blossoms. Zhongliemo could no longer withstand the force and was sent flying out of the arena, while Yin wore a triumphant smile. "My 17th victory." Prior to this, Zhongliemo had challenged him 16 times. Just then, Xiang Hao leapt out to catch the airborne Zhongliemo, disregarding the latter's astonished gaze, and confidently stepped onto the arena. "I can't always have him take the hits for me. Yin, my friend, it has been a while since we last sparred." This remark only fueled Yan's excitement further. It was an opportunity he could not resist. The referee beside them was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to intervene as the two individuals appeared ready to clash. He subtly gestured towards Bibidong on the stage, who nodded in acknowledgement. Such a confrontation was indeed necessary. It was time for Xiang Hao to establish his prestige within the Spirit Hall, as becoming the Holy Son was not solely due to his status as the disciple of the Pope. With Bibidong's approval, the referee proclaimed loudly a temporary duel, pitting Xiang Hao against Yan. "Holy Son," called out Zhongliemo from the sidelines. "I do not require assistance to stand out," Xiang Hao replied, turning his back to Zhang Liemo as he faced his adversary. Excitement coursed through him, mirrored in the demeanor of Yin across from him. Come, let me witness the fruits of your training over these years outside the spirit hall. Xiang Hao chuckled lightly before clenching his fists, crimson patterns spreading across his body. Yin, undeterred, met his fist with his own, an endless inferno erupting from his form, while rocky armor enveloped his arms and knees. Today, my teacher is present, so I won't hold back, Yin declared in a deep voice. Oh, there's no need for that, for I shall shatter you, Xiang Hao retorted directly. Upon hearing this, Yin burst into hearty laughter, then charged forward, fists ablaze with fierce flames. Even before he arrived, the intense heat had already surged towards Xiang Hao. However, for Xiang Hao, Yan's attacks possessed a singular flaw. They were too slow. With lightning crackling beneath his feet, Xiang Hao deftly dodged Yan's strikes with a few agile movements, simultaneously activating his second soul skill, enhancing his fists. Now, with a single punch, Xiang Hao boasted nearly 2,000 pounds of force. And with the amplification from his main martial soul and the second soul skill, that strike approached an astounding 4,000 pounds. After evading Yan's attack, Xiang Hao swiftly leaned forward to close the distance between them. In response, Yan hastily summoned a granite shield, a colossal rock materializing between the two combatants. Simultaneously, Yan plunged his hands into the ground, and countless pillars of fire were about to erupt from beneath Xiang Hao's feet. Unperturbed, Xiang Hao deftly dodged the onslaught, his speed increasing as he reached the shield and delivered a powerful punch, shattering the massive rock into fragments. Yin felt a sense of urgency. The Xiang Hao before him was nothing like the one he had anticipated. The current Xiang Hao bore no resemblance to a brute force soul master, but rather embodied the finesse of an agile fighter. Yet, when Xiang Hao's fist came crashing down, Yin could not help but marvel at his strength. This fellow was like a monster. Such power was simply unreasonable. With little time to ponder, Yin unleashed a torrent of flames from both fists, declaring his intent amidst the inferno. The soul rings shimmered as he summoned streams of lava to surge from the earth's surface, instantly engulfing the arena in a sea of fire. Xiang Hao, you cannot escape this time, Yin proclaimed with unabashed arrogance, his laughter echoing as countless flames erupted around Xiang Hao, leaving him with no path of retreat while Yin's relentless barrage continued. From the sidelines, Zhang Liemo began to comprehend the disparity between himself and Yin was far greater than he had previously imagined. He had not exerted his full strength, and as he watched Xiang Hao ensnared in flames, a wave of self-reproach washed over him. His perspective had been too narrow, and he remained painfully weak. Just as Yin believed his decisive strike was inevitable, the black soul ring behind Xiang Hao began to flicker. Fourth soul skill, Thunder God. With a mighty roar, Xiang Hao leaped high into the air, astonishingly walking upon the void itself. Countless currents of electricity coursed through him, and as his feet rapidly struck the air, they produced a series of sonic booms. The onlookers gasped in awe as they realized Xiang Hao was walking in midair. This revelation left many breathless. In the realm of soul masters, a martial spirit was a lifelong gift, and historically, only certain flying or auxiliary spirits could achieve brief flights. This soul skill, allowing him to traverse the air, was unprecedented. Xiang Hao's fourth soul skill is derived from the Thunder Dragon Lizard, the Thunder God. For a duration of 3 minutes, Xiang Hao's speed is doubled, and his attacks are infused with the power of thunder. The extraordinary ability of traversing through the air is a technique he inadvertently discovered. Observing the astonished expression on Yan's face at the center of the arena, Xiang Hao does not pause for a moment. In a flash of lightning, Xiang Hao appears before Yan, delivering a punch imbued with electricity that strikes squarely against Yan's chest. Although Yin was somewhat prepared, he is still sent flying backward, retreating a full 50 steps before finally coming to a halt at the edge of the arena. Gasping for breath, Yin stares in disbelief at the dark imprint left on his chest. Had it not been for the thick rock helmet protecting him, that punch might have propelled him out of the arena entirely. Even so, he does not feel well. The sting of the electric shock numbs every corner of his body, and his vital energy surges tumultuously. Xiang Hao, too, is astonished. The ultimate offense and defense of the Flame Lord's martial spirit leaves him in awe. Yin casts a cold glance at Xiang Hao, realizing he must now give his all. Raising his trembling fists, countless streams of lava erupt forth from his palms, stirring up clouds of sand and stone. The fifth soul skill, Sandstorm Inferno, envelopes the entire arena in a tempest of yellow sands and flames, swiftly consuming Xiang Hao in its fiery embrace. In that moment, it seems even the flicker of lightning cannot evade this onslaught. Reciprocation is only fair, Xiang Hao. Now you shall taste my strike. This sandstorm is not merely a repetition of the one that once swept toward Zhong Li Mo, but doubled in ferocity. Grit and debris sliced through Xiang Hao, leaving trails of blood and searing his wounds. Activating his first soul skill, brutal armor. The thorny armor envelopes him as Xiang Hao resolves to fight with all his might. He cannot afford to be worn down within the fiery maelstrom. With the thorny armor shielding him, he becomes a streak of lightning, darting through the flames. Yet, upon contact, the fire grows even more frenzied. Time and again, Xiang Hao finds himself repelled by the flames. Very well, if I cannot break through, I shall blast my way out. He unleashes his third soul skill. The Diamond Destruction Cannon. Xiang Hao clasped his hands tightly, unleashing a wave of light that struck the flames with tremendous force. After a single blow, a gap appeared in the fiery vortex, instilling a sense of hope. Countless waves of light emanated behind him, each orb crashing into the flames, the resounding explosions echoing incessantly. Amidst the cacophony and smoke, Xiang Hao surged forth, and as Yan's astonished expression registered, a luminous sphere collided directly with his chest. With a violent explosion, Yan's right foot barely retreated beyond the boundary. Xiang Hao emerged victorious. Chapter 61. The bestowal of honors. With the referee's command to halt, the battle came to a close. Xiang Hao had triumphed. However, this victory was not easily attained. The innate advantages bestowed by the martial spirits of this world are difficult to counterbalance through mere effort. Yan, being one of the favored by fate, possessed the Flame Lord martial spirit, a pinnacle among beast martial spirits. Xiang Hao approached slowly, extending his hand toward Yan, a worthy adversary. Yan, without hesitation, smiled and grasped Xiang Hao's hand firmly. At that moment, the audience of students regained their composure after the intense duel. A few audacious students began to cheer, and soon the collective roar of applause and admiration surged like a tidal wave. Before their eyes unfolded a breathtaking confrontation. Regardless of who emerged victorious, the strength of both contenders was unequivocal. On the sidelines, Zhong Li Mo felt an exhilarating surge of emotion, for Xiang Hao had returned, rekindling the fire in his heart. On stage, Bai Dong, witnessing this moment, gradually rose to her feet and lightly tapped her staff, signaling for silence. As it seemed the outcome had been determined, she felt a profound sense of joy. Witnessing the brilliance of her disciple filled her with pride, and Xiang Hao, upon his return, had exhibited greater composure, consistently surprising her. Before you stand the 4 individuals who represent the future of our spirit hall, destined to lead the younger generation towards new glories. Today, I shall bestow upon them the purple record medal. As she spoke, 4 attendants stepped forward from either side to adorn the 4 with their medals, and seemingly by unspoken consensus, Xiang Hao was the first to receive this honor. Through this battle, Xiang Hao had already won the admiration of many with his prowess. Haha, I must congratulate your holiness. This child will undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the realm of soul masters over the next decade. The words of the golden crocodile Douluo seemed to compliment Bai Dong, yet the undercurrent of envy was unmistakable. If given the choice, he would have preferred this child as his own disciple, since Xiang Hao is the holy son of our spirit hall. He is destined to be the future pope and the hope of our spirit hall. Bai Dong responded, articulating her thoughts. As Xiang Hao had indeed been positioned as the heir apparent, as the ceremony concluded, Xiang Hao and the others were summoned to Bai Dong's side. Upon approaching, they noticed that she was surrounded by nearly 10 elders clad in red robes. This was Xiang Hao's first awe-inspiring glimpse of the spirit hall's profound heritage. Besides the familiar figures of Yu Guan, Gue Mei, and Du Gubo, there were 6 other titled Douluos present, one of whom possessed strength that far surpassed that of Yu Guan and the others, his power unfathomable. The invisible pressure emanating from this assembly was enough to render everyone breathless. Xiang Hao made a concerted effort to straighten his posture, his gaze calm as he regarded Bibi Dong. The onlookers were increasingly impressed by him. As the elders present today have witnessed, I intend to designate Xiang Hao as the first successor to the title of Pope of the Wuhuan Temple. Are there any objections? Bibi Dong spoke with an air of tranquility. Today's competition had been orchestrated deliberately, with the purpose of bringing Xiang Hao into the limelight. Since Her Holiness the Pope has made such a statement, we shall naturally comply with the arrangements, remarked Yu Guan, a close friend of Xiang Hao, who was the first to voice his agreement. As Xiang Hao regarded Yu Guan, he found it momentarily challenging to recognize him, although his appearance had not changed much. His current attire evoked memories of the old scholars from his previous life, disheveled hair and a monocle over his left eye. It seemed Yu Guan had indeed become engrossed in alchemy. Xiang Hao mused with a hint of disdain, acknowledging his own meager understanding of the craft. His recent days of cultivation had been sparse, and the herbs Yuguan had gifted him were carelessly lost by Xiang Yu. The remaining individuals appeared similarly agreeable, yet they seemed to await the opinion of the formidable figure beside Bibi Dong. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "I have no objections." The crowd hastily echoed their agreement. Clearly, this individual held significant standing, though Xiang Hao found himself lacking any recollection of him. Upon reflection, he deduced that this powerhouse must hail from the Elder Hall, a place rumored to be presided over by an extraordinary figure. However, the person did not linger. After the ceremony concluded, he departed immediately. For the golden crocodile Douluo, the only unexpected delight of this gathering was Xiang Hao. Beyond that, he held little interest. Upon returning to the Elder Hall, he observed Qian Daolu, who sat in silence, and slowly began, "I have encountered that child. He truly possesses remarkable talent." Qian Daolu did not open his eyes at this, but eventually responded, "Oh, how does he compare to Schwer?" The golden crocodile took his seat, his fingers rhythmically tapping upon the armrest, contemplating for a considerable time, seemingly weighing the merits. Upon hearing this, Qian Daolu abruptly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "Do you truly understand what you are saying? I am not mistaken. Although this child currently possesses a soul power below level 50, it appears that his previous soul rings were absorbed beyond their age limit, with some exceeding their maximum by a factor of 2. Furthermore, his martial spirit is exceedingly unique. While it is indeed a primary martial spirit, it resembles a beast martial spirit more closely. When it manifests, he enters a peculiar state, and the amplification effect of this martial spirit is even more extraordinary than that of the six-winged angel." The golden crocodile Douluo expressed his insights in one breath, leaving Qian Daolu in deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he gradually lifted his head and whispered, "It seems this young man may indeed be worthy of Schwer." Meanwhile, Xiang Hao was being guided by Yuguan to tour the alchemy pavilion of the Soul Hall, which he had founded. Yuguan had been residing there almost around the clock, and the place was bustling with numerous plant-type soul masters and pharmacists, who were tirelessly sorting herbs and concocting various potions in batches. Xiang Hao casually picked up a freshly produced Jade Harmony pill, though its quality and texture appeared rather subpar. "These are defective products destined for sale across the continent," Yuguan remarked. "Sale?" Xiang Hao expressed his astonishment, as he had never considered the vast commercial potential within these operations. Although these were merely low-grade elixirs, they were far more convenient for lower-ranking soul masters than seeking a healing soul master. Moreover, even these flawed pills boasted efficacy superior to that of an average healing practitioner. Yuguan chuckled lightly. "Over the years, I have distributed these potions throughout the continent. The more potent the medicine, the higher the price, aside from affordable options. I have also selected a few mid-grade elixirs to sell at premium prices, with remarkable results. All the people here are my trusted allies. I have divided the alchemical text into numerous fragments for them to refine here," Yuguan continued, pride evident in his voice as he elaborated on the workings of the facility, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the herbs and flowers with rapture. Xiang Hao was taken aback by Yuguan's transformation. Perhaps it was his acute sensitivity to these botanicals that had fostered such an obsession with alchemy. Notably, he was not alone in this endeavor. Douluo was also present in the alchemical chamber, seemingly engrossed in the refinement of a complex potion. With a staggering 90 varieties of herbs sprawled across the ground, including several rare celestial herbs. Observing Douluo's intense concentration, Xiang Hao felt a surge of curiosity and quietly approached for a closer look. The old poison master is delving into the elixirs recorded in the celestial alchemy texts. His expertise in alchemy surpasses even mine, Yuguan remarked slowly. To date, we have successfully refined all the high-grade elixirs listed in the texts, save for the 10 celestial-grade elixirs, which remain beyond our reach. Celestial-grade elixirs. Xiang Hao was taken aback. Each of the 10 celestial-grade elixirs mentioned in the texts was an unparalleled treasure, requiring exceedingly rare materials and the alchemist's mental prowess to be at an exceptionally high level, as it necessitated the perfect amalgamation of nearly 100 different herbs. In the past, the chief elder of the Divine Martial Hall had exerted himself to concoct the 6th-ranked elixir, the Dragon Emperor Pill. It was rumored that this potion could exponentially enhance the user's power for a brief period without any side effects, imbuing their every action with the resonance of dragon roars. And upon the effect's conclusion, it would still aid the warrior in breaking through to a new level of cultivation. During that attempt, the elder was on the verge of success, but tragically, as fate would have it, a thundercloud erupted, unleashing a lightning dragon that obliterated the alchemical furnace. resulting in the elder's untimely demise. From that moment on, Xiang Hao understood that celestial-grade elixirs were extraordinary treasures capable of provoking celestial disturbances. Now, after 2 lifetimes, he once again witnessed the process of crafting such a celestial-grade elixir. This time, Douluo was attempting to refine the final entry from the celestial record, the vitality pill. This elixir possesses but a singular efficacy, the ability to heal. As long as a person has a single breath remaining, consuming this pill will result in immediate recovery. It is rumored that even if one has passed away for less than an hour, this elixir can bring them back from the brink of the underworld. Observing the perspiration-drenched figure of Douluo, Xiang Hao felt a surge of anxiety, his excitement mounting at the prospect of witnessing the emergence of such legendary elixirs. Douluo meticulously maneuvered each herb into the alchemical furnace. Under the searing flames, droplets of medicinal liquid gradually melded together, and everything seemed to proceed smoothly. As time elapsed, the liquid within the furnace appeared to transform, becoming round and cohesive, while a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air. Upon inhaling this aroma, Wujiang became utterly entranced, resembling a true addict. As the alchemical process reached its climax, everything appeared to be progressing favorably. However, a flicker of doubt crossed Xiang Hao's mind. Logically, these elixirs were treasures of the heavens, and their imminent creation should not be so tranquil. Just as Xiang Hao pondered this, an unexpected twist occurred, not a celestial anomaly, but rather a sudden malfunction of the furnace. The once resplendent golden orb abruptly morphed into a blackened sphere, accompanied by a foul stench. Wujiang shuddered, hastily covering his nose, as the dark orb spun erratically before transforming into a failed elixir. Undoubtedly, this endeavor had met with failure, yet fortunately, the furnace had not exploded. At this moment, Douluo was utterly drained, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, his right fist pounding the earth in frustration. Let it be, old poison master. This is not the first time, he mused, realizing that he had become a source of amusement for the younger generation. It was then that he noticed Xiang Hao, slowly rising to his feet, his countenance grim. The Holy Sun witnesses my folly. My skills are lacking, Douluo lamented, filled with despondency. This time marked the final attempt, as the core herb for the rejuvenation elixir had been exhausted. If I recall correctly, the essential herb for the rejuvenation elixir should be the glazed emerald ginseng, he continued. Indeed, the emperor of ginseng, the glazed emerald ginseng. Yet despite our utmost efforts, we found no trace of this celestial herb. We did, however, come across a crystal blood dragon ginseng, which we used as a substitute, Douluo explained. Even so, this crystal blood dragon ginseng is rare in its own right. I was unexpectedly informed that a small family possessed this item, but alas, every means of persuasion failed, and that family subsequently vanished. Now, the last of the blood dragon ginseng has been depleted. It is no wonder, then, that the blood dragon ginseng, being of natural grade 8, pales in comparison to the emerald ginseng, which is of natural grade 9. The medicinal effects differ by several folds, Xiang Hao remarked slowly. Upon hearing his words, the others felt a chill settle in their hearts. Indeed, the elixirs of the celestial realm are not easily attained. Moreover, this glazed ginseng typically thrives in extremely frigid environments. Surely, you have not ventured to the northern reaches of the continent in search of it? Xiang Hao's words appeared to awaken the two who had been mired in melancholy. No one had ever ventured to the north, yet it was rumored that the northernmost reaches of the continent were a desolate and frigid wasteland, inhospitable even to birds and beasts, let alone medicinal herbs. As Douluo spoke, his voice gradually diminished. Indeed, with no one having explored that region, how could one ascertain its lack of resources? This revelation seemed to unlock a new realm of possibilities for Douluo. He promptly resolved to journey northward, determined to behold the land, regardless of whether the coveted herbs were to be found. Xiang Hao gazed at the exuberant expressions of Wujiang and the others, feeling a sense of gratitude for having entrusted the alchemical scriptures to them. Indeed, such knowledge only flourishes in the hands of extraordinary individuals. After bidding farewell to Douluo, Xiang Hao meandered towards his dwelling. Upon exiting the gates of the Pill Pavilion, he encountered Zhong Liemo. "Your Holiness," Zhong Liemo exclaimed, bowing deeply. "How is it that after several years, you no longer recognize your elder brother?" Xiang Hao replied, finding the title of Your Holiness rather grating. "How could that be? For these years, I have tirelessly devoted myself to cultivation, striving to follow in your footsteps," Zhong Liemo responded, filled with trepidation. "Then call me Brother Hao. That may not be appropriate. There should be a hierarchy." Zhong Liemo began, but was interrupted by Xiang Hao's firm gesture. Will you call me or not? If not, I shall take my leave. Reluctantly, Zhong Liemo stammered out, Brother Hao? Once uttered, he stood dutifully by Xiang Hao's side, almost as if reporting on his tasks over the years. Xiang Hao was utterly astonished. He had casually mentioned his title, yet Zhong Liemo had taken it to heart. Over the years, Zhong Liemo had emerged as a leader among the junior students, discreetly gathering numerous orphans from the Spirit Hall and other families as informants. This revelation truly astonished Xiang Hao. As he listened to Zhong Lime's detailed reports, Xiang Hao realized that he had indeed accomplished much and performed admirably. For instance, he was aware of Xiang Hao's subsequent admission to the Tiando Royal Academy, a fact that had been classified and secretive, yet Zhong Liemo had discovered it. The now slightly nervous Zhong Liemo had astonished Xiang Hao for the first time. All right, Brother Hao, I have concluded my report. Zhong Liemo exhaled deeply, casting a nervous glance at Xiang Hao. Did you gather all this information? Xiang Hao inquired gravely. No, I have found some pawns. There are many more messages collected, but I selected only the most valuable ones. Chapter 63. The Dark Crow. Xiang Hao was perplexed by how Zhong Liemo managed to rally so many individuals to serve him. He gazed at the dozens of soul masters kneeling before him, each adorned in black robes and wearing enigmatic crow masks. Brother Hao, these are my meticulously selected pawns. Their martial souls are exceptionally adept at concealment and evasion, making them ideal for intelligence gathering. I have named them the Dark Crows, Zhong Liemo said with utmost reverence, bowing deeply along with the others. At this moment, Xiang Hao's mind was a tangled mess, and after a prolonged silence, he finally inquired, Did you learn of my whereabouts through them? He gazed at the individuals kneeling before him, each lacking in soul power, with the most formidable among them possessing merely a 3-ring strength. Zhong Liemo seemed to perceive Xiang Hao's perplexity and replied with a smile, Brother Hao, you may not be aware that the Spirit Hall adopts numerous orphans each year. Among these children, some exhibit exceptional talent, yet the majority possess mediocre abilities. By the age of 18, they are assigned to various Spirit Halls across the continent. These individuals are the most inconspicuous among them. Xiang Hao finally regained his composure. Thus, it appeared that Zhong Liemo was indeed an orphan taken in by the Spirit Hall. He was the steward initially assigned to Tiando City. Having attended the opening ceremony of the Tiando Royal Academy, it was fortunate that he had previously encountered Brother Hao at the Spirit Hall, which enabled him to discern your whereabouts, Zhong Liemo elaborated. Meanwhile, the individual who had been mentioned raised his head in excitement, only to hastily bow it again. With this, Xiang Hao began to comprehend the situation. The stewards of the Spirit Hall were numerous, and those lacking strength were relegated to the farthest corners of the continent. Most of them possessed mediocre talents, and it was unlikely that they would experience significant breakthroughs in their lifetimes. In such circumstances, finding a higher-ranking individual to serve seemed a prudent choice. These individuals were not serving Zhong Liemo, but rather securing their own futures. However, these people were evidently of little use. If I were to require intelligence or reconnaissance in the future, there would undoubtedly be individuals of far greater capability available. A sense of confusion washed over Xiang Hao. Zhong Liemo, however, smiled. No, Brother Hao, they are merely the responsible parties. Their positions in the Spirit Hall are scattered across the continent, and they are in close proximity to various family sections. The pieces I have positioned are those who appear to be ordinary citizens, perhaps the owners of inns or auctioneers. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao was genuinely astonished. Indeed, it seemed that these most unassuming individuals could serve as the most effective ears. In that moment, Xiang Hao understood why the information provided by Zhong Liemo was so precise. For him, this had now become exceedingly important, and it was imperative to delve deeper into it. A glint of determination flashed in Xiang Hao's eyes. Very well, I wish to inquire about a certain individual. Mobilize all your shadow crows to gather as detailed information as possible on someone named Tang San, regarding a fellow traveler sharing his fate. Xiang Hao needed to ensure that his knowledge surpassed that of his adversary. He had once saved Tang San's life, and he could not allow Tang San to slip through his fingers a second time. After departing, Xiang Hao gazed at the meeting place chosen by Zhong Liemo, unable to suppress his admiration. This tea house, secluded and unremarkable, appeared particularly inconspicuous on the street. Zhong Liemo had truly surprised Xiang Hao this time. Shadow Crows was indeed a splendid name. Zhong Liemo quietly observed Xiang Hao's departure from the window of the tea house's top floor. The bright smile on his face gradually morphed, becoming increasingly rigid, until it ultimately transformed into a sinister grin. Zhong Liemo slowly turned, his expression chilling, fixing his gaze upon the 13 individuals kneeling before him. Did I not say that my king's words must not be met with raised heads? The statement seemed to be forced from the very tips of Zhong Limo's teeth, causing those bowing their heads to lower them even further. Trembling as though they had fallen into an ice cellar, Zhong Limo began to pace deliberately before them, his movements measured. Suddenly, he reached out, gripping the nape of one person's neck tightly. Why did you raise your despicable head while my king was speaking? Zhong Limo smiled at him, while the latter was overwhelmed by an uncontrollable fear. My lord, I was wrong. It was merely a moment of impulsiveness. I shall never dare again. With that, he struck his own face repeatedly until blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Enough. This time, the death penalty is waived. But the antidote for this month is forfeited. Upon hearing this, the man instantly felt a wave of relief and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. When Wang mentioned Tang San, his displeasure was palpable. You were to immediately seek out all individuals and matters related to him. Report everything to me as swiftly as possible. The crowd, relieved, responded in unison and hastily departed. The organization founded by Zhong Limo 4 years ago had now spread across the entire continent. Utilizing the platform of the Spirit Hall, countless shadowy crows departed from Spirit City each year to traverse the continent, continuously recruiting new members. After all, for the common folk in many regions, the words of the Spirit Hall's esteemed officials were irresistibly enticing, given the abundance of inferior pills they held, which were treasures in the market. The foundation of all this lay with Zhong Limo. At this moment, he danced alone in an empty tea house, his expression joyful. With every gesture, shadows of blood flickered around him, and his handsome face appeared even paler. As he turned, 2 elongated fangs emerged, revealing his martial spirit, the bloodthirsty Bat King. With graceful, ethereal steps, Zhong Limo embodied the dark crow of the night. Zhong Limo possessed a dual martial spirit, with the bloodthirsty Bat King as his second. Those whose strength fell short of his, once bitten, would become his puppets, enduring the torment of bat venom day and night. Thus, Zhong Limo had ensnared nearly 30 Spirit Hall officials, who were now scattered across various locations, controlling nearly 1,000 diverse individuals. A vast net had been cast. Xiang Hao, clearly unaware of these machinations, marveled at Zhong Limo's prowess. The bloodthirsty Bat King was an exceedingly ferocious martial spirit that had been extinct on the continent for nearly a century. Its resurgence could herald a storm of bloodshed. Meanwhile, Zhong Limo remained lost in the ecstasy of his dance, elated by the acknowledgement of his efforts by Wang. The light within him shone ever brighter. Oh, this mundane world. Only my lord is your savior. 6 years had passed, and Zhong Limo's fervor for Xiang Hao had reached unparalleled heights. In his realm, everything his lord did was right. When he accidentally reawakened the bloodthirsty Bat King, he felt no anxiety or fear, only excitement. As he could finally follow in his lord's footsteps, I shall clear the path of all my lord's enemies. A glimmer of ruthlessness sparkled in Zhong Limo's eyes. Chapter 64. Home. Xiang Hao traversed the familiar streets, returning to his home after an absence of 6 years. Standing at the threshold, he found himself at a loss, pondering what words might first escape his lips. The images of his parents had become somewhat blurred in his memory. His hand grasped the doorknob, fingers exerting pressure. Yet the door remained stubbornly shut, as if it bore an immense weight. Just then, the door swung open. Xiang, you're back. Song Nuan's words faltered as she stood rooted in place, her gaze fixed upon the robust man before her. She seemed hesitant to confirm her suspicions until Xiang Hao called out, Mom, and she felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. Slowly, Song Nuan reached for Xiang Hao's hand, scrutinizing him closely, tears beginning to flow uncontrollably. How could you have grown into such an adult in the blink of an eye? I remember when you left, you were this tall. She gestured to his waist. Xiang Hao could not help but feel moisture welling in his eyes. Without uttering a word, he enveloped his mother in a warm embrace. In 2 lifetimes, he had only truly experienced parental love during these fleeting years, treasures that were invaluable to him. After a moment of excitement, Song Nuan quickly wiped her tears and urged Xiang Hao inside. Hurry, it's just in time for dinner. What would you like to eat? Just tell Mom, and I'll prepare it for you. As he surveyed the familiar furnishings of the house, it felt as if he had left only yesterday. Initially, he had mentioned a 3-year assessment, but 3 years later, he had claimed he was off to execute tasks elsewhere. That departure had stretched into another 3 years. As Song Nuan busied herself, her chatter tugged at Xiang Hao's heartstrings, filled with bittersweet nostalgia. He had brought his parents to Wujiang City, never expecting that opportunities to reunite would dwindle. As the dishes began to accumulate on the table, she exclaimed, "Hurry up and eat. It's all your favorites." "All right, Mom." "No need to prepare more," Xiang Hao said, picking up his chopsticks. The familiar flavors of home enveloped him, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. "I'm back. Wow. The sun must have risen in the west today. Why is the feast so lavish?" Xiang Qian removed his hat and, lifting his gaze, finally recognized Xiang Hao. Standing stunned in place, gripping the brim of his hat tightly, his voice trembling. "Nuan, who is this guest?" Song Nuan burst into laughter at Xiang Qian's bewilderment. "It's your son, who no longer recognizes you." Xiang Hao approached, embracing Xiang Qian tightly. It was only then that the latter gradually returned to his senses. Gently patting Xiang Hao's back, murmuring softly, "It's good to be back. It's truly good to be back." This tender refrain lingered for quite some time. The family finally gathered for dinner, a joyous occasion where Xiang Qian, in high spirits, indulged in several glasses. Xiang Hao, too, was encouraged to partake. For their father insisted he should drink like a man, a statement that elicited a roll of the eyes from Song Nuan. Observing the playful banter between his parents filled Xiang Hao with warmth. Such moments were too rare, reminiscent of precious pearls resting quietly in the corners of his memory, eternally radiating their brilliance. Upon returning to his room, the decor remained as impeccably tidy as ever, a testament to his mother's frequent tidying. In his previous life, devoid of parental affection, he yearned for such love. In this life, blessed with a pair of parents, their prolonged separation weighed heavily on him. "Your parents are remarkable." Xiang Yu suddenly interjected. "I know," came the reply, "but why bring up sorrowful memories? I recall you were an orphan, weren't you?" Xiang Yu remained silent for a moment before continuing, "Since my childhood, I have been trained by my uncle, destined to be the future king of Chu. I bear the deep-seated enmity of my parents, yet it is laughable that I do not even know what they looked like. My childhood was spent amidst blades and weapons. I do not crave familial bonds. My relatives desire me to ascend as the king of Chu rather than to be a good nephew. Therefore, there are times when I find myself envious of you." "Ah, it is indeed rare to hear you express such sentiments," Xiang Hao replied with a smile. "Some things, once lost, can never be reclaimed. By the way, your mother's cooking is truly delectable," Xiang Yu said with a hint of melancholy. "How do you know that?" Xiang Hao inquired, puzzled. At this question, Xiang Yu's tone appeared to falter slightly. "I am capable of reading your memories, which grants me some insight." "Is that so? To me, your memories seem fragmented." "Not quite. I am merely a remnant soul, adrift in this river of time for a millennium. By the way, continue your training diligently. When you reach level 50, I shall present you with a grand gift." "Oh, and what might that be?" Xiang Hao asked, intrigued. "Certainly something that will aid your cultivation. So, focus on your training." With that, Xiang Yu vanished once more. Xiang Hao was left bemused. Logically, Xiang Yu should have resided within his consciousness. Yet he could not locate him. After all, as a formidable being, it should be simple for him to conceal his presence. Contemplating this, Xiang Hao tightened his resolve. His curiosity piqued regarding the grand gifts Xiang Yu promised him. Meanwhile, within the palace of Tiando City, Xiang Hao leaned wearily against the railing. Even the finest disguise could not mask Qian Rinxue's current sorrow. Ever since Xiang Hao had departed, it was as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm, leaving no trace behind. Aware that he was a disciple of Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue had tirelessly sought news from the Wuhuan Hall, yet had received no response. Xiang Hao had taken her heart with him when he left, and Qian Rinxue was at a loss to define her emotions. All she knew was an overwhelming desire to see him once more. For this reason, she had even inquired of her grandfather, which irked Qian Douluo considerably. When had his granddaughter begun to concern herself with the affairs of a mere boy? Though Qian Rinxue eventually concocted a plausible excuse, her demeanor was transparent to Qian Douluo, who had witnessed such expressions in his youth. Clearly, this girl had developed feelings. The seed of affection that had sprouted in her heart after Xiang Hao's departure had swiftly grown into a towering tree, occupying her every thought. Qian Rinxue realized she had grown accustomed to the time spent with Xiang Hao. Even in silence, simply listening to him speak brought her joy. At that moment, a figure appeared silently behind her. "Young master, the saint has returned." Those few words ignited Qian Rinxue, who had been languid moments before, and she quickly inquired, "Is that true? When did this happen?" "It is no falsehood. He participated in the competition among the younger generation in the hall. And His Holiness the Pope awarded him the Purple Record Medal this very morning." In an instant, Qian Rinxue was overcome with excitement, delighted for Xiang Hao. Although she was not entirely aware of his current strength, she was certain it was formidable. After all, she had tested him in their youth. It was only natural for someone with his talent to become a standout among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. Her subordinates were equally perplexed, as the young master usually displayed displeasure at the mention of the Pope, yet today he seemed elated at the news of the Pope's disciple. Chapter 65, Qian Douluo. It was then that Qian Rinxue realized she had lost her composure in front of her subordinates and quickly regained her demeanor. If there is nothing further, you may leave. Once they had departed, she could no longer contain her exhilaration. She was eager to return and see Xiang Hao at that moment. All the missions of the Spirit Hall and her own duties seemed trivial. In what capacity should I meet him? After her initial excitement, Qian Rinxue pondered anew. I am Xiang Hao. Should I approach him as Qian Rinxue? He probably does not remember me. Turning to the mirror in her room, she slowly revealed her true visage. What a captivating beauty she possessed, skin whiter than snow, lips as red as blood, delicate arched brows, and a pair of mysterious purple eyes that glimmered. How favored by the heavens this woman was, to have such exquisite attributes bestowed upon her. She was indeed the epitome of beauty. Now, a faint blush graced her stunning features, and as she gazed into the mirror, Qian Rinxue felt an overwhelming shyness wash over her. What am I even doing? Perhaps even a proud and composed girl like her could experience the stirrings of youthful affection, though she was still unaware of the nature of this feeling. Meanwhile, far away in the spirit city, Qian Douluo was acutely aware of the situation. He quietly gazed in the direction of the Pope's palace, sighing deeply. Your daughter has taken a liking to your disciple. Let us see how you handle this. This was the only thought that could help him calm his emotions. No, I must personally meet this young man. Thus, the following morning, Xiang Hao was summoned by Bibi Dong. Teacher, is there a task at hand? He inquired. No. You will accompany me to meet someone. Bibi Dong appeared somewhat irritable, her hand pressed to her forehead. She could not fathom why this old man, who had shown little interest in the affairs of the Spirit Hall, particularly during the selection of the Golden Generation, suddenly desired to meet Xiang Hao. When she initially took Xiang Hao under her wing, it was merely due to the uniqueness of his martial spirit. She had been conducting experiments on him ever since. The results had proven that this child had already provided her with ample surprises. Moreover, after spending so much time together, Bibi Dong had come to regard Xiang Hao as her own, and she was unwilling to see Qian Douluo harbor any intentions towards him. Xiang Hao observed Bibi Dong's troubled expression, an inexplicable wave of sorrow rising from the depths of his heart. What could be the matter? Was it someone the teacher did not wish to meet? Bibi Dong remained silent, eventually uttering, It's fine. He should indeed want to see you. The teacher will accompany you. She then led Xiang Hao away, and the destination was familiar to him, the Hall of Elders. The embellishments of the Hall of Elders appeared even more opulent than those of the Hall of Pope. The dome seemed significantly taller than that of the Hall of Pope. Rumors suggested that the guardian of the Spirit Hall resided within, which stirred a sense of excitement in Xiang Hao. Could it be that the esteemed high priest wished to meet me? Bibi Dong did not respond, merely sighing softly and instructing, Maintain silence once you enter. It seemed evident that the esteemed high priest was indeed present, and rumors indicated that he had a notably poor relationship with Bibi Dong. Over the years in the Spirit Hall, she had never publicly mentioned this individual's name, making it clear that her decision to bring Xiang Hao here required great resolve. Bibi Dong slowly pushed open the door, and Xiang Hao followed closely behind her into the Hall of Elders. The vast hall was adorned with several chairs arranged on either side, forming a wing-like structure around the elevated seat at the center, currently occupied by the legendary high priest. This formidable figure, rumored to be at the pinnacle of Douluo, appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, possessing a benevolent and refined demeanor, evoking a sense of springtime warmth. However, it was his striking golden hair that struck Xiang Hao as particularly familiar. While Xiang Hao scrutinized Qian Douluo, the latter was also assessing him, though there was a palpable hostility in his gaze. Surely, this old man would not seek an excuse to reprimand me. I have not even crossed paths with him. No, I have never even met him. Noticing Bibi Dong's grip tightening on her staff, Xiang Hao pondered whether it was due to the teacher's influence. At that moment, Qian Douluo spoke. I did not expect you to come. His words were clearly directed at Bibi Dong, who seemed to surprise him by choosing to meet him for her disciple's sake. We must still meet, Bibi Dong replied coldly, her frigid tone unlike anything Xiang Hao had ever heard from her, far colder than any previous emotion she had shown, penetrating to the very marrow. Speak, what do you wish to see Xiang Hao for? Surely, you do not intend to offer benevolent guidance. Humph. Since this child is the future inheritor of the Spirit Hall as papacy, what is there for me to hide? Qian Douluo retorted, his harsh words instantly plunging the atmosphere of the hall into a state of icy tension. caught between the two super Douluos. The oppressive soul pressure made it nearly difficult for Xiang Hao to breathe. "Child, step forward," Qian Dalu beckoned, disregarding Bibi Dong's provocation. Although Bibi Dong's demeanor remained frigid, she did not impede Xiang Hao's advance, instead turning slightly to observe him, her gaze surprisingly gentle. Xiang Hao was momentarily taken aback. It was rare to see Bibi Dong display such an expression. Xiang Hao stepped forward with measured grace, standing upright and gazing unwaveringly at the exalted figure before him. Qian Dalu scrutinized the youth intently, his initial hostility dissipating as he recognized the boy's exceptional nature. As a paramount powerhouse of the Douluo continent, Qian Dalu exuded an immense aura of pressure. Even the most formidable title Douluo would tremble upon their first encounter with him. Yet, this child possessed the audacity to meet his gaze head-on, unperturbed and fearless, a rare display of courage and resolve among his peers. This single glance ignited a flicker of admiration within Qian Dalu, prompting a slight softening in his tone. "Child, allow me to witness your martial soul." Upon these words, blood-red patterns began to envelop Xiang Hao, and 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, descended gracefully to the ground beneath him, enveloping him in a shroud of sanguine energy. At the moment his martial soul manifested, Qian Dalu visibly trembled, nearly rising from his seat before composing himself. The instant Xiang Hao summoned his martial soul, Qian Dalu felt an overwhelming pull, an undeniable indication of an extraordinary martial soul, though it was not of the standard kind. At that moment, it was evident that the child was possessed by his martial soul, and while its precise nature remained a mystery, Qian Dalu was certain that it resonated powerfully with the 6-winged angel. Chapter 66. Resonance of Martial Souls. Qian Dalu deeply sensed the profound connection between the child's martial soul and the 6-winged angel. They appeared to be communicating, ebbing and flowing in unison. Golden and crimson energies intertwined invisibly, forming a violet halo. Even Bibi Dong was taken aback by this revelation. Realizing that Xiang Hao's martial soul seemed to be in communion with Qian Dalu's 6-winged angel, a shiver coursed through her as she considered the boy's background. She knew his parents well and doubted any connection to Qian Dalu. Yet, witnessing Xiang Hao in that moment, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Was this merely fate? After a prolonged silence, Qian Dalu finally chuckled warmly, exclaiming, "Ah, this is indeed destiny. Young man, you are born extraordinary. Stay by my side, and I shall bestow upon you the finest resources of the Elder Hall. With your talent, I can elevate you to become the youngest title Douluo in the continent within a decade." As he spoke, Qian Daolu's fervent gaze roamed over Xiang Hao without restraint, sending a chill down the boy's spine. Bibi Dong, listening intently, clenched her teeth, unprepared for the old scoundrel's audacity and vying for the boy. At this moment, Xiang Hao spoke slowly. "I apologize, but I already have a mentor, and I believe cultivating in the Pope's palace is quite satisfactory." He gazed steadily at Qian Dalu, retracting his martial soul, the resonance of his soul power abruptly ceasing, as he candidly rejected the strongest figure of the spirit hall. Bibi Dong observed her disciple with genuine appreciation. She had not misjudged this child, whose temperament remained composed, and it seemed he had grown even more prudent and reserved since his return. "Ha ha ha, my child, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Perhaps you are unaware of the weight of my promise. As I progress in my training, the offerings of the Elder Hall can be at your command." Qian Dalu said unhurriedly, a faint smile illuminating his eyes, his determination palpable. "Do not be so arrogant. Xiang Hao is my disciple." Bibi Dong could no longer contain herself, as she was present, witnessing the blatant attempt to entice her disciple. Instantly, an overwhelming surge of soul power enveloped the area. Qian Dalu remained unperturbed, countering with his own golden soul power. "Do not rush. Let him decide," Qian Dalu remarked lightly, effortlessly deflecting Bibi Dong's soul pressure and intentionally creating a tranquil space for Xiang Hao. Unmoved, Xiang Hao continued to regard Qian Dalu with indifference, his expression revealing no hint of hesitation. "I will not change my mind. I am quite content with everything I have. My mentor's guidance has been more than sufficient," Xiang Hao stated resolutely, having rejected Qian Dalu twice within a single day. As he spoke, the soul pressures between the two gradually dissipated. Bibi Dong appeared eager to leave, declaring, "You have seen and understood all that you needed to. Let us conclude this matter." She then took Xiang Hao by the hand, leading him toward the exit, and he offered no resistance. From behind, Xiang Hao glanced back at Qian Daolu, who smiled kindly at him, a smile that, while intended to be warm, felt eerily cold. Indeed, Xiang Hao's intuition proved accurate. Qian Dalu had not anticipated such a firm rejection from the child. and though he felt a flicker of anger, he reflected that one could evade the monk, but not the temple. Bibi Dong and Xiang Hao had long departed, leaving Douluo to quietly ponder Xiang Hao's martial soul. This soul was exceptionally unique. It seemed more akin to a humanoid beast martial soul than a typical one. That martial soul was fierce and bloody, yet devoid of a heavy aura of sin. The stark contrast of its potent essence complemented the sanctity and purifying attributes of a six-winged angel, while also containing echoes of judgment and retribution. A perfect complement indeed. This boy's soul power could greatly benefit Xuere's training. It appeared that even an old soul like him had underestimated the situation this time. Douluo's hearty laughter resonated throughout the grand hall, and then, with a wave of his hand, two attendants emerged from the shadows of the hall. "You two, go inform the young master to find an opportunity to return soon. The sooner the better." The two individuals exchanged glances, and gradually, one of them inquired softly, "Isn't the young master currently executing the grand plan of the spirit hall? Did the master not explicitly prohibit her from returning?" The grand plan. Such matters have now lost their significance, and she likely lacks the inclination to linger here any longer." With a commanding voice, Douluo prompted them to cease their hesitation, and they swiftly rose to depart. As Douluo slowly raised his hands, it seemed as though an infinite radiance enveloped him. At last, everything I have awaited is on the verge of realization. Douluo fervently brought his hands together in prayer towards the sun, standing upright like a sacred statue of a pilgrim. Upon exiting, Xiang Hao refrained from posing any questions, sensing that Bibi Dong was strenuously attempting to control her emotions. Over the years, he could scarcely recall a moment when Bibi Dong lost her composure. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she always maintained an air of calmness. She was also an astute strategist, yet Xiang Hao did not resent her calculated demeanor. Although he initially recognized that Bibi Dong was exploiting him, he appreciated her willingness to grant him a chance, accepting the consequences that accompanied it. In retrospect, it appeared that Xiang Hao's hand remained firmly clasped in Bibi Dong's. Possibly due to her urgency, she had pulled him along for quite a distance, forgetting to release her grip, and only after a moment did she regain her senses and let go. One could imagine her slight impatience at having lost her composure in front of her disciple as she gradually composed herself. In the future, encountering this individual, it would be wise to refrain from extensive conversation. The spiritual control of the six-winged angel martial soul is incredibly potent, and those with lesser strength are prone to having their minds manipulated. However, you managed to reject him without so much as a flicker of emotion. It seems that your years of cultivation have indeed steadied your temperament. Bibi Dong's words were laden with praise, a rarity for her to be so unequivocal in her commendation, leaving Xiang Hao momentarily taken aback. "I understand, teacher," Xiang Hao replied, momentarily stunned by Bibi Dong's insight. It dawned upon him that there was a component of mental manipulation in that fellow's words, and fortunately, he had not sought his path. What a cunning old fox he is. Reflecting on the encounter, a chill sweat continued to trickle down Xiang Hao's back, leaving him feeling utterly defenseless. Fortunately, as a time traveler, his mental fortitude was remarkably robust. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao pondered over the grand offering S martial soul, though it had only flashed momentarily. The 6 golden wings that radiated from it seemed oddly familiar. Wasn't that golden-haired girl the embodiment of a 6-winged martial soul? Moreover, the soul power exuded by both entities bore striking resemblance. Could it be that the girl hailed from the Douluo family? The mere thought of this caused Xiang Hao's breathing to deepen. Chapter 67. Never before had I contemplated a woman in this manner. Once this notion took root in Xiang Hao's mind, an abundance of memories regarding the girl sprang forth, becoming vividly clear as if he had encountered her just yesterday, though it had been 9 years since their last meeting. Her visage seemed indelibly etched upon the very core of his being, remaining unchanged through the years. Bibi Dong had already moved on, and as Xiang Hao gazed at her retreating figure, a bold idea took shape. Perhaps it would be harmless to stealthily visit the Elder Hall. Yes, just a quick glance would suffice. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, they felt akin to a multitude of ants scuttling about, burrowing deep into his heart. What was happening to him? Surely, it posed no real threat. Thus, on his way back, Xiang Hao quietly slipped away, making his way back. In the martial soul city, the Papal Hall and the Elder Hall were situated at opposite ends of the city's central axis, their gates oriented towards the city gates. The Papal Hall stood at the forefront, while the Elder Hall lay behind, with countless doors lining the central pathway, distinctly demarcating these two formidable factions. With utmost caution, Xiang Hao navigated through one door after another, gradually making his way towards the Elder Hall. At this moment, Xiang Hao proceeded with utmost caution, vowing to merely steal a glance. Douluo had long been in seclusion within the Elder Hall, and there were no reports of any family ties, should they exist. They would undoubtedly belong to an esteemed lineage, likely residing in the vicinity of the Elder Hall. Merely speculating had set his heart racing with excitement. 9 years had passed, and Xiang Hao found himself uncertain about the accuracy of his memories. Perhaps it was indeed the lingering effects of his sister's enchanting charm, ever since he had been bewitched. The image of a golden-haired maiden haunted his thoughts, leaving his heart in turmoil. Xiang Yu had teased him, claiming he was infatuated. Amusingly, how could that be? Xiang Hao's protests gradually dwindled, for the other party had peered into his past, a peculiar circumstance indeed. He had never contemplated a woman in such a manner. In his previous life, Xiang Hao had been as dense as wood, oblivious to the essence of love. Clearly, he felt somewhat at a loss regarding his current self, while Xiang Yu could only revel in his amusement. Before long, Xiang Hao arrived at the rear of the Elder Hall, separated only by a low wall. With a simple tug of his hands, he could easily leap over it. However, he pondered that this area likely housed more than one titled Douluo. After some consideration, he delicately balanced on the wall's edge. The scenery behind the Elder Hall was indeed breathtaking, devoid of the somber and austere atmosphere that permeated the Spirit Hall. It was adorned with a plethora of flowers and grasses, and a crystal-clear river encircled a colossal fragrant tree at its center. This unique plant required a century to grow from seed to maturity, yet once it bloomed after 100 years, it would never wither for the rest of its life. Such a rare specimen, having reached this size, was a rarity indeed, with its branches adorned with cascading pale pink and white blossoms, complemented by the surrounding verdant grass, a truly enchanting sight. At this moment, Xiang Hao was unperturbed by anything else. He gently descended to the ground, utilizing Thunderstep to tread softly upon the floating petals, landing quietly on a tree branch. Amidst the floral fragrance, his heart finally found tranquility. The scent possessed a calming and soul-soothing effect. Xiang Yu expressed his astonishment. It was no surprise. These ancient beings, having cultivated for years, would not merely plant decorative flora in this space. Xiang Hao replied calmly, now seated in quiet meditation, practicing his divine martial art. His mind had been restless of late. Yet here, he felt an extraordinary sense of peace. You, daring to intrude into that fellow's private garden, do have quite the audacity, Xiang Yu remarked with a teasing tone. The Douluo he had encountered today was indeed formidable, and Xiang Yu acknowledged that his own strength was hardly any better. Yet this young man had calmly conversed with the formidable individual, unafraid of the pressure exerted by someone of higher status, a quality Xiang Yu greatly admired. Most elders in the Elder Hall were preoccupied with their own tasks and rarely remained within the hall, while the most powerful among them were engaged in rigorous seclusion, lacking the time to concern themselves with such matters. As he spoke, Xiang Hao resumed his cultivation. Such an environment should not be squandered. Meanwhile, in a concealed corner of the Elder's Hall, Douluo observed the scene with a smile, remarking to himself that even before he had devised a plan, the fish had already swum into the net. He instructed everyone that Xiang Hao was to be granted unimpeded access, or rather, that no one was to appear in his presence. His subordinates responded with utmost respect. Xiang Hao, it seems you are indeed fated to cross paths with our angelic clan. Douluo's smile grew even brighter. Xiang Hao lingered in the tree until the late hours of the night before finally departing. It was not until he had walked for some time that he remembered his intention to seek out the traces of that young maiden. Ah well, he thought, I shall return tomorrow. One must admit, these seasoned individuals truly know how to savor life. This half-day of cultivation had already equaled the progress he would typically achieve in 3 days within the training chamber. It seems I must come here more often. As he strolled back to his quarters, Xiang Hao endeavored to tread lightly. To his astonishment, as soon as he stepped through the door, a waft of fragrant air enveloped him, and Huaina's face appeared before him in an instant. She gently inhaled, commenting on the delightful aroma. Where have you been? The teacher has just designated you as an heir, and yet you neglect your training. Do not attempt to evade the question. I did not see you in the training room this afternoon. A barrage of inquiries bombarded Xiang Hao, leaving him momentarily speechless. Senior sister, it's a floral fragrance. Oh, then tell me, what kind of floral scent is it? I do not recall it. Fragrance of the... Xiang Hao began to speak but swallowed his words. Senior sister, just this once. I assure you it will not happen again. He quickly apologized, nearly revealing too much. Very well, I shall overlook this incident. I will not report you to the teacher. Now, go take a bath. With that, Huaina strode away. And as she ascended the stairs, Xiang Hao could distinctly hear the sound of her footsteps resonating. "I have calculated. Your fate is entwined with the star," said Xiang Yu cryptically. "Were you not a brash fellow? Why do you now assume the role of a fortune-teller?" Xiang Hao replied, shaking his head in disbelief. "I have assessed it. It should be accurate." Intrigued by this old man's myriad of methods, Xiang Hao pressed further. "Pray tell, in what aspect? Is it love or career? You wouldn't dare suggest I am cursed with romantic misfortune, would you? No, no, no. Your fate is simply unfortunate. Get lost." Meanwhile, in the Tiando Imperial Palace, Ning Fengji was preparing to meet his disciple, Xueqinghe. However, he was halted by guards on either side. "Master Ning, the Crown Prince is not in his chambers." "That is of no concern. I can wait for a while. I have important matters to discuss with him," Ning Fengji replied, but the guards remained unmoved. "Master Ning, the Crown Prince received an urgent summons today and has left the capital for the Fasnuo province to address an emergency case. He departed at noon. Is that so?" Ning Fengji was somewhat taken aback. This was the first time Xueqinghe had left without notice. Chapter 68, as familiar as the first encounter. A special update for Ziju's monthly vote. Upon receiving her grandfather's command, Qian Rinxue hurriedly returned, the urgency of the moment causing her to overlook many details, such as Ning Fengji's earlier assertion that he would come tonight. As their carriage traversed towards the Fasnuo province, it was during the night, while passing through a dense forest, that Qian Rinxue gradually revealed her true form, 6 golden wings manifesting silently behind her. "Young master, everything has been meticulously prepared," said the kneeling figure, whose countenance bore a striking resemblance to Xueqinghe. "Very well, after nurturing you for so many years, the time has come. I have arranged everything in the Fasnuo province." Qian Rinxue instructed, and the caravan resumed its journey. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue and her companions swiftly made their way towards the Spirit Hall, their speed remarkable. Just before dawn, they returned to Spirit City. However, Qian Rinxue found it peculiar that while her grandfather was anxious for her return, he was not in a hurry to see her, suggesting she rest for a while. As she walked behind the Elder Hall, peering over a low wall, Qian Rinxue could clearly see the Pope's Hall. Sighing, she pondered the well-being of that individual, wondering if the Holy Sun was diligently practicing as she did each day. Gazing at the fragrant tree behind the hall, her thoughts drifted back to her childhood, recalling her early memories of training beneath its branches. Her grandfather had been exceedingly strict, and that person had never shown her kindness. Even after nearly 2 decades, they had exchanged only a handful of words. The only prolonged conversation they had occurred when she departed for the Tiando Empire. And it was during that journey that she first experienced genuine warmth and care from a mere child she had met only once. At that moment, Qian Rinxue felt as though a ray of light had illuminated her world, albeit one that left her with a bittersweet smile. Yet, this little boy had become a tender spot in her heart, constantly warming her increasingly cold spirit and reminding her that she was still a living, breathing person. From that point, she began to yearn for him, inexplicably desiring to see him once more, but how could she search across the vast continent? She even questioned whether he was still alive. Each time she contemplated this, a profound sense of loss would envelop her. However, not long after, she encountered him again. Unchanged from the past, yet matured, at merely 13 or 14, he had already reached the height of an average adult, and his speech had taken on a more sophisticated tone. The year he began his relationship with Xueqinghe was the happiest year of Qian Rinxue's life. Their conversations transcended age, as if they shared an innate understanding. They both cherished the slightly bitter flavor of fine tea. This feeling lingered on, and after Xiang Hao departed, Qian Rinxue suddenly felt a gaping void in her heart, one that nothing could seem to fill. During her usual tea-making rituals, she instinctively prepared 2 cups. But as she savored the tea, she realized the absence of that companion by her side. It was in that moment that Qian Rinxue began to comprehend that the little boy named Xiang Hao had taken residence in her heart since that fateful year. At this moment, Qian Rinxue could hardly restrain herself from seeking out Xiang Hao in the Pope's palace. Alas, the one who has accompanied you for a year is Xueqinghe, not Qian Rinxue. With a soft sigh, Qian Rinxue gradually retreated to her abode. After a night of travel, she indeed felt quite fatigued. Meanwhile, Qin Dalu remained ensconced in that corner by the window. Alas, this girl still harbors fear. However, Xiang Hao was oblivious to all that had transpired. He was still contemplating whether to venture to the Elder's Hall. Having spent the entire morning in the cultivation chamber, he found his progress disappointingly slow, which only intensified his restlessness. Yet, the fragrance of the Hanxiang flower was rather persistent. After much contemplation, He finally devised a method. In the afternoon, he donned a grand robe, reasoning that shedding the outer garment upon his return might alleviate the scent. At that moment, Xiang Hao could think of no other solution, and thus he proceeded. As time passed, Xiang Hao adeptly climbed a tree and settled into a meditative posture, seemingly forgetting the original purpose of his visit. With such an exquisite environment for cultivation, neglecting it would indeed be a lamentable waste. Douluo observed Xiang Hao with a contented smile, finding the situation far more favorable than he had anticipated. He had initially pondered how to lure Xiang Hao over. And now Xiang Hao, destined to be a member of my angelic lineage, had arrived as if born for this very purpose. Meanwhile, the leading lady arranged by Douluo was still fast asleep in her chamber. When Xiang Hao entered, he did not deliberately restrain himself, which caught Qianrenchua's attention. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she sensed that the aura was unlike that of the few individuals she was familiar with. Slowly pushing open the door, she noticed that her residence was not far from the tree, and at a glance, she spotted a dark figure sitting cross-legged upon the Hanxiang tree. It was truly odd that such a person could intrude upon the Elders' Hall without being thwarted by the subordinates. What useless fools they were. Just as Qianrenchua was about to raise her hand to strike, she reconsidered and donned a black cloak, for not just anyone could behold her true visage. With that, she took flight towards the individual in the tree, for that tree harbored her precious memories, and regardless of who you were, a price must be paid. Xiang Hao was deeply engrossed in his cultivation when a sudden, piercing aura of murderous intent enveloped him. Abruptly opening his eyes, he beheld a radiant sword descending upon him. In that instant, a crimson energy surged forth, yet just as the sword was about to reach him, it veered off course. Qianrenchua, intent on preventing the blood-scented tree from being disturbed, landed gracefully. This tree is not accessible to just anyone, remarked a voice from across the water. Cold and devoid of emotion, Xiang Hao realized he had unwittingly stepped into a perilous situation and hastily offered his apologies. I beg your pardon, Senior. I came here yesterday without encountering any obstruction. It was not my intention to offend. I shall take my leave at once. What? You were here yesterday? The opponent's tone was laden with surprise, yet it was overshadowed by a palpable anger. Sensing the escalating tension, Xiang Hao decided it was prudent to retreat swiftly, his feet igniting with lightning as he skimmed across the water's surface. However, his adversary was determined not to let him escape so easily. It became apparent that Xiang Hao had underestimated the situation. A flurry of light blades surged through the air from all directions, effectively sealing off his escape route. In a moment of carelessness, Xiang Hao lost control mid-air and was about to plunge into the water. The time was too brief to unleash his soul technique. Qianrenchua, witnessing this, smirked triumphantly. Yet, unexpectedly, a surge of crimson energy emanated from Xiang Hao, and a long arm extended from behind, seizing her ankle. With a cold smile, Qianrenchua unfolded her 6 wings, preparing to ascend. But to her astonishment, she found her soul energy being influenced by this red aura. In the next moment, her power spiraled out of control, leaving her unable to maintain her balance, and she too fell into the water. Both were left stunned as they plunged beneath the surface. Moments later, they resurfaced, their robes having been swept away. Almost simultaneously, they turned to face each other, urgency etched on their faces. It's you. It's you. Chapter 69. Angels and demons. Xiang Hao felt an urgency within himself, mirroring the anxiety of the other party as they both sought to breach the water's surface. Hastily, he ascended, and just as he emerged, a sudden sound of splashing pierced the air nearby. A graceful figure leapt from the depths, her black cloak, which had once concealed her, now long vanished in the water. Qianrenchua's exquisite visage was unveiled before Xiang Hao without reservation, her golden locks, drenched by droplets, cascaded over her shoulders. Those captivating violet eyes, now tinged with a hint of ire, were fixed upon him. Her delicate features, perfectly etched in his memory, had evolved over nearly a decade, exuding an even greater allure. In that moment, Xiang Hao was struck by the realization that her beauty seemed destined to enchant the world. Years later, he would often reminisce about that scene. At dusk, Qianrenchua soared from the water, her garments clinging to her form, revealing her enchanting silhouette. In the commotion, due to his clumsiness, her shoes were lost to the water, and her finely sculpted feet intertwined in the air, betraying a hint of unease. The golden hues of the setting sun danced among her crystalline tresses, while her eyes, sparkling with both anger and embarrassment, ensnared Xiang Hao's heart entirely. Qianrenchua could not recall her thoughts at that moment. She only remembered the instant she recognized the emerging head as the person she had longed for. and her fury ignited a blush upon her cheeks. Feeling the chill on her feet added to her discomfort. After a startled gasp, an enduring awkwardness lingered between them. Regrettably, the simpleton remained unchanged, staring blankly for quite some time, until Qian Rinchue's face had grown warm. Gradually, she descended, prompting Xiang Hao to finally react. He inhaled deeply and plunged back into the water, soon resurfacing with 2 delicate white shoes in hand. Qian Rinchue remained suspended in the low air, deliberately turning her gaze away from Xiang Hao, while he quietly swam to the shore, approaching her step by step. "I apologize, miss. It was unintentional. I was unaware that this tree was your cherished possession. I did not mean to offend," he stammered, holding the shoes awkwardly, his anxiety palpable. Indeed, Xiang Hao had never felt such trepidation, even in the presence of Qian Douluo, yet here he found himself at a loss for words before this young lady. He dared not glance around carelessly. The garment Qian Rinchue had donned was originally quite loose, but now, soaked, it clung to her figure. A mere accidental glance caused him to hurriedly avert his gaze. "Do not look up," came her flustered voice as she hastily retrieved a robe from her soul guide and draped it over herself, shielding her beauty. Then, she gently descended, her perfectly rounded feet quietly landing beside Xiang Hao. "Help me put on my shoes," she requested in a soft tone, startling him as he prepared to look. "Do not look up," she admonished again with a gentle reprimand. Qian Rinchue found herself at a loss, reflecting on her thoughts from earlier as she observed Xiang Hao standing vacantly at her feet, holding a pair of shoes. Unexpectedly, she blurted out a remark, and by the time she realized the inappropriateness of her words, it was too late. A pair of warm hands had already grasped her feet. Before she could withdraw, Xiang Hao had already slipped the shoes on her. As Qian Rinchue gradually descended, she noticed the awkwardness in Xiang Hao's gaze, and a blend of allure and embarrassment enveloped the air between them. It was at that moment she perceived how tall Xiang Hao truly was. Her own stature barely reached his chest, and his physique appeared remarkably solid. A wave of shyness washed over her, while Xiang Hao was equally flustered, his usual composure shattered. With the object of his affection so close, he dared not steal a glance, resorting instead to a pretense of coughing to mask his unease. "You!" they both exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes locking for an instant before hastily averting their gazes. "You go first," Xiang Hao said, momentarily recalling his manners. Meanwhile, Qian Rinchue stole a furtive glance at him, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief hesitation, she finally managed to utter, "Long time no see." Xiang Hao was somewhat taken aback. He had never anticipated that the other party would remember him. After such a long time apart, he was pleasantly surprised that he had not been forgotten. How could one forget a life-saving grace? Qian Rinchue observed Xiang Hao's somewhat dazed expression and was momentarily amused, forgetting the awkwardness from just moments before. With a generous smile, she extended her hand, stating, "I have inquired about you for quite some time. Should I address you as Xiang Hao or Saint San?" Xiang Hao was not one to hesitate. He offered a gentle handshake. "You may call me Xiang Hao. In truth, I prefer not to be addressed as Saint San. And you, esteemed angel?" Qian Rinchue, with her radiant wings, revealed her identity without concealment. After exchanging these words, the two fell into a contemplative silence, each assessing the other. Now that they were acquainted, they found themselves at a loss for further conversation. Qian Rinchue, however, felt a sense of urgency she could not simply admit. "I am Xiang. What an absurd scenario. Her brother transformed into a woman. Xiang Hao might find it difficult to accept upon first meeting." Her violet eyes remained fixed on Xiang Hao, who had changed considerably over the past year. Though the reason eluded her, there was an undeniable allure emanating from him. Eventually, Qian Rinchue broke the silence. "Your cultivation has not waned over the years. That hand you displayed earlier, was it an external soul bone? I find it difficult to disengage from its power." Intrigued, Xiang Hao did not hold back. He opened his shoulders, and 4 crimson arms emerged. Qian Rinchue, drawn in by curiosity, approached for a closer inspection. As she neared, the scarlet soul energy seemed to surge towards her uncontrollably. In that moment of contact, Qian Rinchue realized that this very force had been interfering with her. The crimson energy rushed towards her as if it were magnetized, and her 6-winged angel martial spirit burst forth, radiating countless golden beams that intertwined with the golden soul energy. Simultaneously, Xiang Hao's martial spirit was unleashed, enveloping him in black-red soul energy and blood patterns, as the flowing crimson energy intertwined with Qian Rinchue's golden light, reminiscent of the events of the previous day. Xiang Hao watched this spectacle, recalling how it had been when he first encountered Qian Douluo. Only then, it seemed that only his soul energy had flowed towards Qian Douluo. Was there a connection between his martial spirit and the six-winged angel? With this thought, he cast a glance towards the elder hall behind him, eyeing the old fox. Qianren remained in awe of the unfolding phenomena. The golden and crimson soul energies intertwined, forming a vortex in the air. Gradually, the golden energy began to manifest behind her, taking the shape of a six-winged holy light angel, poised with a sword. In tandem, the scarlet soul energy coalesced behind Xiang Hao, materializing into a blood shadow, tall and imposing, with eyes gleaming with a boundless murderous intent. Chapter 70. The Feeling of Liking Someone? Gratitude to book friend 3970 for the monthly ticket. Additional updates. In that fleeting moment, the distinct soul energies coursed through both their bodies, and neither experienced discomfort. The overwhelming, domineering energy washed over them repeatedly, merging their soul powers into a mysterious purple energy, seemingly imbued with immense destructive intent. What is happening? Qianren appeared somewhat bewildered. If her conjecture was correct, it seemed that my martial spirit and the six-winged angel's martial spirit had resonated with one another. Xiang Hao responded, quietly attuning himself to this surge of power. The two sat cross-legged, exchanging no words, yet both felt the intensity of the energy amplifying their cultivation speed several-fold. Their soul power visibly surged, almost in a manner perceptible to the naked eye. At that moment, Douluo in the Elder Hall gazed upon the violet ring and erupted into a hearty laugh. His conjecture had materialized. He had never anticipated that a single individual could possess such an exceedingly ferocious martial soul, perfectly aligned with the six-winged angel and unequivocally divine martial soul. This Xiang Hao's martial soul could indeed stand on equal footing. What an epitome of a demon! Meanwhile, below, Xiang Hao and Qianren had entered a peculiar meditative state. Their consciousness seemed to have transcended into a wondrous realm, silently gazing at one another. It appeared they had entered a shared meditative space, where their mental energies were entirely intertwined, merging into one ocean of consciousness. Time lingered in this state, until the moon ascended to the treetops and fragrant flower petals had settled upon their shoulders and hair. Gradually, they both opened their eyes, quietly observing each other, and suddenly, laughter erupted from both. Without uttering a word, they seemed to have communicated profoundly in their minds. This extraordinary sensation, the feeling of soul communion, emerged at the moment their consciousnesses intertwined, eliminating any barriers between them. Xiang Hao could almost sense the emotional fluctuations of Qianren at this instant. Then, his attention inadvertently fell upon the gemstone ring adorning Qianren finger. This ring was familiar to him. Was it not the very token that Bibi Dong had bestowed upon him as a master's gift? You've been wearing it all along? I was quite anxious when I could not find it back then, Xiang Hao remarked with a smile. Oh, is that so? I had my subordinates search for you, and they only found this ring in some blood-stained scraps, Qianren replied, sorrowfully removing the ring, intending to return it to Xiang Hao. Xiang Hao pushed it away, declaring, No, I bestow this ring upon you. It now serves as a cherished memory for you and holds no significance for me. Upon hearing this, Qianren's spirits lifted considerably. Reflecting on the many years the ring had accompanied her, she said, Please, wait a moment. With great seriousness, Qianren rummaged through her soul-guiding device and eventually produced a flowering plant. Isn't this the fragrant Qilua? Moreover, it appears to be the very one from that time. I have retrieved this celestial herb. It should be of great assistance to you. Xiang Hao gazed upon the delicate seedling of the fragrant silk, nurtured within an exquisitely crafted jade vase. Its leaves and petals appeared lush and vibrant, a testament to the owner's devoted care. It seemed that Qianren remained unaware of the ice and fire duality. In truth, Xiang Hao had once possessed a celestial treasure of fragrant silk, bestowed upon him by Yu Guan, yet it had been carelessly discarded by Xiang Yu. Regardless, upon receiving such a thoughtful gift, Xiang Hao felt a surge of joy. Beneath the moonlit sky, the two exchanged silent glances, enveloped in a world that felt exclusively theirs. In just an afternoon, they appeared to have known each other for years, their long-suppressed emotions flowing freely, unencumbered at last. After a considerable time, they slowly distanced themselves. Then, see you tomorrow, Qianren said with a gentle smile, tilting her head slightly as she inquired of Xiang Hao. Yes, tomorrow. See you then, Xiang Hao replied, momentarily dazed. He watched as Qianren turned back, flashing him a smile that melted his heart. In that instant, he beheld the golden-haired maiden and learned her name, Qianren, the granddaughter of Douluo. Her charm was as enchanting as ever, and she had become his irresistible poison. As he made his way back, the journey felt interminably lengthy. He stumbled against a low wall, his senses dulled. Upon returning to his abode, he found Hulaina seemingly awaiting his return. Upon seeing him, particularly in his dampened state, her ire flared. She confronted him about his whereabouts, yet Xiang Hao, preoccupied with his thoughts, offered a casual apology before retreating to his room. "You ungrateful wretch! I shall not concern myself with you any longer." Hulaina's voice echoed in the living room, but Xiang Hao was too absorbed in his reverie to contemplate her words. He felt as though he were feverish, the day's events replaying like a vivid recording in his mind. A smile involuntarily crept across his lips as he became ensnared in this enchanting whirlpool of emotions. To his exhilaration, he sensed that Qianren shared in his elation. Though uncertain, he recognized it as a joyous, uplifting sentiment. "What has come over me?" Xiang Hao mused, gripping his hair as he sank onto the edge of his bed, unable to contain his happiness. Meanwhile, Qianren was not faring much better. She had buried herself deep within her covers. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she recalled their brief moment of closeness. "Oh dear, how did I let him touch my foot?" she thought, replaying the sensation in her mind. "I was too hasty, yet his hand was so warm. What am I thinking?" Unlike Xiang Hao, Qianren had meticulously imagined their meeting countless times, yet this encounter had exceeded her wildest expectations, catching her off guard, though it was a delightful surprise. She could also sense that he was equally pleased. "Hep, silly boy, I shall deal with you tomorrow," she chuckled softly, pulling the blanket tighter around herself. "Is this what it feels like to be enamored? Quite pleasant indeed. One fool is unlikely to gain enlightenment, even though he has an elder who could offer some guidance." At this moment, Xiang Yu chooses to indulge in the spectacle of another's misfortune, not for any other reason, but because this mischievous lad has often put him in awkward positions. Finally witnessing his downfall, he wishes to linger a while longer. "Ah, what is love in this world?" Xiang Yu sighs deeply, burdened by an inexhaustible sense of melancholy. His tale is intricate and deserves a more fitting time to unfold. At present, Xiang Hao remains in a state of confusion and despondency, oscillating between joy and uncertainty. Chapter 71. The God of War soul. After a restless night of tossing and turning, Xiang Hao emerges in the morning with prominent dark circles under his eyes. Upon encountering Hulaina, he can only offer an awkward smile to mask his embarrassment, while she, in turn, completely ignores him, storming off to the training room. Xiang Hao, lost in memories of the extraordinary connection from the previous day, raises his hand to reveal a crimson soul power emanating from his palm, tinged with a faint purplish hue. Though the nature of this transformation remains unclear, last night, Xiang Yu had mentioned that this purple soul power harbors an immensely domineering force. He is puzzled as to why his martial soul resonates with that of the six-winged angel. "Your martial soul is quite extraordinary. I am uncertain of its origins. But upon awakening, I have assisted in modifying it, tempering the violent essence within," Xiang Yu explained. This clarification alleviated many of Xiang Hao's doubts. He indeed felt a newfound control over his martial soul, which seemed to have undergone a significant transformation. It was no longer merely a simple enhancement of his physical abilities. It appeared he had entered an elevated state of being. "You have significantly upgraded this martial soul, making it comparable to divine-level souls," Xiang Yu declared with an air of proud arrogance. Listening to him, Xiang Hao summoned his martial soul for a closer inspection. "This martial soul shall be named God of War," Xiang Hao concluded, believing the name to be exceptionally fitting for both the soul and Xiang Yu. "However, I am uncertain about the blood markings appearing on your martial soul. They resemble a mysterious totem, exuding a ferocious power that far exceeds my imagination." When Xiang Yu spoke these words, it was evident that he harbored some trepidation. Xiang Hao had never before heard Xiang Yu articulate himself in such a tone. He had indeed studied the blood patterns on his body, the sole distinction being that these markings became increasingly intricate and numerous as his soul power grew. These designs, which Xiang Hao had never encountered, evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Moreover, when he unleashed his soul technique, the blood patterns seemed to incite a tumultuous surge of blood within him. Aside from that, there was nothing particularly remarkable. Previously, Xiang Hao had not perceived any differences. But after his exchange with Xiang Yu, he became increasingly attentive. He later discovered that each time he circulated his soul power, these blood patterns appeared to harmonize the flow of his soul power with the divine martial decision, thereby rendering his emitted soul power more refined and formidable. Furthermore, after reaching the 45th level, the growth of his soul power had become exceedingly sluggish, attributed to these blood patterns, which seemed to filter and continuously refine his soul power. Fortunately, Xiang Hao was diligent in his practice. Otherwise, his soul power might have diminished rather than increased. It appeared that he needed to intensify his training henceforth. Contemplating this, He recalled the events of the previous day. There was no denying that both their soul powers had undergone significant elevation within that violet aura. Was she waiting for him? Sensing the fluctuations of the sea of consciousness, he felt as if another person was currently in a state of urgency. Without hesitation, Xiang Hao stepped out and hastened toward the elder hall. Shortly after he had slipped out, a graceful figure emerged quietly from behind the door, following closely in his wake. Huliana's mood was utterly dismal. When her junior brother returned yesterday, he was visibly distracted. She intended to uncover who had been bewitching her junior brother. Determined not to let the culprit escape her grasp, Xiang Hao was indeed anxious, entirely oblivious to Huliana's pursuit, or perhaps the path was so conspicuous. A straight line leading directly to the elder hall. Upon reaching the end of the path, he encountered a low wall. Noticing no one around, he gracefully leaped over it. Meanwhile, Huliana's figure quietly emerged behind him, and she realized where her junior had ventured, the elder hall. Little Hao had never been to the elder hall. Why was he drawn here as if enchanted? Huliana was filled with confusion. In the elder hall, there were hardly any female students, let alone female elders. Surely her junior could not have such peculiar tastes. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. At that moment, Xiang Hao arrived beneath the tree, where he noticed Qian Rinxue seemed to have been waiting for quite some time. Initially striding confidently, he hesitated upon seeing her. Today, Qian Rinxue donned a flowing dress of pale yellow, her delicate feet adorned with crystal sandals resting against the tree. Her long golden hair was elegantly braided and pinned up, and her enchanting eyes were continuously scanning the wall, suddenly lighting up as if she had spotted her target, her gaze lingering on him with a charming smile. "Have you been waiting long?" Xiang Hao approached and gently inquired, though he was bemused by the softness of his own voice. How utterly embarrassing. "Not long, to put it differently." "I just arrived as well," Qian Rinxue replied, her eyes sparkling as she regarded Xiang Hao. She reached out a finger and lightly touched his heart, saying, "This is where one can sense it." The moment those words escaped her lips, both were left blushing furiously. Qian Rinxue's boldness rendered Xiang Hao's face crimson. They both understood the implication of her words, yet the frankness left him flustered. Qian Rinxue, too, felt a twinge of discomfort. She was unsure why she had spoken so bluntly. Perhaps it was a result of all those years spent in the Tiando royal family, where she had often been surrounded by noble young ladies who spoke so candidly. After hearing such explicit remarks for years, it baffled her that she now found herself expressing them. How did they manage to speak so unflinchingly? "By the way, I've come to understand our martial spirits. Grandfather has informed me," Qian Rinxue said with a light laugh, attempting to ease the earlier awkwardness. "According to him, our martial spirits are likely to be naturally complementary. While it may not seem entirely rational, there is indeed such a possibility." Xiang Hao nodded, recalling that Xiang Yu had previously conveyed such words to him. Should he attempt it once more? As he spoke, he slowly extended his right hand, releasing a sanguine aura that emanated a blood-red glow. Qian Rinxue also lifted her right hand, and a golden halo appeared, which, akin to Xiang Hao's, bore a hint of purple luminescence. Gradually, the two hues intertwined in the air, coalescing into a swirling vortex that slowly transformed into a violet ring. Had there been others present, they would have clearly discerned that the dominant force of this vortex was the sanguine glow. At that moment, atop the Elder Hall, Qian Douluo was laughing heartily, affirming that the future hope of the Spirit Hall rested upon them. "Would you not agree, Your Holiness?" Beside him, Bibi Dong's emotions were tumultuous as she gazed at the expanding violet glow on the ground, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 72, The True Catastrophe of Destruction. The burial of the worldly Arhat. Only then did Bibi Dong comprehend the deep connection between Qian Daolia's words and Xiang Hao, observing the duo's continuous merging. She recalled that Qian Daoluo exhibited a similar reaction upon their first encounter. Spirit fusion. The utterance of this phrase seemed to drain her of all strength, her fingers gripping her staff tightly as if she might shatter it at any moment, yet after exerting herself for a time, she reluctantly relaxed her grip. After all, she is your daughter. You must be aware of these matters. For instance, the bond between these two little ones is far deeper than you might imagine. Qian Daoluo said unhurriedly, perceiving boundless hope within the violet glow. The purity and extremity of this energy surpassed his wildest expectations. Strangely, Bibi Dong did not retort this time. After a prolonged gaze at the two figures in the distance, she exhaled deeply. A significant rift had emerged in her beliefs not long ago. Although she continuously sought to persuade herself, recent events were gradually widening this fissure. In that moment, Bibi Dong suddenly lost her long-held sense of direction. Hatred and madness swirled within her, Yet as she watched her daughter and disciple, she found herself unable to harden her heart for the first time. With a sigh, Bibi Dong turned and instructed, "Have her come to see me tomorrow, under the pretense of other tasks for the Heaven Do Empire." With that, she departed without looking back. While Qian Dalu smiled faintly, acknowledging her role as the child's mother. Simultaneously, Hulaina, deeply ensnared in shock, stole a glance and then hastily retreated. She was aware that the martial spirit was the six-winged angel, a divine existence beyond her reach. The girl was the daughter of the former pope. This revelation was too astounding. She could not linger within the elder hall and needed to report to her teacher swiftly. Following their fusion the previous day, Xiang Hao and Qianrenxue found this subsequent merging considerably more effortless. Everything flowed seamlessly, and the soul power they exchanged dwarfed that of the previous day. The violet vortex spiraled upward, forming a colossal spiral column in midair, its height progressively ascending. Yet, it seemed both were beginning to strain. "Can you still hold on?" Xiang Hao inquired with concern, his soul power already significantly depleted. He expressed worry about Qianrenxue's condition, saying, "What are you thinking? My soul power surpasses yours, after all." Xiang Hao, realizing the situation, recalled that in her childhood, her soul power had surpassed his by nearly 30 levels. This moment was somewhat awkward. However, it must be noted that Qianrenxue's condition was far from optimal, as her internal soul power had been nearly depleted. This was an experiment for both of them. Given the profound connection between their martial souls, they might be able to forge a unique fusion of their powers. The purple luminescence ascended continuously, reaching a height of nearly 10 zhang before it ceased. As a mist of purple dissipated and with their synchronized calls, a colossal figure emerged from within. It was a towering six-armed arhat, with an inscrutable countenance and a pair of golden eyes radiating brilliance. Each of its 6 arms wielded a distinct weapon: a spear, a ring, a sword, a tower, a dagger, and a bow, arranged symmetrically around its form, with arcs of purple lightning coursing between them. Destruction's true calamity, world burial arhat. These 8 words reverberated in their minds for a long while. The purple glow of the 6-armed arhat nearly reached the height of the Elder Hall. At that moment, Qian Dalu could no longer remain seated. With a slight motion, he appeared beside the arhat's head. It was only upon close proximity that he truly felt the terrifying pressure emanating from it. As a super Douluo, he found himself trembling in the presence of this mere illusion, which embodied the most tyrannical laws of the world. The commotion caused by these 2 juniors was not insignificant. In a flash, the golden crocodile Douluo appeared beside Qian Dalu, and simultaneously, several other figures emerged, revealing the presence of other titled elders of the Elder Hall. This unusual occurrence had awakened all the old guardians from their seclusion. Qian Dalu smiled faintly and calmly declared, "Celebrate, everyone. The future of the continent is now in the hands of the Spirit Hall. Congratulations, Master." The surrounding individuals responded in unison. Qian Dalu could no longer contain his joy, his laughter echoing far and wide. At that moment, in the Hall of the Pope, Bibi Dong observed the scene with a slight smile, as if her objectives had been partially fulfilled. Although the outcome was unexpected, it appeared to be quite favorable, as if it were the best arrangement. At least in this moment, Bibi Dong felt a sense of comfort. "Master, I have something to report," Hulina panted as she rushed back. "I am aware." Bibi Dong replied without turning her head, her tone serene. "Master, it concerns Xiang Hao. I know. Your concealment was not very effective. Many of the shadow guards have noticed you." Bibi Dong responded calmly, and Hulina understood. "Remember to keep your junior brother's matters confidential. Do not inquire further," Bibi Dong said slowly, prompting Hulina to depart. For her, clarity had suddenly emerged regarding many matters. "Well then, let this be a path cleared for you." The purple light outside remains as piercing as ever, illuminating the Spirit Hall with its brilliance. In another part of this vibrant continent, by the lakeside, a green aura emanates continuously from the water. Where this luminescence touches, countless flowers and grasses thrive with exuberance, and the fish in the lake swim with newfound vigor. Everything radiates vitality, all stemming from a figure at the lake's center. Upon closer inspection, it is none other than the endangered Tang San. As the tumult subsides, Tang San leaps from the water, effortlessly grasping a basket of fish he had caught and sauntering towards a quaint wooden cabin on the shore. He pushes the door open to find his father, Tang Hao, resting on the bed. "Father, I have returned. I will prepare dinner immediately," Tang San announces, beginning to handle the ingredients at hand. He chops wood and kindles a fire, and soon the enticing aroma of cooking wafts through the air. Tang Hao, drawn by the delightful scent, slowly turns over, ready to partake in the meal. Thus, the father and son share a simple but serene dinner. When Tang Hao first awoke to find himself missing an arm and a leg, he felt fortunate that other injuries had not been life-threatening. Thankfully, Tang San's life had been preserved. Subsequently, Tang Hao took Tang San away from Shrek Academy, uncertain whether their adversary would seek revenge. His sole desire was to ensure his son's safety. The two of them journeyed onward to the valley where Ayin resided, only to be astounded by the sight that greeted them. From the valley's lowest point, a small spring bubbled forth, gradually coalescing into a gentle stream. Along its banks, countless blue-silver grasses flourished wildly, creating a veritable ocean of blue. Eventually, they discovered that this spring water was imbued with a rich life force, nurturing the blue-silver grasses in the valley, causing the stream to swell until it formed a small lake. The two settled by this lake, and after some time, their injuries nearly healed. Chapter 73. Dusk also signifies dawn. Tang San served dinner to his father, carefully adding drops of a green crystalline liquid from a jade vial into Tang Hao's meal. "Father, this is the life essence I condensed today." Tang Hao accepted it without comment. After losing an arm and a leg, his strength had diminished to a level beyond 70, and worse still, he had been stripped of his soul bones. This disruption had thoroughly derailed Tang Hao's plans. He had never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. Although he encountered this miraculous spring, which healed the injuries of both father and son, Tang Hao could no longer enjoy a peaceful slumber under the watchful gaze of such a formidable being. Nevertheless, a sense of solace emerged as his son seemed to adapt splendidly to this environment. The pace at which Tang San cultivated within these waters accelerated manifold. Surrounded by the encircling blue-silver grass, Tang San's own blue-silver grass inherited the lineage of Ayin, transforming into the blue-silver emperor. Under the influence of this environment, the blue-silver emperor underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. The once poison-infused blue-silver grass had developed a dark violet hue. Now, after being refined by the pure essence of life, vibrant emerald green patterns coursed through it, restoring the blue-silver grass to its lively azure green state. The vitality of the blue-silver emperor, strengthened in turn, became increasingly resilient and powerful. Now, Tang San comprehended that he had seemingly lost sight of the essence in his pursuit. For a plant already rich in life force, this method of cultivation appeared to be far more effective in enhancing strength. Otherwise, when confronted by a foe that countered his abilities, he found himself utterly helpless. This thought brought to mind that formidable figure, who seemed not to have exerted his full strength, leaving Tang San at a loss. Had it not been for the director's desperate intervention back then, he would have already met his demise. With a self-deprecating smile, Tang San acknowledged his own inadequacy and strength. Yet, he felt fortunate to have encountered such a fountain of life. One day, he vowed to repay these debts. Clenching his fists tightly, he gazed resolutely into the distance, declaring, "Spirit Hall, cloaked figures, whoever you may be, I shall one day avenge these grievances." This occurrence is not merely coincidental. Simultaneously, numerous locations on Douluo star have witnessed such divine phenomena, suggesting that certain connections are being fortified. In a distant corner of the starry sea, a grand assembly has just concluded. Following a unanimous decision by the Divine Council, it has been decreed that all deities shall enhance their ties with subordinate realms, select successors, and summon new gods to ascend. With two deities coexisting, the strength of the divine realm will be bolstered to confront the impending cataclysm. The goddess of life, typically graceful and composed, spoke with an unusual gravity, having proposed this initiative herself. While it may diminish the power of each deity, it could potentially offer a glimmer of hope for the survival of the divine realm. Her words left the assembled gods in stunned silence, as the solemnity of the God King's discourse momentarily rendered them speechless. Ultimately, under the guidance of the benevolent and malevolent God Kings, all deities hastily began to select their successors. On Douluo Star, the blue-silver valley stands as a bastion of vitality, which explains the emergence of the fountain of life there. Amidst the panic of the gods during the assembly, a seemingly inconspicuous second-tier deity, the god of reincarnation, wore a subtle smirk. Just as the divine realm found itself overwhelmed, deep within the heart of Douluo Star, a pair of beastly eyes gradually opened, heralding the brewing of a significant transformation. This upheaval will impact countless lives, and on the Douluo continent, for individuals have already sensed this change. This era of gods, unbeknownst to them, also signifies the twilight of the deities, as the resounding calamity of the gods begins at this very moment. Douluo fervently prayed before the angel god, his heart ablaze with an unquenchable fervor. not for any other reason, but because the bottleneck in his cultivation has gradually weakened. As he becomes the guide for the angel god, he comprehends the implications of this role, causing the centenarian to tremble with excitement. My lord, have my efforts garnered your acknowledgement? In two other realms, similar scenes unfold, as the structure of Douluo star undergoes continual transformation, with new powers encroaching upon the planet. Meanwhile, all deities in the divine realm are preoccupied with their tasks. No one comprehends the nature of the impending disaster, although dissenting voices arise. The stance of the five god kings remains resolute. They are uncertain of the challenges that lie ahead. But one thing is clear, it is far more terrifying than the dragon god. Recently, Xiang Hao has found a peculiar sense of tranquility. Having not seen his senior sister for quite some time, it appears she has moved away, while he frequents the Douluo palace daily. Each time, Qianren patiently waits beneath the tree for him. As their exchanges of soul power increase, their emotional connection becomes ever clearer. This, perhaps, is what one might call a true understanding of one another. When they meet, Qianren naturally intertwines her arm with Xiang Hao's. Why are we so late today? Xiang Hao mused, perplexed. Yesterday, Qianren had asked him to come later, leaving him curious about what had transpired. He sensed significant fluctuations in her emotions this morning, oscillating from anger to sorrow, and then seemingly to joy. Intrigued, he pondered what had occurred. Nothing much. I met your teacher, Qianren replied, linking her arm with Xiang Hao's as they settled by the tree. In that moment, she resembled a child, chattering away while Xiang Hao listened intently. In truth, our relationship has been rather poor. She has seldom spoken to me. Today, we exchanged more words than in the past 20 years combined. Qianren continued, her demeanor brightening as she recounted many stories he had never known. Grandfather has been quite happy lately, for the first time in years. I feel the warmth of so many caring for me. Then, turning to face Xiang Hao earnestly, she remarked, it seems that after meeting you, everything has improved. This sudden gaze caught Xiang Hao off guard. I haven't done anything, he replied softly. Their eyes met, intertwining in a shared understanding. This was the first time Qianren had truly felt happiness, as if her life had undergone a rapid transformation in just a few days. However, her expression dimmed considerably. But the day after tomorrow, I must leave. Where to? Of course, I have a mission. I've only snuck back for these few days. It's time for me to return, Qianren said quietly. In these brief days, her mindset had already shifted profoundly. With that, she stood abruptly, walking slowly towards the tree's edge, petals falling gracefully onto her shoulders. Observing this, Xiang Hao rose as well, reaching out to brush the scattered strands of hair from her face. Yet, she suddenly dodged away, her figure turning, and in that fleeting moment, a waft of fragrance enveloped him. Xiang Hao felt a delicate imprint of her scent upon his lips, but by the time he registered it, she had already dashed away, leaving him frozen in place, hands still outstretched, lost in contemplation. Chapter 74. Unforgiving retribution. Embracing the lingering fragrance that surrounded him, Xiang Hao remained dazed, rooted in his spot. The true culprit has long since fled, laughing foolishly from a distance. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Hao found himself smiling vacantly, as such an occurrence had never transpired in his past. He could feel his heart being ensnared, yet he was utterly willing. Akin to being immersed in a pot of honey, powerless yet profoundly sweet. He wandered back home, lost in thought, when that unromantic figure reappeared. Who would have thought you were also a romantic at heart? Not bad. You possess the charm of my younger days, and your insight is indeed keen. Xiang Yu exclaimed with hearty laughter, clearly delighted. What of it? Are you not the same? Xiang Hao retorted. Historically, which sovereign has not entertained multiple wives? You are the one showered with countless affections. As Xiang Hao spoke, Xiang Yu's tone grew increasingly grave. That is the memory I wish to forget. Yet you have unearthed it. I remember everything about her vividly, yet I have no desire to revisit those moments. In my previous life, I, Xiang Yu, believed I had not been bested by anyone. I merely succumbed to fate. I have no regrets, but Xiang Yu paused, his voice gradually descending into a somber tone. She followed me throughout my life, and I believed I had treated her well during my rise to power. However, in the end, I betrayed her. That was not her destined fate. All of this is due to me, my failures, my inability to conquer this treacherous fate. Xiang Yu's voice sharpened. I once thought this would be my last time reflecting on such matters, but I was mistaken. Xiang Yu's voice, deep and nearly inaudible, conveyed a chilling sorrow that penetrated to the very marrow. The narrative behind this formidable figure appeared to be far more intricate than Xiang Hao had initially presumed. Regrettably, he was but a remnant of a soul, with memories that remained fragmented. Xiang Hao could only glean fragments of information from the crevices of these recollections. This time, I shall not face defeat again. If the heavens conspire against me, let my iron spear pierce the very sky. With this enigmatic remark, Xiang Hao was left in a state of perplexity. Xiang Hao had grown accustomed to his circumstances. However, his recent fusion training with Qianren Chue had accelerated at an impressive pace. Over these days, he had notably sensed a significant increase in his soul power. Now on the verge of breaking through to level 48, drawing ever closer to his goal of 50. Moreover, his progress in the divine martial technique had yielded considerable advancement, as he had just last night ascended to the pinnacle of the 5th realm, entering the early stages of the 6th realm. Upon reaching this 6th stage, he had truly embarked on the path of martial enlightenment, embodying the essence of golden light, a formidable barrier for practitioners of the divine martial technique. Only those above the 6th realm could genuinely be regarded as divine martialists. Regrettably, such days were nearing their end. After another day of training with Qianren Chue, before he could even feel sorrow over her imminent departure, he unexpectedly encountered someone, Zhang Liemo. Following their last meeting, where he had merely mentioned a few words, Xiang Hao was taken aback by Zhang Liemo's swift actions. He meticulously examined the information regarding Tang San that Zhang Liemo had brought. If accurate, it appeared that Tang San's movements were rather limited. He had emerged from a small village named Holy Spirit Village, subsequently attending the Wujiang City Primary Soul Master Academy. And beyond that, his path led to Shrek Academy. Thus, it could be inferred that Tang San's greatest trump card lay within the Haotian clan and the formidable figure of his father. Such revelations offered Xiang Hao a measure of reassurance. Are these facts reliable? He inquired. They should be accurate, Zhang Liemo replied respectfully. A significant portion of this information was provided by Tang San's roommate at the Wujiang Academy, hence its high reliability. Though Xiang Hao found it challenging to adjust to Zhang Liemo's demeanor, after numerous attempts to address it without success, he ultimately chose to allow it to be. As he delved into the details of the documents, Xiang Hao found himself lost in contemplation. Although he had long suspected he might not be the only fortunate soul in this world, the reality of such a possibility stirred unease within him. The notion that someone else possessed intimate knowledge of his existence was inherently perilous. No one would permit their adversaries to roam freely without concern. And Xiang Hao was no exception. With this thought, his brows furrowed even more tightly, a scene that Zhang Liemo keenly observed. He could not fathom why his lord would display such concern over a mere youth with a paper-thin power level of approximately 30. In his mind, a singular thought emerged. This individual had evidently provoked his lord. At the very moment Xiang Hao met Zhang Liemo, an order swiftly disseminated through the Dark Crow network. In recent days, Wang Xing had been in high spirits. While attending to matters at the Spirit Hall, he had inadvertently overheard the bishop's steward mention the name Tang San, which piqued his interest. He attempted to convey to the steward that he seemed to know someone by that name. Initially, the steward showed little interest, however. Upon discovering that the martial spirit in question was the blue silvergrass, he immediately latched onto Wang Xing, producing several healing elixirs. In an instant, Wang Xing lowered his guard, eagerly discussing his acquaintance with Tang San. He could hardly recall the details of the conversation, only that the steward subsequently went to report to Spirit City, promising a significant reward to come. Wang Xing had been exhilarated for several days thereafter. As the days drew near, Wang Shang, as usual, visited the Spirit Hall to inquire about the situation. Indeed, the esteemed attendant had returned. Esteemed attendant, how fortunate! Has the Spirit Hall recognized my friend's innate talent? This surely merits my recommendation, Wang Xing exclaimed with palpable excitement, emphasizing the depth of his connection with Tang San, while discreetly gesturing with his right hand, still hopeful for the rewards. The last batch of elixirs given by the attendant had fetched him thousands of silver coins in the mercenary guild. Oh, you are quite familiar with each other. That simplifies matters. The attendant casually jotted down an address on a piece of paper. Meet me there tonight. Some matters are too sensitive to disclose directly, he added. Adopting a cautious demeanor, Wang Sheng tucked the note away, feeling as though he had received a treasured gift, and expressed his gratitude for the Spirit Hall's generosity before departing with satisfaction. That night, Wang Xing arrived at the designated location, overwhelmed by desire. He had lost all sense of awareness. After a prolonged wait, he finally spotted a figure approaching slowly, clad in black and wearing a sinister black crow mask. As he drew closer, he recognized it to be the esteemed attendant. "Ah, you have arrived. What an unusual attire. I scarcely recognized you," he remarked. Mindful of his surroundings within the Spirit Hall, a chilling voice responded, "Let's proceed." Where is my reward? Here it is, the attendant replied. And with a flash of silver light, he uttered ominously, the Crow Master commands, anyone close to Tang San shall be executed without mercy. Chapter 75. The Eye of Ice and Fire. Such events were unfolding in numerous corners. At Zhong Li's behest, countless dark crows wielded their blades, plunging Nodding City into a state of terror. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao remained engulfed in sorrow, as Qian Rinxue prepared to report back today. This would be their final moment of fusion and cultivation. Qian Rinxue rose slowly, her voice gentle yet resolute. It is time for me to return. I have delayed too long. She deliberately turned away, avoiding Xiang Hao's gaze. Parting was always poignant, especially for those who had only just begun to grow familiar with one another. In truth, it had only been a week since their first meeting. Yet their understanding of each other transcended the depths of several years. Xiang Hao remained silent, gently tucking Qian Rinxue's hair behind her ear. Both understood that there are moments when one finds themselves beyond their own control. In truth, the words exchanged between them over the past few days were few. Yet they clearly comprehended each other's emotions. The fusion of their spirits had eradicated any secrets that once lingered between them. I will wait for you, Xiang Hao finally declared after a long contemplation. Qian Rinxue, observing his earnest expression, couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that this fool was indeed at a loss for words. I understand now. Then I shall take my leave. Do you have no words to express? Xiang Hao awkwardly scratched his head, pondering how to express himself. After a moment of contemplation, he regained his composure and solemnly stepped forward to embrace Qian Rinxue. The process was both tense and swift. However, the latter was undeniably dissatisfied. Determined, she firmly grasped his head and planted a heavy kiss on his lips, only then feeling a sense of fulfillment. Being teased once could be understood. But if this continued, Xiang Hao would merely be a reckless young man driven by his passions. Xiang Hao's arm encircled Qian Rinxue's waist, and their response was awkward yet enchanting, both inexperienced in such situations, which rendered them momentarily bashful. It was not until Qian Rinxue, her cheeks flushed, gently pushed Xiang Hao away that they gazed breathlessly at one another, both breaking into smiles. Shortly thereafter, Qian Rinxue departed, and Xiang Hao remained uncertain of the nature of her mission, though it appeared to be of considerable secrecy, as evidenced by the presence of a titled Douluo among her escorts. Consequently, Xiang Hao devoted himself to fervent cultivation, as his soul power approached the 50-level threshold, a breakthrough he endeavored to achieve. From that point on, Xiang Hao spent nearly all his time beneath the Hanxiang tree, until one day Yu Guan sought him out. It seemed the days were indeed favorable. The Pope had urgently retreated for seclusion and entrusted Yu Guan to assist him in hunting for the fifth soul ring. Thus, Xiang Hao accompanied Yu Guan to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Upon arriving at this location, Xiang Yu could no longer contain himself. Youngster, how many times have I mentioned this place? You have finally come, Haven Tiu? For martial artists, both frigid and scorching realms serve as excellent grounds for tempering the body, and the Eye of Ice and Fire, embodying both extremes, is an unparalleled venue. There is no better place for you. Regardless of Xiang Yu's enthusiastic discourse, Xiang Hao was acutely aware of the perilous nature of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Should he falter, it would indeed fulfill Xiang Yu's wishes. Ha ha ha, my dear lad, you still doubt me, don't you? Xiang Hao shrugged in resignation, having already fallen into one of his traps before. No need for that. This is your life, your journey, and you have your own adversaries, Xiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. At this moment, Xiang Hao, alongside Yu Guan, stepped into the heart of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Before them lay a spring of water, where boiling hot broth and chilling icy springs converged, creating a stark contrast. The rising steam formed a veil at the center, encircling the spring, where an abundance of exquisite celestial herbs flourished, each one resplendently vibrant. Ha ha, Elder Ju, it seems you are more enamored with nurturing flowers than alchemy, Xiang Hao jested, as their long acquaintance had made such playful banter commonplace. These flowers possess their own spirit. Alchemy involves extracting their medicinal properties, adhering to the marvelous pharmacology, while nurturing flowers entails understanding their habits. Though different, both pursuits bring joy and are equally precious, Yu Guan replied softly, leaning down to inhale the fragrant aroma of the celestial herbs, her demeanor reminiscent of a gentle mother caring for her child. The vicinity of the Ice and Fire spring significantly enhances the flow of energy for cultivators, allowing for accelerated training compared to ordinary locations. You may cultivate in this area, but under no circumstances should you enter the spring itself. The waters are influenced by two toxic herbs, and your current strength is insufficient to withstand them. The moon's unease led to a series of reiterated admonitions, a behavior not entirely unwarranted, as Bibi Dong had similarly cautioned him in the past. After all, this young lad, Xiang Hao, seemed to attract a multitude of complications with each soul-hunting endeavor. Had it not been for his urgent seclusion, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly have accompanied him personally. However, upon hearing this news, Xiang Yu found himself quite exhilarated, remarking that if Bibi Dong were present, his gift would be rather awkward to present. This piqued Xiang Hao's curiosity, as he had recently commenced his assault on level 50. Positioned at the confluence of the two springs, the frigid and searing energies perpetually influenced him. Yet, amid such an environment, the flow of his divine martial arts intensified with fervor. As Xiang Hao gradually adapted and experimented, he inched closer to the spring's core, enduring increasingly potent forces. Simultaneously, he unleashed his martial spirit to fend off the encroaching cold and heat. Blood patterns blossomed upon his form, with torrents of crimson and violet energies coursing through him. The blood patterns on his arms appeared to be stirred by the dual energies, relentlessly devouring the onslaught of cold and heat. Xiang Hao's soul power expanded at an astonishing rate, and the bottleneck at level 49 was shattered almost instantaneously. He ascended to level 50, and the flow of energy surrounding him became increasingly magnificent, sending ripples of aura radiating outward. The immense energy attracted an influx of contrasting cold and hot currents, which surged into Xiang Hao's body. At that very moment, however, his hands became uncontrollable. The blood patterns on his skin flared vividly. His left arm burned with an unbearable heat, while his right arm endured a chilling discomfort. Quickly, enter the spring. You have absorbed too much cold and hot energy through those blood patterns. They must be neutralized, or these two forces will explode within you. Hurry, Xiang Yu urged anxiously. At this moment, Xiang Hao disregarded everything else, gritting his teeth as he plunged into the spring. To his left, he delved into the chilling waters, while to his right, he immersed himself in the fiery springs. Instantly, the explosive sensation in his arms subsided considerably. Before he could even relax, a more intense wave of scorching heat and piercing cold surged from both sides of his body. Xiang Hao, with a heavy heart, could only grit his teeth and endure. Since ancient times, body forging techniques have harbored an inherent flaw. Their domineering nature makes it exceedingly difficult to regulate one's own meridians. More often than not, they emphasize brute strength. In the perilous environment of the ice and fire spring, this flaw proved to be lethal as he struggled to balance the two opposing forces. Countless energies surged within Xiang Hao's body, a chaotic interplay of ice and fire, leaving him acutely aware that the muscles on his left side had become frozen, while those on his right side were scorched. "Old man, you might truly be the death of me this time," Xiang Hao muttered, gritting his teeth as warm blood seeped from his mouth. "Do not despair, we are almost there," Xiang Yu replied in a low voice. At that moment, the blood patterns on Xiang Hao's arms erupted once more, drawing in the myriad of frigid and fiery energies through his blood. His body temperature improved significantly in an instant. Listen closely, change direction every quarter of an hour. The blood patterns on your arms possess a remarkable capacity to absorb these contrasting energies. Utilize them to achieve equilibrium. Xiang Yu instructed promptly. Xiang Hao, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth and slowly shifted to the other side. His left arm, absorbing the frigid air, was submerged in the hot spring, while his right arm, absorbing the warmth, rested in the cold spring. As envisioned, the exchange of energies occurred, creating a suitable aquatic realm beside Xiang Hao. It was time. The next moment would reveal my gift. Xiang Yu articulated each word with clarity and then suddenly bellowed, "Consolidate." Countless crimson energies converged from all directions, forming a red halo that gradually coalesced in the air, transforming into a beam of light that surged into Xiang Hao's mind. In an instant, he was transported back to the scene where Xiang Yu had imparted the spear technique to him. Xiang Yu stood tall amidst a sea of corpses and blood, bathed in crimson, as countless enemies fell before him, each succumbing to the might of his spear. The silver light flashed like a dragon's claw, blossoming into a myriad of bloodflowers. One man, one spear, one battle formation. This was the might of the Overlord shattering the ranks. In a heartbeat, the atmosphere shifted. The specters of countless fallen foes drifted hauntingly around Xiang Yu, their faces twisted with resentment as they lunged forward. Another flash of silver light erupted, and numerous corpses were severed, blood splattering in all directions. Simultaneously, the scene before Xiang Hao began to blur. He still beheld the spring, yet a soul ring pulsated above him. As he glanced up, he found himself rooted in place by its overwhelming presence, a red soul ring. It seemed as if a ring forged from torrents of blood hovered above him, and the power contained within bore testament to its ancient essence of 100,000 years. Haha, young one, what do you think? This grand gift aligns with your desires, does it not? This embodies the essence of my power, the will of the Overlord. Xiang Yu explained with a grin. Do not worry, I have not placed a seal upon this soul ring. It will gradually unlock as your strength increases. Additionally, I bestow upon you two soul abilities, one for control, the crushing grasp, and the other, a domain skill, slaughter of thousands. As Xiang Hao listened to Xiang Yu's boastful recounting, he could no longer contain himself. The soul rings above his head swiftly retracted into his body. Old fool, I am still submerged in this predicament. Feeling the blood vessels in his arms gradually swell with pain, Xiang Hao struggled to break free. Fortunately, Yu Guan returned just in time. Indeed, you troublemaker, Yu Guan remarked. His tone laced with helplessness and urgency. He leapt gracefully over the surface of the spring and guided Xiang Hao out. In just a moment of absence, you found yourself in peril. If anything were to happen to you, I would truly be at a loss to explain to His Holiness the Pope. Xiang Hao, exhausted and devoid of the energy to apologize, collapsed onto the ground, commencing a regimen to regulate his breath. His current state appeared quite dire. One side of his body was scorched, the flesh splitting open and radiating a vivid crimson hue, while the other side had succumbed to the cold, the blood flow stifled, rendering it a ghastly pallor. At this moment, Yu Guan found little inclination to chastise him further. Instead, he swiftly channeled his soul energy to assist Xiang Hao in clearing his blood vessels. After a considerable time had passed, Xiang Hao's body gradually stabilized, and Yu Guan then arranged for him to rest in a safe place before taking his leave. Much later, Xiang Hao began to regain consciousness, realizing he had indeed survived a harrowing trial. Before he could utter a word, the haunting voice of Xiang Yu resonated once again. This time, it is considerably better than I had anticipated. Old man, your counsel nearly cost me my life. Xiang Hao retorted with a hint of irritation, then sat up, his arms suddenly shimmering with blue and red light. Observing his current physique, he noted that countless patches of skin had already rotted and fractured, yet, under the nurturing influence of the divine martial art, new skin had begun to emerge, glistening as if coated with a metallic sheen. I assured you I would not deceive you. After your immersion in the ice and fire spring, your physical constitution has ascended to new heights. Mere mortals cannot traverse the pinnacle of martial arts, Xiang Yu remarked, his tone calm. This was indeed a positive development, for in the ultimate contest of martial arts, it is the physical quality that prevails. After a certain level, skill loses its significance when pitted against raw strength. Xiang Hao gradually regulated the aura surrounding him, while the crimson soul ring behind him shimmered incessantly. With a single thought, the atmosphere around him transformed, and within a radius of 10 steps, a realm of corpses and seas of blood emerged, an arena of slaughter. Within this domain, all adversaries would experience a diminishment or even a complete loss of combat will, while simultaneously suffering a reduction of 50% in their strength, which would be siphoned off for his own use. There was no upper limit to this absorption, although it would be constrained by Xiang Hao's own power. It must be said that this was a divine technique. When Xiang Yu faced Tang Hao, it was this very skill he employed. At that moment, when he summoned this ability, the heavens and the earth were stained a deep crimson, and the area spanning nearly a kilometer was littered with corpses and bones. The title of Slaughterhouse was not merely for show. Alas, at present, he found himself far inferior to Xiang Yu, like a mere drop in the ocean. Ha ha ha, speak your mind. I can read your thoughts, Xiang Yu laughed heartily, relishing yet another moment of triumph. Xiang Hao chose not to respond, fully aware that engaging him would inevitably lead to an unrestrained flow of words. However, Xiang Yu remained entirely unconcerned, continuing to speak for himself. It's all right. You have merely grasped the rudiments of this skill and have yet to comprehend the essence of this realm. Intrigued by this, Xiang Hao inquired, what is it? One must admit, Xiang Yu possessed a remarkable talent for tantalizing others. Ha ha, guess what? Never mind, I shall reveal it to you. Have you ever taken a life? Xiang Yu's question left Xiang Hao momentarily stunned. Indeed, throughout his 2 lives, he had undertaken countless missions and vanquished numerous adversaries, yet he had never taken a life. His hands bore no trace of bloodshed. How could he possibly be the executioner of a massacre? Ha ha, truly, how could a hand untainted by blood befit a competent executioner? Thus, there remains a compulsory lesson for you. You must kill, many must perish. The word struck Xiang Hao like a heavy hammer upon his heart, rendering him momentarily transfixed as he gazed at his own hands, as though there existed a path to fulfill his grim requirement. Chapter 77. Ning Fengji's concerns Qian Rinxue returned to the Heaven Do Empire, resuming her life by the snow-clear river. The intrigues and power struggles once again became the prevailing themes of her existence. However, Qian Rinxue was no longer troubled, for her heart was no longer void. A steadfast strength would perpetually support her. "Your Highness, the sect master Ning has arrived," a subordinate reported, yet Ning Fengji had already entered unannounced. After all, he was her publicly recognized mentor, and there was no need for formalities to be observed. "Your Highness Qin Shan, was your recent mission executed smoothly? Everything went well?" Though there were minor discrepancies in the taxation of certain cities. While it is a trivial matter, it would be prudent to inspect it personally. Qian Rinxue replied with a calm smile, her demeanor remaining genteel and poised. Ning Fengji did not pry further, for he had other intentions for his visit. He took a seat beside Qian Rinxue, pondering for a moment before speaking. In the past 2 years, the miraculous potions disseminated by the Spirit Hall have swept across the continent. The pharmacology of these elixirs is exceedingly intricate. I have summoned the full strength of our sect to study them, yet we have yielded no fruitful results. Moreover, the elders within our sect are more adept in combat, leaving us at a loss regarding this matter. Indeed, the efficacy of the potions disseminated by the Spirit Hall is remarkable, yet their exorbitant prices are a significant drawback. If this trend continues, the Spirit Hall will gain control over the economic lifeblood of the continent, and it may impose further oppression upon us, Qian Rinxue mused, feigning contemplation. Her knowledge of the Spirit Hall's potions was admittedly limited, yet this issue seemed to intertwine with Xiang Hao. Ning Fengji continued, "Thus, I have come to inquire about the whereabouts of the poisoned Douluo. He is, after all, one of the few masters on the continent proficient in pharmacology." Ning Fengji finally articulated his intentions. To speak candidly, he had been feeling quite anxious these past few days. As the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the primary function of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda was to supplement and enhance soul masters. However, many of the elixirs sold by the Spirit Hall were designed for a temporary boost in power. Some were even healing potions, despite their subpar quality. The prices were still manageable for many soul masters, as they were significantly less expensive than hiring a dedicated support-type soul master. This influx of wealth into the Spirit Hall was not only detrimental, but also posed a considerable challenge to support-type soul masters. Recently, Ning Fengji had felt this impact acutely, as the esteemed name of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda seemed to lose its luster. "I apologize, Master. I truly am unaware of this matter. Although the poisoned Douluo is a guest elder of the Tiando royal family, he is inherently carefree and never discloses his whereabouts," Qian Rinxue replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's face fell in disappointment. Although he had held on to a glimmer of hope, now even that had vanished. Observing Ning Fengji's troubled expression, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but ponder how his reaction would be if he knew that Douluo had already allied with the Spirit Hall. However, she had not anticipated the profound impact these elixirs would have. "Xiang Hao, it seems you harbor many secrets," she mused, her gaze drifting towards the window. Meanwhile, that individual continued his cultivation within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Currently, Xiang Hao could only unlock the power of his 5th soul ring up to a limit of 30,000 years. Yet the oppressive aura of the Black Soul Ring remained formidable, although he had managed to deflect inquiries regarding the origin of his 5th soul ring from Yueguan. The latter's expression was tinged with skepticism, given that the ice and fire yin-yang eye had been fortified further under his guidance, rendering it implausible for any soul beasts to infiltrate. Nevertheless, he chose not to press the matter further. "Your excuse is still quite flimsy, but as this is your secret, I shall refrain from questioning it. I merely need to ensure that your 5th soul ring poses no issues." Xiang Hao subsequently demonstrated his prowess in his field, and the words of Yu Guan mirror those of Xiang Yu almost perfectly. Is it not absurd for a practitioner of a lethal domain to have never taken a life? Xiang Hao still vividly recalls the look of confusion on Yu Guan's face. "I have encountered something akin to this domain skill before, however. Your control within this realm appears to be considerably stronger," was Yu Guan's assessment. The similar domain that Xiang Hao was aware of was Bibidong's killing domain. Bibidong had previously confided in him that, according to her plans, he would venture to that place, the City of Slaughter, once he reached level 50. The City of Slaughter is a realm rife with the fallen, rumored to be steeped in bloodshed and violence. Those who successfully navigate the city are said to acquire a domain, the killing domain. Xiang Hao is well aware of this. However, Xiang Yu seemed even more knowledgeable than he. What he had conveyed to Xiang Hao the night before echoed almost precisely what Yu Guan had said. Moreover, his 5th soul skill, the Grip of Destiny, displayed remarkable efficacy. This soul skill can disregard spatial distance within 100 paces, manifesting a crimson hand that swiftly constricts the opponent in its grasp, an astonishing feat indeed. Unfortunately, there had been little opportunity for experimentation. After realizing that Xiang Hao's fifth soul ring posed no issues, Yu Guan seldom visited. He was engrossed in his own alchemical pursuits, diverging from the path of the poisoned Douluo, and was particularly dedicated to the third rank of the immortal elixir, the fragrance-seeking pill. It was rumored that the fragrance of this pill was a confluence of floral aromas, enchanting in its complexity. With its singular effect encapsulated in the phrase, "One pill dispels 100 toxins." However, Xiang Hao understood that this fellow was likely drawn more by the pill's fragrance. In the days that followed, Xiang Hao remained in the Eye of Ice and Fire for his cultivation, where the pace of advancement surpassed that at the Spirit Hall considerably. This extreme environment seemed to facilitate his physical refinement even further. Concurrently, Xiang Hao also discovered that his martial spirit appeared to have undergone some transformation. The blood patterns on his arms gradually changed color under the constant influence of the Eye of Ice and Fire. The blood pattern on his left arm turned a bluish-white, while the right arm exhibited an orange hue. Xiang Yu was also unaware of the origins of these blood patterns on his martial spirit. Nevertheless, during training, the blood patterns on his arms resembled two whirlpools, absorbing the surrounding cold air and heat waves. Over time, as Xiang Hao channeled his soul power through his arms, he too was affected. This could be the essence of surviving great tribulations leading to subsequent blessings. Immersing himself in this spring seemed to have inadvertently granted him mastery over two additional powers. Beyond his routine cultivation, Xiang Hao did not squander the resources of the Eye of Ice and Fire, though Yu Guan was vigilant regarding the herbs. Other materials appeared to hold no interest for the two-titled Douluo. For instance, the patches of refined iron or growing in the vicinity nearly made Xiang Hao leap with excitement upon his first sighting. In his previous life, the cultivation methods of the Divine Martial Hall and the Tang sect bore no resemblance, save for one aspect, the craftsmanship of forging. Unlike the Tang sect, which requires exceedingly precious ores to forge intricate concealed weapons, the Divine Martial Hall prefers robust blocks of, or for crafting arms. In the previous life, 7 of the top 10 legendary weapons in the martial world originated from the Divine Martial Hall, and these 7 were collectively referred to as the 7 Great Evils. Their primary forging material was the exquisite Iron Motherstone. Chapter 78, The Soul Master Competition across the continent now, with an abundance of materials at hand. Xiang Hao conceived his own ideas. In his past life, he was not particularly adept at forging. However, he felt inclined to attempt it now. The forging heart technique from the 100 refinements of divine weapons should be reliable. He mused, gazing at the iron ingots surrounding him, feeling a pang of frustration. Despite spending an entire afternoon hammering the iron, not a single ingot was shaped to satisfaction. Indeed, having transitioned to a different world, he had yet to show any progress. In his previous life, Xiang Hao possessed no talent for the art of forging, and it appeared that this life mirrored that lack. Although he had gained a more refined grasp of forging through the augmentation of soul power, it seemed that these advantages were of little consequence. Was it truly necessary to seek out a professional forging master? The mere thought of the 7 great evils unsettled Xiang Hao's heart. Each of these weapons was renowned throughout the martial realm, and the intricacies of their forging were exceedingly complex. In retrospect, it seemed he had overestimated his own capabilities. Xiang Hao let out a resigned smile for a brief moment before retracting the refined iron mother back into the ring on his finger. He realized he could no longer utilize these materials, yet he was certain there existed individuals on this continent who could. The days that followed were filled with monotonous training. Yu Guan had instructed him to remain within the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye for cultivation, while she appeared to be in seclusion. Building upon the foundation laid by the once solitary Gubo, Yu Guan had added several defensive measures to the perimeter of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, rendering it impenetrable even to ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. This fortification provided Xiang Hao with a stable environment for his training, although he and Yu Guan seldom crossed paths, both residing in the same vicinity. Thus, Xiang Hao immersed himself in continuous cultivation within the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. The extreme environment, combined with the operation of the divine martial decision, allowed his physical prowess to enhance at an almost visible pace. Over the course of a year, his soul power reached the 53rd level, and his physical attributes grew exponentially. Gradually, he adapted to life there, diligently honing his body until one day Yu Guan delivered a command. He was to return. The Soul Master competition for the entire continent was about to commence. and Bibi Dong hoped he could represent the Spirit Hall, thereby establishing the illustrious reputation of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. As he sat in the carriage on his way back, Xiang Hao felt a surge of anticipation. After all, this was the sole master competition for the entire continent, attracting nearly all the young prodigies. He felt a rush of excitement, having encountered some of the world's geniuses. He was curious about their level of development regarding soul power and soul skills, for he could hardly consider himself a genuine soul master at best. He was a brash individual capable of wielding soul power. Within the Spirit Hall, seated on the highest throne, was Bibi Dong, whom Xiang Hao had not seen in quite some time. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, she appeared to radiate a more youthful aura, and her presence exuded an even greater power. Bibi Dong spoke with an air of calm. However, for this Soul Master competition, you will represent the Spirit Hall as the team leader. I hope the outcome of the competition yields no unforeseen surprises. I shall not disappoint the trust of my teacher, he vowed. In the blue-silver valley, a pale green lake shimmered as Tang San leapt high from the water, creating ripples of vibrant emerald. He landed steadily on the shore, and the blue-silver grass beside him affectionately nestled against his feet. With a slight smile, Tang San formed a soft green light sphere in his left hand, and as the green glow dissipated, it revealed itself to be a seed. Thanks to this seed, his soul power had now surpassed level 50. At this rate of cultivation, within 10 years, he would reach the pinnacle of the continent. When that time came, he would settle both old and new scores, he mused. He then picked up a backpack from the shore and made his way to a nearby cottage, where Tang Hao was still snoring thunderously. As Tang San returned and pushed the door open, Tang Hao merely rolled over, continuing his slumber, until the sounds of Tang San cooking filled the air. After completing the routine of serving rice and handing over chopsticks, Tang Hao, still expressionless, finished his meal and suddenly remarked, "Do you wish to participate in the Soul Master competition?" Tang San was momentarily stunned upon hearing these words, his expression a blend of astonishment and trepidation. "Did you truly believe I was merely sleeping each day? I'm aware of your correspondence with Yu Xiaojiang." Tang Hao continued to eat his meal without raising his head. The few words he uttered were sufficient to leave Tang San in utter disbelief. With a self-absorbed demeanor, Tang Hao inquired, "Have you perfected the hammer techniques I taught you?" "I practice daily and have grasped some fundamentals," Tang San replied, bowing respectfully. "Your soul power must have reached level 50 by now," Tang Hao mumbled as he popped a piece of fish into his mouth. "Indeed," Tang San responded. As Tang Hao finished the last morsel of rice, he slammed his chopsticks onto the bowl and said, "You may go now." Tang San abruptly lifted his head, astonished. He had initially thought his father would never agree. "Father, do not be surprised. I have recently come to a realization. Whether it be enemies or vengeance, none of it justifies binding you to my side for a lifetime. After all, you have your own life to lead. This past year's experiences have also revealed to me that you, little San, are destined to become a remarkable soul master and should not remain hidden away in this remote wilderness." Tang Hao's heartfelt words caused Tang San to burst into tears, and he bowed deeply to his father once more. "However, I have one condition. First, during the competition, you must not use the Haotian hammer, not even for a second. Second, regardless of the outcome, return immediately after the competition. I will wait for you at this location until you arrive." As he spoke, Tang Hao produced a map, indicating a red-marked spot. "Third, do not disclose your whereabouts or anything related to this place to anyone, including your teacher." Tang Hao emphasized each of the three conditions with a firm tap in front of Tang San, who nodded in understanding. "Very well, you rascal, now be off." With a sweeping gesture, Tang Hao expelled Tang San from the house, his belongings following suit. Gazing at the closed door, Tang San felt a pang in his heart and bowed once more. "A man should not behave like a woman. I will not perish." A loud roar echoed, and only then did Tang San resolutely step forward, casting a lingering glance at the small house by the lake before moving on with determination. Meanwhile, Tang Hao peered through the gap in the window, watching his son grow increasingly distant until he vanished from sight. He then donned his coarse short robe, feeling a twinge of reluctance, yet he chose to trust Tang San. Over the past year, many miracles had unfolded by the lakeside, and his son had brought forth numerous surprises. He was destined to illuminate the realm of soul masters and could no longer remain in hiding. "Little San, you are destined to be a standout in this era and should stand before the world." Chapter 79. The Shrek Academy competition. As Tang San gazed upon the resplendent and imposing Shrek Academy, he momentarily questioned whether the master had mistakenly provided him with the wrong address. When had the academy become so affluent? He recalled that when he left Flinder was already facing bankruptcy. With a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Tang San stepped through the grand entrance, only to be reassured by the sight of a familiar figure. Their brother. The voice belonged to his beloved sister. After a year apart, Xiao Yu's scorpion-tailed whip had grown considerably, and her radiant face was adorned with tears as she rushed towards Tang San. He enveloped her in a warm embrace, the siblings silently conveying their longing for each other. The onlookers couldn't help but cough discreetly, prompting Tang San to notice that the master and Flinder were standing nearby. While others watched the reunion with amused expressions, Wujiang, however, seemed to exude an even cooler demeanor than before. The master smiled at his disciple. In the year they had been apart, Tang San had undergone a remarkable transformation. His once sharp demeanor had mellowed into a more composed presence. His long hair, now elegantly cascading down, was casually tied back, enhancing his gentility. Wujiang struggled to articulate it. Tang San had changed so significantly. You've changed so much that I could hardly recognize you, Wujiang remarked with a chuckle. You must be Xiaojiang's disciple. I often hear him speak of you. He secretly reads your letters. Tang San then noticed the beautiful woman beside his teacher. Hello, I am Tang San. May I inquire how to address you? Oh, my name is Lu Erlong, but you may also call me teacher's wife, Lu Erlong exclaimed with excitement. Ah, Erlong, please behave. Ahem, has Xiaosan been practicing diligently this past year? The master struggled to maintain his composure, urging Lu Erlong to calm down, while the expressions of the surrounding crowd indicated they were quite accustomed to such antics. Third brother, what level of soul power do you currently possess? The rotund Ma Hongjun asked with a mischievous grin as he draped an arm around Tang San's shoulder. He appeared largely unchanged, retaining his familiar physique, albeit slightly more corpulent. The others regarded Tang San with knowing glances, their intentions less than innocent. I shall refrain from elaborating. You may observe for yourselves. Tang San's soul rings began to shimmer, revealing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black ring gradually appearing behind him, with the 5th black ring emanating a faint green glow. Ah, Tang San, you have already reached 5 rings. Daimubai's exclamation startled everyone, especially the 6 companions who had been preparing to challenge him, leaving them momentarily speechless. How could this be? I have been training at a hellish level, yet I find myself so far behind third brother, Ma Hongjun lamented with a face full of despair. Xiao-san, your progress is astonishing. We have all been training in hellish conditions, yet we lag behind you, Dai Mubai echoed, equally bewildered. Oscar wore a face full of indignation, while Xiao Wu gazed adoringly, her eyes shimmering with stars. In contrast, Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong displayed a more subdued reaction. Zhu Zhiqing was momentarily taken aback, but her gaze soon returned to its crystalline clarity, while Ning Rongrong appeared lost in thought. The master stepped forward, scrutinizing the scene, and could not help but express his admiration. It seemed his disciples surpassed even his expectations. With such participation from Shrek, the championship appeared to be predetermined. As Ma Hongjun spoke, Tang San observed his companions releasing their soul rings, all uniformly showcasing a golden ratio of 4 rings. Once Little San returns, formidable opponents will be scarce. Domingbai's languid voice echoed the resolve of the group. It was clear that Shrek was destined to be one of the most formidable teams in the upcoming competition. Flinder gazed at the 7 before him, his eyes moistening with emotion. It had been years since he had witnessed such a sight. The abundance of talent within Shrek made the investment worthwhile. However, despite the team's completeness, there remained a mere fortnight before the competition commenced, and the 7, who had reunited after a year, would need ample time to harmonize. In the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Xiang Hao listened to his subordinate's report. Initially, the members of the Evil Moon had no intention of attending. Their arrogance led them to disdain learning about their opponents, believing no one could best them. Yet, Xiang Hao thought differently. This was an occasion where the continent's elite soul masters would converge, and he was determined to ensure victory was indisputable. The teams participating hailed from the 2 great empires of Tiando and Xinghua, apart from the 4 major elemental academies and the 2 royal academies. No unexpected teams had emerged in this competition, and Shrek Academy, which the Holy Sun had urged him to watch closely, had yet to make an appearance. Xiang Hao found himself somewhat surprised. He had assumed Shrek would undoubtedly partake in this tournament. How long remains until the registration deadline? He inquired anxiously. About 2 weeks, came the reply. Oh, what is this? Why is Xiao Hao suddenly paying attention to other academies? What is Shrek Academy, after all? Hulaina laughed. Xiang Hao pondered for a considerable time. If this academy were to participate, it would undoubtedly be our Spirit Hall's foremost rival. I actually hope they do compete. Yet it appears I may be disappointed. Such a formidable opponent, Xiang Hao, your assessment is remarkably high, remarked Xiang Yu, with Yin sharing a similar sentiment. They were taken aback, for they seldom heard Xiang Hao express himself in such a manner, and his grave demeanor suggested he was not jesting. There's no mistake. The individuals I know possess talents that are not significantly inferior to ours, and there are 7 of them, Xiang Hao added, though he was reluctant to voice such concerns. However, observing the expressions of his companions, he felt it necessary to sound a note of caution. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the trio's countenance grew noticeably serious. Clearly, Xiang Hao was not one to speak idly. If he articulated his thoughts with such clarity, the veracity of the matter was beyond doubt. Why have I never heard of such an academy? Yin inquired, voicing his confusion, while the other 2 cast questioning glances in his direction. This academy comprises only these 7 students, thus, it is unsurprising that it lacks renown, Xiang Hao replied nonchalantly. Oh. Then I am quite eager to witness this academy for myself. I wonder if Shrek is truly as extraordinary as rumored, Xiang Yu jested. Xiang Hao remained silent, his head bowed in contemplation. An unsettling feeling lingered in his heart as he pondered the absence of Shrek Academy. Tang San, have you truly perished? This disquietude rendered Xiang Hao increasingly restless. He felt compelled to prepare for any eventuality. A week later, the individuals he had been concerned about were marching in unison, cloaked in green robes, towards the Wujiang Hall in Tiando City. At the forefront, Daimu Bai approached the registration desk, lowering his hood. Shrek Academy is registering for the competition. 3 days later, an attendant hurriedly made his way to the Wujiang Hall Academy, scarcely pausing for breath before bursting through the door. Holy Son, the Shrek Academy has registered for the competition as you instructed. Xiang Hao, who had been engrossed in a tactical discussion with several others, suddenly perked up. Well then, was I correct? Indeed, there are 7 individuals who match your description, with the lowest possessing a soul power of at least level 40, the attendant replied slowly. However, there is one notable difference. Among them is a soul master of the 5th ring. This revelation exceeded Xiang Hao's expectations. He had presumed that even at their peak, the 7 would only reach the 4th ring. Is it the golden-haired, heterochromatic leader? No, it is another, a strikingly handsome individual with long flowing blue hair. Is it him? Tang San. Xiang Hao could hardly fathom that Tang San had survived and had seemingly enhanced his soul power with remarkable swiftness. Despite his extensive considerations, he still felt overshadowed. As he gazed out at the scenery, a wave of introspection washed over him, intensifying the sense of urgency in his heart. Junior brother, is this the academy you mentioned? Hulaina remarked, scrutinizing the profiles of the 7. She marveled at their talents. The eldest among them was merely 15 or 16 years old. Such extraordinary potential was indeed rare across the continent. This makes me even more excited. Xiang Hao smiled. This time, Tang San, you cannot evade us. In 3 days, the first preliminary match of Shrek will commence. Let us witness it ourselves, Xiang Yu suggested. The Tiando Empire has dispatched a total of 28 teams. Yet only 5 will advance. The preliminaries will surely be fierce. However, days later, when the 4 discreetly entered the arena of the Tiando Empire, they were met with disappointment. As the host of the event, the Tiando Empire naturally desired to retain the championship title. Xiang Hao discerned that none of the competing teams were excessively weak, and even the ailing Emperor Shui Yi had made an appearance at the venue. Moreover, numerous prominent figures from the Tiando Empire were also present, including Shui Qinghe. To gain a clearer view of the matches, the 4 chose seats in the front row, donning cloaks to obscure their identities. Their anticipation was met with fulfillment as the opening match pitted Shrek Academy against the Tiando Royal Academy, which was presumably a seed team prepared by the Tiando Empire. As the Dark Moon inquired, no, this is the 2nd team. Their overall strength pales significantly in comparison to the first. Xiang Hao elucidated. Shortly thereafter, the participants from both teams took to the arena. Xiang Hao focused intently on the members of Shrek Academy as they entered, and at long last, he beheld the long-haired youth once again. The young man's appearance had indeed grown more handsome, yet his distinct aura remained unchanged. Regardless of any alterations to his visage, Tang San was unmistakable to Xiang Hao, a recognition rooted in their shared memories from a previous life. Are these 7 individuals truly the Shrek 7 monsters? Aside from 2 with commendable strength, the rest seem rather ordinary, Hulaina remarked, perplexed. Only those 2 are official members, the other 5 are substitutes, Xiang Hao replied nonchalantly. Having already noticed the 5 individuals seated in the stands, as Tang San stood on the field, he signaled to his companions behind him. The 5th spirit ring flashed rapidly, Vine of Life. At the very moment the match commenced, countless emerald tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring the 7 adversaries tightly. In the blink of an eye, the contest, which had barely begun, reached its conclusion as the robust green vines firmly bound the opposing team in place, rendering them utterly incapable of escape. This sudden display ignited the audience's excitement, as none had anticipated that such an obscure academy would deliver a swift and decisive blow to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. The expression on the Snow Knight Emperor's face shifted noticeably as he leaned towards Xiang, whispering something. Xiang Hao remained fixated on the arena, though the attack appeared casual. He understood it was a meticulously coordinated effort. The luminous green glow pulsating along the tendrils signified an intricate synergy, while Tang San seemed inactive. The fleeting glimpse of a black spirit ring revealed the presence of 2 supporting spirit masters behind him, their rings also shimmering. Yet, despite this, a grave seriousness enveloped Xiang Hao's countenance. The vibrant life energy emanating from Tang San unsettled him, its potency surpassing his initial expectations. This young man possesses a remarkable vitality. He must have encountered some fortuitous event. The transformation in his strength over the past year is nothing short of remarkable, Xiang Yu commented, his voice trailing off. The intensity of Tang San's life energy indeed stirred something within him that had also brought him discomfort. Xiang Hao's gaze remained fixed upon Tang San, and at that moment, he regretted not having struck him down earlier. Your spirit power is predominantly one of brutal destruction, yet here you stand against a young man whose spirit power embodies creation. To a certain extent, your powers are mutually inhibiting. It will ultimately come down to whose strength prevails. Xiang Yu's words echoed in his ears as Xiang Hao rose to depart. His objectives had been met. He would leave the matter of Tang San to himself. By the way, junior brother, the master has instructed that you are not to enter the arena except for the finals. Hulaina caught up with Xiang Hao, stating, "Understood," he replied. Xiang Hao waved his hand dismissively before retreating to his residence to rest. He was feeling quite agitated. The Tang San he knew seemed to have transformed entirely. The blue-silver grass, once adorned with purple patterns, had now become predominantly green, interspersed with blue lines, its overall strength vastly superior to what it once was. The unknown is indeed the greatest adversary. Very well, Tang San, let us see this time whether I shall shatter your vines, or you will bind my hands. With such thoughts, Xiang Hao resumed his training. This was a singular opportunity, and Tang San would not escape this time. Meanwhile, the Shrek team was in the midst of celebration, their astonishing performance attracting considerable attention. At that moment, Xiang and Ning Fengji were engaged in conversation with several individuals. Although Ning Fengji had anticipated that Shrek would win, he did not expect such a resounding victory. However, the expressions of the members of the Tiando royal family and the dean of the Royal Academy changed dramatically, despite the second team's lack of strength. Being so easily defeated by an unknown team would certainly be a source of ridicule. Daimu Bai put an arm around Tang San's shoulders, teasing him. "You, my friend, are quite inconsiderate. I haven't even made a move, and it's already over, leaving me with nothing." Tang San could only smile sheepishly, his head bowed in contemplation. Chapter 81. Spirit of Life. Ning Fengji approached Tang San slowly, holding a glass of wine. He had heard much about this young man from his daughter, but due to various circumstances, they had not met until now, and the first encounter left him quite astonished. At no more than 14, he had already become a 5-ring soul master. Such talent was exceedingly rare across the continent. Perhaps only the rumored 4th member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall could be compared to him. "You must be Tang San. I am Ning Fengji, Rongrong's father." He introduced himself, as Xiang also made his way over. "This is His Highness, the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire," Ning Fengji added, greeting Tang San. "Greetings, Sect Master Ning, Your Highness," Tang San acknowledged, shaking hands with both men. He had anticipated such an encounter, but he was surprised to see the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire present as well. "It seems our Tiando Empire has a prodigy like you, Brother Tang San. It appears that the championship might indeed remain within our empire this time," Xiang remarked calmly, a smile gracing his face, his demeanor exuding gentlemanly grace and courtesy. This attitude astonished Tang San. Having encountered numerous arrogant nobles, he was taken aback by the Crown Prince's humble and respectful nature. "Rest assured, Your Highness, we of Shrek will give it our all," he replied. Just then, Flanders and the master approached, bowing to Xiang, which freed Tang San from the conversation as he found himself unexpectedly surrounded by these 2 esteemed figures. "You must be the theoretical master of the Soul Master realm. Yu Xiaojiang. I have long wished to pay my respects to you." but regrettably, there has not been an opportunity until now. Ning Fingji smiled. And his words were not merely courteous. He indeed had certain inquiries to make. With a gesture, he invited Yu Xiaojiang to a private conversation aside. Though he did not outwardly express it, Ning Fingji felt akin to an ant on a hot pan, agitated and restless. Might I inquire whether the master has conducted any research on the medicinal elixirs produced by the Spirit Hall? Ning Fingji spoke candidly, having lost all patience. It seemed that within the entire Heavendo Empire, any soul master with even a modicum of knowledge in pharmacology had vanished without a trace. Douluo had not been heard from in over a year, and his granddaughter, Dugu Yin, had withdrawn from the Royal Academy a year prior, with rumors suggesting she had gone into hiding to evade adversaries. I have indeed conducted some research, yet my understanding of pharmacological matters remains limited. There are many mysteries I have yet to unravel, Yu Xiaojiang replied. Ning Fingji's face then exhibited profound disappointment. Though hope flickered faintly, he had exerted effort in seeking assistance. Had it not been for the imminent peril, he would not have resorted to desperate measures. The future of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was gradually being devoured by the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Ning Fingji could only force a smile while exchanging pleasantries with Yu Xiaojiang. Following a night of festivities, the minds of the attendees were restless. Ning Fingji pondered his path and strategies, while Qian Rinxue contemplated the differences in Tang San that she had sensed. Upon seeing him today, she experienced a strong aversion. While Tang San reflected on the day's events, Aunt Green, do you truly believe we encountered a familiar presence at the sidelines today? The seed-shaped gemstone hanging from his neck seemed to come alive, and shortly thereafter, a verdant figure emerged, accompanied by a melodious voice. Indeed, not just one. The prince you encountered last harbored considerable hostility towards you. There are unusual fluctuations surrounding him, and he is, in fact, of the female gender. Aunt Green's revelation startled Tang San greatly. A female prince. Such news would undoubtedly stir tumultuous waves. However, recognizing the potential involvement of royal secrets, Tang San did not dwell on it. Half a year prior, he had glimpsed this luminous seed at the lake's bottom, after which he became acquainted with Aunt Green, who claimed to be the spirit of life, birthed to maintain the balance of life and death upon the continent. According to her, a fiend not belonging to this world would emerge on the continent, and she was brought forth to counterbalance this power. Since then, Aunt Green had been guiding Tang San's cultivation, directing the waters of the Lake of Life to continuously refine his body. In a mere 6 months, his soul power had surged by 7 levels. Aunt Green had also assisted him in solidifying his 5th soul ring, the Life Ring. It was through this guidance that Tang San felt confident to participate in the Soul Master competition. He was no longer the defenseless individual he had been a year ago. Aunt Green, I shall strive to eliminate that fiend for you. Tang San clenched his fists and vowed to the ethereal figure in the sky. He was, after all, a man on the brink of death, yet by a twist of fate, he had survived, all while a sworn enemy lurked, eager to claim his life. There was no time for distractions. He could only push forward with relentless determination. The voice replied with a gentle smile, this is your mission. A similar exchange unfolded beside Xiang Hao, where Xiang Yu was particularly loquacious that night. The boy you encountered today has transformed. The vitality emanating from him is both rich and pure, not a result of mere cultivation. He must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Xiang Yu spoke urgently. Yet Xiang Hao remained unconvinced. He understood the events unfolding around him, but did not believe they would affect any significant change. I forgot to mention that this life force counters your soul power. This revelation startled the previously indifferent Xiang Hao. Why did you not mention such an important matter sooner? I did tell you during the day, but you failed to pay attention. The soul powers between you are mutually restraining, Xiang Yu sighed, shaking his head. Although the source of this power remained unclear, it was evident that it was aimed squarely at him. The world maintains a balance. I am an external force. And for the equilibrium to be preserved, my power must be countered by another. You were unafraid of the Lord of the Plains. Why are you anxious now? Xiang Hao chuckled. The might of the Lord of the Plains cannot harm me, yet he can mobilize the forces of this world to counterbalance my own. I never anticipated being outmaneuvered in the end, Xiang Yu expressed his concerns. The grand design he envisioned had been disrupted by these unforeseen factors. The world was changing. And thus, we too must adapt. Xiang Yu left behind a cryptic remark. In the depths of the central lake within the Star Doe forest, a colossal dragon, radiating a silvery luminescence, suddenly widened its eyes, fixating intently on the swirling colorful orb before it. After gazing in silence for a prolonged period, it let out a deep, resonant hum, a melodic dragon script echoing forth, an ancient secret unique to the dragon race, reverberating through the cosmos until it reached another's ear. Chapter 82. Ancient Sin. In the depths of the Divine Realm's forest, lush trees intertwined, creating a labyrinthine path where narrow trails lay hidden in shadow, leading to various corners. Among this foliage stood an unassuming iron tower, its pinnacle obscured by towering trees, the only discernible feature being the flickering light shining through the foliage, as if signaling a message to future generations. This was the most enigmatic location in the Divine Realm, known to only a handful of deities, each bearing their respective missions. At that moment, an aged figure emerged from the shadows, leaning on a cane as he approached the tower. Even for a deity, the signs of age were unmistakable. His hair was as white as snow, and his form was withered. Before the tower, the god of war had been waiting for quite some time, his expression revealing impatience. "Old man, you are late. I have been waiting for a day. As the years have passed, my gait has slowed considerably," Gu Xian lamented apologetically. "Enough of that. I shall take my leave," the god of war muttered irritably as he walked away, pondering the thoughts of the divine monarch. Why must we take turns guarding this desolate place? Would it not be better for this old man to remain here alone? He did not intentionally lower his voice. And Gu Xian, of course, caught every word. Yet, he chose to remain silent. After all, he had heard such sentiments countless times before. Moreover, the god of war had a point. He indeed wished to remain in this place, for it seemed to harbor a warmth that the outside world lacked. With great effort, Gu Xian pushed open the heavy iron doors of the tower and, leaning on his staff, made his way step by step toward the underground palace. The primary structure of this tower resided below ground, serving the sole purpose of accommodating the creature before him. The entrance to the underground palace was not particularly lengthy. And soon enough, Gu Xian found himself face to face with an old friend, a magnificent golden dragon, bound tightly by layers of chains. "Awaken. It is time for a change of guard," Gu Xian said with a smile, but the dragon remained unresponsive. The multicolored chain secured every part of its colossal form, rendering its mighty head immobile. There is no need for concealment. Surely, I am the only deity who comprehends the language of dragons in this world," Gu Xian continued, still smiling, while the immense dragon's eyes widened in surprise. "The other one should have awakened by now," Gu Xian mused aloud as the dragon stared intently at him, eventually uttering in a peculiar dragon tongue, "She is gravely wounded. The goddess of life has transferred her legacy. The seed of life now resides on Douluo star, and her injuries will soon heal." The dragon seemed taken aback by this revelation, its voice deep and resonant. "For what reason do you do this?" Gu Xian found the question amusing, and a broad smile spread across his face. "For no particular reason, just like you," he replied. "In this realm of deities, you are seemingly the oldest. All the others are new gods. What grievances could we possibly share?" The dragon appeared somewhat astonished. Since the day it met this deity, it had been unable to fathom his thoughts. Even during its slumber, Gu Xian had claimed he would awaken it, a notion the dragon found preposterous at the time. With 5 divine seals upon it, no mere second-tier god could accomplish such a feat, not even the god of reincarnation. It was this elder who had roused it in an unforeseen manner. Consider it a quest for vengeance on behalf of another, this time. "I must assist him in finding companions," Gu Xian mused, lost in thought. Ever since he began offering one of his dual divine positions to the goddess of life, this game had already commenced. Thus, Gu Xian sat before the golden dragon, separated by a barrier of sealing magic. "Your affairs are not my concern. I only wish to ascertain whether your wrath is sufficient to incinerate this divine realm." Gu Xian's expression darkened considerably, his tone turning grave. The golden dragon shifted slightly. In crimson fury surged forth, "You are the first deity with whom I can converse in such a calm manner. Do not concern yourself with the rest." Gu Xin smiled contentedly. For the moment was nigh. In the city of Tiando, the selection tournament was in full swing. Over the past month, 28 teams had been engaged in relentless skirmishes, among which Shrek Academy stood out remarkably. This most unassuming team had emerged as the dark horse of the competition, and within it, 7 individuals had showcased extraordinary performances, collectively known as the Shrek 7. For the past month, Xiang Hao had not ventured elsewhere. He attended every match featuring Shrek, though he was disappointed that Tang San had not taken the field since the beginning. Nonetheless, the performances of the other members had indeed captivated him, particularly Zhu Qing. Although her soul power seemed to lag behind, what truly astonished him was her physical prowess, which had improved exponentially since the previous year. When empowered by her martial soul, her speed was astonishing. In the last match, she had outmaneuvered her opponent, a sensitive attack-type soul master, with remarkable agility, demonstrating significant advancements in both combat skills and awareness. Today marked the first match of the Shrek Team tournament, where they faced Qihua Academy. This academy was intriguing, as all its members possessed fire-related martial souls. Although they had an advantage over Tang San, the disparity in soul power was too considerable, placing Qihua at a disadvantage. Xiang Hao mused that this would likely be a rather tedious match, already stifling a yawn. With the signal of the match, both teams sprang into action. From his vantage point in the audience, Xiang Hao could not discern the finer details, yet he noted that Dai Mubai had already collided with the opposing team's leader. The difference in their soul powers was negligible. Aside from Tang San, Dai Mubai was the only member of Shrek with a soul power level reaching 38. While the opponent's power was evidently similar, boasting a fire dragon as their martial soul. All that could be seen from the stands was the fierce clash of energies. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhiqing and Xiao Yu swiftly initiated their offensive from the flanks, engaging in a fierce duel with two fiery apparitions. Green vines intertwined with the fiery net. And as Xiang Hao observed from above, he felt an uncanny difference in this battle, though he could not articulate the source of his unease. It was markedly different from his previous impressions of Shrek. In a short while, Zhu Zhiqing managed to shake off her opponent and swiftly advanced towards the support soul master. While Tang San was already mobilizing the two support soul masters behind him into the air, with the opposing fire crane in hot pursuit. Dai Mubai found himself somewhat restrained by his opponents, unable to extricate himself, while Zhu Zhiqing was besieged by flames that erupted before her, preventing any advance. The situation was familiar yet subtly altered. Although the 7 members of Shrek displayed their characteristic teamwork, their combat lacked coherence. The adversary's flames thwarted wave after wave of assaults, and hints of a counterattack loomed. In Chapter 83, the finals, this turn of events took Xiang Hao by surprise, igniting his interest as he sat up. Fixating on Tang San at the center of the arena, he was eager to witness how Tang San would navigate the current predicament. The verdant spirit vines, propelled by his will, advanced relentlessly. Contrary to expectations, the fire-controlling spirit master from the Blaze Academy failed to withstand the onslaught of these vines, which surged through the flames and invaded the battlefield, intertwining emerald green with fiery orange. This maneuver was familiar. Meanwhile, the other 6 members charged once more, this time without restraint. Their various spirit rings shimmered behind them as Dai Mubai fiercely confronted an opponent specializing in offensive spirit techniques. Regrettably, he felt a slight suppression in strength, yet Tang San's spirit vines had already ensnared their adversary. Upon activating her spirit ability, Zhu Zhiqing instantaneously created numerous afterimages, leaving her opponent visibly overwhelmed, and soon, the auxiliary spirit master was dispatched from the stage, propelling the battle toward its conclusion. The final strike was unleashed by the control-type girl, Fire Dance, who exhibited remarkable mastery over flames. A massive fireball slowly formed in her hands, its power fully contained. Not a trace released, before it hurtled towards Tang San. In an instant, a multitude of vines emerged from all directions, enveloping the 7 from Shrek tightly. Following a resounding explosion, it became clear that they emerged unscathed. The defeat of their opponents was resounding, yet Xiang Hao found himself smiling. This incarnation of Shrek seemed to surpass his expectations. The coordination in this match revealed numerous flaws, as they relied heavily on brute force to secure victory. This was particularly evident in Zhu Zhiqing, whose singular effort tore through the opponent's defenses during the subsequent counteroffensive. Moreover, Tang San's blue-silver grass exhibited a noticeable difference. While it had grown sturdier, its speed and quantity had diminished, presenting an opportunity. Xiang Hao cast a cold glance at Tang San before rising from the spectator seats to depart. Unbeknownst to him, Tang San subtly directed his gaze in his direction, as Green Ant had informed him that the individual had arrived. Though uncertain, Tang San had begun to form a conjecture within his heart. The elixirs now proliferating across the globe surely originated from another's hand, Shenwu Hall. Upon realizing that this individual might be the reincarnation of Shenwu Hall, everything fell into place. Shenwu Hall and Tang Sect were sworn enemies, and the esoteric skills he practiced from Tang Sect were imperceptible to those of this world. However, a foe from his previous life would undoubtedly recognize them, and despite the bizarre nature of these events, they were indeed rational. Tang San found himself contemplating Shenwu Hall, seemingly aware of his opponent's identity, likely the prodigy who had plummeted into the abyss 3 years prior, a figure of great renown from Shenwu Hall. As he walked the path home, his thoughts grew heavier. He anticipated that Xiang Hao would undoubtedly participate in the competition, yet he had not expected his arrival to be so swift. The man in black consistently attended every Shrek match, and this realization further weighed on Tang San's heart. leaving him uncertain of his own readiness. However, there was no retreat from this battle. It was both a long-standing grudge and a fresh grievance. With this thought, Tang San couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. "Kid, that Tang San has likely noticed you. He glanced your way as he departed," Xiang Yu remarked. "So soon? Well, it matters not. I have not made a concerted effort to conceal myself. If he has discovered me, so be it. There are no secrets between us." Xiang Hao replied nonchalantly. Tang San's deduction of his identity was merely a matter of time, especially since he had fully revealed the techniques of Shenwu Hall during their previous encounter. With the Jade Harmony Pill and the Pure Spirit Pill now nearly ubiquitous across the continent, there was no reason for him to remain oblivious. This time, I shall demonstrate to him through absolute strength what the true path of martial arts entails. In the following matches, Xiang Hao no longer paid any further attention, as he had already grasped the familiar patterns. Meanwhile, the team from Wujiang Academy had secured their place in the finals with a decisive advantage, now awaiting the commencement of the final battle. In Wujiang City, news had arrived that Shrek had reached the finals, and Xiang Hao gazed at the report, his silence punctuated by a lingering smile. Aside from Tang San, the sole power of the others in this team is rather mediocre. "Our starting players will certainly hold the upper hand," Yin remarked casually. "There can be no team more formidable than Wujiang Hall in this competition. The championship has always belonged to Wujiang Hall, and this time shall be no exception." The thoughts of Xiang Hao are evidently more intricate than those of the other two individuals. Among them, Tang San stands out as the most unpredictable factor. He eagerly anticipates the surprises Tang San may unveil, yet regardless of the outcome, he is determined to vanquish him entirely. The finals are set to unfold as scheduled in Soul Master City, where countless elite Soul Masters and formidable forces from various regions converge. The opening ceremony is exceptionally grand, attended by numerous elders. Aside from Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall's delegation includes Zhu Douluo, Ghost Douluo Mei, and two other titled Douluos from the Elder Hall, along with other powers titled Douluos present. The ceremony reaches its zenith upon Bibi Dong's appearance, as myriad gazes filled with complex emotions, be it derision, fury, or fear, are cast upon the continent's power broker. As the ceremony concludes, emotions crescendo, culminating in Bibi Dong's announcement of the competition's commencement. The Spirit Hall Academy's team faces off against the Tiando Royal Academy, and the trio does not allow Xiang Hao to take the stage. Observing Bibi Dong's demeanor, Xiang Hao manages to maintain his composure, quietly seated on the substitute bench. "Xiao San, when the Spirit Hall Academy takes the stage, pay close attention to the three leaders. They are hailed as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall and will undoubtedly be your most formidable adversaries in the future," the master advises Tang San earnestly. The Spirit Hall Academy boasts astonishing strength, with all participants possessing at least 4 rings, unlike Shrek Academy, where every individual's soul power is nearing level 50. Particularly remarkable are Hulaina and her companions, who have already attained 5 rings. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall consists of 4 individuals. Yet the most talented among them, rumored to be the greatest threat, has yet to make an appearance. That individual has reportedly triumphed over these 3 in internal competitions within the Spirit Hall. Flinder asks, "Why have I never heard of such a person before?" Tang San inquires with growing intrigue, aware that an unknown enemy poses an unpredictable challenge. This individual is the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, a secret kept by Bibi Dong. Likely to shine brightly in this competition and establish a name for himself, Flinder explains. Gazing at the Spirit Hall Academy below, his expression reflects deep complexity. Must the little monsters truly engage in battle with them? Chapter 84. Old friends. Although the majority of the audience is already aware of the match's outcome, the commencement of the competition reveals the Spirit Hall Academy's strength to be far beyond anyone's expectations. Only 3 members from the Spirit Hall Academy take the stage, executing a soul fusion technique that swiftly ensnares their opponents, culminating in the elimination of 7 adversaries by the singular prowess of Xiang Yu. In that moment, the entire arena falls into a profound silence as the Spirit Hall once again asserts its dominance. Countless gazes are fixated on the trio from the Golden Generation. Gradually, amidst the influence of a small number of individuals, the hushed venue begins to resonate with faint cheers that swell into a chorus of fervent shouts. Flinder's brow furrows as he observes the adversaries at the center of the arena, while the members of the Tiando royal family atop the platform wear expressions of despair, their mouths agape yet unable to utter a single word. The master gently pats Tang San on the shoulder, acknowledging the formidable strength of their opponents. which exceeds their previous estimations. Tang San nodded in agreement, rubbing his slightly swollen forehead. The current adversary was utterly enigmatic, and he had yet to devise a strategy to counter the previous attack. Do not dwell on it too much. Tomorrow is your competition. Perform to the best of your abilities, Master consoled, mindful not to burden his disciple with excessive pressure. Meanwhile, Hulayina and her companions had just descended from the stage, and a sudden realization struck. Where is Xiang Hao? Zhong Li Mo inquired urgently. The Holy Sun left as soon as the competition commenced. Claiming he was off to meet an old friend, came the response. At such a critical juncture in the competition, how can he just run off without a word? The teacher indulges him far too much, Hulayina expressed her annoyance. This young man was increasingly exhibiting a lack of propriety as a junior disciple. Indeed, his previous demeanor of obedient compliance had been a facade. Nana, do not be upset. When he returns, I shall help you teach him a lesson. Yen said with a carefree smile, though Xiang Yu offered no mercy, leaving one to wonder who would ultimately face the consequences. Last time was an accident. Should it happen again, I will not be so careless. They bickered amongst themselves while Xiang Hao had quietly made his way to the audience seats. Humming a cheerful tune as he strolled leisurely, he approached a row of seats behind Shrek, where the competition had just concluded. The audience had nearly dispersed, leaving only Yu Xiaojiang and the Shrek 7 seated in a circle, apparently discussing tactics. Leaning against the railing of the upper tier, Xiang Hao smirked derisively. After such a long absence, the sight of Yu Xiaojiang stirred feelings of loathing and anger within him. Observing the group in the front row, he could not suppress a laugh, prompting the familiar figures to turn their heads slowly. Friends, it has been quite a while. Xiang Hao waved exuberantly, his face adorned with a smile that anyone could see was insincere. Perhaps his overly enthusiastic greeting or the shock of his appearance left the Shrek group momentarily speechless. For Xiang Hao was clad in the same striking deep red robe adorned with golden threads that Hulayina and her companions had worn before taking the stage. A garment whose implications were unmistakable. Xiang Hao, you are one of the Spirit Hall. Dai Mubai's voice trembled with disbelief. The revelation held greater impact than their reunion. For when Xiang Hao had departed, he had even quarreled with Flinder over the matter. Now, the twist of fate rendered him momentarily speechless. Xiang Hao did not respond. Instead, he spread his arms wide, lowering his body deeper, his face clearly exposed to the crowd, a silent declaration of his identity. I am who I am. Tang San was the first to react, swiftly stepping forward to shield the others behind him, coldly glaring at Xiang Hao. For a moment, he thought, well, you all arrived on my territory first. I must extend some hospitality. Rest assured, I shall only act on the arena. Xiang Hao chuckled, raising his hands in jest. Who exactly are you? Tang San shouted in anger, questioning whether the person before him was truly the classmate he had known a year ago. The ferocity and coldness in Xiang Hao's gaze were unlike anything Tang San had ever witnessed. Who am I? I am simply myself. I am Xiang Hao, the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, he proclaimed as lightning flickered beneath his feet, teleporting him before the crowd. You have trained well this past year, Xiang Hao said softly to Zhu Zhuqing. Only then did the others notice Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes brimming with tears, hands clasped tightly over her mouth, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Ning Rongrong beside her held her shoulder, whispering words of comfort. Xiang Hao quickly gestured for silence. Attempting to soothe her emotions, he too was taken aback by the intensity of her reaction. Greetings, everyone. It has been quite some time. We may meet again on the arena in 2 days. I came to see you all so as not to affect your spirits then. You managed to infiltrate our Shrek Academy quite early. It seems our presence in the Spirit Hall is significant, Yu Xiaojiang remarked. This triggered a fierce reaction from Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who advanced angrily to confront Xiang Hao. No, that incident was indeed an accident. My apologies. Brother Mubai, I truly did not intend to use you. It was merely a certain well-dressed fellow who took a disliking to me. As soon as Xiang Hao uttered these words, Tang San's hand was already reaching for his collar, only to be firmly grasped by an iron grip. To insult my mentor is a crime that cannot be forgiven. Tang San glared fiercely at Xiang Hao, his expression ablaze with fury. Do you know? What I have always despised about you is this incessant talk of justice and duty, he whispered softly into Tang San's ear, just like the Tang sect. In the next instant, with a flash, Xiang Hao vanished to the area beneath the audience. Following this, countless hidden weapons shot from Tang San's hands, mercilessly embedding themselves in the spot where Xiang Hao had stood. Maintain your anger. I look forward to your victory tomorrow. Xiang Hao's words lingered in the air as he vanished from sight. Yuqing, what are you doing? with Xiao Wu's sharp voice and the sound of a collision. The crowd realized that Zhu Zhuqing's claws had clashed with Xiao Wu's leg. He has granted me kindness. Do you wish to kill him? Zhu Zhuqing's tone had turned icy. Even the term of endearment for Tang San had changed, her attack striking with chilling precision, while Xiao Wu's defense appeared to struggle. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San summoned a radiant green light, ready to assist Xiao Wu. Everyone, cease at once. The master's thunderous roar brought everyone to a standstill. The competition was set for tomorrow, and it was rather disconcerting to witness internal strife among the audience today. Yu Xiaojiang seemed to direct his ire towards Tang San, criticizing his once proud disciple for being so easily unsettled by trifles. Today, in the glaring spotlight, he had struck against the holy son of the spirit hall. Should any calamity arise, it would spell doom for all present. Chapter 85. Ziji and Xiong. The matter was far more intricate than Yu Xiaojiang had anticipated. He had not foreseen that his initial manipulation would later lay such precarious groundwork. That evening, as per routine, he imposed penalties on both individuals. However, the ensuing dialogue took a starkly different turn. Both believed their actions to be justified, with Zhu Zhuqing exhibiting an unexpectedly frigid demeanor, resulting in a rather discordant conclusion. The following day heralded their match against the Xinglua Empire. Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing appeared to be deliberately at odds, with Tang San expending his entire soul power to unleash his fifth soul skill, the Vine of Life. He conjured a vine as thick as a giant tree, shattering his foe's spectral white tiger. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing's shadow clones left the opposing team disoriented, ultimately leading her own sister to the brink of elimination. Shrek emerged victorious, triumphing splendidly. Yet Yu Xiaojiang's heart was laden with an unprecedented gravity, as he had never encountered such severe discord within the team. As the crowd dispersed, the cacophony of cheers and roars only seemed to amplify Yu Xiaojiang's disquietude. The atmosphere in Shrek's resting quarters, ironically, was eerily tranquil following their recent victory. The 7 members sat in a daze, the oppressive silence making each one yearn for escape. The first to break the stillness was Dai Mubai, eager to seek out his brother. Zhu Zhuqing, without a word, departed, prompting Ning Rongrong to chase after her. Oscar and Ma Hongjun excused themselves under the pretext of seeking sustenance, leaving only Tang San and Xiao Wu behind. "Brother, what troubles you?" Xiao Wu inquired with concern, observing Tang San's brooding silence. She could not fathom why matters had escalated to such tension, particularly since his return from that day had rendered him mute, his expression dark and foreboding. After a lengthy attempt to console him with gentle words, she too withdrew, feeling that perhaps Tang San needed solitude to contemplate. Quietly, she exited the room, intending to retreat to her chamber, but upon noticing the absence of others, she hastily slipped into an adjacent room. "How goes the situation?" Upon entering, a languid and bewitching voice greeted her. A stunning woman clad in purple sat regally in the center of the room, her alabaster legs elegantly crossed, her skin almost ethereal. Her eyes, a striking golden hue, were mesmerizing. Beside her stood a robust man, arms crossed, his gaze cold and watchful. Xiao Wu promptly knelt before her. "Your Majesty, I have not discovered any life-related artifacts for third brother." "Oh, is that so, little rabbit? Do you not realize that lying is a grave misdeed, especially in the presence of your master?" The languorous voice of the woman in purple reverberated through the room, causing Xiao Wu to lower herself even further. "Your Majesty, I am not lying. It is indeed true. Since returning, third brother has changed significantly, withholding many things from us. Just yesterday, he had a falling out with the team, and until now, he has uttered not a single word." Xiwu was evidently anxious, her voice tinged with the tremor of impending tears. Upon hearing her words, the woman in purple exchanged a glance with the burly man beside her, both filled with concern. In the realm of soul beasts, certain rules are absolute, such as the ingrained obedience etched into their very bloodlines. A month ago, when they first encountered Xiao Wu, she instinctively knelt before them. Witnessing the legendary beings of the soul beast world, the true Dragon King, the mythical Demon Queen, and the Bear King stood before her, and the instinct woven into her blood compelled her to tremble and bow at their feet. Subsequently, they bestowed upon her a necklace, aiding her in evading the gaze of human powerhouses. Otherwise, the moment she entered Wuhuan City, she would have been besieged by countless formidable adversaries. They had come with a mission. The seed of life had emerged, and their master required it to restore his strength. Their master had foretold that a great war was imminent, and if successful, the history of Soul Beast would be rewritten. "Little rabbit, you must understand that should our master regain his power, resurrecting your mother would be a mere trifle. It only requires your third brother to reveal the location. Upon hearing this, Xiwu's body convulsed violently. The thought of resurrecting her mother brought tears to her eyes. She gently wiped away the moisture and vowed earnestly, "I will do my utmost for my mother." Xiaowu pushed open the door and stepped outside, instantly darkening the expressions of the two. "Is our master anxious? Are we to simply wait here?" The Bear King bellowed in frustration, his fervor for battle palpable, yearning to rush out and confront Tang San, demanding the revelation of the origin of life. "Indeed, you should not have emerged. There are nearly 10 powerful human beings in this city. If we fall into a trap, there is no guarantee of escape." The Demon Queen reprimanded coldly. "This is the most prudent course of action. I have just disclosed another plan to that little rabbit. Its success will be revealed tomorrow." "What plan? Why was I not informed?" The Bear King grumbled, clearly dissatisfied. "Given your temperament, it is best you remain unaware. Simply follow my command tomorrow." The Demon Queen retorted icily, showing no deference. The Bear King clenched his fists in frustration, resigned to sulk in silence. The Demon Queen gazed out at the bustling soul masters, observing the flickering soul rings with unspoken fury rising within her. "Humans, you are not inherently superior to other beings. After all these years, it is time for this relationship to change." Xiaowu emerged from her room, taking a long moment to steady her emotions. Reflecting on the Demon Queen's words, she hesitated briefly, yet soon her resolve solidified. "Forgive me, third brother. I am a soul beast, and that is an unalterable truth. This is both my mission and my desire." At this moment, Tang San emerged from the lounge, his gaze falling upon Xiaowu, whose cheeks were still stained with tears. An overwhelming sense of guilt and remorse enveloped his heart. "I am truly sorry, Xiaowu. I've been preoccupied with certain matters lately. It was never my intention to upset you. Please do not be disheartened." Tang San clumsily attempted to console her. Xiaowu offered a gentle smile, naturally entwining her arm with his. "It's all right, brother, as long as you are happy. By the way, brother, if ever my actions were to anger you, would you forgive me?" "What nonsense are you speaking? I am your brother. I shall never harbor anger towards you." Tang San affectionately ruffled Xiaowu's hair. "Yes, brother." Xiaowu responded earnestly, skipping alongside him as they returned, her heart whispering, "I am sorry, brother." She felt powerless to refuse her fate. The instinct of the spirit beast and the guidance of her soul rendered it impossible to defy her creator. "Please forgive me this time, for I truly miss my mother." Chapter 86. The final battle of Shrek at long last. The day of the finals had arrived, with the Spirit Hall Academy facing off against Shrek Academy. The venue was extraordinarily crowded, filled to capacity with formidable beings from all corners of the continent. Even the aisles and entrances were teeming with spectators. This year, Shrek Academy emerged as the most unexpected contender, igniting great anticipation among the masses. Historically, the Spirit Hall Academy had dominated with their overwhelming prowess. But this year promised potential upheaval. After a month of competition, Tang San's name had become a household phenomenon. This 14-year-old genius soul master, possessing 5 rings, was unparalleled in the annals of history. Many influential figures now observed him with eyes wide open in astonishment. As the host signaled the commencement of the match, the teams took the stage amidst a roaring tide of excitement. Tang San led the 6 members of Shrek into the arena, capturing the unwavering attention of all soul masters present. Could they forge history today? With a commanding shout from Dai Mubai, 29 colorful soul rings sparkled in the arena. And as Tang San unleashed his martial soul, the crowd's emotions surged to a fever pitch. "I wager 10 gold soul coins on Shrek Academy with 20-fold odds. You must win." Such fervent declarations echoed from every corner of the venue. It is certain that the Spirit Hall will prevail. The Golden Generation's 4 champions are all set to enter the fray. Rumor has it that the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall surpasses even those 3. A few dissenting voices echoed from the sidelines. Amidst the murmurs, the 7 representatives of the Wuhuan Temple Academy made their entrance. Apart from 4 members, Zhong Liemo also appeared as one of the primary competitors, accompanied by wielding a golden bird as their martial soul and another support soul master, both of whom boasted a minimum soul power level of 46. The crowd did not attempt to conceal their aura, particularly when Xiang Hao took the stage. A crimson soul power erupted from his body, and 5 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, danced before him, instantly enveloping the arena in a chilling atmosphere. Following closely behind were Hulaina and her companions, each adorned with 5 soul rings. This spectacle sent shockwaves through the audience. The Wuhuan Temple Academy had unveiled 4 soul kings all at once, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure that bore down on Shrek 7, diminishing their formidable presence. Yu Xiaojiang, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety, taken aback by the concealed prowess of Xiang Hao. "Are you prepared, Tang San?" Xiang Hao smirked, observing Tang San's increasingly composed demeanor, which only heightened his own excitement. "Thanks to you," Tang San retorted with a cold snort. "Of course. I never anticipated that you would possess such fortuitous encounters. I have not harmed you, but rather saved you." Silence. Tang San clenched his fists, unable to afford further distractions, as his thoughts were thrown into disarray by the man before him. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals stood in silence, their eyes flickering with contemplation. Zhong Liemo fixed his gaze intently on Tang San, determined to etch the latter's visage into his memory. As the countdown commenced, both sides began to unleash their soul power. Countless verdant vines sprouted from beneath Tang San's feet, while blood patterns gradually seeped from Xiang Hao's body. As they prepared for battle, with the cheers of the audience reverberating, the countdown reached its climax. 3, 2, 1, the match began. In that instant, Xiang Hao swiftly combined his second soul skill with Thunder Step, creating a sonic boom as he propelled himself forward, arriving before Zhu Zhuqing in the blink of an eye. Leaving his apprentice to take the lead, Xiang Hao did not exert much effort, yet his force unexpectedly propelled Zhu Zhuqing, who had yet to react, off the stage, instantly diminishing Shrek Academy's numbers. Witnessing the recent turn of events, a cold sweat broke out among the onlookers. Xiang Hao had just dispatched 3 individuals from the front row, and shockingly, none of them had shown any response. The previously hopeful expressions of the Heaven Do royal family turned to somber dismay. "Your Highness." They had exerted all their efforts, but the power of the opponent, the Spirit Hall, was overwhelming. Observing the prince's face darkening with dread, the crowd hastily sought to assuage his spirits. "How considerate, indeed." "Your Highness, what do you mean?" "Nothing." "Considerate?" Silence. The competition continued unabated. It must be noted that Shrek's strength had notably improved. Following Zhu Zhuqing's elimination, the remaining 6 swiftly launched a counterattack. Tang San's spirit vines acted like numerous tentacles, severing the Spirit Hall's offensive, while through seamless coordination, they swiftly maneuvered Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun behind the auxiliary soul masters of the Spirit Hall. The fiery strike of the Phoenix, intertwined with a bow's thrust, sent one of the opponents sprawling to the edge of the arena, and shortly thereafter, Tang San's vines delivered a final blow, resulting in yet another elimination. Upon encountering the Spirit Vine, Xiang Hao truly realized its significance. Although the number of these blue-silver grass vines had diminished, their resilience had increased exponentially. Even after enhancing his wrist strength, he could barely break through them. Unfortunately, assistance arrived too late, and the other members of the Spirit Hall found themselves unable to surmount such formidable vines, with only Yin managing to break free after a short while. When had these haughty elites ever faced such setbacks, finding themselves ensnared by the blue-silver grass? Diamond Destruction Cannon. Xiang Hao clasped his hands together, conjuring a colossal sphere of light between them. Waves of energy surged forth, transforming Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Xiao Wu, suspended in midair, into unwitting targets. Just as Xiang Hao believed victory was within his grasp, countless vines intertwined above, weaving a vast green canopy that thwarted his assault. "Green vine barrier," Tang San scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Xiang Hao. He was no longer the same Tang San of a year prior. Seeing this, Xiang Hao's anger intensified, and he unleashed a barrage of powerful blasts. At that moment, those ensnared by the vines finally broke free. Yin swung his colossal fiery fist towards Dai Mubai, exclaiming, "My temper is quite fiery right now." Simultaneously, Zhongli Mo ascended into the air. His figure flickered, creating 2, 3, 4 afterimages that raced towards Ma Hongjun. "What kind of skill is this? Third brother, help me." Ma Hongjun unleashed a torrent of flames. Yet all 4 afterimages passed right through him. What was happening? None of them were the real body? Certainly not. As Ma Hongjun pondered this, Zhongli Mo's foot landed upon him, instantly freezing half of his body. Piercing ice spear. With that shout, Ma Hongjun plummeted from the sky. Just as the onlookers began to worry, countless flames erupted from the icy shell surrounding him. Phoenix and fiery embrace. Zhongli Mo was taken aback. It was the first time someone had managed to counter this technique. "I am a phoenix. Your little iceberg is no match for me." Ma Hongjun unfurled his fiery wings and charged forward, not forgetting to taunt Zhongli Mo. "Very well. You have provoked my ire." With that, the two collided again in midair. While Tang San and Xiang Hao continued their fierce struggle, the vines within the verdant barrier lashed out like sharp spears towards Xiang Hao, narrowly missing his ears on several occasions. Xiang Hao gazed at Tang San before him, his heart weighed down considerably. Tang San's prowess now surpassed his wildest imagination. Chapter 87. Fierce battle. Though the combatants remained evenly matched at 6 against 6, the disparity in soul power levels and their distribution placed Shrek Academy at an undeniable disadvantage. Wujiang had already engaged Xiao Yu in combat, and apart from Tang San, the remaining members found themselves under severe pressure. Xiang Yu had aimed his blade at the two auxiliary soul masters behind him. This was a confrontation devoid of suspense. Prior to the battle, Xiang Hao had explicitly instructed Xiang Yu and Wujiang to refrain from using their martial soul fusion technique. As Tang Sek's purple extreme demon, I naturally countered such illusionary skills. As Xiang Hao had anticipated, Tang San's eyes had been shimmering with a purple ethereal glow since the onset of the battle. As Xiang Yu charged towards Ning Rongrong, Tang San decisively retracted his green barrier, allowing the dispersing blue-silver vines to act as wings, shielding the two from harm. With a clang, the blade clashed with the vines, halting Xiang Yu once more. Cursed blue-silver grass. Cursing under his breath, Xiang Yu unleashed his soul power, striving with all his might to sever the vines before him. Yet, the vines, imbued with tenacity, began to regenerate spontaneously. The more he slashed, the more the vines proliferated, rendering further advancement impossible. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Oscar seized the opportunity to ascend rapidly into the air. It seemed that the aerial vantage point could offer greater safety than the ground. However, was it truly so? Before they could stabilize their positions, a golden figure descended upon them, another agile attack soul master from the Spirit Hall Academy. Seizing the moment, he struck with ferocious wind blades, forcing the two to evade continuously in midair. At that moment, Xiang Hao approached Tang San. Your transformation over this past year has indeed startled me, but it ends here. With a surge of strength, he activated his arm-strengthening technique. His hands clamped down on the vines, shielding Tang San with the force of iron pincers, shattering them instantly. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the magnitude of Xiang Hao's power exceeded all expectations. Was this fellow a monster? Fourth soul skill, blue-silver stab. Countless blue-silver grasses erupted from beneath Tang San's feet, intertwining in response to the blue soul power emanating from his hands, forming a colossal spearhead that surged forward at great speed. Xiang Hao, caught at a close distance, found his feet ensnared by the suddenly sprouting blue-silver grass, locking him in place. He had underestimated the situation. Fierce armor. Without hesitation, the armor enveloped him instantly, while his hands firmly grasped the incoming blue-silver giant spear. It was undeniable that the force of this strike was formidable, even with the enhancement from his armor and the activation of his divine martial decision. Xiang Hao barely managed to withstand the assault, being propelled several dozen steps back, his arms marked by a deep crimson trail left by the spear's tip. Despite the awkwardness of the situation, Xiang Hao remained fixated on Tang San's triumphant smile. Tang San, however, appeared unfazed, his right hand pulsating with azure soul power. The blue-silver spear in Xiang Hao's grasp seemed to come alive, unfurling like a monstrous maw. Countless blue-silver vines blossomed, resembling a gaping mouth that swiftly enveloped Xiang Hao. Simultaneously, the vines twisted like serpentine giants, bringing down the golden bird soaring above, inciting a tumultuous uproar among the spectators. The shift in the battle's dynamics occurred in an instant, prompting Beyond, observing the unfolding events from the platform, to furrow her brow slightly. Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, we cannot afford to lose this match, Hauer, she silently admonished. In stark contrast, the Tiando royal family was elated. The initially oppressive atmosphere vanished without a trace. Your Highness, Shrek has launched a counterattack. Why are you not rejoicing? Silence. The situation in the arena was fleeting, and Tang San would not believe that such a cage could confine Xiang Hao. Within mere seconds, countless bolts of lightning surged from the verdant crevices, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that shattered the green prison. Xiang Hao, resembling a reawakened thunder god, hovered midair. In an instant, his fist struck fiercely at Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Overwhelming currents coursing through them rendered them unconscious, casting them out of the arena and equalizing the numbers. Without a moment's respite, Xiang Hao descended swiftly, arriving before Tang San. He unleashed a formidable punch, but alas, it met the blue-silver grass. The thunderous impact scorched the grass, which quickly blackened and crumbled, yet Xiang Hao's fist grew ever swifter, while Tang San struggled to defend himself. Second soul skill, Parasite. Lush sprouts burgeoned from Xiang Hao's body, accompanied by a piercing sensation as the blue-silver grass rapidly consumed his right arm. Experiencing this ability anew, Xiang Hao found it markedly different. Unlike the previous instance of indifference, This time the parasitism swiftly spread across his torso, momentarily immobilizing him in his Thunder God form. With the manifestation of the 8 spider lances, Tang San evidently aimed to deliver a decisive blow. This time, Xiang Hao noted the significant transformation of the venomous 8 spider lances. The 8 legs appeared longer and sharper, a symphony of green and dark purple hues. The converging lances targeted Xiang Hao's heart, just as Hulaina and her companions began to react, only to become ensnared once more in the blue-silver maze. Boldly, Bibian shouted from the platform, yet it was too late. 6-armed Thunder God. At that moment, accompanied by Xiang Hao's anguished roar, for violet iron arms emerged from behind, firmly grasping the 8 spider lances. The purple lightning coursed through the connection between the two, and Tang San was struck by the bolt, blood surging into his mouth as he quickly retreated. The onlookers, all soul masters, were astounded by the unfolding scene, external soul bones. Intuit that such extraordinary treasures seemed to have become inexplicably cheap. Even some titled Douluo couldn't help but smile wryly at this sight, as countless coveted artifacts, once deemed unattainable by myriad powerful beings, were now laid bare before their eyes. Tang San forced a wry smile as blood uncontrollably spilled forth. What a feat it was to conceal oneself so deeply. Xiang Hao, having just freed himself from his restraints, slowly calmed his breath, reflecting on how the Tang sect favored poison. As he spoke, dark toxic blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Why is it that you are so enamored with poison? Each word he uttered was laced with a desperate effort to suppress the fury within. The same feelings, the same circumstances, the memories of that fateful night surged back to the forefront of his mind. He advanced step by step, and unknowingly, the very heavens began to change color. Countless crimson auras erupted from the blood patterns on Xiang Hao's body, and with each step forward, the world transformed. With a single stride, all living beings became mere shadows. A blood-red mountain of corpses and sea of blood replaced everything on the battlefield, enveloping every individual in a shroud of crimson, a slaughterhouse for thousands. Chapter 88, Creation and Annihilation. The blood-colored domain instantaneously engulfed the arena, causing the blue-silver vine's assault to falter significantly. The vibrant life force, once flourishing, withered under the stench of blood, forcing Tang San's every action to a halt. Feeling the drain of his soul power, Tang San managed a bitter smile. Just as his support was thwarted, the other battles turned dire for Shrek Academy. After yet another piercing ice spear from Zhong Liemo, Ma Hongjun was eliminated, and simultaneously, Hulaina dispatched Xiao Wu with a flick of her tail. Daimubai, unable to withstand Yan's relentless assault, retreated step by step, ultimately crossing the line. The vast disparity in strength rendered all of Shrek's strategies futile. In the blink of an eye, only Tang San and the 5 from the Spirit Hall Academy remained on the field, with Xiang Hao pressing closely in front of Tang San. The outcome of this match was all but certain. Tang San, do not struggle. Xiang Hao approached slowly, his bloodlust intensifying with each step he took. Xiang Hao gestured slightly behind him, signaling them to keep their distance. This was his battle alone, requiring no interference from others. Hulaina restrained the impulsive Yan, allowing him to face this challenge himself. Tang San, let us determine the victor of this duel, Xiang Hao declared, clenching his fists, causing his garments to tear apart, revealing countless menacing blood veins snaking across his body. A dense aura of blood continuously coalesced within the realm, spiraling around him to form a crimson whirlwind. Very well, Tang San responded emphatically, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Gripping the necklace at his chest with his right hand, his black soul rings pulsated behind him, while myriad blue-silver grasses surged forth from all directions. Under a verdant halo, the blood-red domain gradually receded, and suddenly, a vibrant green realm emerged, standing defiantly against the crimson one, dividing the arena into 2 halves, 1 crimson, 1 green. In this moment, Tang San seemed to undergo a further enhancement, as countless blue-silver grasses entwined around him. Instantly, his eyes transformed into a brilliant green, and his hair followed suit, illuminated by a radiant emerald glow that enveloped him, as if a green robe had draped over his form, symbolizing the life domain, the rebirth of all things. On the stands, Ziji and Xiong were instantly captivated by this spectacle, their eyes alight with revelation. Indeed, what their master had foretold was true. This battle would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of history, as 2 extraordinary geniuses presented an unparalleled contest for all the soul masters in attendance. The intensity of their confrontation and the clash of domains was unprecedented in the chronicles of continental competitions. At this moment, the outcome of the match had become secondary. What truly mattered was that from this day forth, two soul masters would forever be remembered by all. Aha, this is exactly as it should be. This time, I shall utterly defeat you. Xiang Hao laughed wildly, as the surrounding blood energy responded in kind. A thick mist of blood coalesced in the air, materializing into a fearsome giant beast that roared and lunged forward. In response, Tang San raised his hand, commanding the countless blue-silver grasses, which began to weave together into a colossal green shield, resisting the beast's relentless assaults with unwavering strength. Illuminated by the life domain, the blue-silver grasses seemed to possess their own consciousness, intertwining and freely dispersing their seeds. In this battlefield of thousands, Xiang Hao reigned supreme, directing the blood energy to drive the bodies of the defeated towards their adversaries, channeling the divine martial arts within him. His inner strength propelled the blood energy to converge anew in the air, shaping a massive blood hand that emerged from the mist, where the blood veins upon Xiang Hao's body shone brilliantly like pairs of demonic eyes. Fifth soul skill, grasping the cauldron. The bloodied hand resembled a colossal iron claw, lunging towards Tang San, disregarding all defenses and forcibly restraining him for 5 seconds. Indeed, the immense bloodied hand swiftly enveloped Tang San, firmly keeping him in place. Lightning flickered around Xiang Hao as he unleashed the Thunder God Fist, delivering a devastating blow that struck Tang San's face in an instant. However, before he could revel in his success, for thick vines erupted from the ground behind him. In a heartbeat, both their attacks reached their targets simultaneously, sending them reeling from different angles. A fierce lash landed solidly on Xiang Hao's back, leaving a glaring crimson mark, and after much struggle, he managed to rise unsteadily to his feet. Junior brother, do not come closer. After repelling Huliana, Xiang Hao straightened his posture once more, though the wound he sustained still harbored poison. Channeling his internal energy, the fiery and icy energies within his arms began to activate, circulating through his body to suppress the opponent's toxin. The miraculous efficacy of his ice and fire dual eyes manifested at that moment, after enduring 2 types of extraordinary poisons. Xiang Hao's immunity had significantly heightened. Tang San's condition was no better. The thunder imprint accurately struck his chest, leaving a darkened mark, while the 8 spider lances behind him shattered completely. Spitting out several mouthfuls of congealed blood, Tang San struggled to stand. The two faced each other, nearly a few dozen steps apart, both fixated on their opponent. Suddenly, Tang San chuckled. I know that the people of the Divine Martial Hall have always looked down upon the hidden weapons of the Tang sect. Yet it seems you consistently fall prey to them. This remark struck Xiang Hao as especially mocking, a devious tactic. And yet Tang San seemed to revel in his own triumph. Blood trickled from the corner of Tang San's mouth, but he could not suppress his boisterous laughter. Brute, how can pedestrian knowledge be deemed as supreme skills? The Tang sect is far more profound than you can imagine. Today, let me enlighten you. With arms outstretched, countless fragments of the 8 spider lances were drawn into his hands. Today's ultimate technique, the Tang sect's 10th, Batwing reincarnation. In an instant, innumerable shards shot out in various directions, creating an array of intricate angles. Tang San's rapid-fire technique left Xiang Hao no time to analyze the trajectory of the shards. Divine martial qigong. Xiang Hao extended his left foot, adopting a horse stance, as he unleashed a colossal stream of qigong that formed an invisible shield at his side. The shards incessantly deflected off the barrier, and Xiang Hao cast a derisive glance at Tang San, believing that his divine martial qigong was more than sufficient to handle such hidden weapons. Yet, at that moment, a peculiar smile spread across Tang San's face. Xiang Hao suddenly recalled something and turned to see that Huliana and her companions had already sustained injuries from the shards, with Zhang Liemo eliminated, and the other 3 clearly struggling to remain standing. After all, this is a duel between the 2 of us. It is best for outsiders to leave. Tang San smirked, as the last of the shards flew from his hands. Upon striking Xiang Hao's barrier, they all bounced away. Thus, the 2 remained locked in a gaze, both depleted of soul power and unable to unleash another soul skill. It seemed the final confrontation would be between the Divine Martial Hall and the Tang sect. As Tang San spoke, his left hand flickered, and the towering Haotian hammer descended before him. Upon witnessing this, Xiang Hao smiled, extending his hands to catch the golden spear that fell into his grasp. In Chapter 89, Chaotic Winds versus Breaking Array Spear. Both Flanders and Yu Shaojing gasped in unison at the sight of the golden spear. Recognizing it as the weapon of the cloaked figure who had once pursued Tang San, Xiang Hao, it seemed he had been fixated on Little San for quite some time. After a prolonged silence, the group uttered a single statement, having anticipated such a development. After all, Xiang Hao had previously wielded a gun-like martial soul during his time at Shrek, but none had imagined that his other martial soul would be a body martial soul. Like Tang San, he possessed a twin martial soul, and the destructive potential of that golden spear was surely not inferior to that of Tang San's Haotian hammer. With growing concern, Yu Shaojiang remarked that the more secrets about Xiang Hao surfaced, the more anxious he became. At the main seat, Bibi Dong's demeanor turned icy upon the emergence of the Haotian hammer, while the surrounding elders exhibited expressions of terror. The Haotian hammer had historically been an adversary to the spirit hall, inflicting significant losses upon them. And Ghost Douluo recalled the fear of being dominated by a god of death. The gazes directed at Tang San were now laden with hostility and even murderous intent. The appearance of the Haotian hammer stirred immense waves of emotion within every soul master present. The continent's foremost offensive martial soul had vanished from sight for many years, only to resurface alongside a pair of prodigies wielding twin martial souls. The significance of this battle now transcended its outcome. However, for the two combatants on the field, the situation was entirely different. Their duel had only just begun. From this moment forth, it was a confrontation between two sects, with both masters having nearly exhausted their soul power. Henceforth, this would become a pure martial arts battle. The secret techniques of the Tang sect against the divine techniques of the Xiang Yu sect, with the spear swirling in his grasp, nimble as a dragon guarding its territory. Xiang Hao's feet flickered with the light of thunder as he moved, summoning 3 afterimages that appeared beside him. All 4 figures wielding the spear charged forth, while Tang San raised the Haotian hammer with his left hand, a flash of purple light glimmering in his eyes. The purple extreme demon eye was particularly effective against illusion-based skills, rendering Xiang Hao's afterimages superfluous in Tang San's perception. With a mighty swing, Tang San brought down his hammer upon one of the apparitions, and a violent shower of metallic sparks erupted. After the impact, he felt a tingling sensation in his palms, forcing him to retreat. With a grin, Tang San swung the hammer once more, striking at the same spot, and this time, it was Xiang Hao who felt the numbing effect. Feeling the tingling in his hands, Xiang Hao was taken aback. The current breakthrough halberd weighed an astonishing 3,000 pounds. Contrary to his expectations of Tang San being forcefully pushed away, he witnessed Tang San delivering 2 swift strikes to the same spot. It was Xiang Hao who found himself struggling to withstand the onslaught. As the third strike loomed, Xiang Hao perceived the situation akin to forging iron. However, sensing the greater force behind the impending third blow, his demeanor turned serious. The weight alone was no longer sufficient to suppress Tang San. Xiang Hao hastily widened his stance and drew forth his spear, realizing he could no longer engage Tang San in direct confrontation. The hammer technique was indeed peculiar. With each strike, its power intensified. In that moment, Xiang Hao comprehended why the Haotian sect was revered as the premier sect in the world. Even a singular technique like this hammer method was sufficient to dominate the realm. Tang San continued to multiply his hammer strikes, his speed accelerating with each blow. At this juncture, he cast aside his usual caution and strategy, adopting a highly aggressive and oppressive fighting style, which, it must be said, was quite effective. With the phantom-like movements of his technique, each of Tang San's strikes relentlessly pursued Xiang Hao. For this day, I have diligently honed this hammer technique for a year, echoed in Xiang Hao's mind. A terrifying impact landed beside him, creating a massive crater. The competition arena was constructed from pressure-enhanced stone slabs, impervious even to the full force of a Soul Emperor's punch, yet under the Haotian hammer, it crumbled as effortlessly as tofu. That will surely disappoint you. Xiang Hao's eyes widened with determination as he lifted the spear, evading the onslaught. The breaking array spear technique comprised only 4 forms, and he was intent on seizing every opportunity. The lightning and ghostly footwork intertwined on the battlefield, neither side affording the luxury of marveling at the other's agility. For them, every chance was singular. At last, Tang San hefted his hammer with tremendous force, striking the ground. Ignoring the stones that splattered against his face, Xiang Hao bent low, pivoted sharply, and thrust his spear forward, piercing through the stars. The unadorned thrust carried immense power, aimed straight at Tang San's face. As Tang San's hammer descended, he anticipated Xiang Hao's counterattack. With a swift motion of his right hand, he executed the capture the crane and seized the dragon technique. The thrust hesitated for a fleeting moment, and in that instant, Tang San had already lifted the Haotian hammer, launching the 21st strike. The collision of their formidable weapons produced a shockwave that left both warriors momentarily strained, their arms trembling visibly as every muscle felt remarkably frail. After being forcefully repelled, they swiftly prepared for their next strikes. Tang San's Haotian hammer spun rapidly under his control, while Xiang Hao, still reeling from the last encounter, found the 21st strike already at his forefront. He retreated, the imprint of Tang San's hammer relentlessly pursuing him, dust and debris swirling before his face. Retreating several dozen steps to the very edge, Tang San faltered for a moment after one last strike. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Hao decisively drove his spear into the ground, gripping it tightly as he thrust upwards. The sharp spearhead, accompanied by the flying debris, shot forth, meeting Tang San's 51st strike head-on. Under the immense pressure, the ground beneath Xiang Hao cracked, and his form descended significantly. However, in this clash, Xiang Hao gained the upper hand. The spear's shaft pressed against the ground, alleviating much of his burden, while Tang San was sent airborne, landing nearly 50 steps away at the boundary. Capitalizing on his advantage, Xiang Hao swung his great spear, the shaft revolving around him. His right hand gripped the end of the breaking sky spear tightly, while his left hand pressed down at the front. With a powerful horizontal strike, he unleashed a force that spanned all directions. Tang San found himself with no escape, gripping the Haotian hammer as he charged forward. With a series of forceful strikes, he barely managed to counter the onslaught, but as he stabilized, his right hand began to tremble uncontrollably, the exertion proving too much for his weary body. With a dozen blows still remaining, Tang San fought with all his might, his hands swinging the hammer with increasing speed. The final blows carried tremendous force. King Kong's fierce gaze was locked onto Tang San's movements, searching for a flaw, while Tang San sought any misstep from Xiang Hao. Both were intensely focused, their mental energies nearly depleted after what felt like an eternity. The moment for the final strike echoed in their minds. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, and the violent hammering had created a significant fissure in the arena. After a fierce shake, the ground began to crack and was on the verge of collapse. Now was the moment. They both roared almost in unison, Xiang Hao leaping high, wielding his spear downward, while Tang San gripped the hammer tightly, unleashing the 81st strike of his chaotic style. The clash of their weapons produced a deafening sonic boom. The magnitude of their power incalculable, leaving countless strong warriors awestruck in that instant. In the aftermath of the strike, the audience collectively held their breath. The center shrouded in smoke, the outcome still a mystery. After a resounding explosion, everyone awaited the result. Who would remain standing on the stage? Who would claim victory? As the dust began to settle, one figure remained upright amidst the chaos. With anxious eyes from the crowd, the result was revealed. Xiang Hao knelt on one knee, barely supporting himself with the spear, fortunate to still be in the arena. Conversely, Tang San had been propelled far beyond the boundaries, the Haotian hammer dragging a long trail of blood across the ground, a deep wound on his chest still oozing crimson. It was evident. Xiang Hao had triumphed. Silence was swiftly followed by an explosive eruption of cheers. The anticipation of the crowd faded in significance, their voices merging into a crescendo of jubilation. Yet, the true nature of the events remained known only to them. As Xiang Hao recalled that moment, chills ran down his spine. He clutched his abdomen, blood surging uncontrollably from his wound. In the final instant of their confrontation, Tang San had thrown the last shard of the 8 spider lances, striking Xiang Hao from mere steps away, leaving a trail of crimson droplets in its wake. This man sought to perish alongside him. Tang San's gaze had mirrored that of a ghostly figure from the past, and at that moment, Xiang Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. The projectile was not another hidden weapon from the Tang clan, but rather a shard that had been concealed, launched with the fervor of his 81st hammer strike. Finally, as the host announced the victory of the Spirit Hall Academy, Xiang Hao, overwhelmed, succumbed to darkness. He had endured for far too long, the lingering toxins in his body proving too much to bear as his energy surged and then faltered. In an instant, Douluo dashed down from the stands, producing the long-prepared elixirs to detoxify the crowd. As for the subsequent events, Xiang Hao remained oblivious. Qian Rinxue sprang to her feet, acutely aware that Xiang Hao's spiritual sea was nearly depleted, indicating he was gravely injured. "Your Highness, please temper your anger. We have done our utmost." Her hands gripped the railing tightly, yearning to rush down and embrace Xiang Hao, who lay on the ground, blood staining the earth, a reflection of the anguish within her own heart. The subordinates observed as the princess' fingers sank deeply into the wooden railing, wisely falling silent. For the prince remained fervently devoted to his country. At that moment, Ning Fingji arrived to tend to the injuries of the Shrek members. Under the radiant 7-colored light, the group gradually regained consciousness, their wounds healing significantly, save for the ghastly scar on Tang San's chest. Yet he paid it no mind, sitting despondently in a corner. a smile he could not suppress curling at the corners of his lips. With both sides suffering, and Xiang Hao lying before him, the burden that had weighed heavily on his heart for over a year dissipated, leaving Tang San feeling unexpectedly light. Without uttering a word, he struggled to rise, slowly making his way outside. Though his breath was thick with the scent of blood, he had never found the air so invigorating. Aha, the Shrek Academy still lost. Didn't they? Yu Shaojiang supported Tang San as the Shrek team prepared to depart. According to tradition, the victors would soon celebrate, with the Pope personally presenting the prizes. However, this year might be an exception. Although the Spirit Hall had detoxified and suffered no major harm, they were utterly exhausted, and this matter would likely be addressed later. Just as they were about to leave, a commanding voice resonated through the space. You may depart, but leave Tang San behind. Bibi Dong's voice carried the weight of a long-standing authority, directed at Tang San. With the Haotian hammer's appearance, it was clear that the Spirit Hall would not allow its adversaries to escape unscathed. Tang San slowly turned, meeting Bibi Dong's gaze directly. What further arrangements does the esteemed Pope have? Regardless, I must decline your invitation, as my current condition is rather unseemly. His voice rang clear and resolute. The powerful individuals present could not help but admire the courage of this youth. Ning Fingji, observing the disheveled boy below, marveled at his brilliance. In that moment, he shone like a beacon, embodying a turning point. Clearing his throat, Ning Fingji rose and spoke. Young brother Tang San has just endured a fierce battle and is likely quite weakened. If there are old grievances, this is not the time for reckoning. Moreover, the Spirit Hall is known for its integrity and righteousness, and would not trouble young brother Tang San at this juncture. In a single moment, Bibi Dong's countenance darkened significantly as the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School spoke. In the presence of so many witnesses, it would be inappropriate for her to confront Tang San directly. At that moment, Yu Yuanjin, the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, also rose to respond. And the soul masters present echoed his sentiments, creating an atmosphere that quickly became difficult to control. Observing this, Bibi Dong had no choice but to relent. She gripped her staff tightly, her gaze calm yet terrifying as she surveyed the crowd below. On the viewing platform, the disguised Ziji and Xiang Jun exchanged furtive signals with Xiao Wu. They had awaited this moment for a long time, and now, amidst the chaos, the opportunity had arrived. Xiao Wu had been closely watching the two. Upon receiving their command, she hesitated only briefly before decisively removing the necklace from around her neck. In that instant, she felt countless piercing gazes directed at her, sharp as daggers aimed at her heart. Unconsciously, she clutched the hem of Tang San's garment, while Ziji looked on with a satisfied smile, affirming that this was precisely the moment they desired. Suddenly, Bibi Dong smiled, as dramatic events unfolded one after another that day. The Douluo continent would undoubtedly remember this day. Even before she spoke, numerous titled Douluo cast greedy glances into the arena, and Tang San, oh Tang San, this time. Escape would be impossible. Sword Douluo Chen Xian whispered into Ning Fingji's ear, causing the latter's expression to darken considerably. Turning to look, he saw Yu Yuanjin, that old rascal, leering at Xiao Wu. Scoundrels! How is this any different from the Spirit Hall? Chen Xian remarked indifferently. 100,000-year soul beasts must yield soul bones. And that old dragon still lacks several pieces. I must admit, I am somewhat tempted. Not only the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, but countless powerful beings shared similar expressions at that moment. The elusive opportunity lay before them, irresistibly enticing to all. Ziji and Xiang Jun observed the crowd on the platform, their eyes filled with mockery. The ugly visage of humanity remained unchanged through the years. Enraged, Xiang Jun was about to unleash his fury. Patience. Your timed event will come. Ziji firmly grasped his hand, admonishing him sharply. Chapter 91. Pursuit. Bibi Dong chuckled lightly, gracefully leaping to the center of the arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Tang San clenched his teeth in frustration. What was this woman's intention? Hadn't she already indicated he could leave? Bibi Dong, leaning on her staff, approached slowly. In the minds of the onlookers, the sound of her staff striking the ground resonated with profound weight. Frand, steeling himself, stepped forward, determined to rescue the children, even if it meant risking everything. We pay our respects to your holiness. I am Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy. Tang San is gravely injured. I implore your holiness to allow us to take him for treatment. Flinder bowed respectfully, speaking tentatively, prepared for the worst, though uncertain how long they could endure. To his surprise, Bibi Dong immediately replied, Of course, you may leave at once. Flander quickly expressed his gratitude and hurriedly assisted Tang San as they made their way out. Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong were still astonished, pondering why Bibi Dong had suddenly exhibited such benevolence. Just as they had taken their first step outside, Bibi Dong's icy words pierced the air once more. She raised her staff and pointed decisively at Xiao Wu, indicating that she intended to keep her. This abrupt shift caused the smiles on everyone's faces to vanish instantaneously. The spirit hall would never permit a soul beast to be integrated into human society. Her words struck like thunder, leaving everyone's scalp tingling. Tang San tightened his grip on Xiao Wu's hand, staring at her in disbelief. Suddenly recollecting their childhood and recent conversations, it dawned on him that Xiao Wu had been subtly hinting at something all along. Without hesitation, he pulled Xiao Wu behind him, confronting the coldly indifferent Bibi Dong. Do not struggle, Tang San. Do not follow in your father's footsteps. In this world, humans are humans, and soul beasts are soul beasts. With that, she raised her hand sharply, prepared to seize Xiao Wu. At that moment, a furious roar echoed, and a dark figure materialized in the air above the fighting arena. The ghost Douluo, still on the platform, instantly transformed from a playful demeanor to one of sheer horror. His face contorting into a grotesque mask. Yueguan's expression darkened considerably. That madman had arrived. The other spirit hall elders were no strangers to this figure, who represented an eternal anguish for the spirit hall. However, Ning Fengji exhaled in relief, realizing that today's events would no longer require intervention from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. He was not yet ready to provoke the spirit hall. And although the sword Douluo and bone Douluo were present, he hoped this matter would come to a close. Tang Hao floated silently above, gazing down at the assembly, resolved to take all these individuals with him today. Bibi Dong, with a cold glare directed at Tang Hao, had not anticipated his swift arrival. If this old madman decided to wreak havoc today, there would be no stopping him. In the entire continent, Tang Hao was unique in his ruthless approach towards the spirit hall. However, Bibi Dong was unwilling to yield this time. Her actions did not cease, as a powerful force surged towards Xiao Wu. In a critical moment, Tang Hao refrained from intervening. Just as Bibi Dong was about to grasp Xiao Wu, Tang San shielded her with his own body. Suddenly, the Haotian hammer descended from the heavens, landing between Bibi Dong and Tang San, and subsequently whisking them away. Bibi Dong laughed, commanding, Yueguan, Ghost, pursue Tang Hao. They too laughed, racing forth with an overwhelming intent to kill, under the astonished gaze of the continent's powerful figures. In that fleeting instant, they all beheld one of the continent's pinnacle powers, the Haotian Douluo, who had lost an arm and a leg. His transparent arm, formed from condensed spirit power, appeared exceedingly comical to the onlookers. Meanwhile, in a less noticed corner, 2 figures surged forth almost simultaneously. Ning Fengji, in a state of shock, turned to the sword Douluo, questioning, is there a being capable of inflicting such injuries on Tang Hao in this continent? Chen Xian pondered carefully. Yes. But if it were him, Tang Hao would likely not survive. Who? The Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo. Rumors have reached the pinnacle of the 99th level of the Soul Master. Listening to the words of Wai Chenxin, Ning Fengji remained silent for an extended period. The power of the Spirit Hall was continuously expanding. What was once merely a disparity in strength had now evolved into an all-encompassing suppression. Ning Fengji believed that as long as the 3 sects remained united, a means of balance would eventually emerge. However, the current situation necessitated self-preservation. Your Holiness, now that past grievances have been resolved, please allow the others from Shrek to go. Ning Fengji respectfully addressed Bibi Dong, prioritizing the safety of his companions. That is only natural, Bibi Dong replied coldly, turning to leave, her gaze perpetually frigid. The moment Yu Xiaojiang met her eyes, he felt an icy gust sweep through him. She had changed, growing more indifferent than ever. Lu Erlong quickly supported Yu Xiaojiang, who had nearly exhausted himself during the confrontation. The remaining 5 individuals bore expressions of varied complexity, marked by anxiety for their comrades, helplessness, and myriad other thoughts. Since his return, Tang San had transformed into a different person. His words had diminished, his demeanor grew colder, and his closest companions were soul beasts, making it difficult for the children to accept this abrupt change. The group from Shrek slowly departed the arena, their backs conveying a profound desolation. A month prior, Yu Xiaojiang regretted allowing Tang San to participate in the competition, hoping that he would shine brilliantly and validate his theories. Yet, Tang San had diverged from his expectations. With a soul power of 50, he had evolved to a point where Yu Xiaojiang could no longer recognize the blue-silver emperor and its miraculous life force. These enigmas remained unanswered for Tang San, and from that moment, Wujiang began to regret, only to realize today that regardless of whether he had written to Tang San, the latter would have come to compete. It was the answer he had sought for an entire year. Contemplating this, Wujiang's figure seemed to shrink, as if he could see his aspirations shattering, feeling the invisible distance that had developed between him and his disciple. Your Highness, shall we extend our condolences to Shrek Academy? Although they did not win the championship, they exhibited remarkable prowess. From this day forth, the name Shrek will surely resonate throughout the continent. The messenger beside Qianrenqiwei continually reassured her. No, only Tang San will gain renown, Qianrenqiwei replied, her fists tightening with resolve. Outside the spirit city, haunting and sinister laughter echoed relentlessly, while Tang Hao, ahead, bore several wounds, his speed diminishing. Tang Hao, I have dreamed of this day. The ghostly figure and Yu Guan pursued Tang Hao closely, the former leading the charge while the latter trailed behind, exercising caution. Having spent years refining his alchemical skills, Yu Guan's mind had grown increasingly astute. Although they were within the territory of the Spirit Hall, he remained wary of potential rescues, especially from the other factions of the three great sects, who understood the gravity of the situation. However, it was evident that his concerns were unwarranted this time. The patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, Yi Yuanjin, and the Sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Chen Xin, found themselves suppressed by Bibi Dong, rendering them incapable of intervening. To attempt a rescue now would mean opposing the Spirit Hall and the only one who might provide assistance. The Bone Douluo was still within the confines of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Despite his injuries, Tang Hao continued to sprint alongside the two children. It wasn't long before he was caught up by the ghostly figure, whose countless phantoms clawed at Tang Hao's body. You cannot escape, Tang Hao. Do you truly believe you can flee with these two little ones under my grasp? The derisive and boisterous laughter of the ghost echoed ominously in Tang Hao's ears. As anticipated by the ghost, Tang Hao had reached his limit. His wounds multiplied, and blood flowed down his face, staining his garments. Daddy! At that moment, Tang San's voice trembled uncontrollably. Man must not weep. Do not concern yourself with me, just run. Beside Tang Hao, Xiaowu could no longer suppress her sobs. Watching Tang Hao risk his life to protect them, her eyes shimmered with tears. Go quickly. With a sudden surge of strength, Tang Hao propelled himself and the two children far away. Tang San clutched Xiaowu tightly, and their figures vanished through the gaps in the trees. Tang Hao wielded the Haotian hammer, prepared to make a final stand. Ghost, even with one hand missing, this hammer will still bring you pain. He panted heavily. Yet the hammer remained a fierce weapon in his grasp. The ghost, however, stood mockingly in place while Yu Guan began to stride leisurely towards Tang San's direction. With such enmity forged, that boys shall be left behind. A taunting remark drifted past Tang Hao's ears, inciting his fury. He swung his hammer down violently. But Yu Guan effortlessly deflected it with a single hand. Your strength has diminished significantly. With a casual flick, Tang Hao was sent reeling backward, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. Finish him. I will pursue that boy, Yu Guan declared before swiftly departing, leaving the ghost to fixate upon Tang Hao with a menacing glare. The ghost advanced step by step towards Tang Hao, his expression having spiraled into a state of uncontrolled ecstasy, as if he were experiencing the culmination of long-suppressed joy. Tang Hao, to slay you with my own hands has been my greatest dream. I once thought it would remain a mere fantasy, but thanks to you, it has become a reality. I shall cherish this opportunity, for I want you to endure all the pain I have suffered over these years. Haha. Before the ghost could finish his monologue, he was abruptly interrupted by a massive fist. Xiang Jun and Ziji arrived on the scene, with Ziji delicately sniffing the air. The two children are in another direction. You handle this. After issuing her orders to Xiang Jun, Ziji swiftly departed. The sudden arrival of reinforcements left Tang Hao in a tumult of emotions, oscillating between the joy of unexpected aid and the frustration of his own impotence. The fact that Tang San had managed to escape today was already the greatest stroke of fortune. He no longer harbored any illusions of surviving himself. Xiang Jun's recent punch had been utterly fearsome, and Gue Mei had narrowly evaded it, yet the terrifying aura had swept past him like the Haotian hammer. Unaware of the esteemed title of the one before him, Gue Mei implored that the actions of the Spirit Hall not be interrupted, assuring that a substantial reward would follow. Suppressing his inner fury, Gue Mei endeavored to engage in dialogue. Xiang Jun disdainfully spat. You are not worthy to know my true name. I care not for who you are. This human shall not die today. The term human sounded particularly jarring in this context. In any case, I still have use for this individual, and none shall lay a hand on him. Prepare to face my fist. Without further explanation, Xiang Jun swung his fist. And although it appeared unremarkable, the tremor that coursed through Gue Mei's body upon receiving the blow revealed a significant disparity in their strengths. Simultaneously, Yu Guan had detected Tang San's whereabouts. Despite Tang San's efforts to evade capture, the overwhelming difference in power proved too great. The few diversionary tactics he had employed were effortlessly unraveled by Yu Guan. Hiding behind a large tree, the two held their breath, oblivious to the fact that Yu Guan had sensed their presence from 100 paces away. In the face of true power, all clever ruses seemed utterly futile. Just as Yu Guan approached with confidence, a sharp claw strike came crashing down. Ziji arrived in the nick of time, her figure draped in a flowing purple veil, revealing a pair of rare golden eyes. With a smile, she declared, "Ah, what a coincidence. I shall protect these two youngsters today." Gentle words and laughter. Yet the underlying chill remains unspoken. This is Moon's first assessment of the Purple Princess. Swiftly passing through his mind, Moon was taken aback by the emergence of such a formidable figure on the continent. Even revered title Douluos were recorded in the annals of the Spirit Hall, receiving the respect and offerings they duly deserved, regardless of their allegiance. Judging from the recent encounter, his opponent was also a powerhouse at the title Douluo level, with a soul power likely exceeding his own. Why, then, did he possess no recollection of such a formidable presence? Unlike the ghostly charm, Moon understood that attempting to engage with such an individual outside the Spirit Hall would be futile, as those unknown to the Spirit Hall often bore hostility towards it. Testing the waters, Moon unleashed a flurry of petals towards his adversary, yet the Purple Princess appeared utterly unfazed. With a delicate lift of her hands, her nails elongated like 10 blades, effortlessly deflecting the petals with fluid grace. However, Moon discerned a peculiar truth. Many petals had grazed her form, yet her skin remained unscathed. Though he had not exerted his full strength, Moon was acutely aware of the potency of his petals. Even a gentle caress would leave a mark on the likes of Chun Xian, yet before him stood a being with skin as resilient as steel, impervious to harm. Channeling her soul power, Moon launched a palm strike, only for the Purple Princess to retaliate. The impact jolted him, and he felt an overwhelming force propel him backward, landing 100 steps away. In that moment, the calmness that had initially enveloped Moon dissipated. He sensed no flow of soul power within the opponent's strike, merely an overwhelming might. The nature of the attack was puzzling, defying the conventional circulation of soul power. Could it be? Moon recalled a legend from the Douluo continent, but he quickly dismissed the thought, for the tale was far too terrifying. After 2 exchanges, he realized he was outmatched and found himself yearning to ascertain a singular truth. Surely, the legend could not be real. Without hesitation, Moon swiftly withdrew from the battlefield. He knew that any further engagement would be futile. His instincts warned him that the Purple Princess was far stronger than he had anticipated. As he retreated, he collided with the ghostly charm, and before him stood a towering figure, Bear Lord, whose golden eyes mirrored the unusual brilliance of the Purple Princess's. Chapter 93. The shattering of all. Catching the airborne ghostly charm, Moon found himself face to face with Bear Lord, whose appearance instilled a deep sense of dread within him. In contrast to the Purple Princess, Bear Lord's golden irises were elongated and black, resembling stars. In that instant, Moon was convinced that such eyes could not belong to a mere human. Run. We must leave at once. Moon had no time to offer further explanations to the ghostly charm. His composure had entirely unraveled. Grasping her firmly, he hastened their retreat. Just as Bear Lord prepared to pursue, "Do not follow. There are many other powerful humans nearby. Alerting them would hinder our escape." Ziji hurriedly grasped Xiang Jun, expressing concern that the human had seemingly uncovered something. Returning him would be detrimental to our master's grand design. Xiang Jun replied anxiously. Ziji's voice rose in fervor, her golden eyes ablaze with boundless passion and fury. After a long slumber, the soul beasts were now subjugated by humanity, and if the current pace of hunting continued, countless soul beasts would face extinction within mere millennia. In this world, desire was the root of all sin, and humanity embodied that very desire. Yu Guan and his companion had already departed, leaving behind the essence of this mission. It was imperative to ascertain the location of the seed of life, for our master's recovery depended on it. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Tang San remained nestled together, though Ziji's timely arrival had been fortuitous. The aftermath of the battle had not spared them. Tang San anxiously monitored Yu Guan's movements and only relaxed slightly once they had vanished from sight, yet his tension persisted. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his left hand. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Xiao Wu had fainted. A petal, scattered by Yu Guan, had pierced a tree and emerged from Xiao Yu's abdomen. She clutched her belly tightly, silent in her agony, and succumbed to unconsciousness. Tang San felt as though 1,000 thunderclaps had struck him, leaving his scalp tingling. In that moment, he disregarded everything else, channeling his dwindling soul power to heal Xiao Yu. The effect was minimal, merely stanching the flow of blood from her wound, yet her pallor showed no sign of improvement. In that instant, despair enveloped Tang San. He held Xiao Yu tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. With his father's fate uncertain and Xiao Yu gravely injured, his soul power completely depleted, he despaired at the thought of their journey to the Blue Silver Valley, knowing that even with all his strength, it would take an entire day and night. What would become of Xiao Yu? He pounded the ground in helpless rage, loathing his own impotence. Men must never compromise. A familiar voice pierced through Tang San's breakdown. He looked up in astonishment to see Tang Hao, unscathed, standing before him. From his bosom, Tang Hao produced a vial. I brought some spring water before my departure. Tang San hastily administered it to Xiao Yu, and a green luminescence visibly enveloped her wound, miraculously sealing the gash. This should sustain her for a while, but we must hurry, Tang Hao urged, cradling Xiao Yu as he prepared to depart. You must follow closely. With that, he vanished into the night sky, leaving Tang San to pursue him closely, his mind awash with countless unanswered questions, yet now they seemed trivial. Xiao Yu was the sole focus of Tang San's thoughts. After enduring a brutal battle, Tang San could no longer feel his legs. He was simply running in one direction. He was uncertain of when he had lost consciousness, but upon regaining awareness, he found himself quite close to the Blue Silver Valley. Next time, remember to reserve some soul power. If it is completely depleted, I too shall fall into a deep slumber, rendering any assistance I might offer futile. The girl's condition is not too favorable, Green Ant's words echoed slowly. She had awakened long after Tang San had succumbed to unconsciousness, and fortunately, he had regained some of his soul power. Otherwise, he would have lay there, vulnerable to being taken by soul beasts, with no one the wiser. Tang San felt an immense gratitude towards Green Ant for her life-saving intervention. He expressed his thanks respectfully, acknowledging that this past year had been filled with remarkable encounters, among which Green Ant's assistance was particularly invaluable. She had saved him and transformed him, likely linked to the peculiar stone resting on his chest. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he hastened towards the Blue Silver Valley, for the safety of Xiao Yu was paramount in his heart. Stumbling into the valley, he beheld Xiao Yu peacefully reclining against a tree, guarded by her father. An immense weight lifted from his heart. Dad, how is she? He inquired. She has been submerged in the lake for an entire night. Her breathing has stabilized significantly and she is improving, his father, Tang Hao, replied. Anxiously, Tang San scrutinized Xiao Yu's condition. Her wounds had completely healed, and her complexion appeared much more vibrant. Yet, behind him, a glimmer of gold flashed in Tang Hao's eyes. In an instant, Tang Hao seized Tang San by the neck, his formidable strength nearly threatening to snap it. Before Green Ant's warning could reach Tang San's ears, the verdant life sea was already in Tang Hao's grasp, emanating an eye-catching emerald glow. Do not struggle. It is your honor to become a part of my master. Dad, what are you doing? The sudden turn of events caught Tang San off guard as he witnessed Tang Hao's fervent grip on the life stone. His eyes sparkling with an unusual golden light, and the shape of his pupils subtly shifting as his hair lengthened. Amidst raucous laughter, Tang Hao's coarse voice gradually transformed into a sharp tone, his robust physique morphing into a slender form. As he instantaneously became a striking beauty clad in purple, none other than the Purple Princess. At that moment, another imposing figure emerged from the side. It was Xiong Jun, carrying none other than Tang Hao himself. The one who saved me last night, Tang San thought, recalling his vivid impression of the purple-clad beauty during the previous night's battle. I had intended to rely on you, but I did not anticipate that this old fellow possessed such treasures, Xiong Jun chuckled, as they discovered several vials of life spring emanating from Tang Hao. Guided by an extraordinary sense of energy, the Purple Princess instinctively sought direction. Amused by the scheme she had devised, now effortlessly acquiring the life seed. Under Tang San's astonished gaze, the Purple Princess strode directly toward the center of the lake, walking upon the water's surface without leaving a single ripple. As the Purple Princess raised the seed of life high above her head, a peculiar radiance enveloped the air, giving rise to an immense pattern in the sky. Tremble, mortals, and welcome the descent of our Lord. Amidst the fervent calls of the Purple Princess and the Bear King, the celestial design collapsed into a vast abyss, shrouded in darkness. Simultaneously, a tempest arose, unleashing a torrent of roaring air that ravaged everything in its vicinity. causing the lake's waters to churn violently. The seed of life in the purple princess's grasp now emitted a resplendent green light, slowly drifting towards the gaping void above. In an instant, it vanished from sight, while the lake's life-giving waters began to spiral upward, relentlessly ascending until merging with the inky chasm. Within mere seconds, the lake was drawn into the abyss, revealing only a bed of silt and rubble. Along with it were swept away Tang San's shattered dreams, broken enmities, and fragmented soul, his very essence in ruins. Chapter 94. Legends of the Forest. Tang San could only watch in despair as the black hole consumed everything he held dear. The Purple Princess and the Bear King, alongside Xiao Yu, departed through the void, illustrating the tragic irony of life. Just a short while ago, he had been filled with hope for the future. Now, in less than a day, all semblance of hope lay in tatters. This perhaps was the genesis of Tang San's subsequent coldness and detachment, as his wounded heart seemed no longer capable of harboring excess emotions. Within the spirit hall, Yu Guan knelt before Bibi Dong, unable to articulate the reasons behind the failure of their mission. Yet, observing the fury etched on her face, he tentatively spoke, "Your Holiness, are you aware of the soul beast kings that slumber in the core lake of the Douluo forest? I will eventually attend to them." Bibi Dong dismissed him with disdain. "No, there exists an even more ancient legend regarding that lake. It is said that beneath its depths lies the true sovereign of the soul beasts, each one possessing powers far exceeding that of the sky blue bull python." "What do you mean?" Yu Guan continued. "Forgive my candor, but the two formidable beings who came to rescue Xiang Hao and his son do not appear to be human." His words reverberated ominously through the hall, where many elders were present, evidently reluctant to concur with his assertion. "Yu Guan, do you grasp the weight of your words?" An irate elder slammed his palm on the table, the absurdity of such reasoning apparent to all present. "Even if you seek to absolve yourself and Gue Mei of responsibility, you must devise a more plausible excuse." Voices of dissent echoed throughout the hall. "Enough." Bibi Dong struck her staff with force, silencing the assembly. "Yu Guan, is this conjecture? Or do you possess evidence?" "Your Holiness, there can be no mistake. During the confrontation with that individual, I sensed not a trace of soul power emanating from him. Yet his strength and speed were astonishing. More intriguingly, both beings bore golden eyes. Though merely my hypothesis, the legend holds truth, as documented in a confidential scroll within the hall's library." As these words were spoken, a hush fell over the crowd, though some appeared to harbor thoughts of dissent. At this moment, the golden crocodile Douluo spoke up. Since encountering Xiang Hao, he had been frequenting the papal palace with remarkable regularity, having also witnessed yesterday's duel. "Indeed, there exists such a legend. Whispers suggest that the true rulers of the Douluo forest lie in slumber deep within its core. A few top-tier soul beasts whose cultivation has reached several 100,000 years. For reasons unknown, they have remained in a secretive slumber, their existence now shrouded in uncertainty." The pronouncement of the golden crocodile Douluo effectively silenced everyone, as thoughts shifted away from the tasks of the two individuals. Should the latter's threat prove true, it would be unprecedented. "Yu Guan, Ghostly Shadow, you two are tasked with surveying the Douluo forest. This mission must not be flawed." Xiang Hao's injuries were not severe. After Yu Guan administered healing medicine to everyone, Xiang Hao awakened that very night, rendered nearly speechless. On the surface, it appeared he had emerged victorious, yet deep down, he sensed his defeat. He still vividly recalled Tang San's triumphant smile before he lost consciousness. In that final strike, he had failed to guard against his opponent's concealed weapon. The memory of the piercing shards passing through him intertwined with the haunting recollections of that fateful night. In a fit of rage, Xiang Hao pounded his chest, the forceful blows reopening his healing wounds. He could accept his failure, but he could not abide his own impotence. Arrogance had not brought him victory. This young man from the Tang sect had struck him awake with a harsh reality. "Do you comprehend where you faltered? In your arrogance and carelessness? No. It was your lingering compassion. Your spear could have been thrust an inch closer, yet you hesitated. That moment of indecision granted your adversary the opportunity to counterattack." Xiang Yu's sharp words pierced him deeply, striking directly at his heart. Indeed, he had hesitated. During their last encounter, he had faltered as well, and in that fleeting instant, his opponent seized the chance to retaliate. For reasons unknown, a hint of softness welled within him, leading him to feel that he should not take a life. "Your resolve is insufficient. It has not yet been tempered by the trials of bloodshed. You are still unworthy." Xiang Yu's words brimmed with ire, but soon after, he exhaled a long sigh, as if recalling something significant. "Alas, this seems to be fate. If you were not thus, I would not have chosen you." Xiang Hao wished to express more, yet Xiang Yu vanished once again, leaving him with only empty reflections. Rising from his bed, he then noticed a note on the table. Its elegant script suggesting it was pinned by a female hand, accompanied by a jade vial. "One pill a day," read the succinct message, leaving Xiang Hao perplexed. Had it been sent by his senior sister? Stepping outside, he found himself in the resting chamber of the Wuhuan Palace Academy. While Hu Laiina's room lay on the opposite side. With a furrowed brow, he made his way over, discovering Yin and Xiang Yu already awaiting him inside. "Is she all right?" he inquired. "Nana has yet to awaken, but she has nearly recovered," Xiang Yu responded. At this, Yin clenched his fist in anger. "Damn Tang San! How dare he harm my Nana? He had better not cross my path again." "Keep your voice down," Xiang Yu urged, quickly suppressing Yan's fury. "Do you recognize this character?" Xiang Hao then produced the note for the two to examine. It was clear that his senior sister could not be the author. Yet he was unfamiliar with others as well. Xiang Yu took the note, scrutinizing it closely, his expression one of confusion. "I don't recognize it." "Yin, do you?" he asked, passing it to Yin. "I don't recall. I only recognize Nana's handwriting. However, regarding this note, you could simply inquire with Elder Ju," Yin replied. Xiang Hao slapped his forehead, ready to depart, yet the expressions of the two individuals observing him were quite intriguing. However, it was rather unfortunate that Yu Guan had already set out on his mission, leaving Xiang Hao with nothing but disappointment. If that young lady were aware of your current state, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Xiang Yu could no longer bear to watch. After all, that girl had kept vigil for an entire night for you. Given that the conversation had reached this juncture, Xiang Hao was certainly aware that Xianrinqiwei had returned. Yet, there was no need to dwell on it. She had entered stealthily and departed before dawn. Xiang Yu's words promptly extinguished Xiang Hao's lingering thoughts. The latter was now filled with profound regret. Xianrinqiwei had indeed returned, and he had not even laid eyes upon her. Observing Xiang Hao's demeanor, Xiang Yu shook his head repeatedly. This child was far too much like himself. Even their emotional clumsiness mirrored one another. At that moment, he recalled a saying, "Reincarnation is merely the encounter with another self." Meanwhile, Xianrinqiwei was seated in the carriage on her journey back. As she sat there, fatigue overtook her, and she could no longer suppress her yawns. Noticing this, her subordinate quietly exited the carriage, instructing the driver to slow down and proceed with care. For her highness was resting. As the pace diminished, Xianrinqiwei gradually succumbed to slumber. The subordinate, witnessing this, smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, her highness had toiled excessively for the empire in recent days and deserved a well-earned respite. He was correct. Xianrinqiwei had indeed labored hard. Having only managed to doze off momentarily by Xiang Hao's bedside, she was utterly exhausted. Chapter 95. The Silver Dragon King Xiao Lu. What troubles you? The anxious destroyer glanced at life. The connection of the life inheritance has been severed. "I can no longer sense the core of life," life replied solemnly. Just moments ago, the essence of her life inheritance had abruptly vanished, completely severing her ties to the lower realm, leaving her unable to sense even the slightest connection. "This is not the doing of ordinary individuals. My divine consciousness has swept across the Douluo continent without discovering a trace." Upon hearing this, both fell into silence. The ancient life tree bore but a single seed every 600,000 years, imbued with boundless life force. This seed was often cast into the lower worlds as a means of inheritance. Such a situation was unprecedented. The loss of such divine power among mortals would surely incite the ire of the two divine kings. Let us refrain from reporting this for now. We shall wait a few days. Perhaps we will be able to uncover the truth. Despair comforted him, yet the countenance of life grew ever more sorrowful. The peril of the divine realm loomed imminent, and he had created such a significant disturbance. At this moment, deep within the core of the Stardow forest, beneath the central lake, a silver cocoon quivered in response. The several individuals seated around it sprang to their feet. Among them were Ziji and Xiangjun, accompanied by three others, a green-clad woman whose beauty rivaled that of Ziji, a slender man with a sinister visage, and a mysterious leader, whose ebony wings unfurled behind him. His expression was stern and unsmiling, his eyes glimmering with a golden light akin to that of Ziji. The five of them anxiously gazed at the silver cocoon, when suddenly, a beam of white light burst forth from a fissure, scattering 7 colors of extraordinary light in the air. In an instant, the dark chamber was illuminated as if it were broad daylight, and more light emanated from within. The five could no longer remain standing, yet the most composed among them, the leader, was the first to succumb to excitement, respectfully kneeling and exclaiming loudly, "We welcome our master. Congratulations on your recovery." The other four hastily followed suit, kneeling and chanting in unison. As their voices rose, the fissure widened. And amidst the endless radiance, the silver cocoon gradually vanished, revealing a figure emerging slowly from within. Silver hair cascaded freely, and as a pair of eyes opened, twin beams of purple light surged forth. The five closest to the figure felt a tightness in their chests, beads of sweat trickling down. Accompanied by an ethereal and cold voice, a shadow stepped forth from the brilliance. Tian, you have performed admirably this time. Upon hearing this, the leader dared to lift his head, declaring, for the grand design of our master, I will brave any peril. The transformed Silver Dragon King stood clad in silver dragon armor, adorned with gemstones of 7 colors on his chest. His visage remained concealed within a silver helm, leaving only his purple eyes gleaming with a mysterious light. As he walked lightly past each individual, he sighed softly. Are you truly the elite of the spirit beast in this era? The others were caught off guard, but only Tian managed to respond to the Silver Dragon King, saying, Master, all I know is this. However, there are still 2 young juniors within the Douluo forest, albeit their cultivation is merely 100,000 years. 100,000 years of cultivation, the Silver Dragon King chuckled self-deprecatingly. Now, only a handful of spirit beasts exceed this age. In the days of the Dragon God War, they were but the most ordinary pawns. He sighed, lamenting, the fall of the Dragon God has been many years past. Times have changed. The Silver Dragon King continued to toy with a bead in his hand. Master, as long as you remain, you shall surely lead us spirit beasts back to our former glory. Recently, we have ventured forth to gather intelligence. Currently, humanity's strength is insufficient to pose a threat to you. Tian spoke with reverence. Foolish. The Silver Dragon King's sharp reprimand caused Tian to hastily lower his head. Do you know why I am here healing? To evade the pursuit of the divine realm. After Tian spoke, he immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation and buried his head even deeper. While I harbor no fear of the current Douluo continent, it is essential to recognize that the realm is rife with the watchful eyes of the divine. I must remain concealed. Having already pilfered the seed of life from the goddess of life, any further reckless actions would invite the divine retribution. At that moment, how shall we withstand the sword of the divine? The Silver Dragon King gazed sternly at the jade orb in her hand, reprimanding those present. From this day forth, everything shall return to normalcy, yet you few must disperse. As she spoke, she distributed 5 silver scales among the group. This is my Dragon God order. My revival is to be conducted covertly, and I require you to scatter across the continent, gathering soul beasts. Moreover, I have imbued the Dragon God order with the blessing of the Dragon God, which will accelerate the cultivation of the soul beasts. This is a war, and we must amass our strength. With the orders given, everyone complied and departed, ensuring that our secrets remained concealed. For the time to confront our adversaries had not yet arrived. The 5 individuals exited the underground palace and immediately dispersed. The mission was of utmost importance, and none dared to show any sign of negligence. ZG remained in the Douluo forest, Bai Ji journeyed to the southern continent. The king of myriad beasts headed west, Xiang Jun ventured east, while Tian made his way to the extreme north. Within the underground palace, the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, sat alone upon the throne, the orb in her hand swirling before her as she contemplated for a long while. It appeared she had made a resolute decision. Gripping the orb tightly, she rose and vanished into a void. At that moment, the Golden Dragon King, still resting and bantering in the divine realm, suddenly opened his blood-red eyes, gazing at the still chattering Gu Xian. A multitude of questions arose within him. Sensing the Golden Dragon King's unease, Gu Xian was the first to speak. What troubles you? Has that individual sent you a letter? The Golden Dragon King nodded in confusion. Although our relationship is fraught with conflict, I believe she would not deceive me in the current circumstances. Gu Xian firmly tapped his staff, his previously jovial expression transforming into one of grave seriousness. I care not for your relationship. What I seek are results. I do not wish for you to falter at a critical moment. The Golden Dragon King slowly raised his head, his blood-red gaze locking onto Gu Xian. You must trust in the will of the Dragon God, in the wrath of the Dragon God. I shall undoubtedly crush everything that stands in our way. You need not worry about that. Focus instead on how to unravel the seals upon me. You need not fret about that. I promised I would release you. And I shall. You should have confidence in my abilities by now, Gu Xian replied with a grin. The weakest soul beasts in the Dragon God War could rend you to shreds. The Golden Dragon King scoffed, his disdain evident. Who decreed that battles can only be fought with fists? She is far more astute than you realize, Gu Xian retorted, laughter dancing in his voice. Guxin stroked his beard with a mocking smile, while the only response he received was a series of dragon roars and the rumble of thunder. Chapter 96. The secret pact night once again draped the earth in a shroud of darkness. The moonlight was particularly dim, with only a few feeble stars twinkling in the vast expanse. In the city of soul spirits, all lights had long been extinguished, and the silent windows whispered tales of their inhabitants' deep slumber. Yet, there was an exception. In one particular room, heavy breaths resonated, and the flow of soul power disturbed the already loose window, causing it to creak incessantly. The occupant was none other than our protagonist, Xiang Hao. Since returning from the tournament, perhaps spurred by the intensity of the battle, Xiang Hao's cultivation had seemingly shattered a barrier, causing his soul power to surge like a tidal wave, allowing him to break through to the 53rd level in just a few short days. This astonishing speed left the other three in awe, shaking their heads in disbelief at Xiang Hao's prodigious talent. As he felt the soul power coursing through his meridians once more, Xiang Hao slowly exhaled the impurities from his body, placing his hands upon his knees to conclude his evening's practice. Sitting in meditation, it was not long before he succumbed to slumber. At that moment, however, he opened his eyes again, though the brilliance within them appeared significantly dimmed. Silently, Xiang Hao rose, pushed open the creaking window, and with a single bound, leapt down, landing steadily on the ground from the second-floor height. Xiang Hao meticulously observed the surroundings, and upon turning back, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a silver-haired maiden. She appeared to be no more than 17 or 18 years old, with violet eyes akin to Qian Rushue's. Her long silver hair danced freely behind her, while a flowing white gown gracefully enveloped her enchanting figure. Her beauty was extraordinary, rivaling that of Qian Rushue and surpassing even Zhu Zhuqing and others. With a gentle smile, the maiden approached Xiang Hao, her laughter ringing out, crystal clear and delightful. "You and I seem to think differently," she remarked, her greeting both strange and familiar. As she drew nearer, he noticed that she was barefoot, treading upon the gravel. "You and I indeed think differently," Xiang Hao replied coldly, his gaze unwavering, as if the stunning maiden before him were merely a figment of the air. Perceiving his indifference, the maiden ceased her playful probing and engaged him in earnest conversation. "Are you not afraid of making a wrong wager? With the wisdom of the dragon god, you should comprehend that my actions are beneficial to soul beasts, bringing only advantage without harm. Your presence here signifies that you have made a choice," Xiang Yu explained calmly. And Guyuna appeared quite pleased with this response. "Very well, however, I must add a condition. Once the task is accomplished, I require your assistance in devouring the power of the other half of the dragon god." "Ha ha ha, truly, the cunning silver dragon king, I accept your terms." Guyuna seemed rather displeased by the term cunning. "From the moment you cast this orb into the lake of life, did you not foresee all that would transpire thereafter? Am I correct, god of reincarnation?" Upon hearing that name, Xiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, a bittersweet smile emerged on his face. It had been a long time since anyone had called him that. "This treasure shall return to its rightful owner," Guyuna stated, extending the orb towards Xiang Yu, who, however, shook his head in refusal. "The time is not yet ripe. You may hold on to it for now." Guyuna offered a faint smile, understanding his current state. After carefully securing the orb, she cast a worried glance at Xiang Yu. "At this juncture in the story, you should not be in this condition. No matter what transpires, do not falter at the critical moment," the instigator. With that, Guyuna turned and departed. As the space quivered, Xiang Yu emerged from the small dimension, marveling at Guyuna's meticulous foresight. She had arrived sooner than anticipated. With a gentle leap, he returned to his chamber, resuming his meditative posture as he drifted into slumber. Thus, the night passed quietly. Upon rising, Xiang Hao rubbed his sore muscles. Realizing that he could not afford to sleep in such a manner frequently, it was exhausting. He constantly felt as though he were running up and down. Adorning himself with his ceremonial robe, he prepared to meet his teacher, anticipating that, based on past experiences, a task awaited him. As he pushed open the grand doors of the papal hall, he found it unusually empty, with only himself present. After observing the customary formalities, Bai Dong directly addressed him. "Hao, allow me to see your domain technique." Xiang Hao immediately complied. As the black soul ring flickered, a crimson aura spread forth, blood and bones carpeting the earth, while the sanguine hue tainted the sky, manifesting the slaughterhouse before Bibi Dong's eyes. This marked Bibi Dong's first meticulous observation of this ability. While she marveled at its effects, a growing tension knitted her brows. The skill was formidable, yet it had not yet reached its ultimate potential. As her thoughts churned, a black-red domain emanated from her side. A torrent of murderous intent and destructive power surged towards Xiang Hao. In that instant, he felt as though he were standing face to face with death, his limbs growing inexplicably cold. Power, do you sense the disparity? The overwhelming intent, boundless and lethal, escaped Xiang Hao's lips. Indeed, this domain is known as the domain of the god of slaughter, yet your slaughterhouse domain is evidently superior. However, it requires the tempering of blood. Do you comprehend? This was a lesson Xiang Yu had imparted to him from the beginning. Now that Bibi Dong echoed those sentiments. Her next words aligned closely with his own thoughts. I shall send you to the city of slaughter for your training. Bibi Dong's declaration resonated perfectly with Xiang Hao's inner voice. The conventional training of the spirit hall could no longer yield significant progress for him. Although the city of slaughter was fraught with peril, she was willing to believe in his ability to withstand its trials. Teacher, I am eager to go. The opportunity was one he could not afford to miss, and he readily assented, far more enthusiastically than Bibi Dong had anticipated. The infamous reputation of the city of slaughter had caused her considerable hesitation before arriving at this decision. Teacher, we can depart at any time. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Very well. Prepare yourself. I shall personally escort you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Bibi Dong, Xiang Hao began to hastily gather his belongings. He packed pills, materials, alchemical furnaces, and other supplies, finding little attachment to the room, having stayed there merely a week. The following day, Bibi Dong led Xiang Hao on their journey. Unlike previous travels, this route was shrouded in secrecy. Any ordinary traveler would surely become disoriented by the myriad paths through the forest. Xiang Hao had completely lost track of their way. They set out in the morning and arrived at their destination by evening. Before them stood an ancient stone wall, entwined with countless thorns and green vines. The thickness of the stems suggested that it had been long since anyone had visited. Intricate patterns were carved into the stone surface, and at the base of the wall, a small circular groove appeared quite new, the stone itself remarkably smooth. Drop your blood into it, Bibi Dong instructed. Chapter 97. The city of slaughter. Xiang Hao sliced open his palm, clenching his fist tightly as crimson blood dripped from his hand, falling into the circular groove below. In an instant, the blood vanished, absorbed entirely by the stone wall. The next moment, countless scarlet patterns began to spread across the stone surface, coalescing into a brilliant display of crimson light. Simultaneously, the ground beneath Xiang Hao began to churn violently, the tender green grass transforming into soil. As the earth heaved, the true nature of the subterranean realm gradually unveiled itself. A shadowy underground cavern emerged before them, exuding a chilling air filled with the foul stench of blood. This marked the entrance to the city of carnage. I can only accompany you this far. The rest of the journey lies ahead for you to traverse, Bibi Dong reiterated, her voice tinged with unease despite her previous reassurances. The individuals inhabiting this place transcended the mere description of evil. She regarded them as beasts cloaked in human skin. A paradise for the fallen. The rules here are as I have mentioned, remember? The sole path to escape is to achieve 100 victories in the arena of the city of carnage to earn the right to challenge the Hell Road. Only thus can you hope to leave. With her final admonition, Bibi Dong watched as Xiang Hao descended the steps, gradually disappearing into the shadows. The ground began to churn anew, the verdant grass layering over it, while the blood patterns on the stone wall faded until it returned to its original state. Thorns and green vines, fallen leaves and dense thickets. Everything appeared as if freshly arrived. Bibi Dong turned away, her heart whispering, Hao, you must survive. Within the hidden passage, flickering torches cast a faint light, illuminating the damp blood and muck beneath. With his eyes wide open, Xiang Hao tread cautiously, sensing the complexity of his surroundings. After several dozen steps, the path revealed a sharp corner where the stench of blood intensified. Bibi Dong had warned him repeatedly about the nature of the city of carnage. To enter without preparing some words of welcome would be a disservice to its infamous reputation. Xiang Hao paused at the corner, empowered by the essence of the indomitable. The rough breaths and appearances of several individuals on the other side of the wall became glaringly evident. A sanguine aura enveloped him, intensifying the stench of blood that emanated from his form. His skin, flushed with heat, exuded steam as he unleashed a straightforward yet powerful punch against the wall, shattering bricks into fragments that scattered like shrapnel upon the others behind him. His clenched fist struck with the precision of a voracious python, landing squarely against one individual's waist, accompanied by the sickening sound of a spine fracturing, causing the man to collapse in wide-eyed shock. Breaking through the veil of obscurity, Xiang Hao's crimson eyes glimmered amidst the smoke. The group, who had moments earlier been strategizing on how to encircle the newcomers, were instantly paralyzed with fear upon witnessing their strongest member's spine being crushed. The stark disparity in strength prompted one to flee without a backward glance, while the remaining two, gritting their teeth, charged forward, one wielding a curved dagger, the other manifesting claws like a feline. Their abilities appeared to barely surpass the 30th level. Xiang Hao unleashed a pair of fists toward their faces, sending forth a spray of sanguine mist, droplets splattering across his visage as he effortlessly maneuvered past their lifeless forms. In his inaugural act of killing, his heart remained unperturbed. It seemed to possess a chilling indifference far surpassing his own expectations. With a handkerchief drawn from his ring, he leisurely wiped his hands before advancing further. The atmosphere thickened ominously ahead, and he could discern the glimmer of light at the end. With measured steps, he approached the exit of the passage, where the corpse of the recently escaped lay sprawled. Before him stood a woman draped in a black veil, who, upon his emergence, respectfully presented a plaque engraved with a skull motif. Inscribed upon it were the numbers 8973, seemingly his new designation for existence within this realm. Mr. 8973, you are indeed the victor of this group. Allow me to guide you into the city of carnage, she stated with deference, leading Xiang Hao through the exit and toward the city gates. As he stepped through the threshold, he was immediately enveloped by the sensation of countless eyes fixating upon him. Although he had mentally prepared for this moment, the reality of it left him distinctly unsettled. It appeared they had yet to discern who the prey was and who the hunter truly was. Xiang Hao was perplexed as to why such words escaped his lips. Yet, curiously, the nauseating stench of blood that lingered in the air, coupled with the sight of the fallen ones peering at him with trepidation, did not induce anxiety within him. Instead, it invigorated his very essence, as if he had finally found true relaxation in that moment. The crimson patterns on his body pulsated with lifeblood, and as he moved his limbs, the crisp sound of cracking bones resonated around him. The woman in black gauze stood beside him, somewhat dazed. As she had guided many newcomers before, however, none had ever made such a flamboyant entrance. Very well, I comprehend your rules. Lead me to the arena of slaughter. Xiang Hao interjected, cutting short the woman's introduction. He had already heard these details from Bai Bai Dong, and his sole intention was victory. The arena of slaughter is located within the inner city. As your protection period for newcomers is in place, I can only shield you from harm elsewhere in the inner city. What transpires within the arena will depend solely on your own capabilities. Moreover, even the protection of the inner city lasts merely 12 hours. Are you prepared? Lead the way. The arena of slaughter, situated in the inner city of the city of carnage, was significantly smaller than the outer city. However, as they passed through the city gates, a more frenzied reality unfolded before Xiang Hao's eyes. Unlike the cautious atmosphere of the outer city, the beasts of the inner city almost welcomed the newcomers with fervor. He could distinctly see the blood-red eyes of every creature, and even as the reapers of slaughter attempted to ward them off, these seasoned veterans still flitted about like moths drawn to a flame. Their discussions and excitement were crystal clear to Xiang Hao. Look at the firmness of his flesh. He must taste delightful. Such robust build, and not lacking in handsomeness. It wouldn't hurt to relieve my urges a little, ha ha ha. Such remarks echoed incessantly in his ears as their actions spoke volumes. Upon witnessing the scene, a hellish emissary raised his hand and dispatched one of the eager onlookers, which quelled their enthusiasm considerably. Not many are as popular as you, he remarked. This is quite convenient. It saves me from dealing with each one individually. Under the astonished gaze of the woman in black, a red-purple aura swirled around Xiang Hao, with the crimson patterns on his body blooming forth. His taut arms extended forcefully to either side, and in that moment, laughter and roars ceased abruptly. To the woman in black, many of these individuals were familiar, known for their consecutive victories in the arena. Their bodies were as fragile as matchsticks, crumbling under his seemingly unremarkable strike, sending blood and flesh splattering. After completing this display, Xiang Hao nonchalantly removed his coat, which was now soaked in blood, with remnants of flesh clinging to various spots. Disdainfully, he cast aside the garment and declared, "Now, let us proceed." The woman clad in black finally regained her composure and resumed her lead, yet her heart remained tumultuous. Chapter 98. First victory. Upon arriving at the arena of slaughter, the scale of this battleground exceeded all expectations. It was far grander than what Xiang Hao had envisioned, comparable to the largest Royal Soul arena in his memory. As the woman in black prepared to launch into an elaborate exposition of the rules, Xiang Hao raised his hand to interrupt her, stating, "I am already aware. Simply inform me of how to enter the competition. She had grown accustomed to being interrupted by Xiang Hao, yet, unlike before, she found herself unable to harbor any resentment towards him. After just one battle, she had conferred upon him the title of a formidable warrior, a status that would command respect within the city of Slaughter. You may register with your identity token. Each match commences once 10 participants are gathered, but do remember that no combat is permitted prior to the start of the contest. Additionally, the cost of spectating is a Bloody Mary. However, I presume you hold little interest in that, the woman in black began to explain, only to find Xiang Hao already producing his identity token to register for the competition. Xiang Hao's inaugural competition commenced without delay. By a twist of fate, he found himself as the 10th participant in his group. Moments after registering, he was ushered into the lineup. His only preparation was donning the mask he had crafted himself. The menacing visage of a ghoul, complete with ferocious fangs, mirrored the tumultuous emotions raging within him. He was ablaze with fervor, his body trembling with excitement, every pore of his being resonating with the primal roar. Never had he anticipated such a profound thirst for blood. The other 9 competitors, upon noticing that Xiang Hao stood resolutely, his identity card pristine, erupted into raucous laughter, clearly perceiving him as an easy target. Kid, I strike swiftly, you 1T suffer. One of them jeered, playfully dragging a knife across Xiang Hao's mask, his soul power already at the soul saint level. Nice mask. Is it for a festive occasion? How terrifying. Amidst the jeers, the corners of Xiang Hao's mouth subtly lifted behind the mask. Subsequently, the 10 participants were separated and directed to their respective entrances. Stepping into the hellish arena, amidst the thunderous roars of the audience, which could barely be described as cheers, Xiang Hao found himself at a loss for other fitting adjectives. One by one, they entered the fray. The provocateur, who had taunted earlier, received an even louder ovation upon his entrance. Xiang Hao discerned his name, Ghost King. Vague memories surfaced of the numerous marks on his identity card, indicating he had achieved over 10 consecutive victories in this arena. All right, let the first round commence with you. The Ghost King, fixated on Xiang Hao, eagerly licked the tip of his blade. In the eyes of the spectators, Xiang Hao appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet, the distinction between predator and prey was far from clear. Once the 10 were prepared, the match began. The Ghost King surged forward, his martial spirit resembling a phantom. His ghostly speed coupled with formidable soul power made his thrust nearly unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, he was before Xiang Hao. The audience's fervor reached a fever pitch as they anticipated witnessing the Ghost King tear out his opponent's heart, his macabre signature move. However, reality defied expectation. The Ghost King halted before Xiang Hao, and to the spectators' horror, his head was shattered as though struck by a hammer. This formidable contender, ranked amongst the top 100, was obliterated by a single blow. The other 8 participants were confronted with a scene far more terrifying than that witnessed by the audience. The eerie mask, half drenched in blood, revealed hollow eyes now glowing ominously red. They understood that the Ghost King had not simply faltered. They had witnessed his weapon shatter upon contact with Xiang Hao. Fear and disbelief flooded their hearts. Let us attack together. Surround him. Someone shouted, jolting the others into action as they summoned their martial spirits in unison. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao calmly positioned himself at the center of the arena, hands clasped at his abdomen, as he gathered his inner strength, coalescing it between his palms. The immense inner strength was continuously compressed and concentrated, gathering in ever-increasing amounts. Although those few individuals were unaware of Xiang Hao's current methods, their instinctive sense of danger urged them to resolve the situation swiftly. The silvery gleam of the blade flashed ominously across the spectre's visage. At that moment, Xiang Hao's tightly clenched hands quietly relaxed, and a fierce, terrifying wave of energy surged forth like a barrier of air, crashing solidly against each person, resulting in a gruesome splatter of blood and flesh. Xiang Hao raised his hands high, removed his mask, revealing a notably handsome countenance. He took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his mask and cleanse his blood-stained right hand. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he strolled away with an elegant grace. Throughout the entire process, he exhibited a fluidity that belied the guilt of having slain 9 individuals. Instead, his primary concern was the unsightly blood splatters on his attire, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. The cacophony of anguished roars from the spectators became irrelevant to him. After Xiang Hao's entrance, he encountered the woman clad in black once more. Both were taken aback. Xiang Hao was puzzled as to why she lingered, while the woman was astonished that he had emerged so swiftly, less than the time it takes to burn a jaw stick. The emblem on the tag hanging from his chest unequivocally attested to the fact that he had triumphed in a contest. You no longer need to follow me. I am well aware of the matters at hand here. Your guardianship concludes now, Xiang Hao stated with a hint of resignation, as he did not wish for her to accompany him throughout the day. The woman remained silent. Indeed, there was no necessity for her presence. In every realm, admiration for the strong prevails, even in this land of decadence. Xiang Hao's several remarkable displays had already garnered her favor. If you require lodging tonight, seek me out at that red cottage over there, she suggested, gesturing toward a nearby small abode. She then removed her veil, revealing a captivating smile, before gracefully departing. Xiang Hao, however, turned away with indifference. In this world, each day oscillates between life and death. People teeter on the brink of madness, instinctively pursuing corporeal pleasures to alleviate their burdens. This holds true for the majority, yet Xiang Hao is different. Moreover, an old man's incessant mockery echoed in his ears. From the moment Xiang Yu entered the city of slaughter, he exuded an unmistakable thrill, driven purely by an anticipation for bloodshed and carnage. While the masses become lost in the frenzy of blood and insatiable murderous intent, the Overlord bathes in blood, finding life through death. Each act of slaughter for him is a resurrection. Do you understand why I named the domain I bestowed upon you the Slaughterhouse of 10,000? You are the invincible Xiang Yu. I have come to realize that. Incorrect. Each life you take becomes an enduring soul within the domain, each spirit amplifying its terror and exerting pressure upon adversaries. The ultimate capacity of this domain is a slaughterhouse filled with 10,000 souls. With your 100 victories, you could slay 900. At that moment, your strength shall undoubtedly experience a monumental enhancement. Let me tell you, this ultimate technique of mine is. Xiang Hao did not pay attention to Xiang Yu's subsequent words. Whatever they were undoubtedly a boastful recounting of his past. Initially, he had been an attentive listener, but he could no longer endure the incessant tirades. At this moment, Xiang Hao is still more concerned about his accommodation for the night. Otherwise, he might resort to stealing one. Chapter 99, The Strange Neighbors. Xiang Hao meandered aimlessly through the streets, occasionally surveying the surrounding residences. It was, after all, his first day in the inner city, and it would be prudent to exercise some restraint for the time being. He resolved to be more discreet until he had secured his lodgings. Upon reaching the end of the street, he stumbled upon a rather appealing locale. The houses here were modest, lacking the opulence and grandeur of the main thoroughfare, consisting predominantly of quaint single-story homes. However, this suited Xiang Hao's preferences just fine, particularly because it housed a blacksmith's forge. This establishment stood out as the most captivating structure among the modest dwellings, adorned with elaborate decorations. Even the heavy iron hammer bore intricate engravings. His intuition told him that such stark contrasts often signified the uniqueness of the proprietor. Thus, he decided to make this his residence. He pushed open the door of a nearby house, preparing for his inaugural negotiation, only to discover it was vacant. Perplexed, he proceeded to open several other houses, each one similarly empty. Resources in the inner city were exceedingly scarce. Many had been forced to sleep clothed on the streets. How could there be so many unoccupied rooms, especially in stark contrast to the fierce competition for every inch of space on the main street? Something was amiss, and Xiang Hao promptly retreated. Coincidentally, a few individuals nearby were mocking him. With a swift movement, he seized one of them, who was barely conscious, and inquired, "Why are there no inhabitants in these houses?" As the man spoke, he could not suppress the blood bubbling from his mouth, and with a hint of trepidation, he stammered, "This is the territory of the ghost blacksmith. Those who take residence here vanish." The very next day, after uttering those words, he breathed his last. Xiang Hao grasped the situation. It seemed that the houses were indeed uninhabited for a reason. He felt compelled to confront this enigmatic figure. The blacksmith's skills appeared promising, and he would have ample time to indulge in his own pursuits. Approaching the forge, Xiang Hao reclined comfortably in a wicker chair at its center, patiently awaiting the owner's return. He scrutinized the establishment, noting the proprietor's refined taste. As various classical collectibles adorned the space, creating an ambience that belied its function as a blacksmith shop. On the workbench lay an unfinished masterpiece, with intricate components scattered across the table, and the minerals in the furnace remained resolutely intact, indicating the owner had not been absent for long. This individual seemed exuding confidence. Surrounded by a plethora of opulence, yet calmly ventured out, leaving the door wide open. After a half-hour of waiting, the owner finally returned. The first sound Xiang Hao heard was the slow, steady rhythm of footsteps, each step deliberate and unhurried. However, the noise of the soft-soled shoes against the floor was quite pronounced, almost serving as a warning to any intruders to vacate the premises swiftly. Xiang Hao seemed to respond. the creaking of the rocking chair beneath him growing louder, the sound unmistakably audible to the other person. It was evident that the footsteps hesitated for a moment, yet soon resumed their steady pace, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In the next instant, Xiang Hao beheld his counterpart in the flesh. This was Xiang Hao's first encounter with Yuzuki, and aside from all else, the latter's demeanor and eloquence continued to leave Xiang Hao in awe after several days apart. His light yellow hair was neatly parted to either side, and his deep brown eyes seemed to reveal the depths of his soul. Gazing directly into Xiang Hao's with an unspoken sincerity, a pair of glasses rested upon his prominent nose, while the meticulously groomed beard below added to his refined appearance. Dressed in a crisp white shirt and tailored black wool trousers, his polished black shoes gleamed brightly, the only indicator of his occupation being the immaculate work apron draped across his front. Upon their initial meeting, Yuzuki broke into a smile, displaying a hint of shyness as he hurried to wash his bloodied hands in a basin. His expression was one of genuine remorse. Apologizing for the oversight of having a distinguished guest, expressing that he should have prepared delightful refreshments and fragrant tea, but regrettably, he had been delayed in pursuing a thief. He implored Xiang Hao for understanding. Once his hands were clean, he extended his right hand for a handshake with Xiang Hao. The familiarity exhibited by Yuzuki momentarily bewildered Xiang Hao. The atmosphere of the city was fraught with hidden dangers, and this man was particularly inscrutable. However, in a spontaneous gesture, Xiang Hao extended his left hand, boldly clasping Yuzuki's. The handshake was brief, and Xiang Hao had anticipated a contest of strength, exerting more force than necessary. Indeed, the day belonged to the esteemed guest. It was Yuzuki's oversight. With a gracious gesture, Yuzuki invited him to take a seat, then busied himself behind a collection cabinet, revealing a hidden compartment. A unique reception room materialized before them, where Yuzuki pulled out chairs and prepared tea, while Xiang Hao observed in stunned silence. Suddenly, Yuzuki seemed to recall something, chuckling as he tapped his forehead and warmly beckoned Xiang Hao to sit. "Brother Xiang, there is no need for such formality," he insisted, offering yet another apology. This remark jolted Xiang Hao back to reality. He withdrew his arm, realizing he had yet to introduce himself. Yet, Yuzuki appeared unfazed, awkwardly adjusting his glasses. To survive in this realm, one must possess certain skills. After spending my days appraising ores, I can discern the internal patterns and impurities of stones at a glance. People are no different. There are both raw gems and filthy clay, which is fundamental to my understanding. "Oh, so you regard me as a gem then?" Xiang Hao remarked, taking Yuzuki's explanation in stride, feeling no hostility from his counterpart. He decided to sit down comfortably. "Brother Xiang, feel free to choose any room that appeals to you. I shall tidy up shortly." Adjusting his glasses, he seemed to discern a hint of surprise on Xiang Hao's face. "There is no need for astonishment, my dear Xiang. It is quite apparent that your identity badge, gleaming and pristine, indicates you have recently arrived in the city. Given that this locale is both remote and notorious, it is likely that your presence here is merely in search of accommodation." Upon hearing those words, Xiang Hao was instantly intrigued. "As you mentioned, many have come to view your chamber, yet none seem to have taken residence," he remarked with a chuckle. "How could they possibly be worthy neighbors of mine? Clay should find its purpose amidst the flames of the furnace." Yuzuki unabashedly expressed this sentiment. A man notorious in the city of slaughter as the Mad Blacksmith, a privileged guest who, despite never stepping into the Hell Arena, had been granted amnesty by the King of Slaughter, enabling him to dwell there indefinitely. Yet, your appearance hardly resembles that of a blacksmith. You bear more the countenance of a connoisseur of curiosities. Humans are often deceived by the superficial. Xiang, brother, you have let your guard down. Do take a closer look." Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao scrutinized the items anew, and to his surprise, he discerned that each exquisite trinket was intricately composed of numerous small iron components. Chapter 100. The Ghost Fire Craftsman Yuzuki. "My dear brother Ziki, you have elevated me far too high. With your remarkable skills, there is no corner of this continent where you could not thrive. Why then do you consort with the fallen?" As Xiang Hao meticulously examined each piece, he could not help but commend the craftsmanship. It was no exaggeration. The level of Yuzuki's forging was beyond Xiang Hao's imagination, as even iron plates the size of a fingernail had been transformed into a myriad of shapes. "Ah, it is merely a pastime to alleviate boredom. If you fancy anything, feel free to take it," Yuzuki gently replied, still pushing the lenses before him, a smile gracing his face. Their conversation flowed seamlessly into the depths of the night. In a world rife with the fallen, both men stood out distinctly. Yuzuki's eloquence and demeanor made Xiang Hao feel entirely at ease. A simple cup of tea led to an immediate camaraderie. Uziki possessed a keen insight and remarkable predictive abilities, making their discourse quite enjoyable. Xiang Hao despised maintaining a facade of identity, and to his relief, Uziki almost accurately deduced his background. In a gesture of balance, Uziki also divulged details of his own lineage. Have you heard of the esteemed craftsman, Liu Gao, from Gingxin City? Of course, who hasn't? I intend to pay a visit upon leaving this place. In fact, I am Liu Gao's eldest disciple. Uziki's casual revelation nearly caused Xiang Hao to spit out his tea. The future was bright for the eldest disciple of the divine craftsman. Why then was he relegated to this treacherous domain? Upon hearing Xiang Hao's words, Uziki's hand trembled slightly as he poured the tea. Yet he quickly smiled and cryptically replied, I shall tell you tomorrow. Their engaging conversation continued into the late hours, and eventually, Uziki prepared a room for Xiang Hao, who found this neighbor to be the most comforting aspect of his arrival in the city. Moreover, being an exceptional blacksmith made the situation even more splendid. Truth be told, he loathed the feeling of blood staining his hands. As the night deepened, Xiang Hao chose not to continue his training and gradually succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, Uziki reclined in a wicker chair, swirling his wine glass, the flickering candlelight casting a dim red glow before the lenses. On this first night in the city of slaughter, Xiang Hao experienced an entirely different kind of alarm service. For many years, Xiang Hao had cultivated a habit of remaining vigilant even in the depths of slumber. He had meticulously arranged numerous strands of spider silk connected to bells within his abode, securing the doors and windows. After merely an hour of repose, a sudden commotion arose as all the bells began to tremble violently. Their frantic ringing not only rousing Xiang Hao from his sleep, but seemingly startling the intruder as well. Instinctively, Xiang Hao flipped out of bed, simultaneously kicking the mattress aside as a makeshift barrier. Just a heartbeat away, a colossal hand reached through the window, shattering the bed beneath its grip. It was then that Xiang Hao discerned the creature's true nature. It was a being cloaked in crimson fur, undeniably not human. A pair of dark red eyes fixated on him from outside. Just as confusion clouded Xiang Hao's mind, a beam of fiery red light surged through the window, emanating from the creature's maw. The flames licked dangerously close to his nose, prompting a frantic escape through a breach in the wall, leading him to the rooftop, where he finally beheld the creature's visage. Towering at twice the height of a man, its massive form appeared somewhat cumbersome. From its head sprouted two robust horns, and its coat of red fur undulated like flowing flames. Beneath its dark red eyes, it bore what seemed to be long whiskers. While its entire appearance was rendered absurd by the fact that it donned a peculiar outfit, with its right hand clutching a black and red sledgehammer. Xiang Hao could not comprehend why the city of carnage was inhabited solely by the fallen, yet the so-called enforcers permitted such a monstrosity to invade the inner city. Even more perplexing was the fact that he had no recollection of this beast. Was it not a soul beast? As Xiang Hao murmured to himself, he beheld the creature exhaling fierce flames that instantly turned the hammer a vivid crimson before it was hurled directly towards him. Xiang Hao did not dare to be careless. This creature was formidable. He activated the thunder step, and with a flash of lightning, narrowly evaded the incoming fire hammer. Before he could properly adjust, the hammer exploded in midair, scattering countless fiery sparks. Despite his utmost efforts to dodge, he still sustained several burns on his arms. This provoked Xiang Hao's ire. His muscles tensed, and blood veins surged forth, transforming the blood pattern on his right arm into a chilling blue-white hue. A frigid air emanated from his right arm, causing numerous tiny ice crystals to form around him. These crystals elongated and sharpened, transforming into a barrage of ice daggers aimed at the red-haired beast. Yet, the creature remained unfazed, exhaling a thick viscous liquid, iron soup. The droplets solidified in mid-air, rapidly cooling and deflecting the ice daggers, while simultaneously, a multitude of iron pellets hurtled toward him at high speed. Xiang Hao unleashed a protective aura, successfully fending off the attack. He then surged forward, an overwhelming chill enveloping his fist in a thick layer of icy armor. In a swift motion, he found himself face to face with the creature, which, in response, raised its hand, its fist instantly cloaked in molten lava. The clash of ice and fire produced a swirling mist. At the moment their fists collided, Xiang Hao realized he was at a disadvantage. It felt as if his fist was submerged in flames. Yet, the blood patterns on his arm surged with fervor. A relentless stream of cold energy flowing from the source at his shoulder, saturating his right arm until it appeared a striking blue-white. The creature possessed an astonishing strength. For nearly half a stick of incense, they engaged in a contest of power, with the opponent maintaining an expression of ease. Xiang Hao had not felt such a strain in strength for a long time, but neither side could afford to relent. The first to falter would surely invite a barrage of attacks, and with their proximity, evasion was impossible. Xiang Hao had no desire to be struck by such a fist. Even the most resilient flesh would emit a tantalizing aroma when scorched. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, accelerating the flow of blood throughout his body. Countless muscles swelled in response. With a resounding tear, Xiang Hao's shirt split open, exposing the blood patterns on his chest, abdomen, back, and arms, all pulsating with a radiant crimson light. Just as he was about to muster all his strength, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The once dim and lifeless eyes of the red giant suddenly ignited with fear, its body uncontrollably retreating as it retracted its fist and turned to flee, as if it had encountered something truly terrifying. Though surprised, Xiang Hao did not hold back. He delivered a direct strike with his icy fist to the creature's rear, causing it to crash to the ground. This was not solely due to the force of his blow, rather. The creature had already succumbed to its own fear before Xiang Hao's fist could reach it. Xiang Hao watched in astonishment as the crimson-haired monster collapsed to the ground, gradually transforming into a familiar visage, Yuziki. In that moment, he comprehended the meaning of the ghostly craftsman, and as he gazed upon the fallen Yuziki, a tumult of emotion surged within him. Chapter 101. The demon Aorn. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the blacksmith's workshop, casting a kaleidoscope of colors from the metallic artifacts that glimmered brilliantly. As the light fell upon Yuziki's face, he felt discomfort and attempted to turn over, but found himself immobile. The weight upon him was immensely burdensome. Upon raising his eyes, he discovered that he was firmly bound to a wrought-tin chair by chains as thick as his wrist. The only part of his body he could move was his head. A smile crept across Yuziki's face, initially suppressing his laughter, which gradually erupted into a wild, almost maniacal cackle, his frenzied state starkly contrasting with the calm demeanor of the previous night. Had Xiang Hao been able to witness this transformation, the ensuing events might have taken an unforeseen turn. After a considerable time, Yuziki managed to regain his composure and turned to face the rising sun, experiencing for the first time the beauty of daylight. At that moment, a chill settled upon his neck. Xiang Hao had arrived. Brother Xiang, you must have encountered Aorn. As I suspected, you are the first to escape its grasp. In a state devoid of soul techniques, even a soul fighter would perish at its hands. Yet you are different. Yuziki spoke, his back turned to Xiang Hao, unable to discern his expression, lost in his own explanations. It is a demon. But so are you. Feel the pressure of the sword at your throat drawing closer, Yuziki continued. Only you possess the ability to subdue it. I am not exploiting you. We are of the same kind. I understand the significance of the blood markings upon you. Upon hearing this, Xiang Hao abruptly turned the chair around. Speak honestly. This is no secret. I witnessed your duel yesterday, albeit from a distance. I am certain that was the demon stinger, for I bear it myself. As he spoke, a flicker of flame ignited on his forehead, revealing an eerie blood marking that, although different, bore a striking resemblance to the one on Xiang Hao's body. Consider me convinced. What of that crimson-haired behemoth? That is the demon I have confined within me, the hammering demon. Aorn, Yuziki replied decisively, then fell into his own reminiscences. In truth, Brother Xiang, we differ in one respect. You ventured into the city of slaughter for training, while I am a true fallen one. As you noted, I was once the esteemed disciple of the god craftsman's pavilion, with a bright future ahead. After turning 20, I departed from Gengxin City to seek my path. Although I gained some renown as a blacksmith, I remain merely a blacksmith. I yearn to forge a weapon that would etch my name into history, and thus I have tirelessly sought the most precious materials. Countless ores have passed through my hands, and at last, I have gathered the components of my aspirations. However, I faltered. I toiled relentlessly, day and night, pouring every ounce of my being into my craft. Yet I still met with failure. Ultimately, I came to the realization that it was not my fault, but rather the fault of the high tower that concealed knowledge from me. His forging skills were insufficient to enable me to create a weapon of unparalleled greatness. Thus, I set forth on a journey across the continent, wandering alone for many years. At long last, in a secluded wilderness, I encountered the technique I had long sought. Listening to Yuziki's explanation, Xiang Hao began to grasp the essence of this art. Observing Xiang Hao's contemplative demeanor, Yuziki smiled, instinctively adjusting his glasses. If life were to grant me a second chance, I would still make the same choice. It was the first time I laid eyes on Aorn, who softly lured me closer, at that moment merely a fragile remnant of a soul. In that mountain expanse, beside the molten lava, it imparted to me the most exquisite forging techniques, and I chose to barter my soul. The blood sacrifice ritual required the fresh blood of a living being as an offering, ensuring that the weapons forged would possess divine qualities. The closer the bond between the sacrificer and the craftsman, the greater the divinity imbued in the weapon. Thus, I returned to Gingxin City under the cover of night. In that very evening, I took the life of my junior disciple. With his blood, I fashioned my extraordinary masterpiece. Consequently, the name Uziki became the stuff of legends. A demon in Gingxin City. It is now clear to me why you have been able to reside here for so long. That weapon, if fate allows, rests in the hands of the King of Slaughter. Indeed, Brother Xiang, your intellect shines through. Weapons forged in such a manner are intolerable to the world. They scorn me and hunt me down. In my desperation, I found refuge in this place, where, by virtue of that weapon, I obtained permission to dwell in the city of slaughter. The name Uziki has not been spoken in ages. Xiang Hao listened quietly to his words, raising his hand as a silver light flickered, severing the chains binding his opponent, which fell to the ground. You can no longer control that monster, can you? The creature had gone out of control a year ago. However, Eorn, being a master blacksmith, captured individuals at night solely for the purpose of forging, taking only one. Thus far, the King of Slaughter had refrained from imposing any restrictions, out of fear that the stench of blood would further affect him. I had not opened the forge for a long time. The blacksmith could only strike small trinkets for his own amusement. How pitiful, indeed. Uziki paced back and forth, occasionally sighing, which prompted Xiang Hao to recall the name of the ghost craftsman, a name he had heard long ago. It seemed that while in the blacksmith shop in the martial Soul City, he had heard the owner mention the two craftsmen of the divine and the ghost, always showing fear when referring to the latter. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had heard of your name long before. Though the descriptions of you resembled more of a monstrous being with sharp fangs than a human. Upon hearing this, Uziki laughed heartily, then calmly replied, "They are not mistaken. I am indeed the monster with a mouthful of fangs. However, all of this is about to change, Brother Xiang. Eorn fears you. And with your presence, I can resume forging. Could you refrain from calling me brother? You must be at least a decade older than I am. And what is the story behind this demonic tattoo? Do not mind it, Brother Xiang. The demonic tattoo is a blood mark that harbors the soul of a demon. I am uncertain of their origins and intentions. To date, you are the second human I have encountered with such a tattoo. Moreover, you possess several. Each design is more intricate than Eorn's. This can only imply that they are manifestations of a demon far more powerful than Eorn, and they still slumber within you. Uziki explained, leaving Xiang Hao momentarily bewildered. He bore 7 such blood marks. Did that mean 7 red-furred beasts resided within him? For the first time, he felt a chill run down his spine. He called out to Xiang Yu within his consciousness, hoping this being could elucidate the matter, but no response came. That old fellow was never around when he sought him. Upon entering the city of slaughter, he had incessantly whispered in his ear, yet now, he was suddenly silent. However, no one remained to answer Xiang Hao's confusion. Demons? He felt as if unfamiliar knowledge was seeping into his understanding. Chapter 102. Thoughts on launching at noon today. My work is set to launch. Unbeknownst to me, I, a mere drifter, have also published my first book. While conceiving this fanfiction, I stumbled upon many pitfalls. And I sincerely thank the numerous readers for their unwavering support. The framework for the subsequent plot of this novel will be expansive, potentially involving divine wars appearing early on. I aspire to write with dual protagonists, though this may evolve with the storyline. Nevertheless, the single female lead will remain unchanged, as the protagonist claims the seat of the god of destruction, though perhaps it is not a divine position. We shall see. Finally, I genuinely appreciate everyone's support. I promise a minimum of 5 updates today. I shall exert my utmost effort to write. Chapter 103. Fury of the Broad Blade, seeking initial subscriptions. Thus, I have come to understand that you anticipated my arrival from the very beginning. I had not considered this possibility, however, even if you had not sought me out. I would inevitably have come to you in due course, for I am in need of your assistance. I have observed the rough calluses upon your hands, indicative of one well acquainted with the wielding of weapons. As compensation for your aid, I shall provide you with an unparalleled weapon. Uziki brought forth 2 cups of tea. Gazing steadily at Xiang Hao, who took a sip before readily agreeing, as he indeed required a weapon. The breaking sky halberd was not that he did not wish to wield it. Rather, its resonance had vanished the moment he entered the city of carnage. Were it not for this, Xiang Hao would not have resorted to unarmed combat. Before he could inquire about Xiang Yu, that crafty old fox had already vanished. This was not the first instance. He felt no concern when Xiang Yu sought him out. For for that fellow still bore his presence, one would assume. A deal is struck. However, I already possess the design for the weapon. As Xiang Hao spoke, he rummaged through his ring, producing a blueprint which he tossed to Yuzuki. Although he could not forge a remarkable weapon at the Eye of Ice and Fire, he retained a vivid memory of weapon designs and had meticulously copied one. Yuzuki unfurled the design, revealing a striking crimson blade. Unlike typical designs, the back of the blade was straight, while the body curled inward, adorned with 5 formidable tiger spikes, exuding a menacing aura. This blade, known as the blood-drinking tiger fang, was one of the 7 infamous weapons of the divine martial hall. Before Xiang Hao's arrival in this world, it had been wielded by the hall's law enforcement elder, who had vanquished countless foes with it. Its true renown, however, was established during a battle where he had shattered 8 incoming weapons with a single strike. After much contemplation, Xiang Hao concluded that this blade was indeed the most suitable for him at present. From the moment Yuzuki received the blueprint, his gaze had not strayed, and his eyes grew moist with emotion as he examined the design intently, letting out sighs of admiration. The intricate design was exquisite, though the draft lacked detail, rendering a complete restoration somewhat challenging. Since I hold your craftsmanship in high regard, I trust you implicitly. You may exercise your creativity freely, though I have but one stipulation. What is it? The blade must weigh 5,000 pounds. Xiang Hao smiled, extending a hand with 5 fingers splayed before Yuzuki. 5,000 pounds. This necessitates a focus on materials. Presently, the heaviest material available is refined iron ore, yet it is exceedingly rare. Gathering sufficient materials in the City of Carnage may require some time. Yuzuki furrowed his brow. Aware that the scarcity of materials posed the greatest obstacle in weapon crafting, his own stock of refined iron ore was woefully inadequate. Consider it a trivial matter. With a flash of brilliance from the ring on his hand, Xiang Hao summoned a cascade of ore that tumbled forth. The scarce refined iron ore appeared before Yuzuki like common iron, forming a small mound. This may have been the moment Yuzuki displayed the most uncharacteristic excitement in Xiang Hao's presence. His lens rolled from his eye and tumbled to the pile of ore. He squatted down, eagerly retrieving his lens and donning it once more. Picking up a piece to scrutinize intently. With a slight tremor of my hand, the lens before me unexpectedly fell once more. Xiang Hao found the scene before him utterly amusing. Is this sufficient? Quite enough, indeed. This is not merely the mother of iron ore. It is unmistakably the mother of iron rock. The mother of iron ore is formed over a century under conditions of extreme pressure and heat, while the mother of iron rock is birthed in even harsher environments, making it exceedingly rare. In the lifetime of that old man, he had only encountered it once. As long as it suffices, he remarked, waving his hand dismissively as he turned to depart. The day's work was set to commence as usual. He gestured farewell to Yuzuki, then stepped onto the main street. The moment he entered, he was instantly aware of countless gazes piercing through him. He was the first to emerge alive from that treacherous alley. Miraculously, he had escaped the clutches of the ghostly craftsman without being dragged off to the furnace. Nearby, 2 individuals whispered in astonishment, casting admiring glances his way. In the entire city of Slaughter, if there remained a place that could be deemed a sanctuary, it would undoubtedly be that secluded alley. No matter how formidable one's prowess, none had ever exited alive from that street. The alley's master was merely a soul saint. Yet over time, various enigmatic rumors had circulated, leading to a gradual decline in those brave enough to venture there. Xiang Hao's unscathed emergence from such a place was undeniably the most sensational event in the inner city that day, and a few curious souls could not resist the temptation to tread into the demon's lair, with outcomes that were all too predictable. Xiang Hao paid little heed to these matters as he made his way to the Hell's Arena for today's contest. Unfortunately, his hands were already stained with the marks of violence. The most tragic aspect of the weak is their perpetual inability to recognize their own frailty. Nearly 2 streets away, he encountered 3 would-be assailants, to whom he generously offered a swift demise, as was his custom. Donning his ghostly mask, he entered the fray among 10 combatants, initiating yet another round of carnage. In this city of slaughter, a realm steeped in hedonism, regardless of soul power levels, Xiang Hao's physical prowess far surpassed that of his adversaries. By the end of the day, his ghostly visage had bestowed upon the audience a spectacle of brutality. Xiang Hao's strikes were merciless and devoid of the boisterous taunts that typically stirred the crowd's emotions. Instead, the resounding echoes of flesh being shattered accompanied him. Even those in the stands could palpably sense the sheer intensity of his strength and swiftness. On this occasion, a Soul Emperor of the Diamond Mammoth sought to confront Xiang Hao directly, yet upon the collision of their shoulders, Xiang Hao forcefully burst forth from the adversary's form, leaving the defeated one in a state of disarray, as if made of mere parchment. Following this day, 2 additional marks adorned Xiang Hao's chest. Predictably, as soon as he stepped outside, he found himself besieged by dozens. In this world, formidable foes could easily transform into executioners on the battlefield. Among the 20 or so attackers were several high-ranking soul saints, making this confrontation no easy task for Xiang Hao. In the aftermath, it was revealed that all who had assailed him met with gruesome fates, half reduced to ash, while the other half were encased in ice. In the days that followed, Xiang Hao relished a period of tranquility. With each passing contest, his consecutive victories soared to 16, prompting the management to reluctantly impose limitations on his participation. It is noteworthy that in just a month since his arrival in the City of Slaughter, he had ascended to the ranks of the top 100 in the Hell's Arena, with each match devolving into one-sided massacres. Many competitors, aware of his unwavering morning schedule, hastily rescheduled to compete in the afternoons, causing quite a stir throughout the city. Chapter 104. The Blood Crystal seeks initial subscription. What? You say Xiang Hao has gone to the City of Slaughter? Qianren was utterly unconcerned with anything else at that moment. She nearly roared in her palace, her voice echoing with urgency. The subordinates kneeling before her appeared visibly shaken, trembling as they reported that, indeed, upon the Pope's return, he had informed a few of his acolytes about his impending seclusion, instructing them to ensure the safety of the son. In the history of the City of Slaughter, only 8 individuals had ever emerged successfully, and Xiang Hao bore wounds. What on earth was this woman contemplating? Qianren continued to vent her emotions, causing her subordinates to gasp in shock upon hearing her words. In this world, only the young master of her own family would dare to address Bibi Dong so directly. Despite her anger, Qianren managed to calm herself and signaled for everyone to withdraw. She quietly approached the window, which faced the direction of Soul City. Often, she stood here reminiscing about that one person. Reflecting on those moments, Qianren found it quite surreal. They had only spent about 10 days together. Yet within that brief span, her heart felt completely filled by Xiang Hao. Upon returning to the Tiando royal family, her longing became almost maddening, and her moments of losing composure increased. Everywhere she looked, she saw his shadow. Alas, she must have been poisoned by love. She fervently wished for the safety of that little man. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao, engaged in conversation with Yuziki, sneezed several times in succession. What's wrong, Brother Xiang? Have I neglected you and caused you to catch a chill? Stop calling me Brother Xiang. You're a decade older than me. I could easily refer to you as uncle, he replied with a chuckle. Since that night, I acknowledge you as my elder brother, and naturally, I accept you as such. Indeed, ever since that fateful evening, Yuziki had appeared exceedingly exhilarated, as he had truly begun to harness the power of Aorn. With Xiang Hao by his side, Aorn had never lost control again. He genuinely regarded Xiang Hao as an elder brother, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. Today marks your 20th match, doesn't it? You must be cautious. In the Hell Arena, the rule is that after 20 victories, those with equal wins are matched against each other. From today onwards, your opponents will be formidable. They are not mere drunks and layabouts. Many have already reached the level of Soul Douluo, Yuziki kindly warned. The true terror of the Hell Arena becomes apparent after achieving 20 victories, as the vast differences in soul power levels will continuously manifest. Xiang Hao was unaware of this, but others certainly were. He had witnessed far too many promising soul masters besieged by several Soul Douluo after their 20th win. However, Xiang Hao remained indifferent, downing his tea in one gulp before waving his hand and departing as usual. Quickly, help me with my blade. Through the lens, Yuziki's eyes sparkled with self-deprecating mirth. Indeed, Brother Xiang was no ordinary person. It is not that he is neglectful. Rather, Xiang Hao still lacks a crucial material for his weapon. For the ghost craftsman, this blade remains a formidable challenge. Yuziki not only aspires to restore this knife but also wishes to infuse it with new elements. As he gazes at the raw blank before him, he becomes lost in contemplation. Suddenly, an idea strikes him, and he hurriedly moves to the collection shelf, revealing several hidden compartments. A distinctive secret door opens from the ground, leading to his true collection room. Yuziki is an avid collector, yet his singular obsession lies with minerals, various kinds of stones. On rows of exquisite display racks, an array of minerals is showcased, each capable of inciting fierce competition in the world of geology should they be exposed to the outside. Many exceedingly rare stones are not even documented in mineral compendiums. Yuziki walks to the end of the secret chamber, where a golden treasure chest sits upright, and from it seems, a glimmering red light seeps forth. Upon opening the box, a potent aura of blood surges forth, revealing a claw-like red transparent crystal, exuding an atmosphere of lethal intensity, the finest dragon blood crystal. With a faint smile, Yuzuki lifts the box and strides outward. This material is perfectly suited for Xiang Hao. The dragon blood crystal is an exceptionally precious substance, originating from chi-holding crystals, which are already considered rare gems. The dragon blood crystal, however, is even more invaluable, as it is favored by dragon-type soul beasts, whose lairs are nearby. The dragon blood crystal is tainted with the blood of dragons post-mortem, while the finest specimens absorb the blood from the dragon's head. This crystal, having absorbed the dragon's essence, is highly sensitive to all forms of blood energy and serves as a formidable weapon, greatly enhancing its blood-drinking capabilities. Yuzuki takes the blood crystal without hesitation, holding it in his hand. With a thought, a flash of red light ignites in his eyes, and a jet of flame bursts forth from his mouth, instantly melting the blood crystal into a perfectly round orb. If Xiang Hao were present, he would undoubtedly mock the situation, for this ostentatiously adorned furnace is merely ornamental. However, at this moment, Xiang Hao feels somewhat overwhelmed. The competition is precisely as Yuzuki described. Unlike the previous opponents he faced, today's 9 adversaries possess soul power at least 10 levels above his own, with 2 formidable soul Douluos among them, the highest of whom has reached level 86. "Kid, I've heard of your prowess. Your physique seems quite robust," sneers the leading soul Douluo, a disdainful glint in his eyes. His badge bears nearly 40 marks, ranking him as the 13th strongest in the Hell Arena. "Known as Hao Ci. I hear you've taken on the moniker Overlord. Such a foolish name has not crossed my ears in quite some time." The individual speaking is a formidable 82nd level soul master, a presence that ranks among the top 20, renowned as the Iron Princess. Her martial soul appears to be a colossal axe. Despite her diminutive stature, she possesses an astonishing strength that has caught many opponents off guard. Xiang Hao once inadvertently witnessed her match. As per his usual demeanor, Xiang Hao refrained from saying much, quietly standing at the sidelines, awaiting the referee's signal to commence. However, unlike a little over a month ago, when Xiang Hao raised his hand to signal, the cacophony of gasps, roars, and clamors from the audience reached a fever pitch. Undoubtedly, he has become the most resplendent star of the Hell Arena this month. As a competitor, every match sees Xiang Hao bestowing a few crushing blows upon his adversaries. Coldness, brutality, and strength epitomize his essence. Moreover, infuriatingly, after each encounter, he meticulously removes his mask and uses a handkerchief to wipe away the blood, exiting the arena with an unflinching demeanor. The bloody battle led by Xiang Hao captivated every frenzied individual present, while he merely wished for their fervor to intensify. Chapter 105. The Golden Light of Dharma Seeks Initial Subscriptions. Iron Maiden and Fierce Stab found this spectacle rather displeasing. 2 formidable warriors clashing upon this stage were overshadowed by a mere youth. Nevertheless, their objectives remained unchanged. This confrontation was destined to be a duel between the 2 of them, where only one could emerge alive. They knew that failing to eliminate each other would lead to endless repercussions. With a commanding shout, Fierce Stab erupted with an array of 1-foot-long spikes, densely covering his body. In response, Iron Maiden unleashed a furious roar, summoning a colossal axe, nearly twice her size, to materialize before her. This massive blade served as a shield, guarding her from the impending assault. In the next moment, the multitude of spikes collided violently against the axe, only to be deflected. In a stunning display, Iron Maiden wielded the enormous axe with apparent ease, cleaving through the air and creating a vast rift before Fierce Stab. From the onset, their conflict escalated into a fervent clash, while the remaining 7 participants engaged in a chaotic melee. Xiang Hao, however, felt a tinge of disappointment, as it appeared that no one was particularly focused on him. He strolled amidst the fray, his internal energy flowing and surging around him, blood patterns blooming forth. A chill and warmth emanated from his arms in tandem with their movements, culminating in a powerful force that coalesced within his right fist. Xiang Hao assumed a stable stance, channeling his divine martial arts, harmonizing breath and fist. Before the few who had sensed the impending danger could intervene, a terrifying gust of wind surged forth, intertwining red and blue lights that danced together. The destructive force wreaked havoc upon the ground, leaving a deep scar in its wake. The cracked earth heaved as those nearest were obliterated by the sheer might of that punch, their lower bodies a testament to the overwhelming power. Before they fell helplessly to their knees. "Judge, this is a soul technique. I refuse to accept it," One among the remaining few cried out in despair, directing his fury at the judge. The King of Slaughter grants everyone fairness. No one is permitted to use soul techniques. Are you questioning the authority of the King of Slaughter? The adjudicator replied coldly, his gaze rife with impatience. Impossible. How could a human wield such devastating power? You were shielding him. Before he could finish his protest, punishment was swiftly enacted, leading to a swift execution. The match resumed in the city of Slaughter. No one could challenge the ruling. Now, only 5 remained in the arena. The glances exchanged between Fear's stab and his companion towards Xiang Hao had shifted, now imbued with a sense of caution. However, the recent blow was insufficient to threaten them. Their immediate adversary was of utmost importance. In this life-and-death struggle, both sides faced their most formidable opponent yet, and they fought with utmost prudence. Yet, before they could formulate their next moves, they were astounded to discover that only 3 contenders remained on the field. Xiang Hao continued to disdainfully rub his hands together, finding the sensation of bloodlust quite uncomfortable. Let us conclude this swiftly, he mused. In that fleeting moment, the two had reached an accord, as the sharp stinger and the colossal axe surged towards Xiang Hao in unison. It must be said, upon grasping the mighty axe, Xiang Hao perceived the vast disparity in soul power. Although the axe was not particularly heavy, the force exerted by Iron Maiden as it came crashing down bore down upon him in an instant. Simultaneously, the relentless stinger unleashed its deadly projectiles with a speed and ferocity unmatched by any other adversary. This time, Xiang Hao was somewhat careless, despite his fervent attempts to evade. Wounds began to multiply across his body. Several spines narrowly grazed past his ears as his opponent continued to hack mercilessly, leaving him with scarcely a foothold. Just as his foot touched down, another onslaught would follow. Iron Maiden, with each successive strike, grew increasingly rapid. The sight of her nearly blood-red eyes instilled a sense of dread within him, yet that expression was frozen in the next heartbeat. At that moment, the stinger abruptly altered its trajectory. Spines erupted from Iron Maiden's chest, her frenzied visage eternally captured in that instant. Although her opponent had succumbed, the assault from the stinger persisted unabated until Iron Maiden was left resembling a porcupine, at which point he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Foolish woman, ha 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 ha." He laughed boisterously in the arena, as if he had already claimed victory in the contest. With this win, he secured his 40th triumph in the infernal arena, thus propelling himself into the top 10 of the rankings. Xiang Hao strode forward, his frustration mounting as he was repeatedly overlooked. With a sudden burst of speed, he advanced, executing a series of fluid movements before delivering a powerful punch that struck fiercely against Hao Xi's chest. The impact elicited a muffled grunt, causing Hao Xi's muscular form to momentarily cave in. It was only at this juncture that Hao Xi deigned to acknowledge the young adversary before him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he let out a chilling laugh as several curved spikes protruded from his chest. Xiang Hao hastily withdrew, but it was too late. The spring-like barbs sliced through the air, leaving behind deep gashes upon his flesh. They then spiraled back to rest in Hao Xi's grasp. I have heard whispers of your unique abilities, which are indeed impressive, yet they hold no significance in the face of absolute power. A disparity of 30 levels in soul strength is an insurmountable chasm. Do you comprehend, boy? Your life and winning streak shall meet their demise at my hands. Rest assured, I harbor no peculiar proclivities. I prefer a swift end. As he spoke, Hao Xi flexed his muscles, the spikes standing erect upon his form, exuding an aura of chilling menace. I have witnessed one of your matches. Though your opponent was feeble, your performance was commendable. I shall employ this technique to conclude your fate. With a low crouch, he enveloped himself in thorns, charging forward at full speed. His intent was to pierce through Xiang Hao's body, shattering his prideful physique into fragments, a conclusion he would find thoroughly satisfying. As he envisioned this, a terrifying smile crept across his face, and in his limited field of vision, he was startled to see Xiang Hao racing towards him with equal fervor. Ha ha ha. Come forth. Rage, elation, and fury filled Hao Xi's chest. He fancied he could already hear the sound of flesh being torn asunder. Then, with a resounding crash, all perception ceased. In his fading consciousness, he faintly discerned the tolling of a bell, accompanied by the ethereal toll of the bell. A golden figure of Dharma materialized behind Xiang Hao. The figure, hands clasped in prayer, collided with the spikes as the chime resonated, causing Hao Xi to shatter. First, his prized spikes, followed by his legs, and then his torso succumbed to the thunderous detonation, his body disintegrating into a mist of blood. Xiang Hao, eyes closed, rose and stood upright, hands joined in prayer, mirroring the golden figure behind him. The divine light cascaded upon the bloodstained ground, rendering the deranged and cold-hearted onlookers momentarily docile beneath its sacred glow. 7th level of Divine Martial Arts, Golden Dharma. Chapter 106, The King of Slaughter. Grateful acknowledgement to Book Friends 6820 and LZX for their votes. When Xiang Hao returned to the blacksmith shop, his body was drenched in blood and utterly exhausted. Anticipating such a scenario, Yuzuki had prepared a medicinal bath early that morning. Their month-long companionship had significantly diminished Xiang Hao's initial wariness, allowing him to accept the offer without hesitation as he promptly immersed himself in the soothing waters. How do you find it, Brother Xiang? I have truly invested in this. The blood ginseng and cordyceps were not something I could easily part with, yet they are now all yours. Yuzuki stood beside him with a smile, observing Xiang Hao reveling in the comforting embrace of the water. In due time, I shall present you with some herbal remedies that will surely render these humble offerings beneath your notice. Xiang Hao raised his hand to retrieve the floating herbs from the wooden barrel. It was not mere boastfulness. These materials seemed as common as weeds in the eyes of the ice and fire duality, which he had never given a second glance. In his childhood, the sight of a single exquisite and fragrant herb would have sent him into a frenzy of excitement. Now, even faced with an abundance of celestial treasures, he remained unperturbed. Indeed, desires tend to swell as one matures. Then let us wait in anticipation. Just to clarify, I have always welcomed anyone who comes my way. As the mist swirled around Yuzuki's glasses, he removed them to wipe them clean, not forgetting to jest with Xiang Hao. Though they had known each other for merely a month, their camaraderie had blossomed to resemble that of long-standing friends. However, after today, you shall find yourself more at ease. On what grounds? Xiang Hao retorted. The number of attackers I faced today was more than double that of previous encounters. I nearly returned with a corpse after every step. He smiled wryly, for today's bloodshed had indeed left him quite weary. This day was unique. Those who had achieved over 20 victories in the Hell Arena were ranked among the top 50 on the leaderboard of formidable fighters. These individuals had been rigorously tested and might evolve into even more formidable presences in the future. 20 victories represented the last opportunity for the weaker ones to conspire against him. No wonder there were so many flies today. So, does this imply that no one will pursue me thereafter? For a moment, he felt a tinge of disappointment, as he must admit that he relished the thrill of such bloody encounters. Not that there will be no flies, but rather that tigers will emerge instead. The powerful ones on the leaderboard, those with 20 victories, will set their sights on you, for it is highly likely that you will cross paths in the arena. From this day forward, your name shall be inscribed on their list. Xiang Hao emerged from the wooden barrel, enveloped in garments, laughing exuberantly, which was simply delightful. Within the city of slaughter, the Blood King was attentively listening to his subordinate's report while playfully teasing the enchanting woman beneath him, causing her to shriek in surprise. Has Xiang Hao already achieved 20 victories? Indeed, my king, it is astonishingly swift. He has entered the top 50 within just over a month of his arrival in the city. We must restrict his participation. We cannot allow him to continue his rampage unchecked. The subordinate exclaimed fervently, vividly recalling each of Xiang Hao's matches, which were nothing short of gruesome massacres. If this continues, the population will dwindle too rapidly. To date, the records show that he has already claimed the lives of 1,000 souls. The Blood King, with an air of intrigue, swirled his Bloody Mary and pondered for a moment, suggesting that Xiang Hao be allowed to compete, albeit with certain restrictions, though not overly stringent. Why, my king? The subordinate inquired. He is not a fallen one. A month ago, a renowned slayer sought me out, personally delivering her disciple to the city of slaughter for training, with a singular purpose in mind, to achieve 100 victories and challenge the path to hell. Indeed, while there may be some losses, they are inconsequential. Such a person should be dispatched early, the Blood King declared, draining his Bloody Mary with a heavy tone. By the way, Xiang Hao seems to have grown quite close to the ghost craftsman. They appear to have become friends. Should we be concerned? Oh. His association with that craftsman is merely a fleeting dalliance in this city of slaughter. It warrants no attention. What significance does an ironworker hold? The Blood King impatiently dismissed his subordinate, and soon after, the palace resonated with the sounds of amorous exchanges. Today, Xiang Hao witnessed Yuzuki forging a blade. With a mere gesture, a crimson hammer materialized in his hand, identical to the one he had seen in the hands of Eorn that fateful night. This is my martial soul, the flowing fire-shattering star hammer. Forgive my jest, but our family's martial soul has historically been employed to crush the skulls of our enemies. And now it is transformed into a tool for shaping iron. How embarrassing. He chuckled as he retrieved a long-prepared raw ingot, unleashing a fierce flame from his mouth that ignited the ingot to a fiery red glow. Simultaneously, the hammer in the air grew immensely large, its rounded face hurtling towards the ingot from all directions, while the metallic form subtly shifted. This is indeed my first encounter with such a method of forging. Yet it is quite fascinating. Watching the raw ingot morph at an almost imperceptible speed, Yuzuki deftly maneuvered the colossal hammer, increasing its velocity, a sight that felt oddly familiar. Brother Ziki, do the techniques employed by blacksmiths when forging differ significantly? Not entirely, but they are somewhat similar, as skilled blacksmiths continually adjust their strength with each strike, making every blow more potent than the last. They can swiftly transform a piece of raw iron into refined steel. The most renowned technique is the chaotic wind, said to deliver 81 strikes to eliminate impurities. Xiang Hao lifted his gaze, and before he knew it, he found himself overlapping with the figure from his memories. Was that fellow's hammering style truly a chaotic whirlwind? There was no time to reminisce, for the blade's raw form had already been forged. You certainly work swiftly. Yet it has taken quite a while, Xiang Hao remarked, gesturing to Yuzuki, his eyes glinting with amusement. That is not entirely clear. I still require time to gather certain materials, and these fine iron ores need to be meticulously purged of impurities. Typically, they must be fired for 49 days first. Yuzuki hurriedly explained, subsequently retrieving a strikingly red and translucent dragon blood crystal, forcefully embedding it into the blade. In an instant, vivid crimson patterns emerged along the blade, trailing back from the 5 tiger fangs, giving the impression that the fangs were dripping with blood. The infusion of the red dragon crystal instantaneously imbued the dark blade with an aura of lethal intent, a scent of blood pervading the entire room. Following this, Yuzuki commenced another round of hammering. The process remained consistent, yet with each strike, he added new ore to enhance the blade's heft. After 5 strikes and pauses, deep into the night, Yuzuki declared that only 70% was completed. He intended to forge the blade throughout the night, and Xiang Hao discerned the underlying meaning, naturally stepping aside. Finally, Aeon could no longer restrain himself from emerging. As a demon forger, he too was infatuated with the weapon. Unlike Yuzuki, the colossal Aeon drew forth a massive hammer from his pocket, methodically striking the blade. Under the refining heat of demonic fire, this blade was endowed with unparalleled power. Thus, the resounding clang of iron reverberated throughout the night, lulling the entire inner city into slumber. The elders knew well that the master craftsman had begun his work. Chapter 107. Forging the Divine Body at Dawn. Xiang Hao was eagerly pulled to the workbench by an animated Yuzuki, where the magnificent tiger fang blade lay before him. Its dark red patterns exquisitely radiant, cascading down like a genuine tiger's maw. Brother Xiang, let a drop of your blood fall upon its eye socket, Yuzuki instructed, indicating the area where the dragon blood crystal had melted, revealing a small hollow above. Xiang Hao let his blood trickle in, and it seemed to come alive, coursing through the crimson traces, while from the recess emerged a yellow gem, resembling an eye opening. Brother Xiang, give it a try. If it's insufficient, I will make adjustments, Yuzuki suggested. Xiang Hao complied, grasping the blade. The long-lost sensation of pressure returned. Though lifting the 5,000-pound blade with one hand proved somewhat strenuous, wielding it with both hands was effortless. The sound of the blade slicing through the air resonating with a series of piercing whooshes. Perfectly balanced, indeed. This blade surpassed the divine artifact from his past life, at least in terms of quality, by several folds. Brother Xiang, bestow a name upon this blade. A treasured sword deserves a hero. After pondering for a considerable time while gazing at the blade, he finally uttered 2 words with a smirk. Fury. The twisted blade resembles the anguished visage of a tormented soul, encapsulating repressed fury and unease. The name anger aptly suits Xiang Hao in this moment. Since that fateful day, the moniker Overlord has become a veritable nightmare within the arena of despair, with blood-red eyes and a bloodied greatsword resting upon his shoulder. He emerges as the Yama of Hell itself, his record of victories soaring to 51 matches over the subsequent 3 months, despite the arena's desperate attempts to thwart him. There was a time when the number of contenders dwindled to nearly none, prompting the adjudicators to impose a half-month ban on Xiang Hao, a measure necessary to restore the arena's livelihood. 3 months later, the elder Xiang Yu had vanished completely. Xiang Hao could no longer sense his presence. Never before had his absence been so prolonged. After much contemplation, Xiang Hao could only conclude that Xiang Yu had departed, taking with him the fable-breaking heaven spear. which had never truly belonged to him, but rather served as a vessel for Xiang Yu. Thus, the connection to the spear was severed as well. Gazing at his empty right hand, Xiang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of disorientation. He had anticipated a parting with Xiang Yu, yet he never expected such a silent farewell. He sensed the weight of burden Xiang Yu had carried but felt utterly powerless to assist. It was unexpected that such a loquacious old man would ultimately depart without a word. Perhaps he had found a more suitable vessel. How realistic of him, at the very least. He could have bid me farewell. That night, Xiang Hao engaged in a lengthy soliloquy, aware that no one would respond. This former adversary, now his mentor, had quietly slipped away from him. Meanwhile, far in the starry forest, Xiang Yu appeared markedly more callous. His plans for life were unfolding step by step. And he utilized the little ghost once more. It was not only Xiang Hao who needed to journey to the city of slaughter, he too required it. Seeking ample vitality to mend his fractured soul, a need that could only be fulfilled in one place on the continent. Within a week in the city of slaughter, Xiang Yu amassed sufficient vitality, the overwhelming essence restoring his damaged soul and memories. That night, he unlocked the long-sealed chambers of his being. He could no longer remain still. Time did not permit him to linger. His spirit traversed great distances, arriving at the subterranean palace of the Silver Dragon King. You seemed rather unhurried during our last encounter, Gu Yuna remarked playfully. Upon awakening, one must hasten to attend to pressing matters. I require several materials to forge my divine body, and I seek your assistance. Speak freely, my friend. I need the Snow Maiden clan's treasure Xiang Yu Snow Lotus, the broken fang of the deep-sea demon whale king, along with your scales and blood. Xiang Yu declared earnestly. My scales are easily provided, and the treasure of the Snow Maiden clan shall not pose a challenge. However, you will need to confront the deep-sea demon whale king alone. He remains the sole soul beast opposing me, and presently, I possess no means to contend with him. His malfeasance under the watchful eyes of the sea god has, at times, become a form of protection. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Yu declared, I understand now. I shall go in person. When the time comes, do not blame me for taking one of your formidable generals. The heartless Gu Yuna retorted. There is no need to keep someone who is merely a frog at the bottom of a well, unable to match their ambition. With that, she unsheathed the dragon scale and dragon blood to present to Xiang Yu. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly turned solemnly and remarked, We may very well lose. You can still withdraw. After all, you are merely an auxiliary force. Gu Yuna seemed to find this notion amusing. Bursting into laughter as she replied, It was never your choice to have us. Rather, it is we who have chosen you. This war must be fought, regardless of the outcome, for the future of our kin. I cannot bear to imagine what our spirit beast will become if I were to slumber for another 10,000 years. Perhaps we would be domesticated by humans as mere pets. If that day arrives, I would have no face to bear as the sovereign of spirit beasts. Understood. It appears we all possess compelling reasons for victory, Xiang Yu stated. His resolve now more steadfast. In the divine realm, both destruction and life were enveloped in anxiety. Time was of the essence. I possess a seed of life that must be deployed swiftly, lest our legacy be jeopardized, Life proclaimed, channeling divine power to launch the seed toward Douluo star. Watching from the sidelines, Destruction wished to intervene, but found his voice stifled. He had already violated the divine realm's covenant, forcibly scanning Douluo star with his divine consciousness. Yet yielded nothing. A multitude of conjectures flooded his mind, but one conclusion remained. This was an enemy of godly caliber. The couple chose not to report their findings. The seed of life was not only a token of the god of life's legacy, but also the final hope of the entire divine realm. To lose even one was a grave sin. However, as long as the child of life could ascend to the throne, all would be well. They were left with no choice but to gamble on the outcome. We must investigate who this enemy truly is. All of this appears premeditated. And they may have already commenced their actions, Life asserted gravely. Can you discern what they truly are, Xiaolu? Destruction inquired, as the impending battle loomed. The most ironic aspect was that they remained oblivious to the lurking danger. It is both a calamity of man and of nature. All I see in the leaves of divination is hatred. Perhaps that is the reason, Life sighed. Hatred, could it be the lingering resentment of the dragon god? Destruction speculated. Gazing toward the distant seal. I do not know. However, this calamity far exceeds that of the dragon god. He is no longer present. And what turbulence can his grievances stir? The two individuals found themselves once again ensnared in a stalemate. No one can entirely predict the future. Even a deity as formidable as the king of gods can only heave a sigh in the face of an impending unknown tempest. Yet, Those who remain conscious in the face of uncertainty endure far greater anguish than those who slumber. Chapter 108. The 100 victories. Another 6 months have elapsed, and the ranking of the Overlord has soared. 3 months prior, Xiang Hao's unbroken winning streak had already claimed the top position, and now it has reached a staggering 96 victories. The rare phenomenon of 100 victories, unseen for years, is on the verge of unveiling itself before the public eye. During this period, the number of those attempting to encircle Xiang Hao has dwindled, while another type of individual has begun to proliferate. Xiang Hao found himself perplexed by the throng of admirers surrounding him, diligently clearing all obstacles from his path. Initially, he was bewildered by the presence of just 1 or 2 individuals trailing behind him, as they posed no threat, and thus he saw no reason to harm them. However, he soon realized that these 2 even shielded him from assassins' blades. Strangely, his entourage continued to swell in numbers, and whenever he crossed the street, they would collectively proclaim his name, basking in his glory. In a world devoid of laws, the words of the strong became the law, despite many lurking in the shadows. Xiang Hao's following remained a formidable tide, distinct from the rest. The impact of this tide grew exponentially, for a single individual, powerful enough, could indeed compel countless others to submit. Although Xiang Hao had never conversed with any of them, they took pride in being his followers, for in a sense, this allegiance served as their talisman, even if he never lifted a finger on their behalf. Yet, Xiang Hao had little interest in the affairs of the city. He was solely captivated by the thrill of bloodshed. He wished to remain uninvolved in other matters. He was uncertain whether it was the influence of the domain he inhabited. But the more individuals he killed, the more difficult it became to quell the fury within him. Restlessness and resentment had become his predominant emotions. He understood that he could no longer linger in this place. If he continued down this path, unbridled rage would consume him entirely, transforming him into nothing more than a beast driven by slaughter. Seated beside Yuzuki, savoring a cup of tea, Xiang Hao found this to be the most tranquil moment of his day. "You will be departing in a month, won't you?" Yuzuki asked casually while meticulously tending to a trinket in his hands. "It should be soon. After winning 4 more matches, I can challenge the Hell Road." Xiang Hao replied, his gaze fixed on the tea leaves, feeling a pang of melancholy. Even in this hellish world, he found himself reluctant to leave. "Have you never considered venturing outside?" Yuzuki set aside his task, adjusting his glasses. "I am a fallen one. The world beyond offers no sanctuary for me. Not all birds yearn for the boundless sky. I find the gilded cage quite agreeable," he remarked with a self-deprecating smile. "No, that cannot be your true sentiment. You seem dissatisfied with the title of demon craftsman," Xiang Hao said, placing his cup down and stepping closer to Yuzuki, observing him with a playful glint in his eyes. The latter's gaze faltered slightly, but he rose with a smile, wiping his hands before extending one to grasp Xiang Hao's. "There is no need for further words. A year from now, I will naturally seek you out." "Really? I thought you might wish to maintain a semblance of restraint," Xiang Hao teased. There is no need for that. Unspoken ambition, if lingered upon, may come off as rather contrived. But where will you look for me? I myself do not know where I will be a year from now. I will find you, just as I know where you have come from." This dialogue concluded with their hands firmly clasped together. In the days that followed, Yuzuki vanished without a trace. Overnight, every object in the blacksmith shop had mysteriously disappeared, as though it had evaporated into thin air. Excluding the possibility of an ambush, it could only be that Yuzuki had employed an unknown method to vanish once more. After nearly a year of interaction, this man remained an enigma, and Xiang Hao even suspected that Aorn might be his most minuscule secret. However, he had little time for contemplation. In the subsequent 5 days, he attended 3 more competitions, given the impending centennial sprint of the Overlord. Participation in this week's events was sparse. The 3 matches that were eventually convened were largely orchestrated by the shadowy figures behind the scenes of the slaughter arena. Everyone yearned for him to depart from this place, whether it be through demise on the road to hell or by exiting altogether. The only desire was to leave the city of carnage. In the city of slaughter, Xiang Hao spent nearly every day engaged in bloodshed, while the king of carnage, observing this influential figure, found himself powerless to intervene. The only recourse was to hasten his departure. Today marked Xiang Hao's final match, with the number of participants forcibly increased to 10. However, several competitors trembled in fear before the contest even commenced, although the audience was overwhelmingly present. Countless fallen souls eagerly poured their sanguine libations into the pool at the entrance, rushing into the arena, which was packed to capacity. The aisles were likewise crowded with spectators. And despite this, a multitude outside yearned to enter, yet opportunities eluded them. Many prepared to resort to violence, only to abandon the notion upon sighting the 2 enforcers stationed at the entrance. To ensure order during the event, the King of Carnage had deployed 5 enforcers to various corners of the hellish arena. At this moment, Xiang Hao entered, still adorned in his mask and wielding his formidable blade. He strode into the center of the arena, greeted by a cacophony of cheers and roars. Over the past year, this man had conquered every soul present with blood and steel, inciting fervent adulation from the crowd, who shouted his name with hoarse voices. Even the true ruler of this city, the King of Carnage, sat nearby, his expression dark and foreboding. Such fervor had never before been witnessed in the city of slaughter. As these fallen souls ardently revered a single individual, their compliance arising solely from the pressure of brute force. Overlord! Overlord! The collective cries coalesced into a powerful chant, causing the remaining 9 competitors on the field to tremble. This was merely an exhibition match. The other 9 participants possessed an average strength barely reaching the Soul Sage level, each compelled to compete against their will. The consensus among them was to see Xiang Hao dispatched, yet none wished to take that perilous gamble. Sure enough, at the instant the match commenced, 3 fled in terror, only to be shot down by the judges. Of the remaining 6, 3 chose to take their own lives, leaving the rest as mere victims of the blade. Despite the tedium of the contest, the audience remained entranced, fervently chanting the name of the Overlord. For some, they were witnessing the dawn of an era. The Overlord had staged countless spectacles over the past year, never allowing a single soul to fall beneath his blade. Even when beset by 9 soul fighters, he remained unruffled. In this world devoid of soul techniques, he was the king. For others, the departure of the Overlord would grant them the chance to return to their rightful lives, as these so-called strong men experienced fear for the first time in facing an opponent. The King of Carnage rubbed his eyes, wishing to banish the sight of this demon. Before the match commenced, he had contemplated the possibility of enticing Xiang Hao to submit. But such thoughts had now evaporated. If he remained, in a few years, the very heavens of the city of slaughter might change. Overlord, are you prepared to challenge the path to hell? Chapter 109, My Path, I Am Ready. Xiang Hao removed his mask and forcefully plunged it into the ground, brimming with fury. On this day, he had waited for an eternity. Everything was tantalizingly close. The King of Carnage nodded to himself, raising his hand in a beckoning gesture, unleashing a crimson aura from within. This overwhelming essence of slaughter instantly ignited a fervent exhilaration within Xiang Hao, while the audience began to writhe in agony, their flesh transforming into a pool of blood that streamed down the seats. The remaining spectators, unable to grasp their impending terror, felt their bodies decay, their gasps, cries, and roars echoing in Xiang Hao's ears in a chaotic symphony. Yet, after a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the scene. Although Xiang Hao should have felt discomfort, he found himself entranced by the cacophony. Blood coalesced beneath Xiang Hao's feet, forming an intricate pattern, and as a violent tremor coursed through the ground, a brilliant red light shot up towards the heavens. A powerful gravitational pull drew Xiang Hao into its embrace, rendering his surroundings increasingly indistinct. In his ears, the King of Carnage's sharp salutation resonated, wishing him good fortune on the path to hell. However, amidst the obscurity, he sensed another phrase, though its clarity eluded him, imbued with a chilling depth. When consciousness returned, Xiang Hao found himself upon a circular platform scarcely 5 meters in diameter, suspended above a chasm of molten lava. Ahead lay a narrow path, the sole means of escape. To stray from it would mean to be reduced to ashes, bearing his wrath like a mantle. Xiang Hao strode forward with purpose. The blood markings on his left arm pulsed with fervor, the searing atmosphere and the sanguine aura of slaughter enveloping him in a dizzying haze. He felt his mind clouding, his eyes gradually reddening, and a heightened state of exhilaration surged within him as crimson irises emerged along with a ripple of laughter, the blood markings on his arm blossoming in resplendent glory. Master, Samo greets you. A coarse voice suddenly resonated in Xiang Hao's ear, raspy as if wrought from iron saws slicing through vocal cords. Do not lose focus. This is no coincidence. The voice echoed once more, yet Xiang Hao remained composed, continuing his advance. This day had finally arrived. The environment here suited him perfectly, and he had awakened ahead of time. Fortuitously, he had stirred first. Otherwise, you might not have been here. Humph. Do demons still discern good from evil? No, no. My master, none dare defy you. However, the remaining few possess formidable strength. Your current power cannot yet command them. It is my honor to introduce to you one of the primordial demons, the wrathful Samo. Xiang Hao traversed the vast expanse of the fire domain, his silhouette appearing diminutive against the narrow path, while behind him, a blood-red specter unfurled its crimson eyes. Meanwhile, in a certain maritime region of Douluo Star, Xiang Yu was also advancing slowly, his divine body, restored by secret arts, now complete to 70%. His long hair cascaded carelessly behind him, lending an air of disarray. While his pitch-black, luminous eyes fixated ahead, his expression resolute. His hands gripped the breakthrough trident tightly, golden armor encasing his form, tightly embracing his robust physique. With nimble steps, he skated across the water's surface, poised to undertake this final endeavor. Though he wished to keep the old Kutgu Xin at bay, circumstances had dictated otherwise. Clutching the verdant gem in his hand, his gaze was laden with complexity. He had hoped to shield many from involvement in his affairs. Yet, he understood the old man's well-intentioned concerns. In recent times, his temperament had indeed mellowed. Otherwise, the conversation with Guyu Na would not have transpired, as he had always preferred to seize opportunities. Just as Xiang Yu was lost in thought, the sea beside him erupted with a multitude of bubbles, and in an instant, the sky darkened, heavy with clouds. Lightning serpents danced amongst them, while the ocean roiled violently, waves crashing tumultuously against their surroundings. Soon, a fierce wind surged forth, lifting torrents of seawater into towering vortices that ascended to heights of 100 meters. Amidst the thunder and rain, two colossal mountains emerged from the depths of the sea, accompanied by a strange, resonating roar. The crimson glow of beastly eyes manifested upon the waters. Behold, the deep-sea demon whale king, a sole beast of 99,000 years. With a graceful leap, Xiang Yu ascended into the air, casting a disdainful glance at the beast below, clearly dissatisfied. He stated bluntly, "I seek to claim a possession of yours." The deep-sea demon whale king, perceiving this as a provocation, unleashed its colossal tail fin, conjuring a tumultuous wave that surged towards Xiang Yu, the roaring sound waves causing him considerable discomfort. In a swift motion, Xiang Yu raised his hand, and the mighty wave instantly parted in midair, cascading down in scattered droplets. With another gesture, he crushed the ominous clouds above, transforming the darkened sky into a realm of brilliant clarity, while the whale king's thunderous roars gradually faded into silence. Xiang Yu, in a moment of resignation, waved his hand. "You can extract your broken tooth yourself. Otherwise, I shall do it myself." Those two prominent ones appear rather well. Upon hearing this, the latter seemed to respond with a gentle splash, yet soon dove swiftly into the depths. Xiang Yu raised his hand and hurled the broken sky spear, its golden light illuminating the surroundings, severing a long tooth with precision. Following his gesture, it ascended slowly, ultimately transforming into a golden orb that merged into Xiang Yu's being, releasing a surge of immense power. Fortunately, the intense fluctuations were gradually absorbed by the verdant orb in his hand. The heavens and earth displayed no unusual hues. Yet Xiang Yu was acutely aware that his strength had been fully restored. "Little fish, do you harbor any emotions?" Xiang Yu floated gently upon the back of the deep-sea demon whale king, who appeared exceedingly docile. The creature recognized that the being upon its back was a genuine deity. The aura of divine power was unmistakable, albeit fleeting. The oppressive energy emanating from this man was undeniable. "As the most powerful soul beast on this planet, I hope your intellect matches your strength." Xiang Hao placed the broken sky spear upon the deep-sea demon whale king's back, and the immense pressure instantly caused it great distress, its body sinking uncontrollably. "If my feet touch the water, I shall end you." This nonchalant remark compelled the whale king to desperately ascend, yet the weight upon it seemed to intensify, thwarting its efforts to rise. At last, unable to endure, it released a low murmur. Only then did Xiang Yu lift the broken sky spear. "Had you done this earlier, there would have been no trouble." With a heavy stomp upon its back, Xiang Yu leapt high into the air, casting a final glance back before soaring away. His formidable presence stirred the sea into turbulent waves as the sacred golden light traced a long arc across the sky, reminiscent of a shooting star, which then let out a series of deep calls before plunging into the ocean depths. In the shadows and amidst the lava, between tomorrow and the sky, we traverse the paths we must, and nothing has changed. Chapter 110. The Wrath of Samo. A crimson silhouette opened its eyes behind Xiang Hao, an eerie laughter echoing through the air, unsettling him. Yet, the whispers of the demon lingered in his ears. "Master, you need not resist me. We are one. My power is your power. Accept me, and I can grant you everything." Samo's laughter resonated persistently in Xiang Hao's mind, his excitement palpable in response to the external atmosphere. The red figure twisted behind him, its blood-red maw roaring, causing even the magma at the bottom of the pool to churn. Xiang Hao walked with an air of solitary determination, his eyes brimming with a growing intent to kill. If you could remain silent for a moment, I would be most grateful. The voice of the blood shadow behind him abruptly ceased, obedient yet akin to a lingering mist of crimson that refused to dissipate around Xiang Hao. After many years, Sama had once again descended upon the mortal realm. Striving to restrain the excitement bubbling within him, he unfurled his wings, carefully shielding himself from the sweltering gusts that assailed him. Among the seven, he was the most impatient. Yet at this moment, he appeared remarkably composed. The gates of hell had already been flung open. They had waited for millennia, and this fleeting moment was inconsequential. With their master at his side, none could refuse the devil's terms. Oh, but of course, the master was the devil itself. They had lingered in the murky depths for far too long, and the final flicker of hope must be guarded with utmost care. At that instant, the trials of the infernal path emerged. A cacophony of mocking sound waves erupted from the long road ahead, and an unusual, foul odor wafted through the oncoming breeze. In an instant, countless blood-red bats surged from the rocky cliffs ahead, rushing past Xiang Hao with ferocity. Though Sama displayed a facade of submission before Xiang Hao, his reputation for wrath was far from unwarranted. As one of the most ferocious and sanguine of the primal demons, Sama's fury could not abide a swarm of lowly insects disturbing his master. With a sudden flourish, the blood shadow unfurled his wings, unleashing a torrent of hellfire that incinerated the oncoming bats, leaving no trace behind. These creatures were snatched of life before they could even utter a cry. Hush! We must remain quiet. In an instant, the throng of blood bats was reduced to ash, and Xiang Hao released his grip on the blade, silently acknowledging that had he dealt with them, it would have required considerable effort. Samu, in turn, became increasingly animated, and even his ethereal form appeared less transparent, the crimson mist around him thickening noticeably. Before Sama could offer his flattery, a chilling roar, accompanied by an even more pungent stench, swept past him. Above the narrow path, a dark golden figure hung suspended, its form reminiscent of the blood bats, likely of the same ilk. Suddenly, it spread its wings, which spanned nearly 10 meters, completely obscuring the narrow passageway before them. Its two enormous claws measured almost a meter in length, but most striking of all were its three identical heads. With a deafening roar, the inverted figure unfurled its wings, sending a gale rushing towards Xiang Hao. In the next moment, it emitted a mournful wail and fled in panic, its retreat hasty and frantic, even colliding with several stone pillars overhead. Yet, it could not afford to linger on such matters. In that instant, its eyes perceived Xiang Hao's blood-red gaze as twin beams of light that pierced its very heart. Overcome by terror, its mind was consumed solely by the instinct to survive. Let it run swiftly. Seemingly affected by the relentless infection of Samo, the sanguine aura surrounding Xiang Hao intensified profoundly. His once translucent blood-red eyes now appeared thick and resplendent, while the tips of his hair gradually became tainted with a hint of bloodlust. Bearing the colossal blade upon his shoulder, Xiang Hao pressed onward, his fleeting moment of anger leading to an instantaneous surge in strength. The torrent of murderous intent surged forth like an unstoppable tide, incessantly cleansing his very soul. Step by step, the atmosphere around Xiang Hao was enveloped in an aura of death and blood, brushing against his form as a vast crimson domain manifested around him. In that moment, the once blazing path dimmed significantly, and grotesque, terrifying visages roamed within, wailing in despair. Even Samo felt a tremor in his soul, the overwhelming bloodlust sending shivers down his spine, only to be replaced by a perverse delight as the familiar demonic power permeated the air. As he continued on this path, Xiang Hao gradually lost himself amidst the ceaseless bloodlust and carnage, entering an unknown realm governed solely by the primal urge to kill. He exhibited his dominance, as the waves of murderous intent and slaughter obliterated every obstacle in his path. Countless so-called slaughtering monstrosities recoiled in fear, until a flicker of light appeared before him. Instinctively, he leapt high, and within that brilliance, his consciousness began to awaken, only to find himself no longer on the path of hell, with Samo vanished from sight. Yet, the memories remained vividly intact. The blood patterns on his left arm had undergone a significant transformation, shifting from red to black. Clenching his fists, the crimson aura of slaughter continued to surge forth. With a mere thought, a black-red domain materialized before Xiang Hao, instantly casting a pall over the once clear sky. Blood-colored phantoms and black bats flitted about, while the atmosphere thickened with slaughter, oppression, and fear, spreading recklessly across the land. This was the amalgamation of the slaughterhouse of thousands and the domain of the god of death, an annihilation realm. Upon his first enactment, an endless wave of murderous intent erupted from Xiang Hao, the surging wrath nearly pushing him to the brink of losing control, quickly retracting the domain. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his emotions in a state of tumult. Xiang Hao felt on the verge of a breakdown, gripping the blade tightly. The sharpness of its edge piercing his palm, continually reminding him to remain composed. At that moment, a gentle soul force penetrated Xiang Hao's body. A power he recognized all too well. Yuguan had arrived. Little one, to find you in such a disheveled state is indeed rare. Let us see how you maintain your bravado moving forward, Yuguan remarked, channeling the essence of the calming pill to assist Xiang Hao in regaining his composure. The soothing soul force cascaded over his agitated meridians like a cool spring, gradually dissipating the crimson hue in his eyes and bringing tranquility to his speech. You've been quite the help this time. Had you arrived any later, you would have encountered not me, but perhaps a frenzied beast, Xiang Hao said. Hearing this, Yuguan's expression turned grave, for he had long been aware that the murderous aura of the city of slaughter could profoundly affect one's mind, leading to madness. Now, it seemed far more potent than he had anticipated. The clear breath pill brought by Yuguan is already a superior elixir among those that regulate the breath. However, for now, it can only temporarily suppress the turbulent aura within Xiang Hao. Chapter 111. Regulation. Your current circumstances necessitate an immediate shift in focus. Throughout this year, your murderous intent has become excessively pronounced. For the days to come, find solace in my company as you assist with alchemy, Yuguan said. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, he had instructed Bibidong to closely monitor Xiang Hao's condition. A task that was not only his responsibility but also stemmed from his deep friendship with Xiang Hao. Once Xiang Hao's state was calmed, Yuguan swiftly brought him to the Eye of Ice and Fire. One must admit that after Douluo's departure, Yuguan has transformed this place into an increasingly enchanting garden, with the soothing fragrance of flowers and herbs significantly calming Xiang Hao's emotions. Since that day, Xiang Hao has been assisting Yuguan in alchemy. Although his mastery of pill-making pales in comparison to Yuguan's, his memories and experiences from his previous life have proven invaluable, guiding Yuguan through certain blind spots at critical junctures, making the endeavor quite enjoyable. Yuguan continues to delve into the refinement of his fragrant pill. It has now been over a year since he decided to concoct this particular elixir, yet there has been minimal progress. The number of ethereal, fragrant herbs is limited, and Yuguan has already faced one failure. He lacks confidence in attempting the final trial with the remaining herbs. Observing Yuguan's alchemical process, Xiang Hao is reminded of Douluo, the eccentric old man who vanished after venturing to the far north in search of herbs, leaving no trace behind. Initially, when he entrusted the two of them with the pill scriptures, he did not anticipate their intense obsession, which ultimately transformed their enmity into camaraderie, allowing them to reminisce about the past. This year has witnessed an overwhelming number of events. It is now certain that Xiang Yu has departed from his life. The disturbances among the 7 demons subtly began after Xiang Yu's disappearance. Previously, Xiang Yu had inadvertently helped Xiang Hao suppress them for many years, but now they are poised to emerge. Samo occasionally whispers in his ear, and Xiang Hao senses that the others are also stirring restlessly. At this moment, Xiang Hao began to comprehend why his martial soul resonated with Qian Ringshu's. His martial soul had never resided within his body. Instead, it manifested through the eerie blood patterns that adorned him. Each instance of martial soul manifestation was a summons of demonic power. Following the awakening of Samo, Xiang Hao's soul force began to emanate a dark aura as the demonic energy permeated every vein and inch of his skin. With Samo's resurgence, this power was fully awakened. He felt his strength, speed, and soul force nearly multiply, yet in stark contrast, he distinctly sensed himself growing increasingly cold. After 3 months of meditation, it was less about controlling his emotions and more about becoming even more frigid. Master, you cannot resist us. We are one and the same, a part of you, echoed Samo's voice in Xiang Hao's ears that night. Humans are ensnared by their desires, revealing their inherent ugliness, with the 7 deadly sins: wrath, pride, envy, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust being the most severe and prevalent. As long as human desires persist, our power shall remain inexhaustible. These matters do not concern me. Further discussion is futile. Xiang Hao gritted his teeth, ever vigilant against the spark of fire threatening to ignite within him. Master, you are the chosen son of our demons. How can this not concern you? We shall be your greatest ally. Samo's words were imbued with an enchanting allure, seemingly engaging directly with Xiang Hao's soul. Master, the path to kingship is not singular. The one who guides you is clearly leading you astray. Demonic power is the most tyrannical force in existence, unmatched by any other. For even gods are not devoid of desires. Samo's words struck like relentless hammers, causing Xiang Hao to question his life for the first time. He could not discern whether these desires sprouted from within himself or were instilled by these demons. However, one thing became increasingly clear. He found himself gradually devoid of rebuttal to Samo's assertions, his confidence waning, as if the humans Samo spoke of were indeed as he described. Yet, Xiang Hao continued to resist fervently, though his initial vision grew increasingly nebulous. During this time, Xiang Yu finally managed to converse with Gu Xian once more. Old man. Long time no see. Xiang Hao spoke to the verdant pearl in his grasp, which responded with another voice. Haha, it shouldn't be long time no see by the calendar. We haven't even met yet, having accelerated our timeline by several years. At that moment, Gu Xian clutched a red pearl, his face lighting up upon hearing Xiang Yu's voice. This was the divine artifact of the god of reincarnation, the reincarnation pearl, divided into the yin and yang pearls. The holders of these pearls, regardless of the distance that separated them, could hear each other's voices. This commotion has caused quite a stir. It hardly reflects your usual style. After all, it is not my first time. I do not wish to leave any regrets. Yet you seem less decisive than in your previous life. Guxin chuckled and said, Once more, I have contemplated deeply, yet I seem to have forgotten my original intent. I am known as the Overlord, unafraid of any formidable foe. Even if my adversary is the very heavens, I shall resolutely fight with all my might, for this is my destiny. Let not others be unjustly embroiled in my fate. The harbinger of war is about to sound. Take care of yourself, old man. With that, Xiang Yu severed the signal, letting out a heavy sigh as he gazed into the distance towards the city of Wuhan. It felt as though time had elapsed significantly, yet the memories remained vividly clear. He could choose to evade, but how could the souls of the departed find peace? He could opt for peace, yet how could such an ungracious heaven ever be overthrown? Heaven is indifferent, and all things do not flourish. His lifelong struggle has been against the heavens themselves, yet he fears not. Can one still be called an overlord if fear takes hold? Since the heavens refuse to accommodate me, I shall pierce the very sky. As Xiang Yu turned away, grasping the broken heaven spear, he strode into the distance, the horn already sounding. Would the outcome be different this time? Within the city of slaughter, the king of slaughter savored his bloody Mary and the beauty beneath him. It was only after Xiang Hao's departure that the city of slaughter returned to its chaotic and fervent essence. Disorder and zeal reigned supreme in this realm. His spirits had lifted considerably during these days, yet suddenly, the fierce thrust of his waist came to an abrupt halt, eliciting a dissatisfied shake from the lady as she cast a reproachful glance his way. The expression on the king of slaughter's face had become almost vacant. A sacred pressure of words echoing in his mind sent a shiver through him, gradually bringing him back to lucidity. Tang San, you have become ensnared in confusion during the 8th trial of the Shura God. I had lost all hope in you. Yet considering your profound cultivation and the peril facing the divine realm, I shall personally dispel your delusion. Complete the 9th trial of Shura with haste. From that day forth, the king of slaughter vanished, replaced by an elder known as Tang San. Chapter 112. The Devil's Monologue. After nearly half a year of recuperation at the Eye of Ice and Fire, Xiang Hao gradually learned to master the killing intent within himself, his emotions stabilizing. Following his evident improvement, Yuguan hurried back to Martial Soul City to report, leaving Xiang Hao behind. The 6 months of healing had allowed Xiang Hao to deftly control his feelings. Instances of uncontrollable rage diminished, and conversations with Samo no longer swayed his emotions. However, Samo seemed to be in higher spirits. As time progressed, Xiang Hao gained mastery over his emotions, becoming impervious to the influence of killing intent. The mark of the city of slaughter was slowly fading, and he gradually rediscovered himself. Everything unfolded as if it were meant to be, with his emotions stabilized. The suppressed soul power within Xiang Hao surged to the 60th level, yet he was not afforded a choice. His 6th soul ring, a blood-red halo, appeared behind him, the familiar demonic energy having adapted to his being over 16 years. The soul ring melded seamlessly with Xiang Hao's body, offering no resistance as he fused with this 100,000-year soul ring. Samo did not grant him the opportunity to choose. When Xiang Hao awakened one night, the demonic power within him doubled, the pitch-black hellfire igniting in the palm of his hand, his 6th soul skill, Wrath of the Demon King. The dark hellfire once wielded by Samo encircled him, burning fiercely. It was only when this flame erupted in his grasp that Xiang Hao comprehended its terrifying nature. Each flickering black flame exuded a dreadfully formidable aura, its scorching essence seemingly capable of consuming even vitality itself. Master, I have told you, you cannot refuse this power. It is an intrinsic part of your being. Gazing at the flames in his hand, Xiang Hao for the first time refrained from countering Samo. The flickering glimmers in the darkness illuminated his bewildered eyes, as if he pondered, "Why have you chosen me?" He voiced his doubts for the first time. Over the past few months, Xiang Hao had surrendered to fate. When his soul power perfectly harmonized with the demonic energy, he comprehended that everything had been predestined from the very beginning. Simo was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a query from Xiang Hao. "No, it was actually you who chose us. My lord, please forgive our impotence. 16 years ago, a temporal anomaly fused our world with the Douluo continent. This realm is far more powerful than our own. Following the collision of dimensions, our world is gradually being consumed. In the midst of battle, the demon king fell. The world withered, and a riot of demons ensued, threatening to shatter our entire plane. Thus, we, the 7 ancient demons, employed dark sorcery to summon you to this world. Yet, an unforeseen force interrupted our ritual, and we all suffered the backlash of the magic. In a bid for self-preservation and your safety, we entered into a demonic pact, becoming your servants, bound to you, until we awakened just a year ago. You mean to say that I am the infant you summoned?" Xiang Hao's expression grew exceedingly complex, his gaze wavering. "How could that be? I was born in the spirit hall. Both of my parents are. My lord, you must understand. For 2 tool spirits could never produce a child with a true spirit." Simo's words struck like a hammer, shattering Xiang Hao's illusions. Indeed, he had long been aware of this truth, merely engaging in self-deception. "We searched through countless worlds for the most dispassionate individual. Desireless equates to heartless, making you the ideal candidate for the Demon King. And you are our choice, or rather, you chose us, through our transformation. Your spirit is a fusion of our 7 demonic essences. It appears you have even undergone an upgrade from another force. Now, your power has begun to unfurl. The demonic realm is in peril. We beseech you to guide us through this crisis." A thunderous roar erupted within Xiang Hao's mind, his ears ringing as Sumo's words detonated like a bomb in his consciousness. Xiang Hao found himself adrift, lost in the depths of uncertainty regarding his pursuits. Observing the pensive Xiang Hao, Sumo wisely fell silent, vanishing into the shadows. In the dark of night, a flickering flame danced in Xiang Hao's hand, its eerie glow seemingly replaying the events of his life. In a previous existence, he had been a prodigy of the divine martial hall, consumed solely by martial arts cultivation. Did he truly relish the practice? He could not say, for it had become a mere habit. After all, it was the only endeavor at which he excelled. He tirelessly trained, vanquishing various opponents, yet felt little in return, merely completing tasks with failure signifying an end. In this life, he remained ensnared in a relentless pursuit, struggling to comprehend what he truly sought. Even after avenging Tang San, he felt no exhilaration. In that moment, he was utterly lost. The flame abruptly extinguished in the night, leaving only an endless darkness. Days later, Yuguan returned to the ice and fire duality eye, where an important mission awaited, one that Bibi Dong hoped Xiang Hao would also join. "Xiao Hao, I have returned. His Holiness the Pope requires your presence." Yuguan's words trailed off as he noticed the room meticulously tidied, with Xiang Hao's belongings conspicuously absent. Before he could feel alarmed, a note on the table caught his eye. "Going out for a walk. Do not worry. Xiang Hao." Little did Yuguan anticipate that this departure would lead to Xiang Hao's mysterious disappearance. A month later, "What did you say? Xiang Hao is missing." Bibi Dong shrieked at Yuguan, her demeanor a stark contrast to her usual composure. Under the weight of her fury, he trembled as he spoke. He left a note stating he was going for a walk, but has since vanished without a trace. As he handed over the note, Bibi Dong seized it with rage, confirming the handwriting belonged to Xiang Hao. The ice and fire duality was a uniquely significant location, devoid of unforeseen circumstances, yet this child had vanished once more. Bibi Dong shook her head, helplessly sinking into a chair with a sigh. "Very well, let him be. The plan remains unchanged. Yuguan, you shall lead the team personally." "Understood, Your Holiness." At this moment, Xiang Hao had just departed from Wuhan City. Casting a final glance at his parents, a myriad of emotions surged within him. He had always been somewhat oblivious when it came to matters of the heart, yet he was acutely aware of his parents' unwavering concern for him. He bowed deeply 3 times from a distance, then turned to pay his respects to the Hall of the Pope. Although his teacher, Bibi Dong, had initially sought to exploit him, her subsequent care for him was genuine. He had yet to repay his gratitude for becoming her disciple, and he chose to do so in this moment. Subsequently, he took his leave, unaware that this would be his final visit to the city. Chapter 113, The Soul Hunting Team. A month later, in a quaint town on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, the commotion within a small tavern was incessant. It was the liveliest spot in the entire town, bustling with a continuous flow of patrons. The clinking of glasses, the sound of disputes, the clash of weapons, and the shouts of the staff reverberated throughout every tavern, with the only distinction being the varying tones and volumes of the voices. Most of these individuals were members of soul hunting teams, engaged in the pursuit of soul beasts. A drunken man with a bushy beard raised his glass, regaling his companions with tales of his youthful exploits. 5 years ago, I scoffed at the iron-armored bull. Remember that time? I cleaved a millennium-old iron-armored bull in half with a single axe blow. It never even had the chance to flee. His companions were expressions of polite embarrassment. Yet the man continued to boast even louder. Truly, when I was a young and formidable soul master, you youngsters didn't even exist yet. All right, old man. You are the greatest in this tavern, with the loudest voice, a nearby girl retorted, while a man at the adjacent table couldn't suppress his laughter. Old chap. At your age, perhaps it's time to retire. Otherwise, you might end up as a meal for a soul beast, and that would make for a poor recovery. The man, incensed by the jest, raised his hand to summon a pair of battle axes. In response, the other man swiftly brandished a hefty hammer. And it seemed an altercation was imminent. The bartender sighed in resignation. This was the third such incident this week, and he hoped the establishment wouldn't be left in ruins. At that moment, the tavern door swung open, revealing a towering figure clad in a black cloak, his ghastly visage exuding an eerie aura. However, it was the striking red curved blade slung across his back that truly captured attention. The 5 tiger teeth adorning it were arranged in a staggered pattern, and the flowing red lines upon it were particularly eye-catching. Even in such a place, individuals like him were a rarity. The cloaked man approached calmly, gently grasping the hands of the 2 men to separate them, before making his way to the bartender. I would like a private room. Any available option will suffice. The bartender, momentarily taken aback, replied, Sir, we have 1 room left, the Emperor's Suite. For 1 silver soul coin per night. I am unsure how long I shall stay. You may deduct the payment as necessary. I shall provide more upon my departure. Xiang Hao stated, tossing a heavy pouch onto the counter, the glimmer of gold peeking through the seams. The staff, visibly anxious, opened the pouch to reveal it was filled to the brim with gold soul coins. You are quite bold, young man. The burly man, fueled by the effects of alcohol, seemed poised to unleash his aggression. However, before Xiang Hao could intervene, the attendant swiftly approached the man and, with a deft maneuver, ejected him from the establishment. Please, sir. The attendant's demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect as he escorted Xiang Hao to his room. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. If there are any inconveniences, feel free to reach out. Though I may lack in skill, I assure you that the matters of this town are well within my capability to resolve. With that, he respectfully closed the door behind him. Xiang Hao stepped onto the balcony and removed his mask. The view from this room was splendid. From the balcony, he could gaze far into the scenery of the starry forest. As he beheld this familiar place, a myriad of emotions surged within him. In the depths of the ice and fire eyes, Xiang Hao reflected on his past, yet a particular period remained shrouded in obscurity, his time in the starry forest. What transpired during that year was beyond his comprehension. He could not access Xiang Yu's memories. Being but a remnant spirit, his recollections were fragmented and sporadic. In the vast expanse of the forest, he was tasked with uncovering a trace of existence, a pursuit akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, even so, he was determined to seek. At dawn the following day, Xiang Hao donned his gear and prepared to set forth. However, before he could step into the forest, a voice called out to him, Brother, wait a moment. A man approached him with a warm greeting. We met yesterday at the tavern. Xiang Hao recalled this was the individual with whom he had argued. What is it? He inquired. Brother, you intend to venture into the forest to hunt soul beasts, correct? Given your generous display yesterday, you seem to be a man of means. Why not find a team to assist you? It can be perilous to traverse the forest alone. As he spoke, the man gestured for 4 individuals in the distance to join them. This is our soul hunting team. We can handle soul beasts of around 10,000 years of cultivation. It only costs 10 gold soul coins for each hunt. What do you think? I do not hunt souls. I have no need for that, Xiang Hao replied, turning to leave. The man hurriedly blocked his path once more. Hold on, brother. If you're not hunting souls, that is fine too. We have plant-type soul masters for herb gathering, and it only costs 5 gold soul coins. As he spoke, a nearby woman raised her staff in a gesture of affirmation. Xiang Hao had lost his patience. Although I do not gather herbs, I certainly need to find a location. The man suddenly became interested. Brother, we are quite familiar with this forest. Our fee is merely 3 gold soul coins. Very well, Xiang Hao replied. Observing the eager expression on the man's face, he was too weary to decline him further, no matter how he resisted. The man would undoubtedly devise other means to accompany him. Xiang Hao was well aware of this thought in the man's mind. As Xiang Hao turned away, the man smugly exchanged a glance with the woman beside him, whispering, "We are charging 5 times the price. How could he possibly agree?" The woman inquired. "You fail to understand. A person adorned with ostentatious masks and splendid weaponry is clearly a young noble seeking adventure. They are unlikely to be aware of the market rates. We cannot let such a lavish spender slip away. Even if they knew, they would remain silent, for to us, it may be exorbitant, but to them, money is as plentiful as dirt," the man explained softly, brimming with pride, while the other 3 regarded him with approving glances. Unbeknownst to them, Xiang Hao heard every word distinctly, yet he chose to remain silent. He did indeed share their sentiments, but found amusement in the man's self-satisfied demeanor and contemplated allowing these individuals to learn a lesson later. Thus, the group ventured deeper into the forest. Xiang Hao's memories were fragmented. He only recalled the existence of a cave, lacking any additional information. "Brother, how shall I address you?" The man inquired eagerly throughout the journey. "You need not know my name. Simply perform your duties well," Xiang Hao replied coldly. "Well then, brother, what are we searching for?" the man awkwardly asked, seemingly unaccustomed to such a frosty reception. "A cave. A cave? What else? What direction? What features surround it?" The man pressed. "There is only a cave. Brother, are you jesting? In the starry forest, there are not merely thousands of caves scattered across every corner. How are we to find it?" The man shouted, growing increasingly agitated. Yet, Xiang Hao continued onward without looking back. "You shall not lose your payment. Simply search diligently." Chapter 114. The disturbance of the soul beasts. Upon witnessing Xiang Hao's frigid demeanor, the group fell into a contemplative silence, recognizing that their purpose was merely for monetary gain, thus rendering any unnecessary indulgence redundant. They ventured deeper into the forest, and although Xiang Hao refrained from engaging in conversation, the camaraderie among the 5 was palpable. The soul-hunting squad was composed of individuals who could trust one another with their lives, and it was evident that the synergy and temperaments of these 5 had been honed over many years of collaboration, despite their collective strength hovering around the soul sect level. Fortunately, their teamwork was commendable, with Wang Kun, the leader, being the most formidable among them, possessing a soul power nearing the 49th level. His martial spirit was a mighty hammer. The 2 reticent masked brothers, both agility-type soul masters, wielded the martial spirit of a hunting falcon and had soul powers at the 46th level. One of them was a robust figure with a round shield as his martial spirit, also at the 46th level, primarily tasked with defensive roles. The final member, a woman, was a healing-type soul master at the 41st level, her martial spirit being the Azure Swan. In every regard, this was an elite squad with a harmonious blend of martial spirits and a well-balanced distribution of soul rings, making it plausible for them to collectively vanquish a 10,000-year soul beast. They were fortunate to have accepted this mission. Otherwise, they would be facing hunger the following week. "Why has business been so difficult for Brother Kun lately?" the woman murmured, her hands tightly gripping the wooden staff in her embrace, sighing repeatedly. Wang Kun, the man in charge, echoed her sentiments with a series of sighs, perplexed by the recent temperament of the soul beasts. There had been several incidents of soul-hunting squads meeting their demise, and it was evident that the number of clients had significantly dwindled in recent times. Xiang Hao, intrigued by the conversation, inquired, "What emboldened you to venture in?" Wang Kun chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging their shared circumstances as family men. He expressed dissatisfaction, stating, "We have not conducted any business for nearly a month. Our frequent visits to the tavern are merely an attempt to attract patrons. Moreover, I have faith in our camaraderie. We are more than capable of handling some Millennium Soul beasts, and even if faced with 10,000-year ones, we could still put up a fight. However, my friend, should you choose to delve deeper into the forest, we cannot accompany you. The depths of the Stardow Forest are exceedingly perilous now, as recently. The esteemed members of the Spirit Hall gathered here, declaring that the inner regions are fraught with danger." "Oh, I was unaware of this," Xiang Hao replied, somewhat astonished. He realized he had been oblivious to such matters, noting that during that period, he was occupied in the city of slaughter. Additionally, Yuguan had never shared any information regarding the spirit hall with him, leading him to conclude that he had indeed been rather ill-informed. When did these circumstances arise? During his inaugural inquiry, Xiang Hao caught Wang Kun off guard. He pondered carefully, recalling an incident from a year prior when a renowned local hunting team was unexpectedly ambushed by several ancient shield-horned horses. It is well known that these soul beasts possess a gentle temperament, yet this time they had taken the initiative to attack. Only one member of the team managed to escape. And since then, such incidents have become increasingly frequent, complicating our endeavors. Wealthy scions now prefer to bring along their family retainers, while other soul beasts have gravitated towards hunting in the smaller forests. Wang Kun's words were laden with melancholy, yet Xiang Hao found himself deeply astonished. After a year apart, it was uncertain whether it was he who had changed or the world itself. Driven by curiosity, he engaged Wang Kun in conversation, and within a few minutes, all rumors were validated. As they continued their journey, they soon encountered a canyon. Adhering to the principle that necessary caves lie within canyons, they decided to venture down and retrieve the rope they had brought along. Wang Kun adeptly descended first. Xiang Hao was quite pleased with this initiative, as it was commendable to protect the employer from peril. However, just a few minutes later, the group heard a violent rattling of the bells on the rope, a warning of danger. They hastily pulled Wang Kun back up, only to see his eyes wide with terror, his hands trembling uncontrollably against the rock. Soul beasts, so many, he stammered. Following his lead, the others peered over the canyon's edge, and a scene of sheer horror unfolded before them. Even Xiang Hao broke into a cold sweat, perplexed that they had traversed nearly half a day without encountering a single soul beast. Now, the reason was evident. At the canyon's base lay a narrow corridor filled with soul beasts, arranged in an orderly fashion regardless of their age, species, or dietary habits, with a faint silvery light glimmering at the distant end of the line. Though uncertain of what had transpired, Xiang Hao's instincts warned him that it could only spell trouble. Within his field of vision, he had already spotted several ancient soul beasts, which would typically never inhabit this area. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he stealthily approached the far end of the corridor. "Brother, I'm afraid we won't be earning your money today," Wang Kun lamented, watching Xiang Hao retreat further away. "We always thought those tales were mere drunken ramblings from others in the tavern, but it seems they have turned out to be true." Xiang Hao gazed at the anxious expressions of the few individuals around him, raising his hand to toss a handful of gold soul coins. "You have accompanied me this far. Your reward is considerable." To his surprise, Xiang Hao's generosity left Wang Kun feeling somewhat embarrassed. As Xiang Hao turned to leave, he hesitated momentarily before speaking up. "Brother, heed my elder brother's advice and return. There exists an ancient saying among soul hunters, when the true lord of the forest awakens, all soul beasts will set aside their grievances, cooperating against a common foe. On that day, humanity shall inevitably pay for its transgressions. Even during the beast tide, there remained considerable conflict among soul beasts, a phenomenon unheard of in such circumstances." Wang Kun expressed his concern. "Precisely for this reason, I must go investigate." Xiang Hao replied with a slight smile, waving his hand as he walked away, leaving the five behind to heave deep sighs. Alas, this young man is headstrong, yet he possesses a good heart. I cannot stand by and watch him walk to his demise. Wang Kun pondered deeply before handing his coin pouch to the others. "I shall go after him. At the very least, I must ensure his safety. After all, I brought him here. If I do not return, you must take care of my son." "Captain, what are you saying? If you are to go, we have no reason to turn back," remarked the masked brothers, stepping beside Wang Kun. The remaining two also silently approached, affirming, "We are one team." Wang Kun's eyes momentarily glistened with emotion. It was worth it to have encountered these companions in his lifetime. With that, the five hastened to catch up to Xiang Hao, who was astonished to see them following him once more. Wang Kun clapped Xiang Hao firmly on the shoulder. "Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot allow you, a junior, to take risks alone. Though we may appear jovial, we five are a well-known soul-hunting squad in our small town, having faced countless perils. How could we allow you to steal the spotlight? This is a matter that concerns the safety of our town. We cannot dismiss the possibility of another beast tide." Xiang Hao was taken aback by this heartfelt declaration. He had not anticipated that those still preoccupied with their basic sustenance would share such sentiments. Chapter 115. The Horse-Body Viper. Upon witnessing the eager gazes of the group, Xiang Hao felt a stir within his heart. He had never anticipated such an outcome. The corners of his mouth, hidden beneath the mask, subtly lifted. He then gestured for them to proceed. The group continued along the edge of the canyon, moving steadily toward the end of the line. The distance to the town was merely a dozen kilometers, should a beast tide erupt due to unforeseen circumstances. None in the town would escape unscathed. With this thought in mind, their pace became increasingly cautious. As they advanced, the scene before them grew increasingly alarming. Not only were there ancient soul beasts, but Xiang Hao also spotted a three-tailed venomous lizard, its cultivation nearing 50,000 years. Such a soul beast is seldom seen even in the heart of the Douluo forest, notorious for its nocturnal habits. Why then did it appear here while the sun still hung in the sky? Wang Kun and the others wore increasingly grave expressions, having lived in the town for many years. They recognized the current situation as an unmistakable signal of danger. The path through the canyon was not particularly lengthy. After traversing approximately 2 kilometers, the group finally arrived at the end of the gorge. The long-anticipated secret revealed itself before their eyes. At the canyon's terminus, a small spring emerged from the rocky wall, cascading down the stone columns. Below, the spirit beasts opened their mouths to catch a few drops, subsequently exiting the canyon from the opposite side, followed by the spirit beasts behind them. The entire process unfolded with remarkable orderliness. It was no longer a matter of astonishment for Xiang Hao. He could not fathom what force could compel the spirit beasts to wholly relinquish their primal instincts and coexist harmoniously. Moreover, what purpose did the spring water they diligently absorbed serve? Xiang Hao observed no discernible changes in the spirit beasts, nor did he sense anything unusual within the spring water itself. Xiang Hao yearned to advance further, yet he was firmly restrained by Wang Kun. Brother, regardless of your identity, I cannot allow you to act recklessly any longer. The town is merely a dozen kilometers away, and the straight-line distance is merely 7 kilometers. Should the soul beast erupt, thousands of lives in the town could be lost in an instant. Wang Kun clutched Xiang Hao's robe tightly, his face etched with anxiety. He felt a surge of gratitude for following Xiang Hao. Not only had he saved him, but he was also salvaging his own fate. Observing the expression on Wang Kun's face, Xiang Hao gradually regained his composure. The circumstances here were undeniably perilous. The documented beast tides by the Spirit Hall had invariably wreaked havoc on the human realm, yet the scale of the soul beasts confronting him now was far more formidable. The group dared not linger any longer and prepared to withdraw. This outing had taken Xiang Hao by surprise. Something must have transpired in the Douluo forest, and the Spirit Hall had known of the anomalies within the forest long ago. Typically, the Spirit Hall would announce such natural disturbances, but when they remain unannounced, it either signifies the Hall's own involvement or that the situation vastly exceeds expectations, rendering public disclosure a source of panic. He was unaware that the elder from the Spirit Hall possessed the ability to control soul beasts, indicating this was indeed the latter scenario. Contemplating this, Xiang Hao felt a wave of apprehension wash over him, and Wang Kun and the others displayed similar unease. Their safety was intricately tied to the well-being of their homes. The group traveled in silence for half an hour, the night fully enveloping them. Though the town was not far, traversing the Douluo forest at night was ill-advised. Many soul beasts became ferocious under the cover of darkness, and humans were at a distinct disadvantage in nocturnal confrontations. They gathered around a small campfire by a wide stream, opting to make do for the night. Anxiety filled their hearts, rendering them unusually quiet. Brother Kun, do you think we'll be all right? A young woman spoke first, her voice trembling. She had only recently begun her journey as a soul hunter, having encountered a mere single 10,000-year soul beast. The sight of so many fearsome soul beasts intensified her terror, causing her to quietly weep, and the expressions of the others turned grim. Upon our return tomorrow, let us prepare to head to the city for safety. Wang Kun, the group's emotional cornerstone, said softly, his own face marred with concern. Brother, you should hasten home as well. It is too perilous here. He addressed Xiang Hao, who appeared regal in his attire, feeling both regretful and relieved without his presence. This impetuous youth might have found himself in dire straits. Just as he was about to speak again, a sudden tremor shook the ground beneath them. Intensifying with each passing moment, the flames of their fire flickered wildly, and a fierce gust extinguished the light, plunging their makeshift camp into darkness. Coincidentally, the moon was waning, and the stars above were dimmed, leaving them to navigate the abyss. Yet the ominous sounds persisted, drawing closer to them. All hands on alert. At the command, the 5 individuals unleashed their martial souls, and the vibrant hues of their soul rings illuminated the pitch-black night, serving as the only source of light in the darkness. Xiang Hao opened his diamond-like eyes, Although he could not fully discern the situation, he could still search for the unknown heat sources lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, a figure dashed past him with remarkable speed, resembling a horse-like soul beast, and judging by its size, it appeared to possess considerable strength. Caution was warranted, as it could be a soul beast nearing 10,000 years of age. Xiang Hao cautioned, yet the others seemed to disregard the words of this young master. The sounds around them grew increasingly distinct, and the group, uncertain of the enemy's position, felt an overwhelming anxiety from the potential attacks that could come from any direction. The beast circled around them, and at last, the two brothers could no longer restrain themselves. They took to the skies, unleashing several blades toward the direction of the sound. Immediately after, the noise ceased. "We got it, Brother Kun," one exclaimed, but before he could finish, a voice pierced through the night, accompanied by a pair of gleaming serpentine eyes. The brother in the air let out a horrific scream as blood rained down in an instant. "Beast! Dazhuang, protect me. Xiaoqin, heal them," Wang Kun bellowed, wielding a massive hammer as he charged toward the direction of the serpentine eyes. Fourth soul skill, mountain-splitting hammer. With a heavy grunt and a violent clash, Wang Kun collided fiercely with the beast, only to be flung away. Dazhuang summoned a gigantic shield to protect himself, while Xiaoqin raised her staff to commence healing, as one of their brothers groaned in agony, having lost an arm. At this moment, the shadow in the night began to emerge slowly, revealing two pairs of eyes, one red and one white, gradually taking form. As the sound of hooves drew closer, a large horse head adorned with horns appeared first, followed by sturdy limbs approaching. Wrapped tightly around its back was a gigantic serpent, which clutched the severed arm in its mouth, blood cascading from the serpent's maw. Xiang Hao focused intently, recognizing it as one of the most notorious soul beasts, the horse serpent viper. Chapter 116, The Black Cat Seeks Votes. This soul beast was exceptionally unique, possessing a horse's body and a serpent's tail, with each head having its own independent consciousness. Its infamy stemmed from its insatiable thirst for human blood. Consequently, it had been hunted to near extinction by the Spirit Hall, with only a few recorded sightings in the core area of the Stardow Forest. Yet now, one had appeared at the forest's outskirts. With no time to ponder, the beast charged at them immediately. Third soul skill, Diamond Fortress. Dazhuang roared, summoning several circular shields that encircled the group, forming a hemispherical stronghold. A moment later, fierce impacts and heavy roars echoed as the horse serpent viper relentlessly slammed its horse head against the shields while the massive serpent head continuously flicked its tongue, searching for an opening. "Damn it, what on earth is this creature?" Wang Kun appeared somewhat flustered, despite having explored this forest for over a decade. He found himself at a loss regarding the nature of this monstrous entity. "Horse serpent viper." Xiang Hao spoke coldly, then drew forth the furious, menacing crimson blade from behind him, its dazzling chill illuminating the air. Upon hearing the name, Wang Kun lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, his expression transforming into one of sheer horror. Was it not said that such soul beasts had been utterly exterminated by the Spirit Hall? He spoke with trepidation, his face a mask of fear. Decades ago, this particular soul beast had been a nightmare for soul hunters. Although Wang Kun had never encountered one, he had heard numerous tales from the older generation, feeling a sense of relief that the Spirit Hall had eradicated them entirely. Yet, every rule has its exceptions. Today's encounter might indeed be a remnant that had slipped through the net, and it appeared to have reached a formidable cultivation level of 10,000 years. The expressions of Wang Kun and his companions grew graver. The shield formation maintained by Dazhuang was on the verge of collapse. Wang Kun gathered his injured brother, instructing the others, "Listen to my command and disperse. Dazhuang, you will strike that beast's head with your second soul skill. I will take the opportunity to attack its waist. Xiaoqin, you two keep a close watch on that serpent's head, and as for you, wait for the right moment to assist." With a casual demeanor, Wang Kun concluded his orders, prompting Xiang Hao to merely wave his hand, retracting his fury. The group readied themselves, holding their breath as they gazed forward. At Wang Kun's command, 1, 2, 3, attack. Seizing a brief respite from the beast, Dazhuang swiftly lowered his shield formation, a yellow soul ring illuminating behind him as he activated his second soul skill, the spiked shield strike. The circular shields on his arms merged into one, the massive shield surface erupting with countless spikes, hurtling towards the beast's equine head. Simultaneously, Wang Kun teleported to the horse's back, swinging his mighty hammer with all his strength, unleashing his third soul skill, a full-force strike. Golden light enveloped the hammer's surface, imbued with tremendous power as it descended upon the beast. Meanwhile, the masked brother soared above the horse, his wings resembling two steel blades, intertwined with the swift gusts. Unleashing his fourth soul skill, the eagle strike from the sky. The fierce assault surged from all directions towards the serpent's head. A cacophony of collisions and confrontations tearing through the air, stirring the already dim battlefield into a more chaotic realm. Accompanied by the groans of the three and the sounds of their impacts, Xiang Hao witnessed Wang Kun being violently hurled from the fray, crashing into a tree. Instantly rendered powerless as he slumped against a stump, while the other two fared no better. De Zhuang let out a mournful shout before rolling out in disarray. His massive frame marred by gory bite marks on his right shoulder, as the blood-eyed beast savored its gruesome feast, blood frothing from its grotesque maw onto the ground. The masked brother, ensnared tightly by the serpent S-body, turned pale, unable to utter a single word. With a surge of colorful light, Xiaoqing activated her fourth soul skill, the healing holy light. As the vibrant illumination burst forth, the injuries of the group began to mend somewhat. Yet they remained devoid of any capacity to resist. Leaning against the nearby tree with a bitter smile, Wang Kun occasionally coughed up blood. "I'm sorry, brother. I truly have brought you harm this time. In this life, it is what it is. I shall make amends in the next life. My dear friends, I am deeply sorry for all of you." His words were laden with sorrow as Xiaoqing knelt beside him, her face resembling a pear blossom drenched in rain. The others had fallen silent, and Xiang Hao let out a brief sigh before continuing. Although he was not known for his benevolence, his heart was not so cold as to remain indifferent in such a situation. Human greed exists, yet its transgressions can be forgiven. A dark energy seeped silently into the night, a formidable force coiling around the blade, preparing to advance. In a flash, a silver streak darted past Xiang Hao with remarkable speed, leaving him momentarily stunned. When he turned back, a cold sweat broke upon his forehead. The sound of the snake's head hitting the ground echoed as the figure decisively plunged a blade into the horse's back, extracting a gleaming silver orb. The viper fell lifelessly. And to the astonishment of the onlookers, a violet soul ring began to materialize from the creature, indicating an age of approximately 5,000 years. Amidst a shower of sparks, the figure ignited a torch from the ground, holding it aloft. A familiar yet chilling voice reached their ears, warning that the soul beasts here had undergone mutations, possessing a silver orb within their spinal columns that must be extracted to defeat them. This place was perilous. They should leave at once come morning. The dim torchlight illuminated the figure, revealing a woman clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her graceful form and lethal intent. Her long, dark hair was tied up high, though a few strands fell chaotically across her forehead, a testament to her prolonged existence in the forest. She bore an extravagant mask that rivaled Xiang Hao's, and her icy words resonated with authority. Xiaoqing joyfully exclaimed, "It's the black cat." The woman offered a simple nod, stating that her companion had already succumbed to death when she found him. For the others who might have suffered bites, she handed Xiaoqing a vial of special medicine. Xiaoqing expressed her gratitude profusely, while Xiang Hao had been fixated on the woman from the outset, her tone familiar yet alien, leaving him momentarily perplexed. The black cat, too, was discreetly observing Xiang Hao, sensing the weight of his gaze. In the past, she would have confronted any man who dared stare, but today, this man emanated an aura of danger. The mere aura of lethality radiating from the blade in his hand filled her with trepidation. Such an essence she had only encountered in seasoned generals of the empire. It was evident that this man had taken many lives. Realizing she might have overstepped her bounds, she resolved to sever her ties with these individuals and turn to leave. Yet, true to form, after only a few steps, Xiang Hao called out, "A noble spirit should consider preserving their life. I shall offer my profound gratitude on another day." This sentence left Zhuqing momentarily stunned, for the voice belonged to the one she had been yearning for day and night. Chapter 117, Reunion with an Old Friend. Zhuqing turned her body slightly, trembling, to scrutinize the man before her, clad in a black robe that concealed his figure entirely. He wore a peculiar ghostly mask and approached her with measured steps. She could hardly believe her ears. The man's silhouette gradually overlapped with that of someone she had long cherished in her memories, as if he were smiling and walking towards her with each deliberate stride. Unbeknownst to them, Zhuqing grasped Xiang Hao's right hand, and in that instant, they both sensed a difference. Xiang Hao's hand, accustomed to wielding weapons, bore the rough calluses of a seasoned warrior, and he noticed a distinctive scar on her thumb. Simultaneously, he felt the powerful energy emanating from her, a testament to her mastery of the divine martial art. Without realizing it, the pressure of their handshake intensified, as if they sought to affirm each other's identity. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Xiang Hao withdrew his hand and gently inquired, "Zhu Qing?" Upon hearing her name, she stood erect, immediately dropping to one knee. "I pay my respects to my teacher." The abrupt shift astonished the others present. This renowned figure among soul hunters, the Black Cat, was indeed the student of this young man. Wang Kun could scarcely process the revelation, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was merely a child, no older than 20 at most. Xiao Qing stood frozen, questioning whether such a person warranted their concern. Then, the Black Cat removed her mask, revealing a face of exquisite beauty. It was none other than Zhu Qing. Xiang Hao, too, unveiled his face, smiling warmly at her. Encountering Zhu Qing here was a delightful surprise. After battling at Shrek, he had felt remorse for two individuals, one being Zhu Qing and the other Dai Mubai. At that moment, she must have been eager to showcase her progress, yet he had inadvertently sent her off the field at the outset. He recalled her forlorn gaze at that time. Well, your accomplishments today are solely the fruits of your own labor. I have not aided you in any significant way, so I cannot accept the title of teacher. Yet why are you in the Stardow Forest? It seems you've been here for quite some time, given your remarkable skills. Zhu Qing intended to respond, but then shifted her tone. After the Soul Master tournament, my family sought to bring me back, and I had to hide. Eventually, I found refuge here, and I have been in this place for a year and a half. This environment has truly awakened my potential. As Zhu Qing elaborated, Xiang Hao remained in awe. Her speed and strength had multiplied several times since their last encounter. The overwhelming energy surrounding her suggested that she had cultivated the divine martial art to the 5th level. Such speed was indeed astonishing. He had not misjudged. This young woman possessed an inner fire that needed but a spark to ignite even further. Reflecting on this, Xiang Hao could not help but chuckle softly, marveling at the unexpected nature of their reunion. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing's bright eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. Indeed, she had not anticipated meeting in such a manner. In the Tiando Empire, Qian Renxue was engaged in an intense discussion with Ning Fengji. Your Highness, we must remain vigilant, or rather, it is imperative that we take preemptive action. The old dragon has gone silent, and given the circumstances faced by our sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has likely encountered misfortune. The ambitions of the Spirit Hall have become glaringly apparent. Time is no longer on our side. Qian Renxue's brow furrowed in concern. She was perplexed by Bibi Dong's intentions. The plan had been expedited without prior notice, allowing Ning Fengji to escape. From what she gathered, the backbone of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect was still intact, and now this cunning old fox was on high alert. She could only feign agreement. Teacher, let us not be hasty. At present, the reckless engagement of the Tiando royal family and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect against the Spirit Hall would be exceedingly disadvantageous. The combined strength of the upper 3 sects is insufficient to confront the Spirit Hall, and now we have but one sect as support. We are utterly powerless. Yet we cannot remain idle, watching the Spirit Hall gradually encroach upon us. Xinghe, you were not always so timid. Why have you become so hesitant now? Ning Fengji rose in anger. We have but one path forward, to fight decisively, or else we will be forced to submit. He concluded, waving his sleeve in dismissal. Having barely extricated himself from the sect's recent conflict, Ning Fengji arrived at the royal palace, yet he found himself greatly displeased by the attitude of Xinghe. Not wishing to linger, he hastened back to the sect. Although the Spirit Hall was unlikely to attack again, the current situation filled him with unease. Observing the injured Chen Xin at his side, Ning Fengji sighed deeply. We are in dire need of new allies, Uncle Jian. Meanwhile, in her chamber, Qian Renxue struggled to suppress her emotions. As the linchpin of the Spirit Hall's plans, she was the last to learn of their operational strategies. Ning Fengji's unexpected visit had left her feeling quite vulnerable. This was a critical juncture in the execution of the plan, with the Snow Knight Emperor gravely ill. She needed only to bide her time before the Tiando royal family fell into her grasp. Why had this woman chosen to act now? At that moment, Snakespear Douluo entered slowly. Young master, I have returned. What news? Does grandfather still refuse to meet? Indeed, after entering seclusion, the Lord has sealed all entrances. There has been no sign of movement for days, replied Snakespear Douluo, his expression filled with hesitation. Additionally, there is another matter. There is no need to elaborate. I am already aware, having heard it from Ning Fengji. How ironic it is. When His Holiness the Pope next takes action, I would appreciate being informed so that I may prepare accordingly, Qian Renxue said, her face clouded with frustration. Upon hearing this, Snake Spear Douluo appeared considerably relieved. It seemed the young master remained unaware, and thus, it would be prudent to maintain the ruse a little longer. Understood, young master. I shall take my leave now. The Serpent Spear Douluo gradually exited the chamber, feeling a considerable sense of relief wash over him. Initially, he had anticipated needing to persuade the young master with great effort. However, considering the circumstances, it made sense. The news of Xiang Hao's disappearance had been strictly sealed by His Holiness the Pope, leaving all but a few elders in ignorance. Now, one could only hope that Yuguan would locate Xiang Hao soon. Meanwhile, Yuguan was on the road, having cursed Xiang Hao countless times. That rascal had slipped away without a word. When he finally found him, there would be consequences to face. At that moment, the aforementioned individual was sneezing uncontrollably. Xiang Hao rubbed his head, wondering if the old ghost was lamenting his absence. He had stealthily escaped, and punishment was certainly in store for him. The memory of Bibi Dong's gaze sent a shiver down his spine. Perhaps it was best to leave the worries of tomorrow for another day. What's wrong, teacher? Have you caught a chill? Xiang Hao's series of sneezes startled Zhu Xing, who immediately expressed her concern. Perhaps, Xiang Hao replied, rubbing his nose with a resigned tone. Chapter 118. Soul Crystal, are you all right, teacher? This is a herbal concoction I prepared myself. It may offer some relief. Teacher, do you feel any better? Xiang Hao gazed into the eager eyes of the young girl before him and reluctantly consumed the beverage. After bidding farewell to a few individuals in the early hours, he continued his exploration alongside Zhu Zhiqing. Wang Kun and the others had managed to recuperate after a night's rest. Yet the loss of a companion cast a palpable shadow over their expressions. Throughout their journey, Zhu Zhiqing elucidated some of Xiang Hao's queries, revealing that the soul beasts of the Star Doe forest had begun to undergo a peculiar mutation a year prior. They no longer engaged in direct confrontations nor adhered to the natural laws. All soul beasts, regardless of their rank or status, began to exhibit uniformity. They would periodically gather at certain locations to partake in a miraculous spring water, and those soul beasts that indulged in this water experienced remarkable enhancements in their strength. Becoming increasingly aggressive, this transformation even applied to those soul beasts known for their amicable nature. Xiang Hao finally comprehended that he had indeed witnessed the scene of these spirit beasts receiving the sacred water the day before. Where did this sacred water originate? I am uncertain, yet it appears that such sacred water is now distributed throughout the forest. What you observed yesterday was precisely what was transpiring in various parts of the forest, aside from this sparkling little object, Zhu Zhiqing remarked, pulling out the item she had retrieved from the back of the horse viper the previous night. I am not quite sure what this object is, but the surge in the spirit beast's power must be attributed to it. This small orb contains an exceptionally pure energy, with almost no impurities. Many refer to it as a soul crystal, which seemingly has the ability to directly enhance a soul master's cultivation. Zhu Zhiqing extended the soul crystal towards Xiang Hao while opening her pouch, revealing that she possessed several of these soul crystals. How can you be so uncertain? Have you not tried it? Xiang Hao inquired, examining the soul crystal closely. Such a method of enhancing strength is rather meaningless, is it not? Although I do not require it, others who have ventured into the forest are desperately chasing after these items. I intend to exchange these soul crystals for things I need. Zhu Zhiqing replied, her expression suddenly darkening. Presently, only a select few noble families and disciples of prominent sects within the Soul Master community are aware of the uses of such items. Undoubtedly, should this information circulate among the Soul Master community, it would incite fervor among all Soul Masters. And the nobles would naturally wish to prevent such resources from being indiscriminately shared. This is, in essence, a secret. A piece of lore that circulates only among the upper echelons of the Soul Master community. Though it will eventually be revealed, the aristocrats continue to strive for their monopoly. Alas, has humanity not always behaved thus? The nobility, after all, feasted until their plates were empty, only to share the dregs with the masses. By the way, what prompts you, a young lady, to choose this place for your cultivation? Zhu Zhiqing blinked and countered. If you were to select a location to cultivate the divine martial secret, where would it be? Xiang Hao smiled without uttering a word. Indeed, you are but one person. And the spirit beasts here are exceedingly perilous. Your audacity is remarkable. Xiang Hao's statement was not entirely erroneous. Zhu Zhiqing only discovered her own courage a year ago. Following the competition, she defiantly rejected her sister's command to return home, brazenly annulling her engagement to Dai Mubai. Thus, she fled alone, persistently evading the relentless pursuit of her family and the Star Doe royal family. Fearlessly, she ventured into the perilous Stardo forest, and now, a year has elapsed. Throughout this time, she has encountered numerous dangers and dire predicaments, yet she has continually exceeded her limits, emerging triumphantly from each crisis. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Xiang Hao with a smile, reflecting that this past year has been the happiest of her life. Everything she once yearned for has materialized. She has truly seized control of her destiny. The facade of familial affection and the cliché of her past have dissolved into the exhilarating reality of her new life. For this reason, she is genuinely grateful to the man before her. He has provided her with the opportunity to choose, granting her a second chance at life. By the way, over the course of this year, have you encountered any particularly memorable caves? Xiang Hao interrupted Zhu Zhuqing's reverie, prompting her to slowly return to the present. Let me think, she replied. I have mainly roamed the outskirts of the forest. There are a few caves, but none that stand out in my memory. As she pondered, she pulled out a map from her bag and handed it to Xiang Hao. Upon seeing the dense array of markings, he felt overwhelmed. If he were to identify any similarity between himself and Xiang Yu, it would be their shared lack of navigational skills. Xiang Hao had a variety of interests, but deciphering maps was not among them, and Xiang Yu, the reckless one, had spent an entire year lost within the forest without finding an exit. Never mind. We shall search at a leisurely pace, Xiang Hao said, awkwardly folding the map away with a look of resignation. It was not merely a whim that led him to venture out. During this time, he had sensed an elusive call from Xiang Yu, and memories of that cave frequently surfaced in his dreams. It represented a year of lost recollections during which his body had been under Xiang Yu's control, who had intentionally obscured this segment of his memory. A persistent inner voice urged him, whispering that the answers he sought lay there. Same OS words echoed like a haunting nightmare in his mind. Master, you were born of darkness. It is your destiny. Following this, an abyss of darkness engulfed him, marking the first time that Xiang Ahong felt such an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. He remained isolated, as if each person approaching him had ulterior motives. Bereft of support, he felt detached from all attachments, summoned by the malign forces as a harbinger of evil, compelled to accept his fate without question. This cyclical logic ensnared Xiang Hao, gradually cornering him into a dead end. He halted, recognizing the perilous signal. At that moment, Tang San had already broken through to level 60 within the Blue-Silver Valley, and a 10,000-year soul ring radiating green fluorescence emerged behind him. Over the past year, Tang San had endured much betrayal, abandonment, and disillusionment. Yet, fortune had not entirely forsaken him. The seed of life had silently returned to his side. Reinvigorated with newfound strength, Tang San became increasingly fervent in his training, forging weapons and refining his body. Each day, he pondered how to grow stronger, for the one who had tormented him still roamed free. He could not afford a moment's rest. Anger, jealousy, and hatred intertwined within him. Each day he grows stronger. Xiang Hao, I shall make you pay dearly. As the silver nail swiftly shot forth from his hand, Tang San's gaze grew particularly cold beneath the night sky. One day, he would exact vengeance upon the spirit hall for all it had done to him. Tang Hao quietly observed this scene, approaching Tang San's side. It is time. Prepare yourself for tomorrow. I shall take you to a place. Tang San paused momentarily, then quickly replied. A year had passed since their flight, and Tang Hao had scarcely uttered a word since. These few sentences constituted the most his father had spoken to him in a year. As he lifted his head, Tang San's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chapter 119. The majestic Haotian sect father, Tang San called out, pursuing Tang Hao, who merely waved his hand gently. From here on, your path is your own. They may not acknowledge me, but you must return. With that, Tang Hao vanished into the small dwelling, soon thereafter snoring softly. Observing his father's solitary and desolate figure, Tang San clenched his fists tightly. He would ensure that the spirit hall would pay for its transgressions, in his own manner. Meanwhile, within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji tossed and turned, unable to sleep. It had been 3 days since his meeting with Shui Qinghe, and there was still no news from the Tiando royal family. He could hardly contain his impatience. Suddenly, he flipped out of bed. Ning Fengji hastily exited his room and made his way to the elder hall, respectfully bowing to Chen Xian. Sword uncle, we can wait no longer. If we delay further, we shall become the next Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Our only option now is to seek another ally. Chen Xian remained silent for a long time before finally exhaling deeply. This course of action is exceedingly perilous. If discovered, we would inevitably face a far stronger backlash. I understand the urgency of the sect master's heart, but this plan is fraught with danger. Moreover, the Haotian sect has not emerged for many years. Would they even consent? Underneath a collapsed nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? The world knows of BB Dong's wolfish ambition. If they do not act now, they will lose their opportunity forever. Enough of this. My mind is made up. Sword uncle, I shall venture forth alone under the cover of night, Ning Fingji declared resolutely. That is unacceptable. At the very least, I must accompany you, Xiang said, rising with excitement. No, sword uncle, you are under too many watchful eyes. I am different. As long as the spirit hall does not breach our mountain gate, they will remain unaware of my true capabilities. Furthermore, my personal presence will convey sincerity. Seeing that Xiang appeared ready to argue further, Ning Fingji slammed his hand down decisively. Forgive me, sword uncle, but this matter shall be determined solely by me, the sect master. Xiang, receive your orders. Here. I command you to safeguard the 7 treasures glazed tile school during this period with utmost diligence, without error. Xiang gazed at Ning Fingji with a complex expression. I shall obey the command. Under the cloak of night, the esteemed leader of the second most powerful sect in the world stealthily made his way to the mountain peak where the Haoyan sect resided. In the past, he would never have dared to engage in such perilous endeavors, yet this time, he could no longer remain idle. The ominous threat of the soul-hunting operation loomed over him, and he was acutely aware of the ambitions harbored by the Spirit Hall. Ning Fingji knew he could not evade this day forever, but in the face of imminent danger, the disparity in strength between the two factions became painfully evident. Before him stood a solitary mountain peak, upon which a grand stone fortress loomed majestically, constructed from enormous blocks of marble and perched precariously upon a cliff. Interconnected by massive steel chains, the fortress exuded an air of solemnity and peril, its ornate stone patterns and sculptures at the entrance still narrating tales of past glory. This was the Haoyan sect, once the most formidable sect in the realm. It now found itself hidden away in these remote mountains, merely surviving, a lamentable fate. Gazing upon the imposing stone fortress at the summit, Ning Fingji could not help but feel a profound sense of melancholy. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to reach an agreement with the Haoyan sect. He gradually moved to the side of the grand entrance, amplifying his voice. This is Ning Fingji, the leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, here to discuss urgent matters. I kindly request the Haoyan sect to open its doors for deliberation. His resonant words floated through the air, permeating every corner of the city. Countless disciples of the Haoyan sect looked up in astonishment. After decades, someone had finally come to visit. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a thunderous voice echoed from within the sect, "We shall not grant entry." Seemingly anticipating such a response, Ning Fingji calmly continued, "The leader must consider carefully. The one who has forged a pact with the Haoyan sect is not merely BB Dong." Upon uttering this statement, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. While delicate snowflakes drifted down from above, numerous disciples of the Haoyan sect rushed to the fortress's defensive structures, their dark cannon muzzles aimed squarely at Ning Fingji, awaiting his command. Undoubtedly, the firepower of this fortress could obliterate the mountain upon which he stood. After a prolonged silence, a voice finally resounded, "You may enter." With his heart finally at ease, Ning Fingji sensed that events were unfolding more favorably than he had anticipated. With a resounding crash, the stone doors before them gradually lifted, revealing 2 imposing figures who embodied the essence of the Haoyan sect. Both men appeared to possess strength surpassing that of Ning Fingji, their muscular arms bulging beneath their leather vests. "Leader Ning, please follow us," they instructed, guiding him along a central axis into the innermost hall of the fortress. Upon entering the grand hall, Tang San awaited them with a courteous demeanor, as both parties sized each other up. "Leader Ning has traveled a great distance. My apologies for any lack of hospitality. In this impoverished mountain abode, we have little of value to offer, so I trust you will forgive us." There was no time for pleasantries. "Leader Tang, you are well aware of the purpose of my visit, even in your secluded mountain retreat. I am certain you are cognizant of the events that transpired not long ago." Ning Fingji returned with a frosty demeanor. Upon witnessing this, Tang San realized that trivial pleasantries would be futile. It was not the first time they were acquainted with the overwhelming power of the Spirit Hall, so there was no reason for astonishment. For years, the 3 major sects had been at odds with them, so everything was within the realm of reason. Thus, it was possible that we might be next. The 7 treasures glazed tile school had recently been besieged by the Spirit Hall. Although we fought valiantly to repel the enemy, our losses were considerable. If a few days pass without news of my demise reaching Sect Master Tang, I wonder if he can remain so at ease. A single statement caused Tang San to pause in contemplation, yet what could the combined strength of our 2 sects achieve? the outcome would likely remain unchanged. However, at the very least, hope had been augmented, had it not? Unable to remain seated any longer, Ning Fengji rose solemnly and respectfully bowed, beseeching the Haotian sect to come forth and lend their assistance. Each word pressed forward, and Tang Xiao hesitated, well aware of the adage that there could be no intact eggs beneath a collapsed nest. Yet, he could not gamble with the future of his entire clan. The Haotian sect had already suffered once, and Tang Xiao now exhibited extreme caution. Even so, Ning Fengji had achieved his objective. He perceived Tang Xiao's resolve and concern. The matter had already been successful. It was merely a question of time before the Haotian sect would emerge. Sect Master Tang need not rush. Given the gravity of the situation, the esteemed sect could deliberate thoroughly before making plans. Once a decision was reached, they could contact him. As he spoke, he produced a sandglass-shaped soul guide. A month's time, he hoped Sect Master Tang would make arrangements promptly. With that, Ning Fengji turned and departed, leaving Tang Xiao to forget about pleasantries, lost in contemplation at his seat. When he finally regained his senses, he realized that Ning Fengji had long since left. Just as he was in a state of agitation, there came a report from outside. Sect Master, there is someone at the door seeking an audience. Refuse entry. Tang Xiao snapped, but the messenger continued. He claims to be the son of Haotian uncle, named Tang San. The disciple spoke softly. But those words left Tang Xiao utterly astonished. Without hesitation, he rushed out. Chapter 120, Fragments of Memory. A week later, Ning Fengji received a definite response from the Haotian sect, even though it was merely an unknown verbal signal. He felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders in that instant. Tang Xiao's reply came far sooner than he had anticipated, although the reasons remained unclear. The outcome was indeed what he had hoped for. Moreover, the spirit hall was currently in disarray, at a critical juncture in soul hunting. Bai Dong had once again secluded herself, while Yu Guan was urgently summoned back to command operations. However, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was on high alert, and several failed ambushes had resulted in significant losses for the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Yu Guan and Gue Mei were exceedingly busy. Xiang Hao, undeterred, continued his search through the forest, guided by Zhu Zhiqing. Along their journey, they encountered several caves, yet none yielded the discoveries he sought. Though uncertain of what he was searching for, he was convinced that he had lost something vital within this woodland expanse. After another fruitless day, the two sat quietly by the campfire, enveloped in a heavy silence. Teacher, what exactly are you trying to find? Zhu Zhiqing finally broke the stillness, unable to contain her curiosity. For days, Xiang Hao had led the way, steering them towards peculiar directions, while she diligently recorded their path, fully aware of his navigational prowess. Yet, she hesitated to voice her thoughts, captivated by the determination reflected in his gaze. In response to Zhu Zhiqing's inquiry, Xiang Hao pondered for a moment. I cannot say for certain, but it seems to hold great significance for me. Teacher, I must remind you that according to this map, we have ventured quite deep into the forest. I am uncertain about the path ahead, Zhu Zhiqing remarked. Despite her extensive time spent in the forest, she had never ventured into its inner depths. The spirit beasts seemed to have undergone mutations, and with an abundance of 10,000-year-old spirit beasts, she felt ill-equipped to face the challenges that lay ahead. Fear not, you are free to leave. The path ahead will only grow more perilous, and I would not want to place you in harm's way. What are you saying? You have no sense of direction. If I do not mark our trail, how will you find your way back? After listening, Xiang Hao smiled silently, gazing quietly at the flames before him. His thoughts began to drift, and he recalled a recurring dream that had haunted him recently. In this dream, a young boy struggled under the weight of an enormous metallic object, ill-suited to his small frame, while a man wielded a whip, mercilessly striking him beneath the blazing sun. Foolishness leads to misfortune. Rivalry breeds suffering. The sharp crack of the whip echoed, and the boy's back became a gruesome sight, blood seeping slowly beneath the skin. Clenching his teeth, he resolutely remained silent. Yet, the relentless lashes continued. You were born unique. Thus, you bear a mission that must be shouldered without the luxury of time. With each strike, the boy's body began to falter, the heavy burden threatening to topple, yet he still kept his mouth shut. Observing the bloodied mess on the boy's back, the man finally ceased his assault, raising the heavy object. Today, I shall forgive your transgression, but you shall stand in the sun, lifting this burden for 2 hours. Reflect on your actions. With that, the man retreated indoors, leaving the boy to endure his punishment in silence under the scorching sun. It was only when the timer, marked by a burning cigarette, extinguished that he collapsed to the ground, darkness overtaking him. Each time Xiang Hao witnessed this scene, his heart felt as though it were being wrenched painfully. He had experienced a similar ordeal himself, having been taken to the divine martial hall by his master, who recognized his innate martial talent. The cruel training that followed was akin to the man's method, as his master relentlessly chastised him in a voice that echoed the same harshness. A prodigious gift must be forged into a prodigious tool, for you are entrusted with a great responsibility. These were his master's final words. Yet, as time flowed on, Xiang Hao tragically forgot them. In his dreams, hot tears streamed down his cheeks, the burning sensation jolting him awake. Unbeknownst to him, he had dozed off, while Zhu Zhuqing lay beside him, peacefully asleep. Typically, they would take turns keeping watch, but the vigilance born of their life in the city of slaughter compelled him to sense something amiss. He hurriedly roused Zhu Zhuqing, whose groggy state heightened his concerns. "What is wrong, master? How did I fall asleep?" She rubbed her eyes, seemingly unaccustomed to such deep slumber, but soon realized that something was indeed wrong. Xiang Hao remained calm as he scanned their surroundings. The fire still blazed, indicating that they had not been asleep for long. Perhaps it was the light that had spared their lives. As he inhaled deeply, a faint floral fragrance permeated the air. Having cultivated in the yin and yang of ice and fire for some time, Xiang Hao had become particularly sensitive to the scents of herbs, and this aroma unmistakably hinted at the presence of medicinal properties. Suddenly, he recalled a curious soul beast described in a book, the enigmatic fragrant kingflower. Despite its name suggesting a plant, the kingflower was indeed a creature, adorned with a massive bloom that emitted an enchanting fragrance wherever it roamed. A tactic it employed in hunting. He quickly covered his mouth and nose with his clothing, aware that the air was laden with potentially intoxicating pollen. After the admonition, Xiang Hao fixed his gaze intently ahead. This soul beast never confronted its foes directly, so they had to remain vigilant against assaults from all directions. Their adversary seemed equally astonished by the determination of its prey. Before long, the two sensed an intensified aroma in the air, and to make matters worse, the flames flickered unpredictably. Feeling a slight tremor beneath their feet, they knew that the instant the flames extinguished, the beast would launch its attack. Xiang Hao slowly drew forth his fury, as the dark soul energy spread along the blade's surface. Ominous flames quietly rose upon the sword, and Zhu Zhuqing gazed at this scene with a hint of astonishment. Xiang Hao's soul power seemed to have undergone a significant transformation since her last recollection. She had not paid much attention to it in recent days. As she beheld the ignited black flames, an unsettling tremor coursed through her heart. "Be cautious. This beast is exceedingly cunning." Xiang Hao's reminder brought Zhu Zhuqing back to reality. She swiftly summoned her martial soul, her dual claws extending. In that instant, the flames abruptly extinguished, and simultaneously, accompanied by a sound of slicing through the air, a figure emerged from the night, hurtling towards Zhu Zhuqing. As the shadows of the thunder shadow manifested beneath Xiang Hao's feet, they instantaneously shielded Zhu Zhuqing, who stood before him. With a mere gesture of his hand, he wielded the tiger blade to intercept the impending attack, severing a limb that writhed grotesquely upon the ground. The flames of hell clung to it, incessantly roasting and emitting a chilling hissing sound, a rather gruesome spectacle. The infernal flames also guided Xiang Hao to the assailant's position, as the wound continued to sizzle. The earth nearby suddenly upheaved, revealing a massive mysterious fragrance kingflower before them. It let out a long, mournful howl, its dark flames swirling within its cavernous maw. Zhu Zhuqing beheld this horrific sight, glancing sideways at Xiang Hao, whose eyes were now suffused with crimson. Gripping his blade, he advanced slowly towards the soul beast. And in that moment, Zhu Zhuqing found him even more terrifying. With each deliberate step, the furious blade carved a long, dark streak through the night, black flames rising ominously around it, creating an eerie ambience. The predator had swiftly transformed into prey, and Xiang Hao raised his slaughtering knife. Just then, the previously thrashing kingflower suddenly leapt into action. Dozens of tendrils shot forth from its bloom, resembling whips that lashed out viciously. With a nimble leap, electric currents crackled around Xiang Hao as he evaded the onslaught, navigating through the myriad of attacks with deft precision, leaving only a fleeting afterimage in his wake. However, he had gravely underestimated the power of the kingflower. Despite the hellfire having inflicted considerable damage upon its mouth and tongue, its sharp attacks remained relentless and overwhelming. Only then did Xiang Hao notice the layers of petals adorning its back. Each petal blossomed once every 1,000 years, with 10 petals constituting a single layer. Before him stood a kingflower boasting 2 layers and 3 petals, a creature over 23,000 years old. No wonder he had fallen victim to its intoxicating fragrance. Such peril was truly insurmountable. If fortune did not favor them, they would likely suffer grievous injuries. and in the depths of this dense forest. Such injuries would spell certain doom. The tendrils, akin to verdant serpents, lunged at Xiang Hao from all directions, each as thick as a bowl, cleaving through surrounding trees with ease, leaving gaping chasms in their wake. Although Zhu Zhuqing did not become the target of the Kingflower's attack, she found herself unable to enter the fray, as the tendrils encircled the flower in an impenetrable barrier. Her several attempts to probe the battlefield were ruthlessly rebuffed. This incited a surge of anger within Zhu Zhuqing, for it was evident that this creature underestimated her. Behind her, the dark soul ring shimmered into existence as she unleashed her fifth soul skill, the Netherworld Clone Strike. In an instant, nearly 10 manifestations of Zhu Zhuqing emerged from various directions around the Kingflower. Her sharp claws resembled a multitude of daggers, piercing through the opponent's defenses step by step. This strike momentarily halted the Kingflower's offensive. It was compelled to divert the majority of its vine-like tendrils to intercept Zhu Zhuqing, while she deftly evaded all assaults, with nearly 8 of her doppelgangers advancing within 10 paces of it. In comparison to Zhu Zhuqing's current agility and speed, Xiang Hao might have appeared slightly inferior. The Kingflower scarcely managed to perceive Xiang Hao's form, and against Zhu Zhuqing, it was utterly powerless. In the next moment, Zhu Zhuqing's attack closed in within 5 paces. The inner power of the divine martial decision swirling around her hands. Her 10 fingers transformed into 10 steel daggers, shattering all obstacles as they struck fiercely at her foe. Blood splattering in an instant. Although this assault directly harmed the main body, the creature's formidable defensive capabilities and self-healing abilities surpassed the expectations of both combatants. The damage inflicted by the 8 doppelgangers merely left a faint mark on the Kingflower, which astonishingly healed soon after. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing found herself in a perilous position. The gigantic eyes of the Kingflower, akin to 2 fiery lanterns in the night, fixed intently upon her. It was the first time she felt so powerless in the forest, as if her attacks had no effect on this adversary. 2 tendrils rose from the ground, sweeping violently towards them. Suddenly, with a flash of lightning, the 4th soul skill, Thunder God form, manifested. Purple currents coursed through Xiang Hao's body, and an arrow escaped. He saved Zhu Zhuqing from between the 2 tendrils. However, accompanied by a fierce crack of the whip, one of the tendrils struck Xiang Hao's back, leaving a gruesome, bloody mark. The disparity in strength was still considerable. The creature's agility and power exceeded Xiang Hao's expectations. Zhu Zhuqing, cradled in his arms, could distinctly feel the force of the strike on Xiang Hao, sending a tingling sensation through her own waist even from a distance. Had that blow landed on her directly, she might have collapsed. Ah, what a familiar sensation this is. Gently setting Zhu Zhuqing down, Xiang Hao raised his hand, summoning the furious blade that rushed towards him. Its edge aimed squarely at his face. Zhu Zhuqing gasped in surprise, only to witness the blade return steadily to Xiang Hao's grasp. Very well. I shall indulge you this once. Heeding his call, a dark flame erupted on the blade, forming a fiery column nearly a meter high, even without warmth. The flames illuminated the pitch-black night, rendering the darkness even more cold and bloodstained. The flame spread obediently along Xiang Hao's black robe, extending to his left arm that gripped the knife, and a fiery wing shot out behind him. This sudden transformation altered Xiang Hao's demeanor significantly, causing the Kingflower to seemingly retreat in trepidation, only to charge forward again in fury, while a dozen green pythons simultaneously lifted their heads, angrily thrashing at everything around them. It dawned on me now. I must express my gratitude to you for this revelation. Xiang Hao spoke softly, raising his hand to deliver a sweeping half-moon slash. The relentless flames of obliteration ignited the 5 tendrils at the forefront of the Kingflower, the fire consuming them entirely as it traveled down to the roots. The searing agony elicited a furious roar from the plant, but before it could recover, Xiang Hao's next strike arrived. The blade, glistening like a tiger's edge, swept through the air, trailing a long, fiery tail that devoured everything in its path. In an instant, all the tendrils of the Kingflower were engulfed, wilting in the flames of annihilation. The lashes of pain were indeed excruciating. As he uttered these words, 2 crimson beams erupted from Xiang Hao's eyes, locking onto his prey. His next strike carved a massive wound in front of it, the moment the flesh tore. Blood was vaporized by the flames. The Kingflower continued to attempt self-healing, yet the relentless black flames incessantly scorched the wound. Though it could not comprehend Xiang Hao's words, it sensed the profound danger posed by this creature. It pretended to roar a few times, but Xiang Hao's blade had been delayed by a mere second. Desperately, it turned to flee, exerting its last ounce of strength as its 6 short legs scuttled frantically across the ground, toppling numerous tree trunks in its wake. Each roar echoing through the jungle. This is dire. Without hesitation, Xiang Hao hurled the tiger blade, which shot forth like a bolt of fury, piercing the king flower and pinning it firmly to the ground. The flames surged violently, yet it was too late. From a distance, a series of roars echoed from all directions, growing ever closer. The alluring fragrance of the king flower was known to attract its kin, and this one was certainly not far from its group. Indeed, the sounds were only a few kilometers away. Time was no longer on their side. Go. Hurry. Without daring to linger a moment longer, Xiang Hao seized Zhu Zhuqing, and they sprinted away. The direction mattered little now. He could already catch the scent of other flowers wafting from afar. Damn, they were coming too quickly. Chapter 122. Desire. Xiang Hao exclaimed that they were in grave danger. But it was too late. Countless titan flowers had already arrived from all directions, leaving the two no time to hesitate as they swiftly drew their blades and fled. The speed of the dream fragrance titan flower, a soul beast, was astonishingly disproportionate to its massive size, allowing it to maneuver gracefully through the forest. Xiang Hao could already perceive the sound of trees falling not far ahead, and despite their rapid pace, the pursuers were not only keeping up, but multiplying. What should we do now, teacher? Zhu Zhuqing asked anxiously. Run north at full speed. There's no retreat, Xiang Hao replied, sensing disturbances in nearly 7 directions around them. The only escape route lay to the north, leaving them no choice. They weaved through the forest, a dazzling display of purple and black. And Xiang Hao couldn't help but marvel at Zhu Zhuqing's current prowess. With her martial spirit manifested, she resembled a nimble phantom spirit cat, deftly selecting optimal landing spots as she glided gracefully between the trees. In contrast, Xiang Hao's approach was far more straightforward. Arcs of electricity coursed violently along his sides, wreaking havoc on everything in his wake. He resembled a brilliant flash of light, barreling through the forest in a direct line, which allowed him to keep pace with Zhu Zhuqing. Before long, the branches and leaves of the towering trees vanished, revealing a beam of light ahead. The forest abruptly ended. And though they were deep within the Stardow forest, stretching hundreds of kilometers, the sudden absence of trees was perplexing. Before Xiang Hao could collect his thoughts, the path ahead provided the answer to his bewilderment. The sound of rushing water gradually filled the air, and Xiang Hao's heart tightened. Stop! Xiang Hao's body instantly leaned backward, his feet gripping the ground as they carved a long trench beneath him, halting just at the edge of the precipice. Before him lay a vast chasm nearly 30 meters in length, with torrents of river water surging through its center, flanked by sheer rock walls that rose straight up for dozens of meters, presenting an entirely different scene on either side of the gorge. How could there be a chasm here? This river is not marked on the map, Zhu Zhuqing asked anxiously, her eyes scanning the map as her brow furrowed even deeper. The starry forest is exceedingly vast. Even now, no one can accurately describe the terrain within its depths. It is quite common for external maps to contain discrepancies. Xiang Hao quietly surveyed the base of the cliff, where a narrow path beside the riverbed offered a temporary refuge. Zhuqing, toss me the rope you have, he urged, prompting her to hastily throw it over. Connecting all the ropes they possessed, he secured them firmly and peered down. The distance to the ground remained approximately 5 meters. However, Zhuqing's section of rope appeared exceedingly thin, seemingly incapable of bearing his weight. Zhuqing, you descend first. I will follow. You are lighter. Hurry. There is no time for hesitation. Without delay, she began her descent along the rope. As Xiang Hao watched her gently touch the ground, a weight lifted from his heart. His choices must not endanger others. To Zhuqing's astonishment, upon landing, she found not Xiang Hao waiting for her, but rather the neatly severed ropes. Desperately, she scrambled upwards, calling out fervently, but the smooth, icy rock face, towering dozens of meters above, offered no solace. At this moment, Xiang Hao stood calmly at the cliff's edge, grateful that the great king flower had awakened fragments of memories long dormant within him. To express his gratitude, he resolved to stoke the flames he had ignited into a fiercer blaze. Accompanied by a low chant, dark hellfire erupted around him, the inferno growing ever more fervent, creating a towering wall of flames at the cliff's brink. The first few approaching soul beasts were met with this spectacle, a man clad in black, wielding a large blade. Bathed in roaring fire, his eyes radiating a fierce intensity that struck fear into their hearts. Samo's laughter grew increasingly arrogant, yet Xiang Hao quietly proclaimed, "If this is my power, then remember that this flame belongs to me, the king." In an instant, his aura transformed, becoming noticeably colder. A voice from the depths of his soul reached Samo's ears, enveloping him in an indescribable emotion. The next moment, Samo, struggling to contain his excitement, trembled as he spoke. "I bow before my master." With a measured step, Xiang Hao gently set forth, as the silent fire lotuses blossomed quietly at his feet. The flames of extinction materialized in the air, fervently igniting to herald his arrival. In that moment, a path of fire, forged by the flames of oblivion, unfurled beneath him, rendering him the sovereign of this realm. This was the answer that Xiang Hao had sought. When one gazes intently into the depths of one's soul, it reveals the ultimate truth. Power, an unparalleled force, so formidable that nothing could hinder it, so potent that he could personally vanquish his adversaries. This was the aspiration he had long harbored, desiring nothing, yet simultaneously yearning for the most ardent desires of the world. If fate were indeed predetermined, let it burn with unrestrained fervor. With a commanding shout from Xiang Hao, flames danced wildly in the air, while the group of king flowers stood frozen, gazing in awe at the scene unfolding above. After a prolonged silence, driven by a roar of fury, nearly 10 king flowers unleashed a multitude of tendrils, only to be met by a firestorm even denser than their own assault. The flames cascaded down like an immense net. In that moment, Xiang Hao had become the sovereign of this realm, orchestrating countless flames that rose silently at his behest. A towering wall of fire materialized around the king flowers, isolating them, while the relentless flames consumed everything in their vicinity. Trees within a 100-meter radius withered and perished, their life essence serving as the finest fuel for the merciless blaze. The king flower's futile resistance stirred no ripples in Xiang Hao's power. He was astounded. For the first time, he truly grasped the essence of strength in his grasp. He acknowledged that he had never been so enraptured by anything before. In an instant, he found himself deeply addicted. As he raised his hand, the flames intensified, and the roars of the king flowers transformed into pitiful cries. Their every attack fell flat in that moment, yielding only endless burning. Ultimately, all pursuers were reduced to mere charred remains. Xiang Hao slowly unfurled his wings, surveying the desolation from above with a profound sense of satisfaction. His exuberant laughter echoed in the air, as he momentarily lost himself in this intoxicating fulfillment of desire. After a considerable time, the surrounding flames began to subside, and Xiang Hao's crimson eyes regained their icy clarity. Awakening from his fervent trance, he looked up to find the landscape transformed into a wasteland of scorched earth. With a resigned shake of his head, he recognized that this was an unprecedented frenzy. Nearly a kilometer around had been consumed by fire. If this continued, his power would only amplify. Xiang Hao regretted unleashing it. Chapter 123, The Familiar Cave. Xiang Hao gradually calmed the turbulent energy within himself, clutching his heart tightly as he gasped for breath, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. The effort to suppress his desires had become exceedingly strenuous. If he continued down this path, he feared he would eventually be consumed. The thought sent a cold sweat trickling down his brow. He prided himself on his unwavering will. But little did he expect to stumble here. Reciting the Heart Sutra silently, it took a while for Xiang Hao's mind to regain its tranquility. However, at that moment, he felt a sudden and intense surge of awareness within him. At the base of the cliff, Wujiang was tirelessly attempting to ascend. Unfortunately, the rock face was exceptionally smooth. Even her 10 razor-like fingers could only leave faint traces upon its surface, and the slick stone provided no leverage for her legs. After much effort, Wujiang remained stationary. But fortunately, the roar of the king flower above had faded, and judging by the mournful cry she had just heard, her teacher must have emerged victorious in the duel. Alas, the angle of the rock face made it impossible for her to ascertain the situation above. Just as she was about to make another attempt, a resounding crash of falling rocks echoed, causing the mountain before her to tremble violently for several seconds before ceasing. Dust rose in the distance, and fortuitously, a fissure appeared just a few steps away from Wujiang, revealing a glimpse of light that seemed to lead into a cave. The crack was exceedingly narrow. Even if Wujiang pressed her body against the stone, she could only edge past it slowly. However, after about 10 steps, the space before her opened up considerably, providing her with a reason to enter. The interior was spacious, and numerous signs of human repair were evident on the rock walls. From the fissure, it was apparent that the cave's exit lay elsewhere, but the recent tremor had created a slight gap in the cavern. Following the direction of the light, Wujiang advanced cautiously, sensing that this might be an abandoned cave. Such locations were highly coveted among spirit beasts, and in this vast forest, it was improbable for a cave to be unoccupied. Moreover, one could never ascertain the identity of the cave's true owner. having been ambushed by the mesmerizing Kingflower. Zhu Zhuqing was now on high alert. She was uncertain if she could escape should she encounter another formidable spirit beast in this constricted space. Ahead lay a bend. With the light growing even more intense, it could very well be the exit. Zhu Zhuqing cautiously leaned forward to survey the scene. Although it did not resemble the scenarios she had envisioned, the sight before her was even more astonishing. Before her lay a larger cavern, but the ceiling had collapsed, creating a massive pit through which light streamed in, illuminating the space brilliantly. It appeared that the earlier noise had originated from this very spot, and at that moment, Xiang Hao was surveying the surroundings of the cave. Teacher. Zhu Zhuqing rushed forward in surprise, but Xiang Hao seemed oblivious to her presence, engrossed in the chair before him. Noticing his focused demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively quieted down, only to then observe the peculiarities surrounding her. The vast cave was adorned with the horns of various soul beasts, neatly arranged along the walls. The entire space exhibited a remarkably symmetrical circular shape, and at its center sat a chair crafted from bones. It was difficult to discern the origin of the bones, yet their appearance was exceedingly eerie. In addition, there were various bizarre items, predominantly made of bone, all meticulously displayed along the walls. It was evident that this place had once been inhabited by humans, likely powerful soul masters. For the few horns and skulls she recognized were all remnants of apex soul beasts. Xiang Hao paid no heed to his surroundings. From the moment the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, plunging him into a cavern, his thoughts had drifted far away. This place struck a profound chord within him. It felt eerily familiar, as if he had been here before, possessing only vague impressions yet devoid of any concrete memories. Xiang Hao was convinced that this must be related to the year of memories he had lost. Thus, guided by a vague impression within his heart, he began to explore his surroundings meticulously. In this place, he could feel the resonance within him growing increasingly intense, yet something was still amiss. It seemed as though remnants left by the old man Xiang Yu lingered here. Although he had vanished, a faint connection still resonated within him. Xiang Hao suspected that this was intentional on Xiang Yu's part. After all, if he did not wish for Xiang Hao to know, there would be no trace of sensation. As if he had simply disappeared into thin air. Gazing at the myriad of collections adorning the walls, Xiang Hao's impressions began to crystallize. It felt as if he had personally experienced these events. Looking at these artifacts evoked memories of his battles with various soul beasts. In that moment, all his previous conjectures transformed into inevitabilities. The intensity of the tremors was such that most of these items remained remarkably preserved on the walls, indicating that their former owner had cared for them deeply. Zhu Zhuqing picked up a shard that had fallen and shattered on the ground, unable to suppress her exclamation. Indeed, Xiang Hao replied emphatically. Zhu Zhuqing's words jolted him from his reverie. Observing the array of skulls on the wall, many of which swayed precariously from the tremors, he noted that a few remained steadfast. Xiang Hao swiftly rose, his fingers deftly twisting one of the decorations, feeling the resonant sound pulsing through his hand. A smile spread across his face. His instincts had been correct. He leapt again, manipulating 6 identical switches, and before Zhu Zhuqing's astonished gaze, a chair at the center began to rise, revealing a staircase leading deeper underground. Everything unfolded as he had envisioned, and at that moment, Xiang Hao's sensations intensified. What he saw lay right before him. What was Xiang Yu truly scheming? During the time he spent with Xiang Yu, Xiang Hao had never been able to trust him completely. After all, past experiences served as cautionary tales. Although Xiang Yu had imparted much knowledge to him, it seemed he harbored his own ulterior motives. With determination, Xiang Hao dashed down the dim staircase, closely followed by Zhu Zhuqing. Within a few dozen steps, they arrived at a shadowy passage. As they peered into the obscure depths, Xiang Hao groped along one side, pressing against a stone, which indeed proved to be loose. Upon pressing it, the passage illuminated instantly, revealing a row of glowing fluorites that served as torches in the pitch-black tunnel. Teacher, you seem very familiar with this place. Zhu Zhuqing ventured cautiously, noting Xiang Hao's peculiar demeanor since their arrival, as he often spoke to himself without raising his voice. It is familiarity, indeed. This place is a construction of my own, Xiang Hao replied with a self-deprecating smile, yet his words left Zhu Zhuqing perplexed. It seemed inconceivable that such a structure could be completed in a short span of years. Xiang Hao offered no further explanations and continued forward. Even though the light emitted by the fluorite glimmered, it remained exceedingly faint in the dimness of this space, barely illuminating the path ahead. The two figures advanced slowly, their destination still shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Xiang Hao was uncertain of what lay before him, although his instincts grew increasingly acute. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself devoid of any recollection. The future remained a mystery, and the only sound in the vast emptiness was the ceaseless echo of their footsteps upon the stone tiles. As they ventured deeper, the air became noticeably thinner, and the atmosphere grew increasingly frigid. However, a faint glimmer began to emerge at the tunnel's end. This flicker of light appeared most peculiar in the oppressive darkness of the underground, stirring a tumult of excitement and apprehension within Xiang Hao. He tread cautiously, but as he approached this final stretch, the surrounding air and environment evidently transformed. The atmosphere became thick with a palpable density, imbued with a familiar, yet unsettling scent of blood. In the days spent in the city of carnage, Xiang Hao had been inundated daily with such an aroma. Though it was provocative, he found it intoxicating. However, encountering such a scent here was undoubtedly ominous. Cover your mouth and nose. Xiang Hao hurriedly cautioned Zhu Shiqing, but the reasons remained unclear. It was prudent to exercise caution. The tunnel now exhibited a slight incline. The two continued their descent, and with each step downward, the surrounding aura of blood grew increasingly potent. Unbeknownst to them, a viscous liquid had accumulated beneath their feet. After navigating a stretch of the path, the tunnel ultimately reached its terminus, where stood a pair of grand doors, meticulously hewn from stone. It was evident that these doors bore the unmistakable marks of repair from cold weaponry, and a glimmer of light seeped through the crack between them. Xiang Hao pondered for a moment before exerting considerable force to push against the two stone slabs. Yet the stone door remained utterly immovable. It must be said that the weight of this door exceeded his expectations. Even without the enhancement of his martial soul, Xiang Hao possessed nearly 1,000 gene of strength. Yet the door did not budge. With a flicker of thought, 6 soul rings erupted behind him, and the crimson-black soul power flowed around him. He activated his first soul skill, brutal armor, followed by his second soul skill, arm strength enhancement, and made another attempt to push the great door. This time, the door shifted slightly, but only slightly. The edge of the door scraped against the ground, producing a dull thud, and after that brief movement, it halted once more. At this moment, Zhu Shiqing lowered her hands that had been covering her mouth and nose and joined in the effort to push. The two formidable forces of soul power collided against the stone door, but the result was negligible. A pungent odor surged back into Zhu Shiqing's nostrils. Having never encountered such a stimulus before, she felt the rich, acrid scent of blood rising in her throat, her stomach churning in response. However, Xiang Hao remained oblivious to her distress. With a fierce shout, he invoked the 4th and 5th soul rings, both glowing in unison. Under the comprehensive amplification of his abilities, Xiang Hao's strength had surged to a terrifying 8,000 gene, and the door began to yield ever so slightly under his full force. The gap widened, revealing a flicker of golden light, which shimmered before Xiang Hao's eyes. The intense tremors of the stone, the dust falling from above, the thunderous noise produced by the membrane material, combined with Xiang Hao's roar, finally enabled him to open the door wider. As the door swung open, an overwhelming stench rushed forth, a foul wave of odor that struck Zhu Shiqing's face with ferocity, assaulting her senses and making her feel as though her mouth had become coated in filth. She abruptly turned away, unable to suppress her violent nausea any longer. Observing Xiang Hao's calm demeanor, Zhu Shiqing questioned, "Teacher, do you not find this smell repulsive? It is unpleasant, but one grows accustomed to it. Prolonged exposure can even heighten your reflexes," he replied, handing her a purifying pill. "The scent within is even stronger, but this should help alleviate the discomfort." Zhu Shiqing gazed at the pill handed to her, initially taken aback, but soon her surprise faded as she recalled Xiang Hao's esteemed status. The son of the Wuhuan Hall would undoubtedly lack a clear understanding of the value of such elixirs. At last, the grand door creaked open, revealing a narrow passageway. Xiang Hao was the first to slip inside, and the scene before him unfolded in its entirety. The interior was a vast expanse, meticulously restored, with a golden object suspended at its center, shimmering brilliantly. The radiance of this light was familiar to Xiang Hao, reminiscent of the golden glow emitted by the breaking heaven halberd, bright yet gentle, not harsh on the eyes. Simultaneously, the expansive floor was adorned with hundreds of weapons, swords, axes, halberds, spears, and various other armaments. Xiang Hao had no prior recollection of this place, but the golden light was eerily familiar. As if entranced, he approached the luminous object, step by step, yearning to touch the light. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as the stone door behind him slammed shut. The resounding noise startled both individuals inside and outside. Zhu Shiqing turned in alarm to witness the massive stone door closing once more. She rushed towards it with all her might, but it remained steadfastly closed. Inside, Xiang Hao felt a flicker of panic. The mechanism of the door seemed to be operable only from the outside. Its abrupt closure suggested that the interior still harbored mechanisms, thus alleviating his urgency. Nevertheless, the commotion near the door was considerable. "Qing, do not panic. There are mechanisms within. Search around outside first," he called out. "Teacher." Upon hearing Xiang Hao's voice, Zhu Zhuqing regained her composure, meticulously examining her surroundings, yet found nothing. The surface of the stone door was polished to a sheen, offering no discernible crevices for grip, save for a narrow gap between the doors that could accommodate a finger. Meanwhile, Xiang Hao remained vigilant, observing the interior. But his opportunity for close inspection was fleeting. As he scanned the area, the weapons strewn across the ground suddenly sprang to life, emanating a crimson glow that flowed along the weapons, merging into bright patterns on the floor, gradually intertwining to form a red array. A surging wave of red light shot upward, eclipsing the golden glow, as blood-red radiance enveloped the cavern, casting a sanguine veil over every corner. At this moment, Xiang Hao felt an unsettling familiarity wash over him. With a mere thought, the blood-red domain unfurled around him, the slaughterhouse of thousands. Unbeknownst to him, the instant the domain manifested, the blood array within the cavern seemed to pulsate with competition, intensifying the crimson light. At this juncture, the weapons began to stir, and Xiang Hao observed everything before him with a calm demeanor. The weapons levitated, suspended in mid-air, motionless for a prolonged moment. Amidst the golden light, wisps of blood mist began to rise, meandering within the cavern before gently settling upon the weapons. One by one, imposing spirit forms materialized before Xiang Hao. Chapter 125, 300 Chu Generals Protecting King Xiang, Seeking Recommendations. The shadowy figures before him gradually materialized, each wielding various weapons and standing solemnly around him. Xiang Hao dared not to underestimate them. He raised his furious blade, aiming it at the encroaching phantoms, instinctively aware that these apparitions were far from amicable. Before he could fully react, the shadows coalesced into discernible human forms. Gripping his spear tightly, he raised his gaze in silence. In the next moment, to his astonishment, one of the specters spoke. "The illustrious king of Western Chu, Xiang Yu, has commanded us to guard this place. You have awakened us, so be prepared for the consequences." As the specter brandished its spear, it prepared to launch an attack, while many other shadows behind it assumed menacing stances. Xiang Hao then comprehended that this was all orchestrated by Xiang Yu. Although the precise intentions remained unclear, it was evident that he had deliberately lured him here. With this realization, the shadow spoke once more. "Our king is merciful. The first trespasser may be granted a reprieve. You have the option to turn and depart at once, and we shall not pursue you. However, should you choose otherwise, you will face the relentless onslaught of the 300 souls of the Overlord's generals." Xiang Hao grinned, finding the remark quite intriguing. "If I were to choose to leave, I would not have entered this place from the very beginning. Since I am here, it is essential to clarify matters. Otherwise, prolonged uncertainty may lead to troublesome dreams. You all, come at me together." Xiang Hao cast aside his black robe, his broad arms firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead. "Ignorance, foolishness, and extreme arrogance today. You shall witness the former might of the 300 souls of Shichu." Before he could finish his words, he charged forth. Over 300 men, what of it? Even if there were 3,000? Although the old man, Xiang Yu, incessantly whispered in his ear, the reality of facing 10,000 foes had indeed left a profound impact on Xiang Hao. The old fellow had chosen merely 300 to stand against him, and he was quite enraged. However, once the clash began, Xiang Hao soon comprehended the reasoning behind that choice. The tiger blade collided violently with the spear of the soul before him, the resounding hum of their weapons ringing in his ears. His hands grew numb from the impact, and at such a close distance, he could distinctly see the vague smile on his opponent's face. The two engaged in a momentary struggle, and Xiang Hao intensified his force, pushing his adversary away. Indeed, it appeared that the old man had his reasons for selecting them. A fine blade, exceptional skill. The praise from the soul was as generous as the weight of its strikes, the spear in its grasp wielded as if it were a heavy hammer, relentlessly pounding against Xiang Hao. Fortunately, the furious blade was broad enough to serve as a shield, effectively deflecting all of the opponent's assaults. How laughable. The arrogant youth turns out to be a coward. Prepare to meet your demise. The soul roared, its attacks becoming increasingly fierce. It seemed that in life, this being had possessed a volatile temperament. Xiang Hao did not indulge in idle conversation. The more hasty the attacks, the more evident the openings became. After deftly evading several thrusts, Xiang Hao advanced with his blade, the teeth of the tiger blade sinking deeply into the soul's waist, inflicting a massive wound that would determine the outcome of their duel. In the midst of the soul's astonished gaze, the spear it wielded was thrust back into the ground. Yet it lost its luster. The enormous figure gradually transformed into a small red orb that rapidly surged into Xiang Hao's mind. As the information began to materialize in his consciousness, Xiang Hao grasped the situation. However, he had no time to ponder further. The remaining souls were still watching the spectacle, and the sudden defeat of one had ignited their fervor. "You insolent child, I shall end your life." With a furious shout, another soul swung a broad-bladed sword and charged at him. Now fully understanding the circumstances, Xiang Hao no longer hesitated. "All of you, come at me together," he challenged, provoking every soul present. These beings, still brimming with the temperament of martial generals, could not tolerate such humiliation and disregarded any notions of combat etiquette, charging forth with blades, spears, axes, and halberds. With a subtle smile, Xiang Hao summoned his martial soul, and as one or two soul rings intertwined, a tremendous force erupted from his being. The 5 martial general souls flared into luminous points, vanishing into his forehead. Simultaneously, 4 massive arms emerged from behind him, seizing the weapons that lay scattered on the ground, each wielding them with precision to fend off the encroaching adversaries. Outside, Zhu Xing was filled with anxiety, faintly hearing the roars and the clashing of weapons from within. It was evident that Xiang Hao was embroiled in a fierce struggle. Despite her persistent attempts to push the door open, she found herself powerless, pacing frantically outside, oblivious to the exhilarating battle unfolding within. Xiang Hao relished the combat, exclaiming for more as he skillfully maneuvered his blade, each stroke slicing through the air. The martial souls engaged with fervor, charging at him relentlessly. He grasped the reality that they had but one chance. If his weapon touched their forms, they would be instantly vanquished. Yet, undeterred, these warriors displayed no fear of death, only an insatiable zeal and excitement. In this dark and fetid underground, these spirits brought a warmth akin to the long-lost sun, prompting Xiang Hao to reflect on the caliber of leaders they must have been in life. For the first time, he felt a twinge of envy towards the ancient figure of Xiang Yu, pondering how splendid it must have been to be surrounded by such formidable comrades. As he lost himself in thought, his hands never faltered. Within the span of a mere incense stick, dozens of martial souls had already fallen before him. In contrast, he bore several wounds, though none were grave. The blood streaming from them rendered him a fearsome sight. Yet, this only fueled his exhilaration as he charged forward repeatedly. No one could ascertain the duration of this battle. Xiang Hao only remembered the perilous nature of each attack from his foes, whose demeanor shifted from disdain to earnestness, and finally to admiration. He could distinctly feel the respect and approval emanating from his adversaries as the fight progressed. It must be said that these rugged spirits instilled a warmth within Xiang Hao's heart. In the final moments, he halted his blade, surveying the scattered weapons strewn across the ground, and inquired of the last martial soul, what manner of person was he, truly? The soul, setting aside its weapon, replied earnestly, "He is a flamboyant man, a magnanimous man, a domineering man." After a moment's contemplation, it added, "For reasons unknown, you two bear similarities, yet there are distinctions." Curious, Xiang Hao pressed further, "In what ways are we alike? And in what ways are we not? You possess a greater audacity than he, while he exhibits a more pronounced arrogance than you." The soul responded calmly, "My king did not choose unwisely. One day you will comprehend that nothing is predestined. For a tyrant is never bound by his own constraints." With a faint utterance, the soul of the general transformed into a glimmering point of light, merging into Xiang Hao's forehead. In that fleeting moment, the grand slaughterhouse unfurled before him once more, the blood-colored pagoda reappearing in his vision. However, this time, Xiang Hao's gaze had solidified with newfound determination. At last, he comprehended the intricacies of play. This fellow certainly had an abundance of tricks up his sleeve. Xiang Hao observed the replay in his mind, a wry smile escaping his lips. Chapter 126. Xiang Hao vs. Xiang Yu. 300 vanishing souls materialized in the grand slaughterhouse, arranged in formation, while countless specters behind them were neatly organized, culminating in a colossal army of thousands, majestic and awe-inspiring. It dawned upon Xiang Hao that this was the final piece of the puzzle missing from the realm, now astonishingly assembled here. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly walked into the trap set by the old man. With a resigned smile, he realized that even if he were to be utterly dull, he now understood that everything had been orchestrated by that old fellow. Regardless of his motives, he ultimately chose to aid Xiang Hao, leaving him indebted in the end. Yet, it appeared that the formation left by Xiang Yu was still in the process of activation. Gazing at the golden shard at the center, Xiang Hao finally had the opportunity to scrutinize it closely. It resembled a unique blade, the golden fragment strikingly familiar. Just as he reached out to grasp it, a resounding voice echoed through the cavernous space, reverberating with intensity. "Kid, I did not misjudge. You truly would find your way here. My year-long preparation has not been in vain." Upon hearing these words, Xiang Hao felt a surge of annoyance. He recognized that tone all too well. It belonged to the boisterous overlord he had listened to for many years. He turned to look, but suddenly, the golden light blade erupted in brilliance, revealing a golden figure within. "Behind you." Once again, Xiang Hao regarded the projected shadow before him with a sense of exasperation, his eyes filled with disdain. Nevertheless, it was his first encounter with Xiang Yu's form. He could not help but note how the imposing figure starkly contrasted with his loquacious personality. That old man had fled, only to draw him here, so solemnly. One might wonder if he harbored some guilty secret. Xiang Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Throughout my life, I have held a deep disdain for cunning schemes, believing that sheer valor alone could grant me dominion over the world. Yet, I have erred, and the price I paid was steep. I harbor no desire to traverse that path again." These reflections seemed to be directed at himself, as the tone of the light and shadow gradually grew somber. "Thus, it appears that what lies here is my final assistance to you. As an old man, I possess little that could aid you, but you must seize it for yourself." As Xiang Yu's expression shifted, he brandished the broken sky, which manifested in midair as an illusion of light and shadow. Nevertheless, the moment he appeared in the air still bestowed an immense sense of pressure upon Xiang Hao. Similarly, outside the door, Zhu Zhiqing felt an identical weightiness. She hastened her movements, for indeed, she had discovered the mechanism's activation point on the stone bricks outside. However, the complexity of the mechanism far exceeded her initial expectations. She compelled herself to concentrate, focusing intently on the intricate mechanism before her. Xiang Hao gazed helplessly at Xiang Yu in the sky. "Old man, are you certain? Just be sure not to claim that I am bullying you later." Xiang Yu let out a hearty laugh, exuding an air of audacity that I found quite appealing. "I shall proceed with caution." The abrupt onset of their clash bore little in the way of pleasantries. Excitement glimmered in Xiang Hao's eyes. It seemed he had envisioned such a day countless times before. Though what stood before him was merely a fleeting shadow of Xiang Yu, the pressure emanating from it rendered his legs uncontrollably tremulous. No opponent had ever evoked such exhilaration within him. Even under the command of Qian Douluo, he had stood resolutely. Equally exhilarated was Xiang Yu, who eschewed unnecessary words. With a straightforward yet magnificent thrust of his spear, he descended from the heavens, showcasing an unparalleled velocity and strength. The disparity in power was indeed far beyond Xiang Hao's imagination. He had presumed that such an ephemeral shadow would be a mere fraction of Xiang Yu's true might. Yet this fraction remained exceedingly formidable. The heavenly breaking spear plunged forcefully into the stone slab before Xiang Hao, pressing closely against his chest. He paid no heed to the dust and debris that splattered upon his face as he swung his broad blade in a sweeping arc. This latest strike was perilously close. Xiang Hao could scarcely discern whether he had narrowly evaded it or if Xiang Yu had intentionally held back. As he swung down, the shadow of Xiang Yu deftly intercepted the blade, simultaneously exerting force that sent Xiang Hao reeling. "Focus. You are no longer contending with mere martial generals. You face a rare and unparalleled overlord." Xiang Yu, filled with fury, rebuked with a single phrase, raising his spear to stand tall, his gaze fixed firmly upon Xiang Hao. In response, Xiang Hao suppressed the tumultuous waves of emotion within, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, glaring back defiantly. "This is how it should be." Xiang Yu chuckled. His spear, the piercing heaven, resembling a golden dragon extending its claws, thrusting forward with unbridled ferocity. Each of Xiang Yu's strikes epitomized an exquisite blend of speed and power, embodying the most sublime aesthetic of violence. However, this time, the only sound that met the air was the crisp resonance of metal. The piercing heaven was firmly embedded against the spine of the tiger blade, unable to advance another inch. From the moment Xiang Yu initiated his assault, Xiang Hao's eyes remained fixated on his movements, every muscle in his body fully engaged, every nerve heightened in anticipation. Under the scrutiny of the diamond eye, he managed to discern a fleeting trace of his opponent's motion, narrowly deflecting the impending strike. "Haha, splendid." Xiang Yu offered a brief commendation before exerting force once more, sending Xiang Hao hurtling backwards into the surrounding wall. As he felt the jarring pain in his back and the tremors in his hands, Xiang Hao was exhilarated. Struggling to prop himself up with the blade's flat surface, glaring fiercely ahead, "You old rascal, are you just looking to pummel me?" Xiang Yu laughed heartily, as if the gloom that had weighed upon him for years had significantly lifted. "Defeating me is a task you must accomplish. The remnants of my spirit left here are feeble. If you cannot conquer this, I would genuinely doubt your capacity to withstand my grand gift. Thus, I am even more eager to witness your prowess. Do not falter. Allow me to behold the might of the Overlord." The dark crimson energy enveloped Xiang Hao, and with the augmentation of his martial spirit, the 6 soul rings behind him pulsated rhythmically. The first soul skill, barbaric armor, quietly manifested upon him. "Good lad," Xiang Yu exclaimed without hesitation, thrusting his spear directly forward. The force of this strike was far more potent than the last. Bolts of lightning flickered beneath his feet, and Xiang Hao's form abruptly vanished, reappearing at Xiang Yu's side. With tremendous force, he swung his blade towards Xiang Yu's waist. This strike took Xiang Yu by surprise. Xiang Hao's thunderstep had reached the realm of Thunder Mirage, and in this brief encounter, he felt confident in keeping pace with Xiang Yu's speed. Just as he believed he would land a hit, Xiang Yu twisted his waist, channeling his strength, and swiftly rotated in midair, raising his spear to guard his flank. Following a thunderous clash, the two weapons grappled fiercely. Xiang Yu found it difficult to exert force from his current position, despite the overwhelming momentum of Xiang Hao's strike. After the impact, he slid nearly 20 paces back upon landing, while Xiang Yu staggered back 2 steps. Noticing this, Xiang Hao, disregarding his own disarray, swung his blade once more and charged forward. However, it was typically he who found himself wounded and sent flying, repeatedly rushing and only to be repelled again. Though breathless, Xiang Hao had yet to lay a single blow upon Xiang Yu, whose mocking gaze incited great frustration within him. An unabashed provocation. "Old man, do not revel in your triumph. Once I seize my opportunity, your end will be nigh." Xiang Hao never missed a chance to taunt his adversary, even as he struggled to remain upright, defiantly mocking Xiang Yu. "Ha, youngster, do not rely solely on your tongue. I stand right here, and you have yet to touch me. Your strength does not match your bravado," Xiang Yu retorted without mercy. It must be said, Xiang Hao's performance had been remarkably impressive. His prowess had grown immensely since his arrival in the City of Slaughter. Xiang Hao was not in a hurry to refute. Instead, he unfurled his 4 arms behind him, and the 4th soul ring radiated with brilliance, enveloping him in the divine light of the Thunder God. The air crackled with electric energy as the deity descended. Simultaneously, the 5th soul ring behind him illuminated, and the 2 black soul rings overlapped, creating a harmonious symphony of sound. A layer of blood-red haze unexpectedly enveloped the purple arcs of lightning, and as the soul power circulated around him, Xiang Hao's skin gradually shimmered with a purplish-red glow, while the 4 arms behind him transformed into a striking violet hue. Xiang Hao cast aside his fury. His fists clenched tightly, while the 4 arms behind him mirrored this tension. Accompanied by a resonant chime, the golden figure of Dharma manifested behind Xiang Hao, gradually merging with him. A golden halo enveloped his purple skin, creating a unique purple-golden aura. As the bell tolled 3 times, Xiang Hao had completely transformed into another being. His form swelled considerably, causing his upper garments to shred as bulging muscles erupted forth. Purple arcs of electricity swirled around him, staining his skin with an otherworldly hue. His 6 arms were poised, fists ready, the purple-golden glow clinging to his body, with a faint crimson emanating from the centers of his palms. This was the pinnacle of Xiang Hao's comprehension, the martial god technique, the Wrath of Azura. At the moment Xiang Hao discarded his weapon, Xiang Yu believed he was surrendering, feeling a momentary pang of disappointment. However, the ensuing spectacle left him utterly astonished. He could not fathom how Xiang Hao harmonized these forces into a cohesive whole. Yet the augmented strength he wielded had reached a truly terrifying level. He realized he had underestimated Xiang Hao's capabilities, while the latter also seemed to harbor some restraint. Seeing this, Xiang Yu smiled, sheathing his weapon, the breaking heaven halberd, and clenched his fists in preparation. Both combatants fixed their gazes intently upon each other's movements. Gradually, Xiang Hao exhaled a breath of murky air, and in an instant, the imposing figure before Xiang Yu vanished completely. This was the first time Xiang Yu had truly lost sight of him. Yet, relying on instinct, he suddenly sensed a shift in the air to his left. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crack, their fists collided, the air around them splitting with explosive force. Both warriors were taken aback by the abrupt clash, one astonished by the opponent's reflexes, the other by the sheer power displayed. In this moment of confrontation, they were acutely aware of each other, and almost simultaneously, they exchanged faint smiles. Who would have thought? You possess such remarkable strength as well. Xiang Yu inquired first. Noting that the power of Xiang Hao's punch was indeed formidable, the current situation seemed rather challenging. Hearing this, Xiang Hao grinned widely and threw another punch. But Xiang Yu swiftly intervened, exclaiming, "You possess but 2 fists, while I have 6. With a charming smile, Xiang Hao found himself in a predicament as the 4 arms behind him swung their fists. Just as he thought victory was within his grasp, Xiang Yu suddenly seized Xiang Hao's arms, causing both of them to lean backward. Xiang Yu then launched a kick from midair, but this time, Xiang Hao evaded it. With a burst of strength, he pulled them both into a full rotation before they gently descended to the ground, their position shifting from face-to-face to back-to-back. "Haha. Not bad, kid. You've dodged well," Xiang Yu exclaimed joyfully, which only served to irk Xiang Hao further. Despite having gained nothing from the encounter, Xiang Yu's exuberance felt particularly mocking. At that moment, however, Xiang Yu let his guard down. The 4 arms stealthily struck, landing a solid hit on Xiang Yu's shoulder. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted, with Xiang Hao's punches generating arcs of energy that continuously coursed through Xiang Yu's ethereal form, rendering it increasingly blurry. Not bad. This time, I concede defeat. The atmosphere transformed swiftly, yet Xiang Yu appeared delighted, his golden silhouette in the air becoming exceedingly indistinct. Gradually, the power that Xiang Hao held in his hands diminished, fading into nothingness, while Xiang Yu's apparition began to vanish. Turning to glance back, Xiang Hao observed Xiang Yu's figure disintegrating into golden light, dissipating gradually into the air. Although he understood it was merely a remnant of a projection, he felt an inexplicable discomfort. Sensing Xiang Hao's emotions, the phantom continued to laugh heartily. "What's the matter? Are you reluctant to part with this old fellow?" The fleeting emotion he had nurtured was abruptly shattered. "Haha, I too wish to see you once more. The plans were too hasty. Even though you do not acknowledge me as your master, I have imparted my lifelong knowledge to you. There is my debt to you, and my unfulfilled wish. In a millennium, finding someone so akin to myself is rare. You too must carve your own path." Xiang Yu spoke earnestly in his final words, some of which Xiang Hao could comprehend, while others would become clear in time. Yet, his most immediate sensation was that this old man might have just played him once again. However, before he could voice his doubts, Xiang Yu's apparition transformed into a golden speck, vanishing into Xiang Hao's forehead. At that moment, the cave began to stir, the stones beneath shifting, and the surrounding walls rotating, producing a cacophony of sounds. The golden glow before Xiang Hao gradually faded, revealing its true form. Xiang Hao finally discerned what it was. Undoubtedly, it appeared to be a fragment of the heavenly breaker's spear. Having wielded the spear for a considerable period, he recalled that one side bore a conspicuous notch, and the shape of this fragment seemed to align perfectly with that very indentation. Xiang Hao was perplexed by the intricate efforts exerted by Xiang Yu to deliver the fragments of the broken heavenly spear to him. As he pondered this enigma, the door swung open. Zhu Qing emerged from the other side, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. The mechanism at the entrance was exceedingly complex. She had attempted to decipher it over 100 times. As she caught sight of Xiang Hao seemingly unoccupied, she was about to rush over in excitement. However, the next moment, her gaze fell upon his bare torso, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes and inquire, "Are you all right, master?" Chapter 128. The answer. Xiang Hao, however, remained oblivious to Zhu Qing's gaze and emotions. His attention was still firmly fixed on the golden blade before him. The blade floated gracefully in the air, emanating waves of power that were profoundly familiar to Xiang Hao. Xiang Hao slowly extended his hand, yearning to gently touch the fragment suspended in midair. Yet, the fragment seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, suddenly darting away, playfully evading his fingertips, flitting around him in a mischievous dance. It was then that Zhu Qing noticed this whimsical little entity, radiating a golden luminescence, circling incessantly around the two of them. Observing this scene, Xiang Hao found himself both amused and perplexed. He seemed to grasp the reason behind it. He had previously attempted to refine the broken heaven halberd on several occasions, though with little success, leading him to abandon the endeavor. However, it appeared that this tiny shard exhibited a certain affinity towards him. "Old fellow, I was just about to praise you," Xiang Hao murmured softly. Despite his words, an exhilaration surged within him. Although he was unaware of the full extent of the formidable weapon wielded by Xiang Yu, he was certain it was powerful. Even a single shard of its blade brimmed with vitality. The significance of this gift extended far beyond the immediate. It was likely that the very thing he sought lay within it. Xiang Hao activated the divine martial art, the familiar internal energy guiding the golden shards. As anticipated, the fragments sensed the familiar energy and floated steadily towards his forehead. In a flash of golden light, they entered his mind. Teacher, he. Wujiang gazed in astonishment as the shards penetrated Xiang Hao's forehead, rendered speechless by her surprise. Xiang Hao waved his hand dismissively, pulling the still dumbfounded Wujiang out of the cavern. The shards possessed a spark of sentience. At the moment, they entered Xiang Hao's consciousness. A flood of previously lost memories from the Stardow forest surged into his mind. The overwhelming influx of information was indeed substantial, requiring him time to process it all. The two retraced their steps from the cave Wujiang had entered, arriving at the riverbank. Faced with the rushing waters and steep cliffs on either side, they had no choice but to follow the river's course. What lay before them was an awkward path, particularly for Wujiang. Anxiously studying the map in her hands, she found herself utterly lost, continuously marking her position. In contrast, Xiang Hao was devoid of such worries. The vast quantity of information accumulating in his mind left him no time to ponder anything else. Having emerged from the cave, they had not traveled far before evening fell, forcing them to rest by the riverside. After a day fraught with peril and exertion, Wujiang, too weary to keep watch, fell asleep early, while Xiang Hao's intellectual storm was just beginning. Within his sea of consciousness, he meticulously categorized the memories of the past year, striving for clarity. However, the process was not without its frustrations. Rather than finding answers, his confusion only deepened. He sensed that Xiang Yu sought to convey something significant. Yet he remained at a complete loss. The key seemed to lie in a verdant orb, the most frequently recurring element in these fragmented memories, though Xiang Hao had no prior recollection of it. This journey had only intensified his queries, and the last thread connecting him to Xiang Yu had frayed. The final recollection was a brilliant flash of multicolored light, accompanied by Xiang Yu's resounding roar, with strength that can topple mountains and an aura that engulfs the world. The light then consumed the sound. After reflecting on all this, Xiang Hao found his heart in turmoil. The Xiang Yu he thought he knew was far more complex than he had imagined. His understanding was scant from the scattered fragments of memory. He realized that Xiang Yu was a formidable general, seemingly at the pinnacle of martial prowess in the world, yet his fate appeared bleak. He was powerful yet harsh, proud and arrogant, meeting his end on the battlefield. No matter how Xiang Hao viewed him, he seemed distant from success, yet he could not help but admire him. What a proud warrior's spirit that statement embodied. In that moment, Xiang Hao understood why Xiang Yu had chosen him. That realization struck deep within his heart. Wasn't this the very realm he had been pursuing all along? The tyrant is born fierce. He could not discern how outsiders perceived it. But the actions of a tyrant were undoubtedly just. Ha, old fellow, I finally comprehend now. Xiang Hao gazed upon the luminous full moon above, rediscovering the essence of his path as a warrior. He was not merely an adversary to one or a multitude, but rather a foe to the world itself. Otherwise, how could he claim the title of the world's strongest? Beneath the resplendent moonlight, for the first time in over a month, he felt the tumultuous magic within him subdued significantly. At that moment, Xiang Yu was only a few kilometers away, perched atop the treetops, observing Xiang Hao with a gaze steeped in complexity. He had already breached enough promises. One more would make no difference. No one could fathom the turmoil within him. And Xiang Hao remained an enigma, shrouded in secrets unknown to him. Young Junior, do not tread the path of extremes, Xiang Yu murmured softly, his words laced with concern and guilt. Yet, there was little more he could do. As the wind rustled through the treetops, Xiang Yu's figure vanished with a gentle sigh. Thoughts accumulated within Xiang Hao's heart as he sat by the bonfire throughout the night, oblivious to the dawn's arrival. When Wujiang awoke to the brightening sky, she hurriedly came to her senses. Master, how could you keep vigil all night? Her exclamation jolted Xiang Hao from his reverie. Observing her flustered and reproachful expression, he stood up in a daze and went to the riverbank to splash his face with cool water, awakening himself further. Let us be on our way. I am fine, Xiang Hao declared before making his way along the riverbank, with Wujiang following slowly, her expression a mix of complexity and uncertainty. The haze of indistinct thoughts enveloped Xiang Hao's heart, casting layers of fog that rendered his mind a chaotic realm of fluctuating clarity. Wujiang, who had always been by his side, could not grasp such emotions. She merely assumed Xiang Hao might be upset. Yet, his current aura was particularly oppressive, and she found no opportunity to speak. However, one individual could sense the shift, Xiang Hao of the Tiando royal family had not logged in for several days. Like Xiang Hao, Qian was troubled, but her turmoil stemmed from Xiang Hao's influence. Within her mind, the connection to his thoughts grew increasingly nebulous, and her sensitivity to him waned. Such anomalies could not escape Qian contemplation. Reports from her subordinates indicated that Xiang Hao was involved in an operation with the Spirit Hall, rendering his whereabouts unknown, a detail she could comprehend. Yet, as all the information converged, she could no longer endure the mounting tension. Recent circumstances had shifted rapidly. Ningfengji, who had frequently consulted her, had fallen silent for the past half-month, further aggravating Qian agitation. Chapter 129. Conspiracy within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. All the elders convened, their expressions grave. They awaited Ningfengji's address from the main seat, aware that this meeting concerned the very survival of their sect. And the countenances of all present were anything but relaxed. At this moment, the future of the sect lies within the thoughts of Ningfengji. And even the sword Douluo and bone Douluo were furrowed brows. The air around them seems to have grown considerably colder. Ningfengji breaks the silence, raising his teacup to take a delicate sip. I am well aware of your intentions, he says, yet I must apologize in advance. I understand what you wish to convey and your concerns, but my decision remains unaltered. The usually agreeable Grand Elder Ningxuan appears unusually serious this time, hesitating multiple times to speak. Finally, a fiery-tempered law enforcement elder can no longer contain himself. Sect Master, we have always trusted your judgment, but this time, your actions are perilously reckless. We must not gamble with the lives of all our sect members. One voice echoes the sentiments of the crowd, prompting the previously silent elders to express their agreement. Observing the shift, others join in. Declaring war against the Spirit Hall is akin to striking a stone with an egg. Our disparity in strength is overwhelming, making it far too risky. The first sect, the Haotian sect, was suppressed by the Spirit Hall to the point of sealing its gates for decades. Do we truly possess the strength to fight back? Upon hearing this, the emotions among the elders reach a fever pitch, their voices rising in intensity, and faint sounds of argument emerge. Ningfengji continues to sip his tea slowly, his gaze resting on the hesitating Ningxuan. In a deep voice, he inquires, Grand Elder, what are your thoughts? Startled by the sudden address, Ningxuan shudders nervously and responds earnestly. Sect Master, I too find this plan somewhat unwise. The disparity in our strengths is far too great, and our losses from last month's battle were severe. Hearing this, Ningfengji sneers coldly and slowly sets down his cup. He gazes calmly at the gathered elders and rises to speak. Esteemed elders, do you believe that if we do not declare war on the Spirit Hall, they will refrain from attacking us? His words render the assembly speechless. Indeed, it seems there are no alternative options, whether we declare war or not. The Spirit Hall will not spare the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has already perished, and the Haotian sect remains hidden. Now, among the top 3 sects, only one remains, a mere remnant after the war. The faces of those present turn pale, like leaves battered by rain, reflecting despair. Yet there remains a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Ningxuan speaks softly, his tone lacking conviction. What profound insight does the Grand Elder have? The impatient law enforcement elder interjects hastily. The two have always been at odds, yet at this moment, it seems animosities have been set aside. By surrendering, we can ensure the safety of our entire sect and secure a worry-free future for our sect, Ningxuan states, his hands resting on his staff as he articulates his thoughts slowly. The law enforcement elder, Ning Quang, who had been listening intently, can no longer remain seated. Upon hearing those 4 words, he stands up in outrage, cursing vehemently. Well, you old scoundrel, how dare you propose selling out the sect and colluding with the enemy? Ning Quang, what nonsense are you spouting? I am unwaveringly loyal to our sect, yet this is indeed our only avenue of escape. Shall we simply await the Spirit Hall to come and slaughter us? Ningxuan exclaimed, tapping his staff with fervor, his mustache twitching with agitation. Following their heated debate, many elders displayed visible discomfort. Ningxuan's words had swayed numerous individuals, as none wished to meet their demise. The subsects aligned with the Spirit Hall had seemingly flourished in recent years, leading to a chorus of voices echoing Ningxuan's sentiments. Sensing this, Ningxuan became increasingly self-satisfied. Puffing out his chest and glaring at Ning Quang, who stood momentarily speechless, pointing at Ningxuan and the assembly, unable to articulate a single response. You all have betrayed our ancestors. As the argument threatened to spiral out of control, Ningfengji attempted to intervene, but the fervent crowd paid him no heed. Continuing their discord, A chilling light flashed, and the silhouette of the 7 kills swords swept across the assembly, instantly silencing them. Xiang slowly retracted his blade, declaring, "The sect leader has something to convey." "Thank you, Sword Uncle." Ning Fingji rose, sauntering to the center of the hall, speaking deliberately and with composure. "Esteemed members, I have not come here to listen to your quarrels. I merely wish to ascertain how many among you are willing to take this risk with me. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect has no retreat left. We must unite as one. Any divisions or dissent will severely diminish our combat effectiveness. Elder, I choose to disregard your previous remarks, but I hope not to hear similar sentiments again," Ning Fingji said, casting a sharp glance at Ningxin, who hastily concurred. "I hereby announce that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect will officially declare war on the Spirit Hall. I will issue 3 edicts as sect leader. First, all disciples above the 5th ring shall select elite members and youths to depart nightly from the sect's rear mountain forest, concealing themselves in our various properties across the continent and within the academies of the Tiando Empire as our core force, prepared for any eventuality, led by Uncle Gu." Douluo immediately bowed in acceptance of the command. Ning Fengji continued, "Second, the remaining members shall remain at the sect, with the elders personally leading patrols to monitor the movements of the Spirit Hall, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. We shall fight to the death to provide our younger generations with an opportunity to escape." The elders in the assembly all bowed in acknowledgement, responding in unison. "Lastly, we do not fight alone. I have forged a secret alliance with the Haotian sect. Await my orders, and we shall march alongside the Haotian sect and other forces to launch a counteroffensive. We will not sit idly by. To seek peace with ravenous wolves will only render us prey. Only through bloodshed lies our path forward." This final declaration stirred a significant reaction among the elders, who had not anticipated the sect leader invoking the Haotian sect as a savior. A moment of shared understanding passed among them, and they collectively bowed and proclaimed, "We shall not fail in our mission." Every face radiated with smiles, whether reflecting contentment, excitement, or anguish. Ningxin observed the jubilant crowd with a forced smile, quietly exiting the hall. While these commands were beneficial for the sect, they struck him like a thunderclap. Gradually, the others departed, leaving only Ning Fingji and Qian, alongside Douluo. At that moment, Xiang, who had remained silent until now, broke his silence. "Will you not seek the support of the royal family?" Ning Fingji took a sip of tea and sighed. "Xiang has always been timid and fearful. I misjudged him." With that, he turned and poured out the remaining tea, declaring, "The tea has grown cold." Chapter 130. The titled city of heaven. Qianren leaned against the balcony railing, gazing at the distant mountains. Beyond those peaks, through a dense forest, lay the city of Wujiang. It was the first time since her childhood that she felt such nostalgia for that cold city. Stirred by thoughts of a certain individual, dragging her stiff visage, she cherished this rare moment of respite. The poison of the snow night had seeped into her very bones, and the incessant visits from the prominent figures had left her weary. Fortunately, Ning Fingji had not come by recently, for he was her greatest source of vexation. Her nominal mentor had been exhibiting extreme agitation of late, approaching her with an intimidating demeanor. Qianren furrowed her brow, realizing that the actions of the Wujiang palace had not eradicated the main forces of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, resulting in the current predicament. She could only smile and deflect his demands repeatedly. However, this strategy was not always effective. Now, the mastermind behind the soul-hunting operation had unexpectedly entered seclusion, and the recent fluctuations in the situation compelled her to expedite her plans. Though fraught with peril, it was the only course of action available. The Snow Knight could no longer remain silent. This nation must transform into a realm governed by her decree. It was once again the time for the daily poisoning ritual. Qianren walked slowly towards the king's chamber, a path she had traversed countless times since childhood. Yet, lately, each step felt particularly prolonged. Little did the Snow Knight Emperor dream that he would ultimately succumb at the hands of his most trusted child. Gently pushing open the door, she found only a few concubines and the imperial physician on standby. Holding the medicinal concoction, Qianren approached the physician, who, after a cautious examination, nodded and accepted the potion. Presenting a faade of deep affection, her eyes moistened as she inquired, "How is father today?" Tears welled up in the eyes of those around her as they replied, "Your father can hardly speak today." As they spoke, soft sobs emerged once more. Hearing of Qianren arrival, the once robust face of the Snow Knight Emperor, now charred and withered, struggled to open its eyes. Though clouded, they still reflected a glimmer of awareness upon seeing his crown princess. "Father, it's time for your medicine. Today, I specifically sought out the renowned physician in the city for this prescription. Qian Ringshu sat by the bedside of Shuya on that snowy night, personally feeding him. The sight was heartwarming, showcasing a tender moment of familial affection, which moved those around them deeply. Thanks to Xiang Hao, or we would have been frantic. One of the mothers remarked with relief. Shuya, taking his medicine, revealed a faint smile in the depths of his subconscious. He felt a sense of happiness in his current life. It seemed as though Shuya wished to speak further, but the opportunity had slipped away. No matter how hard he tried, no words escaped his lips. Qian Ringshu, appearing anxious, comforted him as he lay down, whispering about the kingdom's tranquility. Only then did she slowly push open the door and depart, having completed her poisoning task for the day. Observing the old man's condition, she feared he could not last another month. After years of lurking, she felt a thrill of excitement at the prospect of reaping the rewards. However, her elation was short-lived as a subordinate announced the arrival of Ning Fengji. Upon returning to her chamber, Qian Ringshu found Ning Fengji seemingly waiting for a considerable time. He declined the tea offered by the servants, bypassing pleasantries to state directly, "Xiang Hao, I have urgent matters to discuss." Hearing this, Qian Ringshu gestured for those around to leave. "Speak plainly. I, Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, have resolved to declare war on the Spirit Hall and seek the assistance of the Tiando royal family to jointly combat our foe." Ning Fengji's every word resonated with power, genuinely startling Qian Ringshu. She had anticipated such a declaration from him, yet she was astonished at the audacity of his resolve. Observing his determined gaze, she realized this matter would not be easily dismissed. After pondering for a moment, she found herself at a loss for reasons to refuse Ning Fengji. Finally, she raised her eyes and said, "Master, the risks are too great. The fates of the three upper sects are already evident. If we fracture, we shall be systematically eradicated by the Spirit Hall. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's number of spirit masters exceeds that of the Tiando Empire, and they too have met their demise. We have no choice but to take the initiative." Ning Fengji articulated passionately, his spirit visibly agitated. "You have said it yourself. If even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon cannot withstand them, then our combined strength would be futile. I apologize, Master, but I must be responsible for my people. This is a risk I cannot take. The enemies of the Spirit Hall are not just you and me. There are many more. What we need is a banner to rally under. I have reached a consensus with multiple factions. Even if we were to lose, our strength will instill fear in them." Ning Fengji explained fervently, as if victory was within grasp. Yet, he was met with Qian Ringshu's calm smile, which irked him for the first time, intensifying his impatience. Time was of the essence for him. "Enough, I shall personally meet with His Majesty." The contentious debate frayed Ning Fengji's patience, prompting him to sweep aside his sleeves and depart, disregarding the feelings of the prince. "Master, you may have been too busy recently to be aware, but our father fell ill not long ago and is now bedridden." Qian Ringshu feigned a sorrowful expression. "How could such significant news have escaped my attention?" Ning Fengji inquired. Astonished, father was concerned about causing worry among others, so he kept the matter private, believing it to be a minor ailment. However, it has escalated to the point where he can no longer speak. Ning Fengji gazed at his disciple in disbelief, feeling an unusual sense of unease from Qian Ringshu's tone and demeanor. "The Academy's acceptance of me was no small feat, and now our assistance is limited to this." Qian Ringshu's voice echoed behind Ning Fengji, whose emotions were now ablaze. As he walked the path out of the palace, he could not help but sigh. The heavens are devoid of steadfastness. The expansive road reflected his solitary figure, accentuating his profound desolation. "Ning Zongzhu, you speak erroneously." A voice unexpectedly pierced the air behind him, prompting the seven-kill sword to unsheathe in an instant. "Calm down. It is I, Avalanche," the calm sword Douluo Qinshin announced as he stepped from the shadows, playfully waving at the two, followed by a figure standing resolutely with a spear. "It appears you have sought my elder brother again, Ning Zongzhu. Judging by your demeanor, the conversation did not go well. Perhaps we should converse ourselves," Avalanche suggested, his tone unexpectedly serious, a demeanor Ning Fengji had never witnessed in this dandy. "Then let us converse." Chapter 131. The Mixed Poison. Early the next morning, Qian Ringshu received reports from her subordinates that Ning Fengji had brought people to inquire about the health of the Snow Knight Emperor. His visit was quite sudden, and Qian Ringshu found herself lost in thought. This action seemed rather hasty, and some officials appeared to have already sensed something amiss. However, it was too late. The Snow Knight must remain silent. Yet, she reassured herself, the poison administered this time was an exceedingly intricate mixed toxin. Prior to this, Individuals across the nation skilled in pharmacology had either been purged by the spirit hall or discreetly dealt with by her, ensuring a foolproof plan. She swiftly adjusted her demeanor, preparing to greet them. Just around the corner, Ning Fingji appeared, accompanied by sword Douluo Qinshin and a hooded elder in black robes. Your Highness, I was unaware of His Majesty's condition until recently. Upon hearing that he has become bedridden, I thought to invite an elder from our sect who is knowledgeable in medicine to examine him. Ning Fingji articulated the words with a formality that felt distant. Qianrenxue, sensing the futility of her previous evasions, felt a pang of resignation. The hooded man gestured towards her. Your concern is appreciated, but my father's condition is quite dire. He has seen numerous esteemed physicians in recent days, all to no avail. This Mr. Mu Wuxing is also a renowned healer within our sect, and may provide some assistance for His Majesty's ailment. Ning Fengji insisted on his stance. Forgive Qinghe for his ignorance. Since my father's illness, I have been searching far and wide for renowned physicians and remedies, yet I have never heard of this Mr. Mu. Qianrenxue continuously scrutinized the man clad in a black robe. He seemed somewhat familiar, but Ning Fengji's unwavering insistence rendered her hesitant to speak further. Redirecting her focus onto this individual. Greetings, Mr. Mu. I entrust my father's ailment to you this time, yet given the significance of the Tiando royal family, is it appropriate for you to attend in such a large black robe? The elderly gentleman replied, I was born with an exceedingly unattractive visage, fearing I might alarm your highness. Hence, my reputation among the populace is not particularly resounding. Nevertheless, I possess considerable confidence in my medical skills. Mr. Mu bowed repeatedly, respectfully answering Qianrenxue's inquiries, yet his voice betrayed an inexplicable frailty, raspy and unpleasant to the ear. You need not be overly concerned, for your presence as a physician for my father signifies that you are a distinguished guest of the Tiando royal family. Who would dare to mind your appearance? That would be a grave disrespect. Moreover, given my father's unique status, it would put me at ease if you were to reveal your face. Qianrenxue pressed further. Do not fret, Qinghe. Mr. Mu's character is trustworthy, Ning Fengji interjected. I naturally trust my teacher, yet as he is a newcomer, Qinghe must exercise caution. Qianrenxue continued to inquire without relent. For a moment, the atmosphere among the three grew tense. Suddenly, the man in black chuckled softly. Indeed, as I am a stranger, it would be discourteous. I hope I do not startle your highness. With that, he removed his robe. Qianrenxue watched anxiously as the robe fell away, revealing an exceedingly grotesque, twisted, and aged visage. In that instant, she was certain this man was not who she had initially feared, and some of the weight in her heart lifted. I sincerely apologize for any offense, and I beg your forgiveness, sir. Not at all, not at all. Please, your highness, lead the way so I may attend to His Majesty, he replied. Qinghe promptly guided the two into the chamber of the emperor on this snowy night, pushing open the door to the chamber of the Emperor Xueye. Upon the opulent silk bed, the emperor's visage appeared utterly withered. Deep wrinkles resembling the parched riverbeds of years gone by, grotesque in nature. Though prepared for the sight, Ning Fengji found himself momentarily rooted in place, struggling to contain his emotions, his eyes welling slightly. Just a month prior, he had conversed about the future with Emperor Xueye, and now he lay on the brink of death. The stark contrast was overwhelming for Ning Fengji to bear. At Ning Fengji's signal, the man in black stepped forward to examine Emperor Xueye's condition. At this moment, the emperor was in a state even worse than the previous night, lacking the strength to lift his gaze, allowing others to probe his frail body, unable to speak or resist. Ning Fengji gazed at Xue Qinghe behind him, who now appeared to be the true voice of the empire, his face etched with sorrow and melancholy. He began to pray that the words spoken during last night's avalanche were mere fabrications, for he could not fathom harboring the deepest malice towards his disciple. However, only the briefest moment had passed when the man in the black robe concluded his examination and approached. Your Majesty's condition has manifested quite acutely and severely. With symptoms exceedingly complex, he stammered, his words laden with hesitation, causing concern among those present. Is there, perhaps, a remedy, Mr. Mo? Qianrenxue interjected, her expression a mixture of surprise and trepidation, for she wished for no elation, as that would lead to complications. Alas, I am powerless, the elder in black replied, retreating. Qianrenxue, though visibly disappointed, consoled him. It is enough. You have done your best. Yet, she also exhaled a sigh of relief. Ning Fengji's visage mirrored her disappointment and sorrow, yet under the persistent gestures of the man in black, the group gradually made their exit. Once they had managed the situation with Ning Fingxi, Qian Rinxue finally relaxed, her gaze fixed upon the ashen figure of Shui Yi on the bed. Her face illuminated by genuine joy, radiating an unexpected brilliance. Meanwhile, far beyond the city gates, our Mr. Mu Wuxiang at last unveiled his true identity, narrowly escaping recognition. The voice of the elder in black suddenly transformed, resonating with strength as he removed his robe and the decrepit mask, revealing a formidable countenance. Mr. Invincible. What on earth is happening? Ning Fingxi inquired anxiously. As I suspected, our emperor has been poisoned, Yang Wudi replied coldly, and this poison is a rare concoction. Only 5 in the world can identify it, and merely 2 possess the means to counteract it. Fortunately, I am one of them. Which elucidates why Shui Qinghe has relentlessly pursued me. Each of Yang Wudi's words struck Ning Fingxi's heart like thunderclaps, revealing the most dreaded scenario had indeed come to pass. Mirroring the ominous predictions made during the avalanche. Does this not place the current Tiando Empire in grave peril? Ning Fingxi exclaimed in desperation, his reason faltering in the face of such harsh reality. Ning Zongzhu, do not despair. I have examined His Majesty's condition. The poisoning has not occurred for long. The toxins within him have yet to reach a point of no return. Our next step is to contemplate the antidote, Yang Wudi responded with calm, striving to stabilize Ning Fengxi's emotions. Chapter 132. Reunion. The present situation had suddenly grown exceedingly intricate, and Ning Fengxi had not anticipated that the disciple he trusted most would falter with the urgency of the circumstances pressing upon them. The two exited the imperial city and discreetly entered a renowned establishment of pleasure within Tiando City, the Xuan Pavilion. Not solely due to the extravagant and comprehensive entertainment styles offered here, but also because of the illustrious proprietor behind this establishment, the renowned debauchee, Avalanche. Upon entering the hall, the two were escorted to the top floor, where Avalanche had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. Observing the somber expressions on their faces, he found himself torn between excitement and sorrow, elated that his conjectures were accurate, yet disheartened by the precarious state of the Tiando royal family. Master Ning, Senior Yang, I trust you have come to a resolution, Avalanche stated gravely. As there was no time for levity, the matter at hand was of utmost importance. Ning Fengxi nodded solemnly, his demeanor reflecting the gravity of the situation. The unfolding events were far more dire than he had anticipated. The immediate priority was to rescue the Emperor of the Snowy Night, but the approach required careful deliberation. This poison, while I possess the means to counteract it. The Emperor's condition is rather bleak, and we are lacking in medicinal ingredients. Yang Wudi sighed. The Soul Hall had been scavenging herbs far and wide, rendering many of them exceedingly rare, with the crucial components for the antidote being particularly scarce. We cannot afford to wait idly. Mr. Wudi, accompany me back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I should have the supplies you require, Ning Fengxi proposed. Indeed, I shall mobilize my resources as well. But let us be discreet and not alert the enemy. Following Avalanche's directives, the 3 hastily set off, as every moment counted. Seated in the carriage approaching the city, Xiang Hao marveled at his serendipity. Having lost their way in an unfamiliar forest alongside Zhu Zhuqing, they soon encountered a soul-hunting team from the Tiando nobility. To his surprise, the name of the Black Cat had gained considerable renown within the Stardow forest. The team, recognizing Zhu Zhuqing, kindly escorted them out of the forest. Zhu Zhuqing chose to remain in a nearby town, while Xiang Hao boarded the carriage bound for Tiando City. There awaited a friend he had not visited in quite some time. A sudden whim overtook him. Fortunately, the secret passage constructed years ago remained intact. While the Tiando royal family maintained stringent security, the defenses of the Tiando Royal Academy were rather lax. Xiang Hao quietly approached Shui Qinghe's chamber from the rear of the academy. He hesitated, uncertain if it was appropriate to disturb his former superior, who was undoubtedly occupied with pressing matters. Yet, he thought, a brief exchange of pleasantries would likely be harmless, especially as memories of Shui Qinghe resurfaced in his mind ever since he had met Qian Rinxue. With this in mind, Xiang Hao pushed open the door to the secret passage, which emerged from a cabinet in Shui Qinghe's study, directly facing his bedroom. The hour was not too late, just past dusk, yet the occupant appeared to have already retired, the figure beneath the covers presenting a delicate silhouette. Delicate silhouette? Xiang Hao was momentarily taken aback, while the owner of that figure suddenly became alert. In this instant, Qian Rinxue encountered the person she had longed for, as if in a dream. With one foot in the secret passage and the other still inside, Xiang Hao's expression was tinged with awkwardness. Brother Qinghe, how have you been? He inquired tentatively, his embarrassment evident. It was only then that Qian Rinxue regained her composure, her eyes sparkling with an irrepressible smile, realizing that he truly was a simpleton. She raised her voice slightly and said, "Please wait for me in the living room. I shall tidy up shortly." Xiang Hao, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, stealthily made his way towards the living room. At the moment he stepped out, Qian Ruxue could no longer contain her emotions. She wrapped herself in a quilt, concealing her flushed cheeks. Little did she dream that Xiang Hao would emerge from her room. A secret passage she had long forgotten. His unexpected visit felt surreal at that moment. Nonetheless, she composed herself with grace and slowly walked out, taking a seat beside him. This encounter marked a reunion between Xiang Hao and Wujiang after many years. Xiang Hao spoke with his characteristic nonchalance, while Qian Ruxue appeared more bashful, her bright eyes never straying from him as she listened intently. "Brother Qinghe, to be honest, I slipped out to visit you. You wouldn't betray me, would you?" Xiang Hao suddenly cast a cautious glance at Qian Ruxue, who was momentarily taken aback by his gaze. She hurriedly replied, "Of course not. I would never." She nodded emphatically. "However, with the burdens of duty within the palace, how could you abandon your responsibilities at such a critical juncture? The elders must be searching for you everywhere." At this, Xiang Hao fell silent. The tasks were perpetually unending, yet he needed to understand the purpose behind his endeavors. Such a serious demeanor was rarely observed in him. And upon their reunion, Qian Ruxue distinctly sensed a transformation in his aura. He seemed more contemplative. Although he conversed freely with Wujiang, a deeper silence and introspection lingered in his eyes. It had been a year and a half since they last met, and this man before her had changed significantly. Each time, he felt like a new person, yet the thrill of familiarity remained. However, this unexpected meeting shattered the warm, cherished moment Qian Ruxue had longed for. At that moment, a subordinate reported from outside that several ministers wished to meet with Shui. "I understand. Have them wait outside for the time being," Qian Ruxue replied, her face betraying a hint of displeasure. Yet, aware that she could not express her frustration in front of Xiang Hao, she held it in, then smiled gently at him. "Xiang Hao, I must step out for a moment. Please wait here. I shall return shortly." Xiang Hao nodded in agreement. At the very moment Qian Ruxue turned to exit, her aura shifted dramatically. "This group of old men. One day, I shall eradicate them all." Qian Ruxue clenched her teeth, each word seemingly erupting from between them. When Wujiang faced these ministers, the elegant young gentleman who had been leisurely sipping tea in the parlor had vanished, leaving only the irate and authoritative heir to the empire. Disturbed from her reverie, Qian Ruxue unleashed her fury, chastising nearly all the ministers who had made requests. She was gradually acclimating to her role. In just a month's time, once Shui perished, she would ascend as the new empress. Chapter 133. The Turbulence of the Heavenly. Xiang Hao ultimately did not wait for Qian Ruxue's return. After all, he had merely come back to take a look out of convenience, and fearing that lingering too long might invite unforeseen complications, he was inclined to visit some friends. Thus, he strolled alone through the bustling streets of Tiando City. It must be said that he began to understand Zhu Zhuqing's feelings. After a conversation with Xiang Yu, he gradually gained clarity regarding his true intentions. He slowly experienced the exhilarating sensation of breaking free from constraints, which was undeniably pleasant. However, before he could fully relish this newfound joy, troubles began to emerge one after another. While indulging in the nocturnal pleasures, Xiang Hao suddenly scanned his mind. And in an instant, he broke out in a cold sweat. Fragments of the breaking heaven halberd had vanished, seemingly disappearing into thin air within his consciousness. His previously relaxed demeanor was instantly overshadowed by ominous clouds. With little desire left to continue his revelry, he decisively returned to the residence of Wujiang. Having only visited this singular location, he encountered a series of troubling events on his way back. Although it was merely a distant silhouette, his instincts told him that it was Tang San, a figure etched deeply into his memory. Why was this person now present in Tiando City? Seemingly heading toward the Imperial City? Following the events with the Spirit Hall, Tang San's whereabouts had become elusive. 2 years prior, during a brutal ambush, an unknown powerful figure had appeared to rescue both him and his father, and the subsequent rumors had taken on an extraordinarily bizarre nature. Xiang Hao had no time to inquire about each version. He only knew that this sworn enemy still existed somewhere on the Douluo continent. This alone compelled Xiang Hao to remain vigilant, for Tang San possessed extraordinary talent and the formidable skills of the Tang sect. Despite only having seen a fleeting figure, Xiang Hao pursued, yet he could never glimpse his rival's face. Meanwhile, Flinder ambled slowly across the academy's playground. 2 years earlier, during the Soul Master competition. Although Shrek Academy had gained renown, the sacrifices made were unknown to outsiders. The 7 children, cherished by their teachers, had been left wounded and scattered. Their fate's now a painful sight for him. Tang San was pursued by the tidal Douluo. While he had reportedly escaped, he was still grievously injured. Dai Mubai had returned to the imperial palace of the Star Luo Empire, disheartened, while Zhu Zhuqing evaded her family's pursuit, hiding in various places. Ning Rongrong had returned to her sect, yet the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School was recently besieged by the Spirit Hall. Oscar had set out for training, leaving only Ma Hongjin by his side. However, the emotional toll had left him despondent. His inner evil fire grew increasingly rampant, compelling him to retreat into alleys more frequently. How had such a fine academy come to this? As Flinder sighed deeply beneath the moonlight, reminiscing about the past, he suddenly noticed a shadow darting across the edge of the playground. Just as he was engulfed in melancholy, a little thief had presented himself, with a flutter of wings. Flinder swiftly approached the thief, ready to take action, only for the figure to speak. "Principal, long time no see." From the shadows emerged a tall figure with flowing blue hair and bright emerald eyes, smiling as he greeted Flinder. "Who are you?" Flinder was momentarily bewildered. The individual before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the child he remembered, yet his features were unmistakably different. Tang San, upon observing Flinder's reaction, felt a sense of helplessness. Though he had anticipated this situation, the resplendent soul guide at his waist and the verdant vines emanating from his hand unequivocally declared his identity. "Principal, it is I, Tang San," he uttered succinctly, and both men appeared profoundly moved. Flinder grasped Tang San's shoulders tightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Tang San, too, found himself at a loss, unable to forget the miserly principal's life-saving grace. "Everything is well, I see. Why did you not return through the main entrance? Do you find the current gate insufficiently welcoming?" Flinder jested. However, Tang San's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. "I was being followed just now. I had no choice but to enter through this door to evade my pursuer, fortuitously encountering you in the process," he explained with a hint of exasperation. "Such audacity. Who is this person?" Flinder demanded. "Their movements were exceedingly adept. They trailed me from merely 10 paces behind, yet I could not shake them off. I was compelled to navigate the alleys repeatedly just to escape," Tang San recounted, still shaken. He could almost feel the pursuer's footsteps lingering close, yet upon turning, they vanished without a trace. Recognizing the urgency, Flinder promptly guided Tang San to his residence, finally exhaling in relief. After 2 years apart, Tang San's demeanor had evolved into a more striking and robust figure. Just as Flinder was about to inquire further, Tang San anticipated the principal's curiosity and began to elucidate. "A year ago, my martial spirit underwent an enhancement, which consequently altered my appearance and physique. Hence, you perceive such a significant transformation." As he spoke, the green vines sprouted forth anew. The blue-silver grass had undergone a complete metamorphosis, its stems now sturdier, and its leaves more abundant. Each leaf radiating a tender green luminescence, exuding an air of sanctity and allure. "The Spirit Hall is still hunting for you. Your presence in Heaven Do City is perilously unwise," Flinder suddenly realized, questioning how Tang San could appear here alone. Hearing this, Tang San hesitated momentarily. Indeed, his arrival in Heaven Do City was not without purpose. "I regret, Principal, but I cannot divulge the details at this moment. However, you shall soon be informed," he replied. Just then, a series of peculiar bird calls echoed in the distance. "Principal, my contacts have arrived. I must take my leave." Aware of Tang San's unique background, Flinder refrained from further inquiries, watching as Tang San vanished into the night, his presence fleeting and ephemeral, leaving a profound sense of loss in his wake. Nevertheless, Flinder felt a flicker of joy. Yu Xiaojiang was perpetually entwined with Lu Erlong, leaving little opportunity to see his own disciple. Upon returning to her quarters, Qian Rinxue found Xiang Hao already present, though he appeared to be in a rather dismal mood, consuming cup after cup of tea. "What troubles you? Are you sulking?" she probed playfully. He slowly revealed a resigned smile. "Qinghe, it seems I shall be staying here for a while, though the figure remains uncertain. It has already become a thorn deeply embedded in my heart. Tang San reappears before my eyes. Even the slightest possibility cannot be allowed to unfold unchecked. Moreover, the Tiando Imperial Palace is currently in the midst of the grand scheme of the Spirit Hall. Qinghe, I wish to remain here for approximately a month." Of course, Xiang Hao is unaware of Qian Rinxue's current thoughts. On her way back, she had been incessantly pondering over reasons to keep Xiang Hao here. Now, as fortune would have it, Xiang Hao took the initiative to propose it, and without a moment's hesitation, Qian Rinxue readily agreed. Then I must trouble you, Brother Qinghe. Do not hesitate to ask if there is anything you require, Xiang Hao declared, patting his chest. It won't be much trouble at all. You shall serve as my personal guard. Otherwise, who knows what mischief you might unleash, Qian Rinxue replied with a smile. Xiang Hao, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head but offered no rebuttal. From that moment on, a robust protector accompanied Qian Rinxue on her outings, as was customary. Within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Ning Fengji appeared exceedingly excited, for the envoy from the Haotian school was none other than Tang San. Little San, is it really you? Ning Fengji exclaimed, astonished and delighted. He had anticipated that the Haotian school would dispatch a rather stern elder, but instead, it was his long-lost nephew. I returned to the Haotian school over a month ago. This time, I'm here to meet with you as the sect leader and the others are unable to travel. My presence will not raise suspicion, Tang San elucidated. Upon seeing Tang San again, Ning Fengji's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. He realized that had it not been for Tang San's hidden weapons, their sect would have suffered far greater losses. This also attested to the formidable power of the Tang sect's hidden weapons. If possible, he intended to procure more from Tang San, as they would serve as unexpected means of attack. Regardless of the circumstances, the envoy was someone he knew well, which brought Ning Fengji a sense of relief amidst recent troubles. Taking a deep breath, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. At that moment, Ning Rongrong entered the hall and, upon seeing Tang San for the first time, exclaimed in surprise, "Third brother, look at this girl." No wonder after spending so much time together, she recognized him immediately. Unlike us who needed to scrutinize for ages, Ning Fengji jested, while Ning Rongrong playfully pouted at her father and then turned to scrutinize Tang San closely. "Third brother, you've changed so much over these past 2 years." Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, completely oblivious to the gazes of the elder statesmen around them. Tang San could only smile wryly, indeed, within the confines of his own home. The attributes of the enchantress were laid bare. Over these 2 years, she had blossomed into an even more radiant beauty. The elders observed the playful banter between the younger generation with brightened eyes, seemingly approving of these promising descendants. After a while, Ning Rongrong brought Tang San before Ning Fengji, saying, "Father, weren't you recently seeking an expert in pharmacology? This is Tang San. I possess a modest understanding," Tang San humbly replied. "Rongrong, cease your jesting. The situation is dire and not to be trifled with." Rongrong was not jesting. Her third brother had indeed resolved numerous toxins from soul beasts. Her words were spoken with seriousness, but to Ning Fengji, they lacked the weight he had hoped for. The current plan has reached a critical juncture, and Ning Fengji must ensure that all actions are executed flawlessly. "Uncle Ning, I possess some knowledge of pharmacology. If it pertains to a toxin, I can take a look," Tang San asserted, not out of arrogance but rather from the pride and confidence inherent in being a disciple of the Tang sect. Ning Fengji observed Tang San's expression and found himself instinctively believing the words of this youth. For who would have anticipated that the ultimate protective treasure of the Seven Treasure glazed tile sect was forged by a mere 13-year-old child? He was still willing to place his faith in this young man, much like he believed in the Zhuge crossbow crafted by him. After some contemplation, Ning Fengji resolved that having an additional ally would increase their chances of success. The enmity between Tang San and the Spirit Hall was a deep-seated blood feud, making him an exceptional asset. That night, under Ning Fengji's guidance, Tang San met Yang Wudi. At that moment, Yang Wudi was diligently preparing his antidote. Yet he lamented the significant shortage of medicinal ingredients. Many of the antidotes had to be substituted with less effective herbs, and some ingredients had no replacements at all, hindering the progress of the antidote's formulation. In a moment of frustration, upon seeing Ning Fengji enter with a young boy, his temper flared. "Ning sect leader, do you have any idea what we are working on? Are you afraid that your recent troubles are insufficient?" Facing Yang Wudi's sarcastic remarks, Ning Fengji merely smiled in silence. While Tang San interjected, "Senior, you are concocting an antidote, correct? The 7-star grass, sweetheart branch, and clear heart leaf are all detoxifying herbs, though their efficacy is somewhat lacking." This remark piqued Yang Wudi's interest. While these herbs were not particularly rare, it was no simple task for an outsider to recognize them all at once. It dawned on him that this young lad was summoned by Ning Fengji as assistance, and his irritation subsided somewhat, although he still retorted, "Then tell me, what other medicinal materials can surpass the effectiveness of these? Fog musk flower, tongue snake root, and everbright fruit all offer superior results, demonstrating quicker efficacy and reduced adverse effects on the human body," Tang San pondered. At this, young Wudi truly lost his temper. For what this young lad articulated perfectly aligned with his own thoughts, filling him with delight. The young man appeared to possess considerable talent. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he witnessed Tang San retrieve a radiant fruit from his waist, causing him to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. Everbright fruit. This herb has not been seen in the market for ages, reportedly scavenged clean by the Spirit Hall. Not even in the vaults of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect or the Tiendo royal family has it been discovered. How do you possess it? Young Wudi exclaimed, eagerly taking the ever-bright fruit into his hands, examining it closely. The orange-yellow fruit emitted a faint glow in his palm, appearing extraordinarily enchanting. Senior, no need to be overly excited. I have plenty more. Tang San's words brought young Wudi immense joy, instantly dissipating any lingering hostility towards him. He took Tang San by the arm and led him toward his workspace, leaving Ning Fengji to be naturally sidelined. At this moment, Tang San couldn't help but reflect on the astonishing turn of events in the Blue-Silver Valley, where the revival of the Seed of Life was a remarkable surprise. Under the influence of this seed, a plethora of herbs began to flourish around him. Although these herbs were relatively new, their potency remained assured. On one hand, this was a matter of self-preservation. On the other, it was about restraining his adversary. After several encounters, Tang San had studied Xiang Hao's martial spirit, the Diamond Ape, a creature that posed a formidable challenge to arachnid soul beasts. Even the powerful face-devouring spider would merely become prey to the latter. Xiang Hao needed to acquire new methods of counteraction, which is why he had been diligently researching the medicinal formulas within the Xiantian treasure record over the past 2 years. Unexpectedly, the herbs he had gathered inadvertently found their purpose here. Although Tang San was still uncertain about the intentions of the two individuals, he restrained himself from inquiring, knowing that the truth would eventually reveal itself. For now, his focus was entirely on assisting young Wudi in concocting the medicine. Chapter 135, The Action. The atmosphere was charged with tension as the two remained in the apothecary for nearly 2 days, working tirelessly. At last, they succeeded in formulating an antidote. Merely glancing at the recipe for the antidote, Tang San could fathom the horrifying nature of the poison they were dealing with. As the remedy required nearly 100 different herbs, an unprecedented feat in his previous understanding. On the very night the antidote was completed, Tang San learned of its purpose. After a brief rest, Ning Fengji arrived once again, shrouded in the night. He brought along 2 others to the renowned Snow Singing Pavilion, where Tang San also encountered another participant in the plan, Avalanche, the notorious dandy prince. Yet upon seeing him in person, Tang San immediately dismissed the rumors. His resolute gaze was filled with determination and fearlessness, exuding an aura that rivaled that of Ning Fengji. After Ning Fengji had introduced Tang San's identity, Avalanche wasted no time and straightforwardly outlined the plan for that night. We will commence the rescue of His Majesty tonight. Time is of the essence. The imperial physician we visited today has already indicated that His Majesty's breath has weakened to the point of being barely detectable. If this continues, he may not survive beyond a week. We cannot afford to hesitate. We must succeed in one attempt, or we shall be met with endless darkness, Avalanche stated solemnly. The past few days had left him restless and anxious. Although they had infiltrated an imperial physician to observe the situation, it had only worsened day by day. Particularly in recent days, when the physician had issued the most urgent of warnings. I will divert Xueqing's attention. Prince Avalanche knows of a hidden passage leading in from the outside. Senior Yang, you will enter through it. I will arrange for Sword Uncle to assist at the exit. And Tang San will pose as a guard beside the prince to enter alongside him, Ning Fengji organized. The specific action plan was clear. His Majesty's residence was located on the top floor, and the distance between the west window's balcony and the eaves was quite short. The secret passage was an abandoned wine cellar of our royal family from many years ago, with the exit located just beneath the window. However, the height from the rooftop was considerable, and only Senior Yang could bear the burden of traversing it. Avalanche elaborated, while Tang San listened attentively. This plan was merely a contingency for him. They had concocted 2 doses of the antidote, one carried by Yang Wudi and the other by Avalanche and himself. I refuse to believe that Xueqing can thwart the prince's visitation, Avalanche exclaimed with indignation. It was now evident that he was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. The immediate priority was to rescue the Snow Knight Emperor. The Empire needed a voice. We shall commence our operation in 2 hours, everyone. The future of the Empire rests in your hands, and today, should we succeed, each of you will be hailed as a benefactor of the realm, Avalanche declared with a grave demeanor. At this moment, Tang San comprehended the magnitude of the undertaking into which he had unwittingly thrust himself. He cast a grateful glance towards Ning Fingji, recognizing that his presence here was undoubtedly due to Ning Fingji's support. Not only had he believed in Tang San's abilities, but he had also provided immense assistance. Ning Fingji seemed to sense the gaze and returned a gentle smile. In reality, he had not done much. He had merely informed Avalanche of this young prodigy named Tang San. Unbeknownst to Tang San, his status in the world of Soul Masters had dramatically risen. Following the continent-wide Soul Master competition 2 years prior, he and Xiang Hao were lauded as unparalleled talents, their renown eclipsing that of the previous generation of Golden Soul Masters. Moreover, his mentor, Wujiang, had also ascended in prestige. Once dismissed as a failure, his theoretical research had become highly sought after, leading to his appointment by the Snow Knight Emperor himself as a professor at the Royal Academy, where he now held the position of vice president. Upon hearing Tang San's name, Avalanche readily agreed without much thought. He trusted in Tang San's strength and his enmity towards the Spirit Hall. He could not believe that Xianghao's eagerness to bring harm to his father could be executed without the Spirit Hall's influence lurking behind. Donning the Royal Guard's armor of the Tiando Empire, Tang San's blue eyes were the only visible feature beneath the weighty helmet. Satisfied, Avalanche patted his shoulder before setting off. Avalanche no longer enjoyed the privileges of Xianghao and resided outside the imperial city. They had to traverse a lengthy thoroughfare and seek the prince's approval to gain entry to the palace. After years of concealment, it was time to present his true self to his brother. At this moment, Avalanche shed his usual facade of flamboyance. Each step he took was resolute. If this were a war, he would be the vanguard. Tang San, I hope this endeavor will be a mutual achievement for us, Avalanche suddenly remarked. I will do my utmost, came Tang San's succinct reply, devoid of any discernible emotion. You may not realize this, but I was present on the day you faced the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. I must say, you left a profound impression on me. Since the inception of this competition, every champion has been from the Spirit Hall, whose teams far surpassed others in terms of soul power and soul ring configurations. The finals have become mere showcases for the Spirit Hall Academy. It has been ages since we witnessed such a thrilling confrontation. I see in you that the myth of the Spirit Hall is not invincible, and I too wish to test my mettle. As he spoke, he turned around, revealing an expression of exhilaration. After years of meticulous planning, he was finally poised to wield his sword, and he could hardly contain his trembling excitement. In the past, he had lacked even the courage to meet Xianghao's gaze. We shall prevail. This simple declaration came from Tang San, who clenched his trembling right hand around the sword Avalanche, calmly gazing at him. This serene heart was, indeed, Tang San's greatest achievement over the past 2 years. Observing the tranquility in Tang San's eyes, Avalanche gradually regained his composure, offering a self-deprecating smile, truly deserving of his reputation. He then turned and approached the grand gates of the imperial city, announcing, "Please inform the crown prince that the 4th prince of the Tiando Empire, Shuebong, requests an audience with his majesty." As the herald relayed the message, after the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, orders were returned, and Shuebong led Tang San into the imperial palace. It seemed that Shuebong's reputation had indeed spread far and wide. Countless maidens and attendants on their path trembled at the sight of him. Shuebong's demeanor could only be described as audacious. Upon reaching the side hall where Xiangha resided, he ventured forward into an area that Tang San could not enter, walking in with resolute determination. In less than half an hour, Xiangha and Shuebong emerged from the hall. One could not help but admire Shuebong's exceptional acting skills. Tang San was astounded by his swollen, tear-stained eyes, while Xiangha wore an expression of palpable impatience. As they exited the hall, Tang San instinctively followed closely behind Shuebong, walking alongside Xiangha's guards. The armor of the Tiando Royal Guards bore a consistent design, though the number of attendants varied according to their rank. For instance, Xiangha had 5 guards by his side, including a personal attendant who closely trailed his steps, while Shuebong was permitted only 1 guard, who had to maintain a distance of 5 paces. Chapter 136. A change in plans. Qianrenxue harbored little doubt about her seemingly inept brother. She could never have imagined that the very individual who now wept helplessly before her would be the one to unravel her meticulously crafted scheme. However, everything was unfolding in that direction, and by the time Qianrenxue sensed something amiss, it was already too late. Accompanied by Shuepeng, Qianrenxue slowly made her way to the palace of Snow Knight. Shuepeng was indeed correct. He had no reason to refuse a prince's visit to his father. Upon pushing the door open, Qianrenxue and Shuepeng entered, while the 6 accompanying guards positioned themselves at the entrance. As Xue Ping was the only guard present, Tang San found himself fortunate enough to stand at the innermost side of the door, flanking the prince's personal guard on either side. He listened intently to the sounds within, ever vigilant for any unforeseen circumstances. Once inside, he witnessed Xue Ping's own ingenuity, and the acting skills cultivated over the years did not disappoint Tang San. Shortly after their entrance, heart-wrenching cries echoed from within, clearly audible to those outside. As soon as he stepped through the threshold, Xue Peng began to exhibit the fundamental qualities of an exceptional actor. He dashed to the bedside of Snow Knight, immediately bursting into a cacophony of sobs, his voice resonant and filled with empathy. Even the cold-hearted Qian Rinxue could not help but steal glances, for she understood Xue Peng's grief. After all, it was under Snow Knight's indulgence that he had lived so carefree. With the death of the Emperor of Snow Knight, Xue Peng would be compelled to confront the myriad disputes and tribulations of the world. Qian Rinxue had resolved in her mind that if this fellow behaved himself in the future, allowing him to live as a leisurely prince could be an acceptable prospect. Just as Xue Peng wept profusely at Snow Knight's bedside, another guard hastily approached from outside, whispering a few words into the ear of the esteemed personal guard, who then knocked on the door to signal his intention to enter. Xiang Hao slowly entered the palace, whispering to Qian Rinxue, "Ning Fingji has arrived. He has urgent matters to discuss with you." A wave of warmth brushed past her ear, causing Qian Rinxue to tremble slightly, a tingling sensation spreading across her body. Had it not been for the avalanche occurring nearby, she might have been unable to suppress her voice. Nevertheless, she endeavored to maintain her composure, straightened her posture, and replied, "I understand." Just as she turned to leave, she recalled the avalanche behind her and softly called out a few words. At that moment, it was once again a test of the avalanche's exceptional qualities as an actor. A truly remarkable performer must immerse themselves in their character's emotions, remaining undisturbed by their surroundings. Qian Rinxue's few calls did not disrupt the avalanche. If anything, it intensified its sorrow, as if the snowy night had already passed away. Sadly, the Snow Knight was incapable of perceiving this filial piety. Observing the imperial physician left behind in the room, Qian Rinxue relaxed, confident that her inept brother would not cause any significant turmoil. She turned to leave but left behind a contingency plan, retaining Xiang Hao while taking only 2 guards with her. Both Xiang Hao and the other 2 guards possessed soul power above the 60th level, sufficient to handle most unforeseen events. Moreover, Qian Rinxue felt secure with Xiang Hao by her side. With Qian Rinxue's departure, Tang San gradually eased his own tension. As long as Yang Wudi could successfully enter the chamber, their mission would be deemed complete. All that remained was to hope for their smooth progress. Qian Rinxue had entrusted Xiang Hao with her plans without reservation, inadvertently drawing him into the unfolding events. For the past few days, he had been by her side. Now, within the chambers of the Snowy Night, 2 imperial physicians stood vigil around the clock, all of whom were agents of the spirit hall that Qian Rinxue had strategically placed. A wayward prince was unlikely to incite much commotion. Intriguingly, he seemed more captivated by the prince's guards, whose aura felt strikingly familiar. Xiang Hao had exchanged only a brief glance with one of them, yet that fleeting moment conjured the image of someone he recognized. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought, realizing that he had been seeing the likeness of Tang San in everyone lately, perhaps succumbing to a form of obsession. Inside, the avalanche signaled the physician to act. The latter swiftly plunged a needle into the neck of another physician, rendering him incapable of resistance. Simultaneously, the avalanche wept loudly while gracefully approaching the western window, gently pushing it open. Yang Wudi had been waiting there for quite some time, and the plan was proceeding smoothly. Outside, the others remained oblivious to the unfolding events. At that moment, Yang Wudi quietly approached the bedside of the Snowy Knight, administering the antidote. As the liquid entered his mouth, the Snowy Knight's complexion appeared unchanged. "Senior Yang, why is this antidote ineffective?" the avalanche exclaimed with agitation. Yang Wudi gestured for him to lower his voice, responding, "The effects of the remedy will take an hour to manifest. We have neutralized the poison. But if His Majesty remains here, would not Xue Qinghe increase the dosage upon seeing His Majesty's condition improve? Tonight, we must escort His Majesty out of the palace. Yang Wudi has revealed the true purpose of this journey. As long as His Majesty regains consciousness, the Tiando Empire is not yet in a position for Xue Qinghe to have a say. This is the conclusion that Master Ning and I have deliberated upon. I apologize, Prince Xue Lang, but you must rest for a while." Upon finishing his words, Xue Lang felt a sudden darkness before losing consciousness. Yang Wuti approached the western window, executed a swift strike that shattered the eastern window, and then vanished into the night beyond. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiang Hao and Tang San swiftly rushed inside. A quick glance revealed that Xue Bing and the two imperial physicians lay unconscious on the ground, while the east window had been shattered. Xiang Hao instructed two guards to rush out immediately, but Tang San hesitated. The unfolding events were beyond their original plan. Xiang Hao, however, was more concerned with his objective. The Snow Knight Emperor still lay in bed, and as he reached out, he felt a faint yet discernible breath. While Snow Knight could succumb to illness, he could not afford to be assassinated. The old man held immense prestige in the Tiando Empire, and if he were to be slain by an assassin at this juncture, Xiang would undoubtedly become the prime suspect, severely jeopardizing his future ascension to the throne. Meanwhile, Tang San examined Xue Bing's condition and breathed a sigh of relief. He was merely anesthetized. His heart eased, knowing that if anything were to happen to Xue Bing under his watch, it would be a dire predicament. Yet, he soon noticed something peculiar. The silver needle that had struck Xue Bing had entered from the front, indicating he had not been ambushed. The effects of this anesthetic were not immediate, so why had Xue Bing not uttered a single scream? It was likely that the assailant was someone familiar. Could it be Yang Wuti? Tang San pondered. Following his line of sight, he confirmed his suspicions. A shadow loomed in the moonlight just beyond the west window. Someone was outside. Unfortunately, Xiang Hao had also made this discovery. Who is it? He bellowed in fury, then gave chase. With a sudden leap, Yang Wuti ascended to the rooftop, closely followed by Xiang Hao, with Tang San in pursuit. Chapter 137, The Clash. This was a pursuit, with Xiang Hao hot on Yang Wuti's heels, and Tang San closely trailing Xiang Hao. The weighty armor did not hinder their speed, and the distance between them continued to close. Tang San was acutely aware that the figure ahead was indeed Yang Wuti, and since he had anesthetized Xue Bing, it was clear that their plans had gone awry. The immediate priority was to prevent the guard from catching up to Yang Wuti. The guard was remarkably agile and displayed impressive footwork, revealing the formidable prowess of Xue Qinghe's personal bodyguard. As the three navigated the steep palace, deftly dodging obstacles, they finally reached a less steep area. Suddenly, Yang Wuti halted and turned to face them. Time is of the essence. We must deal with him swiftly. Upon hearing this, Tang San no longer hesitated. Channeling his soul power, he unleashed green vines from his hand, aiming to ensnare Xiang Hao's limbs. In the face of this unexpected ambush, Xiang Hao found his limbs instantly bound. Yet, amid this predicament, he felt a surge of exhilaration from the familiar sensation. The undulating wave of soul power could not be mistaken. It was indeed him. Ha ha ha, Tang San, I truly apologize for allowing you to live this long. The familiar yet arrogant words echoed in Tang San's ears. Observing the individual before him, he tightened the vine in his grasp, yet in the next moment, crimson and black soul power began to seep from his opponent's armor. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth, instantly shattering the encasing vines. Lifting his gaze once more, he was met again by those recognizable blood-red eyes. With a swift motion, fury manifested in his hand as Xiang Hao, without even a glance, raised his blade defensively, followed by the crisp sound of weapons clashing. Yang Wuti had made his move, startling both Xiang Hao and Tang San with a single thrust. Yang Wuti's martial spirit was a long spear, its tip striking against the furious tiger blade, sending a jolt through Xiang Hao's hands. Tang San, in that moment, marveled at Yang Wuti's prowess. Their acquaintance was brief, and his understanding of Yang Wuti was primarily derived from his studies on poison. However, Tang San was acutely aware of Xiang Hao's strength. Currently, Xiang Hao's soul power was likely over level 60. Even against some soul saints, he would not be at a disadvantage. Yet it was evident from their earlier exchange that Xiang Hao had suffered a setback against Yang Wuti. Nevertheless, Xiang Hao appeared increasingly exhilarated, letting out a wild laugh as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. Lowering his stance, he swung forward with all his might, unleashing a semicircular slash. The two quickly intervened. Yang Wuti effortlessly raised his spear to deflect the blow, while Tang San summoned countless green vines. Yet, under the force of the slash, the vines were severed one by one, forcing Tang San to retreat continuously. Xiang Hao was evidently stronger than he had been 2 years prior. Kid, you possess considerable strength. State your name. My broken soul spear does not claim the nameless. Yang Wuti laughed heartily, the tip of his spear aimed at Xiang Hao, his 8 soul rings floating sequentially. He was indeed a formidable soul Douluo, and Xiang Hao quickly discerned his identity among the powerful of the Tiando Empire. While the number of titled Douluo was scarce, Many souled Douluo existed, and within their ranks, one stood out as the most formidable, the clan leader of the Pa clan. Young Wudi. So, you are young Wudi of the Pa clan. What, do you intend to become a lackey of the Haotian sect now? Silence. I detest hearing those 3 words. Yang Wudi's demeanor shifted dramatically at the mention of the Haotian sect, a fierce killing intent emanating from him. Oh, it seems you remain unaware. The ally before you is none other than the son of the Haotian Douluo, Xiang Hao taunted, a smirk playing on his lips. Young Wudi's gaze immediately shifted to Tang San, inquiring, Kid, are you affiliated with the Haotian sect? Caught off guard, Tang San was momentarily at a loss for words. Opting for silence instead, your silence shall be deemed as acquiescence. From this day forth, we shall not meet again. Young Wudi's words were resolute, indicating a deep-seated animosity towards the Haotian sect. Tang San was aware that the Pu, Min, Li, and Yu clans had once been affiliated with the Haotian sect. But after the sect retreated into seclusion, it had neglected its 4 subordinate sections. It was rumored that the circumstances of those sects had not been favorable in recent years. Predecessor, please temper your anger. I am not well versed in the grievances between the Haotian sect and the Pa clan. Tang San elucidated that certain secrets here had not been disclosed to him. There was no need for further discourse. The matters at hand were pressing, and he could not afford to engage in idle conversation. Your affairs can be addressed at a later date, he stated. As Young Wudi spoke, he charged forward with his weapon drawn. Xiang Hao exclaimed in alarm, initially thinking he could buy some time, but was taken aback by the opponent's relentless advance. The essence of the broken soul gun lay in its very name. Young Wudi surged forward, the sharp tip of his weapon aiming directly at Xiang Hao's face. Such ferocity in attack was something Xiang Hao had not experienced in quite a while. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed the powers of his 4th and 5th soul rings. Purple electricity crackled around him, arcs of energy flowing along the blade. 5th soul skill, blood grasp. A massive crimson hand materialized before Xiang Hao, steadfastly gripping the oncoming gun tip. This technique, imparted to him by Xiang Yu, possessed formidable control capabilities, even against foes with far superior soul power. It could momentarily disrupt and control their actions. As predicted, Yang Wudi's assault slowed significantly upon contact with the colossal hand. Particularly, the broken soul gun's speed and force diminished considerably at the moment it broke through the blood hand. Concurrently, Xiang Hao swung his great blade, infused with lightning, to meet Yang Wudi's broken soul gun. Suddenly, he sensed several attacks approaching from behind. Tang San was manipulating vines that encircled him from the rear. With a swift thought, Xiang Hao prepared to unleash his 4 ape arms, his 3rd soul ring shimmering in readiness. Before the King Kong cannon could be fired, a flurry of golden light flashed past with a sound of slicing air. The green vines were severed and fell to the ground. As the onlookers focused, they were surprised to see Xiang Hao arriving with his sword drawn. A quarter of an hour earlier, Qianren had sensed something amiss. Ning Fengji had sought her out for conversation, but unlike before, he did not incessantly speak of grand plans of resistance. Instead, he had engaged in trivial banter. Initially, she had been pleased to converse with him, as he usually had little patience and would depart before even a stick of incense had burned. Yet this time, he had remained to discuss a wide array of topics. The most peculiar aspect was that the sword Douluo had not accompanied him. Reflecting on Ning Fengji's recent behavior, Qianren felt increasingly uneasy, prompting her to excuse herself and return to the palace. Ning Fengji continued to offer gentle persuasion. By the time Qianren arrived, it was too late. Upon entering her chamber, she found Shui Pejuan and the imperial physician collapsed on the floor, and Shui Yu was nowhere to be found. The sounds of fierce combat echoed from above, compelling her to rush forward, only to discover Xiang Hao engaged in a fierce battle with Yang Wudi and Tang San. From her vantage point on the rooftop, she also glimpsed the fleeing sword Douluo and Shui Yi, commanding all personnel to seal off the Tiando imperial city. She declared that no one was to leave tonight. Standing atop the roof, Qianren issued orders to all soul masters of the Spirit Hall, insisting that the sword Douluo must not be allowed to take Shui Yi away, vowing that even through force, Shui Yi must remain. With her command, hundreds of soul masters appeared from all directions, and in a flash, the pufferfish Douluo and the serpent spear Douluo materialized before the sword Douluo. Xian, where do you think you're going? Chapter 138. The calculations of Ning Fengji as the 2 titled Douluo made their entrance. They swiftly severed Qinshin's retreat, and hundreds of concealed soul masters from the Spirit Hall emerged, encircling the entire palace. The other soul masters stationed within the palace found themselves trapped in small circles, momentarily bewildered, only to catch sight of the distinctive soul robes of the spirit hall. At this juncture, Ning Fengji stepped forward slowly, his gaze fixed upon the elevated figure of Xiang Hao. I had held on to a glimmer of hope, yet I did not anticipate your impatience. Xiang Hao? He questioned his disciple with deliberate calmness, struggling to comprehend the rationale behind such actions. From a young age, he had nurtured Xiang Hao, believing that this child would inevitably become a wise ruler. Yet, here and now, he found himself facing the blade of his own pupil. Upon hearing these words, Qianrenxue could no longer suppress a disdainful smile. Why? I have waited for so many years for this day, only to witness a slip at the final moment. Very well, no one shall depart today, all shall fall silent. I remain the crown prince. With a light tap of her feet, beams of golden light erupted from behind her, and she began to ascend gracefully into the air. As the golden radiance enveloped her, Xueqing's hair gradually transformed into a resplendent gold, her figure subtly morphing into an exquisite silhouette. The sounds echoing around her morphed into a melodious feminine voice, one that was all too familiar to Xiang Hao. Could it be that Qianrenxue, whom he had missed dearly, was indeed Xueqing? In that instant, a buzzing filled his mind. Accompanied by the golden light, a colossal six-winged golden angel materialized behind Qianrenxue. At that moment, all questions found their answers. Ning Fengji stared at the radiant Qianrenxue in the air, rendered speechless. His disciple had been an undercover agent for the spirit hall for years, masquerading as a male without anyone noticing. This revelation struck like a resounding slap across everyone's faces. The order was given to all members of the spirit hall. Tonight, no one within the palace shall escape. There will be no mercy. Upon receiving the command, the members of the spirit hall surged forth like a dark tide. Observing this, Ning Fengji swiftly unleashed his soul power, casting the soul imprint upon the vast night sky. The serpent spear Douluo, sensing the impending danger, cried out in alarm and advanced, only to be met by the formidable 7-kill sword, which stood resolutely in front. The pufferfish Douluo hastened to lend assistance, and with a soul power level of 97, Xiang held his ground against two adversaries without faltering. The fierce killing intent of the 7-kill sword danced before the two titled Douluos, preventing them from advancing even a single step. Qianrenxue gazed at the colossal soul imprint in the sky, sensing the looming peril. Her intuition proved correct. Shortly thereafter, a similar soul imprint emerged outside the city walls, seemingly belonging to the Wuhuan of the president of the Tiando Royal Academy, an arrangement that Ning Fengji had orchestrated in advance. His initial strategy revolved around a secondary plan. Recognizing the necessity of rescuing the Snow Knight Emperor, he understood that his own strength alone would be insufficient. Qianrenxue had not anticipated that the power of the 7 treasures glazed tile school entering the academy would aid Ning Fengji in contacting Yu Xiaojiang. Consequently, under this coordination, that very night, the president of the Tiando Academy led hundreds of soul masters to lay an ambush around the imperial city. Qianrenxue had been overly anxious. While she had considered that Xueqing was being manipulated by the spirit hall, she had not realized that she herself was a spy for them. Now, there was no longer any need for mercy. Amidst a cacophony of battle cries, the soul masters outside began their assault. Eliminate Snow Knight. Qianrenxue issued her final command, plunging everyone into chaotic combat. With Ning Fengji's enhancement, Xiang's 7-kill sword shone brilliantly in that moment. The serpent spear Douluo and pufferfish Douluo were fully engaged, and the clash between the 3 titled Douluos sent shockwaves that affected many around them, accompanied by explosive bursts of energy and turbulent currents. At that moment, Yang Wudi and Tang San finally regained their composure. The break soul gun nearly grazed Qianrenxue as she gracefully adjusted her posture midair, floating before Xiang Hao. The icy facade of the stoic girl melted into a radiant smile upon seeing Xiang Hao, a sight that rendered him momentarily entranced. I've deceived you for quite some time. My apologies, Qianrenxue teased, sticking out her tongue with a playful grin as she advanced to meet Yang Wudi's attack. It was only then that Xiang Hao noticed Tang San standing back-to-back with him, both facing their respective opponents. Qianrenxue, now at the 7th ring, faced Yang Wudi with relative ease, while Tang San, having removed his helmet, glared fiercely at Xiang Hao. The cerulean and violet soul energy radiated magnificently in the air, as numerous blue-silver vines emerged from the crevices of the rooftop debris. Each vine was as thick as a bowl, sprouting from all directions. Some descended from above, while others slithered along the ground or shot forth with unyielding force. Xiang Hao did not dare to hesitate, The dark crimson soul energy ignited around him like flames. And with every movement, his muscles grew more robust. Clenching his fist, he channeled his internal power, unleashing a powerful punch accompanied by a sonic boom that shattered a barrier of air, repelling all the vines with remarkable force. The two types of soul energy clashed fiercely in the air. At that moment, soul masters from outside surged in, primarily students from prestigious soul master academies, most possessing strength around the fourth ring. Although they outnumbered the members of the Spirit Hall, those from the Spirit Hall were predominantly seasoned soul emperors. Soon after, these experienced soul masters dealt a crushing blow to the students. In the pitch-black night, massive hands coalesced in the air, striking the students unexpectedly, leaving many injured. This was a combined technique developed by the Spirit Hall, particularly effective in combat scenarios. Fortunately, Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong, leading a group, had already breached the encirclement and joined forces with Ning Fingxi. There was no time for idle chatter. They had arrived hastily, determined not to alert Xiang Hao, which meant they had not summoned many allies. However, unbeknownst to them, two tidal Douluo powerhouses were nearby. This way, the pufferfish Douluo let out a mighty roar, summoning his martial soul's true form. In an instant, the colossal pufferfish materialized before the crowd, only to unleash a torrent of toxic mist moments later. With a flash of his sword, the seven-killing sword encircled the immense pufferfish, inflicting unavoidable wounds akin to a fish on a chopping board. However, Xian inhaled some of the paralyzing aura, and in the blink of an eye, the serpent's spear lunged within 5 steps of him, its fierce gunwind piercing toward Xian relentlessly. Fierce battles raged on all sides, escalating from a skirmish among a few to a chaotic melee involving hundreds. Various spirit powers erupted around them, and attacks crashed against the surrounding walls, causing cracks to appear along the edges of the imperial city's bricks, resembling faces crying out in anguish. As the battle intensified, the pressure on the Spirit Hall grew ever more daunting. The resplendent brilliance of soul skills illuminated the night sky, awakening an increasing number of citizens of the Tiando Empire from their slumber, who gazed in terror towards the imperial city. Chapter 139. The evil Buddha annihilates the world. Flinder awoke from his dreams, witnessing the radiant light emanating from the direction of the imperial city, accompanied by the sounds of explosions and thunderous roars from all around. Without a moment to ponder, he immediately took flight. Similarly, every faction within Tiando City was roused that night. As time passed, more and more individuals arrived to partake in this battle, with each passing moment becoming increasingly disadvantageous for the Spirit Hall. At this moment, Xianren found herself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Yang Wudi's soul destruction spear was no idle title. In terms of offense, even some titled Douluo had to avoid its sharp edge. After several exchanges, Xianren found herself at a distinct disadvantage, severely suppressed in their confrontation. The one-armed sword Douluo remained formidable, and the two offerings gained no advantage in this clash, with the tide of battle turning unfavorably for the Spirit Hall. Just then, Xianren soared into the air, a magnificent six-winged angelic silhouette appearing in the sky, accompanied by a sudden burst of golden light, heralding the domain of the six-winged angel martial soul. As the golden light emerged, Xian felt his strength ebbing away, struggling against his two opponents. Meanwhile, all soul masters of the Tiando forces illuminated by the golden light experienced a similar weakening, as the Spirit Hall's assaults swiftly rebounded. Seemingly oppressed by the golden radiance, Tang San erupted with a vibrant green aura, calling forth the domain of life. The emerald glow bathed every member of the Tiando royal family, amplifying their soul power by 20 and accelerating their wound healing by 100. In an instant, the negative effects of the golden light were countered. Tang San cast a disdainful smile at Xiang Hao as his fifth soul ring glimmered to life, activating his fifth soul skill, the Vines of Life. With a surge of soul power, a vine thick enough for two to embrace shot forth, hurtling towards Xiang Hao. In response, Xiang Hao's blood-red eyes flickered, his rising crimson soul power igniting alongside his fifth soul ring. Amidst the dark flashes, a massive blood-red hand manifested, seizing the vine with a vice-like grip. The two engaged in a relentless struggle atop the rooftop, causing the stone tiles beneath them to shatter, their feet sinking deep into the debris. "Little brat, you are no match for me." On one side, Yang Wudi appeared to have lost his patience as he summoned his seventh soul skill, the manifestation of his martial soul. The soul-breaking spear coalesced once more in his hand, exuding an unstoppable force of destruction, forged solely for the purpose of bloodshed. The two guardians observed their young master intently, yet in a fleeting moment of distraction, The sword aura of the 7 kills sword swept through the air. "Focus as my opponent," Chen Xian stated indifferently, and with that, the true form of his martial soul emerged, unleashing a barrage of sword energies that left a trail of smoke in their wake. Yang Wudi refrained from idle chatter, launching his assault directly. His soul skills, much like his approach, were unadorned yet immensely threatening. In stark contrast, Qian Rinxue's attacks seemed nearly ineffective against him. With spear in hand, Yang Wudi advanced, a thunderous roar escaping his lips. Shatter! A powerful shockwave surged towards Qian Rinxue, causing her immense distress. This unexpected adversary had disrupted the battlefield's balance. Although she had confidence in her soul power, believing it comparable to his, her soul skills had little impact on him. With her 5th soul skill, Angelic Judgment, a colossal strike descended from the celestial angelic statue above, hurtling towards Yang Wudi. He showed no inclination to evade, aiming the tip of the soul-breaking spear directly at the radiant blade. With a resounding explosion, the point of contact unleashed a tremendous blast, shattering the angelic light blade into visible fragments in the air. Break! Another roar erupted as Yang Wudi surged forward like a flying arrow, targeting Qian Rinxue with his 3rd soul skill, Angelic Protection. Golden 6 wings enveloped her, yet Yang Wudi's assault remained formidable. The snake spear and bloodstabbing had lost their will to fight. "Young master!" With startled exclamations, the 2 guardians prepared to intervene, but another figure raced ahead of them. With the invocation of his 1st soul skill, Barbarian Armor, followed by his 2nd soul skill, Skin Reinforcement, and the 5th soul skill, Thunder God Descends, Xiang Hao positioned himself protectively in front of her. In the next instant, Yang Wudi's soul-breaking spear struck solidly against Xiang Hao's back armor, the barbarian armor cracking for the first time. In that moment of contact, a terrifying force penetrated the armor, invading Xiang Hao's very core. Fortunately, he was shielded by another layer of protective energy. Without it, that spear would have pierced through him entirely. Yet this turbulent force continued to wreak havoc upon Xiang Hao's meridians, causing his hot blood to surge. And he could not help but spurt forth a mouthful of crimson fluid before succumbing to exhaustion. Yang Wudi began to regard Xiang Hao with newfound respect. He had believed that among the younger generation of soul masters, none could withstand such a strike. Even those with greater soul power than his own were few and far between when it came to fully countering his blow. Yet this lad, clearly only at the cultivation level of a soul emperor, had managed to endure it. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue stood behind Xiang Hao, her eyes brimming with tears. She clutched him tightly. He was now somewhat weakened, and upon seeing the remnants of blood at the corner of his mouth, her heart felt as if it were being violently wrenched, nearly robbing her of breath. "I will kill you." The mere utterance of those 6 words sent her soul power into a rapid flow. As the golden soul energy surged, Xiang Hao's crimson soul power intertwined with it, and together they formed a colossal vortex in the air, gradually coalescing into a violet halo. The intensity of this halo grew stronger, enveloping the 2 of them in its embrace. Simultaneously, 2 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. One, a golden 6-winged angel, radiating sanctity and solemnity. The other, a blood-colored 4-armed Azura, exuding terror and oppression. Guided by the violet soul power, the 2 phantoms slowly began to merge in midair. "Not good. It's a martial soul fusion technique," Yu Xiaojiang shouted, as Chen Xian prepared to draw his sword to obstruct them. However, the serpent spear and blood-stabbing Douluos had already reacted, striving to impede Chen Xian. Yang Wudi, brandishing his spear, attempted to advance, but was forcefully held back by the violet soul power, his eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, Tang San's mind was also filled with exclamations. It was he, the pure power of destruction. Tang San's expression grew notably grave upon hearing this. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the burial world Arhat made its first appearance. The resonant chimes of the bell echoed gracefully across the horizon as 2 ethereal shadows converged into one. In an instant, a colossal figure of violet hue materialized amidst the heavens and the earth. With a gentle lift of his hand, 6 arms extended outward, each brandishing a distinct weapon, swords, halberds, and bows aimed towards every direction. As the bell tolled for the 3rd time, the giant's limbs aligned with precision, and a flash of light flickered in his violet eyes, emanating an overwhelming wave of purple soul energy that radiated into the surroundings, unleashing a terrifying will of destruction that began to obliterate everything in its path. This scene would be forever etched in Flandra's memory, as the violet giant unleashed a merciless slaughter upon all that surrounded him. Chapter 140. The might of the Arhut. The violet-hued Arhut emerged between heaven and earth, and with a raised hand, a series of sonic booms erupted. His enormous lantern-like eyes fixated intently on the two individuals beneath the roof. Yang Wu, under the weight of that dominating gaze, felt his back dampen with apprehension. Yet, a more terrifying spectacle unfolded. With every movement of the Arhot, a crimson domain unfurled around him, a slaughterhouse for thousands, wherein the strength of all foes within was siphoned by 50% for his own gain. A blood-red vortex coalesced around the Arhot, manifesting mountains of corpses and seas of blood, while howling specters roamed within. Xiang felt as though his very essence was being instantaneously drained, with every thread of his soul energy being consumed by the crimson whirlpool. He was not alone at that moment. All the powerful beings of the Heaven Do Empire were firmly suppressed by the sanguine light. Tang San was engulfed in a surging green aura, yet it paled in comparison to the overwhelming might of the Arhot, and he too felt his strength waning, the vibrant green glow around him dimming progressively. Fear gripped the hearts of all present. Even Xiang wore an unusually solemn expression, for this surge of soul power rivaled that of a tidal Douluo. Xiang earnestly cautioned everyone, and seemingly to validate his warning, the colossal Arhot sprang into action. One of his arms lifted a massive blade above his head, glaring fiercely at Tang San and Yang Wu, before descending with a mighty cleave, the formidable statue moving with surprising speed. In the face of imminent peril, both men made a synchronous decision, leaping downwards. Tang San summoned vines to weave a thick net upon the ground, while Yang Wu plummeted directly, unable to withstand the tremendous force even as a soul Douluo. He tumbled clumsily across the ground, narrowly evading the strike, as the Arhot's blade descended, nearly cleaving the Heaven Do Imperial Palace in twain. At this moment, all present accepted Xiang's words as truth, overwhelmed by the impact of the situation. Finally, Flandra burst into the scene, exclaiming, "Xiao Gang, what is happening here?" The master did not respond directly. His eyes were filled with astonishment and fervor as he observed the colossal figure in the sky, marveling at the miraculous fusion of two exceptionally powerful martial souls without conflict. "We must act swiftly. What was once an assured victory now faces uncertainty," Ning Fengji remarked anxiously, sharing a knowing glance with Yu Xiaojiang, who stepped forward. "Flandra, Erlong, I require your assistance." The two individuals were acutely aware of their purpose as they stood upon the triangular formation. Before long, a brilliant golden light erupted, and a colossal golden dragon plunged into the fray. Based on past experiences, the golden dragon, an evolution of Luo Sanpao, had always been a formidable entity. However, it now merely reached the waist of the Arhot. The trio harnessed their soul power, prompting the golden dragon to exhale a torrent of dragon breath toward their adversaries. Their combined soul power surpassed that of Xiang Hao and Qian Renshua. Yet alas, the disparity in martial spirits was insurmountable, leaving them bewildered about the nature of their confrontation. With a swift motion, the Arhot raised his sword and thrust it toward the golden dragon, delivering an attack that was simply unparalleled. The moment the dragon materialized, Tang San immediately discerned his teacher's location. The appearance of the golden dragon initially instilled a sense of fortitude among the onlookers, yet within mere exchanges, the dragon was pierced through the heart by the Arhot's sword. The three were simultaneously afflicted by a backlash, with Yu Xiaojiang suffering the most grievously. At the instant the massive sword penetrated the dragon, he heard a distinct shattering sound. Subsequently, he coughed up blood and fainted. Upon witnessing this, Tang San's gaze darkened considerably. He recognized the imposing figure all too well. It was the Vajra Arhot of the Buddhist sect from his previous life. The unrivaled techniques of the divine martial hall, to which Xiang Hao belonged, were derived from the martial world, absorbing the strengths of various schools. Yet, these techniques were regarded with disdain by the Tang sect, characterized as a mere patchwork of eclecticism. Among them were certainly Buddhist methodologies, and it was evident that the emergence of this Arhat was not an extraordinary occurrence. However, such a towering figure must possess vulnerabilities, and Tang San's mind raced with thoughts. Yet, the giant had already fixed its gaze upon him. A manifestation of Xiang Hao's obsession. The great blade swung down with a swiftness that obliterated the hull behind Tang San. The blade barely grazed the top of his head, the ensuing gale knocking him off his feet. Nevertheless, he did not falter as the hilt of the sword passed by. Tang San decisively launched a flurry of hidden weapons toward the outstretched arm. However, the outcome was disappointing. The purple skin of the giant proved as resilient as bronze and iron, deflecting each projectile effortlessly, leaving not even a scratch in its wake. Actions undoubtedly provoked the giant. The colossal figure swung its arm with tremendous force, turning to cleave through the air, unleashing a brilliant purple light that carved a vast fissure into the ground. which surged directly toward. In a moment of urgency, he summoned his blue-silver vines to ascend the towering building behind him. However, it was too late. The area where the vines touched the ground shattered, causing to plummet from midair. At that instant, a familiar sense of helplessness washed over him. A mental demon he had struggled to overcome for years resurfacing just as he shut his eyes. Yet, unexpectedly, his falling body found support as Flinder arrived. Simultaneously, countless soul techniques assailed the giant. Despite the valiant efforts of the Spirit Hall, the target was too immense. Beams of light shot forth from every direction, bombarding the giant. Lightning, flames, ice shards, hurricanes, and other strikes detonated upon its vast form, causing even its resilient skin to crack. The Arhut slowly turned, his eyes glinting with bloodlust. And the purple ring in his hand shrank before launching toward Flinder, who was retreating back to his comrades, in front of Ningfengxi and Lu Erlong. The purple circle struck Flinder's back. Standing before him, distinctly heard the sound of bones shattering. In the next moment, a torrent of warmth flowed incessantly from his neck, as both men collapsed helplessly to the ground. The hands that had supported now lacked any strength. He dared not look back as fear and despair enveloped his heart. Lu Erlong rushed over, but in the next moment, she was inconsolable. Ningfengxi's expression grew increasingly grave as he leaped over the dazed, kneeling gently to test for signs of life. With a heavy sigh, he shook his head. In that moment, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Lu Erlong could no longer suppress her grief and burst into uncontrollable sobs. In just a short while, within the Golden Triangle, one was dead and another severely wounded. The somber atmosphere weighed heavily upon all, yet they understood that their sacrifices must hold meaning. Ningfengxi rallied the group, asserting that even if they fought to the last person, their priority was to ensure the safety of their sovereign. Despite the reinforcements from the powerful of Tiando City, the encirclement showed no signs of loosening. Under the influence of the blood-red domain, the strength of all Spirit Hall soul masters surged terrifyingly. More critically, they became increasingly bloodthirsty and frenzied, charging forth even when grievously injured. The situation had spiraled beyond Ningfengxi's expectations, leaving him in a state of unease. Chapter 141. The 10,000-Year Soul Ring. Presently, Jianshu had been entangled with the Snake Spear Douluo and the Blood Spear Douluo for quite some time. While he could once resist, the influence of the domain had rendered him increasingly powerless. Aha! Today we shall achieve great merit together. With the death of the Jian Douluo, who will be left to contend with the 7 treasure glazed tile school? The Snake Spear Douluo brandished his spear, growing bolder with each passing moment. The Crimson Soul power had amplified his strength by 50%, making the confrontation with the 7 killing sword less arduous. Xiang, today shall be your end. To witness our holy son and young master's martial soul fusion technique is a life fulfilled. He laughed heartily. With a mirthful laugh, the blood piercer reveled, while the surrounding toxic mist thickened ominously. 2 acolytes constantly constrained Xiang, while the Serpent Spear Douluo held the 7 kills sword in check. The blood piercer Douluo was ever ready with his insidious tricks, rendering Xiang's efforts increasingly frustrating. Throughout this tumultuous struggle, his soul power dwindled incessantly, and Ningfengxi's complexion had deteriorated to a dire extent. He could scarcely believe that his meticulously crafted plans would ultimately falter against a mere youth. The tide of battle had undeniably shifted with Xiang Hao. The Spirit Hall, once at a numerical disadvantage, now surged forth with an indomitable spirit. Master, we can no longer afford to linger. We must concentrate our forces to break through, Xiang declared. Though reluctant, Ningfengxi had no choice but to issue the command. From the outset, his intention had not been to retreat. He aimed to engulf the forces of the Spirit Hall behind the Tiando royal family. However, the appearance of Qian Rinxue instilled a momentary hesitation within him, as the imposing aura of the 6-winged angel left him bereft of the courage to make a decisive move. The situation had undergone a monumental transformation. Enough, let us withdraw, he concluded. After this day, Xiang Hao would no longer be able to maintain his footing. The objective had been achieved. Upon receiving the order, the crowd exhibited expressions of relief, eager to distance themselves from these frenzied adversaries. In that moment, however, Tang San rose to his feet, striding resolutely towards the colossal statue. Gradually, he broke into a run, unleashing a barrage of hidden weapons. He had lost far too much and lacked the fortitude to confront the death of Flinder. Weakness was the original sin. Suffering had rendered him obsessive. Simultaneously, the 6th soul ring behind him flickered to life, the blood-red aura instantly capturing the attention of all present. 6th soul skill, Heart of Life. At this moment, Regardless of which faction they belonged to, the spirit masters were strenuously confirming whether their eyes were deceiving them. The presence of a 100,000-year soul ring posed little challenge to a tidal Douluo like Chen Xian, as two such tidal Douluo currently existed in the world. Yet, before them stood Tang San, merely 15 or 16 years of age, with his sixth soul ring being that of a 100,000-year caliber. Such prodigious talent was truly unparalleled. Ningfengji suddenly grasped why the Haotian sect had previously acquiesced so readily. It seemed that this very junior had fortified their resolve. A serious thought emerged in Ningfengji's mind. Upon returning safely to the sect, he could begin preparations. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, Tang San's sixth soul skill enveloped his entire being. The emerald soul power surged around him, altering his skin inch by inch. In an instant, both his garments and skin were dyed a deep green, while his verdant hair cascaded like blue-silver grass, reaching the ground. At that moment, Tang San resembled a green sprite, gliding effortlessly as emerald flowers and grasses sprouted from the blood-soaked earth. With his hands clasped at his chest, a beam of verdant light surged toward the colossal statue. The purple soul power enveloping the statue dissipated at a visibly rapid pace upon impact, significantly bolstering the morale of the onlookers. The spirit masters of the Tiando Empire immediately commenced their counterattack, and Tang San did not relent after his initial strike. He swiftly produced a multitude of hidden weapons, each imbued with a vibrant green glow, and unleashed them, leaving emerald gashes upon the stone figure. No one could ascertain whether the statue possessed the capacity for pain, but it was evident that Tang San's assault incited a greater fury within it. At that moment, 6 formidable arms began to move in unison, weapons drawn, converging upon Tang San. The weapons carved deep troughs into the ground as they swept by. Yet Tang San nimbly evaded them, though the blades still grazed his form, prompting a collective intake of breath from the spectators. The giant, believing its own hand posed a threat, prepared to rise with its weapon, but the crowd then noticed that Tang San had somehow taken a seat atop the blade. Before the colossal figure could react, Tang San sprinted along the arm, and with one hand reaching to grasp, he leapt to another arm, and then on to yet another. Tang San continued his relentless motion, drawing ever closer to his target. In his final leap, he arrived at the position he sought. Standing on the right arm of the statue, mere steps away from its violet eyes, which were in constant motion, he had but a single opportunity. Extending his right hand, a fan-shaped hidden weapon materialized in his grasp. The peacock feather, a third-tier concealed weapon from the Tang sect, particularly adept at group attacks. Uncertain of the statue's vulnerabilities, he recognized that the martial soul fusion technique demanded a significant amount of soul power. Under normal circumstances, Xiang Hao and Qian Rinxue would not sustain such an endeavor for long, yet within this blood array, as long as the enemies were plentiful, an endless stream of soul power would be available. His target was the blood sphere nestled in the center of the statue's forehead. This chance was singular, and he could not afford to miss it. Finally, the blood sphere drew near, entering the attack range of the colossal figure. A verdant glow erupted from its hand, trailing green streaks that pierced through the blood sphere. The ensuing events plunged Tang San into despair as a blood shadow erupted from within the sphere, deftly deflecting the concealed weapons. In a flash of purple light, Tang San was struck down, and the giant opened its fists, pulling back with a tremendous force that ensnared him in midair. In an instant, he summoned the green vine shield, but the colossal head came crashing down upon him. Xiang Xian attempted to intervene, yet found himself ensnared and unable to break free. As the onlookers gasped, they noticed a figure perched upon the giant's shoulder, none other than the long-missing Yang Wu. From the moment he touched the ground, he began to ascend along the giant's body. Just as he concealed himself behind the giant's ear, a series of piercing sounds resonated around him. He witnessed Tang San assaulting the blood sphere and recognized it as the weakness. His 8 soul rings flared to life as he brandished the soul destruction spear and plunged it into the target. With a fierce shout, the spear's tip surged forward, obliterating all obstacles in its path. A resounding crack echoed as the blood shadow disintegrated, its purple gaze dimming considerably. In an unexpected turn of fortune, the blood formation that had hindered them dissipated. Xiang Xian looked upon the 2 great offerings before him and finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. Yet Tang San was still propelled outwards, once again pinned against the wall as he had been years prior. Yang Wu's timely intervention could not be deemed too early or too late. It merely allowed Tang San to endure another blow. However, the source of the Arhat's soul power was finally severed, and in an instant, the giant transformed into numerous purple light points. If solely reliant on the soul powers of the two, The giant would not endure for more than a fleeting moment. By now, it was a spent force. And as the formation scattered, the sole masters of the Spirit Hall regained their composure, suffering greatly from the backlash of their fervor. The serpent spear Douluo and the blood-stabbing Douluo, disenchanted with the battle, rushed ahead of Yang Wudi, diving into the heart of the light points to rescue the unconscious pair. The command rang out for the Spirit Hall members to retreat swiftly. It was time to draw the curtain on this conflict. Xiang Xian yearned to make one last effort, but as he attempted to channel his energy, he found it insufficient to wield the seven-killing sword once more. The two offerings were intent on leaving, and no one present could halt them. The two titled Douluos rose first, and the soul masters behind them retreated in unison. The grievances of today would be repaid tenfold by the Spirit Hall in the future. The empty expanse of the sky gradually revealed a hint of light, while the remnants of night echoed the words of the serpent spear Douluo. At this moment, the Tianshou soul masters exchanged glances, as the entire Tiando imperial palace lay in ruins, transformed into a battlefield, filled with swirling dust. Slowly, Tang San crawled out from the crevice of the wall, his eyes ablaze with fury. In this battle, there were no victors, neither Xiang Hao nor Qian Renqiwei emerged triumphant. He was even unaware that he would become embroiled in such a monumental conflict. Tang San, too, was not spared, having lost a revered mentor. The sole victor, it seemed, was the sorrowful Ning Fengji, who had attained his desire, the snowy Night Emperor. With the Tiando royal family now significantly weakened, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would find it much easier to negotiate terms with them, for the Snowy Knight could not dismiss such a formidable contributor. Moreover, through this battle, he had discerned Tang San's potential, which solidified the notion in his mind. Although Tang San was already a disciple of the Haotian school, he could cultivate a closer relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Reflecting upon this, Ning Fengji could not help but smile, regardless of the circumstances. This marked the first occasion in recent days that the Spirit Hall had gained the upper hand, serving as a tremendous source of encouragement and fortifying his confidence for future endeavors. Take good care of His Majesty. We must relocate him promptly. With this final command given, the battle drew to a close just before dawn. The residents of Tiando City had spent a sleepless night in fear, and as daylight broke, the acrid smoke from the royal city still lingered, the thick dust refusing to dissipate.